This is a strange sect. The peak master is clearly a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage, but he has to consider the feelings of the senior disciples all day long, even seeking his approval to accept a disciple. This is because the senior disciple is not only a peerless genius but also diligent in cultivation without slack. However, the second disciple is completely different, not only idling around all day but also extremely greedy, considered a disgrace to the sect. But this is the shame of the sect. Yet a powerful figure approached him with a flattering face. So it's senior brother Xiao. Master is not here, and senior brother is also not here. With that, the young man continued to sway in the rocking chair. Seeing this scene, the young girl was extremely surprised. Uncle is one of the 5 peak masters, and is also a famous master in Shizhou, but now he is showing a pleasing attitude towards the young man. Who is the master and who is the disciple in the end? Xiao Yi. This is Xiao Chang, the second disciple of Tianyu Peak. You can just call me second senior brother. Although Xiao Yi didn't understand what was so special about the young man, she still obediently greeted him. But when the young man heard this, his face changed. Senior brother Xiao, if you have something, go find master or senior brother. They will be back tomorrow. I'm busy and don't have time. With that, he was about to leave, saying, senior brother bringing a beauty along is definitely up to no good. Don't go looking for trouble when there's none. I'll take my leave as a sign of respect. Xiao Chuang grabbed Xiao Chang. Hey, don't run. I just want this girl to worship at Tianyu Peak. I need your help. You should have said so earlier. You scared me to death. Xiao Chuang couldn't help but laugh and cry. Why are you so lazy? Can't you learn from your senior brother? With one senior brother already giving master a headache, adding one more like me, master might as well hang himself. With that, Xiao Qing glanced at Xiao Yi. Girl, who is Xiao Shibua to you? Xiao Yi answered obediently. He is my uncle. This is not right. Is he really your uncle? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan was furious. What nonsense! What nonsense! What are you talking about? If he's not a relative, then what is he? Since he is a relative, why would he even send you to Tianyu Peak? What are you thinking? Or is it that the girl's father has a grudge against you, owes you money and hasn't paid it back? Do you believe I will slap you to death? Xiao Chuan was so angry that he was itching to do it. This kid was still as infuriating as ever. This scene made Xiao Yi a little anxious. Something seems off. Uncle, is what he said really that scary? Xiao Chuang became even more angry at these words, but he still patiently comforted her. Don't believe him. Joining Tianyu Peak will definitely be a good thing for you. At this time, Xiao Qing's expression was sincere. Girl, I suggest you run away quickly. Go back and ask your father if he has done anything to offend your uncle. This made Xiao Chuang furious. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you to death. Hurry up and tell me, how can the girl be accepted into the Tianyu Peak? Xiao Qing seemed indifferent. To become a disciple, you need to find my master. Why come to me? It's to pass through your eldest martial brother's test. Hurry up and think of a solution for me. If it weren't for passing through your eldest martial brother's test, I wouldn't have come to you. Every time I come to you, my heart aches with anger. Xiao Qing seemed helpless. You can't pass through your eldest martial brother's test, and neither can I. The next moment, Xiao Chuang raised 2 fingers. Are you willing to do it for 200 spirit stones? This made Xiao Qing's eyes light up, but then he showed a hesitant expression. This is my eldest martial brother. Xiao Chuang raised another finger. 300 stones. Are you in or not? 500 stones and pay now. I'll tell you immediately. Xiao Chuang knew the character of this nephew well and directly took out 100 spirit stones. Here's your deposit. The rest will be given after you tell me the solution. My dear elder Xiao, as a peak master in the Yuan-ing period, it's not fitting for you to be so petty. I still don't know who you are. Don't think I'm just a figurehead as the peak master. Xiao Qing sighed deeply. How can you slander me like this? I will report this to the authorities. Later, a solution was still proposed. In the end, Xiao Chuan left Tianyu Peak with Xiao Yi in satisfaction. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yi wrinkled her nose and said, Uncle, if you don't explain clearly, I dare not go to Tianyu Peak. Xiao Chuang sighed and said, the reason I let you go to Tianyu Peak is because the strongest disciple of the sect, Kei Yan, is there. With his cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, he can kill nascent soul cultivators of a higher level. Hearing this, Xiao Yi looked incredulous. Uncle, are you kidding me? That's killing a nascent soul cultivator with a foundation establishment cultivation. How trashy are those nascent soul cultivators? Why would I lie to you? His sword talent surpasses the sect's founder. And Xiao Shidi, who was only at the late stage of foundation establishment 10 years ago, broke through to the nascent soul stage in less than a year under Kei Yan's guidance. Xiao Yi found it hard to believe. What kind of guidance is it for a disciple to guide the master? You will only closely follow his footsteps when you are by Kei Yan's side, which is the real reason why I sent you to Tianyu Peak. With such a senior brother, your strength will also advance rapidly. Xiao Yi then asked, is the second senior brother just as powerful? Xiao Chuang replied impatiently. What is he? When you get to Tianyu Peak, stay away from him, don't let him corrupt you. He is not only lazy but also extremely greedy. Xiao Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting such an evaluation from her uncle. However, thinking about Lu Shaoqing's performance just now, she felt as if her uncle had a point. 500 spirit stones would be enough to get him to help. What about strength? You said that following elder brother Kei Yan will spur you on to strive forward. Elder brother Lu's strength should be very impressive. Xiao Gang was even more depressed. His strength was what caused more headaches. He said, his strength? Alas, you will be clear about it later. Anyway, just listen to your uncle's words and stay away from him after worshipping the heavenly royal peak. Xiao Gang said in his heart, it's better not to talk about that kid's strength so as not to give Xiao Yi an illusion. Since the heavenly royal peak was so powerful, Xiao Yi had a new question. Uncle, are you so sure that I will be able to worship the heavenly royal peak? Didn't senior brother Lu say that he had a hard time with senior brother Kei Yan? Xiao Gang, however, has full confidence. His tone is certain. Said, although that kid is lazy and greedy for money, he still has some principles and will do things after receiving money. And he's the one who knows the most about the scheme. His way works. When Master Xiao comes back, Uncle will take you to pay homage to the Master. Follow his way, it will definitely work. Heavenly Royal Peak. In the evening, Lu Shaoqing looked at the 500 spirit stones he had gotten today with satisfaction and let out a light laugh before his entire being disappeared. Lu Shaoqing appeared in a white hall all around. One in the center of the hall was a table made of jade, and on the table was a blank spirit tablet with an incense burner in front of it. The spirit tablet and incense burner are also made of the same jade as the table. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Lu Shaoqing came to the table and threw 10,000 spirit stones into the incense burner. With a flash of white light from the incense burner, the spiritual energy inside the spirit stone was instantly absorbed and turned into powder. Then the spirit tablet also flashed with white light, and one could vaguely see what appeared to be words flashing across it. Finally, the word 1 year flashed on the jade table. When Lu Shaoqing saw this, he sighed and said, 10,000 spirit stones in exchange for a year's time is too expensive. It's tough to make money. It took a long time to save up 10,000 spirit stones, and all of a sudden it's back to pre-liberation. Then he shook his head again. Alas, there's no way. Who made eldest senior brother a pervert? Without using spirit stones for time, he simply can't catch up with him. Luckily, after crossing over, I picked up such a ring. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to get along in this world at all. After saying that, he sat down to cultivate. LV Shaoqing traveled to this world 18 years ago, and by chance he joined the sect of Heavenly Royal Peak. Picked up another ring that has a spiritual time house similar to the one in the Dragon Ball world. With the help of the ring, it was what kept him from falling behind his perverted eldest brother Kei Yan. LV Shaoqing and Kei Yan were worshipped at the same time at the Heavenly Royal Peak and were accepted as disciples by their master. Xiao Chang. Kei Yan was a true genius with unmatched talent, especially in the sword Dao talent. It was even hailed as even better than the ancestor of the Lingxiao school. It's not the talented ones that are scary, it's the ones that are talented and still work hard. Counting words is the kind of person. He was still a mortal when he entered the gate, but he entered the late stage of the Jedan realm in one fell swoop during the 10 years. In the space ring, more than a year had passed in the midst of cultivation, almost in the blink of an eye. Lu Shaoqing woke up and felt the results of his cultivation, saying, alas, a year of hard cultivation is worth half a year of cultivation for a senior brother, right? A year of cultivation to break through a small realm, really envious of geniuses. Lu Shaoqing shook his head and appeared on the bed with a flash of his body. The outside world was actually less than a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, the cooldown for this function of the ring is 1 month, but it's good to take some time off and combine your labor. Lu Shaoqing fell head over heels and slept like a mortal. By the next day, Lu Shaoqing woke up with a start, and it was already noon. Lu Shaoqing woke up and realized that master and eldest brother had not yet returned. Stretching, order take out first. Taking out a paper crane and injecting spiritual energy, the paper crane's eyes lit up and came to life. Lu Shaoqing said to the paper crane, as usual, The paper crane fluttered into the sky and went to order takeout for him. At his level, it didn't matter if he ate or not, but Lu Xiaoqing felt that a large part of the fun would be lost if he didn't eat. Coming outside to the hammock, he continued to lie down, pulling out his sky card and browsing the news on it. Tianji cards, similar to Earth's cell phones, are the size of a palm. It's a masterpiece of Tianji Gu. Tianji Pavilion publishes news and information on it like a news publication on Earth. The Tianji Pavilion thus had many disciples spread throughout this world. They were called the Skywatchers, nicknamed the Skywatchdogs, similar to journalists on Earth. When LV Xiaoqing came to this world, he got the nameless ring. After a long period of cultivation, he would take a break for a while, or else he couldn't stand the loneliness. Of course, there's also the fact that you can't practice for a year like you did last night because it's tough to make money. Last night's year of practice was his first. The news information on the top of the Tianji sign was Lu Xiaoqing's best option to pass the time in this world. The hammock rocked gently and the red birds chirped softly in the trees. The breeze gently blew over, and Lu Xiaoqing was very cozy. Half an hour passed and a man came outside. "Senior brother Lu, what you ordered is here." A young man of about 25 years of age arrived carrying a hot food box. LV Xiaoqing lay on the hammock, glanced at the young man and wondered, "Master Wang, why are you so late today?" The youth was called Wang Yao, an outer disciple of the Lingxiao sect, with average talent, and his strength was still at the qi refining stage now. Wang Yao was slightly embarrassed. "Just finished delivering 2 orders. It's not because of you, senior brother Lu, causing the entire Lingxiao sect to follow your example and order takeout. You don't know my boss. He's black as hell and refuses to recruit more than one person. Isn't that bitter for us as fellows?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "But you earn more too." The tone of his voice revealed envy. If it wasn't for the rules of the sect that forbade disciples above the inner sect from going to work, he would have long ago gone to make money by delivering takeaways. Wang Yao shook his head and said, "No way. After working hard, I only get that little bit of spirit stone a month. Here, the boiled spirit beans, jasper soup, and roasted spirit pigeon you asked for." Lu Xiaoqing peeled one off and threw it into his mouth, bearing 2 mouthfuls, then frowned and said, "This tastes a bit different. Has the chef changed?" Wang Yao admired. "You're really good with your mouth, elder brother Lu. It's true, business has gotten better. There's more work. The boss is black-hearted and refuses to increase the money. So uncle who quit in a fit of rage." Lu Xiaoqing barred his mouth and said, "Which house did he go to? Tell me." Wang Yao understood what Lu Xiaoqing meant. "Senior brother Lu, are you planning to change the restaurant as well? It's not easy to find a spiritual chef with good craftsmanship that matches one's appetite." Lu Xiaoqing said, "Nonsense. Can the average person match old whose craftsmanship?" Wang Yao excused himself and left the heavenly royal peak. After leaving, while descending the hill, he muttered to himself, "It looks like I'm going to have to quit my job to do that. Too. That mouth of senior brother Lu's is so tricky. You can't catch his stomach. Black-hearted boss, just wait for your closure." Wang Yao smiled smugly. Suddenly a stream of light flew by in the sky. Wang Yao looked up and became curious. Isn't that the Red Moon Peak Master? What's he doing at Tianyu Peak? Alas, forget it. This is their big man's business. It's better for a little man like me not to meddle in it. Work hard to earn money, break through into the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible, and become an inner disciple before saying anything else. Streams of light fell, and Xiao Gang appeared at the heavenly royal peak with Xiao Yi. Seeing them arrive, Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and greeted them. "Senior Uncle Xiao, Senior Sister Xiao," then continued to listen to the news out of the Skype sign while knocking on the spirit beans. From time to time, he also threw 2 spirit beans up, and the little red bird on top grabbed them and swallowed them in one bite. The Skype sign allows you to watch the news or listen to it like a radio. The competition meeting of young disciples of the 3 great sects of Qizhou and the Duchang Spirit Vein negotiation meeting ended perfectly. Kei Yan, a youth representative of the Lingxiao school, made a closing statement. When Xiao Yi heard the words Kei Yan, she couldn't help but say, "Eldest brother Kei Yan." Yesterday, he already knew from Xiao Barge what kind of character Kei Yan was, and a seed of admiration had already been planted in Xiao Yi's heart. Hearing news of Kei Yan would always make people feel better. Xiao Gang laughed. "Master nephew Kei Yan has greatly grown a face for my Lingxiao sect again," Lu Xiaoqing said in a disdainful tone. "Sending eldest senior brother. Isn't that bullying the people of Twin Moon Valley and returning Pavilion? And the master is not shy?" Xiao Gang was dressed in a white Taoist robe. Quite a high-ranking person. This can be about the right to distribute the new spirit vein discovered by Du Chan for the next 10 years. So of course we should go all out. then glanced at slick Lu Xiaoqing. Which is like you little bastard lying here all day in the sun, not contributing at all. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Gang and said, do you believe that when eldest senior brother comes back, I'll ask him to get your disciple to practice? Xiao Gang first jumped, then hurriedly smiled with him and said, Xiaoqing, what are you talking about? My disciple is still only at the foundation stage. What if he's gone to be drilled by Master Kei Yan's nephew and spoiled his Taoist spirit? Senior uncle was just joking with you. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. This roasted spirit pigeon smells so good. Come and give senior uncle a taste. Lu Xiaoqing slapped his hand away and said nonchalantly, step aside. Xiao Gang retreated to the side in a depressed manner. Xiao Yi felt amused that his uncle was actually defeated in front of senior brother Lu. Uncle, you're one of the 5 peak masters, but you're actually afraid of senior brother Lu? Xiao Bang said with displeasure. What do you girls know? I'm not afraid of him. I'm sure I could have given him a hard time if I'd made a move. I'm giving his big brother face. Xiao Yi laughed even more happily. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing easily holding his uncle, Xiao Yi found it very interesting and stared at Lu Xiaoqing's eyes with an interested gaze. Senior brother Lu is also very interesting. Xiao Bao was alert and stared at his niece Dao, once again admonishing. Girl, uncle warned you. Stay away from him in the future. If you follow his example, how can I explain to your father? Xiao Yi added. I've really become Master Xiao's disciple. And Senior Lu is my second senior brother, all living together here. How can I stay away? Xiao Bao's expression was stagnant, and finally he continued to exhort in a serious tone. Anyway, uncle doesn't care. Just stay away from him for me. You must not become like him. After about an hour had passed, Lu Xiaoqing, who was lying on the hammock, moved his expression. Eyes glanced to the northwest, then looked as normal as ever and continued to look at his skycard. Xiao Gang, on the other hand, had a happy face. It's back. Soon, a stream of light crossed in the distance and landed in front of the crowd. A middle-aged man and a young man appeared. The middle-aged man had a thick face and a smile that made people feel good at first glance. The youth was carrying an ancient longsword on his back, and his cold face had an expression full of perseverance and a sharp gaze. When Xiao Yi saw him, she only felt like seeing a sheathed sword. Sharp and aggressive. Xiao Gang greeted him. Senior brother Xiao. Senior nephew Kei Yan. Congratulations on your return from victory. Senior nephew Kei Yan has greatly brought face to our Lingxiao sect this time in the competition assembly. Tough job. Kei Yan said indifferently. They are all not strong opponents. Not hard work. There was no contempt or arrogance in his tone, so that one could tell that he meant what he said. Xiao Cheng politely arched his hand and returned the salute. Senior brother Xiao is too kind. This is all for the sake of the sect. What is hard work or not? LV Xiaoqing lay in the hammock, looked at them, and asked, Master, did you bring me a gift? You this kid actually still lying. Xiaocheng did not have a good mood. No. Side to go. Chapter 3, The Dog-Headed Military Counselor. Kei Yan then casually threw something to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing caught it and took a look. It was a jade pendant. Kei Yan faintly said, it was won in a bet. Lu Xiaoqing said to Master Xiaocheng, Master, look, eldest brother is even better than you. Xiaocheng grunted. Something that your eldest brother can't even look at is definitely not something of value. Kei Yan said, it can block a blow from the yuaning stage. Miscalculated. Didn't you, Master? Lu Xiaoqing was so happy that his eyes narrowed. This was something worthwhile. Master Xiaocheng's face was a bit unsightly. So what? You can't use it if you're cowering in a cave every day. Master, you don't understand. If I take it out and sell it, saying that it's eldest brother's stuff, thousands, even tens of thousands of spirit stones are still available. Xiaocheng's face was depressed. He had forgotten about it. His own great disciple was very popular, not only here in the sect, but even in the entire Qi state. So he skillfully changed the topic and glared at Lu Xiaoqing. When I went out, you were lying here, and when I came back, you were still lying here. Xiaocheng hated the iron. Can you learn from your elder brother? You guys, if you try to be more serious, you're certainly no worse than your big brother. Lu Xiaoqing moved his gaze away from the heavenly chant sign and glanced at Xiaocheng. Are you sure you want me to learn from eldest brother? You don't know what kind of character my big brother has? Xiaocheng's tone was stuffy. He really didn't want his disciples to be cultivation freaks and turned his head away. Only then did he see Xiao Barge standing at the side. Senior brother Xiao, why are you two here? Xiao Gang couldn't help but spit in his heart. Finally remembering me? Senior brother Xiao, aren't you still missing a personal disciple here? With that, he pulled Xiao Yi forward, and with pride in his voice, introduced Xiao Yi. This is my niece, Gifted and smart. What do you think? Xiao Chang looked at the well-behaved and sweet Xiao Yi, and was a bit hesitant. Is it a desire to worship me as a teacher? Lu Xiaoqing didn't raise his head from the side and mercilessly demolished the stage. Master Xiao is rushing towards eldest brother. Don't flatter yourself. Master, Xiao Chang said angrily. Shut up. Do you have a disciple who's so destructive? But Xiao Chang's gaze looked toward his eldest disciple. Most of the things that happened in Tianwu Peak required a nod from Kei Yan. It even includes taking on disciples. If Kei Yan couldn't see it, he, Xiao Chang, wouldn't have taken on this disciple. Alas, it's hard for me to be a master. Kei Yan's gaze fell on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's face immediately turned red and her hands were so nervous that she didn't know where to put them. She tensed and apprehensive, lest they fear they will be despised. Kei Yan sized up Xiao Yi, then said to Xiao Chong, Master Xiao, Master's talent is not working, he needs more time to cultivate. I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue teaching his disciples. Xiao Bao said, Isn't this with you? It's okay. That is to say, it came at Kei Yan, and Xiao Chang in turn was not so important. At most, Xiao Chang was hanging on to his name as a master. Kei Yan sniffed and shook his head, not intending to agree. For Kei Yan, both he and his master needed time to cultivate and had no extra time to teach a new disciple. It's really hard to get into, so it's a good thing I did my preparation work. Xiao Gang used the method that Lu Xiaoqing had given him and said, Could it be that you don't have the confidence to help teach this girl well, nephew Kei Yan? Kei Yan sniffed, snorted coldly, his tone tinged with defiance, and said, Who said that? Xiao Gang was secretly happy in his heart and said, Isn't this it? Senior, I have informed the sect leader, and the sect leader also hopes that the Lingxiao sect will produce one more genius like you. Nephew Ku Yan, LV Xiaoqing as much as demolish the stage. Do not give face, Xiao Bang said. Dream on. One more genius like me is more or less. Xiao Chang said. Shut up. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Xiao Chang covered his chest. If Heavenly Royal Peak produced one more disciple like Lu Xiaoqing, he would have no face as the Peak Master. Xiao Gang ignored Lu Xiaoqing. On account of the fact that you gave me a way out, I won't bother with you. He continued to speak to Kei Yan. Senior nephew Kei Yan, as you know, I brought this girl to Sky Royal Peak, and many people saw it. You say that if your master doesn't accept this girl, when the word gets out, it will be said that you, who is the eldest senior brother, is afraid of having an additional senior sister that will overshadow you. Kei Yan frowned. Who dares? Xiao Chang glanced at Lu Xiaoqing, who was calmly looking at the Tianji cards, not even bringing a glance this way. This kid, to say that you're not behind the scenes as a dog-headed warlord, I'll be the first to disbelieve you. Xiao Chang said to Kei Yan, in that case, accept her, and I'll teach her well in the future. Xiao Chang knows the character of his disciples. Lu Xiaoqing all went to be a dog-headed military counselor and came up with ideas. This thing has stabilized. Taking the initiative to speak out was giving the eldest disciple a leg up. Lu Xiaoqing interjected. Master, it's hard enough for you to teach yourself. Don't mislead people. Xiao Chang's blood pressure spiked again. Shut up. Push again. Believe it or not. Whip you? Kei Yan was silent for a while before he finally agreed and said to Xiao Yi, worship the master. Xiao Gang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Xiao Yi to worship his master. Disciple Xiao Yi, meet master. Meet eldest senior brother. Meet second senior brother. Where's the worship gift? Where are our two senior brothers' gifts? Lu Xiaoqing said. Xiao Cheng yelled at Lu Xiaoqing. Get out of my way and shut up. Apprentice, don't pay any attention to his nonsense. Just keep everything simple. Xiao Chang was also satisfied with taking Xiao Yi in. There are too few people from the Heavenly Royal Peak. Compared to the other four peaks, the people of Heavenly Royal Peak were really pitifully few. Pity to Xiao Chang, no shame to the ancestors. So early to prepare a good several sets of rhetoric, and so later to go down to see the Sky Imperial Peak of the ancestors can be sophistry. But there was no way around it. He was too embarrassed to accept a disciple without the nod of his eldest disciple. Ever since he inherited the Heavenly Royal Peak, it had been declining day by day. If he hadn't taken in Kei Yan as a disciple, Heavenly Royal Peak would have long since fallen and been removed from the list. Seeing that Xiao Yi had finally succeeded in worshipping under the Heavenly Royal Peak, Xiao Gang was greatly pleased. Senior brother Xiao, senior nephew Kei Yan, in the future, this girl Xiao Yi will be counting on you more. Don't worry, senior brother Xiao, she is my disciple. I will naturally try my best to teach her. After Xiao Gang excused himself and left, Xiao Chang said to Xiao Yi, disciple, in the future, you will be the third disciple of Tianwu Peak. Cultivate well and don't fall into the reputation of Tianwu Peak. Xiao Yi nodded her head very obediently. Yes, master. Apprentice knows, said Xiao Chang as he introduced Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing for Xiao Yi. This is your eldest senior brother, Kei Yan. If there's anything you don't understand you can ask him as well. This is your second senior brother, Lu Xiaoqing. You are less next to him. Don't learn from him, Lu Xiaoqing said. If he dares to have a problem with it, let eldest brother go to him. Oh yes, master, a new apprentice. Should we go congratulate him tonight? I just heard from that Wang Yao kid, that old man who went to a newly opened restaurant called Gathering Immortals. There's a discount on the recent grand opening. Xiao Chang looked at Kei Yan. Going to try? Chapter 4, Terrifying Sword Intent. Kei Yan frowned and said nonchalantly. Going out this time and meeting your counterparts. Don't you have any sense of crisis? What is your current realm strength? How much is the strength of others' realms? Kei Yan's tone did not fluctuate, but one could hear the severity in it. Xiao Chang snapped and touched his head, very embarrassed. And Lu Xiaoqing was not surprised by this, still lying in the hammock, hanging on. Xiao Yi, however, was seeing such a situation for the first time and was dumbfounded. Who's the master, anyway? Who's the apprentice? Xiao Yi now understands why his uncle said that Ji Yan was different, and that Tian Yufeng was very different. The mere fact that an apprentice was teaching his master a lesson was enough to say that tomorrow's royal peak was different. Seeing Xiao Yi's surprised look, this girl's worldview was probably shocked. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, there's no need to be strange. You'll slowly get used to it in the future. After Ji Yan had finished scolding Xiao Chang, he looked at Xiao Yi, who was his senior sister now, and his tone slowed down a bit as he asked, how is your strength? Xiao Yi was immediately nervous. In the beginning, Kei Yan had an image in her mind as a hardworking and diligent person who was always on the go. Now Kei Yan impressed her with one more. Severe. Xiao Yi replied carefully, eldest senior brother. My strength has only just reached the 7th level of the chi refining stage. That low? Kei Yan frowned, even a little disappointed. Xiao Yi was depressed. At her age, reaching the chi refining stage at the age of 16, not to say a demonic genius, but it could be said to be a genius with outstanding natural talent. Her father also sent her to the Lingxiao sect because of her natural talent, in order for her to have a better development. But it was a bit of a smack in the mouth of Kei Yan. Where's the sword intent? Kei Yan asked again. Have you comprehended it? Of course, the heart didn't hold out much hope. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. If I had been able to comprehend the sword intent at this age, my father would have already sent me to the central state to join a more powerful sect. Sword intent. Do you say you can comprehend it? It's not as simple as eating and drinking. Xiao Chang was slightly distressed, having just been initiated for only a short time. I'm afraid that he couldn't get used to this kind of harshness, and spoke out. Kei Yan, the youngest senior sister, has just arrived. Don't be so demanding of her. Take your time. There's no rush. Slowly? Ji Yan glanced at Xiao Yi, his gaze as firm as his tone, and said, can this kind of thing be done slowly? Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. One must hold on to it every moment in order to do so. So strict. Xiao Yi's heart was beating straight. She glanced at Lu Xiaoqing, who was lying in a hammock, mentally muttering, why is it that the second brother can lie like that? Why doesn't the first brother ask the second brother to do the same? Ji Yan thought for a moment and had a plan in mind, and said to Xiao Yi, prepare today, and tomorrow I'll take you to the sword cave. Sword cave? Xiao Yi wondered. Her uncle was one of the 5 peak masters, and she knew quite a lot about the Lingxiao sect, but never heard of the sword cave. Xiao Chang looked even more worried and reminded Ji Yan, saying, the sword cave has not yet been perfected, so I'm afraid there will be problems. Kei Yan's tone was full of confidence as he said, don't worry, I've checked it many times. It can be used. It was of his own design, and Kei Yan had confidence in himself. Xiao Yi became even more curious. It sounded as if it was an unimaginable existence. Curious, she couldn't help but ask, Master, eldest brother, what is the sword cave? Xiao Chang said, a place where one can comprehend sword intent. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Was there such a magical place? To be able to make people realize the sword intent, if word got out, it would surely make people rush for it, and even cause turmoil. But why had never heard of the Lingxiao school having this? Seeing his young apprentice brother in this state, Xiao Chang smiled and solved his confusion, saying, this was designed by your eldest senior brother. Xiao Yi was instantly adoring. Eldest brother, you, this is too powerful, isn't it? He was even able to design something that would allow people to comprehend sword intent. Kei Yan glanced at Lu Xiaocheng, and without any fluctuation to his senior sister's adoration, he said, It's a small thing. Don't worry. It won't be a problem. LV Xiaoqing, a professional dismantler, spoke up. Even the best programs have bugs. So, Lu Xiaoqing sincerely said to Xiao Yi, before you go in, you can prepare a suicide note or something. If you have any property to dispose of, you can give it to me. I'll take care of it for you. Kei Yan scolded. Step aside. If there's an accident, deduct half a year of your sect benefits. Lu Xiaoqing screamed up with a face full of flesh pain. Is there a way for you to be a big brother? Ji Yan ignored Lu Xiaoqing. It was not strange to see such a senior brother. He said to Xiao Yi, choose a place to stay by yourself. The heavenly royal peak was huge, with plenty of rooms, and it could even be said that there were many places that were deserted. Xiaocheng said to Xiao Yi, let me take you to find a place to stay. Alas, the master is only able to do these things, and can't intervene in anything else. Xiao Yi obediently said to Ji Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, two senior brothers. Senior sister will take her leave first. Wait for the two to leave. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Yi, who was leaving with a smile on his face. What a polite senior sister. Then he looked over at Kei Yan and gave a serious reminder. Be gentle and kind. No one wants to see your smelly face. This senior brother of his own had a character he knew very well. No one can be like him. Kei Yan's long hair flowed, and his entire body was as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. Sharp and aggressive. Without severity, how can she progress? At those words, the long sword behind him was sheathed with a clang, and a cold light shot out, pointing directly at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing's face changed, knowing what he was going to do. He was so angry that he cursed. You're sick. You're at the 9th level of Jiadan. You can break through at any time, and I'm only at the 7th level, so I'm just playing a fart. Kei Yan had an expression on his face that I didn't expect. It really is a breakthrough. Look at the sword. At that moment, sword light shot out in all directions and sword intent stirred. Xiao Yi followed Xiaocheng some distance away before noticing the movement behind her. She looked back and felt a stir in sword intent. It was as if a piercing cold current swept through the cold winter, freezing Xiao Yi's body and making her shiver uncontrollably. It was as if the soul was frozen. Master! Master! With a wave of Xiaocheng's sleeve, a spiritual force emanated, and Xiao Yi felt her body lighten, and the mountain-like pressure instantly disappeared. Xiao Yi's heart was still beating violently. Her face was white as she looked in the direction behind her. Master! What? What is that? Xiaocheng, however, couldn't help but curse. Two assholes. You two guys keep an eye on it. There's another senior sister here. The old reckless way of competing has to be reined in a bit. Then placating the young apprentice, he said, it's your two senior brothers who are sparring. Xiao Yi froze. First and second brother? Xiaocheng nodded. Who else is there besides them? Xiao Yi was even more surprised. But, uncle said that second senior brother is lazy and his strength is terrible. Can such a second senior brother beat the first senior brother? That sword intent didn't need to be guessed to know that it was eldest brothers. With such an overpowering and invincible sword intent, it was no wonder that it could decimate the Yuaning stage. Can second brother beat it? Xiao Cheng burst into laughter. You'll find out later. Xiao Cheng didn't say much. The matter of his two disciples couldn't be finished in a moment. The color of surprise in Xiao Yi's eyes increased. So it seems that it was her uncle who had a lot to tell her that he hadn't. Her second senior brother was also deep in hiding. Thinking about the terror of that sword intent just now, Xiao Yi was still in a state of fear. It's too strong. Second senior brother was actually able to spar with eldest senior brother who possessed such a sword intent. It was too powerful. But, Xiao Yi soon felt the heavy pressure. The two senior brothers were so strong. I'm afraid that if she, as a senior sister, didn't work hard, she wouldn't have the face to go out in the future. Chapter 5, Sword Intent Transformation. The next day, Xiao Yi had just gotten up when Kei Yan came to the door. Kei Yan was very direct, without unnecessary politeness and pleasantries. Pack up. I'll take you to the sword cave. Xiao Yi followed Ji Yan to a place in the southeast corner of Tianyu Peak. It's a natural cave, and standing at the entrance you can get a clear view to the inside. The cave is 20 to 30 meters high and hundreds of meters deep. Inside there is also a large square. Xiao Yi curiously surveyed the cave and didn't find anything special. She couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and asked Kei Yan, eldest brother, what's inside? Sword intent. The short and concise answer made Xiao Yi immediately think of the sword intent that made her soul tremble last night. Goosebumps immediately sprang up all over my body. Do I go in? Xiao Yi's voice was shaking. Let the current her face that sword intent and she would die. That sword intent was really too strong. She was by no means an opponent. Kei Yan didn't rush to let her in, and faintly said, there's no rush. Wait, Xiao Yi didn't have the heart to ask what to wait for. She kind of wanted to cry. Waiting, so waiting until noon. It's a good thing they're monks, or they would have run out of patience long ago. However, Kei Yan didn't seem to have much patience left. Without seeing any movement from him, the long sword behind his back was instantly sheathed and broke through the air. Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with envy when she saw it. That's pretty cool. It didn't take long for the long sword to fly back, straight into its scabbard. There was a clank and the forceful cold light disappeared. After about half an hour, second senior brother Lu Xiaoqing appeared. Lu Xiaoqing's face was filled with resentment and cursing as he came here and unceremoniously cursed at Ji Yan. Sick. Is there a way for you to be a big brother? Is it a crime to take a nap? Kei Yan's aura surged, and with a cold snort and a forceful aura, he said, "What did I tell you to do today?" Lu Xiaoqing took a look at Xiao Yi and reacted with a haha laugh, without a hint of embarrassment on his face. Didn't he forget? Can you blame me? It wasn't because of you last night? Could I be so tired if it weren't for you? Lu Xiaoqing was very indignant in his heart. Last night if you didn't want to pull me into a fight, would I be so tired? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Did the two senior brothers have a base? Although she knew it was unlikely, it was really hard not to let Lu Xiaoqing's words make her think like that. Kei Yan didn't bother talking to Lu Xiaoqing, as if he was ordering, "Cut the crap and watch here." Lu Xiaoqing shook his head, sighed, and said slightly helplessly, "If you don't have confidence in yourself, don't come to harm others. Can't we just let her take her time to comprehend?" Kei Yan, who had comprehended the sword intent early, had his opinion. Comprehending it earlier gives one more benefit, knowing that it would be difficult to change his eldest brother's mind. Lu Xiaoqing could only say to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister, do you have any last words?" "Oh, the last words don't matter. It's the legacy that matters. Is there anything that needs to be accounted for?" Xiao Yi's face went white with fear. "Is it that scary?" She looked at Kei Yan with panic in her eyes. "Eldest senior brother, will it be dangerous inside?" Ji Yan's expression was cool and reminded Xiao Yi, "Don't listen to him. If he says something out of his mouth, you believe in 3 accomplishments. The rest you take as fart." Lu Xiaoqing was not happy. "Is there a way for you to talk about your senior brother?" Disgruntled, he yelled, "You have confidence in the sword cave you designed. Why do you still need to ask me to press the battlefield? You guys, you're just dying to save face." Ji Yan didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Xiaoqing and said to Xiao Yi, "Go in." Xiao Yi looked at the sword hole, which she felt seemed to be the blood-coiled maw of a fierce beast that was waiting for her, a delicate and delicious prey, to come to her door automatically. Xiao Yi looked at his two senior brothers pitifully. "Eldest brother, second eldest brother, I." Ji Yan seemed to see through what Xiao Yi was thinking in her heart and interrupted her with a resolute attitude. "There is no reason. You must go in today. You can't come out until you've comprehended the sword intent." Lu Xiaoqing continued to tear down the stage, saying, "Don't worry. If you die in there after you go in, I'll collect your body for you. By the way, do you really have no legacy?" Clank. The long sword behind Kei Yan's back was half exposed. Lu Xiaoqing immediately changed his words. "Very smooth and natural. Go in. It won't be dangerous. Even if there's danger, it's gone in a flash. There's no pain." Xiao Yi was about to cry out immediately. "Dad, Uncle, Tianwu Peak is too dangerous. I want to go home." However, Xiao Yi didn't have any way out, and she was only able to enter the sword cave with a stiff upper lip. Lu Xiaoqing seemed to be imparting the method behind her, saying, "Feel it with your heart. If you are light it is light. Don't be hard." Xiao Yi's heart was flooded with a trace of emotion. The second senior brother was also very reliable. Xiao Yi just wanted to say something. Lu Xiaoqing's words continued to come. "If you die hard, I'll have to collect your body for you. And if there's no inheritance, I'll be working for nothing. I can't thank you enough." Instead of imparting an approach, it's a blow to self-confidence. Xiao Yi turned back and glared fiercely at Lu Xiaoqing before directly entering the sword cave. After entering the sword cave, the hole behind him disappeared. Xiao Yi surveyed the place where she was. A small cabin with nothing inside it. Not even the door. Xiao Yi stood in the doorway and looked out. In front of the doorway was a wide square. In the middle of the square was a tall stone pillar that seemed to have something on it. Xiao Yi walked out of the doorway, and she saw clearly what was on top of the stone pillar. A dragon. On top of the stone pillar, a small white dragon was hovering over it. It had a hideous head and horns and was filled with endless pressure. After noticing that someone was coming, the little white dragon opened his eyes with an ooh. The expressionless dragon's eyes stared at Xiao Yi in death. A powerful pressure enveloped Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's scalp tingled, and the immense pressure caused her body to resist trembling. The aura emanating from the little white dragon was familiar to her. She had felt it last night. This was the terrifying sword intent she felt last night. The little white dragon was transformed by sword intent. Every part of his body was made of sword intent, and his end was incomparably fierce. Sword intent takes shape. It was actually sword intent transformation. The second level realm of sword intent. How sick is Big Brother? Xiao Yi wanted to cry. Sinning the second day of initiation to suffer this kind of crime. Xiao Yi summoned up her courage, her body's spiritual energy surging as she took a defensive stance. This action of hers was like a signal, and the little white dragon left the stone pillar and rose into the air, coming straight at Xiao Yi. Before the little white dragon arrived, the huge aura had already killed it. It was like a heavy hammer that hit Xiao Yi's chest hard. Put! Xiao Yi sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yi's eyes revealed a look of panic. It was even more powerful than she had imagined. Too strong. I am not an opponent. The little white dragon didn't care about her and continued to charge down. Roar! With a loud roar, Xiao Yi felt like countless flying swords stabbing her body. Xiao Yi once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood. She knew that with her current strength she was definitely no match for the little white dragon. She barely managed to carry off the 2 waves of attacks. If she continued like this, she would die. She looked around and there was nothing but empty space around her. Seeing that the attack of the little white dragon was killing again, Xiao Yi ran back to the hut he had just been in with a crawl. And with that, the little white dragon stopped attacking and wandered around the cabin outside, eyeing it. After Xiao Yi recovered, she saw Xiao Bai's long thieving look, but she couldn't get started. Xiao Yi was relieved in her heart. It seemed that this place was a shelter. Thinking of the pain she had just suffered, she was so angry that she made a gesture at the little white dragon. Little stinker. However, that seemed to anger the little white dragon. Roar! The cabin should shatter. Chapter 6: Sword Cave Explosion. Outside the sword cave, Lu Shaoqing found a place to half lay down and pulled out the Tianji card to leisurely look at it. For this kind of behavior of his, Kei Yan was not surprised, and just barked out a sentence, saying, "Keep an eye on it here." Lu Shaoqing spat at his eldest senior brother, disgruntled that he had pulled himself in as a stalwart first thing in the morning. "You designed the grand formation yourself. Aren't you very confident? Why do I have to keep an eye on it?" In front of Lu Shaoqing, Kei Yan didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "Your attainments in formations are higher than mine, so I'm relieved to have you keeping an eye on it. Besides, you're the one who suggested the sword cave." Lu Shaoqing immediately retorted, very unhappy about this. "What do you mean I propose? I just casually said that. This thing called sword intent, a pig that has been cleaved by sword intent 180,000 times will be able to comprehend it. I was joking, and you actually took it seriously?" Kei Yan, however, had a serious and earnest expression. "Without the slightest element of joking, I believe it. Otherwise you wouldn't have comprehended sword intent in just one day. Everyone says that my sword Dao talent is stronger than my ancestors, but in reality, you're not bad at all." Lu Shaoqing touched his nose, a little embarrassed in his heart, disdainful on the surface, saying, "Che, then it's a waste of time for you to have me, a genius, staring here. Mud. I was inside the time ring for more than a few months of enlightenment. You'd think, following a genius like you around, rolls dead." Kei Yan did not refute Lu Shaoqing's words. His own senior brother was indeed a genius. The topic turned back. "The sword cave was designed by me, and I also believe that there will be no problems, but it's still better to have you keep an eye on it. I'm going to practice." Lu Shaoqing couldn't do anything about it. Who made himself promise last night, waved his hand. "All right, get lost." Without saying much, Kei Yan's figure flashed and left this place. Lu Shaoqing glanced at the direction Kei Yan left and muttered, "What a lunatic. Isn't it good to rest for a while? Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate every day. Can't you die from cultivation? Let's hope nothing happens." Lu Shaoqing finally muttered and loosened his body, preparing to lie down in a more cozy and comfortable position. Suddenly, Lu Shaoqing's face changed and he instantly disappeared in place. He rushed straight into the sword cave and carried Xiao Yi out in less than 2 breaths. In the next moment, the sword cave suddenly exploded. A small white dragon flew out from the sword hole. The submerged dragon came out and looked proudly at the 4 directions. Roar! A majestic sword intent erupted and swept in all directions. "Big brother the asshole!" Lu Shaoqing cursed, and the Tianji sign held in his right hand was directly thrown out. A wave of sword intent surged out from the Tianji sign. This sword intent was full of blazing heat, raging, like the temperature of the sun. Then the air seemed to burn. A crimson red, blazing flames swept up like a net of fire, and incomparable heat waves emanated out. engulfing the little white dragon. The little white dragon roared unwillingly and finally disappeared into the flames. At the same time, the Tianji sign became shattered in midair. Mad. Lu Shaoqing wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Wailed. A great loss. A great loss. The abomination. Look at Xiao Yi in his arms. Probing around, he found that Xiao Yi wasn't seriously injured, but had only fainted from fear. It's just a minor injury. Lu Shaoqing screamed that he was losing money while pulling out an elixir and stuffing it into Xiao Yi's mouth. So he put Xiao Yi on the ground. At that moment, two lights lit up in the distance. Xiao Chang and Kei Yan appeared almost simultaneously. What's going on? Xiao Chang asked. LV Shaoqing shrugged. What else could be going on? It exploded. Tofu dregs. Kei Yan's face was ugly as he dashed into the sword cave. It took a long time before he appeared, whispering to himself under his breath. Strange. There shouldn't be any problems. Why is this happening? After saying that, he simply sat down in the mouth of the cave. His brows furrowed up and he was in the middle of thinking. For Kei Yan to be like this, Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Chang were not surprised. After Xiao Chang probed and found that Xiao Yi was not in any serious trouble, he was also relieved. He was thankful in his heart. Luckily it's not serious. If there was an accident, it would be difficult for me to explain to senior brother Xiao. The apprentice he had just taken in hadn't even warmed up yet, and the next day there was an accident. If this gets out, where is the face of heavenly royal peak? How to explain to senior brother Xiao? Lu Shaoqing was heartbroken and egged Xiao Chang on. Master, deduct the eldest brother's welfare for a year. Use it to compensate for the damage done to me and my senior sister's broken hearts. Xiao Chang glared at him. Don't give me that crap here. You had a hand in this accident. Lu Shaoqing's mouth stared in disbelief. Master, so I'm not your disciple, and eldest brother is your disciple, right? The sword cave is none of my business. I just mentioned it. It's eldest brother he's going to pound on his own. Your own have that ability not to help. I don't blame you. Who to blame? Xiao Chang scolded. Your formation attainments are better than his. You're lazy as, out to do a favor will die? Lu Shaoqing blankly glanced at him. Do you think eldest brother will be willing if I make a move, and talk about being a master? Xiao Chang was speechless. Then he skillfully changed the topic. Send your senior sister back and let her rest for a few days before saying anything. Lu Shaoqing patted his ass and walked away. I'm not going to do anything that doesn't benefit me. You're the master. You make your own arrangements. Xiao Chang was furious. You lazy bastard. Lu Shaoqing re-entered the hammock under the tree, and just wanted to pull out the Tianji card, only to find that the Tianji sign had been damaged just now. Lu Shaoqing patted his head bitterly. It's a loss. I'll have to buy another one. Over 1,000 spirit stones. Where to grab them? Poor. LV Shaoqing was depressed. I have just used up my savings and am now destitute. Chatter. Overhead. The fiery red bird was chirping merrily, seemingly laughing at Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing glared at it with a murderous look. Laugh again? Believe it or not, I'll strip your fur and roast it for dinner. The little bird seemed to understand LV Shaoqing's words. Not only was it not afraid, but it also puckered its butt. A long sword appeared with a flash in Lu Shaoqing's hand. Lu Shaoqing stared at the little red bird with an unkind face and threatened ramen. If you dare to pull it, I'll stab your chrysanthemums to death today. The little red bird hastily covered her but with both wings and hurriedly flew to a higher branch. LV Shaoqing reclined back and leisurely rocked the hammock. LV Shaoqing rested his hands on his head, his mind thinking, it's very poor. You have to make some money somehow. A pro-disciple can only receive 100 spirit stones a month from the sect. Stingy sect. Poor man's sect. Rather travel at public expense than give a little more welfare. 100 spirit stones will only be able to stay inside for 3 days, and 1,000 will be needed for a month. It's almost like a gold-swallowing beast. Or else, be a masked bandit here in the sect and rob fellow sect members doing sect missions? Lu Shaoqing thought about it and finally shook his head to reject the idea. It's too dangerous. The sect leader has been looking at me for a long time. He may not slap me to death. Be more stable. Chapter 7. I beat up my eldest brother. Xiao Yi soon woke up. She had woken up from her bed with a nightmare. In her dream she dreamt that she was swallowed by the little white dragon. Scared out of his wits, he woke up in a cold sweat. Waking up, Xiao Yi went out and saw Xiao Chang. Master, awake? Xiao Chang asked with concern. Is everything alright? Xiao Yi was touched in her heart. Although eldest brother was a bit stern, Master was still amiable. She shook her head and said, it's fine. Thanks for your concern, Master. Xiao Chang nodded his head and completely relaxed in his heart while comforting Xiao Yi. It's good that it's fine, and you shouldn't be angry. Your elder brother is just like that. Master, I'll also be scolded by your eldest brother if I cultivate slower. Although Xiao Yi was frightened by the little white dragon, she did not have any resentment towards Kei Yan in her heart. She knew that Kei Yan was doing her good as well. Where's big brother? Xiao Cheng said. He's in the sword cave. There's no need to look for him for the time being. He's trying to figure out how to solve the problems in the sword cave. Xiao Yi once again remembered little white dragon, the pure sword intent, and once again, she could not help but tremble in her heart. Just as scary as big brother. Xiao Yi didn't dare to go to Kei Yan even now. Xiao Cheng looked at his young disciple, revealing a caring gaze, and said, you should rest for a few days first. It's estimated that it'll take some time for your eldest senior brother to fix the sword cave. Yes, the apprentice knows. Along with that, Xiao Yi asked curiously, what about second senior brother? Mentioning Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be angry in his heart and said without a good mood, that bastard boy is lying under a tree. According to him, that's laying down. Master, I have truly sinned by accepting two disciples, one who is diligent and serious, and one who goes on and on, a lazy, uninspired man. It would be nice if the two could neutralize it. Seeing his master spit on his two senior brothers in such a manner, Xiao Yi found it amusing. Seeing a smile on Xiao Yi's face, Xiao Cheng's heart jumped and hurriedly instructed her, just learn from your elder brother. Don't ever learn from your second elder brother. If you learn from your second senior brother, master, my heart can't stand it. The fact that Tianwu Peak had produced one person, Lu Xiaoqing, had already caused him to be made to feel ashamed to meet the ancestors of Tianwu Peak. It also got him criticized by the Palmers in their usual meetings. If there's one more, he'll kill himself with his neck. Xiao Yi felt even more amused as she spat out her tongue, becoming more and more curious about her second senior brother, and said, Master, I'm going to see what my second senior brother is doing. I'll go and urge him to practice. Xiao Cheng sighed in his heart. You just came and still don't know what your second senior brother is like. Supervise him? You're overthinking it. I thank God you're not being led astray by him. Master, go ahead. Xiao Yi came to the big tree and saw the hammock swaying slowly. Crisply, she called out, second senior brother. Lu Xiaoqing looked his little sister up and down. It's alright? Xiao Yi came to Lu Xiaoqing and smiled sweetly. It's fine. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Xiao Yi vigilantly. You're smiling so lewdly. What do you want? For your information, I'm pure and innocent. Your second senior brother. So don't get any ideas about me. Xiao Yi was furious. Xiao Yi rolled her eyes. Second senior brother. You'll easily get beaten up if you look like this. LV Xiaoqing's eyes lit up and he seemed to be looking forward to it. Who's going to beat me up? Xiao Yi was stunned. Are you a masochist? Or are you a fighter in your heart? Second senior brother. Is there someone you want to spar with? Cutting? When Lu Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately lost interest and bristled. Brainwashed. Who wants to cut a deal? Can cutting be a meal? Xiao Yi smoothly asked about the events of that night. Second senior brother. Last night, were you sparring with eldest brother? Lu Xiaoqing said, cutting a deal my ass. It's your eldest brother who's going nuts. I'm not spoiling him. Xiao Yi couldn't get an answer from her and was a little disappointed in her heart. After all, she could hear from her master's words that her second senior brother wasn't a weakling either. How else could you spar with big brother? Eldest senior brother's sword intent was terrifying, while Lu Xiaoqing was able to spar with it. Even if he didn't beat the eldest brother, he wouldn't be far off. Xiao Yi shook Lu Xiaoqing's hammock and pouted. Second senior brother. Just tell the truth. Xiao Yi didn't get rusty with her own senior brother because she had just been initiated, and she directly gave Lu Xiaoqing a set of pampering and mawkishness. We are already senior siblings and family, so don't hide it from me. Tell me, last night, was it you and eldest brother who were sparring? Lu Xiaoqing still had the same statement, saying, it wasn't a sparring match. It was me who beat eldest senior brother violently. Xiao Yi beamed. She couldn't be more foolish. I don't believe it. Eldest brother is so powerful. You can't be a match for eldest brother even if you are more powerful. Go play by yourself if you're okay. I'll take a break. You're treating me like a child. Xiao Yi's mouth deflated even more. Second senior brother. You bullied me. Xiao Yi looked like she was crying, and Lu Xiaoqing was stunned. You girl? Who said I bullied you? Don't you dare say that, or I'll kick your ass. Second senior brother. You're just bullying me. Xiao Yi threatened. I'm going to tell master. Lu Xiaoqing simply changed to a comfortable position, not caring at all about Xiao Yi's threat. You go ahead. Master, I'm not afraid. Besides, are there any witnesses? The little red bird overhead squeaked and chirped. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoqing became enraged and pointed at Little Red and said angrily, "Silly bird, what kind of witness are you? Scream again and I'll strip you of all your fur." Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi smiled happily. Second senior brother. Look, Little Red can be considered a witness. It can testify for me. Red? Lu Shaoqing froze, then laughed out loud. Not bad, it is indeed called Little Red. The little red bird in the tree stiffened and fell straight down from above. Puff! The little red bird fell to the ground, his body stiff and rigid. Xiao Yi was heartbroken when she saw the little red bird like this. Little Reddit, is it alright? Squeak! The little red bird, known as Little Red, gave a carp and fluttered up, flying to the hammock. His right wing pointed at Xiao Yi and squeaked at him. It seemed to be protesting this irresponsible behavior of Xiao Yi. Can you give people such irresponsible names? Body Red is just called Little Red? If my feathers were black, would you have to call me Blackie? Can't you think of a better name? Not expecting Little Red to be so spiritual. Xiao Yi's large eyes flickered with great interest. Second senior brother, is Little Red a pet you have? What is it saying? Lu Shaoqing smiled as he translated the bird's language for Xiao Yi and laughed. It says he likes the name very much. Thank you for naming it. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed into a line. You're welcome. When he finished speaking he reached out to touch Red, but not before being pecked by Red. Ouch! Lu Shaoqing nonchalantly slapped him away. This is my senior sister. Be polite to her. If you don't behave, you won't be fed anymore. Seeing Xiao Hong's pitiful appearance, Xiao Yi's love flooded even more as she hurriedly said, It's fine. It's fine. Second senior brother, does Little Red like to eat spirit beans? I can bring it to eat them. Upon hearing that there was food, Little Red immediately fluttered and flew to Xiao Yi's shoulder. Chapter 8, Gathering Immortals. Seeing this, Lu Shaoqing cursed, Eater, when you hear about eating, you don't have a position. Xiao Yi cupped Little Red in his hands and stroked Little Red's feathers with his hands. The tone of his voice was full of envy. It's so smooth, so much softer than my hair. So envious. Red held her head high, her little eyes rolling. Although it is a bird, one can experience its proud expression. Second senior brother, shall I take it to eat spirit beans? Lu Shaoqing gave a reminder. It only eats boiled ones. Yes? Xiao Yi became even more fond of Little Red, who had a personality, and happily said, Then I'll go buy some and come back to cook for it. Do you need to be so troublesome? LV Shaoqing saw the laziness follow through to the end. How troublesome. Just order a takeaway. Xiao Yi was very good at what she did, and when she heard this, she immediately had an idea. Let's go. Second senior brother, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Lu Shaoqing's eyes lit up. That was a good idea, but he quickly asked warily, Do you have spirit stones? Don't ask me to pay when the time comes. I'm telling you, I don't have any spirit stones. When the time comes and you don't have the spirit stones to pay the bill, you'll stay and wash the dishes yourself to cover the debt. Xiao Yi was furious. Do I look like someone who doesn't have spirit stones? Xiao Yi stood up his chest and patted it, confidently saying, Second senior brother, you are underestimating me. I still have more or less a few spirit stones. Not much, but I can still afford to treat you to a meal. I'm a very good eater. Are you sure? Xiao Yi was full of bravado and said, Don't worry. You can eat at ease. How much can you eat? Lu Shaoqing was satisfied that his little senior sister could do things and readily agreed, saying, Well then, I won't be polite with you. Let's go. With food to eat, Lu Shaoqing didn't mind making a trip down the mountain. Should we call on master and eldest brother? Lu Shaoqing thought in his heart, I can eat you poorly all by myself, and you still call on master and the others. Is your family opening a spiritual vein? Kindly considering for his senior sister to avoid eating poor senior sister. Lu Shaoqing said, No need. Master wants to cultivate. Senior brother won't pay attention to other things without 10 days and half a month. There's enough going on in the sword cave to keep him busy for a while. Lu Shaoqing brought Xiao Yi to the bottom of the mountain. The Lingxiao sect was built on a mountain, and at the foot of the mountain was a city with a mixture of mortals and cultivators. This city was called Lingxiao City and was under the shelter of the Lingxiao sect. As one of the three major sects in Shizhou, the Lingxiao sect, naturally, it is the first choice of many people who seek to learn from a master. Meanwhile, the outer disciples of the sect love to come here to work for money and whatnot. Even for monks, the desire for food and drink is still there. As a result, there are many restaurants and taverns at the bottom of the mountain. Second brother, where are we going to eat? When Xiao Yi came here, she realized that there were so many places to eat and drink. Lu Shaoqing, who traveled lightly, led the way in front and said, Follow me. Lu Xiaoqing came to a restaurant that looked like it was newly opened. The saffron on the doorway has not been removed. Master Wang is talking about this room. Right, Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi. Go in and try. Just as he entered the doorway, Lu Xiaoqing encountered an acquaintance. Yo, Master Wang, why are you doing this here? Wang Yao turned his head to look and said in surprise. Senior brother Lu, why are you here? Lu Xiaoqing said the purpose of coming here. Didn't you say that old man who jumped ship to come here? Just in time. I brought my senior sister here to try it. Sister? Wang Yao's gaze fell on Xiao Yi beside Lu Xiaoqing. Elder brother Wang. Hello. Xiao Yi politely saluted. Lu Xiaoqing, like a neighboring big brother, introduced Xiao Yi and said, she is my master's newly accepted personal disciple. Xiao Yi. Wang Yao was surprised. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect were categorized into 4 levels according to their status: outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples and personal disciples. As long as the contribution is sufficient, the strength realm reaches all can become inner disciples and core disciples. But a pro-disciple is not just a matter of enough contribution and enough strength. Only disciples personally accepted by the Lingxiao sect master and the 5 peak masters could be called personal disciples. At the same time, there were also sect rules that stipulated that each person could not have more than 3 personal disciples. Wang Yao didn't expect Xiao Yi to actually be the 3rd personal disciple of Tianyu Peak. Wang Yao remembered the Red Moon Peak master that he had met the day before, and he understood in his heart. That's an inside job. Shady. Wang Yao hurriedly returned his bow. Greetings to senior sister Xiao. The personal disciple had the highest status. And according to seniority, even if Wang Yao was hundreds of years older than Xiao Yi, he still had to call Xiao Yi his senior sister. Find me a private room. Wang Yao, who was familiar with LV Xiaoqing's character, smiled and said, don't worry, senior brother LV, I know what to do. He personally brought Lu Xiaoqing to a private room. Senior brother Lu, senior sister Xiao, this is the best private room in our restaurant. Is it alright? Lu Xiaoqing didn't care much about the decoration of the private room. He wanted the private room because he didn't want to be disturbed. Alright. What new dishes do you have at the restaurant? Bring them out. Besides old man who? There should be other spirit chefs, right? Otherwise it wouldn't be right for the decor of the restaurant. Wang Yao said, yes, of course. After a little more than half an hour, Wang Yao came out of the private room, just met the steward. The steward was not from the Lingxiao sect, but was said to be from the family of the owner of the restaurant. Steward, Wang Yao saluted. The steward's name was Zhang Jin, and his body and face were chubby with a smile on his face, a naive look. Wang Yao, who had just arrived here, already knew from old man who. The steward is a smiling tiger and not weak. Don't offend him. You invited them to private room number 1. Who are they? Zhang Jin asked Wang Yao with a smile. Looking concerned, Wang Yao didn't hide it and told him truthfully. Back to the steward. It's senior brother Lu and senior sister Xiao. They're the personal disciples of the heavenly royal peak. Oh, a personal disciple? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. He had been here for so long, not to mention the Lingxiao sect's personal disciples. Even the core disciples had never seen it. He came to be interested. In that case, I'll have to go in and serve myself. This was the Lingxiao sect, and the Lingxiao sect's pro-disciples had a very high status here. Being on good terms with them will only do you good and no harm. Wang Yao hurriedly dissuaded him. Steward, this isn't good. Senior brother Lu, he doesn't like to be disturbed. Wang Yao had been acquainted with Lu Xiaoqing for several years and knew Lu Xiaoqing's character. Lu Xiaoqing doesn't like people to bother him. Zhang Jin was disgruntled and chided in an unpleasant manner, saying, what do you know? If what you say is true, they are honored guests and cannot be neglected. After saying that, he ignored Wang Yao. The words of an outer disciple of the Lingxiao sect were not worthy of his attention. But not long after Zhang Jin went in, he exited with an ugly face. He went in and was whisked out before he could finish introducing himself. Wang Yao secretly sneered in his heart next to him. Said you don't listen, have to ask for suffering. Serves you right. Zhang Jin glared at Wang Yao with great dissatisfaction and coldly grunted as he whisked his sleeve away. Zhang Jin was upset in his heart. As the head of the restaurant, the lady had left all the big and small matters of the restaurant to him. Plus he's a member of the Fong family. Who wouldn't give him some face? I didn't expect the asshole youth inside the booth to give him any face at all. Do you really think that just because you're handsome, you can't look at other people? However, when he thought that it was a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He couldn't afford to mess with the personal disciple of the Lingxiao school. If it was an inner disciple, he wasn't afraid. Gotta find a way to identify them for sure. Zhang Jin secretly said in his heart. At this time, he saw a few people coming outside, and his eyes lit up as he quickly greeted them. Chapter 9, he is a disgrace to the Lingxiao sect. Mr. Xia, welcome, welcome. Eunuch Xia in Zhang Jin's mouth was a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi Zhang Jin were meeting for the first time, but this one in front of him was already very familiar. Xia Chong, an inner disciple of Bi and Peak of the Lingxiao sect, overly talented. He is now at the third level of the foundation establishment stage. Xia Chong and the other two walked in with the arrogance of disciples of a large sect. There was also only a nod to Zhang Jin, who came up to greet them. Get us a room. Xia Chang's tone was bland and carried an air of arrogance. Today, this Gongzi is here to host a banquet for the two senior brothers of the returning pavilion. So you're a senior disciple of the returning pavilion. I'm the steward here. Welcome, welcome. Zhang Jin's eyes brightened even more, and without any nonsense, he brought the three of them to a private room. However, after coming to this private room, Xia Chong glanced at it and his face showed displeasure. Steward Zhang, what's going on here? This is the best private room in your tavern? Or do you think me and my two senior brothers don't deserve to eat in your best private room? Xia Chang's tone was unkind, and his gaze was like a sharp sword staring at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's forehead was sweating. This was a disciple of the Lingxiao sect and the Guiyuan Pavilion. It was not something that a small steward like him could mess with. He hurriedly explained, Sir Xie, it's not that I don't want to, but the best private room is already occupied. Oh, who? Xia Chong was unimpressed, and his tone continued to carry the arrogance that only a disciple of a large sect could have. Tell him to let it out, and I can give him some compensation. Zhang Jin secretly laughed in his heart. I was worried about not having an excuse. He purposely showed a difficult face and said, I heard people say that they are the personal disciples of your sect's heavenly royal peak. Mr. Lu and Miss Xiao, LV Xiaoqing? Xia Chong was taken aback when he heard this name. The two youths from the returning pavilion also revealed a look of surprise. Is it the heavenly royal peak where senior brother Kei Yan is? Ji Yan had once again made a big splash not long ago at the gathering of the three major sects, leaving a deep impression on them. The cultivators. No one would object to saying that Kei Yan was the number one among the younger generation of the three great sects. Even the Guiyuan Pavilion, which acted in an overbearing manner, had no objections. This senior brother Lu should also be very strong, right? Zhang Zhangdao, one of the two men of the returning pavilion. The expression he wore on his face was complex, as was his tone. It made Zhang Jin look at him more. Kei Yan's performance was impeccable, and even the people from the Guiyuan Pavilion could not entertain the thought of confronting him. Two prides in one peak? The other young man named Wu Tianzhong also had a similarly complex expression. But, after Xia Chang's surprise, he was full of disdain. Brother Wu, there is no such thing as a peak with two prides. Senior brother Ji Yan is our pride. Then Xiaoqing Lu is our shame. Honestly, we don't want to bring him up when we meet outsiders. Zhang's eyes lit up with interest. How so? Zhang Jin also perked up his ears. Although he had been here for a long time, he had hardly heard so much about Lu Xiaoqing. It was so low profile that he barely even knew that there was such a figure in Tianyu Peak. But there was no way around it. The most dazzling and eye-catching thing about Tianyu Peak was Ji Yan. Even Master Xiao Chang was dwarfed by this light. How can I put it? This person is lazy and wasted if you summarize him in 2 words. What about laziness? It's because he barely cultivates, and I don't know if his strength has reached the foundation establishment stage. Waste, naturally, is waste. He's a dude if he's in a worldly family. The sect leader has criticized him many times for this behavior, but he never pays any attention to it, relying on his master's patronage. So that's why. As for the fact that you guys rarely hear about his deeds, it's because we disciples of the Lingxiao sect all feel ashamed and don't want to mention him outside. I see. Zhang Jin's heart lightened up after hearing this. So it was a dude. No wonder he was so cocky and kicked me out. Wu Tianzhong felt strange about this and asked, since he is like this, why would the heavenly royal peak master accept him as his disciple? This was not an ordinary disciple. This was a pro-disciple, a level higher than a core disciple. It was even 2 levels higher than the Xiechong in front of him. Xiechong bristled, his tone tinged with jealousy as he said, we're not sure about that, but according to rumors, senior brother Kei Yan treats him very well, so perhaps it's because of this reason that he was enrolled in the heavenly royal peak. After all, if we can get senior brother Kei Yan, it's worth it for the others to go along for the ride. Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong nodded in agreement. If Kei Yan was willing to worship in the returning Yuan Pavilion, even if Kei Yan wanted to bring 100, 1,000 wastes with him, the returning Yuan Pavilion would be willing to accept them all. After hearing this, Zhang Jin no longer cared about Lu Xiaoqing. He said to Xie Chong, Sir Xie, is it necessary to go and ask him to give up the private room? Xie Chong thought about it and said, forget it, no need. Although he despised Lu Xiaoqing was a pro-disciple. His status was much higher than him, an inner disciple. He didn't dare to offend rashly, and at the same time, he was also afraid of messing with Kei Yan as a result. Kei Yan was very popular in the Lingxiao sect, and messing with Kei Yan was to cut himself off from the Lingxiao sect. Zhang and Wu Tianzhong glanced at each other, both of them reading the meaning in the other's eyes at the same time. Zhang smiled and made a request saying, Brother Xie, the two of us would like to go and get to know this senior brother Lu. I wonder if that's possible. Xie Chong was a bit hesitant. To be honest, he didn't know LV Xiaoqing well and had seen him pitifully few times. To be honest, there were quite a few disciples of the Lingxiao sect who hadn't seen LV Xiaoqing even once. LV Xiaoqing was absent from the sect assembly more than once or twice. Thus some disciples had really never seen LV Xiaoqing after entering the gate. Xie Chong had also looked at it from a distance during a sect assembly. Seeing that Xie Chong hesitated, Wu Tianzhong naturally used a provocative method and said, Brother Xie, you're not afraid of him, are you? There's a man's face involved. Xie Chong immediately stalked his neck, his face slightly red. Just kidding, how could I? Xie Chong, be afraid of him? Zhang laughed in his heart. Just in case you don't fall for it, take us there to get acquainted. After all, it's rare to be able to hook up with the Lingxiao sect's personal disciple. What's more, he's also senior brother Kei Yan's senior brother. So if we can hook up with senior brother Kei Yan through him, it will be beneficial to both you and me. Besides, even if he doesn't give face to you brother Xie, he'll still give face to my brother, right? Once Xie Chong heard it too. Thinking of Zhang's identity, he stopped refusing and nodded. Alright, let's go pay a visit to senior brother Lu. Zhang Jin was happy to see it happen. As a human savant, how could he not see Zhang and Wu Tianzhong's ill intentions? But he didn't reveal it. He instead bumbled and led the way. On the way, Wu Tianzhong once again confirmed Lu Xiaoqing's strength to Xie Chong. Brother Xie, is his strength really average? For this point, Xie Chong was incomparably certain. Everyone says so, even the sect master said he is a lazy man. Chapter 10 How dare you disturb me even if you're not a disciple of the Lingxiao sect? Lu Xiaoqing sighed and Xiao Yi waited for the food to be served. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Before Lu Xiaoqing could speak, the door outside opened. Xie Chong came in first. Senior brother Lu, I am. Lu Xiaoqing frowned and unceremoniously gave an expulsion order. Get out. What's going on here? How can someone bother you for a meal? The smile Xie Chong squeezed out froze. A wave of anger then bubbled up in his heart. You think you're Kei Yan? You're counting words. I'll go out with my tail between my legs without saying a word. But how dare a punk like you do this to me? You're only covered by your master and brother. What are you? Behind them, Zhang and Wu Tianzhong came in with a winning smile on their faces. Wu Tianzhong deliberately instigated. It seems that senior brother Lu was very mad. Doesn't place you in brother Xie's eyes. Zhang also added fuel to the fire, deliberately saying, could it be that with senior brother Ji Yan as a backer, he can disregard the others? Lu Xiaoqing frowned even more. The heart is not happy. Can't we eat properly anymore? Lu Xiaoqing admitted with a big grin. So what if I am? I have eldest brother to cover me. So you're not convinced? Which peak are you a disciple of? I'll have eldest brother go around to your place then. So shameless. I can't believe there's no shame at all. The generous admission is that there is a counting word as a backer. Lu Xiaoqing's words not only left Xie Chong and Zhang several people speechless. Even Xiao Yi was speechless. Second brother. It seems like there's so little to be shy about. Zhang did not take LV Xiaoqing's threat to heart and declared himself. I am not a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. I am a disciple of the Guan Pavilion. Lu Xiaoqing was even more displeased. How dare you disturb me even if you're not a disciple of the Lingxiao sect? Also, what do the people from the Guan Pavilion want to do here? Make trouble? Do you really think our Lingxiao sect is easy to bully? Do you believe that I will call all the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to come and clean you up with a single cloud-piercing arrow? You think you're Kei Yan? Even Kei Yan doesn't have the ability to do that, right? Your Lingxiao sect master is more like it. Zhang and Wu Tianzhong were speechless. This guy, he's really shameless. For people from his own sect, he lifted up the Kei Yan to scare people, and for other sects, he directly lifted up the Lingxiao sect. Are you still a man? Zhang sneered even more in his heart. Turns out to be a guy who has no skills and only relies on others to back him up. The cultivation world is about strength. If one's own strength is not good, Even if one's backer is powerful, others will despise it in their hearts. Wu Tianzhong's heart also despised LV Xiaoqing because of this, and did not place him in his eyes. Senior brother LV, your words are a bit too much. We came here with the sincerity of friendship. Senior brother Lu, this isn't hospitality on your part. Could it be that this is how the Lingxiao school treats its guests? Wu Tianzhong wanted to move the Lingxiao sect out. You don't want face. Lingxiao sect has to have face, right? You have to help the Lingxiao sect to gain some face out there, right? But unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoqing nodded his head and acknowledged it graciously, seemingly not caring about the sect's face at all. That's right. This is how the Lingxiao sect treats its guests. Not convinced? It's useless to disobey. Shameless. Those present were speechless. Wu Tianzhong was going crazy. This guy is not a disciple of the Lingxiao sect? He must not be. How could the Lingxiao sect have such a disciple? Instead of defending the Lingxiao sect outside, he wanted to tarnish the Lingxiao sect's reputation. Does your master know? Does your master know? Will they slap you to death? Zhang Jiang looked at Lu Xiaoqing with a face full of indifference. He then knew that people like Lu Xiaoqing wouldn't care about face or anything. He simply didn't beat around the bush as he brightened the purpose of his visit to Lu Xiaoqing, saying, Senior brother Lu, you are senior brother Kei Yan's senior brother, so I don't think your strength will be much weaker than senior brother Kei Yan. Dare to spar with the two of us? Lu Xiaoqing's expression remained unchanged as his gaze fell on the two. What are the names of the two of you? Zhang Jiang, Wu Tianzhong. The last name is Chang? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Jiang a few more times and asked, Who is Zhang Tong to you? Zhang Tong, the chief senior disciple of the Guan Pavilion, was strong and powerful, and was said to be in the late Jiedan stage, ready to break through at any time. Kei Yan was the representative of the young generation of the Lingxiao sect. Zhang Tong, on the other hand, was the representative of the younger generation of the Guan Pavilion. Speaking of Zhang Tong, Zhang Jiang's tone was filled with pride. It's my own big brother. Wu Tianzhong also looked proud, his face glowing. Senior brother Zhang is the pride of our Guan Pavilion. Lu Xiaoqing disliked him nonchalantly. Still not my senior brother's underling? Lu Xiaoqing's words made Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong so angry that they wanted to spit out blood. Zhang Tong was great, but he was no match for Kei Yan. In a recent tournament, he had also lost to Ji Yan and came in second. His previous record was the same. He hadn't beaten Kei Yan once, and he couldn't even make a tie. Lu Xiaoqing more or less guessed the reason why Zhang Jiang had come to him to spar. Was thinking of helping his brother get some face time. Zhang Jiang was disliked and got angry in his heart, huffing and puffing to Lu Xiaoqing. Cut the crap. Do you dare to have a match with me? Lose and I'm at your disposal. LV Xiaoqing turned his head away in rejection. Not interested. Why? Are you afraid? Zhang Jiang sneered. Lu Xiaoqing, however, unexpectedly said, Indeed, he is afraid. The crowd was stunned that such words could be said. You're a eunuch, aren't you? So unmanly. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Jiang with a gaze filled with contempt and a very disdainful tone, saying, I was afraid of accidentally beating you to death. Cocky, arrogant. Zhang Jingqi, he's not very capable, but he's quite mad. Come on, you can try. Lu Xiaoqing was still the same. Not interested. You, Zhang Jin, who had been watching the drama from the side for a while, felt that the time had come, and he stepped forward to pretend to be a good old boy to persuade. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang, it's better to make peace. Fighting will hurt the peace, and whoever loses will not look good. Gentlemen, don't you think so? A group of people behind him were up in arms. What are you afraid of? Just fight. Yeah, don't waste your time. Still fighting? There were already quite a few people gathered outside, looking at the place curiously. Heavenly Royal Peak, Master Kei Yan, the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were enough to cause a lot of people to gossip. This was also intentional on Zhang Jin's part, otherwise he wouldn't be able to see anything outside once the door was closed. LV Xiaoqing lightly glanced at Zhang Jin. Fat. That sounds like a persuasive statement, but it's actually an arching fire. And a young girl in her mid-20s outside the crowd couldn't help but frown. The young girl's fair face, light willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the several people inside the room. The simple and competent ponytail adds a touch of class. The young girl's gaze on Zhang Jin was not very nice. In the room, Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Xie Chong. Which peak disciple are you? Did you bring them here with the intention of humiliating my heavenly royal peak? Chapter 11 Miss Fong of Qizhou. Xia Chang's heart had originally been exasperated by Lu Xiaoqing, but when Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong offered to spar with Lu Xiaoqing, he realized something was wrong. Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong began to say that they wanted to befriend LV Xiaoqing, but now that we've met, the fire and brimstone is not an attitude of wanting to befriend. He was wondering why in his mind. Lu Xiaoqing reminded him of this. He wasn't a fool and knew that if Lu Xiaoqing really fought with Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong, winning would be fine. If they lost, the face of the Sky Royal Peak would be lost, and the face of the Lingxiao sect would be lost as well. Xiechong reacted with some dissatisfaction and said to Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong, "Two of you, this is not good." Wu Tianzhong was stunned, pretended to be puzzled, and said, "Brother Xie, how is it bad? Senior brother Kei Yan is so strong. As senior brother Kei Yan's senior brother Lu's strength is definitely not weak. The two of us saw the hunt and wanted to ask senior brother Lu for some guidance." Lu Xiaoqing was too lazy to pay attention as he said to Xiechong, "Take them out. I can refrain from going to Bian Peak to sue you." Xiechong heart angry, "Ah, you do not move to threaten people with this?" Lu Xiaoqing turned to Zhang Jin and said, "You are the steward of this restaurant, right?" Zhang Jin secretly laughed in his heart as he hurriedly made a humble appearance and said, "Precisely. I don't know what Mr. Lu's orders are." Lu Xiaoqing looked at him and cursed in his heart, "Still pretending here." His tone was icy and threatening. "You have 10 voices to make them leave. Otherwise, do you believe I can make it impossible for your restaurant to open here?" Zhang Jin's expression was stunned, while the young girl outside the door blushed. LV Xiaoqing was a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect's heavenly royal peak, and regardless of his strength, his status was right there. His master was the heavenly royal peak master, and his senior brother was the Lingxiao sect's recognized senior brother, Ji Yan. It went without saying how much weight Lu Xiaoqing's words carried in the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao city was at the foot of the Lingxiao sect's mountain, and many people in the city depended on the Lingxiao sect for their meals. Once blocked by the Lingxiao sect, it was impossible to hang around here in Lingxiao city. Zhang Jin didn't expect Lu Xiaoqing to throw out such a threat. His heart began to panic as he hurriedly said, "Lord Lu, this," Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister, count. 1, 2, Xiao Yi's crisp voice rang out, counting with a bang. It wasn't fast, but Zhang Jin's forehead was starting to sweat. He realized that he seemed to have lifted a rock and smashed it into his own foot. Zhang Jin glanced at Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong, who had a sneer on their faces and had no intention of leaving, and Xiao Yi had counted to 6. "Mr. Lu." Zhang Jin panicked even more, but he didn't know what to say at this point. Usually a lively, 8-sided mind, he was now a changed man. LV Xiaoqing's last words gave him too much of a threat, so much so that he was now panicking until his mind went blank. Just as Xiao Yi counted to 9, a voice came in from outside. "Slow down." The voice was soft and clear. Then, as the crowd watched, the young girl with the ponytail entered. She came in and closed the door behind her the first time, cutting off the view of the onlookers outside. "Miss." Zhang Jin was greatly relieved to see the young girl come in and bow to her. The young girl ignored Zhang Jin as she came in and saluted Lu Xiaoqing. "Fong family of Qizhou. Fong Xiao. Meet Mr. Lu, Miss Xiao." He then also saluted Xiechong, Zhang Jiang, and Wu Tianzhong, courteous and attentive, with an attitude you can't fault. The Fong family was a famous family in Qizhou, not weak and ranked high in Qizhou. The 3 major sects, the Lingxiao sect, the Guayuan Pavilion, and the Twin Moon Valley, were the first echelon, while the Fong family was the second echelon. As a member of the Fong family, Fong Zhao's father was the head of the Fong family. In terms of status, Fong Zhao's status was comparable to that of a personal disciple of the 3 major sects. Even the people from the 3 major sects didn't dare to easily offend the Fong family. At least Xiechong, Zhang Jiang, and Wu Tianzhong were polite to Fong Xiao. They were inner disciples, and they didn't have the guts to clamor with the Fong family yet. Fong Xiao said to Xiechong, Zhang Jiang, and Wu Tianzhong, "The 3 gentlemen, let's leave things as they are today. After all, we're all here to eat, and I don't have a place set up for cutting in this restaurant. Can you give me face and leave it at that? I'll pay for all of the consumption of the 3 of you at the restaurant today. How's that?" Xiechong had already figured out that he was disapproving of Zhang Jiang, Wu Tianzhong and Lu Xiaoqing's cutting. There was certainly no objection to Fong Zhao's words. Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong saw that Lu Xiaoqing was unwilling to fight them, and with Fong Xiao stepping in, they had no choice but to nod their heads and agree to go along for the ride. Finally, Xiechong, Zhang Jiang, and Wu Tianzhong left. Once again, Fong Xiao then compensated Lu Xiaoqing. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for Mr. Lu." Knowing that Fong Xiao was the owner of the restaurant, Lu Xiaoqing said indifferently, "Miss Fong, Is this the attitude of your Fong family in doing business? The steward directly brought people to the door to harass the guests. Could it be that the Fong family is used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays? Not putting us ordinary sect disciples in your eyes? Fong Xiao couldn't help but want to give Lu Xiaoqing a blank stare now. You're a disciple of a common sect? Why don't you say you're an ordinary mortal? Fong Xiao bowed to Lu Xiaoqing. I hope that Mr. Lu will calm down. This time it was indeed me who failed to discipline properly and bumped into Mr. Lu. In order to show our sincerity. This time, Mr. Lu's spending at the restaurant is completely free. How about it? Lu Xiaoqing's fingers tapped on the tabletop a few times before he said, this bit of sincerity isn't enough. We didn't order much. Lu Xiaoqing's words made Fong Xiao suffer a bit. Was this something a pro-disciple would say? I wonder what Mr. Lu means? Lu Xiaoqing was also not polite and made his request, saying, actually, this restaurant of yours is newly opened and has such luxurious decoration. It's only a matter of time before it becomes the #1 restaurant in Lingxiao City. Get me a card. A card that gives me a 60% discount on my purchases here. I'll bring eldest brother to spend money with you in the future. How's that? I don't care who you are from Fong's family. I'll knock you down. The plan? Fong Zhao's eyes lit up. Kei Yan was the strongest amongst the younger generation of the 3 great sects, and had long been famous in Qizhou. It is the idol of many people, but also the prince charming in the eyes of many young girls. Many teenage girls have sex dreams featuring Kei Yan. If Kei Yan could come to the restaurant to spend money, the celebrity effect would bring countless benefits to her Fong Zhao's restaurant. Fong Xiao was moved. Without much thought, she took out a token and handed it to Lu Xiaoqing. This is a special token made by our Fong family. Holding this token, you can enjoy a 70% discount at every restaurant opened by the Fong family. This is the highest discount the token can give. Of course, in this restaurant, Mr. Lu can enjoy a 50% discount. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up with satisfaction, saying, not bad. Chapter 12, Eating and Packing. Fong Xiao came out with a sigh of relief that this matter had been resolved. She glared viciously at Zhang Jin, who was scowling beside her. Ungrateful thing. Look what you've done. You almost made me the laughingstock of the family. Zhang Jin knew that he had done something wrong and hurriedly lowered his head, saying, yes, it was my subordinate who made a mistake. Fong Xiao snorted coldly. Deduct your salary for 3 months. Go down and reflect. Zhang Jin was taken aback and looked up at Fong Xiao. 3 months' salary. How many spirit stones does that cost? Zhang Jin is heartbroken. The whole family is relying on his salary to eat. Fong Xiao stared at him, her tone disgruntled. What? You're not convinced? Miss, get down there, and hold your tongue even if you don't. Zhang Jin had no choice but to hold his tongue and leave. In his heart, he hated LV Xiaoqing to the bone. When passing by Xie Chong's private room, Zhang Jin's eyes turned and gently knocked on the door. 3 gentlemen. Fong Xiao rubbed her head after sending Zhang Jin away, muttering to himself, not letting up. This restaurant is the foundation of my turnaround. If you bring it down, killing you won't even relieve my hatred. At this time, she saw Wang Yao coming out of the kitchen and reached out to beckon him over. Wang Yao, you are a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. Do you know your senior brother Lu Xiaoqing? Facing his boss, Wang Yao was respectful. Boss, I've delivered takeout to senior brother Lu many times, so I've sort of dealt with him. But to say I understand, I don't know much. Senior brother Lu is low-key and rarely shows his face in the sect. There are even many people who haven't heard of senior brother Lu or seen him. Fong Xiao was surprised, but when he thought about it, he had more or less heard about the other pro-disciples of the Lingxiao sect. The only thing I've never heard of is Louis Xiaoqing. It does seem to be very low-key. However, Wang Yao gave Fong Xiao a piece of information. Senior brother Lu likes uncle whose craftsmanship. Uncle who? Is that the spirit chef I dug up? Hu Bing. Wang Yao nodded. That's right. He came here today because of uncle whose craftsmanship. Fong Xiao sniffed and a small smile appeared on his face. Looks like I'm digging the right person. Wang Yao nodded his head and said, it's not that the previous boss was black-hearted, refusing to give Uncle Hu a raise and giving the boss you a chance. Elder brother Lu gave him the idea of delivering takeaways, and he didn't even want to give Uncle Hu a raise when he made a big profit. He deserves it if he closes down in the future. Fong Xiao was surprised. Does he often order takeout? That's right. Senior brother Lu said that this way he doesn't want to go down the mountain to eat. But I don't know why I came down here today and ordered a big table. Fong Zhao's heart jumped and she had a bad feeling in her heart. A big table? Hurriedly, he said to Wang Yao, show me the menu. The booth. Xiao Yi looked at the dishes that kept coming up, her mouth wide open. She looked at Lu Xiaoqing with tears in her eyes. Where was Zai's sister? Second senior brother. You ordered so much? When ordering just now, Xiao Yi only ordered 2 dishes. The rest were ordered by Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing had already begun eating, and as he did so, he said, I've told you, elder brother, I'm very capable of eating. Xiao Yi would have regretted this, had she known it was better to ask for clarification. She said, but, senior brother, I don't have enough spirit stones. How dare you call it a treat when you don't have enough spirit stones? After despising Xiao Yi, Lu Xiaoqing reminded, didn't you hear the boss say? This meal is free. It took Xiao Yi a moment to react, and she burst into a smile. It's still second senior brother who's great. Right. Follow second senior brother and I'll eat and drink. Hurry up and eat. Go back with a full stomach and cultivate well. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. Don't worry, second senior brother. I won't be lazy. With eldest brother here, it's useless if you want to be lazy. What I mean is that you hurry up and get stronger for me, and in the future, when you encounter someone coming to your door to cause trouble, you step in and clean them up. Xiao Yi was stunned. Feelings, this is the reason why you made me cultivate hard? Xiao Yi was curious about what had just happened, and as she ate, she asked, second senior brother, why didn't you answer the battle? They're all bullying the door. Lu Xiaoqing bristled, very disdainful. Are you stupid? What's the benefit of fighting them? Doesn't it smell good to save some energy for dinner? Just leave the fighting and killing to eldest brother. Xiao Yi stared at Lu Xiaoqing suspiciously. It couldn't be that he didn't dare to fight. Second senior brother, are you able to tell me how strong you are? Lu Xiaoqing said with a big grin. Eldest brother can't help me. I can beat you with one hand until you cry. Kei Yan couldn't help Lu Xiaoqing. That sentence carries a lot of weight. But Xiao Yi wasn't happy about that latter statement. I don't believe it. Second senior brother. Just say something. Xiao Yi wanted to be pouty and cute. Lu Xiaoqing flung his hand. A chicken leg stuffed Xiao Yi's mouth. Eat? Less nonsense. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiaoqing rubbed his stomach and took a long breath of relief. Xiao Yi also touched her bulging stomach and was satisfied. I can't eat anymore. Red. No longer able to fly. Lay on the table with a rounded belly and a contented look in his little eyes just the same. Lu Xiaoqing shouted to the outside. Master Wang, bring the menu. Xiao Yi was surprised. It's all finished. Do we have to keep ordering? Second senior brother, you can still eat? If he could eat that, he'd be a pig. Lu Xiaoqing lowered his head to order the food without lifting his head and said, packing don't master and eldest brother need to eat? It doesn't cost anything anyway. Fang Xiao watched Lu Xiaoqing leave the restaurant with Xiao Yi in a slow and leisurely manner. Teeth were chattering. Asshole, doesn't that call for a lot of ordering? Fang Xiao wanted to cry. Fang Xiao had underestimated Lu Xiaoqing's shamelessness. Are you a pig? You ate over 5,000 spirit stones from me in one meal. That's more than a day's income for me. What made Fang Xiao grit his teeth even more was that not only did he eat a meal of more than 5,000 spirit stones, he also packed an extra serving. She had lost around 10,000 spirit stones today alone. Fang Xiao covered her chest. So heartbreaking. It's all because of that ungrateful guy Zhang Jin. The anger in Fang Xiao's heart rubbed upwards. If Zhang Jin hadn't been nosy and offended LV Xiaoqing, would she have had this loss? Where's Zhang Jin? Tell him to come see me. Fang Xiao gritted her teeth. Miss, Zhang Jin came to see Fang Xiao. When she saw Zhang Jin, Fang Xiao became angry and covered her chest. Humph. Deduct your salary for another month. Zhang Jin was stunned. Aggrieved and wronged emotions surged up. Miss, why? Fang Xiao got even more angry. You're still giving me grief here? Looking angrily at Zhang Jin, he said, why? For the trouble you caused me today. At that moment, Fang Xiao, who was on the second floor, noticed Zhang Jiang leaving the Gathering of Immortals building alone. Chapter 13, The Masked Man. Fang Xiao's heart stirred, thinking that just now, Zhang Jin had come out of the private room where Xie Chong and the others were. Her face went cold as she stared at Zhang Jin. Tell me, did you instigate them to find trouble with Duke Lu? Zhang Jin had the intention to deny it, but subconsciously looked down. Seeing Zhang Jin's appearance, Fang Xiao was furious. Asshole. Zhang Jin was a bit unconvinced. Miss, even if he is a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect, so what? Average strength. No need to stoop to his level like that. You're no worse than him. Miss. Besides, the two gentlemen from the returning pavilion have also said that this is their personal grudge and won't involve our restaurant. Ungrateful thing. Fang Xiao really wanted to hit someone. How could she have such a stupid henchman? Stay here. I'll clean you up when I come back. Fang Xiao also hurriedly left the restaurant and chased after Lu Shaoqing in the direction he left. Fang Xiao hadn't been in contact with Lu Shaoqing for a long time, but having come out early to practice, she was a good judge of people. Lu Shaoqing is not someone to be messed with. Fang Xiao thought that Lu Shaoqing was a shameless person who didn't know what cheek was. And it's smart. Today, it looked like Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong from the Guan Pavilion were looking for trouble from him. It was actually Zhang Jin who was behind the push. Lu Shaoqing was able to see that one sentence made a joke of what Zhang Jin had done, forcing her, the boss behind the scenes, to take matters into her own hands. It took a huge price to put things to rest and to turn a crisis into an opportunity. Hooked up with Kei Yan. It would have been perfect for things to end here. Everything could be said to be perfect, except that she, Fang Xiao, would be heartbroken for a while. However, Zhang Jin is not convinced and continues to get her into trouble. Fang Xiao cursed Zhang Jin in her mind as she chased after him on the road. But what could she do? Zhang Jin was the one her father had sent to her. She also considers him to be a heartthrob. The trouble Zhang Jin had caused her, she could only solve it herself. Fang Xiao's strength was not weak. The 7th level of the foundation establishment stage was the strength of the late foundation establishment stage. She chased after him all the way out of the Immortal Gathering building and headed straight for the Lingxiao sect. Under the night, Fang Xiao ran like a fairy under the moon, the scenery behind her receding rapidly. Not long after, Fang Xiao saw a figure flickering in the distance, hurrying at a rapid pace. It's none other than Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang was also hurrying fast, and looking at his direction. Fang Xiao was sure that Zhang Jiang was chasing after Lu Shaoqing. Fang Xiao was about to open his mouth to call out to stop Zhang Jiang, when suddenly a black shadow killed out from the woods in front of him, heading straight for Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang in the front bellowed, "Who?" Then both sides fought violently. Fang Xiao was shocked in his heart. Could it be that LV Shaoqing had discovered Zhang Jiang and the two sides fought? Fang Xiao gathered his figure and carefully leaned up. She realized that the person fighting with Zhang Jiang seemed to be a masked man. Fang Xiao was shocked in his heart and hurriedly flipped from his wrist, and a jade talisman was affixed to his body. Her scent immediately disappeared and she carefully hid and watched. After observing for a while, she realized that the masked man was very strong. The spiritual power fluctuations emitted were definitely those of the Jiedan stage realm. Zhang Jiang was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, making it difficult to resist. Seeing that the masked man attacked harshly, he had the posture of not stopping until he took his life. Coupled with the fact that the defensive magic treasures in one's hand were destroyed one after another, Zhang Jiang's heart panicked as he shouted, "You? Who the hell are you? What do I have against you? I'm a disciple of the Guan Pavilion, and I'm Zhang Tsonglong's younger brother." In the face of Zhang Jiang reporting his identity and lifting up the Guan Pavilion and Zhang Tsonglong, the masked man never responded, but instead pushed harder. Finally, he let out a low gulp of, "Go to hell," the masked man shouted. His hands formed a seal, and his spiritual energy emitted a terrifying fluctuation surging towards Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang's last piece of defensive magic treasure crumbled under this terrifying attack. Ah! Zhang Jiang sprayed blood from his mouth and crashed heavily into a tree. Passing out, the masked man slowly arrived in front of Zhang Jiang. With a cold laugh, his tone was tinged with smugness. "Let's kill you and frame LV Shaoqing for some trouble for Kei Yan." He was about to make a move. A lazy voice rang out. "I'd like to see who's trying to frame me." "Who?" The masked man and Fang Xiao, who was hiding in the shadows, were both startled. Lu Shaoqing came out of the darkness. The masked man was shocked in his heart. LV Shaoqing? Lu Shaoqing stared at the masked man curiously. "You recognize me? Who are you?" The masked man regained his composure and laughed coldly. "It's just as well that you punks are seeking your own death. Together we'll send you on your way." After saying that, he took the lead in the attack. He once again made a seal with both hands, and majestic spiritual energy surged out. It was like a hurricane around us and the trees were blowing. The huge spiritual energy formed an incomparably sharp wind blade, pointing straight at Lu Shaoqing. "Go!" the masked man shouted. Countless wind blades cut through the layers of air, shooting towards Lu Shaoqing. The trees in the way became powder in the sky under the wind blade's strangulation. In the face of the twisting wind blades, a long sword appeared in Lu Shaoqing's hand. The masked man's tone was disdainful. "How dare a punk like you block the way? You think you're Kei Yan?" Lu Shaoqing flicked his long sword at the masked man. A fiery red bird suddenly appeared on the tip of the sword. It stood proudly at the tip of the sword and brushed its fiery red feathers, eyes fixed on the man in black. He suddenly screamed and opened his wings to fly towards the man in black. A majestic sword intent rose up to the sky, piercing through the darkness and shattering the wind blades. The little bird flew headlong into the wind blades, and the incomparably sharp wind blades shattered in front of it. Sword! Sword intent? The masked man was shocked and cried out. The voice revealed fear from the inside out, and Fang Xiao, who was hiding in the shadows and watching, stared wide-eyed with the same shock. The masked man had been so frightened that his hands panicked and he flew back. Fabrics kept appearing, and one defensive prohibition after another appeared in front of him. How could? Kei Yan sword intent transformation. You can do it too? Aren't you a waste? Although the masked man was at the Jedan realm, yet he could not muster any resistance in the face of the transformed sword intent. The bird flew to the masked man and screamed. Sword intent stirred, furiously strangling everything. The masked man's defense was like papier-mâché under the bird's attack, and was easily pierced through. Boom! The small bird transformed by the sword intent enveloped the masked man. Chapter 14, The Terrible Lu Xiaoqing. As the masked man was strung up, the little red bird fluttered its wings arrogantly and finally disappeared into the air as well. All is calm again. Lu Xiaoqing put his long sword away and looked at the mess in front of him. Very disgruntled. He muttered. Asterisk. So unbeatable? If I had known I was such a weakling, I would have saved some of my strength. Ugh. What a waste. After speaking, Lu Xiaoqing slowly came to Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang was seriously injured and has fallen unconscious. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoqing began to ransack Zhang Jiang. You still have the nerve to say you're Zhang Songlong's brother. Why are you so poor? To have no treasures and only 100 or so spirit stones. Poor man. Lu Xiaoqing stood up and scorned fiercely. How dare a poor man come to mess with me? When he finished, he was ready to leave. Fang Xiao couldn't help but feel relieved as she watched Lu Xiaoqing prepare to leave. Suddenly, a long sword broke through the air and grazed Fang Xiao's head, twisting a large tree behind Fang Xiao into powder all over the sky. Fang Xiao felt as if a sun had crossed over his head. The berserk sword intent caused Fang Xiao to almost scream out. Ha! An illusion? Lu Xiaoqing turned back and glanced towards where Fang Xiao was, before finally shaking his head and leaving. That bastard, eldest brother, has caused so much trouble. All told him to be more decisive, not to be a saintly mother, and to kill those who should be killed decisively. Where would there be so much trouble? Fang Xiao didn't move. She continued to stay where she was, not daring to move. Lu Xiaoqing's senses were so sharp that she was almost discovered. She never expected that being here would allow her to witness the true strength of Lu Xiaoqing. The strength of the Jedan stage was most likely the late stage realm. Not many people in the younger generation of Qizhou could achieve such strength. The chief big disciples of the three major sects were all at the Jedan stage, and none of the younger generation in the cultivation families of Qizhou could have the strength of the Jedan stage. At the same time, the three great sects had not heard of any young disciples whose strength had reached the Jedan stage other than the chief earth disciple. Except, of course, those of the CYC. Today, Fang Xiao she met. That wasn't even what shocked Fang Xiao. What shocked Fang Xiao was that Lu Xiaoqing had actually comprehended sword intent as well, and it had also reached the second level of the sword intent realm. Sword intent takes shape. There are three realms of sword intent. Sword intent heart turning, sword intent transforming and sword intent passing. There weren't many people in the younger generation of Qizhou who had comprehended sword intent, not to mention comprehending the second sword intent. Kei Yan was precisely because he had comprehended the second level of sword intent transformation, and it didn't matter if he challenged at a higher level or anything else. Also relying on this, with his Jedan stage cultivation, he decapitated an enemy who had just entered the Yuaning stage. With a handful of sword intent, he was able to overwhelm all the young people in Qizhou and became the number one person among the young generation in Qizhou. Even Xiao Yi from Twin Moon Valley and Zhang Songlong from the Guan Pavilion had not comprehended sword intent. Many people knew how powerful Kei Yan was and thus gave up fighting for the title of the first person to fight for the second place. Today, having seen the power of Lu Xiaoqing, Fang Xiao felt that the rest of the people in Qizhou should stop fighting for the title of the second person and just go for the third place. It was only then that Fang Xiao realized that what Lu Xiaoqing had said to Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong in the restaurant, that he was afraid of killing them by mistake, was not a joke. Lu Xiaoqing really has the strength. Fang Xiao was ready to remove the disguise from her body and was about to leave when suddenly her body froze. Lu Xiaoqing once again appeared out of the darkness, his gaze as electric as he looked in her direction. So it really is an illusion? Lu Xiaoqing whispered to himself. Only then did it slowly disappear. A night breeze blew through the night. In the moonlight, Fang Xiao's scalp was numb and his heart was filled with fear. This guy, he's scarier than expected. Not only are they overly tactful and decisive in their killings, and thoughtful and cautious, because of a little bit of suspicion, intentionally leaving and then turning back, with the purpose of verifying that no one is around. Fang Xiao was even more afraid to move or leave. Looking at Lu Xiaoqing's stance, once he found her, there was no chance that she would be silenced. LV Xiaoqing had such a strong strength, yet he was silent. And even the Lingxiao sect had many people who didn't know about LV Xiaoqing's existence. Enough to see that Lui Xiaoqing is low-key and secretive. If he had mistakenly seen Lu Xiaoqing's strength, would he be treated as an enemy by Lu Xiaoqing and cause a misunderstanding? Fang Xiao didn't dare to bet. Once LV Xiaoqing discovered her, with her strength, she was definitely no match for LV Xiaoqing. Fang Xiao just kept standing in the same place, not daring to move a muscle. It wasn't until the sun came out and the sounds of various animals resounded in the forest that Fang Xiao dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She stood like that for the rest of the night, not daring to make a move. Looking in the direction of the Lingxiao sect, Fang Xiao secretly murmured in his heart, "It's horrible. Is the Lingxiao sect scary? Or is LV Xiaoqing scary?" Fang Xiao didn't know either. At that moment, someone came from the distance and quickly appeared in front of Fang Xiao's eyes. Zhang Jin, Xia Chong and Wu Tianzhong arrived. They were shocked to see large traces of battle here, as if a gale had blown through the area. Fang Xiao was then spotted. Zhang Jin revealed a joyful expression. "Miss, are you alright? Great. You didn't come back for a night, but it made my subordinates anxious." Wu Tianzhong then asked Fang Xiao, "Miss Fang, have you seen Senior Zhang?" Fang Xiao pointed in a direction and Wu Tianzhong ran over and found Zhang Zhang. He screamed as if his lifeblood had been pinched. "Elder brother. What's wrong with you? You wake up, you hurry up and wake up." Fang Xiao also walked over, and after seeing the sight in front of her, she couldn't help but blush and hurriedly twisted her head to the side. Zhang Zhang was stripped naked, leaving only a pair of profane pants. The body was ransacked. But Fang Xiao's afterglow just now saw that Zhang Zhang's blasphemous pants also showed signs of being stripped. That guy. Fang Xiao no longer knew how to describe Lu Xiaoqing. The strength was immense, yet he was able to do such shameless things. What kind of a man is he? Curiosity arose in Fang Xiao's heart. Fang Xiao glanced at Zhang Jin, sighed in her heart, and said to him, "Uncle Zhang, go back to the Fang family today. Don't stay here. I'll just take care of the restaurant." Chapter 15, Shameless Second Brother. Second Senior Brother. Second Senior Brother. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Xiao Yi. "What is it again? You don't have to practice, do you? Do you believe that when the time comes, eldest brother will scold you to death?" He. Xiao Yi hemmed and hawed, currying favor. "Second Senior Brother, this is not something to say to you." Since that night when she went to have a meal with Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi and Lu Xiaoqing had become more and more familiar with each other. After these days together, Xiao Yi also knew a little more about Lu Xiaoqing. Not being afraid of LV Xiaoqing, and getting along with him instead made her feel very relaxed and comfortable. Lu Xiaoqing was not at all interested in what was going on in Xiao Yi's building and waved his hand, saying, "If there's something you go to find master, don't come to me." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Master is practicing I don't dare to disturb him. I'm going to sleep too. Leave me alone." Xiao Yi was not happy and grabbed the hammock, saying, "Second Senior Brother, don't give me this. It's about eldest brother. Eldest brother, he's been sitting there in the sword cave for days. Will he be alright?" Still expecting something big, Lu Xiaoqing yawned and said indifferently, "Don't worry. You can't die. You just get used to it. That's your eldest brother's character. He won't rest until he does something well." Xiao Yi spat out her tongue, surprised. "So persistent? So, if I were you, I'd hurry up and cultivate. Especially sword intent. You'd better hurry up and realize it, so as not to be made to want to cry by big brother when the time comes." Speaking of this, Xiao Yi's face turned a little white. "Second Senior Brother, do you mean that eldest brother still wants me to enter the sword cave?" The thought of that terrifying sword intent scared Xiao Yi in her heart. "Actually, it's possible not to go in." Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and asked with anticipation, "What is the method?" Lu Xiaoqing turned his back to Xiao Yi and said, "Who am I to tell you?" Xiao Yi shook the hammock and pouted. "Second Senior Brother, just say something, please. Big deal. I'll buy you dinner next time." Lu Xiaoqing reminded her, "You still owe me a meal. How about I owe you 2 meals? Then?" Xiao Yi had been here for some days and had gained a deeper understanding of Lu Xiaoqing, knowing that this second senior brother of his is delicious and lazy. Tempting him with food is okay. With that, Lu Xiaoqing seemed to come to a point of interest and said, "That's what you said." Xiao Yi nodded her head and patted her chest in assurance. "Of course, you hurry up and tell me the way." Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Yi with a bad smile on his face and spoke out the solution, saying, It's simple. You don't have to enter the sword cave if you comprehend sword intent. Xiao Yi's face was frozen. Sword intent can be comprehended just by saying so? How can it be that simple? If she was able to comprehend sword intent, where would she be afraid of entering the sword cave? What kind of method is this? Xiao Yi hummed. Second senior brother. You're teasing me. Saying that comprehension is comprehension. Don't you also have no comprehension? What the hell do you know? Lu Xiaoqing laughed. I'm not like you. Xiao Yi heart disappointed. There is no way at all. Well. She huffed and puffed. Second senior brother. You this way does not count. You are cheating me. Lu Xiaoqing wasn't ashamed at all and said. I don't care. Anyway, you've already promised. You already owe me 2 meals. I don't promise. It's fine if you don't agree. I'll ask your uncle or your father for it then anyway. Believe it or not. Xiao Yi was once again dumbfounded. With her understanding of Lu Xiaoqing could really do it. More angry, exasperated, she glared at Lu Xiaoqing and said, Second senior brother, you are shameless. Lu Xiaoqing didn't get angry and didn't care at all. There are many people who say I'm shameless. I don't want to care about you. Lu Xiaoqing begged. Just in time. Don't come and disturb my sleep. Xiao Yi couldn't even get up her breath. Facing such a senior brother, there was really no way for her to hold it. Instead, he took it by the horns. Chatter. Little Red from the tree landed on Xiao Yi's shoulder and happily chirped. It seemed to be laughing at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi rubbed Xiao Hong and huffed. You come to laugh at me too? Red immediately flew back to the tree and escaped his clutches. Xiao Yi saw that Lu Xiaoqing was really sleeping with his eyes closed. She continued to rock the hammock. Second brother. Go help eldest brother. He's been sitting there all day without moving. I'm afraid there's going to be a problem. What could go wrong? No problem at all. Lu Xiaoqing rolled over and turned his back to Xiao Yi. Shake a little less vigorously. This is just right. Xiao Yi was even more furious. And she really couldn't communicate with her second senior brother. Xiao Yi huffed and puffed and was about to leave when Xiao Cheng came. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing was lying down to sleep, Xiao Cheng swung out his sword and cut the rope hanging the tree. Lu Xiaoqing stood firmly on the ground and looked back at his master. His face full of shock. Master, do you forget the old one when you have a new one? I'm at least your second disciple. You don't want to kill someone just because there's one more senior sister, right? Xiao Cheng scolded. What kind of asshole words are you saying? Your elder brother has been sitting there for 5 days. Aren't you going to help? A favor? What favor? You're not unaware of eldest brother's pissiness, and he's not willing to give me a plug even if I go. Besides, shouldn't you be happy that eldest brother doesn't have time for you? Or are you being and enjoying being scolded by your eldest brother? Xiao Yi helplessly held her forehead. This heavenly royal peak is really strange. The first disciple was in charge of the master, and the second disciple had no respect for the master. If it were anyone else, the mere fact that Lu Xiaoqing had just said those words was enough to expel Lu Xiaoqing from the division. But nothing at all happened here at Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng, however, had a serious expression. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. It's better for everyone if your big brother is stern. Xiao Yi couldn't help but admire it in her heart when she heard it. Worthy of my master. Well said. That's the way it should be. Not sleeping every day like the second brother. Lu Xiaoqing stared suspiciously at Xiao Cheng, then circled around him twice. Xiao Cheng stared inwardly. What? What do you boys want? Lu Xiaoqing frowned. Very strange. And said, Master, you've suddenly become so serious and earnest. You've been taken over? Asshole. Xiao Cheng's face was slightly unnatural and quickly recovered as before. Scolding. Master has always been so serious. And you're just now realizing it? How can I subdue you assholes if I don't practice seriously? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Yi next to him and suddenly realized. Ha ha, so it is. You're afraid that you'll be as good as we are when your senior sister is initiated. You're afraid that your senior sister will become stronger in time as well. And you as a master won't be able to subdue her. So you desperately want to become stronger. Ha ha. So you want Big Brother to hurry up and be idle to supervise you. Xiao Yi froze. Was that the reason? Xiao Cheng's face turned red and he would never admit it. Don't talk nonsense here. I was worried about your eldest brother. LV Xiaoqing nodded. Understood. Understood. I understand. I understand. Chapter 16. You don't think it's hard, do you? You know. The angry Xiao Cheng drew his sword out and glared at Lu Xiaoqing. I think you have an itchy skin. Are you going or not? Believe it or not, I'll whip you. It's no fun. Lu Xiaoqing muttered. Very helpless. What else do you do besides scare people? Little Red squeaked up in the tree. Don't you look the same? For you asshole kid, it won't work otherwise. Xiao Chang droned. Hurry up. Okay, who made you the boss? I'll go. All right. After Lu Xiaoqing left, Xiao Yi worshipped and said to Xiao Chang, Master, it's still you who is powerful and able to make second senior brother obey. Second brother is so shameless. It's still Master who's great. Xiao Chang's face was slightly amused. This bastard kid. Ordinary people really can't do anything about him. For Xiao Chang's words, Xiao Yi's heart agreed 100 times. Even she, her senior sister, couldn't hold LV Xiaoqing even if she was pampered and cute. However, remembering Lu Xiaoqing's words, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile again. Xiao Yi patted her chest and seriously assured to Xiao Chang, Master, don't worry. I won't be like my second senior brothers. Xiao Chang was relieved in his heart. It's still good for Meng Xin. Meng Xin is obedient and understanding. He urged Xiao Yi, you must not learn from him. With him alone, I as a master have a headache. If you ever become a second him, Speaking Xiao Chang didn't even know how to go on. Heartburn. Seeing this, Xiao Yi was very sweet and comforting. Master, I won't learn from my second senior brother. Xiao Chang, however, hesitantly said, anyway, just don't take after his laziness. The rest you can't hurt to learn. Xiao Yi, Master, are you trying to encourage me to learn from second brother? Xiao Yi became even more curious about Lu Xiaoqing. Second brother. What kind of a person is he? On Lu Xiaoqing's side, he slowly came here to the sword cave. Kei Yan had already been sitting here for 5 days. His brows furrowed as he thought hard. Lu Xiaoqing came to Kei Yan's side, full of impatience, and said, Climb. Don't be a statue here. Kei Yan didn't raise his head. His tone was thick with doubt. Why did you say that the sword cave exploded? Lu Xiaoqing bristled, disdaining the question. What level is your own formation? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Can someone else use a formation at your level to trap you? Kei Yan understood and his tone regained its calmness. In the end, it's still my formation attainments that are insufficient. Good to know. Hurry up and get out of here and stop getting in the way. After realizing this, Kei Yan did not hesitate as he turned to leave. I don't care how you toss it. I want a sword cave that can allow my senior sister to comprehend sword intent in the shortest time possible will do. Go go go. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand impatiently and nonchalantly. I know what to do. Looking at the sword hole, Lu Xiaoqing wrapped his hands around his head, stroked his chin, and suddenly smiled. It seems good to make money with this. After saying that, with a flip of his wrist, a pile of materials appeared. A look of flesh pain appeared on Lu Xiaoqing's face. If I can't make any money, I'll go steal the Heavenly Imperial Peak supporting treasure and sell it. Xiao Yi sat cross-legged with an expression like constipation. She was sitting in a spirit-gathering formation, working hard on her cultivation. This was the best and most abundant place in Tianyu Peak in terms of spiritual qi. The Lingxiao sect was situated in the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in Qizhou, and the place where Xiao Yi was currently cultivating had spiritual qi so thick that it was about to turn into substance. She had been practicing here since a month ago, personally supervised by eldest brother Kei Yan. There was no room for her to be lazy. It was only before she started cultivating that she realized that eldest brother's formations were so powerful. With his hands raised, he laid down a huge spirit-gathering formation for her to cultivate. After half a month of hard cultivation, she, who was originally only at the 7th level of the qi refining stage, had already broken through to the 8th level of qi refining. As long as she reached the 9th level of qi refining, she would be able to break through the foundation establishment stage. But having just stepped into the 8th floor, the 9th floor was out of reach. Even if she cultivated harder, she couldn't see the light of a breakthrough. Instead, it made her feel physically and mentally exhausted, her mind empty and hard. Kei Yan was supervising her from the side, putting a lot of pressure on her. It felt as if her father had wanted to beat her up when she was a child, chasing her with a whip behind her. Ji Yan sat on the side with his eyes closed to cultivate. Every now and then he opened his eyes and saw a pained expression flash across Xiao Yi's face from time to time. His expression didn't change, but there was some worry and regret in his eyes. It looks like it won't be possible to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. Kei Yan sighed in his heart and was about to open his mouth to ask Xiao Yi to stop. A voice came in with a lazy tone. Alright, aren't you afraid of going off the deep end by practicing like this? It was Lu Xiaoqing's voice. LV Xiaoqing's voice came in, and Xiao Yi's cultivation was interrupted as she opened her eyes. Second brother? Kei Yan looked at Lu Xiaoqing who walked in and asked, Got it done? It's no big deal for me to make a move. LV Xiaoqing's face showed a color of triumph. Of course, but it exhausted me to death. You have to pay me for my hard work. Kei Yan automatically ignored the latter sentence. Well then, let her go. Lu Shaoqing was nonchalant, interrupting him. Go to what? Won't you let people rest for a while? You have to catch your breath even if you hang yourself. Kei Yan looked at Xiao Yi, who had a tired look on her face. Indeed, she was too tired. It's not physically exhausting. It's mentally, spiritually exhausting. Ji Yan simply handed Xiao Yi over to Lu Shaoqing and said, in that case, I'll leave it to you. Let her comprehend the sword intent before breaking through the foundation establishment. Lu Shaoqing refused without even thinking. Bah, if you want to teach, you teach yourself. I don't have that kind of effort. I've got a brain fart to bring this girl. This girl is very annoying. You know. Kei Yan raised a finger and opened the price 100 spirit stones. Lu Shaoqing was very disdainful. Who do you take me for? You want to buy me with a mere 100 spirit stones? Knowing his senior brother's temperament, Kei Yan didn't drag his feet and directly increased the price. 500. I treat spirit stones like dirt. 1,000. Lu Shaoqing didn't change his face. His voice didn't even bring a pause. I love spirit stones. Alas, it's not easy to earn some spirit stones in a poor sect. Ji Yan offered additional conditions. Let her comprehend sword intent and break through the foundation establishment stage again. Time, 2 months. Nosy, when did you become such an octogenarian? Give the spirit stones. Lu Shaoqing held out his hand. Xiao Yi woke up and heard the two brothers talking. She was shocked. She had just entered the 8th level of qi refining, with the 9th level out of reach, and breaking through the foundation establishment stage was even more unknown, and it would also require her to comprehend sword intent. Isn't that hard for her? Xiao Yi cried out to Ji Yan and Lu Shaoqing, two senior brothers. Do you and eldest senior brother have some kind of misunderstanding about me? What misunderstanding? LV Shaoqing and Kei Yan looked at her. Xiao Yi was stared at by the two men like this. Her heart panicked even more, lest the two men have any misunderstandings about her, and said, two senior brothers, you don't think I'm a genius, do you? Yes, before I came here again, I thought I was indeed a genius, but after coming here, I realized I had misunderstood the definition of genius. It's geniuses like eldest brother who are geniuses, and I'm a scum. LV Shaoqing was speechless. I don't even have such a thick skin as yours. You have such a thick skin, calling yourself a genius. Are you shy? Kei Yan also shook his head, striking nonchalantly. You're a genius. A pig is an unearthly genius. Xiao Yi wanted to cry even more. So what were you guys talking about just now? You all know that I'm not a genius. So why did you say that you want me to comprehend sword intent within 2 months and then enter the foundation establishment stage? Lu Shaoqing was puzzled. You don't think it's hard, do you? Kei Yan chimed in. Is it hard? Kei Yan and Lu Shaoqing glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Xiao Yi broke down. You guys think it's easy? Lu Shaoqing smiled mysteriously. Let's go. Go where? Lu Shaoqing said. Go eat. You still owe me 2 meals. Chapter 17. Master begged me to be his disciple. Lu Shaoqing brought Xiao Yi to the Gathering of Immortals building once again. When Lu Shaoqing entered, the sharp-eyed Wang Yao greeted him. Senior brother Lu. Seeing how the others in the restaurant treated Wang Yao, Lu Shaoqing looked Wang Yao up and down. Promoted? Wang Yao scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, his tone revealing doubt. I'm not sure. The boss let the previous young steward go back to the Fong family and promoted me to be the steward of the restaurant. Lu Shaoqing patted his shoulder and said, not bad. By the way, how much of a discount can you give me for your stewardship? Duke Lu's spending at the Gathering of Immortals building is naturally free of charge. Fong Xiao is here. Fong Xiao respectfully and politely saluted Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi. Greetings, Mr. Lu, Miss Xiao. Lu Shaoqing asked Fong Xiao. Boss, what did you just say? Fong Xiao smiled and said, I'll fully cover Mr. Lu's spending at the Gathering of Immortals. Fong Xiao's gaze hid scorn in its depths. The events of that night would stay with her for the rest of her life. Lu Shaoqing immediately revealed his vigilance. Boss, what do you want? I don't sell myself. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. I'm not related to you. You're going to curse me in your heart for giving me a 50% discount. Now it's actually going to be free. So it's definitely not a good thing. Fong Xiao vomited blood. Who the hell wants your body? Fong Xiao looked Lu Shaoqing up and down. Lu Shaoqing was handsome, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes full of deep gaze, well-defined and full of sunshine. If we are talking about recruiting, we will indeed get a lot of beautiful women. Fong Xiao cried and laughed. Duke Lu, you are a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect, the senior brother of Duke Kei Yan, and your master, Xiao Chang, is a Yuaning stage expert. These identities are enough to make many people flatter you. Sir Lu, I kind of want to use this to make good friends with Lord Lu and pull some strings. Fang Xiao secretly said in his heart. What's more important is your potential. Thinking about that night, Fang Xiao still couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Invincible sword intent, and a meticulous mind to deal with things. All of which let Fang Xiao know that Lu Xiaoqing was by no means as simple as he appeared to be. If she didn't have what her father gave her that night, she would have been discovered by Lu Xiaoqing. Her father was at the Yuaning stage, and the things he refined were actually almost discovered by LV Xiaoqing, who was at the Jiedan stage. This shows how terrible Lu Xiaoqing is. Such a handsome talent should naturally be drawn in more often. An extra bit of fellowship goes a long way. Lu Xiaoqing sniffed and gave Fang Xiao a deep look. When he first came here, Fang Xiao should have known who he was. Why wasn't it free before? However, Lu Xiaoqing had no intention of accepting it. Kidding aside, he was poor, but he wasn't so poor as to accept any favor. Eat your heart out. He didn't want to get himself in trouble over a meal. Lu Xiaoqing rejected Fang Xiao's kindness and said, "You're welcome, boss. No need. Anyway, you've already said I'm coming here for a 50% discount on my purchases. That's enough." Fang Xiao was stunned, and in his heart, his evaluation of Lu Xiaoqing was once again a few points higher. It's awesome to be so alert. Fang Xiao revealed a smile, better displaying his charm, and said, "You don't have to be polite, Mr. Lu, just think of it as making a friend." Could it be that Mr. Lu looks down on a weak woman like me? How dare I? I don't want to take advantage of you bosses. After all, it's not easy for you to open this restaurant as a girl. Fang Xiao once again took a deep look at Lu Xiaoqing, feeling more and more that Lu Xiaoqing was not simple. This kind of benefit was small, but Lu Xiaoqing was not willing to take advantage of it. This woman, she's up to no good. Lu Xiaoqing simply rushed people away and said to Fang Xiao, "Boss, you're busy with your own business, so you don't have to waste your time here with me. Having Master Wang will do. Senior brother Wang, take us to the private room." Wang Yao glanced at Fang Xiao, who nodded. "Senior brother Lu, senior sister Xiao, this way." Fang Xiao stood in place, not knowing what she was thinking. LV Xiaoqing once again ordered a table of dishes. Xiao Yi was breathless as she lay on the table. She didn't have much of an appetite. By all accounts, a month of hard training was nothing to a cultivator, not even for a year. But having Kei Yan personally sitting in and personally supervising the situation put tremendous pressure on Xiao Yi. It caused Xiao Yi to be mentally stressed and physically and mentally exhausted. "Second brother, I'm so tired." Xiao Yi lay limply on the table as Xiao Hong took a bite of food from the plate in front of her. "Just get used to it. Get used to it." Lu Xiaoqing naturally knew why Xiao Yi was tired. Master has almost broken down before. You'll just get used to it. Hearing this, Xiao Yi looked up at Lu Xiaoqing, her curiosity rising. Really? The fire of gossip showed in his eyes. Lu Xiaoqing satisfied Xiao Yi's curiosity as he ate. Right. Or else how do you think Master was able to break through from the Jiedan stage to the Yuaning stage within 10 years? Eldest brother gets half the credit. Terrible. Xiao Yi smacked his lips. What about you? Has eldest brother ever treated you like this? Lu Xiaoqing was full of arrogance and said in a very smelly manner. No. Your second senior brother, I am heavenly talented. The eldest senior brother would have to be eclipsed in front of me. He has the nerve to come and urge me? Xiao Yi naturally didn't believe this. I don't believe it. Everyone has said that eldest senior brother's talent is the greatest. How can you possibly compare to eldest senior brother? Second senior brother. It must be because you're lazy to the extreme, and eldest brother can't help you. Ironically, it's bragging. LV Xiaoqing smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Xiao Yi, however, sat up straight and the fire of gossip in her eyes grew even more. Second senior brother. Can you tell us how Master accepted you and eldest brother as disciples? Logically speaking, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, two people with almost opposite personalities, shouldn't be fellow disciples. However, Xiao Chang had both Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing as disciples. Xiao Yi was curious as to how his two senior brothers had worshipped under the heavenly royal peak and become Xiao Chang's disciples. Lu Xiaoqing revealed a look of reminiscence in his eyes and thought for a moment before he said quietly, when eldest senior brother came to Lingxiao sect to pay his respects at that time, he spouted off, saying that whoever took him on as a disciple would be that person's good fortune. In the future, I will take my master with me to ascend to immortality. Xiao Yi sniffed and stared in disbelief. This was the eldest senior brother she remembered. Was eldest senior brother so wild back then? Yeah, so almost got killed. As for our master, even though he is the peak master, his strength looks ordinary compared to the other several masters. and no one is willing to worship him. He stepped in to save eldest senior brother and took the opportunity to say that he would take him as his disciple. So the two of them are smelly and hooked up with each other. Xiao Yi spat. What kind of adjective is that? What about you? How did you come to be under the master's tutelage? Lu Shaoqing revealed a narcissistic and smelly expression as he continued to praise himself, saying, when master saw me, he was astonished and begged me to be his disciple. As you know, I'm a soft-hearted person who won't refuse others, and reluctantly agreed to do so after repeated pleas from my master. Chapter 18, I don't have enough money. Let my sister work off her debt. Xiao Yi spat again after hearing this, not believing it at all. Second senior brother, you must be talking nonsense. Mostly, it's too much of a stretch to be believed by anyone in their right mind. Lu Shaoqing looked disgusted that this senior sister didn't know any better and said, this is the truth. Why don't you believe it? I wouldn't lie to anyone about your senior brother. I don't believe it. Xiao Yi made a face at Lu Shaoqing. After gossiping for a while, Xiao Yi was in much better spirits and had an appetite. She saw that the delicacies on the table weren't much worse than last time. Xiao Yi asked curiously, second senior brother, how much does this table cost? It should cost 3 or 4,000 spirit stones. Don't worry. The boss said he'd give me a 50% discount. It's only a couple thousand. So you should be able to afford it, right? Xiao Yi cried. And instantly she also lost her appetite and panicked in her heart. Second senior brother, I don't have that many spirit stones. You're here to beat up on the landlord? Although I come from the Xiao family, I don't have many spirit stones. Lu Shaoqing, however, said indifferently, it's fine. Eat first. Xiao Yi looked at the table full of delicacies and asked another question, saying, second senior brother, the other bosses have said they're giving you free. Why don't you want it? That's not like you. You said it yourself. A bargain is a bargain. Lu Shaoqing despised. I'm not related to her, and for her to suddenly give me such a great bargain is either adultery or theft. I don't want to invite trouble. Well, that's quite in keeping with the second brother's person. Afraid of trouble. Xiao Yi was still worried about the checkout and said, second senior brother, but what if we don't have enough spirit stones later? My entire body is only 500 or so spirit stones. Lu Shaoqing didn't raise his head, and didn't have the slightest worry about this issue. Don't worry, I have my own way. Well, since second senior brother has said so, let him be. He can't sell me out anyway, can he? Xiao Yi also put her heart down. Her appetite recovered, and she continued to savor the food. After eating, Lu Shaoqing asked Wang Yao to settle the bill. After the discount, 1,930 spirit stones were to be given. LV Shaoqing was surprised and disgruntled. So much? You guys run a black store, right? Wang Yao could not cry. Even if he opened a black store, he would not dare to pit you. Senior brother Lu, this is the best price. The boss all but said he'd give it to you for free. And you don't want it. You want to play the big head. And you said we run a shady store. Do you have to behave like this? Lu Shaoqing glared at him and said, do I look like the kind of person who likes to take advantage of people? Where's the boss? Send her over. Fang Xiao came over. Boss, do you run a dark store? So expensive. Xiao Yi covered her face and didn't have the face to see anyone. Eat and drink a lot. And when you don't have enough money, you say that people are running a shady business. Such a senior brother is a disgrace. After knowing that LV Shaoqing didn't have enough money, Fang Xiao waved his hand and said, Mr. LV, there's no need to give. This meal is on me. An opportunity like this was more than she could ask for. Lu Shaoqing, however, shook his head, insisting that he did not want Fang Xiao's kindness, saying, no, absolutely not. How can I let you break the bank? Boss? Senior sister, how many spirit stones do you have? Give them all to the boss. Xiao Yi took out 500 spirit stones and handed them to Wang Yao. Second senior brother, I'm out of spirit stones. Lu Shaoqing spread his hands and pretended to be helpless as he said to Fang Xiao, boss, look, I don't have any spirit stones either. How about this? How about letting my senior sister work for you to offset her debt? Second brother. Xiao Yi was about to cry again. The second brother was really going to sell her out. Fang Xiao was stunned. What kind of operation was this? Sir Lu, this, having a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect working for her? And it's still Kei Yan's own senior sister? Fang Xiao was a little panicked inside. LV Shaoqing was puzzled and said, what? Can't you? Although the sect leader said that pro-disciples were not allowed to work part-time, but sneaking in some work here shouldn't be discovered. Fang Xiao laughed bitterly. Mr. Lu, there's no need to go to such trouble. Told you this one was on me. Lu Shaoqing righteously said, "How can I take advantage of you? A disciple of the heavenly royal peak. Who dares to work without money to pay? Be upright and not afraid to lose face." All three present were silent. "How dare you say that?" Xiao Yi tugged at Lu Shaoqing's clothes, unconvinced. "Second senior brother, why don't you work off your debt? You're obviously the one who eats the most. You ordered the food too." Lu Shaoqing didn't have a bit of pity for Xiao Yi, as he jerked away Xiao Yi's hand. "I'm your senior brother. If I work here, the face of Tianwu Peak will be disgraced." Xiao Yi, Feng Xiao, and Wang Yao were silent once again. "This face, it seems that you have already lost it," Xiao Yi shouted in her heart. "Should let the master come to see what you look like now. The master will definitely expel you from the division." Feng Xiao didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Shaoqing was dead set against her treating her, and had to let Xiao Yi work here. What does this guy want? If she hadn't experienced the events of that night, she would at most have thought that Lu Shaoqing was dead set on saving face, preferring her senior sister's suffering to her good intentions. One would even suspect that Lu Shaoqing was salivating over her beauty as a way to attract her attention. After all, it's not like no one has ever done this before. But after experiencing what happened that night, she knew that LV Shaoqing was by no means what he appeared to be. On Xiao Yi's side, she said, "Second senior brother, you're making me work here, so I won't be able to cultivate. How will we explain it on eldest brother's side when the time comes?" As things stood, Xiao Yi was only able to lift out her eldest brother in the hope of being able to hold down her second senior brother. Lu Shaoqing reminded Xiao Yi and said, "Have you forgotten? Eldest senior brother handed you over to me." Xiao Yi reacted. "Eldest senior brother also gave you 1,000 spirit stones." LV Shaoqing shamelessly said, "This is teaching resources, earmarked for special purposes." Xiao Yi wrinkled her nose and became even more dissatisfied. "Humph, 2 months' time. You don't let me cultivate. How will I comprehend the sword intent and break through the chi refining stage by then? If you can't do it then, how will you explain to big brother?" Feng Zhao's heart fluttered. She asked LV Shaoqing, "Mr. LV, do you really want Miss Xiao to work here with me?" Lu Shaoqing nodded his head, sighed, and said in a tone of "I'm looking out for her. Of course, to make her learn a lesson, so that she won't be coaxed away by a white boy with a meal in the future." Xiao Yi didn't even know what to say. "How can you say that with such a straight face?" Feng Xiao didn't refuse anymore, but agreed. "Okay, no problem, as long as Ms. Xiao is willing, she can work here." "Who is willing?" Xiao Yi immediately expressed her opinion. I'm not willing." She was at least the Miss Xiao family, and she had to work here to cover her debts. Wouldn't she be laughed to death if word got out? Lu Shaoqing mercilessly ignored Xiao Yi's opinion and said, "It's not up to you. You listen to me now. I'm going to find master, to find eldest brother." Lu Shaoqing cruelly made Xiao Yi recognize the reality. It's useless to look for master. Look for eldest brother. Are you sure you can stand eldest brother's way of cultivation now? Xiao Yi was silent. Lu Shaoqing patted to her head. His tone was calm. Said, "Have a good time working part-time here. Just take a break and relax. Although you work here part-time, I do have one request that you must follow." "What's the request?" Lu Shaoqing's request was simple. "You can only work here as an ordinary person. Unless you encounter a life-threatening situation, you cannot reveal your identity and strength. Who bullies you? First memorize it in this book, and then clean him up after you finish the fight. And if you can't beat him, call your big brother to come." Chapter 19, Remember to pay me for my sister's work. Lu Shaoqing instructed Wang Yao. "Senior brother Wang, don't treat her as a senior sister. Don't be special to her. Treat her equally. It's okay to squeeze her. Don't use it for nothing anyway." Wang Yao felt embarrassed. Senior brother Lu. This, Wang Yao, he was only an outer disciple, and there was a huge difference between him and a personal disciple. Offending a pro-disciple, he wouldn't be able to make it in the Lingxiao sect. "Brother, you're not afraid." "But I am." Lu Shaoqing ignored Wang Rao's difficulties and changed his bully face. Threatening, "Don't worry. If you don't listen to me, do you believe I'll make you unable to become an inner disciple?" This threat was even greater, and Wang Yao agreed bitterly. I know." Lu Shaoqing patted his shoulder and said, giving a sweet date, "Don't worry. If you do a good job, I'll give you a surprise then. When you are promoted to inner disciple, you can come to our heavenly royal peak." "Really? Really?" Wang Yao's face showed surprise. With Ji Yan at Tianyu Peak, it was a place that many outer disciples aspired to in their hearts. However, there was no way that the heavenly royal peak was sparsely populated, and before that, there had always been 3 people, and they didn't even want any outer disciples to serve them. Many people who had been promoted to inner sect disciples who wanted to join the Heavenly Royal Peak were rejected. Wang Yao was excited. If he was able to join the Heavenly Royal Peak, it would be extremely beneficial to him. With LV Xiaoqing's sweet jujube, he immediately slapped his chest and assured, "Don't worry, senior brother LV, I know what to do." Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, "Go, start working here today and try to pay off your debt soon." Xiao Yi deflated her mouth and reluctantly went down with Wang Yao. Although she didn't want to, she had no choice but to listen to her second senior brother. Fang Xiao glanced at LV Xiaoqing with deep meaning and said to LV Xiaoqing with a smirk, "Mr. LV, you're letting him mess. Shall work here not just to cover your debt, right?" Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. "Of course not." "Sure enough," Fang Xiao secretly said in his heart, "you just aren't that shallow." Fang Xiao's beautiful eyes flowed as she asked, "What was that for?" Lu Xiaoqing took 2 steps closer, and his manly scent instantly hit his nose. Fang Xiao's face flushed red for a moment. Lu Xiaoqing lowered his voice, lest others could hear him. "Boss Feng, my senior sister is working here. She'll be paid for her work when the time comes, right?" "I've asked Wang Yao. He gets 2,500 spirit stones a month for being an ordinary employee at your place. My senior sister still owes you 1,230 spirit stones, 1 month's work, and after deducting the debt-setting portion, there are still 1,270 spirit stones, right?" Fang Xiao corrected Lu Xiaoqing's words. "Wang Yao is a steward, and his wages are a bit higher. The others are only around 1,000. Your senior sister came here and is just an ordinary fellow. The wages are not that much." LV Xiaoqing, however, was not happy, and resolutely fought for the betterment of his senior sister. "My senior sister is at least a personal disciple, not asking you to treat her special. The wages should be the same as Wang Yao's at any rate, right? Otherwise where would she put the face of her pro-disciple?" Fang Xiao has 10,000 to say in his heart. LOL, never mind. Who made me want to get closer to him? Fang Xiao sighed in her heart and pressed down. "Alright, just as eunuch Lu said. This boss can do and deal." Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied. "That's right." After a moment's pause, he spoke again. "By the way, remember to give me her wages when the time comes." Fang Xiao was stunned, mouth open and eyes wide. Why? Your senior sister isn't so young. Why should you get paid for her work?" Lu Xiaoqing's face changed into a miserable expression, his tone heavy, saying, "Poor. So I can only let my senior sister come out to work to earn some money for me as a senior brother to use ah." Fang Xiao didn't know what to say in her heart. The heart is a bit overwhelmed again. "Are you serious? Deliberately coming to eat a big meal and intentionally screwing over your sis for the purpose of getting your sis to come work for you to make money? Black. I can't even learn your kind of black when I'm a boss." LV, Mr. LV, you're joking, right? Fang Xiao had a hard time connecting the Lu Xiaoqing in front of him with the resolute and thoughtful Lu Xiaoqing that night. "I don't think I was wrong about the other night, was I? There's not another one inside this guy, is there?" Lu Xiaoqing pointed to his eyes to let Fang Xiao see clearly. "See the sincerity in my eyes? Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Fang Xiao was in a difficult position. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a request. This is not good, right? After all, the part-time worker is Xiao Yi. The wages must be given to her personally. And again, Fang Xiao suddenly regretted a little bit in her heart for agreeing to Xiao Yi to work here. She tried. She only needs to do it for half a month to pay off the spirit stone she owes. She doesn't need to do it for a month. It seems that letting Xiao Yi work here is not considered a good thing. Lu Xiaoqing, however, was not pleased and said, "I'll let her work here for a month, but the wages are Miss Xiao's." Fang Xiao suddenly felt a burst of powerlessness. LV Xiaoqing seemed to understand something. He looked at Fang Xiao in shock and said incredulously, "Boss, you're pushing it off like this. You don't want to take a cut from it, do you? Not I say you you big restaurant. You the boss still have to fight with me here this small amount of money. Good point you?" Fang Xiao suddenly felt that talking to Lu Xiaoqing like this was very degrading. She hastily agreed. Alright, listen to you, Mr. Lu, I still have things to do, so I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Fang Xiao hurriedly left, kind of a woebegone look. Scared, better run, too hard to deal with. This is another comment Fang Xiao made about Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing left, leaving Xiao Yi to work here at the restaurant. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. The hallowed Xiao family miss wants to work here as a waitress. Spread back home, the old man will vomit blood. Right, but it was the order of the second brother, who had been authorized by the eldest brother. There was nothing she could do about it without being convinced. because she's a senior sister. Master could not be counted on, so there was no way for her to escape from the clutches of her second senior brother. Although he was to be a waiter here, he was so disgruntled and puffed up that he received several complaints from customers in one morning. The people who come here are from all three religions and all kinds of people. Speaking harshly and teasingly with her words, she was so angry that Xiao Yi wanted to kill someone. When had she ever been so angry? Throughout the day, Xiao Yi didn't know how many times she had wiped her tears. When he returned, he huffed and puffed and shut himself in his room. He didn't even pay attention to Lv Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing didn't care as he watched the news leisurely with the Tianji card he had passed on from his master. Xiao Yi was aggravated in her room. Tears watered down his face. Being a waitress today has taken more heat than she's taken in over a decade. Stinking second elder brother. Dead second elder brother. I'll kill you. Xiao Yi took the pillow and hammered it fiercely. As if the pillow in front of her was Lu Xiaoqing. She was going to hammer this pillow out. At that moment, a knock sounded outside. Girl, asleep? It's Master Xiao Chang. Master, not yet. Xiao Yi hurriedly dried her tears and opened the door. Master, is something wrong? Xiao Chang stood outside the door, looking at her with a smile on his face, crying. Ha! Xiao Yi subconsciously shook his head. It's embarrassing to cry at this age. Xiao Chang said. Your eyes are red. Why are you shaking your head? Seeing Xiao Chang smile like a loving father, the aggression in Xiao Yi's heart instantly stopped. Tears were once again streaming down his face. Master, second senior brother is bullying me. Well, don't cry. Xiao Chang patted her head. That asshole kid. And you go with me to a place. Chapter 20. Second brother said you begged to be his disciple. Xiao Yi was puzzled and followed Xiao Chang away to a place. This is the highest part of Tianyu Peak. Standing high up here, he was able to take in the main part of Tianyu Peak. Xiao Yi could see the tree in the large clearing in front of the door. Across a distance of several miles, Xiao Yi, as a cultivator, was able to clearly see his second senior brother, Lu Xiaoqing, who was relaxing in his hammock. Little Red was lying on Lu Xiaoqing's head, not moving, seemingly asleep. Seeing Lv Xiaoqing's leisurely appearance, Xiao Yi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Asshole second brother. It'll just bully me. At the same time, Xiao Yi didn't understand Xiaoqing's intention. Master, what are you bringing me here for? Xiao Cheng pointed down and smiled. Look at that. Below, was the entirety of their heavenly royal peaks buildings, many of which were empty. Xiao Yi looked at it for a while and couldn't see anything. It's black and not much to look at. Xiao Yi still didn't understand what Xiao Chang meant. She'd been here before, and she'd seen the sights below. Seeing that Xiao Yi's face was still puzzled, Xiao Chang once again pointed toward a place, clarifying the target, and said, look there. Finally, following the direction Xiao Chang pointed, Xiao Yi saw a scene that was unforgettable to her. A dragon, a white dragon danced in midair, looming through the clouds. It was like a real divine dragon descending into the world, shocking the people. Eldest brother? Xiao Yi was shocked. So Master had asked her to come and watch eldest brother's cultivation? That dragon. Xiao Yi had seen it before. When she first entered the sword cave, she was bullied by a little white dragon. The little white dragon that bullied her looked exactly like this current dragon, but a little bigger. Sword intent takes shape. Xiao Yi's large eyes revealed marvel. It was too powerful. Although Kei Yan's sword intent was transformed into a white dragon, it didn't reveal the slightest bit of its breath. If Xiaocheng hadn't pointed it out, Xiao Yi wouldn't have realized it for a moment. Xiao Yi looked at it for a while before saying in awe, eldest senior brother is really too powerful to be able to control sword intent like this. This shows the depth of his sword path. Xiao Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to where Lu Xiaoqing was, saying, look at your second senior brother again. Speaking of Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi's expression immediately stank. Damn you, nasty second brother. Actually making me work off my debt. Xiao Yi looked for a while and didn't find anything. Said, Master, there's nothing there at second brother. Ah, being lazy. Second senior brother is so much worse compared to eldest senior brother. One is practicing hard and one is being lazy. Two extremes. Xiao Yi seemed to understand and looked at Xiao Chang. Master, did you mean to bring me here so that I don't learn from my second senior brother? Am I free from having to listen to second brother? It's good that I don't listen to my second senior brother. I can stop working at the restaurant and suffer from those people. Big deal. I'll ask my family to send some spirit stones and just return them to Boss Fan when the time comes. Xiao Chang shook his head and instead asked Xiao Yi another question. Do you know how they became my disciples? Xiao Yi hesitantly said the words he heard today. The second senior brother said that, saying that Master, you were not strong at that time. No one was willing to worship you as a master. When Xiao Chang heard this, he immediately blew his beard. Did he really say that? What else did he say? Asshole. Seeing that master seemed to be angry, Xiao Yi shrunk his neck and continued, saying that at that time, eldest senior brother was immortal, rampant to the point of being beaten up, and that you saved him, master, and then used this as a way of getting him to worship the master. Xiao Chang was furious, actually making me up like this in front of his senior sister, saying, surely he's a bastard fellow. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes, her small face filled with doubt, and said, isn't it? Xiao Chang flatly denied it. Of course not. Xiao Yi's small face puffed up in anger. Damn second senior brother, actually lying to me. When your eldest brother came to pay his respects, no one was willing to take him. Already 11 years old and still immortal. Cultivating at such an age will be slower and more strenuous than many others, and future achievements will not be high. Seeing his calm and determined character, I thought of giving him a chance and accepting him as a great disciple. Afterward, Xiao Chang sighed in a tone. I didn't expect that, taking him in, but instead, he brought one of the best disciples ever to Heavenly Royal Peak. Exceedingly talented, diligent, serious, courageous, never backing down, a true genius. This is the best disciple I've ever taken in. When Xiao Yi heard this, she had feelings in her heart and was subsequently sad. I was really naive. Master, where's second senior brother? How did you accept him as a disciple? Xiao Chang asked rhetorically. Did he tell you how he worshipped me? Xiao Yi honestly said, Master, you were on your knees begging to take him as your disciple. Asshole. Xiao Chang stormed out, very impulsive to draw his sword and rush down to split Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi carefully asked, Master, this shouldn't be true, right? Of course it's not true, Xiao Chang said without a trace of anger. At that time, your eldest senior brother was looked at and beaten up, and he was the only one who stood up to help your eldest senior brother. Later on, I offered to take your eldest senior brother as my disciple, and your eldest senior brother offered to take your second senior brother in with him, or else he wouldn't worship me as his master. That's why I took him in. Otherwise, who would want a little asshole like him? Saying that, Xiao Chang covered his chest and said with a bit of a heart attack, you have no idea how much trouble this little bastard has caused me since he came in. When your ancestor was still around, our heavenly royal peak was named in the sect assembly, and we were all praised. At that time, the heavenly royal peak was a model for the Lingxiao sect. Then ever since your second senior brother came in, the clan assembly was named, mostly criticized by the sect master. This old face of mine has been disgraced. Everyone in the Lingxiao sect knows that there's a lazy person in Tianyu Peak. If it wasn't for your eldest senior brother here holding up the facade, I would have already lost my face in the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Yi saw Xiao Chang covering his chest with a pained expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt much better inside. More than himself, Master was the biggest victim of second brother. Compared to her master, she hadn't suffered much from the scourge of her second senior brother. Xiao Yi again seemed to understand Xiao Chang's intentions and said, Master, did you bring me here to tell me not to get too angry? Is that what second brother is like? Ahem. It's not that. Chapter 21, Master, the thing your old love gave you is gone. Xiao Yi wondered. Master, didn't you bring me here to spit on second brother and let me know I'm not the only victim, and thus make me feel better? Master, what is the matter for which you have brought me here? Xiao Chang's expression was slightly embarrassed as he said, Actually, bringing you here is to let you see your second senior brother. Ahem. No way. This asshole kid is so angry. Can't stop talking about him. Habitual operation. Xiao Yi sniffed and looked toward where Lu Xiaoqing was. She couldn't see much except for a lazy LV Xiaoqing. Master, what's the point of making me look at second brother? I don't want to see him. Second brother is a big asshole. Xiao Yi's mouth puffed out, still holding a grudge over LV Xiaoqing making her go to work. Xiao Chang, however, disagreed with Xiao Yi's words and said, You, have misunderstood your second senior brother. Your second elder brother is lazy and seemingly hokey and unreliable though, but he never does anything senseless. He must have his deepest intentions for what he's asking you to do. Bastard kid, you always do things like this. Would it kill you to say a few more words? What a slacker. Xiao Yi was surprised and did not expect Xiao Chang to have such an opinion of Lu Xiaoqing. Earlier, when he saw Xiao Chang's attitude towards Lu Xiaoqing, he thought that Xiao Chang had always looked down on him. Xiao Yi does not quite believe. The second senior brother is so powerful. If you were that good, you wouldn't be clamoring to clean him up. Master, you're not comforting me, are you? It's okay, I can still take it. I know second brother is an asshole. Xiao Chang shook his head. Then his face was solemn. To Xiao Yi, he said, other people can have misunderstandings about your second senior brother, but you as my disciple, his senior sister, you cannot misunderstand your second elder brother. Watch. After saying that, Xiao Chang merged both of his fingers into a sword and pointed it where Lu Xiaoqing was. A pure sword chi with a terrifying aura rushed straight at Lu Xiaoqing. The majestic power caused Xiao Yi's face to turn white. Is this the strength of the Yuaning stage? Is the power to destroy the sky and the earth with a single finger that follows? His own master was actually so powerful. Xiao Yi believed that if it was her who was hit by this sword chi, she would be blasted to the point that there would not even be any dregs left. Perhaps it was to let Xiao Yi see clearly. The speed of the sword chi was not too fast. It was only after a few breaths that he came to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing didn't seem to notice as he just gently lifted the Tianji sign in his hand up and continued to look at it. Xiao Yi was surprised. Did second senior brother not notice, or did he not put master's sword intent in his eyes? At this time, Xiao Yi heard Xiao Chang beside her cursing. Little asshole. Xiao Chang then waved his big sleeve, and the sword chi that had killed Lu Xiaoqing instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Yuaning stage means, and is ghostly and unpredictable. Lu Xiaoqing didn't make any movements, and Little Red, who was lying on top of his head, did the same, sleeping peacefully. Master? Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Chang, not understanding what Xiao Chang wanted. Xiao Chang paused for a moment, then cursed. When did you steal my Tianji sign? Piss me off. Xiao Yi hadn't reacted yet and was still staring blankly at Xiao Chang. Master, what's going on? Xiao Chang was so angry that he clenched his teeth, and was even a bit helpless. That little bastard stole my Tianji sign and used it. I was thinking of letting him move around, but I didn't expect to use my Tianji card as a shield. Good disciple Ah. In the future, you must not learn this shameless behavior from your second senior brother. Xiao Yi was surprised and looked at Xiao Chang with a face full of shock, and then looked down at the second brother who seems to be dying if he moves more. Xiao Yi was incredulous. Master, are you saying that just now? The second elder brother knew that you made a move against him and raised the Tianji sign as a blackmail to keep you from doing so? Xiao Chang didn't have the heart to say. That's right. Xiao Chang covered his chest. It was hard. How did he get himself such a difficult disciple? Embarrassed him. But his Tianji sign came from a special place, and he couldn't afford to give it up. Xiao Yi had a hard time believing it. Would that cheeky, shameless second senior brother be that good? It was a light touch that was able to make the master throw in the towel and have to stop. Xiao Yi had a hard time believing it. She didn't quite believe that LV Xiaoqing would be that powerful. It was hard to believe. Master, you're not lying to me just to coax me, are you? Xiao Chang said without a trace of anger. What am I lying to you for? At this point, there was a sudden movement on Kei Yan's side. The aura fluctuated violently and boiled up. A long whistle rang out as Kei Yan rushed up into the sky, suspended in mid-air. It was as if the white dragon in the sky had awakened and revealed its huge body from the clouds. The hideous head looks down on the beings below. A heart-shattering sword intent instantly filled the mid-air, filling up the entire Tianyu peak. Many small animals were scared to the point of trembling and scurrying around. Xiao Yi felt that huge sword intent and had the illusion of being stabbed in the body by the sword chi, her skin tingling. Before Xiao Yi could react, Ji Yan slashed his sword fiercely in the direction where Lu Xiaoqing was. In an instant, a sword light that ran through heaven and earth lit up. The heavens and earth seemed to be split apart by this sword light. Xiao Yi's pupils seemed to have lost focus, and in her line of sight, Kei Yan had disappeared. The only thing in her sight was this sword light that could open up the sky and the earth. The sword filled her entire world. Xiao Yi's body trembled again, and this time, even his soul trembled. It's too strong. In front of this sword light, Xiao Yi felt that he was a mole cricket in heaven and earth. A terrible chill went right down her spine, making her scalp tingle. It's too strong. Is there any chance of keeping up with someone so powerful? Xiao Yi's Dao heart began to self-doubt and crumble at this moment. Xiao Cheng found it in time and hurriedly waved his sleeve to isolate the pressure that made Xiao Yi fearful, shouting, "Wake up!" Xiao Yi's mind was shaken, and her lax gaze gradually recovered. She froze for a moment, reacting to what was happening. Xiao Ri's face turned white. Just now, it almost made her Dao heart collapse and she would not be able to cultivate in this life. She looked at the invincible sword intent that descended from the sky and trembled. Is this the strength of eldest senior brother? Eldest brother. To what? Is eldest brother trying to help master clean up the division by slaughtering second brother, the scum of the earth? Xiao Cheng didn't answer, but stared closely at Kei Yan. His gaze was vaguely saturated with excitement, and his hands were trembling slightly. The sword light that Kei Yan slashed out transformed into a white dragon. The white dragon roared up to the sky with a powerful aura that shattered the void as the air became shaken. The white dragon roared hideously and furiously, its teeth and claws flailing as it lunged straight down at Lu Xiaoqing. LV Xiaoqing's voice rang out, growling, "What's wrong with you? Did I provoke you? What's gotten into you?" Xiao Yi fixed her eyes and saw her second senior brother jumping straight under the tree. He threw the Tianji card in his hand into the air. The white dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it, and the endless sword chi instantly twisted it to pieces. Xiao Cheng screamed in pain, "My Tianji card! Asshole! I'm going to kill him!" Lu Xiaoqing then shouted out, "Master, the heavenly chance sign given to you by your old love was messed up by eldest senior brother, so you're not going to step in and clean him up? Asshole! Asshole!" Xiao Cheng jumped straight to his feet, pointing at Lu Xiaoqing and roaring angrily, "You wait for me! I'll have to beat you to death! Master, hurry up and make a move!" Lu Xiaoqing was still yelling. Xiao Cheng ignored him. Seeing that Master doesn't give a damn about himself, Lu Xiaoqing was helpless. With a flip of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I don't get angry, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" He slashed out his sword in indignation. A furious, fiery sword intent rose up to the sky. As the sun comes down, Xiao Yi is full of shock. Chapter 22, The Two Terrifying Senior Brothers. Xiao Yi was incomparably shocked, her face filled with horror. She never thought that her second senior brother was also someone who had comprehended sword intent. This, Xiao Yi felt her mind go blank and didn't know what to say. Is swordsmanship a cabbage? You two say you've realized it. Are you still human beings? No wonder he said he wanted me to comprehend sword intent within 2 months. So you guys think of me as just like you. Xiao Yi wanted to cry in her heart. Two senior brothers. You think too highly of me. Below, Lu Xiaoqing had a serious expression, his body firm and upright, set off by the sword intent. Xiao Yi suddenly felt that the image of the second senior brother was glorious and great. Such a second senior brother made Xiao Yi suspect for a moment that she had looked at the wrong person. The usual shameless asshole second senior brother and the current second senior brother were simply two different people. No wonder that night, Master said that the two of them were sparring. At first, Xiao Yi was half believing, but then she had more contact with Lu Xiaoqing. She then suspected that Master was telling lies. Is shameless bastard's second brother that powerful? Until now, she didn't realize that she hadn't seen through her second senior brother. Master. Xiaocheng waved his hand and looked down with a grave expression on his face, saying, "Watch and don't talk. Die for me." Lu Xiaoqing yelled, "It's your business if you want to practice. Did I mess with you by lying down and resting? Let's teach you a lesson today." The berserk sword intent rushed up to the sky, then transformed into a huge red firebird. The firebird hissed, lifted its wings and flew towards the white dragon, crashed together hard. Boom! There was a loud, earth-shattering sound. The white dragon firebird died in the same place, annihilating in a huge explosion in the air. A huge shockwave struck in all directions. The two majestic and invincible sword intentions were smashed to pieces and flew all over the sky. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, they burst out in all directions. Countless buildings were destroyed below. The ground looked like it had been chewed by a dog, with countless potholes and a mess. Little Red squeaked and dodged left and right, and finally flew to Xiao Yi to seek refuge. Holding Red, he realized that Red's body was trembling. It seems to be intimidated. Xiao Yi had no jokes, and she was no better. If it wasn't for Xiao Chang protecting her, her Dao heart would have collapsed long ago. She never expected that her second senior brother, who usually looked unreliable and shameless to the extreme, actually possessed such amazing sword intent. The strength is strong to this point. He still hadn't seen through second senior brother himself. Lu Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and looked at Kei Yan who was in the air. Kei Yan's eyes were tightly closed and his body was like a bottomless pit. The endless aura around them kept surging towards Ji Yan. He was like a person who hadn't drank water for decades, frantically absorbing the aura around him. Although his eyes were tightly closed, Kei Yan seemed to be able to see Lu Xiaoqing. Once again, he slashed his sword at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing once again cursed, "Are you really going to use me as a millstone? You're sick. You're definitely sick. You're actually going to break through? Are you still human? Breakthroughs are breakthroughs, and you have to use me as your sparring partner." LV Xiaoqing was furious and shouted, "I'll beat you up today and beat your ass to death. Damn you, don't hide if you have the guts." Once again, the sword slashed out. The sword intent coalesced once again, illuminating a firebird that rushed towards Ji Yan. The two strands of sword intent collided again, still not matching each other, and once again, they ended up together in the air. The two men's sword intent was not on par with each other, and neither of them could do anything about it. Xiao Yi winced at the sight. Both senior brothers had comprehended sword intent, and both had reached the second level of the realm. Sword intent transformation. The sword intent of the two men was not on par with each other. Such an awesome senior brother. Lu Shaoqing looked at Kei Yan and grunted as he swung his sword out once again. But this time, his expression was much more grave. Just now they were simply touching each other with their sword intent. Leaving fire sword technique. Spiritual energy surged out crazily from Lu Shaoqing's body, pouring into the long sword. A wisp of flame suddenly jumped out of the air. A dark red flame that swayed in the wind like a small elf. It looks very cute, but the rising temperature in the air let it be known that this was no lovely elf. Rather, it is to burn up the gods of heaven and earth. After appearing, it continuously absorbed the surrounding aura and rose against the wind. Soon countless flames appeared in the air, spreading across the entire sky. It formed an overwhelming web of fire. Go! Lu Shaoqing shouted, and a fire net of dark red flames swept towards Jiyan, where the blazing heat pathways, moisture evaporates and grass withers. The endless flames were like ferocious beasts, rushing up to the sky to burn Kei Yan to the ground. Kei Yan was still absorbing aura continuously. Facing the fiery web of fire that swept in, Kei Yan stabbed out the long sword in his hand. A light sword, seemingly soft and feeble, but it's overbearing. The sweeping flames were easily broken through and annihilated. A look of surprise appeared on the face of Xiao Chang, who was watching the battle from above. Easy sword technique. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi was surprised and said, Master, is this the sword technique passed down by the ancestor of the Lingxiao school? Celestial grade technique. One of the Lingxiao school's canonical collections. The easy sword technique. Xiao Chang nodded. Apart from the ancestor, only your eldest senior brother was able to successfully cultivate the easy sword technique. Xiao Yi marveled. It was indeed powerful. Then she asked, what about second brother? Did he also cultivate the easy sword technique? It looked terrifying and powerful as well, or else it wouldn't have been able to fight with eldest brother. Xiao Chang shook his head. No, the sword skill he used was said to be the departing flame sword skill, not owned by the sect. Not the sect sword technique? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Did second senior brother have any other strange encounters? Where did he get it? There was a hint of curiosity on Xiao Chang's face, and he pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know. I didn't ask. It's his business. But from what I've observed, the off-fire sword technique is no worse than the easy sword technique. Xiao Yi couldn't help but marvel and admire in her heart. Eldest brother. Second eldest brother is really powerful. At this moment, Xiao Yi completely worshipped the two senior brothers in her heart. The two men's sword intent talent was unrivaled, and any random person who went out could suppress their peers from lifting their heads. Looking at the two people below fighting fiercely, that might, the fluctuations emanating from it, was not at all like an ordinary Jiedan stage. Kei Yan made the easy sword technique, easily defusing Lu Shaoqing's offense. Lu Shaoqing smiled coldly. Again, another sword slash. This time, there were still endless flames sweeping in. Mightier. The countless dodgy flames turned into a dark red firebird, covering the sky. They swarmed towards Jiyan. Jiyan was wailing on the aura, and the countless firebirds killed to his heels, and the surrounding aura seemed to burn with him. Xiao Yi, who was below, saw that the sky seemed to be on fire. Xiao Yi's heart was trembling. It was too horrible. With such a powerful second senior brother, would the eldest senior brother be able to withstand it? Jiyan didn't dodge. His longsword pointed at Lu Shaoqing and slashed down fiercely. Huge fluctuations of spiritual energy were like a heaven-opening collision, and the endless flames were instantly split in half. The sky was darkened, and the flames in the sky were instantly extinguished. The sky returned to darkness once again, and only the residual spiritual energy fluctuations let people know that what had just happened was not an illusion. Kei Yan's voice was like a bell, calm and cold. Again! The aura fluctuations in his body grew stronger and stronger as he once again attacked Lu Shaoqing. The pressure of the sky was so overwhelming that it was like the sky was falling. The huge surging aura was compressed into a huge long sword that descended from the sky and stabbed down towards Lu Shaoqing's head. The giant sword came down with a bang. The ground shook. The surrounding continuously collapsed and shattered, and dust flew in the sky. Second brother. Xiao Yi screamed out nervously. Kei Yan, this strike is full of power. Xiao Yi felt that even the Yuaning stage in being hit is not much better. Lu Shaoqing was only at the Jiedan stage. How could he resist? Xiao Chang, however, was relaxed, and he did his best to get a good grasp of the two disciples' competition, saying, no need to worry. Just as his words fell, Lu Xiaoqing's voice rang out. Asshole, are you for real? Die for me. Lu Xiaoqing's figure appeared in the other direction, very close to Ji Yan. Lu Xiaoqing shouted, Meteorite Great Summoning Technique. This time, he didn't use sword techniques anymore, but instead used spells. The aura in the sky stirred, and a huge fireball appeared above the sky like it had traveled through time and space. The fireball burned brightly, illuminating the sky like day. The huge fireball cut through the night sky and fell towards Kei Yan. You smash me. I'll smash you. Suffer death. There was a hint of smugness in Lu Xiaoqing's tone anyhow. When Xiao Yi saw such a huge fireball, her small mouth opened wide and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Master, what kind of spell is this? Meteorite Grand Summoning? How come I've never heard of it? Xiao Cheng cursed this disciple of his in his heart for being a tart, smiled and said to Xiao Yi, that's him talking nonsense. It's actually a fireball technique. After a moment's pause, seeing that Xiao Yi wanted to ask, he immediately spoke up first, saying, don't ask me. I didn't know that his fireball spell would be so big. Xiao Yi sniffed and was only able to swallow back the question she was about to ask. Ask the second brother when the time comes. Lu Xiaoqing's fireball spell looked even more powerful than Kei Yan's giant sword just now. Kei Yan's expression also became grave and serious. However, he did not dodge. When the fireball was about to fall, he slashed his sword. The strength of this sword was calm and huge, and the aura was stirring. The huge fireball was split in half, followed by several consecutive sword swings. The fireball was split into countless pieces and finally annihilated in the air. Lu Xiaoqing's voice seemed hysterical as he roared and shouted, saying, Bastard! What kind of hero is it to break my moves with a realm? Again! But Kei Yan didn't give him a chance anymore. Sword after sword slashed out, powerful one at a time. Lu Xiaoqing was forced to switch to defense. Kei Yan's aura was climbing, and the air around him seemed to become frozen. Kei Yan's sense of oppression grew stronger, and the black clouds in the sky above his head began to converge. In the clouds, countless thunderbolts flashed and shuttled. It seemed as if there were countless thunder dragons swimming and roaring between the clouds. The air became dull and panic-inducing. Ji Yan's attack after attack exhausted Lu Xiaoqing, who could no longer find the time to return the favor. In the end, Kei Yan slashed out with his sword, and Lu Xiaoqing tried his best to fend it off. Uing. Lu Xiaoqing was split and flew backwards tens of miles away, smashing solidly into a mountain. Second brother, Xiao Yi exclaimed. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing hadn't returned for half a day, Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Cheng with a worried face. Master, is second senior brother alright? Xiao Cheng smiled faintly and said in relief. Don't worry, it's fine. That kid is crafty. He's taking this opportunity to not want to fight. Is playing dead there. After sensing that there wasn't much of a problem with Lu Xiaoqing's breath, Xiao Cheng's gaze fell on Ji Yan. In a somewhat hushed tone, he said, your eldest senior brother is about to make a breakthrough. It's a lot of pressure to be a master when your disciple is so fierce. Xiao Yi no longer knew what to say to this. She was nothing but impressed. From already knowing that 10 years ago, his own eldest brother was still a mortal. 10 years, from a mortal to be able to enter the Yuanying stage. What kind of heaven-defying talent is this, when it's really demonic? Too strong. Xiao Yi could only sigh so much. Such a powerful eldest brother. Will I be able to catch up? Xiao Cheng twisted his head to look at her and smiled. There is no need to lose heart. Cultivate hard and you will still be able to keep up with your senior brother. Bringing you here today was originally intended to let you see your second senior brother's strength, so that you would know that your second senior brother is by no means as simple as he appears on the surface. That was the purpose of Xiao Cheng bringing Xiao Yi here. Let Xiao Yi know the true face of Lu Xiaoqing, so that she will not have misunderstandings in her heart and complain about Lu Xiaoqing. Alas, it's not easy being a master. Worrying about the unity of the siblings, Xiao Cheng sighed and added, I didn't expect to be able to let you see your eldest senior brother break through now. Read it well. It will do you untold good in the future. After saying that, Xiao Cheng flew away in the air. You watch here. I'll go protect your big senior brother. Chapter 23 Ji Yan becomes a Yuanying. Lu Xiaoqing stood on the mountain with a large pit behind him. He looked at Kei Yan, who was struck by lightning in the distance, with a somewhat depressed expression. When Kei Yan easily passed through the last thunder tribulation, his breath continued to climb and finally slowly stabilized. A huge spiritual pressure spread out with Kei Yan at the center, spreading thousands of miles, and the animals in the square sprawled on the ground and trembled. Kei Yan broke through and stepped into the Yuanying stage, becoming a Yuanying stage expert. That's genius. Lu Xiaoqing let out a long sigh, and his tone was also depressed. Being around geniuses is just stressful. I'm only at the 7th level of Jiadan now. It will take me at least 2 years to break through. Even with the time house, it'll take 2 months. 20,000 spirit stones. Lack of money. Lu Shaoqing patted himself on the head. It took 10,000 spirit stones to allow him to be able to cultivate in the time house inside the ring for a year. He's short of money right now. Looks like we'll have to find a way to make money. I don't know if the sword cave works, but if it does, you can make some money. Lu Shaoqing slowly returned to Tianyu Peak. Xiao Yi is here waiting for him. Second brother. Xiao Yi ran over to him, wagging his tail and farting like a puppy. What? Not angry anymore? Lu Shaoqing glanced at her. He could feel Xiao Yi's resentment towards him. It turns out that the second brother knew all about it. Xiao Yi heatedly laughed and denied. Second senior brother. What are you talking about? I'm not angry. After seeing how powerful LV Shaoqing was, Xiao Yi had become a little fangirl and worshipped LV Shaoqing to the core. Xiao Yi seriously said, saying, I know that second senior brother will definitely have your reasons for letting me go to work part-time. Master was definitely right. Second brother was doing this to hone her, with second brother's intentions. It's good to know. If it wasn't for that 1,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't bother with you. Second senior brother. Are you able to say why you're letting me work part-time? How can I comprehend the sword intent within 2 months and then break through the foundation establishment stage? Xiao Yi's heart itched to know what Lu Shaoqing would do. After seeing how powerful Kei Yan and Lu Shaoqing were, Xiao Yi also hated to become like the two. If they weren't a little stronger, they would be embarrassed to say that they were the senior sister of the two of them. Lu Shaoqing carried his hands behind his back and did not satisfy Xiao Yi's curiosity, but only faintly said, You do as I say, and you will naturally know when the time comes. Well, Xiao Yi didn't pursue it. Remembering the battle just now, she once again said adoringly, Second senior brother, you're so powerful that you were actually able to fight eldest senior brother like that. Lu Shaoqing held his head high and proudly said, Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that his breakthrough was imminent, I would have definitely pressed him to the ground and beat him up. Xiao Yi didn't believe in this statement. She knew her second brother had the hardest mouth in the whole world. Xiao Yi had a stomach full of questions today, and she had a new one. Second senior brother, that meteorite grand summoning technique of yours is so powerful. Is it really a fireball spell? Lu Shaoqing bent down, came a little closer, and mysteriously whispered, Of course not. This is the immortal fireball technique. Powerful, isn't it? Immortal fireball technique? Xiao Yi was bluffed. She didn't believe it, but it was true that ordinary fireball spells didn't have such terrifying power. It's not up to her not to believe it. But Master said it's just a normal fireball technique. Lu Shaoqing snorted in disbelief. What does Master know about him? A mortal like him? Master wouldn't understand a genius like me. Xiao Yi spat. Bah, I don't believe it. Second senior brother, like you would be expelled from the division in other places. Do you want to learn? Xiao Yi immediately changed her attitude, her little head like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to. Hey, wait until your second senior brother is in a good mood. Xiao Yi immediately changed into a pleasing face. Second senior brother, are you tired? Do you want me to help you pound? The meteorite grand summoning technique is just awesome and amazing. Xiao Yi is eager to learn. Lu Shaoqing waved his hand and said, Step aside. Where are they? Master? Sect Master. They're here. Master told me to wait for you here. Don't let you. Xiao Yi hesitated at the end of her sentence. Lu Shaoqing knew what Xiao Yi was going to say and laughed. Don't let me get together right. Just kidding. Invite me. I won't even go. Second senior brother is really smart. Xiao Yi nodded and said, Master told me to tell you that the sect leader is also present. The master is there, too. I'm stupid to go. Going to see the master and being sprayed by the master. Isn't that a crime? Lu Shaoqing patted Xiao Yi's head. Alright, go to bed and have a good rest. Xiao Yi's face showed a difficult expression as she looked into the distance. But, I want to go and take a look. Look my ass. Lu Shaoqing slapped again and said viciously. A group of Yuaning stage big shots are chatting. What are you? A little chi refining stage Karami. Running to join in the fun? Go back to rest right now and keep going to work tomorrow. Kei Yan broke through to become a Yuaning stage. Instead of hiding it, the Lingxiao sect took this opportunity to have a celebration ceremony. A Yuaning stage powerhouse was already a dominant party. Each additional Yuaning stage could greatly increase the sect's strength. It was natural for the Lingxiao sect to invite all the forces in Qizhou to come and participate in the celebration. Adding a Yuaning stage expert was a big deal and worth celebrating. It's also an opportunity to show off your muscles to other powers. The The news of Kei Yan becoming a Yuaning stage powerhouse quickly spread throughout Qizhou. It even spreads outward and is known in nearby states. The news has left many people incredibly shaken. Cheat, right. 21. 2-year-old actually became a Yuaning stage powerhouse. It's too exaggerated. This is true. This is our first genius of Qizhou. That's awesome. How the hell did that happen? The Lingxiao sect is remarkable. It actually has such disciples. And the sect is becoming more and more prosperous. Senior brother Kei Yan is really my idol. Too heaven-defying. I'm not marrying Master Kei Yan in my life. I want to give him monkeys. You also look in the mirror. Would senior brother Kei Yan look at a product like you? If you're going to marry, you're going to marry me. Kei Yan. Very good. You really deserve to be my opponent. Just wait. I will defeat you sooner or later. Let the world know that I, Jang Tong, am the #1 in Qizhou. Return to the pavilion. The chief great disciple, Jang Tong, after knowing that Kei Yan had stepped into the Yuanying stage, his eyes glittered with a strong fighting spirit, and he then went into seclusion. Senior brother, aren't you going to attend the celebration ceremony of the Lingxiao sect? Jang Tong's voice rang out. There are still 3 months left. That's enough. Twin Moon Valley. A stunningly beautiful young woman with skin shining like snow, a cicatrice's head, and gorgeous eyes were silent for a moment when she heard the news. She opened her mouth slowly. Her voice was like the water of a beautiful spring, refreshing the heart. Senior brother Kei Yan is truly a genius. I'm far behind. A young girl next to her immediately said, eldest senior sister, don't be modest either. You're not much worse than senior brother Kei Yan. You're also at the 8th level of Jiadan now. Soon, I'll also be able to reach the 9th level of Jiadan, then break through and enter Yuaning. The young girl who was called senior sister was the chief senior disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, Xiao Yi. The senior sister beside her was called Bian Ro, and she was like a sister to her. Xiao Yi shook her head when she heard her senior sister's words. It's hard, not to mention senior brother Kei Yan. Even senior brother Zhang Songlong of the Guiyuan Pavilion is better than me. He's also at the threshold, capable of breaking through into the Yuaning stage at any time. Bian Zuoro said disdainfully. He's not even close. He's not elder brother Kei Yan, much less elder sister Yu. He doesn't have the chance to be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. Xiao Yu faintly smiled. The usual tactics of the Guiyuan Pavilion's dealings were naturally not liked by some people. Xiao Yu sighed once again. It's still senior brother Kei Yan who is powerful, having already comprehended sword intent at the Qi refining stage. This talent is second to none in the entire Qi prefecture, or even the entire continent. Even in the central state, there are very few people like senior brother Kei Yan. Bian Zuoro said. Senior sister, you're also very good. Really? Bian Ro had a lot of confidence in Xiao Yu and waved her fists. I'm sure you'll surpass Zhang Songlong. Xiao Yu did not have such a strong sense of winning. She was very bashful and said, what's the point of arguing about this? I don't have that in mind. Just go with the flow. Do you want to go to the celebration ceremony of the Lingxiao sect this time? Think. Bian's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu looked into the distance, her gaze calm, her tone still light. Then prepare. We'll leave tomorrow. So soon? Didn't we say 3 months later? This time the tone of the summer language has a few more points of anticipation. She said, I'm going to find some people to explore a secret realm together. Chapter 24, Boss. You don't want to deduct my sister's wages, do you? Lu Shaoqing once again came here to the gathering of immortals. Wang Yao happily greeted him. Senior brother Lu, are you here to visit senior sister Xiao? Lu Shaoqing glanced at the place. There were quite a few people here, and said to Wang Rao, find me a seat. No need for a private room, just outside. Alas, Heavenly Royal Peak can't stay these days. People come every day. It's annoying. Isn't it just a small breakthrough to become a Yuaning? What's all the fuss about? Hearing Lu Shaoqing's tirade, Wang Yun's face turned red as he held his tongue. He wanted to spit on Lu Shaoqing. What do you mean? A little breakthrough? What do you mean by fussing? Some people were stuck at this realm for the rest of their lives, unable to become a Yuaning for the rest of their lives. I am still in the refining stage now. Wang Yao hurriedly ran away. He was afraid that if he continued to stay he would really not be able to resist spitting on Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing sat here in the hall and soon saw his senior sister, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi has been working here for almost a month. Compared to the beginning, Xiao Yi has changed a lot now. With a smile on his face, he greeted his guests warmly. Faced with the verbal teasing of some guests, Xiao Yi copes well and easily diffuses them. Almost there, Lu Shaoqing said in his heart. When Xiao Yi first came to Tianyu Peak, There was still tenderness on his face. There was no Missy's arrogance. But Missy's pampering was still there. Work here and be exposed to the city's atmosphere. It made her mind change. And that change was what Louis Xiaoqing needed. Xiao Yi was the eldest lady of the Xiao family at birth and was highly favored. Is growing up with a golden key? Is the flower of the Xiao family's greenhouse. He has not experienced the poisonous beating of society. And his mind is not yet mature enough. In LV Xiaoqing's opinion, cultivation. First cultivate the heart. As long as the mind is set right and the mind is stabilized, cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Yi wasn't a genius, but he wasn't mediocre either. And his natural talent was not bad. Letting her experience a bit before letting her cultivate would only do her good and no harm. Lu Xiaoqing cultivated in the ring's time house, and he couldn't stand it for a day or two at first, then slowly 10 days, a month, a few months, then a year. Every time he finished practicing he had a kind of empty silence, vicissitudes. So, he had to lie down after practicing to relax and unwind. Otherwise it would be absolutely insane. There's no way around it. Who made our senior brother a pervert? If you want to be his senior sibling, you have to keep your mind steady or you'll easily break down. Even Master almost broke down then. LV Xiaoqing whispered to himself, Kei Yan is so awesome, so talented and hard-working. It's a lot of pressure to be a fellow disciple with someone like that. It also gets hit a lot. Without a solid, sturdy Taoist heart, sooner or later it will crumble away. Xiao Yi had just arrived and almost couldn't support herself for the first month. Lu Xiaoqing had also discovered this before first asking Xiao Yi not to cultivate for the time being and letting her take a job here. Sharpen your mind before you say anything. Now after a month, Xiao Yi's mind is almost recovered. Therefore, Lu Xiaoqing found Fang Xiao after a meal. Upon seeing LV Xiaoqing, Fang Xiao reminded very directly, Mr. LV, you said that you would bring Mr. Kei Yan to me for a meal. Until now, I haven't seen Mr. Kei Yan yet. Could it be that Mr. Lu is so noble that he has forgotten about this matter? Kei Yan is now on the headline hit list in Qizhou. Everyone was marveling at this young genius. Not yet 30 years old and became a yuaning stage powerhouse. The future is limitless. If someone like Kei Yan came to her Gathering Immortal building for a meal, the Gathering Immortal building would definitely become the #1 restaurant in Lingxiao City. Isn't it just a meal? Lu Xiaoqing wasn't in a hurry at all, saying, no hurry, no hurry. Eldest senior brother isn't available right now. When there's time. Good. I hope Mr. Lu won't lie to me. Fang Xiao also knew that Kei Yan had no time to spare right now. And she said this mainly to further draw closer to Lu Xiaoqing. As Ji Yan's senior brother, being able to hook up with Lu Xiaoqing, and even with Ji Yan, would only benefit her and do her no harm. And Fang Zhao's eyes had curiosity. The one in front of him was also a guy with amazing strength. I just don't know why he's keeping such a low profile. Unlike Kei Yan, who made a big splash, LV Xiaoqing kept a low profile to the point of being scary. Even as Kei Yan's senior brother, he was just as silent. It stands to reason that a celebrity like counting words. Everything around him is mined and probed. But not Xiaoqing Lu. He was like a transparent person who couldn't be known by others even when he was around Kei Yan. If Fang Xiao hadn't coincidentally seen Lu Xiaoqing's methods, she would have been hidden from him as well. But even if she knew, she wouldn't dare reveal this. She wanted to live a few more years. Then, Fang Xiao was curious about LV Xiaoqing's reason for coming and asked, Mr. LV, do you have something to look for me? Lu Xiaoqing stated his reason for coming and said, I have to take my senior sister back, so please help me settle my senior sister's wages. Boss, take the senior sister away. And of course, the wages can't be left behind. So soon? It hasn't even been a month yet. Lu Xiaoqing grinned greatly and said without a care in the world, it's even if it's a day or two short, but say a month's work should be a month's work, right? A few days short. I'm not doing well with this labor. Rather than before, Fang Xiao wanted Xiao Yi to continue her work with her. By letting Xiao Yi work for her, she could better bring her relationship with Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi closer. With Xiao Yi here, Lu Xiaoqing would occasionally run towards her. After a while, don't we all get acquainted? Having friendship with an expert like Lu Xiaoqing was never a bad thing. Therefore, Fang Xiao did not want Xiao Yi to leave. However, when these words were heard in Lu Xiaoqing's ears, Lu Xiaoqing stared at Fang Xiao warily. Boss, you're not thinking of deducting my senior sister's wages, are you? Are you so mean? She's a little girl working here, working hard to earn some hard-earned money, and you're actually trying to deduct her wages. Boss, you can't be so black-hearted. Fang Xiao, Chapter 25, Senior. I've written down all the bullies in my little notebook. Fang Xiao looked at Lu Xiaoqing's shocked appearance. Have the urge to kill. Am I? Is that what I'm going to do? Is that what I am to you? Deduction of wages. Do we need to do this for Fang Xiao? It takes a lot of heart to deal with people like that. Fang Xiao came down in defeat, and she was only able to bring Xiao Yi here, after Xiao Yi realized that she didn't have to work here. Instead of being happy, she wore a disappointed expression. That fast? LV Xiaoqing was stunned. You girl? Working part-time stupid, right? Who said they didn't want to work in the beginning? And now you're addicted? This is not finding an interesting place. Xiao Yi smiled cheekily and said, Second senior brother. I found it quite refreshing to work here. This is something I haven't even done before. If he could, Lu Xiaoqing wouldn't mind letting his senior sister work here. But time doesn't allow it now. Alright, there's still a month left. It's time to go back to cultivating. Xiao Yi once again asked curiously. Second senior brother, do you really have a way for me to comprehend sword intent and step into the foundation establishment stage within a month? Fang Xiao also looked at Lu Xiaoqing with anticipation and perked up her ears, wanting to hear how Lu Xiaoqing answered. In these days, under her deliberate enlistment and befriending, Xiao Yi and her had long since become friends. Xiao Yi also told her quite a few things. This included, among other things, Lu Xiaoqing's promise to Kei Yan that 2 months would allow Xiao Yi to comprehend sword intent and enter the foundation establishment stage. But can it be done? Or is this something a human being can do? How many people spent a year or several years unable to break through a small realm? Xiao Yi was only at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage now, and it was still not long after he had broken through. Now she was working in her restaurant for another month, which meant that Lu Xiaoqing still had a month for Xiao Yi to break through. And it's still breaking through 2 layers in a row. At the same time, one must also comprehend the sword intent. Is this what people do? Fang Xiao wanted to spit. That's no way to brag. Is it possible to comprehend sword intent just by saying so? If sword intent was really that easy to comprehend, it would have sucked long ago. Even the chief great disciples of the Guan Pavilion and the Twin Moon Valley hadn't comprehended sword intent yet. 2 of you from Heavenly Royal Peak comprehending the sword intent is already a fire from Heavenly Royal Peak's ancestral tomb. Now you're thinking of letting your little sister comprehend sword intent as well? Why don't you go to heaven? If you let your senior sister comprehend the sword intent again, aren't you afraid that Tianyu Peak's ancestral tomb will explode? LV Xiaoqing saw Fang Xiao who perked up her ears. What a silly girl senior sister. Can these things be said casually in front of others? He bristled and said to Xiao Yi, I have faith in you. Do you? Xiao Yi was about to cry. Second senior brother. I don't have confidence. Eldest brother is a demon. And you're a genius. But I'm the only one who's nothing. Why do you have so much faith in me? LV Xiaoqing despised. Right. You know your crap too, right? But, Xiao Yi hesitated. Although I'm stupid. You're not. She looked at Lu Xiaoqing. You promised eldest brother yourself. Lu Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed and laughed cheaply twice, saying, so what if I promised him? That was an expedient way for me to trick him. How else can I save you from his clutches and pit him for 1,000 spirit stones? Is that so? For some reason, Xiao Yi was a little disappointed in her heart. She still thought that Lu Xiaoqing had a way to make her comprehend sword intent and step into the foundation establishment stage in just 1 month. Or what? Do you really think I'm immortal? After Fang Xiao heard this, she was also a bit disappointed. But more than anything, she was relieved. If it were true, she'd probably go crazy. It's okay, everyone's normal. A little bit of perversion is okay. Too much perversion and you'll make it impossible to live. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, you go out and wait. I'll discuss something with the boss. Fang Xiao, however, deliberately did not allow Lu Xiaoqing to detach Xiao Yi and deliberately said, Sister Xiao Yi, wait. This is your wages for this month. A total of 1,270 spirit stones. Keep it. Xiao Yi, however, said, Sister Xiao Xiao, no need. I don't need it. After getting on good terms with Fang Xiao, she was too embarrassed to ask for money for her work. Think of it as a favor between sisters. Lu Xiaoqing nonchalantly snatched it and glared at Fang Xiao, then educated Xiao Yi. Can't not want it. Can't cheapen this kind of capitalist. If you don't want it, second brother will keep it for you. It's... Fang Xiao still underestimated Lu Xiaoqing's shamelessness. Xiao Yi had an opinion. Second senior brother. This is Sister Xiao Xiao's spirit stone. How can you have the nerve to ask for it? Lu Xiaoqing gasped with joy. It's only been a few days. And you're calling yourself a sister? He said. What is her spirit stone? It's from your hard labor. Can't afford to cheapen the capitalists. Fang Xiao got curious and asked with slight admiration. What is a capitalist? being rich for the sake of being rich, knocking on the bones, tax evasion, speculation, and trickery. That's called being a capitalist. Fang Xiao rolled her eyes in anger and directly dismantled the stage. Sister Little Ripple, your senior brother told me to give him your wages. Not you. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing without any unexpected expression on her face. It's something the second brother is capable of doing. Lu Xiaoqing ignored Xiao Yi's grudging gaze. You're still young. I'm afraid you'll be tricked. I'll take the spirit stone and keep it for you first, and give it to you when you grow up. Xiao Yi didn't want to talk anymore. I'm 16. I'm still young? Besides, if the stone is in your hands, can it come back to me? Xiao Yi didn't have any hope for his spirit stones. Fang Xiao was speechless. This guy is really shameless. Not even a blush. Fang Xiao said to Xiao Yi, Sister Xiao Yi, are you sure you don't want your wages? Fang Xiao was itching for Xiao Yi to ask for the spirit stones back from Lu Xiaoqing. Although LV Xiaoqing was powerful, she couldn't see past the fact that he was doing things so shamelessly. Xiao Yi, however, gave up and said, forget it, give it to second senior brother. Xiao Yi came from a large family and could not see eye to eye with this amount of spirit stones. Besides, it's her second senior brother. So take it. She can't get it back. Fang Xiao hated it. You girl, how can you be like this? What belongs to you? Of course you want it back. Lu Xiaoqing was not happy and said, Boss, you capitalist, don't pick on our sibling relationship here. Go away, senior sister. Don't follow the capitalist's example. Angry Fang Xiao stomped her feet. Xiao Yi and Fang Xiao waved goodbye and followed with a smile. Then he pulled out a small book from his bosom. Second senior brother. If you say someone bullies me, remember it first. I've written it all down on it. Chapter 26 Danger at second brother's home? How can that be? Fang Xiao, who was in the back, heard it and was stunned. No way. You girls really have little books? The two hadn't gone far, and Fang Xiao was still able to hear their conversation. Lu Xiaoqing was also surprised. No way. You're so stingy? Xiao Yi huffed. These guys are nasty guys. I want to hammer them to death. I work in a restaurant, not a greenhouse. Those stinking men are an abomination. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head instead. That's where you're wrong. People pay money to come here to eat. The customer is God. What's wrong with a few words of lip service to you? What is God? Well, you can understand Immortal Emperor. Xiao Yi said disdainfully. The Immortal Emperor wouldn't be so nasty. By what right can he molest me just because he came to eat? Can a stinky guy like that be compared to the Immortal Emperor? Second senior brother. How about you help me teach them a lesson? On top of that, I've also written down their homes or places where they landed in Lingxiao City. Lu Xiaoqing's tisk-tisk voice continued to sound. Shocked. Tisk-tisk, the most poisonous woman's heart. Second brother. This is what you told me to write down. Xiao Yi's voice was angry and anxious. LV Xiaoqing persuaded Xiao Yi, saying, forget it, don't care too much about this kind of thing. Besides, what about going to retaliate against them? What about Boss Fang here? It would be bad if it affects Boss Fang's business. You're still calling someone Xiao Zhao's sister. Have some conscience, okay? Be generous. Be bigger. Fang Xiao was a bit stunned after hearing this. This guy would be so kind. Seems like a pretty good person who knows how to think for people. Outside, Lu Xiaoqing put away Xiao Yi's small book. This kind of thing stays with me for now. From now on, your task is to comprehend sword intent and break through into the foundation establishment stage within a month. Xiao Yi froze. Second senior brother. That's not what you said just now. Lu Xiaoqing bristled. Fussing. What an idiot. Saying, wasn't there an outsider just now? Don't talk too much. In case you can't do it, it's easy to lose face. For some reason, Xiao Yi's heart was happy and filled with anticipation. Second brother. What should I do? Having seen how powerful the two senior brothers were, Xiao Yi also desperately wished to become as powerful as the two senior brothers. How to do it? Lu Xiaoqing already had a plan in his heart and said, go back and rest for the night. Tomorrow, go to the sword cave. Sword cave? Xiao Yi's face went white. The sword cave had left too much of an impression on her. Second senior brother. This, would it be too dangerous? Can you not go? LV Xiaoqing looked at her, and Xiao Yi's head gradually lowered. Eldest brother found an unreliable guy. Lu Xiaoqing said confidently, don't worry. I'm not the kind of unreliable guy like eldest brother. There won't be any problems with the sword holes that pass through my hands. Why does that sound weird? You're the one who looks more like an unreliable guy compared to big brother, right? Also, it seemed like eldest brother had assured him in such a tone before. Early the next morning, Xiao Yi came to find Lu Xiaoqing. However, Lu Xiaoqing had not gotten up yet. Xiao Yi, whose relationship with Lu Xiaoqing was already very good, did not wait foolishly and directly tapped on the door. Second brother is up. LV Xiaoqing didn't move. Instead, Xiaohong flew out. Little Red, where's second brother? Little Red rubbed her head against Xiao Yi's cheek and purred twice. Hasn't second brother gotten up yet? Xiao Yi stomped her feet. What an unreliable second elder brother. He clearly told me to get up early to look for him, but he's sleeping. Damn it. Angry Xiao Yi pushed open the door of the room with a palm to directly break in, only to be stopped by Red. Red flew up to her and squeaked. Red, are you saying there's a trap? Little Red flew to Xiao Yi's hand and nodded his little head, then spread his wings and barked twice. And the dangerous kind at that? Xiao Yi was surprised, then glanced inside. It's very calm in there. There's no danger to be seen at all. It was just an ordinary hall, and after the hall, further inside was the room where the second elder brother was. The architectural layout of the house was no different from where Xiao Yi lived. Xiao Yi didn't quite believe it. What danger could there be here? It looks peaceful. There's no danger. Red called out 2 more times to keep her from trespassing. Xiao Yi patted Xiao Hong's head for fear and said with a smile, "It's fine. I don't trespass. I'm just going in to wake up my second senior brother." Xiao Yi had a hard time believing that there was any kind of trap in this room. She didn't listen to Red and pushed the door open to come in. However, as she stepped 1 foot into the hall, the scenery before her changed rapidly. By the time Xiao Yi reacted, she was already on top of a cliff. The ground was scorched black and bare beneath his feet. Behind them was a daunting expanse of black land as far as the eye could see. Below the cliff is a huge, blazing crater. A large amount of magma rolled over, and every now and then a flame was spewed out. Red flames rushed up to the sky with terrifying heat. Endless waves of heat came up from below. Xiao Yi's face was baked red and red. Xiao Yi felt that her entire body was going to be roasted. This is fake, right? Xiao Yi was panicked. She had obviously stepped into her second senior brother's house. Why had she suddenly appeared here? Is it a teleportation formation or an illusion? In any case, she was afraid to move. Even if it's a phantom formation, it can still put people to death. Xiao Yi cried. Why is there such a thing in the hall of the second brother? What does he want? Xiao Yi didn't dare to move. She was only able to cry out. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. It's me. Senior sister. Second senior brother. The voice traveled far, with no response from Lu Xiaoqing. There seems to be movement in the crater below. The magma that had been slowly tumbling suddenly boiled violently. The volcano is about to erupt. There seemed to be countless fire dragons sleeping down there, and now they were beginning to awaken. The tumbling lava turned over like a fiery dragon. The temperature around them was getting higher and higher, and Xiao Yi felt the moisture in her body losing. She panicked even more and turned to run. But within a few steps, the ground shook violently. The volcano erupted. Dark red magma poured out towards the sky, wrapped in rolling black smoke. Like a fiery dragon waking up and taking flight, it roared and began to wreak havoc. Countless lava falls toward Xiao Yi's head. Chapter 27. There's a genius in Tianyu Peak. Are you going to die? As Xiao Yi watched herself about to be surrounded by lava, her heart despaired, when suddenly the scenery in front of her changed. She reappeared in the halls of Shaoqing Lu. Looking at everything in front of her, Xiao Yi was like a world away. It feels like a dream. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi saw Lu Xiaoqing in front of him. Lu Xiaoqing yawned and asked, "Why are you here?" Squeak. Red barked at his head. It then flew onto Xiao Yi's shoulder. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and sighed. Young people, what's the point of being in such a hurry? Can't we wait a little longer? Had to come barging in here in a hurry. Xiao Yi was stunned. What just happened gave her a big shock. Second senior brother. What was that just now? Lu Xiaoqing didn't explain and said, "In the future, don't just enter other people's homes. This is not a joke. It's thanks to you coming to my place. If you had broken into eldest brother's place, I guess you would have been poked to death by a random sword. If it was just a moment ago, Xiao Yi would definitely not think so. But the experience just now didn't dare to doubt Lu Xiaoqing's words." Xiao Yi nodded her head obediently. After experiencing this time, she knew it was wrong. If LV Xiaoqing hadn't appeared in time just now, she would definitely be in a bad way. This must have been a formation or prohibition set up by second senior brother to prevent anyone from venturing in. Seeing Xiao Yi's stunned appearance, Lu Xiaoqing patted her head and said, "All right, it's fine. No need to be afraid." Then chided Red. "Silly bird, go get a candy." Xiao Yi immediately deflated her mouth in protest. "Who wants candy?" Second senior brother. I'm not a child. I see you're on the verge of tears. You didn't pee your pants just now, did you? Xiao Yi's face flushed. Second senior brother, you're a rogue. Lu Shaoqing despised and once again looked Xiao Yi up and down. Rascal? Even if you are a hooligan, no one will pay attention to you in the face of you. The little princess Taiping. Bah! Xiao Yi blushed even more. Knowing that he had talked about Lu Shaoqing, he hastily changed the topic. Second senior brother. You said that you would let me enter the sword cave today. Thinking it was something big, Lu Shaoqing yawned again and said, go in by yourself. Are you still small? Xiao Yi was embarrassed, her small face slightly red, and said, I'm afraid. That day's experience in the sword cave had made such a deep impression on her that she still had palpitations when she thought about it. Lu Shaoqing scorned, still saying you're not a child, and you're frightened by this look? Second senior brother, take me there. You're responsible for me now. Lu Shaoqing pooh-poohed. Bah, don't say such misleading words. Your second senior brother, I don't have a Taoist partner yet. If I'm victimized by your words, I'll have to beat you to death. Xiao Yi hummed. Aren't you and eldest brother very good? You guys can simply live together. Lu Shaoqing said with a serious expression. Less nonsense. Your eldest brother and I are incompatible. We don't share the same fate. What's very good? Any more bull asterisk 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 and I'll kick your ass right now. Xiao Yi did not believe 100 times in such words. It's not like she's a little cutie. It's been more than 2 months since she came to Tianyu Peak. Isn't it clear? Xiao Chang, Kei Yan and Lu Shaocheng. The three are usually not very nice to each other, cursing and even drawing swords, especially LV Shaoqing, who had no respect for the inferiority or superiority of the people, scolded his eldest brother, Kei Yan, for being sick, and disliked his master without giving face to him, but she knew very well that this was a sign of the trio's deep affection. She also loved the atmosphere. There are no rules here. Do what you want, it's very free. Xiao Yi found it amusing to see Lu Shaoqing's refusal to admit it. Second senior brother, hurry up and take me to the sword cave. She wanted to become stronger, to be qualified to stay at Tianyu Peak and not disgrace her master and elder brother, to truly become a part of the heavenly royal peak. Let's go. Acute is not good. Take your time. Lu Shaoqing continued to educate her along the way. Don't learn from your eldest brother. Your eldest senior brother is a genius. It's just fine for us to have a genius in Tianyu Peak. Just come to your practice honestly and step by step and keep a normal heart. Xiao Yi didn't believe it and asked back, saying, what about you, second senior brother? You're smaller than eldest brother, but your strength isn't much worse than eldest brother's. Lu Shaoqing's head shot up and he said smugly, don't you compare yourself to me. You can't compare people. Xiao Yi wrinkled her nose when she saw Lu Shaoqing's appearance. If you can do it, why can't I? Lu Shaoqing was proud and unashamed, saying, I'm a genius. To Lu Shaoqing, these were words of pretense, but for Xiao Yi, it was true. She admitted that Lu Shaoqing was indeed a genius. Wasn't the genius able to fight Kei Yan like that? In Xiao Yi's opinion, Kei Yan was able to send Lu Shaoqing flying because his realm was higher than Lu Shaoqing. If they were in the same realm, and the two fought, it wasn't certain who would lose or win. Xiao Yi's heart was full of energy, and she hummed, you two are geniuses. I'm not, so I have to work harder too. Precisely because it is not a genius, it is even more important not to rush it. Lu Shaoqing said faintly, effort is certainly needed, but it must not be rushed. You can't catch up if you try any harder anyway, so it's better to take your time. Xiao Yi was speechless. Second senior brother, are you encouraging or discouraging? I'm being honest. Is this the heavenly royal peak? Red Moon Peak Master Xiao Barge said to the few people behind him. That's right, this is the heavenly royal peak, so don't trespass or cause any trouble. Yes, Uncle Xiao Bang. I wonder where Sister Xiao Yi is. A young girl about the same age as Xiao Yi asked out loud. Xiao Chong coldly glanced at her, his tone displeased, saying, Xiao Kun, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you are the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Xiao Yi is not only the Xiao family's young lady now, she is also a personal disciple of the heavenly royal peak and a member of the Lingxiao sect. I know you're having trouble with her, but I'm warning you, you don't want to get into trouble here. If something goes wrong, I won't bail you out. Xiao Kun, the young girl who was warned by Xiao Bao, was unhappy in her heart but had to lower her head. Yes, Uncle Xiao Bao taught me a lesson. Xiao Bang grunted and didn't continue. He once again looked around the crowd and said, you have come here this time to congratulate Master Kei Yan's nephew on behalf of the Xiao family, so don't lose your manners. Then he said to a young man, Boy Yuan, You come with me. The others wait here and must not move about. After saying that, he took Xiao Boyuan, who was the emissary of the family head, and left. Xiao Kun's face was filled with displeasure as he looked at Xiao Chang's direction of departure. His tone disgruntled. Humph. I also want to go and meet Mr. Kei Yan. Damn it, why don't you take me? Someone next to her immediately said. I'm afraid the vice family master did it on purpose. After all, he is Xiao Yi's own uncle. Chapter 28, Cousin Xiao Yi. Xiao Kun was very dissatisfied in his heart. There was even a look of indignation in his eyes. Humph. Just because Xiao Yi is his own niece. He went through the back door and allowed Xiao Yi to worship Heavenly Royal Peak and become Prince Kei Yan's own senior sister. Originally the spot was mine. Even coming here today didn't let me go see senior brother Kei Yan. Damn it. Xiao Kun looked at the eccentricity of Xiao Tran's departure and was disgruntled, but there was nothing she could do about it. Xiao Gang was a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Another peak master of the Red Moon Peak of the Lingxiao sect. The status in the Xiao family is honored. Even if her grandfather was the Grand Elder, there was nothing she could do with him. Ha! Sister Xiao Kun, isn't that Xiao Yi? The person beside her suddenly pointed not far away. Xiao Kun followed the sound and saw Xiao Yi and a young man walking in company. Seeing the smile on Xiao Yi's face, fluttering around that young man like a small bird, Xiao Kun was even more upset. She felt that Tianwu Peak's own disciple, Kei Yan's own senior sister, should be her, not Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was robbing what belonged to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Kun coldly called out, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi followed the sound. A face full of smiles immediately fell. Obscure, Xiao Yi whispered. When Lu Xiaoqing heard this, he looked at Xiao Kun, who walked over with a cold smile on his face. Who are they? Xiao Yi's tone was irritated as she spoke out the identity of the visitor, saying, my cousin, who has been at odds with me since childhood. Bummer. After Xiao Kun approached, he looked Lu Xiaoqing up and down. His gaze was full of disdain. Yo, who is this? You came here and found a man so quickly? It's not supposed to be your backer, is it? Xiao Yi got angry and drank. Xiao Kun, you are less likely to talk nonsense here. This is my second brother. Second senior brother? Xiao Kun glanced at Lu Xiaoqing with growing disdain. The aura was ordinary, without the appearance of a half-dozen masters. She only knew of the Heavenly Royal Peaks Kei Yan. The others hadn't heard of them and didn't put them in her eyes. She was the granddaughter of the Xiao family's grand elder, and her status was no worse than the so-called personal disciples. What second senior brother? Is there such a person? It was no wonder Xiao Kun was disdainful. There were quite a few people in the Lingxiao sect who didn't know about LV Xiaoqing's existence, not to mention outsiders like Xiao Kun. Lu Xiaoqing asked Xiao Yi suspiciously, did she grow up eating? Her mouth stinks so much. Xiao Yi snorted out a laugh. As expected, he was the second senior brother. His words were different and could piss people off. As expected, Xiao Kun's heart was instantly filled with anger. Gritting her teeth, she looked angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. Do you want to die? Dare to disrespect this young lady? I was curious. After all, your breath stinks. It's hard to have that kind of breath if you didn't grow up eating. I didn't expect it. Lu Xiaoqing showed a very surprised expression and once again exclaimed. You look like a person. I didn't expect it to be a dog. Could it be that you're a dog demon cultivating a transformed form? Ha ha. Xiao Yi was nonchalant and let out a loud laugh. The little bit of resentment in his heart would have disappeared by now. Still, the second brother is great. I need to learn more from the second brother. Xiao Kun was so angry that his body was trembling, his gaze spewing fire, itching to burn Lu Xiaoqing to ashes. Even the few people around Xiao Kun were holding their faces red, making it very difficult. It was also the first time they had seen someone so damaged. Too bad. Who the hell are you? Xiao Kun screamed angrily, her voice piercing like an old hen. How dare you humiliate this young lady? This young lady is not finished with you. LV Xiaoqing was still surprised and puzzled. I'm being honest. Who humiliated you? Don't throw your hat in the ring. You're being unreasonable for a little girl. I'm the most polite person. I never hurt people with my bad words. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded her head very happily, tears streaming out of her eyes. That's right. Second elder brother is a good person. Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly reminded. Don't give out good guy cards indiscriminately. Xiao Kun was going to explode. This guy's mouth is so odd. The key was that when he spoke, his expression was still very sincere, causing her to even think for a moment that he was right. Xiao Kun stormed out. If she didn't still have a little bit of sense, she would have drawn her sword and slashed people long ago. Like this abomination. A messy sword cut to death is not too much to ask, but she couldn't talk her way past Lu Xiaoqing, so she simply vented her anger on Xiao Yi. She looked angrily at Xiao Yi and first snapped a big hat. Good. You actually joined forces with outsiders to deal with me. Are you betraying the Xiao family? Xiao Yi hummed. He is my second senior brother, not an outsider. Compared to this so-called cousin of yours, second brother has treated me much better. What bull asterisk second senior brother. I only know that there is a senior brother in Tianyu Peak. There's someone who's even madder than me. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Xiao Kun and asked, who are you? You sound so crazy? Xiao Kun coldly said, Humph. I am the granddaughter of the grand elder of the Xiao family. Xiao Yi reminded. Second senior brother. The eldest elder is a mid-yuaning expert. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing's attitude immediately shifted and he was shocked, saying, so it's Elder Zhao's granddaughter. Say it earlier. Disrespect. Disrespect. Just now there were many offenses. I hope that Miss Xiao will not remember the little man as an adult. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That attitude. That tone. Why is it a little off? Xiao Yi wondered. Xiao Kun also wondered. Attitude change? Xiao Kun was pleased in his heart. It was still his grandfather's name that worked well. Come to think of it, who would dare to offend a mid-yuaning expert? Even the Lingxiao sect wouldn't dare. Xiao Kun sneered and became even more disdainful of Lu Xiaoqing. What? Scared? Lu Xiaoqing stalked his neck, looking like he wanted to be tough but couldn't, and said, it's not that I'm afraid. I just think that we're all family and shouldn't make such a conflict. Xiao Kun took the opportunity to humiliate Lu Xiaoqing. Who is family with you? Don't you look in the mirror either? Are you worthy? I'm my senior sister's senior brother and you're my senior sister's cousin. What is this if not family? Lu Xiaoqing arched his hand and once again said very politely, I hope that Miss Xiao will not be angry. Xiao Kun became even more disdainful and sneered as he looked at Xiao Yi. This is your second senior brother? One cartilage shrimp. Xiao Yi got angry and tugged on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes. Second senior brother. You don't need to be afraid of her. So what if you have a yuaning grandfather? You're a personal disciple of the heavenly royal peak. Lu Xiaoqing unceremoniously slapped away Xiao Yi's hand and drank. Don't be ridiculous. This is the granddaughter of your Xiao family's grand elder. You can't offend her. Mid-yuaning. What a powerful expert. Xiao Yi touched her small hand. Stunned. Is second senior brother a bully? It shouldn't. Xiao Kun couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. Ha ha, I count on you to be sensible. Compared to senior brother Kei Yan, you can't even make it to the stage. No wonder this young lady hasn't heard of you. I'm sure I'm afraid of Grandpa. The second senior brother of the heavenly royal peak is nothing more than that. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up and said, Miss Xiao, do you like eldest brother? Xiao Kun blushed a little, but didn't deny it. What? Can't you? Mr. Kei Yan is so powerful. So what if I admire him? Do you want to see eldest brother? I can take you there. LV Xiaoqing's words caused the anger in Xiao Kun's heart to instantly dissipate. Really? Really? No one could refuse the offer. Kei Yan is the dream lover of many young girls, and Xiao Kun is no exception. Xiao Kun also had a lot of wet dreams featuring Kei Yan, but she hadn't seen Kei Yan up close. She used to see Kei Yan from afar. Now that he heard that he could get up close and personal with Kei Yan, Xiao Kun was instantly excited. You can let me see Mr. Kei Yan? Lu Xiaoqing nodded and affirmed. Of course, but Xiao Kun wasn't a stupid one either. She stared at Lu Xiaoqing suspiciously. What bad idea are you playing? Xiao Kun was still skeptical and stared at Lu Xiaoqing warily. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't even think about lying to me. I'm not going to fall for it. Lu Xiaoqing revealed a smile, which appeared to Xiao Kun to be a pleasing smile as he said, what's the point of lying to you? Come on, I'll take you to Big Brother's place. Big Brother is there. Chapter 29, Second Brother Bows to Reality. Xiao Yi once again tugged on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes and worriedly said, Second senior brother. It's not good. Don't bother eldest brother. Big Brother will not be pleased. Xiao Yi searched for all kinds of excuses, and from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Xiao Kun to see Kei Yan. Xiao Kun didn't deserve to meet her eldest brother. Xiao Kun was not happy and questioned. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by this? What? Can't I go pay my respects to Mr. Kei Yan? What are you to him? What right do you have to stop me? Xiao Yi hummed smugly. Just by virtue of the fact that I'm eldest brother's senior sister. Pro sister. Same division. Xiao Yi stood up her chest and looked at Xiao Kun, proud of this. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but as soon as he did, Xiao Kun got angry again. It's not because you snatched the quota that belongs to me? If it wasn't for your own uncle favoring you, would you have been able to worship Heavenly Royal Peak? It all would have belonged to me. After saying that, the enraged woman simply didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Yi and ordered Lu Shaoqing instead. Take me to see Prince Kei Yan. You take me there and I won't lose you. My grandfather is a yuaning stage expert. You helped me. Consider it a favor I owe you. Lu Shaoqing's eyes brightened even more. His face was full of smiles as he rubbed his hands together. With a full dogged look, he smiled. Miss Xiao is really polite. Saying favors would be too formal. We're all family. It's only right for family members to help family members. Xiao Yi was so angry that she stomped her feet. The second senior brother now looked like a villain. Second brother, why are you like this? Xiao Yi was angry and disappointed in her heart. Could it be that second senior brother is afraid of the grand elder? It's only the middle stage of yuaning. Xiao Yi was disappointed. Second senior brother. So what if the eldest elder is in the middle yuaning stage? Lu Shaoqing frowned and chided. So what if it's mid-yuaning? What does your little girl know? Do you know how powerful the mid-yuaning stage is? Master can't even compare. Step aside. Adults talk. Kids stay out of it. Xiao Yi became even more disappointed and stomped her feet in hatred. The ground was stomping out a crater from her. Let's go. MS. Xiao. Let's ignore her. Kids just don't know any better. Xiao Kun looked at Xiao Yi complacently. His face filled with a provocative color. How? Your second senior brother still bowed to reality, didn't he? Ha ha. Xiao Kun smiled smugly. Xiao Yi's eyes were red, angry, aggravated. All of it. Unexpectedly, after the second senior brother heard that Xiao Kun was the granddaughter of the grand elder's own granddaughter, his attitude made a 180-degree turnaround. Groveling up to Xiao Kun. So what if you're in the middle of the yuaning stage? Amazing? Second brother. You're not allowed to go. Xiao Yi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Lu Shaoqing waved his hand, not caring at all, and said, don't follow if you don't want to go. Stay here. Then he smiled again and said to Xiao Kun, Miss Xiao, let's go. I'll take you there. Xiao Kun glanced at Xiao Yi proudly, held his head high, and said, let's go. When Xiao Yi saw Xiao Kun's complacent look, she was so angry that she stomped her feet again and gritted her teeth to follow her. Along the way, a few young Xiao family members with Xiao Kun were laughing at Lu Shaoqing. Looks good looking. Didn't realize he was a goon. Yeah, it's so disappointing. Outwardly strong and silver. I thought that the people of Tianyu Peak were all good men, but I didn't realize that there's only the one who can hold his own. Mr. Kei Yan. Softball guy. That's disgusting. Had. Xiao Yi has lost his face being a fellow disciple with him. It's fortunate that big sister didn't worship in, or else it would be our clan that would be disgraced. Yes, the family master miscalculated. I didn't expect Xiao Yi to have such a second elder brother. Ha! Hearing the crowd's comments about second senior brother Lu Shaoqing, Xiao Yi became even more furious. She looked angrily at the men and said, what are you babbling about? Asshole! Xiao Yi's counterattack like this instead made the others laugh. Anxious? But see for yourself how your second senior brother behaves. He did that. What can you argue with? What is he if not a softie? Ha ha. Xiao Yi had the intention to help Lu Shaoqing, but in front of the facts, her words seemed pale and powerless. A feeling of powerlessness flooded Xiao Yi's heart. What kind of person is second brother really? Why it matters? Was he really afraid of a great elder in the middle yuaning stage? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Shaoqing's back and was disappointed. Xiao Kun on his side heard Xiao Yi's words and smiled as he said to Lu Shaoqing, my senior sister is still treating you well. It's that time of year, and you're still being spoken for. Lu Shaoqing was unimpressed and didn't seem to care about Xiao Yi, shaking his head, saying, she's a little kid, what does she know? And don't you dare get on her bad side. The complacent Xiao Kun, if he had a tail, would have been up in the air. She laughed straight up. I'm her sister. Why would I talk to her? That's right. Little kids like this who don't know any better get tired if they pussyfoot around. Tears welled up in Xiao Yi's eyes when she heard Lu Shaoqing speak so highly of herself. Damn second senior brother. Annoying as hell. LV Shaoqing brought Xiao Kun to a wooden house. He pointed to the wooden house in the distance and said, Miss Xiao, that's where eldest brother lives. That's where big brother lives. Xiao Kun, however, became puzzled. Lord Kei Yan really lives there? The place where they were standing was 100 meters away from the cabin. The area around the cabin was all bare within a 100-meter radius, with not an inch of grass and broken marks all over the ground. The ground was pitted as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, smashing countless craters into the ground. No matter how you look at it, this place didn't look like a place where a chief great disciple like Kei Yan lived. It's too sketchy. Xiao Kun stared at Lu Shaoqing skeptically. You're not thinking of any bad ideas, are you? It's not like he's some kind of idiot. But well, Lu Xiaoqing looked wronged. Miss Xiao, your words make people sad. If you don't believe me, ask my senior sister if this is where the eldest brother lives. Xiao Kun looked at Xiao Yi, who turned her face away and said coldly, "No, you hurry up and leave." Ha ha. Seeing Xiao Yi's attitude, Xiao Kun was now relieved. It seems that this is indeed the residence of Kei Yan, a male, worthy of being Duke Kei Yan, living in such a humble place, yet having a meaning that mortals cannot comprehend. Xiao Kun felt that since this was the place where Ji Yan lived, it looked full of the divine charm of the great Tao, with a mood that ordinary people could not comprehend. Lu Xiaoqing made a pleased gesture to Xiao Kun and said, "Miss Xiao, you can go over there. I won't accompany you. I'm afraid of being scolded by eldest brother." Xiao Kun nodded and was about to go forward. The person she came with, however, said, "Big sister, beware of deception." Xiao Kun glanced at Lu Xiaoqing contemptuously and said, "What kind of fraud can there be? I still don't believe he dares to cheat me." When he finished, he put one foot in the bare ground. Chapter 30, Should we kill her while we're at it? Xiao Kun proudly stepped into the bare land and walked towards Kei Yan's cabin. However, after taking a few steps, her face changed. She felt like pins and needles on the soles of her feet, as if there were a million things down there that were trying to burrow into her body along the soles of her feet. Xiao Kun's face turned white. She was a cultivator and knew exactly what it was. Sword intent. Within the ground beneath his feet, there was an infinite amount of sword intent. They were like needles and thorns that were constantly stabbing Xiao Kun's feet. Xiao Kun knew she was fooled. What fawning, what whispering, and what fear of a yuaning expert were all fake. Everything was faked by Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing tricked her into coming here to make her suffer and see her make a fool of herself. The sword intent under her feet was like a ferocious beast lurking underground, leering at her, looking for an opportunity to deal her a fatal blow at any time. They were again like wandering vipers, sizing up Xiao Kun, their prey, and spitting out their snake letters. The senseless killing machine horrified Xiao Kun did not dare to move, could not move forward, nor could he retreat. She stood still, shivering. She didn't dare to move. Xiao Kun had a feeling that as long as she moved, she would surely be pulverized. How terrifying was Kei Yan's sword intent. Even people in the same realm couldn't withstand it, let alone her, a tiny little cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Xiao Kun already wanted to pee. "What's wrong, big sister? Sister, are you okay?" The few people outside also realized that something was wrong with Xiao Kun. The women have rushed out to ask. LV Xiaoqing pretended to be surprised and guessed, "Shouldn't it be too much? Hey, why don't you guys get in there and hold her up? If I should fall down in excitement and make a fool of myself in front of eldest brother, I'm sure I'll blame you all. Go get a hand up." LV Xiaoqing looked like an old man and advised kindly. A few of Xiao Kun's companions thought about it. After all, his own big sister had a bad temper. A few people ran over to it right away. Seeing that they were about to enter, Xiao Kun sharply shouted, "No, don't." However, it was already too late. They rushed in and also felt the ground like pins and needles, locked by the morose sword intent. Sense of danger. A few of them instinctively worked their spiritual energy to try to resist. This one was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless sword intent swarmed out, attacking them like they were enraged. The sword intent was ferocious and harsh, as if it wanted to tear them to pieces. "Ah!" Xiao Kun and the others shouted. This time they had to desperately resist. Countless magic treasures and runes were made out like they didn't need money. Seemingly sturdy magic treasures and powerful runes were only able to stall for a moment in front of the swarms of sword intent, before being torn to shreds. Lu Xiaoqing was heartbroken to see it outside. Asterisk. Don't use the magic weapon. That's mine. Don't mess with it. I'm sure it's been broken. Don't use it again. It's mine. Don't damage it for me. Bunch of losers. Don't use my stuff. Xiao Yi was beside him and saw his mouth gape, looking at Lu Xiaoqing's face full of flesh pain. She seemed to understand something. Xiao Yi was happy in her heart that her second senior brother was not what she thought he was. That's great. Second senior brother. Did you deliberately lure them here? Is this a borrowed knife? Lu Xiaoqing asked rhetorically. Or else, you don't think I'm really afraid of her, do you? Xiao Yi couldn't help but blush a little. She did have this suspicion. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but knock her. How dare you doubt your second senior brother like that? Deserve a beating. Xiao Yi covered her head and happily spat out her tongue. Second senior brother. I was wrong. Next time, let's see how I can clean you up. Xiao Yi hurriedly complimented and smiled. It won't be. I won't doubt second senior brother in the future. Second senior brother. You actually thought of letting them come here to suffer. That's really something. They're even more arrogant than me. Can't we teach them a lesson? Lu Xiaoqing grunted and said, they are too tuggy. They must be made to suffer. Should we kill them while we're at it? Lu Xiaoqing asked Xiao Yi with a deep killing intent in his tone. If you want to, you can make a move now. Xiao Kun and the girls were now surrounded by sword intent and were unable to take care of themselves, so they were able to put them to death with just a gentle move. Xiao Yi was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. She hated Xiao Kun, but the conflict between the two was not enough to make her lay her hands on her cousin. Second brother. Don't. She wasn't ruthless enough for that. Lu Xiaoqing despised Xiao Yi and said, she has a conflict with you. The best way is to finish her off and get it over with. Finish her off and put off any excuse you want. What are you afraid of? Xiao Yi didn't expect her second senior brother to be so ruthless. She said, second senior brother, there's no need to be like this. I'm just a little bit conflicted with her. It's not enough to kill someone. A small conflict is a conflict. And after today, she's gonna hate you so much she might as well kill. Xiao Yi looked helplessly at Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. Speaking of which, this is still something you caused. You brought her here. Lu Xiaoqing was not happy. What? Listening to your tone you actually want to blame me? Lu Xiaoqing covered his chest and said, it's too sad and disappointing for me. I'm obviously helping you and you're actually blaming me. Say, are you a saintly mother? It's the Virgin Mary. I'll beat you to death first. I don't know what Madonna means, but it doesn't sound like a good word. Xiao Yi adamantly refused to admit it. You're the one who's a saintly mother. She is my cousin, after all, and I can't do anything to make me lay my hands on her. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and sighed. A woman's kindness. She will definitely try to get you killed when she has the chance later. She'll definitely be the first to turn against your family once they're in some big crisis. It's just a minor conflict. It's not that dramatic. Xiao Yi didn't believe it and looked at Xiao Kun and their wretched appearance. Her heart couldn't bear it. Second senior brother. Let her go. LV Xiaoqing spread his hands out, indicating that there was nothing he could do. I can't release it. This is your eldest brother's sword intent. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, who am I to save them? Xiao Yi shook Lu Xiaoqing's hand and said, second senior brother. Just let them go. I know you can do it. Please. Xiao Yi had a kind heart and didn't want her cousins and clansmen to have an accident here. Nor was he willing to invite trouble for his division as a result. Besides, in case something happens to them, it will cause trouble for master. And you, elder brother. Lu Xiaoqing said helplessly. Well, what a nuisance. After saying that, he put his fingers together in the shape of a sword, and a sword she shot in. However, after Lu Xiaoqing shot this sword she in, not only did it not calm down Kei Yan's sword intent, instead, like a drop of water in a boiling frying pan, it instantly exploded. Kei Yan's sword intent instantly became berserk, and his attack on Xiao Kun and the girls became even more violent. Xiao Kun and the girls were already in a critical condition with injuries appearing in just a few breaths. Lu Xiaoqing purposely let out an oops, accidentally made a mistake. Xiao Yi's eyes stared straight at Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. You weren't careless, you did it on purpose. Lu Xiaoqing sincerely said, it's true, I really made a mistake by accident. So what now? Looking at Xiao Kun and the girls who were about to be unable to support themselves, Xiao Yi could not help but feel anxious in her heart. Lu Xiaoqing spread his hands and said, there's no way out. Let them wait for death. Big deal. They're dead. I'll put incense on them. Second senior brother. You don't want to get them killed here, do you? Xiao Yi stared at Lu Xiaoqing skeptically. After all, this was very much in line with second senior brother's character. Lu Xiaoqing glared at her. Still doubting me? It deserves a beating, or I'll throw you in and you go save the day. Just as Lu Xiaoqing's words fell, the door of the cabin opened, and Kei Yan walked out from inside. Chapter 31, If you want to kill, kill. Kei Yan walked out from inside the cabin with a cold expression. A frown creased his brow when he saw what was going on outside. Then with a flash, he appeared beside Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was overjoyed when she saw Ji Yan. Her savior had arrived. Eldest senior brother. Save my cousin and the girls. Kei Yan looked at Lu Xiaoqing with an expressionless face. LV Xiaoqing shrugged his shoulders and pointed at Xiao Kun several times. Your fans? Ah, have to see you. I told them you weren't available and not to bother you. And they didn't listen. Tough to break in and ask for trouble. Not a single punctuation mark of such words could be believed. Kei Yan still looked at Lu Xiaoqing with an expressionless face. What are you trying to pull again? After saying that, with a wave of his sleeve, The roiling sword intent that was besieging Xiao Kun's few people instantly drilled back into the ground and disappeared as if it had received an order. A few of Xiao Kun's faces were pale and shocked. A few people were holding each other. Xiao Kun pointed at Lu Xiaoqing and shouted, his gaze filled with resentment. You wait for me. This is not over. No matter how stupid Xiao Kun was, he knew that he had fallen for LV Xiaoqing's trick. Lu Xiaoqing tricked her and played her for a fool. You wait for this young lady. This young lady will definitely let Grandpa kill you. Several other people also pointed at Lu Xiaoqing and cursed. They ignored Kei Yan. Or rather, Kei Yan deliberately made them ignore it. Kei Yan frowned. Raucous. With a wave of his sleeve, several people from Xiao Kun instantly fainted. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Kei Yan with the same expressionless face. Ha! Learning to wave his sleeve like his master. So imposing, huh? Dare to slap them to death? Still a yuaning powerhouse. People have come to your territory to cause trouble. If you don't get them killed, do you still have the face to spread the word? Kei Yan ignored LV Xiaoqing's agitation and faintly said, how old is a person? Childish. Lu Xiaoqing lifted Xiao Yi out and gave Xiao Kun and the girls their identities, saying, these are the enemies of senior sister, and they will definitely cause trouble for senior sister in the future. So it would be better to get rid of them to eliminate future troubles. Kei Yan looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi hurriedly said, eldest senior brother. I have some conflicts with her, but it's not so bad that I want to kill her. She's my cousin, and her own grandfather is our grand elder. Killing her will bring you trouble. Xiao Yi did not wish to bring trouble to his two senior brothers, or even the division. Because of his small conflict with Xiao Kun, Kei Yan spoke in a bland tone, not caring, and said, trouble isn't something to be afraid of. You can kill if you want to. Kei Yan spoke calmly, not caring about the death or life of Xiao Kun's group of girls. Even more so, he did not put Xiao Kun's yuaning grandfather in his heart. The heavenly imperial peak has never been afraid of anyone, nor will it allow anyone to bully its way to the door. When Xiao Yi heard this, her heart was very sweet and secure. The two senior brothers were really secure. However, Xiao Yi was still unwilling to bring trouble to the division because of himself. At the same time, Xiao Kun and the girls were her own people, and Xiao Yi was not ruthless enough to lay hands on her own people. She insisted on her opinion, not wanting Xiao Kun and the girls to be in danger, and said, this will be enough to teach them a lesson. Kei Yan looked at LV Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing similarly looked at Kei Yan. Impatient. What are you looking at me for? How many times have I told you? Don't be a saintly mother. Kill as you should. Don't dilly-dally here. Kei Yan asked a rhetorical question. Why don't you kill? Lu Xiaoqing coolly said, there's no benefit to killing them. Master sister is so poor that she can't even afford to treat me to a meal. I'm expensive to appear. By the way, speaking of which, I forgot something. After a moment's pause, he pointed at Kei Yan and scolded. In the future, when you go out to mess things up, can you clean up your hands and tails? I cleaned up your rear end last time. How does that count? When he finished, he reached out and rubbed his fingers together. Hard labor. Clank. The long sword behind Kei Yan's back was half exposed, its body shining with cold light. Kei Yan faintly said, want to spar? Let's show you the strength of a yuaning. Somehow, although Kei Yan's tone was flat without fluctuation, however, Xiao Yi was able to hear the intention of showing off contained within. It was as if he was showing off to Lu Xiaoqing, showing off his strength. You roll. Is it fun to hold the realm over me? Lu Xiaoqing was not in a good mood. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered. There really aren't many moments when second brother is defeated. Even the second senior brother, who could not be helped by his master, could only be defeated in front of the eldest senior brother. Sure enough, eldest brother was worthy of being eldest brother, and only eldest brother could cure second eldest brother. Seeing the two senior brothers disliking each other, Xiao Yi was tempted to move a small stool to sit next to them and watch the show. Kei Yan noticed the snickering Xiao Yi. Reminding Lu Xiaoqing, he said, there's still a month to go, so don't forget. LV Xiaoqing didn't care about this. It was fine if he couldn't finish anyway. The spirit stones were in his hands. So what? Elder sister, she can't do it. Are you going to kill her? Xiao Yi's face blanched and her heart panicked a bit. How did the topic turn back to herself? That's a lot of pressure. Kei Yan reiterated the punishment for failing to complete it. If you can't do it, you don't want your sect benefits for a year. Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the heart to say, you really are sick. A big sickness. You wait for me. When I surpass you in strength one day, I will have to beat you up severely. A smile suddenly appeared on Kei Yan's cold face. A smile that inexplicably possessed attraction. Xiao Yi looked dumbfounded for a moment. I'll wait until you get that chance. When Kei Yan returned to the cabin, Lu Xiaoqing slapped Xiao Yi on the head. What are you looking at? Your mouth is watering. Xiao Yi subconsciously wiped his hand and realized that he had been fooled. Xiao Yi had a red face and exasperatedly said, "Second senior brother, you're lying." Lu Xiaoqing commanded, "Go, bring me their things." "What is it?" Xiao Yi didn't react for a moment. "Their storage rings, and anything else of value." "Ah, bring it to me." Xiao Yi understood. Incredulous. "Second senior brother, are you trying to rob? Is second brother poor? Why the robbery?" "Yeah, is there a problem?" Lu Xiaoqing asked back with a straight face. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing's rightful attitude, Xiao Yi was powerless to spit. "It's embarrassing to spread the word." Lu Xiaoqing snorted and said disdainfully, "What's so humiliating about it? It's a shame if you don't take it. Go, if you don't, I'll throw them in again." Threats were followed by a bait and switch. "They're all your enemies. What do you think about your enemies? Think about it, take all their stuff away. Will they be pissed off when they wake up?" Although Xiao Yi felt that such behavior was shameless, but nay, Lu Xiaoqing's words made her feel very justified. She hesitated. Really? Go, hurry up. We still have to go to the sword cave today. Second brother, why don't you go by yourself? They're women. If they were men, why would I use you? Go on. Search carefully, don't miss anything. Chapter 32. I'm more reliable than eldest brother. Xiao Kun and his party woke up, noticing their condition and screaming. They were disheveled and bruised. They were relieved after a panicked inspection, rather than being taken advantage of. Luckily, or it would have been a big loss. Xiao Kun's teeth clenched as she remembered what happened before. Damn you! Wait for me. I won't let spare you. Today can be a strange shame for Xiao Kun. Being tricked by LV Xiaoqing to come here. He suffered a lot. Almost even lost my life. Big sister. I'm going to kill him. Someone hated the sound. However, at this time, someone exclaimed, "Where's my storage ring? Mine's gone too." As a direct descendant of a large family, a storage ring with little storage space was still available. Xiao Kun reached out and touched it, and when he looked down, the storage ring he wore on his hand was also gone. Xiao Kun almost fainted. Her entire fortune is in there. Where's my ring? Where? Xiao Kun screamed, her voice shrill, and rummaged around, but found no lonesome. Damn it, it must be him. It must have been snatched by Xiao Yi and that guy. What should we do? Big sister? The others were also very anxious. You've lost your entire fortune. How can you not be in a hurry? Xiao Kun was more anxious than the others. As the granddaughter of the Xiao family's grand elder, the items in her storage ring were worth more than the others combined. She said angrily, "Damn it, let's go find the peak master of Tianyu Peak and make him give us an explanation. We must have our things back." "Are you sure you don't want it?" Lu Xiaoqing asked Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was speechless. "You ask, but what do you mean by tightly covering your pockets and looking wary? If you don't want to give it, just say so. Besides, I wasn't planning on it." Xiao Yi rolled her eyes and said without a trace of anger, "Second senior brother, don't worry, I have no intention of asking for it." Lu Xiaoqing's face was delighted. "Is it true? That's what you say. Don't regret it when the time comes." No. Xiao Yi tugged on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes and urged to leave. "Second senior brother, let's hurry up and hurry to the sword cave. It's so humiliating to do something like robbing and splitting the loot." She didn't want to mention it or get involved. It was humiliating. Lu Xiaoqing smiled with an open brow. "It feels good to eat alone. Soon. Came here to the sword cave." Xiao Yi looked at the sword hole with a look of fear on his face. The traces of the last explosion are still there. The result of the last time has psychologically affected her. Almost at the age of 16. It would be a lie to say I'm not scared. "Second senior brother, do we really have to go in?" Xiao Yi tugged on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes and asked. Lu Xiaoqing slapped Xiao Yi's hand away in disgust and said, "How old are you? Still pulling clothes? Afraid of what? What's there to be afraid of? Get in." Xiao Yi was still worried. "Is it really okay? There's no way around it. The shadows are too big." Lu Xiaoqing said confidently, "Don't worry. I've improved it. It's not the same as the half-assed level of senior brother. I won't make tofu dregs projects." Xiao Yi spat in his heart. "You are even more unreliable than eldest brother." Xiao Yi asked Lu Xiaoqing, "Second senior brother, do you have anything else to explain? There's really no danger in there?" "No." Xiao Yi took a step closer and looked directly at Lu Xiaoqing. "Look at me. Second senior brother. Look at me and speak. There's really no danger?" Lu Xiaoqing's face showed hesitation. "Should I don't think so. You can't die if something happens anyway. You'll be in bed for 10 days and half a month at most. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. Should? 10 days and half a month? Don't you play with me. Lu Xiaoqing laughed and said, just kidding. It's fine. It's really fine. Go in with confidence. But the more LV Xiaoqing said this, the more Xiao Yi's heart was lost, because she didn't even know which of her second senior brother's words were true and which were false. It messed with her mind. Xiao Yi wanted to cry to Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother, can you tell the truth? Lu Xiaoqing collected his smile and said seriously, the truth is that there is no danger. Just go in. Really? Lu Xiaoqing's serious expression didn't last 2 seconds before he became irritated. What's with the skeptical gaze of yours? You're doubting my character? Xiao Yi is already powerless to spit out your character. It is hard for me to believe. Hurry up and go in. Comprehend the sword intent and come out as soon as possible. I reckon that you should be able to break through the 9th level of Qi refining or enter the foundation establishment stage is not impossible after you comprehend the sword intent. It would be nice if sword intent was really that good to comprehend. There's no way out. It's come to this. Xiao Yi gritted her teeth and entered the sword cave as if she was dying. Lu Xiaoqing barked a word from the back. Remember, feel it with your heart. Lu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, let out a light laugh before finding an empty place to sit down. With a flick of his wrist, several storage rings appeared in front of him. This was the storage ring of Xiao Kun and the few of them. Hey, let's see what we got. The rings all have a forbidden imprint left by their owners. However, among the few of them, other than Xiao Kun who was at the foundation establishment stage, the rest of them were all at the Qi refining stage. In front of Lu Xiaoqing's late-stage Jiedan strength, these forbidden marks were easily erased. After looking through it for a while, Lu Xiaoqing was filled with disgust. Are all so poor? Still claiming to be a direct descendant of the Xiao family. Just this amount of spirit stones? Not even a few treasures? It's true that it's a woman. All cultivated. What do you need rouge and powder for? Little sister is so poor. And these guys are so poor too. It seems like the number one poor family in Qizhou is the Xiao family. Lu Xiaoqing searched 4 storage rings and collected less than 300 spirit stones. As for the other miscellaneous bits and pieces adding up to nothing worth much. Finally, Lu Xiaoqing opened Xiao Kun's storage ring. See what's inside. LV Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Ha, something. Ha, not bad. There are over 1,000 spirit stones. Not bad. There are also 2 second-grade spirit gathering pills worth around 500 spirit stones. Not bad. Ha, what's this? An ancient, vintage-carrying animal skin appeared in Lu Xiaoqing's hand. What's drawn on it? It can't be some kind of treasure map, can it? Forget it. Keep it. Don't use it yourself. You might be able to sell it for a good price. After counting Xiao Kun's storage rings, Lu Xiaoqing smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Worthy of being the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. There are quite a few good things. Chapter 33, did you guys get that? When converted, Lu Xiaoqing had almost scored 2,000 spirit stones this time. It's true that robbery comes quicker. Should we go down and do a wave? Lu Xiaoqing took Xiao Yi's small book out. Above that, Xiao Yi had already written down the details of the person she had encountered molesting her at the Gathering of Immortals. Lu Xiaoqing turned it over and sked, shaking his head. This girl's heart is too small. Wasn't it just an oral high? I can't believe I wrote it down. Lu Xiaoqing counted the number of people, and there were more than 20 people noted on it. Well, there are a few fellow senior brothers. These guys, it looks like we have to find a chance to pack them up a bit. There are 5 people who live permanently in Lingxiao City, so it's possible to start. Hey, when LV Xiaoqing thought of this, he began to act. He grabbed Little Red on his shoulder in his hands and said to Little Red, silly bird, you watch here. If there's anything you want to do, go call master or eldest brother. I'm going to get busy. Louis Xiaoqing is lazy and doesn't want to move. But he needs money now. Kei Yan broke through to become a yuaning stage expert. It would be a lie to say that he didn't care. He didn't want to get too far behind in his counting. The ring's CD was ready, but his spirit stones were still close. The only way to get down is to go down the hill and fight the fall. The cultivation world is weak and strong. If you don't let yourself become stronger, you won't even be qualified to be lazy in the future. Louis Xiaoqing goes down the mountain at a leisurely pace. Xiao Kun sighed angrily found Xiao Barge. Xiao Gang was taking a representative sent by his own brother to meet Xiao Chang. Xiao Bang was a member of the Lingxiao sect, but he was also a member of the Xiao family. This time he was acting as an intermediary, bringing the family to congratulate Ji Yin. It didn't occur to me that Xiao Kun's group of people barged in unclothed. Xiao Bao was confused, and Xiao Chang was also confused. Did you guys get that from someone? Or did you say that to whoever it was? Seeing that Xiao Kun and a few others didn't know how to be polite, Xiao Chong was very dissatisfied. What do you want? Xiao Bao was very dissatisfied and bellowed. His voice was deafening and shook Xiao Kun a few people dizzy. This is Tianyu Peak, not your home. Get out of here. Not to mention that this was the place of the heavenly royal peak, and Xiao Chang was the master of this place. Let's say that two of their Yuaning stage powers are talking here. Xiao Kun, however, directly barged in. Wasn't this not putting the two Yuaning stage people in his eyes? Xiao Kun froze, yelling at himself. Which side are you on? Uncle Xiao Bang. Xiao Kun pouted her lips, ready to voice her grievances. Seeing that Xiao Kun actually did not know how to advance or retreat, Xiao Bao was furious. With a wave at Xiao Kun and a few others, he droned, "Get out!" A few of Xiao Kun's people were like being hit hard, and they were thrown out and fell outside. Xiao Gang's face was ugly as he said to Xiao Chang, "Senior brother, the family people are not disciplined properly, so I've made you laugh. Xiao Kun is a member of the Xiao family, a descendant of his Xiao barge, and he doesn't know how to be courteous. It's a shame." Xiao Chang didn't care. He smiled, in a good old-fashioned manner, and said, "There's no harm in it. Looking at them it should be something special. There's no need to be so harsh with the juniors." Xiao Bao couldn't help but spit at him. "You're just too indulgent with your disciple." Speaking of his disciple, Xiao Chang was filled with pride. "Oh, you don't think they're good?" Xiao Bao was speechless. Kei Yan had become a Yuaning stage expert, about the same realm as him. Can it be bad? This spit is not allowed. His own niece was also Xiao Chang's personal disciple. It's not good to spit. Well, there's only that little bastard Louis Xiaoqing to spit on. Xiao Gang immediately aimed at Lu Xiaoqing and spat. "Look at your second disciple. What has he been indulged into by you?" Speaking of his second disciple, Xiao Chang also felt heartbroken. The second disciple's strength didn't fall so far behind, but his usual performance was just too much to look at. Seeing Xiao Chang's constipated expression, Xiao Bao added, "A lazy person like him should be taught a hard lesson. Don't let him be as diligent as Master Kei Yan's nephew, but he can't be too lazy either. Senior brother, I have to caution you. You can't let that girl Little Ripple follow him and learn from him. I asked her to come and worship you as her master, mainly to follow your cultivation, not to follow that little bastard Lu Xiaoqing and learn from him." Xiao Chang didn't want to talk about his second disciple. He skillfully changed the topic and said, "Ask your juniors if they have anything important." Xiao Gang said to Xiao Boyuan next to him, "Boyuan, go ask them what's up. Go back if you're fine. Don't embarrass yourself here." The Xiao family head and the Grand Elder did not deal with each other, and as he was the Xiao family head's own brother, he naturally did not deal with the Grand Elder either. This time, when the Grand Elder ordered Xiao Kun to follow, Xiao Chuan was not happy in his heart. Soon after, Xiao Boyuan returned and reported, "Deputy Family Master, Miss Xiao Kun said that they were robbed." "Robbed?" Xiao Gang froze, then got angry. "Isn't this nonsense?" "Nonsense? What is this place? Who in their right mind would rob her?" But he saw Xiao Cheng's expression change and he reacted. Admittedly, this was the Sky Royal Peak of the Lingxiao sect, and no one would rob it, except for one person. "What's going on? Who robbed you?" Xiao Barge called Xiao Kun a few people over and asked irritably, "Come out here and tell you not to mess around and cause trouble." "Listen." Xiao Kun was aggrieved. "This is none of my business," she said with tears in her eyes. "Uncle Xiao Bang, it's not us causing trouble. It's that person who did it on purpose." "Who is it?" Xiao Kun was at a loss for words. She didn't even know Lu Xiaoqing's name until now. The thought of it made her even more upset. Being mugged and not knowing who it was that had mugged her. She clenched her teeth and was furious. He said that he was the second senior brother of Tianyu Peak and that Xiao Yi was with her. "What? Little Ripple is with him?" Xiao Bang was visibly nervous. Xiao Gang looked at Xiao Chang. "Senior brother, what's going on?" "I'll go. I didn't send my own niece here to follow Louis Xiaoqing. I am asking her to come here to follow Kei Yan and learn from him. If not, let her follow you. Letting my niece follow Louis Xiaoqing will make her learn bad things." Xiao Chang dryly coughed twice. "Is this little bastard causing me trouble again?" He smiled amiably and pacified Xiao Kun. "Xian niece, there is no need to be angry. Speak slowly and tell me what happened." Xiao Kun spilled the beans, but of course, in her mouth, it was Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi who deliberately stirred up trouble and teased them on purpose. Ended up ransacking a few of them. After saying that, Xiao Kun said to Xiao Chang, "Peak Master Xiao Chang, you have to give us a statement. Otherwise, I will definitely report it to my grandfather so that he can do me justice." Chapter 34, The Master Harbors His Disciple. Xiao Bao's nose was crooked. Is that a threat? That's a threat, right? Who gave you the courage to threaten a Yuaning stage power? Your grandfather? Even if your grandfather is in the middle of the Yuaning stage. So what? Even if Master Xiao Chang is at the early Yuaning stage. So what? Do you really think people are afraid of your grandpa? Stupid. Stupid. Xiao Gang cursed Xiao Kun in his heart for being stupid. And incidentally, her grandfather as well. Only stupid people produce stupid offspring. Xiao Chang had a good temper and was a famous good old man of the Lingxiao sect. Without a good temper, how could he stand his disciple like that? But just because you have a good temper doesn't mean you don't have one. Xiao Kun was only a small foundation establishment stage cultivator of her level. Xiao Chang was able to crush it with a single finger. Xiao Kun, now this attitude. Xiao Chang crushed her to death, will not have anyone to pick out the fault. Even if her grandfather came, he couldn't say anything. If a low-level cultivator offended a high-level cultivator, being killed would be in vain. Xiao Chang snorted coldly, looking unhappy. Are you threatening me? A cold snort made Xiao Kun feel like he had been hit hard. She paled and stifled a grunt as she backed up and sat on her butt. She looked at Xiao Chang in horror, and it was only at this moment that she reacted. In front of her was a Yuaning stage powerhouse, not those cats and dogs in her house. Xiao Gang simply cursed, "Idiot, open your eyes wide and see. This is an elder of the Lingxiao sect, the heavenly royal peak master, not much less powerful than your grandfather. How dare you disrespect him just by being you? It wouldn't be too much to kill you. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Peak Master Xiao?" Xiao Kun was cursed to the dog's head and sobered up at the same time. "Peak Master Xiao, I was wrong." Xiao Kun hurriedly kneeled down and apologized. Xiao Cheng didn't have the smile from earlier. His attitude became icy. "Go back and reflect on it. I'm too lazy to see eye to eye with you. Get the hell out of Sky Royal Peak." Xiao Kun's face turned even whiter. "Peak Master, my things. You what? You rushed me and you're thinking of slandering my disciple? Get out. I'm looking at senior brother Zhao Sake and won't see eye to eye with you. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude to you." Xiao Cheng looked at Xiao Kun with cold eyes. How terrifying is the anger of the Yuaning stage? At least Xiao Kun now felt that it was difficult for her to breathe and every cell in her body was trembling as if it would explode the next moment. The endless pressure made Xiao Kun feel like he was being pressed by a 100,000-mile mountain. Unable to move his body, Xiao Cheng's gaze fell on her body like countless sharp swords plunging into her body, churning her flesh and blood and devouring her soul. Xiao Kun's heart was overwhelmed with fear. She felt that she had to die the next moment. The current Xiao Kun only wanted to escape from here. She didn't dare to stay here anymore. Here, she felt like she was a chicken to be slaughtered, ready to have her neck snapped by Xiao Cheng. Xiao Kun trembled and left. Looking at her fearful appearance, she would not be able to recover without some days. When Xiao Kun left, Xiao Cheng's expression eased and he resumed his usual naive and honest appearance. He smiled and said to Xiao Bang, "If I scare senior brother Xiao your junior, senior brother Xiao won't blame me, right?" Xiao Gang waved his hand indifferently and said, "It's fine. Who let her be unintelligent and rushed senior brother? It's good to let her learn a lesson." Xiao Bao did not have a good feeling about Xiao Kun. Relying on having the great elder as a backer, he had developed a bratty character. It's better to let her suffer a little in here than out there. But, Xiao Bang looked at Xiao Chang with interest. "I've known you for so long, this is the first time I've seen you like this." Xiao Chang is good-tempered, thick-skinned, and a good old boy. It was also the first time Xiao Gang had seen Xiao Cheng treating his juniors like this. Normally, Xiao Cheng would not get angry even if the juniors did anything, like that little bastard Louis Xiaoqing. Xiao Bao reacted. "Senior Xiao, you couldn't have done it on purpose, could you?" Xiao Cheng blushed slightly. "What on purpose, elder brother? What are you talking about?" Xiao Bao looked like "You can't hide anything from me" and shook his head. "Senior Xiao, you're less likely to pretend for me here. That girl said she was mugged here, and it must be true. You and I can guess who did it. You purposely got angry and kicked that girl out of Tianyu Peak so that she couldn't pursue this matter. You're harboring that bastard boy, aren't you?" Xiao Cheng coughed, embarrassed. "Senior brother Xiao, don't guess. There's no such thing. Shame on you. How can you admit such things?" Xiao Bao did not get angry and did not intend to count this matter. He said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you, but what that asshole kid did was too much. Are you going to harbor him even like this?" Xiao Cheng, however, believed in his disciple and thought that he must have his own reasons, saying, "Elder brother Xiao, you also know that Xiao Cheng, he sometimes does things a bit outrageously, but he wouldn't do this for no reason. He must have his reasons for doing that." "What cause?" I don't know what the reason is. I'm not a worm in his stomach, but I'm sure he has his agenda in doing so. And, Xiao Chang reminded, saying, just now, your niece also said that the two people she ran into were Xiao Chang and Xiao Yi. After a moment's pause, Xiao Chang asked, Xiao Yi has a conflict with that girl just now, right? Xiao Gang was also a smart person and instantly understood. Xiao Chang was not only harboring Lu Xiaoqing, but also harboring Xiao Yi. Xiao Gang couldn't help but exclaim, you, as a master, have a heart. Xiao Chang deliberately did this to favor his disciple, plus one of the favoritism disciples is his own niece. Xiao Gang didn't dwell too much on this matter anymore. There was one more thing he had to ask now. Senior Xiao, why is little Ripple with that asshole kid? Aren't you afraid my niece will be brought down? He urged his niece 1,000 times to stay away from LV Xiaoqing when she came to Tianyu Peak. Now I'm still staying with LV Xiaoqing. It's a sin. If Xiao Yi became like Lu Xiaoqing, how could he explain to Big Brother? Xiao Cheng smiled and said, this is what Ji Yan has arranged, and I as a master can't intervene. Once he heard that it was Ji Yan's arrangement, Xiao Gang was less resentful. They, the elders, were very relieved that Kei Yan was doing something. Curious, he asked, why the arrangement? Xiao Chang didn't hide it and stated the reason, saying, Ji Yan was thinking of letting Little Ripple comprehend sword intent before stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Ahem. Xiao Cheng's words made Xiao Barge choke. Chapter 35, when comprehending sword intent is drinking water? Xiao Gang was a Yuaning stage powerhouse, but he was also choking and his face turned red. Ahem. After coughing for quite a while, Xiao Bang stopped. Is Master Kei Yan's nephew serious? Xiao Bang looked at Xiao Chang incredulously. Senior brother Xiao, did you really hear it correctly? Not joking with me? Xiao Chang honestly said, do I look like I'm joking with you? Xiao Gang did not know what expression to show on his face as he said, this, Master Kei Yan's nephew he. Xiao Gang didn't know what to say. The heart doesn't know whether to be happy or not. Xiao Gang knew that his niece's natural talent could only be considered fair, not exactly a true genius. I had thought of letting her worship the heavenly royal peak and follow by Ji Yan's side, to learn from Ji Yan's seriousness and diligence. As for realm strength and whatnot, it wasn't very forced. I didn't realize that Kei Yan actually had such great expectations for Xiao Yi now. Comprehend sword intent and then enter the foundation establishment stage. That's not normally a lot to ask. It's easy to break through into the foundation stage. Just take some pills. But comprehending the sword intent, it's not just a matter of relying on a pile of pills. It's about chance and talent. Sometimes comprehension is comprehension. No matter what realm. If you can't comprehend it, you can't comprehend it. Not by hard work and diligence. Xiao Chang said. Don't worry. Ji Yan he has his own ideas. Xiao Bao nodded, but quickly responded. No, if that's the case, why did you let Little Ripple follow that kid? Is this also an arrangement by Master Kei Yan's nephew? Xiao Gang was afraid that his niece would be brought down by Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Chang nodded. That's right, it was Ji Yan's arrangement. He told Xiaoqing to have Little Ripple comprehend sword intent within 2 months before entering the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Gang was once again speechless. Is that the difference between a genius and a regular person? In the eyes of a genius, is comprehending sword intent as simple as eating and drinking? Xiao Gang said. Does Master Kei Yan nephew he have some misunderstanding about comprehending sword intent? You were able to comprehend sword intent by letting your own niece give Lu Xiaoqing a toss? Xiao Cheng smiled. It's fine if the two of them say it's fine. The tone was full of confidence in the two disciples. Xiao Gang looked at Xiao Cheng. Senior brother Xiao, when you comprehended the sword intent, how long did it take you? Xiao Cheng said. It didn't take long. Xiao Gang said. This is something we can only obtain after our realm has entered the Yuaning stage and we have furthered our comprehension of the Great Tao. If we hadn't entered the Yuaning stage, do you think we would have been able to comprehend sword intent at the Jiedan stage? Xiao Cheng coughed and said. Senior brother Xiao, we don't need to be presumptuous. Xiao broke in and said. It's not being presumptuous, it's knowing your own business. I'm sure that even the sect leader, none of us would be able to comprehend sword intent if we hadn't entered the Yuaning stage. A genius like Master Kei Yan's nephew only comes along once in 10,000 years. Not everyone is him. Xiao Chang nodded. Senior brother Xiao, you have a point, but if the three of them want to toss and turn, let them. Xiao Chang's tone was a bit fallen. Compared to them, I as a master can't do better than them. This is the Xiao Chang stalking model. He didn't want to, but there was no way he couldn't. Two disciples, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, were recruited. In the beginning, Kei Yan was also ambitious and full of vigor, intending to personally teach his two disciples. so that they would become disciples who stood out from the rest. But then it turned out that neither the older nor the younger disciples needed him to teach them. They practiced on their own and their strength progressed by leaps and bounds, one day at a time. What was worse was that they had also successively comprehended sword intent, messing with him as a master Alexander. In the face of such a disciple, all he could do was to cultivate himself bitterly to further his strength and not allow his disciple to catch up, or else the last bit of his master's face would not be preserved. From the initial reluctance and defiance, always trying to earn back some face in front of his disciples, to the later numbness, laying flat and letting go, Xiao Chang has given up. In front of the two disciples, his master's face was destined to be lost on the ground, unable to be picked up. Now the apprentice can screw around all he likes, as long as he's not deceiving his master. Xiao Gang didn't know what to say. The heavenly royal peak was considered an oddity in the Lingxiao sect. The master doesn't look like a master, and the apprentice doesn't look like an apprentice. The strength is rather worthy of one of the 5 main peaks. Xiao Gang asked, "Senior brother Xiao, how do the two of them plan to make little Ripple comprehend the sword intent?" Xiao Cheng said, "According to their idea, they should have let little Ripple go and break into the sword cave and comprehend the sword intent inside the cave." A sword cave? What is it? It was the first time Xiao Bao had heard of the sword cave. After listening to Xiao Cheng's words, Xiao Bao's expression was a bit twitchy looking at Xiao Cheng. "Senior Xiao, do you think this is possible? Being struck by a sword 10,000 times, one is able to comprehend sword intent? If it was that easy, it wouldn't have caused so few people to comprehend sword intent. The great disciples of the Twin Moon Valley and the returning Pavilion have great talent, don't they? They haven't comprehended sword intent even now. What that kid says just doesn't add up." "And you believe this?" Xiao Cheng said. "I don't believe it, but Kei Yan does. It can't hurt to try." Xiao Gang said. "Fine, then I'll wait for 2 months to see if it's really like what nephew Kei Yan said." Xiao Cheng corrected. "There's still a month left." "A month?" Xiao Gang stared wide-eyed. "You want that girl Xiao Yi to comprehend sword intent in just 1 month? What a joke. That's absolutely impossible." Xiao Gang's tone was very certain. "Even if we let Master Nephew Kei Yan personally teach, it would be impossible for Xiao Yi to comprehend sword intent in a month, not to mention getting the kid to come." Xiao Gang didn't believe that Lu Xiaoqing could be that powerful. Xiao Chang had confidence in his disciple. He said, "Maybe I'll surprise you then." Xiao broke in and said, "I don't believe in surprises. Senior Xiao, watch out for me. Don't give me a shock. If anything happens to little Ripple, I won't be able to explain to my elder brother. She's my brother's only daughter. Don't give me any surprises." Chapter 36 Strange Objects. "I'll come over in a month. I'd like to see if little Ripple will comprehend sword intent." Xiao Gang left behind a sentence before he left. He just couldn't believe it could be that good. Xiao Chang shook his head slightly. Honestly, he didn't believe it either. But the two disciples were going to get into it like this, and all he could do as a master was support it. "Don't mess around, Xiao Cheng muttered to himself, then came here to the sword cave. However, he didn't find Lu Xiaoqing, and only saw Xiao Hong standing on a tree lazily sleeping. Where did the young secretary go? Xiao Chang looked at Xiao Hong. He knew it was a pet his apprentice had kept and already had a spirit. Red yelped, indicating that she didn't know. "What nonsense! The senior sister is here, and he's gone on a run. Not afraid of another problem?" Xiao Chang was helpless with such a disciple. There was no other way. Xiao Chang could only sit here by himself, protecting Xiao Yi. After all, there had been an explosion in the sword cave, and he didn't dare to be careless. In case there was an accident like last time, the new seedlings of the heavenly royal peak would be lost. As for Lu Xiaoqing, he had already leisurely descended the mountain to Lingxiao city. Let's see, who's a good first one to call? Louis Xiaoqing flipped through his little book. A disciple of the Tang family's side branch, Tang Yanwei, harassed me 5 times. The first time he made teasing remarks. The second and third time he told dirty jokes. The fourth time he thought about making a move. And the 5th time he called me names. It's the principal of the Tang family merchant house. Address, number 17, Southeast 1st Street, Lingxiao City. Usually prefers to visit greenhouses. After Lu Xiaoqing read it, he nodded his head and decided on the target. Good guy, you're it. 5 times, and you still want to do it. Cutting off your hand is not too much to ask. Lu Xiaoqing slowly arrived here at the Tang family merchant house. The Tang family was also famous in Qizhou and was also a cultivation family. Have your own merchant house, caravan, etc. Gathering resources through trading to support the clan and training the talented members of the younger generation. When Lu Xiaoqing came here, He saw people coming and going, indicating that the business of the Tang family's merchant house was still good. Geez, how do you do it? Louis Xiaoqing was in trouble. It's the city. It's not easy to get your hands dirty. After thinking about it, Lu Xiaoqing simply entered the merchant house and wandered inside. The first floor here is mainly pills, herbs, magic treasures, and so on. Everything is sold and collected. Monks, mortals and all. Lu Xiaoqing turned around and finally went up to the second floor. Up on the second floor, it was much quieter. Above the second floor were mainly cultivators. No mortals. This is where transparent counters are set up with various items. Lu Xiaoqing took a look at it, and it was mainly dominated by second-grade pills and second-grade magic treasures. Spinning around, Lu Xiaoqing's mind took stock. If we were to loot the whole place, we would probably have about 100,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, the thought is only good enough to think about. Lingxiao City was under the jurisdiction of the Lingxiao sect. Every year, the Lingxiao sect received quite a few spirit stones from Lingxiao City here. The taxes paid by Lingxiao City were a large part of the Lingxiao faction's income. Usually, there were law enforcement teams patrolling and protecting, and whoever dared to cause trouble in Lingxiao City was messing with the Lingxiao sect. If Lu Xiaoqing, as a disciple of the Lingxiao school, dared to do such a thing, the sect master would have to slap him to death. What can I get for you, sir? A boy came over and politely said. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand. These things were ordinary goods. He didn't look at them yet. However, when Lu Xiaoqing turned to a corner and saw an ancient, rectangular item, his heart jumped as the ring he wore on his hand suddenly glowed. It's something that's never been done before. Lu Xiaoqing pointed at the item and said to the boy, "Can you show it to me?" A flash of color flashed in the boy's eyes as he took it out. Lu Xiaoqing took it. This thing, a foot or so long, holding it in the hand. It has a feeling of being like iron but not iron, like gold but not gold, like jade but not jade. Meanwhile, the temperature of the ring on his hand went up and down for a while. Let Lu Xiaoqing know that this item comes from an extraordinary source. It also strengthens the resolve to take it down. Having made up his mind, Lu Xiaoqing inquired about the price. How many spirit stones? The boy was surprised. Sir, you want to buy it? This item has been in storage for several years and has never been sold because it could not be identified as such. LV Xiaoqing asked a rhetorical question, saying, "Problems?" The boy hurriedly shook his head and stated the price. "No, this item costs 3,000 spirit stones." "What?" Lu Xiaoqing screamed. "This damn thing costs 3,000 spirit stones. Are you robbing? Are you guys running a dark store? Martyr, robbing in broad daylight in Lingxiao City? Although I know that this item is expensive and comes from an extraordinary source, it must be good." He had only managed to save up more than 5,000 spirit stones over the past 2 months, and was still a ways away from 10,000. Now that he was asked to take out 3,000 spirit stones at once, he was definitely reluctant. "Do you really think spirit stones are easy to earn?" Louis Xiaoqing killed the price. "Too expensive." "Less." The boy hesitated for a moment, thinking that this item would not be easy to sell, and it was good that someone was interested. So he asked, "How much less do you want, customer?" LV Xiaoqing raised a finger. 1,000 spirit stones? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. 100 pieces. A look of flesh pain appeared on his face, as if these 100 spirit stones were overpriced. The boy was speechless and said directly, "Guest, please return." "Are you kidding me? Is there such a thing as killing the price? 3,000 into 100. Call it robbery. You're the one who's robbing. Do you really think we're a charity?" This item was not sold for 100 spirit stones even though he didn't know what it was. The boy didn't want to bother Louis Xiaoqing anymore. Lu Xiaoqing held the item. The ring was still cold and hot at times. He looked like he was at the mercy of the king. "So what do you say? What's the lowest price?" The boy raised 3 fingers. "The lowest price is 3,000 spirit stones. No second price. It was only because you were interested that I heard what price you were offering. Now I don't want to haggle with you." Lu Xiaoqing immediately lectured the boy. "Do you know how to do business? What kind of business is it to open the door to do business without bargaining? I'm the only one who's willing to buy this, and you won't sell it, so you're a spy sent from next door, aren't you? Deliberately trying to screw this place up, right?" The boy was disliked and furious. "What are you babbling about? I take it you want to come here and make trouble?" Lu Xiaoqing hummed. "What? Can't you just tell the truth? Poked and prodded by me?" The boy waved his hand repeatedly, not wanting to take care of Lu Xiaoqing anymore, saying, Go, not doing your business. Return the things to me. You get out. You're not welcome here. The boy was furious. Such a guy. Not to do business. At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. This gentleman, can you show me what's in your hand? Chapter 37, Little Rich Girl? Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head to see that a young girl was staring at what he was holding. Who are you? Lu Xiaoqing was not happy. Can't you see I'm killing it here? No, I can't at all. The young girl politely introduced herself and said, I'm Bian Ro Ro from Twin Moon Valley. Can I have a look at this item? If it's right, I can buy it. The boy was overjoyed to hear that he was a disciple of Twin Moon Valley. The disciples of Twin Moon Valley were all rich as hell. Definitely richer than this iron rooster in front of them. With a respectful attitude, he said to Bian Ro Ro with all politeness, Customer, wait. Then he turned around, put away his smile, and said to Lu Xiaoqing with a stern face, Guest, please loosen your hands. Someone like Lu Xiaoqing is definitely not the kind of guest who would enjoy being a boss. The boy reached out to take something in Lu Xiaoqing's hand, but found that it was clutched by Lu Xiaoqing in a death grip. The boy looked at Lu Xiaoqing warily and said in a disgruntled tone, Guest, this is the Tang family merchant house. Don't get in the way of others if you don't buy it. The implication was to warn LV Xiaoqing not to cause trouble here. With a movement of Lu Xiaoqing's hand, the item in his hand immediately disappeared and was put into his storage ring. The boy was horrified when he saw that something was missing. Robbery in broad daylight? Robbery! The boy shouted. Rob your sister. Lu Xiaoqing took out a spirit stone and smashed it on the counter, saying irritably, I'll buy it. The boy looked at the spirit stones on the tabletop in a daze. You really bought it? The boy still felt a little hard to believe. The Iron Rooster was reincarnated just now, and now he's paying so quickly? Bian Zuoro also looked at Lu Xiaoqing in a daze. Lu Xiaoqing glared viciously at Bian Ro. This woman is so nosy. Lu Xiaoqing had thought of grinding a kill price to save some spirit stones, but Bian Ro's appearance forced him to pay the 3,000 spirit stones in full. This item came from a remarkable source. Otherwise the ring wouldn't have reacted the way it did. Lu Xiaoqing would not allow it to fall into other people's hands. Lu Xiaoqing glared at Bian Ro once more in displeasure before leaving. It's a sad place. 3,000 spirit stones were gone just like that. This woman is an abomination. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing like this, Bian Ro was so angry that she stomped her feet and chased after him. This man, damn it. Stop. What do you mean? LV Xiaoqing turned back in displeasure and asked rhetorically, You're the one who means what? Have you got any eyes? Bian Ro was furious. Could she talk? Who are you saying has no eyesight? Lu Xiaoqing said in a bad mood. It's you who are talking about me. I'm in the middle of killing the price. Why are you coming over to join in the fun? Bian Ro is not a good-tempered person either. She questioned San Lian Dao. Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Did you buy it? You didn't buy it. So what's wrong with me coming over to look at it? Don't give a. You bring it out to me now. And this lady buys it. Dian Zozo also thought that piece was very, very special. And she wouldn't mind buying it if it was suitable. Dream on you. It was already his own thing. How could he still take it out? What if someone else saw the origin? It might even get you in trouble. You. Dian Zuozua got even more angry. This person was so annoying. She suppressed the anger in her heart and slowed down her tone, saying, I'm Bian Ro of the Twin Moon Valley. I hope that your excellency will be able to cut me off. I'm grateful. Lu Xiaoqing laughed and said disdainfully, What? Bringing out Twin Moon Valley to scare me? Do you think my Guan Pavilion is easy to bully? Bian Ro was startled and hurriedly said, So it's senior brother Guan Pavilion. I hope you'll cut me some slack. I'm willing to double the price. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze changed as he looked at Bian Ro. Is this a little rich girl? Lu Xiaoqing looked Bian Ru up and down. At once, Bian Ro felt that Lu Xiaoqing's gaze was filled with fire. Looking herself up and down made her feel like she had a million ants crawling all over her body. Very uncomfortable. Bian Ro couldn't stand being looked at by Lu Xiaoqing's aggressive gaze. This guy, is he horny? Bian Ro felt even worse about Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, thought darkly in his heart. Should we rob her? Little rich girl. Must have a lot of money. I heard that Twin Moon Valley was originally built on a huge vein of minerals and was rich as hell. But after some consideration, Lu Xiaoqing dismissed the idea. Not a good operation and easily exposed. Lu Xiaoqing refused with great difficulty. You don't look pretty, but you think pretty. After saying that, hurry up and leave. In front of him was a little rich girl, and he was afraid that Bian Zuozua would offer a price he couldn't refuse. Asshole. LV Xiaoqing's words hurt, so angry that Bian Ro stomped her feet, wishing to slap LV Xiaoqing to death. Just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. LV Xiaoqing left, depressed to the core. He had to pay 3,000 spirit stones after being crossed by Bien Ro Ro. In one fell swoop. I lost most of my savings. I hope this works, or I'm going to lose a lot of money. Lu Xiaoqing was also curious to know what it was, but it's inconvenient right now, so I'll just have to push that thought down for now. Go clean up Tang Yanwei first. Lu Xiaoqing had already inquired about where Tang Yanwei had gone in the Tang family's merchant house. Shopping in a greenhouse is shopping in a greenhouse, but also talking about hooking up and listening to music. What kind of elegance do you pretend to have? Lu Xiaoqing despised this, but it's good. The horny ones are much easier to trick out. Using the senior sister as bait, it's guaranteed that he'll come running his ass off. LV Xiaoqing immediately began to act. So it was that Tang Yuanwei, who was drinking flowery wine in a greenhouse, received a letter. After reading the incoming letter, Tang Yuanwei's spirit was shaken and he smiled smugly. So he lives in this place. Good. Stinky girl, now let's see how you can still escape from this gongzi. Thinking of Xiao Yi's cute and sweet appearance, Tang Yuanwei's heart was on fire. The lower half of his body was stupidly active. Tang Yuanwei hurried out of the restaurant and went straight to the address on the letter. Soon, it came to somewhere in the west of the city. There are just as many slums and just as much chaos here in Lingxiao City. Most of the residents here in the western part of the city are people who live in poverty and go about their daily lives trying to make ends meet. Although there were both cultivators and people in Lingxiao City, these were different levels of people, and although they were in the same city, they were clearly separated. Xiao Yi had always shown herself as an ordinary person, so Tang Yanwei had always thought that Xiao Yi was an ordinary person. Now that he knew Xiao Yi's address, he came to the door with a big grin. It's just a mortal. What's there to worry about? When Tang Yanwei arrived here, he realized that the address was actually empty, and he shouted, "Where are the people? Come out for this gongzi." A powerful pressure suddenly appeared, and before Tang Yuanwei could react, he was stunned by it. Lu Xiaoqing appeared and smiled with great satisfaction. Hey, it was easier than expected. Chapter 38, Master Don't Spank. Okay? Tang Yanwei's strength was only in the middle of the qi refining stage. It was because of the lack of talent and strength that they were sent out to do business and gather resources for the family. When he met Lu Xiaoqing, he could only say that he was unlucky. It's so far from Xiaoqing Lu. Louis Xiaoqing took it easy. Let's see what you've got. LV Xiaoqing happily scavenged. The first and foremost was naturally the storage ring, erasing the mark on it. When the spirit stone reached inside the ring, Lu Xiaoqing shook with ecstasy. Scent. A bunch of spirit stones were stored inside the ring, and his spiritual sense swept through them. 17,601 lower-grade spirit stones. Scent. LV Xiaoqing's eyes glittered in the darkness. There was nothing else inside the storage ring, only this pile of spirit stones. Although he felt strange, Lu Xiaoqing didn't think much about it. These spirit stones are his. After scavenging once and only having a pile of spirit stones and nothing else of value, Lu Xiaoqing left in style, leaving Tang Yuanwei, who was wearing a pair of profane pants, lying on the ground. This trip was worth it. Helping senior sister out and being able to earn so much. It's worth it. Louis Xiaoqing was satisfied. He didn't feel guilty at all about robbing Tang Yanwei. Not to mention that Tang Yuanwei was furtive and teasing Xiao Yi. He had merely sent someone to inform Tang Yuanwei of his address, and knowing that Xiao Yi was an ordinary person, Tang Yuanwei still came in a hurry. It was enough to show that Tang Yuanwei was not a good person. Against this kind of guy, Lu Xiaoqing was at peace with himself. More than 10,000 spirit stones were considered to make up for the loss of those 3,000 spirit stones. LV Xiaoqing turned out the small book with a smile on his brow. Come on, keep looking for the next target. It was only on the next day that Lu Xiaoqing returned to Tianyu Peak with satisfaction. This night, it's a big moneymaker. Ha, asshole boy, where have you been? As soon as he came back, he was grabbed by Xiao Chang for a lecture. Letting your senior sister enter the sword cave. You're not watching? What if there's an accident? Do I dare go out there until I've done my part? Lu Xiaoqing ignored Xiao Chang's anger, unimpressed, and said, What are you worried about, master? Do you think I'm big brother? Can he make the same tofu dregs as mine? Xiao Chang angrily lectured this disciple, too unsettling, saying, No matter how much confidence you have, be careful. How many times have I told you that you must be careful in what you do? And you must not be proud and arrogant. Lu Xiaoqing still had the same unimpressed attitude, and even dug his ears, saying, Tell that to eldest senior brother. I see that his tail is starting to go up in the air lately. Xiao Chang continued to glare at Lu Xiaoqing. like an old father who was infuriated. Your elder brother doesn't need heart. It's more like he worries about me. Alright. Lu Xiaoqing was in a good mood and didn't bother with Xiao Chang. Still smiling, eldest brother is almost catching up with you. You still have the heart to preach here? Seeing Lu Xiaoqing like this, Xiao Chang became suspicious. Something's not right. You kid. Xiao Chang looked at Lu Xiaoqing suspiciously and asked about Lu Xiaoqing's whereabouts. What did you do last night? Doing something bad? Lu Xiaoqing was hurt and covered his chest. Master, how can you think of your dear disciple like this? Can't you ever look on the bright side? What good can come from you boys? Xiao Chang laughed coldly. I can't. I know exactly what your kid is. Usually so lazy as a piece of that lightning doesn't even bother to move. And yet you ran down the hill yesterday. What you must have gone to do. Xiao Chang was very clear about his own disciple. Like Lu Xiaoqing, normally every time he opened his mouth to teach a few words of lecture, he would be disliked by Lu Xiaoqing and change the topic. But today, Lu Xiaoqing didn't dislike him. It was enough to make him suspect up what Lu Xiaoqing had done down the mountain. Lu Xiaoqing heatedly smiled, pleased with himself. His harvest yesterday had put him in a good mood. He said, don't you not care what I do anyway, master? What are you so concerned about? Xiao Chang said without any good humor. I don't care if you live or die. You don't want to get yourself into big trouble. Lu Xiaoqing laughed and said, Master, you still say you know me. What kind of person am I that you still don't know? There won't be any trouble. Don't worry about it. Xiao Cheng thought about it. This disciple of his was most afraid of trouble. When you do something, you are bound to try to remove the end of the hand that won't bring you trouble. Xiao Cheng nodded and said, that would be best. As for what the apprentice had done, he didn't ask much. This was his own disciple. He wouldn't care even if he killed or set fire to it. This disciple never did things with his intention. He wouldn't just do them for no reason. I'm going to go cultivate. You stay here and watch. Don't let your little senior sister run into danger. LV Xiaoqing waved his hand. Alright, there will be no problem. Seeing Xiao Chang turn around, Lu Xiaoqing subconsciously asked, by the way, Master, is there any more of the Tianji cards? His Tianji sign was destroyed, as was the one he'd taken from Xiao Chang. He hasn't gotten around to it yet. It's okay if we don't talk about this. Xiao Chang remembered, and his anger rubbed off on him. I'll kill you, you little asshole. With a wave of Xiao Chang's big hand, Lu Xiaoqing instantly found himself unable to move. Seeing Xiao Chang's furious expression, he knew he had been careless. This is the master's dream girl who gave him the Tianji sign. It's not enough to use it yourself by passing it along, but you end up destroying it. Master, what are you doing? Master, if you have something to say, isn't it just a Tianji plaque? Have a word. Xiao Chang smiled coldly, his anger flaring. How long has it been since I cleaned you up? Master has forgotten about it, letting you little bastard get more and more rampant. So I'll give you a good tidying up today. Master, don't mess around. Lu Xiaoqing shouted and shirked his responsibility, saying, Master, I didn't break the heavenly chant sign. It was eldest brother. You saw it yourself. He broke it. Thinking of what happened to the Tianji sign that night, Xiao Chang became even more furious. I only saw that you were the one who threw it out as a shield. Lu Xiaoqing continued to defend himself, trying to clear his name, saying, you didn't even make a move as you watched yourself, so you can't blame me. Yes? Xiao Chang reached out and grabbed it, and Lu Xiaoqing was pulled in front of him like a puppet by Xiao Chang. Watching a stick appear in Xiao Chang's hand, Lu Xiaoqing yelled, don't spank, okay? I'm a grown-up. Is it fun for you to spank again? Master, I was wrong. I'll pay you back, okay? If I don't beat you up today, I can't get this breath out of my heart. Chapter 39, Adulterers. Reflect on that for me. After Xiaocheng finished lecturing LV Xiaoqing, he left with a word and drifted away. The departing Xiao Chang's heart ached. It felt soothing and airy and comfortable all over. It's like the comfort of being constipated for days and suddenly being able to get it all in one fell swoop. Xiao Cheng thought triumphantly in his heart. If you don't take the opportunity to clean up your little bastard now, when your strength catches up, it will be harder to clean you up. Louis Xiaoqing covered his ass. Raw. By others seeing this, they would think that Xiaocheng had done something to him. Shame on you. Lu Xiaoqing finally sighed to the sky. So big to be spanked. Shame. Shame. Xiao Chang was too much stronger than him, and he had no power of resistance against the Yuaning stage. Luckily, there was no second person to see it, or there would be no face. At this point, the sound of a bird chirping from a nearby tree. Squeak! Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head to look. Xiao Hong's left wing covered her stomach. while her right wing pointed at Lu Shaoqing and laughed. Lu Shaoqing's face was not good as he stared at Xiao Hong. "You saw everything?" Red laughed even harder. He also deliberately twisted his ass twice towards LV Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was furious and lunged towards Xiao Hong. "Today I'm only able to kill." "Yuck! Kill the bird to silence it." Upon hearing this, Little Red immediately puffed and flew away. Slipped. But Lu Shaoqing's ass was hurting right now, and his anger was running high. Xiao Hong wanted to escape, but where could she escape LV Shaoqing's clutches? After being grabbed in Lu Shaoqing's hands and viciously cleaned up, he was tossed aside, lifeless. After collecting the silly bird, Lu Shaoqing's heart was much more free. "Keep a good eye on this place, and if you dare to tell anyone about today's events, I'll strip you of your fur." Lu Shaoqing warned Xiao Hong viciously before returning to his room. Lu Shaoqing first scrutinized the formations and prohibitions outside. At the heavenly royal peak, Xiao Chang and Kei Yan wouldn't just barge in. But with a new mentor's sister, one has to be on guard. Xiao Yi had ventured in yesterday and almost caused big trouble. Moreover, these days, there were too many people coming and going from the heavenly royal peak, so there was no guarantee that someone would break into this place. After all, safety comes first. After checking that there was nothing wrong, Lu Shaoqing entered the Ring Time House. Time House is a name given by Shaoqing Lu himself. The house was small, and there was a spirit place, but Lu Shaoqing felt very at ease. This was his secret, and it was also the bottom card that allowed him to follow Kei Yan closely and not fall behind. His qualifications were fair, but he couldn't be compared to Kei Yan. The only way to keep him from falling behind was to trade spirit stones for time. Lu Shaoqing pulled out the rectangular item that he had gotten at the Tang family trading house. LV Shaoqing surveyed the area once again, without any luck. Placing it on the jade table, it quickly moved. Only smoke began to rise from the top of the rectangular item. It's a zippy sound, as if it's melting. Lu Shaoqing was shocked. This was the 3,000 spirit stones he had spent. Don't just give yourself a sound here, or else you have to spit blood. Lu Shaoqing took a step closer and after observing for a while, he was relieved to find that it was the outer wrapping that was melting. Okay. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the pulp melted and evaporated, revealing the true face inside. Lu Shaoqing looked closer and was a bit surprised. Is this a token? On the tabletop was a piece of jade a foot long, rounded at the top and wide at the bottom. Like a token, the material of jade does not need to be touched. Lu Shaoqing also knows that it is the jade table is the same material. Lu Shaoqing picked up the jade on the tabletop and found a golden dragon and a divine phoenix carved on both sides of the front. In the center are inscribed two words. These two words were not recognized by Lu Shaoqing. On the back, there are carvings of mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, and the stars. It looks high up. Lu Shaoqing looked at it for half a day, tinkered with it, burned it by fire, soaked it in water, and even used it to drop blood to recognize the owner. The jade in his hand didn't budge. Lu Shaoqing looked at the spirit tablet on the table and asked, "Dead beat, what is this? What's the use of it?" No response. No text message appeared on the surface of the jade table either. Lu Shaoqing couldn't do it. He knew the jade in his hand must be something special, and now he had no way of knowing what it was for. After thinking about it, Lu Shaoqing placed it on the jade table. Let it go for now, and later as it comes, Lu Shaoqing muttered. He couldn't fathom the purpose of this thing, and looking at the material, it should be the same as the jade table and spirit cards. Stay here for now and see if it changes later. With a subsequent wave, 10,000 lower grade spirit stones appeared and fell into the incense burner. Cultivate for another year and see if you can break through into the 8th layer of the Jiedan stage. Yet the words out of 6 months surfaced on the surface of the jade table. 6 months? Lu Shaoqing froze, then became furious. Anger pointed at the token and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you this up for me. Do you think it's easy to earn spirit stones? 10,000 lower grade spirit stones a year is already expensive. Now time is actually halved? You come out and refund the spirit stones. I'm not going to cultivate anymore. Hurry up and refund the money. If you don't return the money, do you believe I'll smash your spirit tablet? Lu Shaoqing was furious. Is it easy to earn this much spirit stone? Thinking that spirit stones are something you can just pick up while walking down the street? 10,000 lower grade spirit stones for a year was a loss to him. Now it's actually turned into 6 months. Who can stand it? At least Lu Shaoqing couldn't stand it. Lu Shaoqing slapped his hand on the jade table and cursed at the spirit tablet. Dead beat. Refund the money. If you don't, I'm not done with you. You can raise the price if you want. Just let me know and we'll talk. You didn't talk to me and raise the price unilaterally without authorization. Do you take me for a kaiju? Is it easy for me to earn some spirit stones from my hard work outside? You're here to be a traitor to me? If you don't return the money, I'll smash you today. No matter who you are. Even if you're a heavenly immortal emperor, I'll smash you. After Lu Shaoqing finished speaking in a murderous manner, he was about to make his move to get the spirit tags. A white light flashed hastily above the desktop, and Lu Shaoqing looked down. A feat appeared on it. The God-shocking technique. Chapter 40, Benefits. The scary God technique? After Lu Shaoqing looked at it, he was still staring at the spirit tablet with an unfriendly face. Trying to get rid of me with this thing? Give me at least one more gungfu and I'll leave you alone. The light on top of the jade table flickered a few times, bright and dark. This was stunned by LV Shaoqing's shamelessness. But Lu Shaoqing doesn't care about it. How can we not take advantage of the opportunity to ask for more favors? He had obtained a gongfu from here before. It was the meteorite grand summoning technique that he had used before. The real name is the immortal fireball technique. He didn't lie to Xiao Yi. Oh yeah, there's also the leaving fire sword technique as well. Spirit cards give out good stuff. You don't have to think about it to know that the amazing God secret is good. However, in order to better knock on the door, Lu Shaoqing put on a disdainful face. Slapping the jade table, he roared at the spirit card. Give me one more piece of gungfu and I'll leave you alone. Finally, a bright light flashed across the surface of the jade table once again, and another merit law appeared. Kei Yan body refining technique. LV Shaoqing took a look and his heart blossomed with joy. Sure enough, there was more. On the surface, though, there was a look of disdain. That's it? That's how you want to get rid of me? The white light of the jade table was once again bright and dark, which was infuriated by Lu Shaoqing's shamelessness. Then 4 words appeared on the desktop. If you don't get out. Then it immediately went dark. Seeing this, Lu Shaoqing said in a begrudging tone, "Alright, I'll give you a face. That's it. I begrudgingly accept." Lu Shaoqing used a jade slip to topographically print down the 2 feats, then sat down to enlighten himself. The God-shocking technique. Kei Yan body refining technique. After reading it, Lu Shaoqing knew roughly what effect it had. The stunning God technique. After cultivating it, not only could one grow their spiritual sense, but they could also use it to attack their enemies. It's a mental attack. Before yuaning, using spiritual sense to attack the enemy was not very effective, and it was more of a case of using spiritual sense as eyes. Only after becoming a yuaning and having his spiritual consciousness transformed into divine consciousness would he be able to utilize his divine consciousness against his enemies. The Kei Yan body refining technique was also able to learn from its name that it was a body refining technique. After Lu Shaoqing read it, he was satisfied and nodded his head repeatedly. Not bad. I happen to lack a body refining technique. Originally, Lu Shaoqing had planned to find a body refining technique only after reaching the yuaning stage. At the conjugation stage, one was also able to obtain body refining techniques from the sect, but that requires contribution. Lu Shaoqing was lazy. He didn't want to do any sect quests. So simply don't rush. Wait for the yuaning stage and then go to the sect's book collection. This was because the sect had a rule that after becoming a yuaning stage powerhouse, one would automatically be promoted to sect elder. Except for some specific feats and pills, the others are taken casually and do not require contribution. Without hesitation, Lu Shaoqing changed his mind and cultivated these 2 techniques first. 3 months for a technique. You should be able to get started, right? Lu Shaoqing muttered to himself. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend and cultivate with the jade slip in his hand. 3 months passed in a flash of time, and Lu Shaoqing stopped cultivating. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the jade slip in his hand and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's not bad. Amazing God technique. It's just like its name. Amazing God. Amazing God. Amazing God. Or is it the spirit? Who knows? Lu Shaoqing had long since ceased to be a white. In a large sect like the Lingxiao school, under the eyes and ears, the insights were far broader than those of ordinary sects and families. After cultivating the surprising God technique, he knew that it was a technique that was at least heaven grade or above, and was by no means comparable to earth grade or Xian grade. The killing power is so great that it is not something an ordinary person can resist, even if it's a cultivator who specializes in spiritual awareness. Under the same realm, with the surprising God skill, I'll be able to easily clean him up. Eldest brother, wait for me. I've been initiated. So what if you're a yuaning stage? I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. Lu Shaoqing was pleased in his heart. Even if Kei Yan had already become a yuaning stage, Lu Shaoqing believed that the surprising God technique would be just as capable of causing trouble for Kei Yan. Good stuff. Good stuff. Lu Shaoqing marveled. After resting for a short while, he continued his cultivation. This time, the cultivation was the Kei Yan body refining technique. Compared to the cultivation of the amazing God decision, the Kei Yan body refining decision was much harder. LV Shaoqing's brows were furrowed and a pained look appeared on his face. During the 3 months, the spiritual energy in Lu Shaoqing's body was constantly wandering and hammering. Every cell in the body felt like it had been hammered and burst, then reassembled, then hammered again. With such repetition, the pain that Lu Shaoqing encountered was not only in his physical body, even his soul felt like it had suffered great pain. Finally, the bones, flesh and blood of the body are the same. The whole body felt like it was being smashed to pieces by a sledgehammer. Then a hand reached in and stirred it up, and then finally restored it to its original state. The pain involved in doing so repeatedly can be imagined. In the last month, Lu Shaoqing felt that he was really going to die. The body didn't seem to have any relationship with him. He couldn't move even if he wanted to, and was only able to silently feel the immense and incomparable pain. I don't know how long. The kind of pain on the body disappeared. Lu Shaoqing felt all body regained the connection. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and stop cultivating. Lu Shaoqing looked down at his body, which had become much whiter than usual. It's not going to turn out to be a bimbo, is it? Lu Shaoqing was originally because he rarely moved around, either hiding at home or lying under a tree. The amount of sunlight he got in a year was not as much as an ordinary person got in a month. Because of the minimal sun exposure, the skin would have looked white. It's similar to Xiao Yi's skin. And now, his skin was a few shades paler than before. It's too white. It'll be mistaken for a pseudo-female. Lu Shaoqing stood up and surveyed his body some more before finally sighing in relief. It's okay, it looks more manly. The skin is white, but the body muscles are well proportioned and coordinated, making it more manly and manly. Lu Shaoqing took out a piece of mirror and looked at it for a while, and said with satisfaction, even more handsome. Not bad, not bad. The 3 months of practicing the body refinement technique had only allowed him to get started, and he was still far from reaching the grand completion. However, Lu Shaoqing already felt that his current self was very different from his previous self. Lu Shaoqing looked at his slender hand and his heart fluttered. A long sword appeared in his hand, with a forceful grip. The long sword with the quality of first-grade magic treasure couldn't help him in the slightest, and the sharp blade couldn't cut through his skin. Lu Shaoqing was even more satisfied, with a bad smile on his face. Not bad. When it's practiced to great completion, eldest brother's sword won't be able to break through my defense, right? I'll give him a surprise then. Before leaving, Lu Shaoqing looked at the spirit tablet with a face full of disgust. If you have such a good thing, don't take it out earlier and hide it. I despise you. Maybe you were so petty in your past life that you were beaten to death. The spirit sign didn't respond, as if it couldn't hear what Lu Shaoqing said. Wait until LV Shaoqing leaves. The spirit cards on the jade table were shaking constantly, and the tabletop was constantly flashing with white light. Chapter 41, Despicable Second Brother. Xiao Yi walked carefully through the woods. She looked alert, and her spiritual sense was even spread out. Like radar, she would be the first to notice any wind in grass. But the aura that was usually nearly 100 feet was now less than 10 feet. It made Xiao Yi very uncomfortable. Feeling tied up and uncomfortable, Xiao Yi's face was indignant. Damn second senior brother. A shielding formation that suppresses spiritual awareness, a trap formation full of traps, and a mesmerizing soul-obsessing formation. Does this still allow people to live? Didn't you say you were comprehending sword intent? It's made me look like I'm fleeing from a disaster now. How could I have time to stop for enlightenment along the way? Damn it! As Xiao Yi vociferously denounced Lu Shaoqing, her gaze still turned back from time to time, as if there was something terrifying chasing her from behind. Suddenly, a shrill bird call rang out. Xiao Yi's face changed and she shouted, Stinky Xiaohong, you're here again? A small bird appeared, and to Xiao Yi's eyes it looked like it was the small red outside that his second senior brother had called a stupid bird. However, she also knew that this was her second senior brother's sword intent incarnate. The little bird mold is the same size as Red, but it is very overpowering. Fluttering in the air, after spotting Xiao Yi, with a scream, she lunged straight up, and the stance seemed to be to fight Xiao Yi for her life. It flew over Xiao Yi, opened its mouth, and screamed at Xiao Yi. Countless swords shoot out from its mouth, spitting at torrential rain falling from the sky. Red, damn you! Xiao Yi yelled and dodged in a panic. She tried to fight it hard, and she could indeed carry it off, but also once, because she had used the only two magic weapons she had on her body in order to block the attack of the transformational sword intent Little Red. In the end, He managed to block one of the attacks of the transformation sword intent Little Red by relying on the damage of the two magic weapons. From then on, she knew that even if her second senior brother had suppressed his strength, the sword intent incarnated was not something that the current her could withstand. Since that time, she has been chased all over the place. It's been a couple days. During this period, she was whisked away like a dog, and every time she rested for a short while, the morphed sword intent Little Red would appear right on time. Xiao Yi hastily dodged and avoided most of the sword strokes. The remaining few sword slashes couldn't help her and were easily blocked by her. Red, let's take a break, shall we? Xiao Yi said to Little Red in the sky. When you go out, I'll treat you to spirit beans, okay? However, the transformed sword intent in the sky was not Little Red, and even when Xiao Yi said that it had broken the sky, it ignored it. Screaming, she launched herself into another attack. Both wings spread out and flapped up towards Xiao Yi. At that moment, another sky full of swords fell. This one was even more violent than the one earlier. Seeing this, Xiao Yi did not look back and directly skipped. Rumble! Explosions rang out behind them one after another. Xiao Yi looked back and ran even faster. Behind them seemed to fall countless explosive charms that rumbled and exploded. The ground was scorched, trees were blown to pieces, and dirt flew in the air. Little Red, you're so mean. Just wait for me. Xiao Yi fled once more. She didn't dare to turn back to confront the transformed sword intent. She kept running towards the front, with the transformation sword intent chasing her all the way behind. The transformation sword intent was bombarding the back furiously. Countless sword-ons fell with a furious sword intent. Despite dodging most of them, some would still fall on Xiao Yi, forcing her to resist. So much for making her suffer and wretched. After chasing and killing for about 3 hours or so, the transformation sword intent temporarily stopped its pursuit. Xiao Yi was also able to breathe a sigh of relief. She knew it was a break given to her by her second brother. However, this won't be a long time. Just an hour or so. Xiao Yi sat on her butt and then lay down on the ground without any ladylike manners. She was exhausted and scolded Lu Shaoqing fiercely. Damn second senior brother. Too damnable. The sword cave set up by Lu Shaoqing was much more complicated than the one set up by Kei Yan. The sword hole set up by Kei Yan was just like Kei Yan himself. Straight to the point and not playing with falsehoods. Lu Shaoqing is different. Using any formation for you and making the terrain complicated. Tossing people into a frenzy. Xiao Yi was very helpless and lifeless. I should have figured out long ago that the sword cave set up by second senior brother is not that comfortable. This place is just as shameless and hateful as second brother. When she thought of her second senior brother's violent shamelessness, Xiao Yi felt hopeless in life. Was it really possible to comprehend sword intent after being tossed around like this by second senior brother? Xiao Yi didn't know why she was suddenly frustrated. Forget it. It's difficult for me to comprehend sword intent with this talent. Try to hold out here for a month. After a month, second senior brother should release me, right? But this frustration was quickly dispersed by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi sat up, her gaze resolute. No, I can't be that disheveled. Eldest brother is so powerful, and second brother is so strong. How can I, as a senior sister, lag behind? I'm definitely going to try. But soon, Xiao Yi lay down again, frustrated. The sword cave set up by eldest senior brother is good enough to have a wooden house to land in for a while, even though it's not safe enough. Damn second brother. Not even a safe place to land. But after the words were said, Xiao Yi saw something on the tree. Ha! Xiao Yi climbed up and was speechless for a long time after seeing what was on the tree. In his heart, he even developed an urge to flatten LV Shaoqing. In the tree, there was a small cabin. 3 words are carved above the cabin. Safe house. The wooden huts called safe houses were built on trees dozens of feet high, hidden by dense foliage. If she hadn't been lying on the ground and gotten a lucky little glimpse through the cracks in the branches and leaves, she really wouldn't have thought there was a safe house up there. So mean. Xiao Yi was speechless for a long time before finally spitting out 3 words. Only the second senior brother would do such a despicable thing. I should have thought of this a long time ago, right? With the character of the second elder brother, how could he possibly give me a safe place to land on the ground? So mean. Xiao Yi once again spat out a sentence. And at this time, the shriek of the transformational sword intent Little Red rang out once again. Then the fiery red figure appeared. Xiao Yi didn't even think about it and smiled triumphantly as she dug into the safe house. Little Red, just stay outside. I'm going to take some rest. However, as soon as she entered the safe house, Xiao Yi's face turned white and her smile froze. Chapter 42. The cabin was not large enough to accommodate just one person. Barely enough to lie down. Yet it was in this modest cabin that Xiao Yi broke in. A sword blade hovered in the room. It was facing Xiao Yi. less than half a foot from Xiao Yi's forehead. The berserk sword intent gave Xiao Yi the illusion that her head seemed to have been pierced through. Xiao Yi's heart wailed. It's a trap. Second brother is really despicable. Safe house. What the hell kind of safe house is that? This should be called a self-inflicted house. Build the cabin in a tree and hide it tightly to maximize the chance that no one will suspect that something is wrong with the cabin. So Xiao Yi came in without hesitation. When she was outside, she wouldn't be in such danger even if she was being chased by the transformation sword intent. Now she couldn't even retreat if she wanted to. She was already locked by the sword awnings. She had no doubt that if she moved, the next moment she'd have a hole in her head. Xiao Yi was only able to stiffen his body and confront the sword awnings. The sword on was also composed of berserk sword intent, which horrified Xiao Yi and prevented him from moving. At this time, Xiao Yi felt a huge pressure coming from behind her. The transformed sword intent outside had already arrived outside. It landed on a branch like a real bird. It screamed at the cabin. The cold hairs on Xiao Yi's back all stood up and she felt a gust of coldness. But Xiao Yi didn't dare to turn back. She stared at the sword awnings in front of her, not daring to be careless. Soon, Xiao Yi was alarmed that the sword on was a little closer to her. Xiao Yi began to suspect that it was an illusion. But half an hour later, the transformed sword intent outside shouted again. The sword on closed the distance between it and Xiao Yi a little more. Xiao Yi confirmed that with every cry from the transformed sword intent outside, the sword on would move a little, closing the distance between the two sides. Xiao Yi calculated that if he moved according to half an hour, the time left for her was 7 to 8 hours at most. During this time, she had to think of a way to crack the sword awnings in front of her, or else her head would be pierced through. Xiao Yi once again greeted Lu Shaoqing in her heart. What a despicable second brother. But right now, no matter what, she had to think of a way to solve the sword mane in front of her. Xiao Yi thought left and right, and finally realized that there seemed to be no way out for her. Fabulous treasures. No more. The only two left have been destroyed. As for using her own strength to fight hard against the sword on, she would only be able to die faster. The sword on in front of him was the sword on left behind by second senior brother Lu Shaoqing. Second senior brother Lu Shaoqing's strength was at the late Jiedan stage. Much stronger than her. A little chicken at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. To use the strength of the realm to harden oneself, one would not even dare to dream of doing so. What the hell do we have to do about it? Xiao Yi was constantly thinking of ways. The intelligent one also knew that her second senior brother would not leave a sword on here for no reason. Staying here must have his intentions. After his mind was about to explode with thoughts, Xiao Yi was only able to drop his attention on the sword on. 3 hours had already passed, and the transformation sword intent called out 6 times from outside. The sword blade was less than 3 inches away from her head, close at hand. Xiao Yi simply closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to probe the sword on. Xiao Yi could not help but let out a cry of shock when her spiritual sense came into contact with the sword on. She felt as if her spiritual sense had fallen into 1,000-degree hot lava, rapidly being melted, and even she seemed to feel as if she was going to be melted by the lava. She hastily withdrew her spiritual sense. Sweating profusely, she realized that her aura was damaged, giving her a headache. This is so sick, Xiao Yi wailed. Soon, however, she discovered a situation that surprised her. The sword aura seemed to have been weakened a bit. Although it was very small, Xiao Yi was still able to feel it. Will this break it up? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. It's painful to go on like this, but at least it's not life-threatening. Come on. Looking at the sword on that was close at hand, Xiao Yi once again probed his spiritual sense. There wasn't much time, and she didn't have any to waste. This time, she simply unfolded all of her spiritual awareness God, wrapping the sword awnings like a curtain. She was going to have to do all her work and get rid of the sword awnings at once. This time, as if sensing the danger, the sword's awnings buzzed and trembled, and an even hotter sensation came. Raging, blazing, like a sun, a raging sun. The endless heat made Xiao Yi want to withdraw his spiritual sense, but she knew that it was an illusion, and she couldn't take it back. I can't believe I can't wear you down. Xiao Yi was fuming. Xiao Yi forced himself to endure the discomfort and wrapped the sword aura with his spiritual sense, as if it was a watermill, constantly consuming the sword aura with his spiritual sense. The sword's aura continued to weaken under the spiritual sense's dissipation. At the same time, there is a mysterious feeling surging to Xiao Yi's heart. Eventually, a few more hours passed. When the last trace of the sword on completely disappeared, Xiao Yi lay on his back on the wooden board, drenched in sweat and pale. She panted heavily, the spiritual energy in her body almost depleted. As for her spiritual sense, it had been damaged long ago, giving her a headache. Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with tears. tired and sore. She hadn't suffered like this since she was a child. Physical, mental double whammy. It made Xiao Yi miss her own mother's embrace extraordinarily. Even though Xiao Yi's eyes contained tears, her gaze was one of delight. Just now, in the process of wearing down the sword-ons, she had furthered her comprehension of sword intent. Although that feeling could not be described, Xiao Yi knew that she did have a few more points of understanding of sword intent. Xiao Yi believed that with a few more times, she might actually be able to comprehend sword intent. After resting for most of the day, Xiao Yi shuddered and got up, taking out a few pills from his storage room and swallowing them to restore his spiritual energy. Then he took out another small book and turned to the page with Xiao Qinglu's name on it. A trembling hand drew on it to mark today's date. Several dates have been written on it. Xiao Yi's face was indignant as she muttered, "Remember first, second senior brother. Wait, I will repay you properly in the future." After resting nearly enough, Xiao Yi walked out of the safe house, making a provocative gesture to the transformed sword intent outside. "Little Red, come on, let's see how I'll clean you up." Seeing how arrogant Xiao Yi was, the transformation sword intent screamed as the sword intent on his body soared. Xiao Yi once again fled in distress. Chapter 43, I hope God is gentle when I'm struck by lightning. LV Xiaoqing was lying on the hammock, looking at the heavenly chance cards in a leisurely manner. Time was almost a month since Xiao Yi had entered the sword cave. Lu Xiaoqing went to see him a few times and knew that Xiao Yi was still in good shape, so he didn't bother to keep staring. He once again resumed the life he had lived before. Keep lying flat. After cultivating the amazing God decree and the Kei Yan body refining decree in the time house last time, he went in to cultivate once more last night. Still 10,000 lower grade spirit stones for 6 months. The surprising God decision and the Kei Yan body refining decision weren't that easy to practice. He had spent a year on the 2 feats, but he had only reached minor success, and was far from proficiency and major success. Lui Xiaoqing was in no hurry and took his time. Years of cultivating his mind had made him more and more mature and calm, and he wasn't anxious at all about this kind of thing. Take your time because there's no use in rushing. Lu Xiaoqing stretched and sighed, saying, however, there's still a little over 10,000 spirit stones left, so next time it'll only be enough for 6 months. 6 months of time, and I don't know if I can raise a realm. Ugh. Roll dead, asshole big brother. Forget it, let's wait for some time before we try to get some spirit stones. As Lu Xiaoqing was mentally calculating how to get spirit stones next, Fang Xiao came. Delivery came. Fang Xiao arrived with a food box, making Lu Xiaoqing feel very out of place. Boss Fang, what brings you here? Fang Xiao said with a smile, I've come to deliver takeout to you. Mr. Lu. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and sighed. A big beautiful woman, carrying a food box to come here, making it seem as if she came to meet her lover in secret. Where's Master Wang? Is there no one else in your restaurant? It's not at all unreasonable to let the bosses come out and run their business and dock their paychecks. Fang Xiao couldn't help but blush. Is that molesting yourself? Fang Xiao mentally spat. Fang Xiao's smile remained unchanged and still sweet as she said, isn't it a long time since you came to the restaurant? Mr. Lu, I'm worried if the restaurant's meals aren't to your liking. Sir, and as the owner I have to make a personal trip. It's only fair to hear what you have to say. Mr. Lu. Fang Xiao's words were half true. The main reason was to continue to draw closer to LV Xiaoqing. As she said, Lu Xiaoqing hadn't appeared at the restaurant for over a month. She had seen LV Xiaoqing's strength and had already saved the intention to befriend him. Today, she happened to know that LV Xiaoqing had ordered something from her restaurant, so she personally went out and delivered the takeout. If you meet a few times, you'll always be closer than if you never met. Regarding the meals at Fang Xiao restaurant, Lu Xiaoqing could not pick a fault and said, it's quite good. Old whose craftsmanship is very good. Hearing Lu Xiaoqing's words, Fang Xiao secretly decided in his heart, go back and pay Hu Binga again. Then silence fell between the two. Lu Xiaoqing seemed to treat Fang Xiao as if he didn't exist, eating leisurely there and looking at the Tianqi cards. Fang Xiao immediately felt embarrassed. How can you be such a person? I'm at least a pretty girl, right? You're just going to ignore me like that? Fang Xiao no longer knew how to describe Lu Xiaoqing. Fang Xiao thought to herself that she wasn't a supreme beauty, but she wasn't bad either. The so-called flutterbees saw her buzzing around her like a fly. Get her attention in every way, shape and form. Lu Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was nothing like those so-called gentlemen she had encountered. In front of Lu Xiaoqing, Fang Xiao felt skeptical about her beauty for the first time. Normal people shouldn't. You wouldn't leave yourself out to dry like this even if it was just as perfunctory. Would you? I just can't believe you're actually going to ignore me. Being hung out to dry like this by Lu Xiaoqing, Fang Xiao was more or less unconvinced in his heart. Bite the bullet. Heck, I wouldn't believe it. Fang Xiao decided to just stay here and see what Lu Xiaoqing would really do. Yet another half hour passed. Lu Xiaoqing remained the same, treating her, Fang Xiao, like air. Fang Xiao was defeated, helpless and depressed. Lu Xiaoqing really neglected her. Is this guy still a man or not? Fang Xiao gritted her teeth and glanced around before asking, Mr. Lu, I wonder where little Ripple's sister is. Ha, I'd like to see what you're playing at. LV Xiaoqing laughed in his heart and pretended to be surprised. Boss, you haven't left yet? After thinking about it, he seriously reminded Fang Xiao. I have given the spirit stones, so don't pretend to forget. Fang Xiao wants to hit someone. Am I that kind of guy? What kind of thinking is that? Fang Xiao gritted her teeth, forcibly resisting the urge to hit someone, and said, I remember. I haven't forgotten. I just want to ask where little sister Ripple has gone. I haven't seen her for some days. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell back to the Tianji sign. Oh, cultivation went away. As a cultivator, of course cultivation is the main focus. How can you have time to go play every day? Fang Xiao looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Mentally, he spat silently. But I heard that you don't practice every day. How dare you say such a thing? Then silence again. Fang Xiao could only continue to find a topic. She said, I'm looking for little Ripple's younger sister because I want to tell her that some of the guys who bullied her at the tavern before were cleaned up not too long ago. I wonder if Mr. Lu has heard about this? Fang Zhao's gaze looked meaningfully at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes fell on Fang Xiao once again. Oh, there is such a thing? I haven't heard. Fang Xiao pointed at the Heavenly Chance plaque in Lu Xiaoqing's hand and said, It's all been posted on the Heavenly Chance plaque by the Heavenly Chancellor. Can't you see it, Mr. Lu? The several people who bullied little Ripple's sister were all stripped of their clothes overnight, and their belongings were ransacked. Fang Xiao smirked. The worst offender is Boss Tang of the Tang family trading house. The trading house's profits for a month have been robbed. When she had seen it earlier, after she knew that these people had been stripped of their clothes and looted of their belongings, she remembered Zhang from that night. She knew from Wang Yao that these people had all come to her restaurant for dinner and had also teased Xiao Yi to a greater or lesser extent. That's why she suspected it was done by Lu Xiaoqing. What a coincidence. Lu Xiaoqing's expression didn't change in any way as he said, It seems that evil is rewarded for evil. The heavens are indeed fair. Fang Xiao was stunned, curious about what was in Lu Xiaoqing's heart. People who cultivate go against the heavens. Duke Lu is a cultivator and would also believe in the heavens? Lu Xiaoqing said seriously, Of course, I hope that when I encounter lightning strikes in the future, I hope that God will be gentle. Chapter 44, Fang Xiao is a little run down. Facing such words from Lu Xiaoqing, Fang Xiao no longer knew how to answer, but she wasn't about to continue on that topic. She brought it up, but only to test the waters. She knew that LV Xiaoqing had a meticulous mind, and saying too much would easily arouse suspicion. Not good for her. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Xiao said, Since that's the case, I won't bother Mr. Lu. I'll go back first. Lu Xiaoqing casually waved his hand and said, Take your time. Fang Xiao excused himself and turned to leave. Just walked outside though. Behind him came a violent wave appearing in the distance. Ha ha, second senior brother. Just wait, I'm coming out. Fang Xiao's pupils shrunk. Is that sword intent? Fang Xiao stood frozen in place, looking at the direction in which the fluctuation had appeared. The fluctuations quickly disappeared though, but Fang Xiao thought to himself that he hadn't sensed anything wrong. It was indeed sword intent. After a long time, Fang Xiao looked in that direction and whispered to herself, That voice is little Ripple's sister's. Could it be that she really has comprehended sword intent? But how? How is that possible? In just a month's time, she comprehended sword intent? Fang Xiao broke down a bit. She felt as if her worldview was collapsing. Xiao Yi was still working in her restaurant a month ago. She and Xiao Yi grew to know each other well at that time, calling themselves sisters. At that time, she also learned about Xiao Yi's strength. At the late stage of qi refining, the only way to reach the 8th level of qi refining was to reach the 8th level of qi refining, and it's still not long after the breakthrough. There is no comprehension of sword intent. These Fang Xiao already knew. At the same time she learned from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's two senior brothers were intending for Xiao Yi to comprehend sword intent within 2 months and then break through into the foundation establishment stage. At that time Fang Xiao was stunned. Is it that crazy? For a moment Fang Xiao thought it was a joke. Later, Lu Xiaoqing mentioned it as a joke when he took Xiao Yi away. Fang Xiao just breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was a joke. But now, It seems. It was never as simple as a joke. Fang Xiao no longer knew how to describe her inner collapse. It really did. Not 2 months, but 1 month for Xiao Yi to comprehend sword intent. Fang Xiao didn't know if the world was too crazy or if she couldn't keep up with the trends. Could it be that I can't keep up with the world? Sword intent was already rotten, and could be comprehended at random. Looking at the gates of the heavenly royal peak behind him, Fang Xiao wanted to rush in to have a clear look and ask for clarification. Did they, heavenly royal peak, have some secret technique that could allow one to easily comprehend sword intent? Fang Xiao didn't know how he got back to his tavern. The scene that had just happened hadn't brought her back to her senses until now. It's just so shocking. The sword intent was comprehended just by saying it was comprehended. Could it be that Xiao Yi was also a supreme genius? With this calculation, the 3 personal disciples of the heavenly imperial peak had all comprehended the sword intent. How heavenly is such a qualification? At this time, someone outside said, "Miss, someone is looking for you." "Who?" Fang Xiao asked, then waved his hand and said, "Just tell him that I'm not in the mood today, so let him go back." The events of the day were so hard for her to digest that she didn't want to see anyone right now, but a voice came in from outside. "Could it be that cousin doesn't even want to see me?" Then a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Upon hearing this voice and looking up, Fang Xiao had a surprised expression on her face. "Sister language? What brings you here?" The person who came was none other than Twin Moon Valley's eldest disciple, Xiao Yi. "Come on in." Fang Xiao welcomed Xiao Yi and Dian Ro in, then closed the door. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Xiao Yi's mother is a sidekick of the Fang family. After Xiao Yi became the grand disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, the Fang family naturally had to try their best to climb into this relationship. Xiao Yi and Fang Xiao are of similar age, and the two become familiar with each other by chance. The relationship became close. It was also because of this relationship with the Xia language that Fang Xiao was able to come to Lingxiao City and open a restaurant, giving her the possibility of flipping later on in the family. "We've been coming here for some days now, but I've been busy with some things, so I haven't been able to come and meet Sister Xiao." Summer's voice was soft, melodious, and made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Talking to her, both men and women were able to receive a calming aura. Being able to see Xia Yin here, Fang Xiao was very happy and said, "If there is anything you need help with when you come here, you can just ask. You're treating me like an outsider if you don't open your mouth." Xia Yu faintly smiled, like spring echoing in the room. She said, "Which is not. I came to you now to ask for your help." Fang Xiao was instantly curious. She sat across from Xiao Yu and became curious. "What is it that is actually difficult for you?" The Twin Moon Valley's chief great disciple, Xiao Yu, like Kei Yan and Jang Tong, was a representative of the younger generation of Twin Moon Valley. Behind her was standing the Twin Moon Valley, one of the 3 great sects. The most famous thing about the Twin Moon Valley is that besides the fact that the disciples of the sect are all female disciples, there is also the financial power. The disciples of the Valley of the Two Moons were veritable little rich girls. I don't know how many cultivators wanted to take a female disciple of Twin Moon Valley as a Taoist couple, because marrying a female disciple of the Twin Moon Valley was the same as marrying a small treasury. If it was said that even Xiao Yu had to ask for help, this could only mean that Xiao Yu had encountered something very tricky. Dian Ro spoke the reason from the side. "It's like this. Near here, senior sister knows of a secret realm. At first elder sister and the 2 of us went exploring. There's no help that it's too big inside, and there are quite a few dangers. So I'm afraid it's difficult to finish exploring with just the 2 of us. It's already too late for the sect sisters to arrive. That's why we were only able to find help here in Easy City. A secret realm is different from a cave, or a small world that can exist for a long time. If it hadn't been opened, perhaps the secret realm would have been around for a long time. But once it was opened, the aura inside would gradually disappear. And once the aura ran out, the secret realm would also annihilate and disappear. For the same reason that a spiritual egg, once broken, will become a rotten egg after a while." Dian Ro continued. "The secret realm has already opened, and according to senior sister's estimation, there's less than a month to go before the secret realm's aura will completely disappear. There's a lot of good stuff in there, and we didn't want to waste it, so we had to get other people to help." Dian Ro had a worried look on her face. This secret realm was very important to her senior sister. She didn't want anything to go wrong. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Fang Xiao and asked, "Sister Xiao, do you have any candidates to recommend? You should know someone here in Lingxiao City." Even if Fang Xiao was a woman, she was still attracted by Xiao Yi's gaze. Fang Xiao was slightly lost in thought, and after returning to her senses, she asked, "Sister Yi, do you have any requirements for the candidate?" Dian Zuozua said. The number of people should just be 3 or 4. Xiao Yi added, saying, the strength is best to start at the foundation establishment stage, and it won't do to be too weak. Xiao Yi's own strength was at the 8th level of the Jiedan stage, and she didn't have the luxury of finding an expert in the Jiedan stage realm. It was only necessary to find 1 or 2 helpers from the foundation establishment realm. There were all kinds of dangers in the secret realm, and those who were too weak to go there would only be able to deliver food. Hearing this, Fang Zhao's face showed joy. In that case, I can too. Fang Zhao's strength was at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage, which was not weak. Xiao Yi smiled sweetly and affirmed, I came here originally to seek Sister Zhao's help from you. Of course I won't leave behind Sister Dawn. Sister Dawn, you're almost done recommending 1 or 2 more people to come. Fang Zhao nodded, then remembered where there was someone who fit the criteria for the summer language. For some reason, she subconsciously remembered Lu Shaoqing's figure. She hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. There is a candidate. I don't know if it's a good fit. Chapter 45, a difficult candidate to deal with. In Fang Zhao's opinion, Lu Shaoqing was undoubtedly the best candidate. But that guy. Think of the few times you've dealt with Shaoqing Lu. Fang Zhao just couldn't help but get a big head. A shameless, cheeky guy who doesn't know what cheek is. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. What's more crucial is that this guy is still very strong. Even if I wanted to beat him up, I couldn't do it. Fang Zhao looked at the cousin in front of her. Although it was a big disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, in the Qizhou cultivation world, no one dared to disrespect her. Together with her own appearance, she was known as the first beauty of Qizhou. Wherever he goes, he is the star of the show. Kei Yan is the dream lover of the wistful girls of Qizhou. Then Xiao Yi was the dream girl of all male cultivators in Qizhou. Even other states have a lot of fans. But Fang Zhao didn't think that such a Xiao language could take advantage in front of Lu Shaoqing. With LV Shaoqing's character, he shouldn't care about Xiao Yu's status. As for beauty, I guess it will be ignored. She, Fang Zhao, was at least considered a beautiful woman, and was ignored by Lu Shaoqing all the same. Seeing Fang Zhao's difficult face, Xiao Yi was curious. Sister Xiao, what's the problem? Thinking of Lu Shaoqing's character, Fang Zhao didn't know if she was doing the right thing. She said, this person's strength is there. I don't know if he's willing. No? Dian Zuozua didn't believe it anymore. Is there such a person? What kind of person is senior sister? Who doesn't give face? As the eldest disciple of Twin Moon Valley and the number 1 beauty in Qizhou, anyone would give a few faces. Fang Zhao smiled bitterly. I can't say, but this person. Fang Zhao didn't know how to describe it. Shameless? Cheeky? Shameless? Although she felt that way, she couldn't do it if she was told to talk about making up people behind their backs. Finally she was only able to say, all in all he's just difficult to deal with. Thinking about it can only be described as difficult to deal with. A man? Xian asked. Fang Zhao nodded. Dian Rou immediately disdained it. Even more so. Don't worry about it. With senior sister here, there won't be no man who won't give face. Men are no good. When you see your senior sister, you immediately turn into an animal that thinks with the lower half of your body. Fang Zhao smiled bitterly. Lu Shaoqing was one of the most special people she had ever met. It made her think that Summer Whisper's face wasn't even good enough. Xiao Yi didn't care about anything else. What she valued more was strength. It's useless to help if you're not strong enough. Sister Xiao, how is this man? Fang Zhao nodded her head and spoke the evaluation of Lu Shaoqing in her heart. Very strong. In my opinion, no weaker than you. Sister language. That's a pretty high rating. Xiao Yi's expression also became a few moments heavier. Xiao Yi wasn't a flamboyant person. She was the representative of the younger generation of Twin Moon Valley. She, Ji Yan, and Zhang Songlong were known as the 3 strongest people in Qizhou. Counting words is indisputably number 1. Second everyone says is Zhang Songlong. But Xiao Yi she is also a strong contender for second. Now Fang Zhao said that her strength was not weaker than Xiao Yi. How could they not let Xiao Yi and Dian Zuozua be surprised? Dian Rou didn't believe it anymore. There couldn't be such a person. Could it be that you're saying it's Zhang Songlong? Fang Zhao shook her head and said, of course it's not him. If it was Zhang Songlong, she definitely wouldn't recommend it. Dian Rou asked tentatively again, could it be Mr. Kei Yan? But the Yuaning stage is unable to enter the secret realm. People at the Yuaning stage realm entering the secret realm would make the space of the secret realm unable to withstand it and collapse. If Ji Yan hadn't entered the Yuaning stage, Xiao Yi would have gone up to Tian Yu Peak to ask for his help. Xiao Yu, however, affirmed, it's not Mr. Kei Yan. If it was Lord Kei Yan, Sister Xiao wouldn't have said that her strength wasn't weaker than mine. When Kei Yan hadn't entered the Yuaning realm, his strength was already stronger than Xiao Yi. Fang Xiao couldn't help but praise Xiao Yi in her heart. She was beautiful and so smart. She nodded her head and stated, "It's not Prince Kei Yan, but it has a great relationship with Prince Kei Yan. He's the senior brother of Prince Kei Yan, a personal disciple of the Sky Royal Peak of the Lingxiao sect, Lord Lu Shaoqing." LV Shaoqing? Xiao Yi and Bian Ro exchanged glances. Bian Ro, on the other hand, had a puzzled look on her face as she said, "Does Prince Kei Yan still have a personal senior brother? Louis Shuhing is so low-key that no one outside knows him, but it also has to be said that Kei Yan shines so brightly that it overshadows those around him." Fang Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. It was only after I came here that I happened to realize that Lord Kei Yan also had a senior brother and a senior sister." Bian Ro was even more surprised. "There's a senior sister? You've never heard of this before?" Fang Xiao explained and said, "Senior sister's name is Xiao Yi, and her relationship with me is okay. It's the new disciple of Master Kei Yan." Bian Ro would have a big question mark over her head by now. How come I've never heard of it? Could it be that his senior brother's strength isn't good, so he's silent? Bian Ro was at least a core disciple of the Twin Moon Valley and knew more or less everything about the Lingxiao sect. The only one who hadn't heard of was Kei Yan's senior brother. Fang Xiao shook his head, his tone affirmative. "Lord Lu is strong, really strong." Thinking of that terrifying sword intent that night, and the long sword that grazed his head, Fang Xiao just couldn't help a cold shiver in her heart. She added, "He also comprehended sword intent." What? Xiao Yi and Bianzuo Ro were surprised once again. The only one of the younger generation who had heard of comprehending sword intent was Kei Yan. Other than that, no other young man had ever been heard of that had comprehended sword intent. Even Xiao Yi, she hadn't comprehended the sword intent. Xiao Yi's beautiful eyes revealed an interested gaze and her tone was gentle. "Sister Xiao, are you telling the truth?" Fang Xiao laughed bitterly. "What do I have to gain by lying to you?" Immediately, the events of that night were told. This matter was intended to be kept as a secret of its own. However, facing his cousin, Xiao language, Fang Xiao felt that saying it was just as good as saying it. Plus it's hard to keep it bottled up and not find anyone to share it with. Fang Xiao was afraid that holding it in would make him sick. After hearing Fang Xiao's words, Xiao Yi and Bian Ro were greatly shaken in their hearts. A sword killed a Jiedan realm expert in a second. How terrifying was this? After being silent for a while, Xiao Yi sighed and said, "I didn't expect the Lingxiao school to have such a genius, truly worthy of being the senior brother of Prince Kei Yan. No less than Prince Kei Yan." Comprehending sword intent before the Yuaning stage and comprehending sword intent after the Yuaning stage were not the same thing. To comprehend sword intent before the Yuaning stage, one's talent was absolutely astonishing. After entering the Yuaning stage, with a deeper understanding of the Great Tao, comprehending the sword intent was a snap, as simple as drinking water, nothing worth showing off. A look of reminiscence then appeared on Summer Whisper's face. After a while, only then did he speak slowly. "I have fought with Prince Kei Yan before and lost at his hands. I told him that he was the number one young man in Shizhou, but Lord Kei Yan shook his head and said that counting that fellow was not that guy." Bianzuo Ro and Fang Xiao were surprised. "There was this?" Xiao Yi would then affirm up and say, "It seems that what Lord Kei Yan is talking about is his senior brother, right?" Bian Ro didn't quite believe it and said, "If he's so powerful, why is he hiding? If it's really that powerful, it should be famous in the world, not obscure." Fang Xiao shook her head. She was also curious to know why. Xiao Yi, however, said, "What's so strange about someone who was bent on asking questions and is indifferent to fame and fortune?" Xiao Yi's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her head was slightly tilted, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, Xiao Yi said to Fang Xiao, "It looks like we'll have to pay a visit to the house." Xiao Yi heart to Fang Xiao mouth LV Shaoqing has an interest. On the Heavenly Imperial Summit meeting Fang Xiao mouth LV Shaoqing in the end how powerful. Chapter 46, The Rebellious Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi pitifully pinched her ears and stood in front of Lu Shaoqing. Xiao Hong stood on Lu Shaoqing's shoulder and pointed at Xiao Yi with a cackle. "Squeak, you don't think you can rebel just because you came out of the sword cave? Even I don't dare to mess with this big devil. How dare you?" Xiao Yi heard Xiao Hong's joke and glared viciously at Xiao Hong. "You, Red, wait for me too." She was in the sword cave, and after being hunted down and killed for almost a month, she finally comprehended the sword intent. The amount of suffering in the sword cave was not this much compared to the previous 16 years combined. After having her fill of suffering, she finally came out. After being tossed around in there for so long by second brother's endless, blood-curdling tactics, Xiao Yi, who had comprehended the sword intent, also smoothly broke through a small realm, reaching the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Her strength has increased so much that she is full of confidence, and she comes out to seek revenge on her second senior brother. He intended to teach his second senior brother a good lesson to get out the bad anger in his heart. The downfall is predictable. The rebellion was easily suppressed by Louis Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi pinched his ears and pitifully admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Second senior brother. I know I'm wrong. Spare me. Lu Xiaoqing didn't even take a glance at her and said, You're inflated with just this much strength? Really think I'm made of clay? Even eldest brother can't help me. How dare you, little girl? If I don't teach you a good lesson today, how can I be a senior? Xiao Yi had tears in her eyes. Is it because you're so hateful? Do you know what I go through in there these days? I'm getting dark circles under my eyes. Who says I can't help you? Kei Yan's voice rang out and Kei Yan appeared. Eldest brother. Second brother bullied me. Xiao Yi immediately complained to Ji Yan. Lu Xiaoqing glared at Xiao Yi and ordered. Who allowed you to put your hand down? Hurry up and pinch it back. It's not good enough for big brother to come. Ji Yan looked Xiao Yi up and down. Xiao Yi's face carried fatigue, and his clothes were tattered, making him look a bit wretched. One can only imagine how much suffering there was in the sword cave. Thinking of Lu Xiaoqing's character, Ji Yan's eyes revealed pity. Xiao Yi lasted a month in there without going crazy, which is rare. Kei Yan said to Lu Xiaoqing, Just came out and bullied her again? Lu Xiaoqing snorted and pointed at Xiao Yi. Ask her, who bullied who? As soon as you come out, you're roaring to settle a score with me, and you don't even weigh what you can do. This kind of impatient character must be made to grow on her, or else she will be prone to suffer great losses in the future. Kei Yan nodded his head in deep thought, affirming this approach. That's right, it is indeed necessary to learn a lesson and learn a lesson before doing so. Weak strength and still don't know how to restrain themselves, daring to mess with people with great strength. This kind of trend must not grow. Xiao Yi got teary-eyed. Sure enough, the two senior brothers were wearing the same pants. Xiao Yi was depressed. I thought that I would be saved when my eldest brother came, but I didn't expect that my eldest brother would agree with my second eldest brother. A good man refuses to do so. Xiao Yi continued to bow her head and admit her mistake. Eldest brother. Second eldest brother. I know I'm wrong. I promise I won't do that again. Lu Xiaoqing said to Kei Yan. It's not too much to punish her for standing for an hour, is it? Kei Yan said blandly. Not too much. For a longer memory, 2 hours is better. Okay, you're the eldest brother. Listen to you. Xiao Yi cried. Sure enough, the two senior brothers were having an adulterous relationship. I'm just an outsider being bullied by them. Master, come and save me. What are you doing? How do you treat a senior sister like that? As if hearing Xiao Yi's call, Xiao Chang came. Seeing Xiao Chang, Xiao Yi's eyes revealed a hopeful gaze. Master, help! Looking at Xiao Yi pinching her ears and standing in front of Ji Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, she huffed. Being a senior brother and bullying a senior sister. If it gets out, will my heavenly royal peak still have a face? Kei Yan said expressionlessly. Senior sister doesn't take it upon herself to find trouble with her second senior brother. If you can't beat them, it's natural to collect punishment. Lu Xiaoqing added. Unconscionable, not seeing the situation clearly, and blindly impulsive. It's the same thing when you go out later and die. Let her learn a lesson. And in the future, think things through before getting on. Ahem. Xiao Chang was speechless from the dislike of his two disciples. He slowed down his tone and spoke for Xiao Yi. But you can't bully her like this. She just came out of the sword cave. Almost a month ago, right? I don't know about anything else. But a sword cave built by you, Xiaoqing, is certainly not a good place inside. Little Ripple Girl must have suffered a lot in there. Came out and saw you guys. Must have wanted to clean you up a bit out of anger. Xiao Yi's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Sure enough, master is master. I don't have to ask to know that I suffered in there. It was also able to tell why I had taken a shot at the second brother. Wasn't it the second brother who was too hateful? It's just not a place for people in there. My little notebook is filling up. Oh yeah, gotta remember big brother later too. It's so hateful. Actually coming together with the second senior brother to bully me. Lu Xiaoqing shrugged his shoulders and put the pot on Kei Yan's head, saying, I didn't want to. I had thought to gently chastise her. It was eldest brother who said he would punish her for 2 hours. It's none of my business. Xiao Yi's mouth stares blankly. You're just skimming off your own responsibility? Xiao Yi immediately said to Kei Yan, eldest senior brother, can you even endure this? Ji Yan glanced at Lu Xiaoqing and said, there's a chance. Afraid of you? Lu Xiaoqing's mouth was hard and he spoke loudly. Don't think that you've dragged yourself away just because you've entered the yuaning stage. Ah, if I want to clean you up, I'm just as capable of beating you to a wailing pulp. Kei Yan sheathed his long sword behind his back, revealing half of the bright and sharp blade. Try? I'm Genesis, Xiao Yi secretly screamed in her heart. Here we go again. That familiar braggadocio tone. Lu Shaoqing bristled and said irritably, Yuaning stage is terrific. Ha, master, don't you take the opportunity to teach your eldest disciple a lesson. In a few days you won't have the chance to teach him a lesson. Faced with two disciples, Xiao Cheng's head was big and he called out, Alright, stop it. That's it for today. Girl, put your hands down. You came out of the sword cave and comprehended the sword intent, right? Show us. A soft and gentle sword intent fluctuates away. Chapter 47. It's hard to be moved by such a second elder brother. Xiao Yi showed the crowd the sword intent he had comprehended. Xiao Cheng, Ji Yan and Lu Shaoqing looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Not bad, having comprehended sword intent at the qi refining stage. The future is promising. At the same time a lot of pressure was felt in the heart. And all the young apprentices are so good? But it was just a random disciple. And the talent was all so impressive. How are the graves of the ancestors? All three disciples were so perverted. The graves of the heavenly royal peaks grandmasters wouldn't know if they would be on fire. It's not simply blue smoke. No, I'll have to check it out sometime before I do. Ji Yan commented twice and said, Water attribute sword intent. Barely. Such sword intent was very ordinary in Kei Yan's eyes. Xiao Yi was then encouraged. Cultivate well. And in the future, you'll be Tian Ku, your second senior brother. Lu Shaoqing's sword intent was a fire attribute sword intent. Lu Shaoqing sniffed and once again brushed his mouth in disdain. Screaming, Want to beat me? Dream on. If you can't help me, what can a little girl like her do? It's still future-proof. And we don't see who helped her comprehend sword intent? After Shaochang once again carefully observed and asked Xiao Yi how she comprehended the sword intent, his expression grew serious and he said, The sword cave can't stay. Xiao Cheng's expression was serious as he said to Lu Shaoqing, Wait to go down and destroy the sword cave. Lu Shaoqing was not happy and yelled, What for? I was thinking of earning spirit stones from the sword cave. Otherwise I wouldn't have spent so much time working on it. This is my big plan to make money. Bastard kid. You're still thinking about spirit stones at this hour. Xiao Cheng wanted to hit someone in his heart, pointing at Lu Shaoqing and cursing. You just have your eyes drilled into the spirit stones. Why don't you live with spirit stones for the rest of your life? Lu Shaoqing, however, took it for granted and said, Yes, that's what I'm planning to do. I don't believe in the spirit stones that you're able to leave. Master, asshole. Xiao Cheng became even more angry and directly threatened. Do you believe that I will beat you up again? You use other methods to earn spirit stones. The sword cave can't be used. It must be destroyed. Xiao Cheng spoke with a very serious expression at the end. Xiao Yi, however, wondered, why? It's been a pain in the ass in there. But it works. At least with a qualification like hers she was able to comprehend the sword intent inside. Letting others go in would also enable them to easily comprehend sword intent. Kei Yan said indifferently, Do you think you comprehended sword intent purely by your talent? Xiao Yi shook her head and looked at Lu Shaoqing with gratitude. I know that second brother contributed a lot in this as well. The countless traps, formations, and sword intent laid out inside. It was all due to LV Shaoqing, who had consumed a lot of his efforts and energy. All of these Xiao Yi was keeping in mind. Kei Yan added, The reason you were able to comprehend the sword intent is because this fellow was willing to let his sword intent accompany you in sparring, to be figured out by you, and to lead you to enlightenment. Although he didn't go in, Kei Yan could more or less guess how Xiao Yi was comprehending sword intent inside. Xiao Cheng followed and added, Xiao Qing thoroughly showed you the inner essence of his sword intent. That's why you comprehended the water attribute sword intent. Otherwise it would be impossible for you to comprehend sword intent in a short period of time. You also know that displaying your sword intent origin thoroughly for others' reference is tantamount to exposing your weaknesses to others. If he meets someone with a heart of gold, Shaoqing, he will be in danger. Xiao Yi understood. Entering the sword cave was the same as being able to penetrate LV Shaoqing's sword intent. If it was an enemy, Lu Shaoqing's sword intent would be equal to being nullified. Xiao Yi was touched in her heart and did not expect Lu Shaoqing to treat her so well. Second senior brother. You're too good to me. Xiao Yi was moved to tears. It was decided that it would be better to be nice to the second brother in the future. And some of it could be crossed off in the little book. Xiao Chang shook his head and said to Lu Shaoqing, You're welcome to do the same. Lu Shaoqing was indifferent and full of concern. A mere sword intent origin. Xiao Yi was even more moved. Second brother. It's an abomination, but it's very trustworthy. Lu Shaoqing said, I'm looking at the 1,000 spirit stones, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered. Xiao Yi's touches were instantly blocked. That was something that really didn't move her. Xiao Chang got angry and stormed. District? Do you believe I'll clean you up again now? Lu Shaoqing was alert, looking at Xiao Chang warily. Master, don't mess around, or else I'll take the Heavenly Royal Peak's peak supporting treasure and sell it at that time. How dare you? Xiao Chang became even more furious and ordered. You will go and destroy the sword cave now. Lu Shaoqing couldn't give it up and shook his head to reject it. But it took a lot of effort and I haven't gotten my money back yet. Lu Shaoqing was indeed thinking of using it to earn some spirit stones. Go back to the ING book. And over here, Kei Yan sheathed his longsword behind his back and rushed away with a soft chant. It wasn't long before a violent explosion came from the direction where the sword cave was located. Then, Kei Yan's longsword whistled and disappeared into its scabbard. Kei Yan revealed a cool expression and said, Get it done. Lu Shaoqing stared expressionlessly at Kei Yan. His lion's mouth opened up and demanded compensation. My hundreds of thousands of spirit stones of hard work was lost to you. You have to compensate me. No. Big deal. I'll let you have a few moves when we spar later. Lu Shaoqing angrily said, Get lost. Every time we fight, at the end of the day you still have to use your realm to suppress me? In short, if you don't compensate me for the spirit stones today, I'm not done with you. Kei Yan asked rhetorically, Why aren't you done with me? Want a fight? I'm Genesis. LV Shaoqing was stiff-lipped. Today's weather is not suitable for fighting. I don't want you to lose face. Xiao Yi hurriedly said. Second senior brother. Can I compensate you? When Lu Shaoqing heard this, his face showed disdain and was very contemptuous. You pay for it? Do you have spirit stones? It's useless even if you're the head of the Xiao family. Your Xiao family is the #1 poor family in Qizhou. What kind of spirit stones do you have to pay for it? Xiao Yi froze. When did my Xiao family become the #1 poor family in Qizhou? How come I don't know? Could it be that the Xiao family is bankrupt? Xiao Chang spoke up and hurriedly changed the subject. It was useless to continue arguing. Instead it would affect the unity. He said, Well, today is the day that your senior sister comes out of the gate. Cut the here. In order to celebrate your senior sister's realization of the sword intent, the 4 of us masters and disciples will casually congratulate her. Lu Shaoqing immediately said vigilantly, Master, what do you want? He going down the hill for a meal? Kei Yan didn't refuse. This is fine. Xiao Chang, however, disagreed. What's the point of going to the bottom of the mountain to eat? Your eldest brother will only be mobbed if he goes. Master will show you guys his hand today. It's a waste of spirit stones to go out to eat. I might as well do it myself. Lu Shaoqing and Kei Yan said in unison. Don't. Kei Yan urgently added. I can disguise myself for dinner. Lu Shaoqing, on the other hand, was much more direct, not giving Xiao Chang the slightest bit of face, disliking him. Master, what is your own cooking like? Don't you have any comparison in your heart? Just die. You have no business in the kitchen for the rest of your life. Ji Yan then made up for it, just as not giving Xiao Chang any face, saying, Master-in likes food. Your cooking skills will only make Master-in more distant from you. Xiao Yi's ears perked up. Is there gossip? Senior brother. Who is Master-in? Lu Shaoqing popularized the point of knowledge for little white senior sister, saying, It's Master's dream girl, always craving for others. Xiao Chang was upset by what was said and huffed. Asshole, have you ever talked about Master like that? Today, Master has to cook personally, so that you 2 little bastards can see that Master's cooking skills have long since skyrocketed. Chapter 48, Who Master Likes. Xiao Chang was adamant, and had to show his 3 disciples a hand. It was useless for Lu Shaoqing and Ji Yan to try their best to stop it. Lu Shaoqing made an excuse. Master, I suddenly remembered that someone invited me to dinner. Kei Yan used the same excuse. I have an appointment too. Xiao Chang looked at the 2 disciples who wanted to find an excuse to bolt, and said with a cold smile, Pretend. You 2 have a date? Think I'm a cutie. Tell you what. Xiao Chang glared viciously at Lu Shaoqing and Kei Yan. Whoever dares to leave today, I'll have to whip his ass. Lu Shaoqing looked at Ji Yan and said anxiously, You're the eldest senior brother. Hurry up and persuade Master. Don't you usually scold Master pretty hard? Kei Yan looked at Lu Shaoqing. Calm as usual. You're the second senior brother. You're tricky. You hurry up and find a way to stop it. Where's your usual energy for pissing Master off so much that he can't speak? What a bastard disciple. Don't you give me any face? Xiao Chang became even more angry. Even if you 2 say a flower, it won't change my mind. all of you go help. The two of them, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, looked at each other and instantly stormed up, one in each direction. However, the two had just made a move when Xiao Chang waved his big hand and the two were trapped, unable to move. Xiao Chang was at the early yuaning stage, the third level of yuaning, counting the unintentional with the intentional. Even Kei Yan, who had just entered yuaning, had no way to get rid of it. Xiao Chang sneered, with an expression that I didn't expect. You two pucker up so I know if you're pooping or peeing. Trying to escape? No way. If I can't see through you guys, I've been a master for nothing. Xiao Chang then stared at the two with an unkind gaze. Is it because you want me to beat your asses in front of your senior sister? Lu Xiaoqing looked up to the sky and sighed, very helpless. Alright, I'll give up today. If eldest brother eats, I'll eat, okay? Kei Yan's expression stinks, and he says the same thing. If he eats it, I'll eat it. LV Xiaoqing despised this behavior of Kei Yan. Still talking about big brother? A little bit of bearing, okay? You should have said that as the eldest brother. You eat it for your senior brother. Kei Yan shot back in the same way. As a senior brother, you eat for me as a senior brother, okay? Lu Xiaoqing laughed without any semblance of shame. This senior brother of mine doesn't know how to honor the elderly. I don't understand the love of children either. Seeing the two brothers fighting, it seemed as if the meal made by the master would be as incorrigible as the avenue poison. Xiao Yi expressed her incomprehension. It's an honor for us to be disciples when master can personally cook. Why don't you want to eat? It should be more of the same. When Xiao Chang heard this, his heart was relieved. It was still good to be a young apprentice. He laughed and said, not bad, this is how a disciple should be. You two senior brothers can't even beat your senior sister. Is it a shame? Xiao Yi was very happy to be praised and smiled with her eyebrows. In this respect, she did better than her two elder brothers. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Master, go ahead and make as many as you want. The two elder brothers and I will definitely finish them. Shut up. Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing drank in unison. Xiao Yi scrunched her neck. Xiao Yi was a bit confused as to why the two senior brothers were so resistant. Xiao Chang led the three to the kitchen here, where he dove in and started working. The three disciples were outside helping out, washing dishes and whatnot. But when it was said to be washing dishes and dishes, it was actually Xiao Yi who was helping. The two of them, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, were beside each other with sad faces and sighs. LV Xiaoqing, in particular, looked up to the sky and sighed from time to time. Ugh. The two men looked as if they were prisoners about to go to the execution ground. Xiao Yi was especially strange now, holding a bellyful of questions in her stomach. Eldest brother. Second eldest brother. Who is masterin? Xiao Yi asked curiously as she washed the dishes. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed with a bearish light of gossip. Lu Xiaoqing found a bench from somewhere and laid down on it. Kei Yan answered her question. Masterin is the elder of the Twin Moon Valley. And Qian Yan. Xiao Yi immediately knew who it was and said in surprise. Is it the third elder of Twin Moon Valley? I've heard that she loves food the most and is a great cook, but not many people have tasted her handiwork. Kei Yan nodded his head to indicate that he was right and said, that's right, that's why Master is obsessed with cooking. Said he would research gourmet food for Masterin to taste. Xiao Yi's eyes revealed stars after hearing this. It's romantic, too. Romance? Kei Yan shook his head. He only knew how to cultivate. He didn't know anything about this and couldn't figure it out. I can't understand you women. What's so romantic about it? It all seems like a waste of time stuff to me. With this time, it would be better to cultivate. Xiao Yi quietly despised it. Eldest senior brother. You're not understanding. Then he asked again. Have master and uncle and become a success? Lu Xiaoqing spoke up. Success my ass. Masterin didn't even mean that. It's master who made a fool of himself. Didn't mean that? Xiao Yi was a little disappointed, but then reacted. Didn't you say that the old love of the master, second senior brother, is what you are talking about, Masterin? Was that Tianji plaque given to master by Masterin? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it, laying down on the bench, saying, yes, master offered it as a treasure. It ended up being lost to your big brother. Kei Yan didn't take the blame for this, kicking the pot back to Lu Xiaoqing and saying, you stole it from your master, and destroying it is also because of you. Lu Xiaoqing scolded. If you hadn't gone crazy that night, how could you have broken it? Besides, I gave Master the chance to salvage it, and Master didn't give a damn. Master is also responsible for this. Lu Xiaoqing threw the pot clean and refused to take the blame at all. Kei Yan summarized the sentence, still holding the pot on Lu Xiaoqing. The cause of everything is on you. Who told you to seek me out for a fight? You can't break through. So you're looking for me to be a whetstone? Are you good at that? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Xiao Yi hurriedly interrupted. Two senior brothers. Master's cooking should be good, right? Why did you two just look like that? Is it hard to eat? Kei said bluntly and simply. It's hard to eat. Lu Xiaoqing looked like he was gagging. It's worse than poison. It can't be. Xiao Yi wrinkled her nose in disbelief. How can there be meals that are worse than poison? You're lying to me, aren't you? Second senior brother? I don't believe it. In Xiao Yi's opinion, even if the cooking skills were poor, it was impossible to make something poisonous, right? It's not like you're pouring poison into it. You don't believe me? Xiao Yi would not believe that it was so exaggerated. What the second elder brother said, 30% could not be trusted. Of course I don't believe it. How is that possible? LV Xiaoqing and Kei Yan looked at each other and said at the same time, you eat more later. Chapter 49, Master's craftsmanship is truly unique under the sky. Xiaochang worked for more than 2 hours and finally brought out the finished delicacies. 7 or 8 dishes filled the modest tabletop. Here, taste them all. Xiaochang's face was confident. This is a dish I've studied for a long time. Xiao Yi saw a table full of dishes that were fragrant. Exclaimed, Master, I didn't realize you had such a hand. Xiao Yi did not expect his master's craftsmanship to be so good. This look is colorful and fragrant. It is a rare delicacy. Why is Big Brother 2 so resistant to this? Lu Xiaoqing and Ji Yan, on the other hand, looked at the dishes with vigilance. Both of them had deep scorn in their eyes. Lu Xiaoqing pointed to a dish and asked, what is this dish? The shape looked like a moon-chasing fairy. Xiaochang was very proud of this and said, this is called immortal nun moon-chasing, made with hairy spirit mushrooms as the main ingredient and supplemented with other auxiliary ingredients. Ha! New dish? Lu Xiaoqing became more vigilant, and incidentally contemptuous. You still have the talent to invent new dishes? Xiaochang carried his hands behind his back, high man style, but he couldn't hide the self-satisfied color on his face and said, of course, it took me quite a bit of time to research. Kei Yan's expression was unkind. The strength has been standing still, and it turns out that all of them are spending their time on such meaningless things. Xiaochang's nobleman's color was destroyed. Dryly laughed twice. This is a study in his free time. I'm not delaying my training. Xiao Yi saw that both senior brothers were not giving face to their master. Immediately, he sweetly stood on master's side, helping him speak and backing him up. Eldest brother, you shouldn't be too harsh. It's also a good thing for master to have a little hobby. Xiaocheng hurriedly said, don't even talk about it. Come and try it. I'm sure it will surprise you. It was obvious that Xiaocheng was confident in his craft. Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing were unmoved. The wary look on the two men's faces did not fade. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Ji Yan and made a gesture of invitation. Senior brother, please. The eldest brother should lead the way and not fear life and death. Kei Yan humbled himself and shook his head to reject such kindness. You're the senior brother. You first. Senior brother should scout the way for senior brother. Neither one of them would start, both wanting the other to eat first. Xiao Yi was surprised to see the two senior brothers like this. Two senior brothers? What are you afraid of? Master has worked hard to make this delicious food. We as disciples cannot waste a piece of Master's heart. It smells great. What could be wrong with it? You two said you were strong, but you're afraid of this? As a senior sister, I despise you all. Lu Xiaoqing and Kei Yan looked at her and said in unison, you eat first. The two disciples were so disrespectful that Xiaochang was angry. You're not eating. I have a little apprentice, he said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, don't mind the two assholes. You taste it. Xiao Yi wasn't polite anymore, and said with a smile, I'm not polite. Xiao Yi beautifully began to eat. She extended her chopsticks to the delicacy in front of her. I'll try the new dish you mentioned first. Master, immortal nun chasing the moon. He. It smells so good. Xiao Yi sighed before holding a spirit mushroom and putting it in her mouth. Xiao Yi's face changed as soon as the spirit mushroom was imported. First the sensitive taste buds on the tongue felt the bitterness. It made Xiao Yi feel like she had 100 bitter bile stuffed in her mouth. So bitter that she couldn't describe it. The otherwise fresh spirit mushrooms were like wood that had been exposed to the sun for 10,000 years in the wild. There was no fresh flavor. There was dryness and hardness. Xiao Yi frowned. What is this? Can I eat it? Master wouldn't take 10,000-year-old firewood as spirit mushrooms, would he? Xiao Yi subconsciously wanted to spit it out. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng hurriedly shouted, don't chew it, there's a surprise you won't expect. Xiao Yi subconsciously chewed again. This time, she noticed that there was actually liquid coming out of the otherwise dry spirit mushrooms. Could it be that it's going to be the best of all possible worlds? Xiao Yi's heart was filled with anticipation. However, in the next moment, a disgusting flavor appeared and went straight to Xiao Yi's head. The nausea irritated not only her body, but her soul. It made Xiao Yi feel as disgusting as if she had eaten a dead rat in her mouth. Xiao Yi's body began to tremble, her eyes blanched, and finally she couldn't stand this nausea. She ran aside and threw up. Vomit. Xiao Yi had stayed in the sword cave for almost a month, during which time he had only relied on the grain-resistant pill to fill his stomach. There wasn't much to vomit, but the feeling of nausea made Xiao Yi almost spit out her bitter bile. After vomiting for a while, Xiao Yi's face was pale and her legs trembled. She's deflated. Even worse, the nausea didn't dissipate as she vomited. It was as if it was attached to her soul, to become one with her, so that she couldn't get rid of this disgusting feeling that irritated her deeply. Xiao Yi cried, while throwing up. It's too bad. How could one be so stupid? Master's craftsmanship is truly unrivaled and unmatched. Lu Xiaoqing and Ji Yan looked at Xiao Yi with pitying gazes. Lu Xiaoqing sighed, then gloated. Serves you right. You'll grow a bit more memorable in the future, right? Kei Yan thought deeply with pity. If you don't learn from your mistakes then you'll be a little cutie. Up. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Kei Yan and said, I don't think you're going to eat, are you? Ji Yan also looked at Lu Xiaoqing and said, do you want to eat? The two glanced at Xiao Yi and coincidentally revealed a smile. There's no need to eat. Having the youngest sister as a pioneer is proof enough that these dishes are inedible. There was no reason for the master to force them to eat it. Xiao Chang, on the other hand, was staring at his mouth in disbelief. Looking at his little apprentice like this, is one's handiwork really that bad? Xiao Cheng trembled as he picked up a chopstick of the dish and took a taste for himself. He didn't throw up, but he's autistic, slipped into deep self-doubt. Lu Xiaoqing stood next to Xiao Yi and asked with concern, do you want to try something else? Do you want me to clip it for you? Xiao Yi wailed. Tears welled up. She knew it was wrong. Oh, vomit, vomit. Second senior brother. Don't laugh at me. Xiao Yi regretted it. Why don't you listen to the two elder brothers? The reaction of the two elder brothers clearly expressed many questions. And she was a fool. I'm not laughing at you. Lu Xiaoqing said seriously. Why don't you try the other ones? They smell good. How can there be a problem? Ooh-hoo. Xiao Yi cried even more, tears wailing. Second senior brother. You're just, vomit. Just laughing at me. Lu Xiaoqing smirked. You know the consequences of not trusting your senior brother, don't you? Xiao Yi nodded repeatedly. No, vomit. I see. So eat everything on the table. Whoa. Xiao Yi cried even harder. Tears flowed down 3,000 feet. Ji Yan kicked Lu Xiaoqing aside and said to Xiao Yi, alright, don't cry. You don't want to vomit anymore now, right? Xiao Yi froze for a moment. Eek. Although the feeling of nausea was still there, the feeling of vomiting was gone. Xiao Yi glanced at Lu Xiaoqing, who was still smiling. No more crying? Could it be that LV Xiaoqing deliberately let her cry like this to make her feel better? Xiao Yi had mixed feelings. This second senior brother was really lovable and hateable. Kei Yan wrapped his hands around his back, his long sword behind his back. Cool, but his tone was gentle. The aftermath of what Master made will be for a day or two, so take your time and endure it. Xiao Yi wanted to cry again. Is this nausea going to last another day or two? Why do you have to be a yourself? Xiao Yi wanted to cry without tears, and wanted to travel back to give her earlier self a big slap. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Twin Moon Valley Summer Language seeks an audience. Chapter 50, Second Senior Brother. You've enlarged someone's belly? Summer Language in the Valley of the Two Moons? Here all four were surprised. Xiao Yi also temporarily was forgetting the feeling of nausea and shouted, its eldest sister Double Moon Valley. After saying that, his gaze fell on Kei Yan. His own eldest senior brother was the eldest senior brother of the Lingxiao sect. When Xiao Yi came here, she shouldn't be looking for anyone but Kei Yan, right? Moreover, this is still the number one beauty in Shizhou. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Kei Yan and came over with a gossipy face. You knocked someone up? Can't see it. Mannequin. Springtime? When did you hook up? Or do you not want to be responsible and people come to you? I didn't expect it, but you're actually scum. Ji Yan stared at Lu Xiaoqing with an unkind gaze. If you say one more word, do you believe I will clean you up today? Lu Xiaoqing immediately changed his words, serious and earnest. Right. Senior sister Xiao Yi came here. There should be something important, right? Why don't you get out there and take a look? An honored guest has come to the door. As the eldest senior brother, why don't you hurry out to greet him? Kei Yan glanced at him and refused. Not interested. I'm going to go cultivate. He was never needed for such things. Lu Shaoqing took 2 more steps closer, his eyes fixed on Kei Yan. Kei Yan looked at him expressionlessly. After a while, Kei Yan said coldly, "What do you want? You're weak-minded." Lu Shaoqing looked straight at Kei Yan. "I see in your eyes that you're vain. Are you sure you're really not bullying anyone?" Clank. "The longsword is sheathed," Xiao Yi hurriedly said. "Eldest senior brother, you'd better go out and take a look. You can't let master go, can you?" Xiao Yi was the eldest disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, and she was no match for Xiaochang. It was impossible to let Xiaochang go out to greet the juniors. Besides, master's current state isn't appropriate either. The only suitable one was only Kei Yan, a great disciple of the Lingxiao school. Ji Yan ordered Lu Shaoqing, "You go." Lu Shaoqing directly threw a backward glance at Ji Yan and lay back on the bench. "Do I look sick? I'll greet it. It's not like I'm the one who made it big." Clank. The long sword once again revealed a sliver of its blade. In order to avoid a fight between the two, Xiao Yi once again spoke out. "Eldest senior brother, you can't let me go, can you?" Kei Yan glanced at the place. Master was still in the midst of deep self-doubt and wouldn't be able to recover for a while. As for Lu Shaoqing, don't count on this guy. Talking has been lying on the bench as a salted fish, lying dead. The thought goes, and it's the only thing that's appropriate for you. Kei Yan couldn't do anything but get out. Xiao Yi followed out like a curious baby. However, not much later, Xiao Yi bounced in, her face mixed with expressions of shock and excitement. "Second senior brother. Senior sister Xiao Yi is here to find you. Looking for me?" Lu Shaoqing was surprised and sat up with a puzzled look on his face. "Looking for me for what? I don't know her." Lu Shaoqing had only heard about Xiao Yi, the #1 beauty in Qizhou, but he hasn't seen it. He didn't think he had any dealings with Summer Whisper. So why would Summer Whisper come to him? Xiao Yi's gossipy soul was burning brightly, her big eyes flickering. Second senior brother. It can't be that there was something between him and senior sister Xiao Yi, right? Are you thinking of turning the other cheek? Lu Shaoqing nonchalantly knocked on Xiao Yi's head. "Looking for a fight? Is your second senior brother such a person?" Xiao Yi covered his head, his heart screaming, "You are not such a person." "Who is?" While the two of them were talking, Kei Yan brought a few people from Xiaoyu here. The three of them, Xiaoyu, Dian Rou and Feng Xiao, came in together. Dian Rou was shocked when she saw Lu Shaoqing. Then she gritted her teeth. "It's you? This abomination." The first time she met such a nasty man, appeared in front of her once again. Lu Shaoqing, on the other hand, asked curiously in return, "Who are you?" Dian Rou was so angry that she spat blood. Remembering the one time she had contact with Lu Shaoqing, her anger rubbed off on her once again. Feng Xiao was strange and asked Dian Rou, "Do you know Mr. Lu?" Xiaoyu also looked at Dian Rou with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Dian Rou exasperatedly said to Xiaoyu, "Senior sister, he's that hateful guy I told you about. Damn it, actually pretending to be a disciple of the Guiyuan Pavilion." After saying that, he pointed at LV Shaoqing to start spraying immediately. "If I don't spray you to death, do you really think that I, Dian Zoro, am good-tempered?" Xiaoyu shook her head and said softly, "No rudeness. Haven't you met Master Xiao yet?" The three Xiaoyu people saluted Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang will also break free from his self-doubt for the time being. He looked at the table of dishes with a reluctant heart, barely squeezing out a smile as he asked Xiaoyu, "Senior nephew Xiaoyu, are you here to look for Kei Yan?" Xiaoyu shook her head, glanced at Lu Shaocheng, and politely said, "Back to Master Xiao. I'm here to look for Duke Lu." Xiaoyi excitedly picked at Lu Shaocheng. "See, second senior brother. Senior sister Xiaoyu is here to find you." Lu Shaoqing unceremoniously slapped her hand away. LV Shaoqing's expression was puzzled. "I haven't even met you. What are you looking for me for?" "Senior sister Xiaoyi, are you sure you're looking for me?" Lu Shaoqing pointed at Kei Yan and asked Xiaoyu, "Are you sure you're not looking for this guy?" "Don't worry. If he does anything to wrong you, say so and I'll let master do it for you." Looking at Xiaoyu, Lu Shaoqing also had to sigh that it was indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in Qizhou. A white dress floating as if the moon chang'a, bright so that people can be seen and out of reach, not blasphemous heart. Xiaoyu was also sizing up Lu Shaoqing. LV Shaoqing and Ji Yan were different. Ji Yan had a cold gaze and an aura like a long sword out of its sheath, unconsciously giving people a sense of oppression. As for LV Shaoqing, his appearance wasn't bad either, with sword brows and starry eyes, and his long smooth hair tied up with a simple blue ribbon, giving him a sense of debauchery. He was sitting on a bench with one foot up in an unseated position. even in front of the one beauty of Qizhou. He acted in a dashing manner without the slightest bit of restraint, not to mention no intention of presenting himself properly in front of the beauty. Xiao Yi also only occasionally caught the occasional flash of cunning in Lu Shaoqing's eyes, and realized that this person was not what he appeared to be. Summer Whisper smiled gently, making the place like a spring breeze. She said, "In that case I'll be generous and call out to senior brother. I've heard senior brother Kei Yan mention that senior brother Lu's strength is no less than his, so I came here this time to ask senior brother Lu for a favor." Next to her, Fang Xiao tensed up and quietly grabbed her clothes. It's what she asked for. She told Xiao Yi what happened that night, but she didn't want Lu Shaoqing to know. She didn't want LV Shaoqing to misunderstand her. LV Shaoqing looked at Ji Yan in displeasure and said angrily, "You picked up a girl and sold me out? You're sick, aren't you?" Wasn't the reason he'd been a salty fish because he'd been thinking of keeping a low profile and not getting into so much trouble? Not even a few people in the Lingxiao sect knew about his strength. Xiao Yi was stunned. Talking to senior brother like this? Kei Yan coolly said, "To give you a long face." Lu Shaoqing was enraged, pointing at Ji Yan and cursing. "Who wants this kind of imaginary thing? It's not as useful as a spirit stone." With the two of them in this state, Xiao Cheng's head grew large and he bellowed, "Don't disgrace yourself in front of outsiders." Drinking down the two disciples, he then asked Xiao Yu, "Senior nephew Xiao Yu, if you need help with anything, you can look for Kei Yan. His own disciple knows himself, and I'm afraid that Xiao Yu's trip to seek Lu Shaoqing's help was a wasted one." Xiao Yu said the purpose of coming out here. "There is a secret realm that is understaffed, and I would like to ask for Master Lu's help." Hearing that it was a secret realm, everyone understood. A great power at the Yuaning stage realm was unable to enter the secret realm. LV Shaoqing looked at Kei Yan and gloated. "Serves you right, letting you break through so fast. No way to pick up chicks now, right?" Chapter 51, I treat the first beauty like trouble. Lu Shaoqing did not hesitate to refuse Xiao Yu's request. Lu Shaoqing revealed an expression of sincerity as he earnestly said to Xiao Yu, "Senior sister Xiao Yu, you look down on me too much. I'm weak. I'll only cause you trouble if I go, so please find another way." Xiao Yu was stunned, not expecting Lu Shaoqing to reject it so directly. She hadn't tried rejection in a long time. With her status and appearance, it was rare for anyone who had come into contact with her, male or female, to reject her request outright like this. Lu Shaoqing was the first. No wonder Sister Hiu said it was difficult to deal with. Dian Rou's feelings towards Lu Shaoqing were not good to begin with. Hearing that Lu Shaoqing actually rejected her senior sister, Dian Rou sneered and mocked. "You're not afraid, are you?" Instead of denying it, Lu Shaoqing nodded his head and acknowledged, "Yes, afraid. What about the secret realm? How dangerous it is. I am afraid to go." Dian Rou was stunned, and the rest of her words were unspeakable for a moment. LV Shaoqing's move to directly admit her fear was unexpected. Men, even among ordinary mortals, what they cared most about was face. Even in death, he would not admit that he was afraid and refused to lose this face. Seeing that Lu Shaoqing didn't care, Dian Rou was so angry that she clenched her teeth. "Are you still a man?" LV Shaoqing, however, sized her up, his gaze tinged with frivolity, and said, "I'm a man, do you want to try?" "Mixed, asshole." A tart remark that infuriated Dian Rou to the point where she wanted to draw her sword and kill someone. It also made a few of the girls present blush slightly. Xiao Yi lowered her head and took a few steps away from Lu Shaoqing. "It's hard to hold your head up when you have a second brother like that. This asshole." Xiao Cheng all wanted to cover his face and walk away. He scolded, "Less talking about asshole words there. Senior sister Xiao Yu came to ask for your help, so what if you help?" Lu Shaoqing still had the same attitude and refused. "Master, if you want to help you go. I wouldn't go anyway, bother." Xiao Yu was the number one beauty in Qizhou, but in Lu Shaoqing's opinion, first beauty equals trouble. It's the most troublesome kind. Not to mention the dangers that would come with helping Summer Whisper to explore the secret realm. There would be countless troubles just by following Xiao Yu. There will be jealousy and blowback from other men. Wouldn't it be nice to be a salted fish in peace? Why ask for trouble? Xiao Yu said softly and softly. Senior Uncle Xiao is a Yuaning stage realm expert. The secret realm can't withstand the pressure of the Yuaning stage. Therefore, only senior brother Lu can help me. What do I look like to you? Do I have to help you? Lu Shaoqing shook his head, his attitude resolute, saying, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, don't exalt me. If you want to find someone to help you, you raise your arm and 1,000 people will be willing to go through fire and water for you. Just don't come and trouble me. I'm the one who's most afraid of trouble." LV Xiaoqing muttered in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that you are a beautiful woman, I wouldn't even bother to talk so much nonsense with you. Lu Xiaoqing then glared at Kei Yan, his eyes warning. You caused the trouble. You get her for me. Kei Yan returned his blank stare and coolly said, it's none of my business if she comes to you. Lu Xiaoqing is furious. You didn't cause this? Taking 2 steps closer, he glared at Kei Yan. Don't play innocent for me here. Don't blame me for being rude to you if you don't fix her. Kei Yan smiled coldly with happiness in his eyes. Want to fight? Me? You wanting stage? Angry, Lu Xiaoqing gritted his teeth. If you have the guts, press down to the same realm as me and see how I can clean you up. Sure enough, when Xiao Yi, Fang Xiao, and Bian Ro heard Lu Xiaoqing say this, their hearts once again evaluated Lu Xiaoqing's strength a few points higher. Being in the same realm and not fearing to count the words is enough to show how terrifying it is. Xiao Yi believed Fang Xiao's words more and more in her heart, and she also hoped even more that Lu Xiaoqing could help. Sincerely, she made her request again. Senior brother Lu, just help me. I don't feel comfortable finding someone else. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised and looked at Kei Yan. Just how many good things have you said about me in front of senior sister Xiao Yi? To actually make senior sister Xiao Yi trust me so much? Did you not tell senior sister Xiao Yi that I am despicable, nasty and shameless, greedy for life and death? The crowd was speechless. I've seen it boast about being handsome and righteous and all that, but I've never met anyone who said they were mean and nasty and shameless and greedy. Xiao Yi even covered her face. Second senior brother, even though you are such a person, what's this weird feeling coming from you with a straight face? Xiao Yi was speechless for a long time, and only after a long time did she say, it seems that senior brother Lu is unwilling to help me? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it and honestly said, yeah, no. Fang Xiao also helped to persuade. Eunuch Lu, if you are willing to help, when the time comes, sister words won't be less favorable to you. Spirit stones? A look of intent appeared on Lu Xiaoqing's face. Seeing this, Xiao Yi uttered the conditions that could be agreed upon this time. Spirit stones are fine, as many as you want. What's more, there are heavenly treasures in the secret realm. After Master Lu finds it, it all belongs to you. I won't snatch it from you. As a great disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, there was never a shortage of spirit stones. Lu Xiaoqing hesitated. Can't help it, poor. In front of the spirit stones, he felt that anything could be considered. But, seeing Xiao Yi's stunning face, Lu Xiaoqing still resisted refusing. Summer language, the number one beauty, was a huge source of trouble. It was better for himself to be obedient and be a little transparent. Spirit stones and whatnot could be earned slowly. Lu Xiaoqing finally shook his head and said with some difficulty, forget it, any more spirit stones won't do. Fang Xiao was stunned, not expecting Lu Xiaoqing to still refuse. She once again looked deeply at Lu Xiaoqing. This guy, he's really something. Obviously there are ideas, but they are able to control themselves in the face of great temptation. Xiao Yi also didn't expect that by this time. Lu Xiaoqing was still unwilling to agree. LV Xiaoqing's threefold refusal also gave birth to a wave of defiance in the heart-stricken and bland Xiao Yi. I don't believe I can't be convinced today. Natsuki turned her attention to Kei Yan. Senior brother Kei Yan, you're the senior brother. Can you help persuade senior brother Lu? Ji Yan glanced at Lu Xiaoqing and said you want him to go and help. It's simple. Simple? Xiao Yi said in her heart. I can't convince him after this persuasion for most of the day. You're really worthy of being a big brother. You already have a plan? Xiao Yi's beautiful eyes looked at Kei Yan, wanting to hear what Kei Yan's solution was. Kei Yan's solution was simple and rough. With your strength, beat him up and make sure he obeys. A few people in the Xiao language were stunned. Lu Xiaoqing was so angry that he cursed. Whose side are you on anyway? Have you ever treated your senior brother like that? You're sick, aren't you? You're definitely sick. Chapter 52, I don't want you to be my partner. Xiao Yi cried and laughed, not realizing that Kei Yan's method was actually this. Is this the way people get along at Tingyo Peak? However, it was true that he had never seen Lu Xiaoqing's strength. I also wonder how strong he really is. Lu Xiaoqing saw Xiao Yi's eyes sizing himself up. Immediately offended, he glared viciously at Xiao Yi. What? You want to try? Xiao Yi guffawed and shook her head slightly. Senior brother Lu was joking. She wanted to see the strength of Lu Xiaoqing, but if she listened to Kei Yan and made a move against LV Xiaoqing, she would only provoke LV Xiaoqing with no other benefits. Bian Ro, on the other hand, couldn't wait for her senior sister to step in and teach Lu Xiaoqing a lesson. She was 100% supportive of Ji Yan's approach. Senior sister, might as well just listen to senior brother Ji Yan and compare notes with him. If he's not strong enough, he won't be needed. Xiao Yi is at the 8th level of Jie Dan, and there are few enemies in the younger generation. LV Xiaoqing looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, and couldn't possibly be a match for Xiao Yi. Summer Whisper gulped. Nonsense. Even when he was scolding his senior sister, his voice was just as melodious. Lu Xiaoqing snorted coldly. Come on, do you really think I'm afraid of you guys? Big deal. I'll just beat the crap out of you. The number one beauty. Xiao Yi let out a light laugh and pacified Lu Xiaoqing. Senior brother Lu doesn't need to be angry. I truly hope that you can help me. That secret realm was a very rare secret realm that was also very important to her, and if it wasn't for the time constraints, she wouldn't have come here to ask for help. Rather than looking for some stranger, Lu Xiaoqing was the most suitable person no matter how you looked at it. Comprehending sword intent. Jiedan stage. Strength is enough. Furthermore, he was a disciple of a great sect, Xiao Cheng's disciple, and Kei Yan's master. There was also Xiao Cheng's relationship with the elder of Twin Moon Valley. Lui Xiaoqing was enough to deserve her trust. However, the immediate LV Xiaoqing had an iron head and was hard to convince. Kei Yan's approach definitely didn't work, so Xiao Yi turned her gaze to Xiaocheng, who seemed to be lost in thought. Master Xiao, ever since the end of the last competition assembly, Masterin has been waiting for you, Master Xiao, to come to Twin Moon Valley as a guest. As soon as Xiaocheng heard this, he was instantly energized and his lax gaze refocused. Did senior sister Chen Yan really say that? Xiao Cheng's expression was agitated. Lu Xiaoqing brutally struck. Definitely not. Do you believe this? Xiao Cheng was furious. This unconscious disciple, and shouted angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. Shut up and go to the side. Xiao Yu laughed in her heart. That's for sure. Uncle An instructed me before I came here that I must come and pay my respects to Uncle Xiao when I have the chance and say hello for her. Xiao Cheng's heart was happy and beautiful, and his face wore a smile that he couldn't stop. Senior sister Chen Yan has a heart. Lu Xiaoqing continued to remind cruelly. Master, don't believe it. She's coaxing you. Don't you know yourself well what you're like? It's impossible for Masterin to miss you. Xiao Cheng's smile immediately disappeared as he glared at Lu Xiaoqing and scolded. Do you think everyone is like you? Don't give me a hard time here. Then he continued to show a smile to Xiao Yu. Senior nephew Xiao Yu, this kid doesn't know any better, so don't be so familiar with him. Xiao Yu shook her head. Master Lu has a frank and sincere character. A man of nature. How could I be angry? It is because of this character of Lu Xiaoqing that I want him to help me even more. Uncle Xiao, can you help me persuade him? Summer Whisper's expression was bland, with a pleading tone. Makes it hard to say no. Of course Xiao Cheng wouldn't refuse. Xiao Yu was a disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, and the Twin Moon Valley had a better relationship with the Lingxiao sect. Besides, but with his fondness for Yan, he had to do this favor. The second disciple is too lazy. Drive him out to move around. He barked at Lu Xiaoqing. Do you hear me? Hurry up and help your senior sister. Lu Xiaoqing was speechless to his master. A few words and you've gone rogue? Lu Xiaoqing sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Color, it's most likely to mess with people's minds. Master, you flunked mind cultivation. You still have to write about your heart. As soon as you mention Masterin, it's like you've been doused in ecstasy, and you're still talking about being a Yuaning powerhouse. Is it a shame? Asshole kid. Many reasons and excuses. Xiaocheng said angrily. Less preaching to me here. Hurry up and go help your senior sister. Lu Xiaoqing bristled. I'll help if you ask me to? I don't think so. I'm not you. I'm not going to get carried away with the female sex. Xiao Yu's attractive red lips were slightly open, full of consternation. You have the same attitude towards your master? What kind of person is this Master Lu? He swears at his brother and has no respect for his master. Is he really Xiao Cheng's disciple and not Xiao Cheng's master? For the way the people of Tian Peak got along with each other. Xiao Yu saw it for the first time and was surprised for the first time. As for Fang Xiao and Bian Ro, they already didn't know how to speak, especially Bian Zuozua. She had crossed paths with LV Xiaoqing before, and was infuriated by LV Xiaoqing's attitude. Now it seemed that Lu Xiaoqing was not only like that to her, but also to his master. Bian Ro bit her lip, and in her heart, she despised Lu Xiaoqing more and more. She was really a hateful guy. Xiao Cheng's face reddened when he saw his disciple disobeying. Pull out the killer. Do you believe I'm going to clean you up right now? Lu Xiaoqing was not afraid in the slightest. The bully possessed, but instead threatened to turn back. Do you believe that I will find Masterin to complain at that time? Speak ill of you? The crowd instantly felt that Xiao Cheng's aura was 3 times shorter. Asshole, your senior sister came all the way here to ask for your help. So what if you help? Xiao Cheng never mentioned anything about cleaning up LV Xiaoqing. He knew this asshole apprentice of his would really do it. Xiao Cheng wanted to vomit blood in his heart. How could he not hold this asshole disciple? Lu Xiaoqing smiled and said, "So what if you come from thousands of miles? I just won't help." Once again, Xiao Yi had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of dealing with Feng Zhao's words. That's hard to deal with indeed. Salt and oil don't go in. Nice words didn't work, and threats didn't help. Xiao Yi also couldn't help but help persuade. Second senior brother. Just help senior sister Xiao Yi. It's nothing more than a show of hands to you. Lu Xiaoqing nonchalantly flicked her head. If you want to go, you go. I don't want to go. Wouldn't it be nice to have that time and take a nap? Xiao Yi cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Yi. She couldn't help much. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, you go back. You find others to help. I love it." "That's right. We still have quite a few experts in the Lingxiao sect, so go find them to help." Then pointing at Kei Yan, he said, "If you don't recognize it, you let this guy step in, and I guarantee that I'll get you all the people soon." Xiao Yi was silent for a while and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you really unwilling to do a favor?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "No, say nothing. How troublesome is that? I wouldn't want to even if you were my Dao couple." Dian Zhou cursed. Shameless. She suddenly revealed a bad smile and said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister, if she doesn't want to help, we'll stay here until he agrees." Chapter 53, If you eat this table, I'll promise you. Xiao Yi froze. Then the corners of her mouth rose and she looked at Lu Xiaoqing with a smile. Her eyes as if they were a vast expanse of clear water. Innocent and sweet, yet deadly. What? Lu Xiaoqing froze. Dian Ro's eyes, however, flashed with a hint of smugness as she said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Senior sister, stay here. The heavenly mechanic will know soon. By then, the news will spread, and I'm afraid the quietness of heavenly royal peak will be shattered." LV Xiaoqing was unimpressed, not taking such threats in his eyes. "You can live if you want to, and you can be interviewed if you want to. I can't afford to mess with it, but I can't hide from it." Then he said to Xiao Yi, "Help them clean up their rooms later." Xiao Yi shook her head slightly, still unable to help senior brother Lu. Dian Ro hummed with a chesty voice and said, "When the time comes for someone to ask senior sister why she's staying here, I'll tell them that senior sister is here for senior brother Lu." The smugness in Dian Ro's eyes increased. "Aren't you afraid of trouble? If you don't help sister, I'll take the initiative to get you in trouble. See if you're scared." The people present also understood what Dian Ro meant, and Lu Xiaoqing's scalp went numb. My day. This is tough. Xiao Yi was the #1 beauty in Qizhou, with countless admirers and suitors. According to what Dian Ro had said, there was no need to say much, just a sentence about coming here for the sake of Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing will definitely become the public enemy of the men of Qizhou. Lu Xiaoqing will never have peace in his life. Why didn't LV Xiaoqing want to help Xiao Yi? Wasn't it because if he followed Xiao Yi, he would be found out and cause trouble for him? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Yi, who was smiling like a flower, as skillful as poetry, and as sweet as a flower. But Lu Xiaoqing had no time to appreciate the sweetness. LV Xiaoqing cursed at Dian Zhuo. "You're a wicked woman. Are you good enough? What kind of hero is it to use threats? How dare you make fun of your senior sister's reputation? Senior sister Xiao Yi, expel her from the division." "Ah, it's too vicious. Can't let her taint the Twin Moon Valley." Dian Ro didn't get angry at all and laughed. "I'm a woman. I don't count as a hero." Lu Xiaoqing turned to Xiao Cheng and said, "Master, I'm going to go down the mountain, and I won't come back for the rest of my life." Dian Ro hummed, riding the wave of victory, saying, "Wherever you go, I'll take my senior sister and follow." Lu Xiaoqing nonchalantly scolded again. "You're sick, aren't you? I can kind of see that all of you sect great disciples are sick, and not very sick at that." Kei Yan smiled back, amused. "How can I cure you if you're not sick?" Kei Yan was happy to see LV Xiaoqing defeated. Xiao Yi tugged on Kei Yan's clothes from the side and asked, "Eldest senior brother, is there no problem with this? It's not good to push second brother like this." Kei Yan shook his head and said, "No matter, he hasn't moved for too long, so it's good to let him move around." Xiao Yi understood. It was mainly because the second elder brother was too lazy. Both the master and the eldest elder brother had a tacit understanding that they wished to let the second elder brother go and move around. The appearance of senior sister Xiao Yi was just the right opportunity. Lu Xiaoqing ignored the accountant's words and looked over at Dian Ro as he pulled out his heavenly chant sign and gritted his teeth. "Wicked woman, you contacted the heavenly charmer. Ha, would you like me to connect you with one?" The celestial mechanic stationed in Lingxiao City, Shan Yu is good. An ace celestial mechanic. Do you need me to contact her for you? Xiao Yi came over and tugged on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes. Second senior brother. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Lu Xiaoqing hummed. What am I afraid of? Whoever dares to come to trouble me, I'll exterminate him. What if you can't beat it? Xiao Yi's eyes flashed. What a domineering second senior brother. If I can't beat you, I'll go stay at the sect leader's place, and I'll see who dares to trouble the sect leader. Xiao Yi was then filled with disdain. Your dominance is less than 3 seconds. Dian Roro was also helpless. This asshole really can't get into salt and oil. Really difficult to deal with. So did Xia Yu, and she couldn't help but think highly of Lu Xiaochang once again. Sure is hard to deal with, but this time, the secret realm was very important to her. Xia Yu, and she couldn't let this secret realm be consumed for nothing. So then, she looked over to Kei Yan and asked for his help. Kei Yan noticed Xia Yu's gaze and his lips moved slightly, giving Xia Yu a tip in secret. Having received the support of Kei Yan, Xia Yu once again regained her confidence. Her expression got serious as she arched her hand at Lu Xiaoqing and performed a big salute. Senior apprentice brother Lu, this time the secret realm is very important to me. I still hope that senior apprentice brother Lu will help me. Just mention whatever request you have. Senior brother Lu, as long as I'm able to fulfill it, I'll fulfill it. I'm just imploring senior brother Lu to help me. Senior sister, you. Dian Roro saw Xia Yu make such a gesture for the first time, and while she was shocked, she also became more and more dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoqing. She stared at Lu Xiaoqing angrily. This hateful guy, really hateful. Lu Xiaoqing was silent. Xia Yu was so serious and solemn, and when he got serious, he had trouble fighting back instead. He wasn't afraid of threats, and he wasn't afraid, but only of this serious request. Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head to look at Kei Yan next to him and said irritably, "You're the one who's messing around, aren't you?" Natsuki had never asked for help so sincerely until now, saying that no one was behind it. Lu Xiaoqing was the first to disbelieve it. The Tianyu Peak was most familiar with him as Kei Yan, and even his master was close. Kei Yan wrapped his arms around himself and said coolly, "Do you have proof?" Lu Xiaoqing said in a murderous voice, "I'd like to beat you up without evidence." Me? The first year. LV Xiaoqing became angry and cursed. "I chow. That's all you know how to do back and forth. Yuaning stage is great? Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll rub you on the ground." Xia Yu spoke for Ji Yan, sincerely, saying, "Senior brother Lu, this matter has nothing to do with senior brother Ji Yan. I really want to get your help, senior brother Lu, and I hope you'll help me." Lu Xiaoqing had a headache. This kind of sincerity was too much for him to resist, and it was not good for him to refuse. Lu Xiaoqing made a bow to Xia Yu and said sincerely, "Senior sister Xia Yu, please let me go. I'm really inappropriate." Xia Yu shook her head, her beautiful eyes revealing an affirmative gaze. "I believe in my eyes for people. You are the most suitable one. There's no way out." But when his eyes fell on the table next to him, Lu Xiaoqing had an idea. He pointed to the table of dishes that master had made and said to Xia Yu, "It's not impossible to want me to help you. What's the harm in my saying yes if you can eat the table?" When Lu Xiaoqing said this, Xiao Chang was anxious. Hating to destroy the table, he cursed, "Don't mess around, you kid." Then he hurriedly said to Xia Yu, "Senior nephew Xia Yu, don't worry about him for this." The three on the summer language side were strange. That's too easy a request. The aroma of the few dishes on the tabletop was so strong that they smelled it as they came in. You know it's good just from the aroma. But why is Xiao Chang's reaction so great? Chapter 54, This dish is delicious. What kind of condition is this? Xia Yu was curious. Senior brother Lu, it's that simple? Lu Xiaoqing held back his laughter and calmly nodded. That's right, as long as you eat these dishes, I'll promise you. Xiao Yi's face went white. The nausea of forgetting reappeared. She covered her mouth. Hard. Master's craftsmanship is truly unforgettable. Sister Xia can't stand it, can she? Second brother is too cocky and cunning. This would easily defuse senior sister Xia Yu's request. Summer words wandered in her mind. She hadn't been in contact with Lu Xiaoqing for a long time, just this half an hour or so, but she knew Lu Xiaoqing more or less by heart. It's certainly not that simple in this, she asked once again. Senior brother Lu, really? LV Xiaoqing put up 3 fingers and swore with conviction, saying, when it's true, I can swear. This puzzled Summer Whisper even more, and Bienzua's was sneered. Senior sister, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? Bien Roro had no good feelings towards LV Xiaoqing, and had always speculated about him with the utmost malice. This kind of behavior of Lu Xiaoqing was absolutely abnormal. It was not likely that he was poisoning Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi couldn't help but give her own senior sister a blank look. How could she think like that? How is that possible? Dian Ro guessed again. Senior sister. It seems like he knew he couldn't turn you down, so he casually found a step down. Although it was a possibility, Summer Whisper always felt weird. Xiao Chang sighed once again said, Senior nephew Xiao Yi, you don't need to pay attention to him. This dish, no need to eat it. Xiao Chang was 100% not wanting Xiao Yi to taste the dishes he had made. Xiao Yi's reaction just now had said it all. Xiao Yi ate it and went back to telling Chen Yan that he would have no face. Xiao Yi smiled and said, It's fine, Master Xiao. There's no harm for me to taste it. It smells good too. After all, could it be Master Lu's handiwork? This condition was undoubtedly the easiest condition in Xiao Yi's opinion, and she was not able to refuse it. To say that you are afraid to go and eat, you are afraid that you will be laughed at. Lu Xiaoqing laughed, glanced at Xiao Chang, and highly recommended. This is my master's craft. Come, try it. Xiao Chang blushed and went to stop. Better not. Lu Xiaoqing pulled out Xiao Chang. Master, don't be nosy. It was a bit strange, but it didn't matter. Xiao Yi laughed lightly. No harm done. Let me taste it. Dian Ro pulled Fang Xiao to Lu Xiaoqing. Mind if we join you, please? I was worried about trying to get you girls to eat along. Lu Xiaoqing deliberately provoked. You guys aren't afraid of death. You can try. Xiao Yi wanted to speak out to dissuade him, but he was glared at by Lu Xiaoqing and did not dare to make a sound. Kei Yan didn't make a sound, but stood by the side, looking at the three of them. Xia Yan, he seemed to be looking forward to it as well. Smelling the scent that hit her nose, Dian Zuo was surprised. It smells good. Why doesn't Uncle Xiao want us to eat it? Fang Xiao, on the other hand, marveled. I didn't expect Peak Master Xiao to be so good with his hands. I'll eat first. Dian Zuo was acute and ate first. Fang Xiao, as the owner of the restaurant, also thought of tasting Xiao Chang's handiwork. See how it compares to your own cook. Both of them took the sandwich into their mouths almost simultaneously. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. Then, very quickly, just like Xiao Yi, his face turned white and he was incomparably nauseated. Eventually the two couldn't help themselves and rushed off to throw up. Seeing Dian Ro and Fang Xiao throw up, Xiao Yi couldn't help herself. The feeling was evoked again, and she too ran to the side and squatted down to dry heave. In an instant, 3 of the 4 women here had thrown up. Xiao Chang's face was so dry and red that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. No shame in this life. I only hope that's senior sister and won't care. I'll have to keep working on my craft to improve it. Xiao Chang's gaze fell on Xiao Yi, but he froze. Summer words didn't get so sick to her stomach that she threw up like Bianzhuazhua and the others. Instead of throwing up, he ate and ate. It's like eating a really good meal. Lu Xiaoqing froze, and so did Ji Yan. The 3 Xiaochang masters and disciples all looked at Xiao Yi with surprised gazes. Seeing Xiao Yi like this, Xiaochang's self-confidence returned. He tentatively asked, Senior nephew Xiao Yi, you're fine? Xiao Yi nodded her head. Her face didn't have the color of pain. Instead, she said with admiration, It's fine. Did you really do it, Master Xiao? Xiao Chang nodded his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. The craftsmanship is still a bit poor, making you laugh. Senior nephew, Summer words, however, said seriously, It's delicious. It's delicious. Uncle Xiao, your craftsmanship is so good. It's almost as good as Uncle N's. Xiao Chang was happy and his eyes lit up. Really? Naturally it's true. I wouldn't go so far as to want to lie to Uncle Xiao. LV Xiaoqing and Kei Yan looked at each other. Terrible, Kei said bluntly. To be able to eat his master's cooking, Kei Yan couldn't think of any other adjective other than terrifying. Kei Yan's gaze revealed a look of admiration as he admired the strong. Lu Xiaoqing marveled. This woman was indeed terrifying. Don't you pretend for me, Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi. Senior sister Xiao Yi, you don't need to hold back. If it doesn't work, you'll be just like them. It's not that hard to see the first beautiful woman vomiting. Master's dishes are comparable to avenue poisons. No one will laugh at you if you can't bear them. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes, puzzled by Lu Xiaoqing's words. Senior brother Lu, I don't understand what you mean. This dish is indeed delicious. Just like my Uncle N's handiwork. Could it be true? Lu Xiaoqing was shocked. They all threw up. How could you stand it? The woman's endurance could be described as horrific if she could stand it. The meal that Master had made was something that even his eldest senior brother, Kei Yan, couldn't withstand. It's not horror that this woman can take it. What is it? Xiao Yi shook her head and said. Ro's reaction to the girls was over-exaggerated. She was also like this when she ate Uncle N's meal. Dian Ro cried from the side. Senior sister, this is really hard to eat. Vomit. It's the same as Uncle N's. Why aren't you affected? Vomit. Dian Ro wanted to cry, not realizing that Xiao Chang was the same as her senior uncle. And Qian Yan, anything you make is capable of being forgotten for the rest of your life. Xiao Chang asked in surprise. Do you also think that elder sister and made it delicious? Xiao Yi nodded her head and continued to praise. Not bad, much better than the average spirit chef. Fang Xiao vomited with tears in her eyes and looked at Lu Xiaoqing. She finally realized why Lu Xiaoqing liked to order takeout. It was also clear why Lu Xiaoqing had a requirement for food. With a master like that, it has to be. Lu Xiaoqing was speechless as he watched Xiao Yu taste the several dishes on the table, eating them with great relish. Soon after, Xiao Yu looked at Lu Xiaoqing and smiled. Like a fairy. Senior brother Lu, do you still need me to continue eating? I'm already full, and I'm afraid it's going to be a little hard to keep eating. Looking at such a summer language, what else could Lu Xiaoqing say? He was convinced that he was able to eat the meal made by his master without changing his face. Okay, when do we leave? Chapter 55, I'm bringing a burden. Won't you kick me out? Senior sister, can his words be trusted? After leaving from the heavenly royal peak, Dian Ro asked Xia Yan. Just now, Lu Xiaoqing had agreed to follow Xia Yan to explore the secret realm, but Dian Ro didn't have a single good feeling about Lu Xiaoqing and was 100% skeptical of him. A guy like him, breaking his word or whatever, wouldn't be a surprise at all. It's possible that he deliberately lied to senior sister and then found a chance to hide. Xia Yu was in a good mood. With a faint smile on her face, I believe he won't lie to me. He doesn't look like the kind of man who goes back on his word. Even for someone as lighthearted as Xia Yu, being able to convince Lu Xiaoqing gave her a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Dian Zhuozhua bristled. Still skeptical? That's not necessarily true. He's so despicable that nothing he does will come as a surprise. It's so hateful, tricking us into eating those things. Speaking of Xiao Chang's cooking, Dian Ro felt like throwing up again. Next to her, Fang Zhao's expression wasn't too good either. Her brows furrowed, still sickened by the meal she had just eaten. Fang Zhao said, I can sort of understand why Duke Lu likes the craftsmanship of the spirit chef in my restaurant. Xia Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled gaze. How come you all feel it's hard to eat? I think it tastes alright. It's much better than a normal spirit chef. Fang Zhao was surprised. Sister language. Are you serious? I thought you were holding back to convince Mr. Lu. Dian Ro waved her hand and helplessly said, Sister Xiao. Senior sister's favorite thing in the Twin Moon Valley is the meals cooked by senior uncle N. Uncle Xiao's craftsmanship is almost as good as Uncle N's, and senior sister really thinks it tastes good. As Fang Xiao recalled the meal that was comparable to the avenue's poison, her gaze at Xia Yu brought on a strong admiration. Worthy of being a great disciple of Twin Moon Valley, it was just different from ordinary people. Summer Word smiled slightly, not dwelling on the issue. She didn't know why she was different from the others, and had no aversion to the craftsmanship of Enchanyan or Xiao Chang. She laughed. With Sister Xiao and senior brother Lu this time, I'll be sure of exploring the secret realm. Dian Ro was still a little worried. Senior sister, don't we need to find anyone else? Who knows if that guy is reliable? What if he's not? Fang Xiao had confidence in Lu Xiaocheng as she said, Sister Ro doesn't need to worry. Mr. Lu is very strong. I can assure you of that. Dian Ro still didn't have any confidence in Lu Xiaoqing. She said in disbelief. That being said, what if he's a straw man? This would be a big mistake for senior sister. Xia Yu shook her head and said, I believe in senior brother Lu's strength. Although I haven't seen Master Lu's strength, the way Prince Kei Yan treats him is enough to see Master Lu's strength. Kei Yan is the #1 person among the younger generation in Shizhou. The average person can't get into his eyes. From his attitude towards Lu Xiaoqing, one could guess Lu Xiaoqing's strength. Dian Ro bristled, not retorting on account of being her own senior sister. Still, the heart is not convinced. Humph, when we get to the secret realm, we'll definitely make you look good. After 2 days, it was time for the appointment. LV Xiaoqing appeared at the gathering of immortals on time. Seeing Xiao Yi beside Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yu asked, Sir Lu, senior sister Xiao. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Senior sister Xiao Yi, is it alright if I follow? Lu Xiaoqing pretended to be helpless and said to Xiao Yu, she had to follow. I had no choice. You can refuse and let us go back. Xiao Yi was not happy. Second senior brother just likes to tell lies. She grunted. Isn't this what you said you wanted me to follow? How did it become that I have to follow? Lu Xiaoqing chided. What do you know? In case senior sister Xiao Yi doesn't agree, it's just the right time to drive us away together. What do you mean you're naked in front of me? Natsuki was speechless. To Xiao Yi, what she wanted was Lu Xiaoqing's help. It didn't matter if Xiao Yi followed or not. She said, if senior brother Lu wants to bring senior sister Xiao along, there is naturally no problem. Lu Xiaoqing was stunned. She has this much strength. She doesn't even have the foundation establishment stage. And you agree? Don't you think it's a liability? You should get rid of the tiredness. Don't delay your business. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Her smile was light and appealing. If I drive senior sister Xiao away, you can also have an excuse to leave together, right? Lu Xiaoqing immediately denied. How can that be? I'm not that kind of person. Although the words were like this, Xiao Yi could hear that Lu Xiaoqing had exactly this intention. Xiao Yi smiled sweetly. Sister Xiao said that Master Lu is a difficult person to deal with. Once again, I have experienced it. But since you want to bring senior sister Xiao along for the journey, I believe there are your own intentions. So how could I refuse? Dian Rou grunted and said to Lu Xiaoqing in a very dissatisfied manner, I think you're trying to bring her as a shield, aren't you? Lu Xiaoqing was deliberately startled. You, don't be ridiculous. Lu Xiaoqing made an expression of weakness, making a few people look speechless once again. The way you're acting, it's easy to mistake it for the real thing. Even Xiao Yi couldn't help but look at his second senior brother twice more. It couldn't be true, could it? However, thinking of all the things Lu Xiaoqing had done to her, Xiao Yi quickly snuffed out a thought. How could second brother be such a person? At that moment someone came in and whispered to Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao said to Xiao Yi, Sister Yu, the flying boat is ready. Xiao Yi nodded his head and said to Lu Xiaoqing, Senior brother Lu, can we set off now? It's a bit of a distance from here to the secret place. Lu Xiaoqing shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, let's set off. The flying boat is somewhat like a small leafy flatboat used by mortals for fishing. In the middle of the boat there was a canopy, and when Lu Xiaoqing went up, he went inside without saying a word and laid down his body inside. Dian Rou got angry. Never seen such a hateful guy. Jean, you're a big man. Not outside. Good enough to lie here? LV Xiaoqing was dead still, seemingly rooted, lying straight up, saying, what? Can't a man lie here? Dian Zuozuo was furious. This bastard was so hateful. I really wanted to beat him up. Is it hard to believe you're going to make us stay outside? LV Xiaoqing is still dead-skinned and thick-faced. Not bringing a move. You go if you want to. Anyway, I'll stay here. Let me go back if you have a problem with it. Isn't that right? Senior sister Summer Whisperer. Xiao Yi soothed Dian Rou. There's enough space here. Have a seat. When she finished speaking, she sat down in a platter. Dian Rou's face reddened with anger as she muttered, I've never seen such a shameless person. She simply sat across from LV Xiaoqing, with a pair of big eyes, staring at LV Xiaoqing dead in the face. The flying boat took off and disappeared into the sky, speeding towards the southwest direction of Lingxiao City. Chapter 56, Retardation is Contagious. Dian Zuo wanted to kill Lu Xiaoqing with her gaze. Angry eyes stared him dead in the face. However, half a day passed and Lu Xiaoqing didn't move. Instead, it was Dian Zuo herself who was a bit overwhelmed. Dry eyes and, more importantly, a hard time holding it in. Natsuki, who noticed this scene, was secretly surprised. As normal, even for a monk, it's more or less unnatural to be stared at like that. However, Lu Xiaoqing frankly ignored it, treating Dian Rou, a beautiful woman, as if she was air, not uncomfortable at all. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, laughed secretly. She had long ago learned this look from Lu Xiaoqing. It's not an ordinary thick skin, and it's not an ordinary mental strength. Dian Zuo is still young compared to him. Seeing that she couldn't seem to help Lu Xiaoqing, Dian Rou's gaze fell on Xiao Yi. Sister Xiao Yi. Dian Rou came over to Xiao Yi's side and took her hand. You have such a second elder brother. You have to be careful. Since I can't deal with you, I'll start with your senior sister and let her deal with you. Xiao Yi got curious. Her big eyes flickered, full of incomprehension, and asked, Sister Rou, why do you say that? Second brother has been good to me. Xiao Yi, this was the truth. Lu Xiaoqing indeed had no words for her. Although he usually made hers grit her teeth in anger, Lu Xiaoqing was really good to her. Just by allowing her to comprehend his sword intent origin was already beyond many people. Her dad couldn't even do that well. Looking at Xiao Yi's face full of innocence, in Dian Rou's eyes, Xiao Yi is the little white rabbit who was tricked by the big bad wolf. She was heartbroken. What a nice little girl, not deeply involved in the world. Encountered this kind of shameless big bad wolf is really pitiful. She must be rescued and made to know clearly the abominations of such big bad wolves. Dian Roro spoke at length and continued. Little Ripple sister, don't let him fool you. Guys like him are most hateful and shameless. You've got to be careful you don't get sold by him. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and said with a smile. Second senior brother, will you sell me? Lu Xiaoqing said without thinking. It's fine to sell it if someone wants it. Senior sister Xiao Yi, do you want the bed warming girl? Give me 998 spirit stones and you can take her back. Being able to work during the day and warm the bed at night is perfect. Not 1,000, just 998. Xiao Yi was furious, waving her small fists, wanting to hammer someone. Second senior brother, you're hateful. Am I worth that much? 998. Am I that cheap? Dian Roro took advantage of the opportunity, pointing at Lu Xiaoqing and disliking this behavior, saying, look, guys like this who only recognize spirit stones, one must be careful. That day will really sell you out. Xiao Yi shook her head, expressing great trust in her second senior brother, saying, no, second senior brother is not that kind of person. Having come to the Heavenly Royal Peak for a few months now, Xiao Yi had long since treated the Heavenly Royal Peak as her second home. Lu Xiaoqing was a brotherly presence to her. She didn't believe that Lu Xiaoqing would sell her out. Dian Roro was so angry that she clenched her teeth when she saw Xiao Yi trusting Lu Xiaoqing so much. Hateful, why are you so simple? You must guard against him. Don't trust him. This guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Xiao Yi is not happy. It's fine to say bad things about my second senior brother, but you can't say it all the time. Sister Zoe, you can't talk about second senior brother like that. Second senior brother is nice. I'm going to get angry if you keep talking about second senior brother like that. You. Dian Zuozua was so angry that her chest ached. This little white rabbit, how can he be so innocent? Lu Xiaoqing snorted, despising Dian Roro's insouciance. Naive. You think the relationship between our senior siblings can be destroyed by a few words from you? Little Red, who was lying on her head, also squeaked, as if to say that Dian Roro was out of her depth. Humph. Dian Roro said irritably, I'm being honest. You're not a good guy at first glance. I'm reminding little Ripple's sister that she can't be scourged by the likes of you. LV Xiaoqing got curious as he asked Xiao Yi. Senior sister Xiao Yi, is your senior sister really normal? Dian Zuoro was furious. What do you mean? Summer words. On the other hand, asked curiously, why do you say that? Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Dian Roro, her gaze tinged with pity. There shouldn't be anything wrong with her brain, right? Lu Xiaoqing's hand turned twice on his brain and said, I don't think it's retarded, right? Asshole. Dian Roro instantly wanted to draw her sword and kill someone. You're the retard. Your whole family is the retard. If you're not retarded, why would you say something so retarded? Lu Xiaoqing looked seriously puzzled. How do I look like a good person? You actually said that I'm a bad person. This is not retarded. What is it? But anyone with a bit of eyesight can see that I'm the number one good guy in the world. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're blind and have no eyes. If you have eyesight, you wouldn't have pitted me for 3,000 spirit stones. Dian Zuozuo's hair stood up in anger. She yelled, I'm going to kill you. Fang Xiao was holding her tongue next to her. She could sort of see why Lu Xiaoqing disliked Dian Roro. The feelings are out on top of these 3,000 spirit stones. Fang Xiao's gaze at Dian Roro took on compassion. You're being remembered by Lord Lu. You're gonna get it later. Xiao Yi stopped Dian Roro. Roro. No fooling around. The flying boat wasn't big, and Dian Roro's foundation stage strength was enough to tear the flying boat apart. Dian Roro really wanted to stab Lu Xiaoqing with her sword. Xiao Yi pulled Dian Roro's hand and kindly persuaded. Sister Roro, you're not a match for second senior brother, so don't make a fool of yourself. Master couldn't even hold second brother. You're even less of a match. The only one who can hold the second elder brother is the first elder brother. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, girl, stay away from her. Retardation is contagious. I don't want to have a mentally retarded senior sister. If you get infected with retardation, I'll have master expel you from the division. I'm not like senior sister Xiao Yu, who doesn't fear being laughed at even though she has a mentally retarded senior sister. I'm thin-skinned and afraid of being laughed at. Dian Zuozuo was furious. Her anger rushed straight to her head and she exploded in place with rage. Spiritual energy instantly erupted from her body. I'm going to kill you. However, just as her spiritual energy erupted, Xiao Yu reached out and pressed her hand, confining Dian Roro and droned. Roro. Stopped by summer words, Dian's was snapped back to her senses. Her eyes turned red and she was aggravated. Senior sister. He bullied me. Xiao Yi was helpless in her heart. Who let you cause trouble in the first place? I couldn't say it, but now I'm aggrieved instead. If you hadn't picked a fight first, would senior brother Lu treat you like this? Dianzuozwa puffed out her mouth, angry and aggravated. It was indeed she who started it first, and Lu Xiaoqing countered later with a few words to make her break her defense. Damn it, you wait for me. Dian Rou gritted her teeth and glared viciously at Lu Xiaoqing, her heart hating him even more. In order to prevent the two from continuing to argue, Xiao Yi said to Lu Xiaoqing, Senior brother Lu, while we have time, let me talk to you about the situation regarding the secret realm. Chapter 57. The most important thing about Tianyu Peak is to respect the old and love the young. Lu Xiaoqing kept his gaze on the heavenly chant sign, not even waiting to glance at Xiao Yi as he said, It's fine if you don't have to say anything. It's not important to me anyway. Rao Xia spoke calmly, but she was also a bit angry when she heard this. It's not important to you. You don't want to contribute to the work, do you? No, he can't be allowed to think like that. Summer Whisperer said in her heart. This secret realm was important to Summer Whisper, otherwise she wouldn't have asked for help. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu sat down on the seat where Bianzuozwa had just sat, facing Louis Xiaoqing. Learning to stare at LV Xiaoqing as Bian Rou did, Lu Xiaoqing could ignore Bian Rou's gaze for half a day, but with the summer language, he couldn't. The number one beauty of Qizhou stared at him, and feeling Xiao Yu's gaze, Lu Xiaoqing finally couldn't calm down. Elder sister Xiao Yi, I know I'm handsome, don't fall in love with me, you're not my type. Bah, shameless. Bian Rou couldn't help but despise it, pointing out that this behavior of Lu Xiaoqing was toadish. Who are you? Xiao Yu couldn't help a flash of redness on her face. Since her debut, no one had ever molested him like Lu Xiaoqing. However, her gaze was still fixed firmly on Lu Xiaoqing. Senior brother Lu, are you sure you don't need to hear about the secret realm? Facing Xiao Yu's gaze, Lu Xiaoqing surrendered, put away the heavenly chant sign, sat up and said, Alright, go ahead. I'll just listen. Natsuki laughed even more. She won this encounter. Afterwards, Xiao Yu introduced the situation of the secret realm. In the mouth of the Xia language, this was a 5-elemental secret realm, divided into 5 regions of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. You need to find the core of the 5 elements in each region and defeat it in order to pacify the region. Only after the 5 regions were pacified would they be able to finish exploring the secret realm and find the heart of the secret realm. Xiao Yu's face regained its lightness and her tone was calm. It took me and my senior sister half a month to pacify the area of the wood attribute. However, I realized that the aura in the secret realm is dissipating very quickly, and there's still at most a month or 2 left, so I'm worried that I won't make it in time, so I'll only be able to seek the help of senior brother Lu and sister Xiao. The treasures found inside will be distributed among yourselves. Senior brother Lu and sister Xiao, I only want the heart of the secret realm. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu. Was this little thinking of using the secret heart to increase her strength and break through the Jiedan stage? The secret heart of the 5 elements secret realm was a priceless treasure that could not be bought with even more spirit stones. If it was someone else, Lu Xiaoqing would definitely have to bargain a bit. Lu Xiaoqing asked, Senior sister Xiao Yi, are you sure you're the only one who knows about the secret realm? Natsuki nodded, affirming, it took a lot to get it. Lu Xiaoqing thought otherwise. You paid a big price. And there's no chance there's someone else who paid a big price as well. Xiao Yu's tone instantly became grave, probably understanding what LV Xiaoqing meant. Senior brother LV, what do you mean? The secret aura dissipates so quickly. You'd think. Xiao Yu's bland expression became no longer bland. The secret realm aura would dissipate because someone had opened it. The aura would also dissipate faster if multiple entrances were opened. Right now, this secret realm's aura was dissipating so quickly, and according to Lu Xiaoqing, there was someone else who had also entered the secret realm. It's possible that the entrance was open from somewhere else. Thinking of this, the calm Xiao Yu was also a little nervous, even worried. The secret heart was important to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu said to the outside, Boatman, can you speed up again? Lu Xiaoqing added, what's the hurry? Even if it's faster, there's no hurry in this little bit of time. Even if the secret realm is broken, it's fine. The big deal is to make a move to rob it. Lu Xiaoqing's tone was calm, as if he didn't take this as a matter of fact. There was even a lazy yawn as he spoke. For some reason, seeing Lu Xiaoqing like this, Xiao Yu's heart regained its lightness. Xiao Yu gazed meaningfully at Lu Xiaoqing and laughed. Senior brother Lu is right. There is no rush. Xiao Yi understood in her heart that Lu Shaoqing was even more powerful than she had imagined. With this state of mind alone, she, Xiao Yi, could not compare. The funny thing is that Xiao Yi, she thought she was good at cultivating her mind and not taking things for granted. I didn't realize that my mind was fluctuating today. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Truly worthy of being Kei Yan's senior brother. He was by no means ordinary. One family, two prides. What's even more frightening is that Lu Shaoqing and Kei Yan worshipped under Shaochang together. Kei Yan was sharp and fought countless battles with power. And step by step, he became the number one among the young people in Qizhou. Facing the terrifying Kei Yan, the young men of Qizhou wailed. They were no match and retreated. Everyone only knew about Kei Yan of the Lingxiao sect's Tianyu Peak. But they didn't know that Kei Yan had a senior brother. Being able to hide it for so long, it has never been known by outsiders. Horribly understated. Thinking about it, Xiao Yi became curious about Lu Shaoqing in her heart. She couldn't help but ask LV Shaoqing, "Senior brother LV, how does your strength compare to senior brother Kei Yan?" Lu Shaoqing blurted out, "I can rub him on the ground, but in order to take care of eldest brother's face, I usually let him be." Lu Shaoqing said this in a very natural way, not even bringing a blush to his face. Xiao Yi was surprised when she heard it. So powerful? Xiao Yi couldn't help but dismantle the stage. Second senior brother. Don't be bragging. When you fought with eldest senior brother, which time did you beat him? Lu Shaoqing glared at this dismantling senior sister and said, "I've been told to let him be. Don't you believe me? Our heavenly royal peak is most concerned with honoring the old and loving the young." Ahem. When Lu Shaoqing said this, both Xiao Yi and Feng Shao couldn't help but choke. Dian Zuozua scorned nonchalantly. Respect for the old and the young? I don't see that. What I see is you disrespecting your master and disrespecting your brother. Lu Shaoqing didn't even bother to pay attention to this little. Xiao Yi spoke for her senior brother. "Sister Zoe, you don't understand." At first Xiao Yi didn't understand either, but she got it later. Both the master and the brother are sexually active and forthright. It doesn't get obsessed with superficial niceties and how it's comfortable. Normally, although they said that they shouted and fought, Xiao Yi believed that when it came to the critical moment, his own master and brother would definitely not drop the ball. Both are willing to give their lives for the other. For the first question, Summer Whisper couldn't get the answer she wanted. She asked the second question. "Senior brother Lu, if you are so powerful, why are you silent?" Dian Zozo bristled. "Was he good? I don't feel that at all." Xiao Yi smiled and said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, this I know, because second brother is lazy." Chapter 58, Entering the Secret World. The answer seemed unexpected, but then again, it wasn't. Xiao Yu and Feng Zhao's expressions didn't change much, as if they seemed to have expected this answer. Dian Rou continued to take advantage of the opportunity to despise. "Sure enough, you're a lazy bum. This little can't talk." Lu Shaoqing corrected Dian Rou's mistake. "Wrong, it's a dragon. Bah, shame on you. Don't even look in the mirror. What do you look like? Handsome man? I don't want to look in the mirror too much for fear I'll be proud." Dian Rou spat out blood. Having seen shamelessness, she hadn't seen such a shameless man. Xiao Yu then asked. She couldn't quite believe it. Could LV Shaoqing be that lazy? "Master Lu, is it really lazy?" Lu Shaoqing lay back down again and even crossed his legs. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I don't call this lazy. It's called being able to enjoy life. Is it fun to live like eldest senior brother, who goes out and fights people after cultivation? Either in cultivation or on the way to fight others? With all that free time, it would be better to enjoy life. Beat the living daylights out of it for what?" Lu Shaoqing spoke with a straight face, leaving the crowd speechless. Xiao Yi smiled as she once again broke down the stage and said to Xiao Yi and the girls, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, senior sister Xiao, senior sister Rou, don't believe the words of second senior brother. Master said that second senior brother is also a genius, so he can do this." LV Shaoqing waved his hand without a bit of embarrassment. "Don't praise it. I'll be embarrassed if you do it again." Xiao Yi didn't want to pay attention to her cheeky second senior brother anymore as she said to Xiao Yu, "Senior sister Xiao Yu, let's leave him alone." Natsuki nodded, and then the four of them women began to put up a show. What perfume rouge, clothing and jewelry, and gossip and so on had become the topic of their mouths. Lu Shaoqing also couldn't have imagined that Xiao Yu, the big sister of the Two Moon Valley, usually looked like someone who should rarely talk. Engaging in this kind of conversation is also heady. Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but shake his head. Women, indeed, are the same. The speed of the flying boat was fast, but it took 3 days to reach the destination. A group of 5 people stood at the entrance to the secret realm. Xiao Yi's gaze was tinged with gravity as she said to LV Xiaoqing, "Senior brother LV, after you go in, how about you take charge of an area?" Knowing that there might be other people entering the secret realm, Xiao Yi was a bit worried. "I hope to finish exploring the secret realm and find the heart of the secret realm as soon as possible." Lu Xiaoqing nodded. "Alright, I'll go explore the fire attribute area with my senior sister." Xiao Yi said to Feng Xiao and Dian Ro Ro, "Sister Xiao, Ro Ro, the 3 of us will join forces together and explore as quickly as possible." Arranging it, Natsuki took a deep breath and said, "Go in." With a flash of white light and a slight distortion of space, Lu Xiaoqing entered the secret realm. Feel the aura in the air when you come in. Compared to the outside, the aura here was quite dense. However, if you feel it carefully, you will notice that the concentration of aura is decreasing. This meant that the aura in the secret realm was dissipating. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and after feeling something, she said, "There's not much time left, only about a month. Guys, let's pick up the pace." She then gave a serious salute to Lu Xiaoqing. "Senior brother Lu, please." She then recognized a direction to leave. "Second brother, where are we going?" Xiao Yi hugged Xiao Hong and asked. Lu Xiaoqing pointed in a direction and said, "There." The fire attribute was so dense in that direction that even from a long distance away, Lu Xiaoqing was able to feel its heat. "Go!" Xiao Yi shouted and proceeded to charge forward. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and strolled to follow. Xiao Yi, who was exploring the secret realm for the first time, was very excited and cheeky, laughing and joking with Xiao Hong along the way. Lu Xiaoqing followed behind and warned, "Be careful. This isn't outside. There are dangers everywhere." Xiao Yi turned around and wrinkled her nose in disbelief. "This place looks beautiful. What danger can there be?" Secret realms are created by spatial turbulence that encounters a blockage or mutation. It's like a river that meets an obstacle that creates an eddy. A secret realm is a vortex of spatial turbulence, but in spatial form in the real world. The secret realm contained a spirit chi that was denser than the outside world, and would produce all sorts of heavenly treasures, and likewise, all sorts of dangers. If the structure of the secret realm can be stabilized, it will form a small world, or after being processed by a great power, it will be a heavenly paradise. However, rather than dealing with a secret realm to become a heavenly blessing, the great powers preferred to create one themselves. A cave created by yourself personally is better and safer. Cultivators above the Yuaning stage could not enter the secret realm because it was too weak to withstand the pressure. However, it was possible that the existence inside the secret realm would be stronger than a Yuaning. If a little white guy like Xiao Yi went to the secret realm alone, he probably wouldn't even have any dregs left. The secret realm was formed at the beginning of the rich spiritual chi. Everything here is more unique than the outside world, and the scenery is no exception. Xiao Yi immersed herself in the beauty of the scenery and wowed along the way. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister, look, that flower in front is very pretty. Pick it." In front of Xiao Yi, more than 10 feet distance, there is a bright purple flowers, facing the wind and sun, seriously bloom. Xiao Yi's eyes instantly revealed stars when she saw it. "Really, yeah, it's so nice." Xiao Yi's feet powered up and went straight for the purple flower. Xiao Hong, however, took the initiative to fly back to Lu Xiaoqing's side. Landing on Lu Xiaoqing's shoulder, he barked at him. Lu Xiaoqing said with a bad smile on his face, "Let her learn a lesson, or else she really thinks this place is a paradise." Xiao Yi rushed straight to the purple flower and reached out towards it to pick it. When he was about to touch the flower, suddenly the flower changed. What had been a slender purple petal, dainty and colorful, suddenly turned into a big, horrible face at that moment. Roar! Ah! Xiao Yi screamed like a frightened quail. A purple-colored beast like a fierce tiger rushed out. The body was more than 10 feet long and majestic. The oncoming purple beast. Lu Xiaoqing laughed happily. "Silly girl, you know it's wrong." At the same time, he introduced Xiao Yi, a kind of demonic beast that only appears in the secret realm, good at camouflage. Its strength is roughly in the late stage of refining chi. "Second brother, help!" Xiao Yi turned her head and rushed towards Lu Xiaoqing. However, the oncoming purple beast's speed was faster than Xiao Yi had imagined. Stopping in front of Xiao Yi with a single leap, opened his bloody disc mouth and bit down towards Xiao Yi. Ah! Xiao Yi hurriedly dodged, completely forgetting to resist as she ran and screamed, "Second senior brother, save me!" Lu Xiaoqing didn't intend to make a move. His tone was a bit more serious. "No one will save you. If you want to continue following me, you'll finish it off." Xiao Yi is on the verge of crying, while the oncoming purple beast sees Xiao Yi hiding. Angrily, it roared, and spiritual energy fluctuations continued to spread out from it. Its anger was evident, and then it went even faster than a moment ago. Like lightning, he pounced in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was terrified, shouting loudly, waving his long sword in his hand, his sword intent stirring. Chapter 59, I Have a Favorite Girl. With a miserable roar, the oncoming purple beast screamed miserably and blood splattered. Under Xiao Yi's sword intent, it split into pieces and died a horrible death instantly. Although it looked formidable, it was actually not as strong as Xiao Yi. Over here, Xiao Yi was still closing her eyes and screaming, the long sword in her hand waving continuously. As she swung, countless sword awnings splashed, and the surrounding plants and trees suffered. Under the splashes of the swords, they were fragmented. There! Lu Xiaoqing's voice rang out. How much longer do you have to be afraid? Only when she heard Lu Xiaoqing make a sound did Xiao Yi dare to open her eyes. Looking at the oncoming purple beast that had turned into a pile of broken meat in front of her, Xiao Yi's face remained pale, but then incredulously, I killed it? Lu Xiaoqing patted her head and said, how is it? Believe it, right? This is a secret realm, not outside. Know the danger? Xiao Yi understood and burst into tears. Second senior brother, you're too bad. Wouldn't you just tell me? Almost scared me. Lu Xiaoqing scoffed, look at you. It's useless for me to talk dry mouth. And the scenery is beautiful. Now do you know how beautiful it is? For Lu Xiaoqing, no amount of talk is nearly as useful as a personal experience. Xiao Yi was depressed to the core. Lu Xiaoqing patted her head and said, let's go. Watching Lu Xiaoqing slowly and leisurely hurrying along, Xiao Yi's mind recalled what her master had said to her. Second brother never does anything pointless. What she had just experienced gave her a deeper understanding. It may seem unreliable, but it actually makes you feel at ease. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled cheekily. Second senior brother, wait for me. Watching Xiao Yi follow him with a silly grin on his face, Lu Xiaoqing was puzzled. Your brain isn't freaked out, is it? No. Then what are you doing with a demented look on your face? Put it away. If people see it, they'll think that master has taken in a brain-damaged disciple. Shame on you. Xiao Yi was so angry that she waved her pink fists. Second senior brother, your mouth is also too annoying. Who's demented? Who's brain dead? Really? Second senior brother, no girl will like you when you're like this. Lu Xiaoqing was full of disdain. Love and all. Is it as important as spirit stones? Who wants a girl to like it? Trouble. Xiao Yi's eyes widened at once, and the spirit of gossip burned once again. Second senior brother, could it be that you don't like girls? Rather, he likes men? No wonder he and big brother are in love with each other. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaoqing rewarded Xiao Yi with a slap. Don't give me these messy ideas. Xiao Yi covered her head and was very gossipy. Second senior brother, do you have a favorite girl? For example, senior sister summer language? I think it's a good match for you, but it's also a good match for eldest brother. Lu Xiaoqing once again gave her a slap and said seriously, don't give me any nonsense. If it gets out and causes me trouble, I'll destroy you first. Don't like it? Then our Lingxiao sect senior sister Yin Qi? Lu Xiaoqing did not have the good sense to say. She likes eldest senior brother. Be careful if she hears you say that, or else she won't be done with you. Besides, she's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Whoever likes her is out of luck. Xiao Yi sniffed and was very disappointed that she didn't get the imagined gossip. Second senior brother, do you really not have a favorite girl? Shall I introduce you to one? Lu Xiaoqing sniffed and nodded. If you want to say you like it, there is indeed one. Yes, is it? Xiao Yi's spirit was so high that her body couldn't help but shake. This is great gossip. The second brother squatting in his own mansion would also have a favorite? Yes. Who is it? Xiao Yi was very curious as to what kind of girl would be able to fall into the eyes of her second senior brother. Xiao Yi was very excited and couldn't help but speculate on what kind of girl it was. A girl who can be looked upon and liked by you. Second senior brother. Must be very remarkable. Lu Xiaoqing stroked his chin with a bad smile. She, is indeed special. And you're familiar with her. Who? Xiao Yi became even more curious. Both second masters smiled happily. Which girl was so lucky to be liked by the second senior brother? But Xiao Yi thought through her head, and she couldn't think of a girl she knew who could be worthy of her second senior brother. To be able to be recognized and liked by the second senior brother was not an ordinary person. Xiao Yi tugged at Lu Xiaoqing's clothes and urged, second senior brother, don't sell me short. You hurry up and tell me. Xiao Yi felt as uncomfortable as a cat scratching a dog in her heart. She couldn't breathe well without knowing that answer. Lu Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed and said, well, to tell you the truth, She's your cousin Xiao Kun ah. Xiao Kun? Xiao Yi froze. Half the time, I can't get my head around it. 4. Why? Xiao Yi couldn't believe it. Her own family's cousin Xiao Kun. What kind of person was that? She knew exactly. Basing on the fact that her grandfather was the grand elder of the Xiao family. She was arrogant and unreasonable. If it wasn't for the fact that her grandfather was a mid-Yuaning stage powerhouse, she would have been beaten to death an unknown number of times. Such a cousin, Xiao Yi 100 times cannot look at. She was actually able to be looked at by the second senior brother? What is her cousin capable of? What is this? Is second brother's gaze so vulgar? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. Are you serious? Lu Xiaoqing nodded his head and said seriously. Really? Her storage ring? I like it a lot. Pust. Xiao Yi felt that she had suffered internal injuries. Second senior brother. Is this what you mean by like? Lu Xiaoqing gave Xiao Yi a strange look and asked rhetorically. Right. What else? What a nice person she is. Traveling thousands of miles to bring me a storage ring. I can't wait to meet a few more girls like that. It's going to spit blood. It's really going to spit blood. Xiao Yi covered her chest, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable. After talking for half a day, what he said about liking turned out to be liking the possessions on Xiao Kun. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing speechlessly. Second senior brother. You're not still thinking about her, are you? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it and nodded his head seriously. Yeah, she's the granddaughter of a Yuaning powerhouse, so she should be able to replenish her losses soon. When the time comes, how about another favor? Xiao Yi felt even more exasperated and waved her fist in exasperation. I'm not going to help you. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised. You're not too stingy, are you? Big deal. I'll just share some with you next time. Think about it. Her grandfather is a Yuaning powerhouse, so he must have something good. And when he gets one or two good things, he'll be rich. Xiao Yi was flustered in her heart. You actually had this thought? Second senior brother. She hasn't come to settle the score with you yet. What are you afraid of? It's just as well that you're here. Keep getting favors out of her. Chapter 60 Fire Toad. The two talked as they walked forward. The scenery on the road gradually changed. At first it was springtime, with lush trees and flowers. As you go deeper, though, the temperature of the land rises and the leaves become yellow and scorched. The white fog around them gradually increased. These white mists were even capable of isolating spiritual sense, making it difficult to explore deeply. The air smelled of sulfur. Xiao Yi looked at her surroundings and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother. Are we here? Lu Xiaoqing looked into the distance, where the sky was crimson and rolling smoke rose. The surrounding temperature rises and the air dries out. As far as the eye could see, it was crimson. The ground was austere as it was left with the remains of burning trees. Farther away, it was a vast expanse, and nothing more could be seen. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Yes, this is the fire attribute area in the Five Elements mysterious realm. Xiao Yi's big eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around and asked carefully. What's it going to take? Second brother. Have you ever explored before? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. Lu Xiaoqing used to mostly stay at home, and the secret realm had been explored a few times. 5 elements of the secret realm. He is still a big girl to worship heaven and earth for the first time. However, LV Xiaoqing had no worries about this. Having never eaten pork, he had never seen a pig run. He said, didn't senior sister Xiao Yi say so? Just find the Fire Lord here and take it out. Take your time finding it. There are 5 lords in the area of the 5 attributes. They are similar to the eyes in a formation. Find them and finish them off. And this area is considered to be breached. Xiao Yi muttered. Which one is the lord? What does it look like? And senior sister Xiao Yi doesn't say anything about it. Lu Xiaoqing made up for this budding senior sister and popularized her knowledge. Lords don't have a fixed form. It could be a rock, a tree, or a ferocious beast. This is all common sense. Haven't you read any books? Xiao Yi shook her head. No, I prefer shopping to reading. Seeing LV Xiaoqing looking at himself with a contemptuous gaze, Xiao Yi spat out her tongue and hurriedly revealed a smile. Isn't this with you, second senior brother? I don't have to worry so much with you around. Lu Xiaoqing let out a cold laugh. In that case, you will be the one to take the lead this time. If you don't read, then you learn from practice. Xiao Yi immediately looked bitter. Second senior brother. I'm afraid. Fear nothing. You are at least at the 9th level of Qi refining now. And the strength of the monsters here usually doesn't exceed the foundation establishment stage. The Lord is at most at the Jiedan stage. With me here, you're afraid of hair? Fight more often and try to break through in battle. This time, when you explore the secret realm, You strive to break through into the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Yi reacted with wide eyes in shock. Second senior brother. Is this the reason you brought me here? Lu Xiaoqing laughed and didn't say anything. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing with a gaze filled with admiration. I thought. Thought what? Lu Xiaoqing interrupted Xiao Yi and said what she wanted to say, saying, thought I brought you here with the idea of having an excuse not to come here? Xiao Yi bit her lip and nodded. Yes, she did think so. She came out of the sword cave, despite having comprehended the sword intent, and had successfully broken through to the 9th level of chi refining. However, if you want to step into the foundation establishment stage, you are still a bit short. After all, it would still take some time to cultivate before the great perfection. Even with a pile of pills, it would take a month or two. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoqing didn't give up, still thinking about the agreement with Kei Yan. Comprehending the sword intent and entering the foundation establishment stage within 2 months, the district foundation stage is just that. As long as one comprehends enough, one is able to break through at any time. Xiao Yi was touched to the core and said with tears in her eyes, second senior brother, you are so good to me. Lu Xiaoqing hummed, I won't return the spirit stones that eldest brother gave me. Xiao Yi's touches dissipated. Huffing and puffing, she looked away. Such a second elder brother really makes it impossible to move up. Lu Xiaoqing walked forward and said without looking back, let's go. Cheer up and be careful. There's always danger here. Xiao Yi was still upset in her heart and waved her long sword. Humph. If you dare to come, I'll chop them to death. After saying that, he saw a rock on the ground and kicked it hard. Scorched stones were kicked away, accompanied by a froggy cry. Quack! A toad with charred skin on its back, a red belly, and 2 bulging gills appears. Xiao Yi was startled and exclaimed, what is this thing? Lu Xiaoqing faintly introduced, this is the fire toad. Its strength is roughly in the middle of the chi refining stage, and it is poisonous. When Xiao Yi heard that the strength was even weaker than his own, he immediately rose in contempt. Humming, district fire toad, hot chicken. After saying that, he raised his finger at the fire toad and despised it. The fire toad's 2 gills bulged and his eyes stared at Xiao Yi with a deadly stare. Seeing that Xiao Yi even dared to provoke it, quack! With a loud cry, he opened his mouth at Xiao Yi, and a strand of venom sprayed Xiao Yi straight in the face. Xiao Yi avoids it easily. The venom landed on the ground, making a nuisance sound and emitting white smoke. So poisonous. Xiao Yi was startled, looking at the deep pit and clenching her teeth in anger. You want to bully me too? Just kidding. Xiao Yi angrily rushed up and kicked the fire toad hard in the stomach. The fire toad rolled its eyes and was kicked away like a leather ball, leaving a few froggy screams in its wake. Xiao Yi proudly clapped his hands. A mere fire toad. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? She twisted her head, only to find Lu Xiaoqing hiding far away. Second brother, how are you? Lu Xiaoqing's voice came over, with anticipation in his voice. I forgot to tell you one thing. Fire toads live in groups and, moreover, hold grudges. As Lu Xiaoqing's words fell, several angry frog calls rang out once again. The scorched rocks around them have come to life. And here are all the fire toads. At a glance, it was too dense to count. Xiao Yi's scalp went numb, and when she wanted to run, she realized that she was already surrounded. Second brother, help! Xiao Yi shouted. Lu Xiaoqing, indifferent, said from a distance, you take care of them. Didn't you say that the district fire toad is a hot chicken? These hot chickens shouldn't be able to help you. Go for it. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and realized that Lu Xiaoqing had already found a place and leisurely sat down. From the storage ring, he pulled out a dish of boiled spirit beans and was eating it beautifully with little red. Xiao Yi was going to spit blood. Are you planning to watch the show? Xiao Yi was so anxious that she shouted, second senior brother, don't play with me. How can I fight so many fire toads? Lu Xiaoqing threw a spirit bean into his mouth and said, I'm not joking. You deal with it yourself. Don't think I'll save you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stupid bird, you want to eat it, peel it yourself. Hopeless. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. And that's when there was another frog call, and the surrounding fire toads began to attack. Chapter 61, Spicy Chicken. Go to hell. They puffed up their gills and sprayed venom towards Xiao Yi. Fishy air poured out of his nose and fell like rain towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi blanched in fear. She had already seen the power of these fire toad venoms. If you get caught in it, there's not even a scrap left. Xiao Yi hurriedly dodged, and with his speed, he dodged left and right between the gaps of the fire toads, barely dodging them. Damn it! Xiao Yi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. The second senior brother could not be relied on, so she could only rely on herself. Xiao Yi waved her long sword and shouted, watch the move! Xing Ping sword technique! LV Xiaoqing fixed his eyes. The long sword in Xiao Yi's hand lit up with a light blue glow, accompanied by a subtle stance. Xiao Yi picked up the fire toads on the ground one after another. Only the fire toad in the middle stage of qi refining croaked and died under Xiao Yi's attack. The Qingping sword technique belonged to the water attribute sword technique, and it was the earth grade sword technique that Xiaoqiang had gone to the Lingxiao sect's book depository to find for her after Xiao Yi had comprehended the sword intent. It's just a few days after learning, but I'm already dancing like a pro. The fire toads were numerous and collapsed under Xiao Yi's attack. Seeing that the fire toad was unbeatable, Xiao Yi thus became complacent. Ha ha, it's really a hot chicken. Is that all it can do? Die for me. Xiao Yi drank excitedly. Just now, being messed with by Lu Xiaoqing had caused him to hold a bellyful of fire in his heart, and now it was just the right time to vent out his heart's displeasure on these fire toads. Lu Xiaoqing reminded leisurely from afar. Don't be complacent. There are many of these fire toads. And, Xiao Yi proudly interrupted Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. You don't have to worry. These hot chicken fire toads are not my match. Then, continuing to yell at the fire toads in front of him. Come on, you inadequate hot chickens. Know what a hot chicken is? According to second brother's words, it's trash. Something that's disliked. Seeing the excited Xiao Yi, Lu Xiaoqing shrugged and threw a spirit bean into his mouth. To Little Red, he said, do you think we should tell her that with so many fire toads, there is bound to be a leader? Red, Kirikou. After thinking about it, Lu Xiaoqing thought it was better not to do anything more and said, forget it, let her suffer a little. As soon as the words fell from Lu Xiaoqing's side, an even louder frog call came from the distance. The voice was low, and an invisible pressure fluctuated out. Then a huge fire toad that was twice the size of an ordinary fire toad appeared. Watching the fire toad that was like the size of a small pig appear, a pair of eyes staring at him with a deadly stare, Xiao Yi felt a great pressure and she was shocked. What is this thing? Lu Xiaoqing's words came through again, promptly explaining for her, this is the leader of the fire toads, or you can call it the king of the fire toads. And that's what happens when you don't read books. Don't even know that. Illiterate. Xiao Yi was so scared that her little heart was pounding and she exclaimed, second senior brother, why didn't you tell me? Lu Xiaoqing was leisurely and slow. I wanted to tell you just now, and you said not to worry. Right. Silly bird. Kirch. Red nodded, indicating that she could testify. Xiao Yi was going to cry. The pressure of being stared at by the fire toad king like this was enormous. I can tell by looking at it that it's not going to be easy to deal with. Xiao Yi nervously gripped the long sword in her hand as she tried to run, but with the appearance of the fire toad king, the remaining fire toads around her once again surrounded her. Densely packed, inside and out, layers upon layers, had completely surrounded her. Xiao Yi was nervous and waved her long sword. Second senior brother. What now? Lu Xiaoqing still had the same nonchalant tone. What can I do? Just cool it off. And at that moment, the fire toad king shouted. The surrounding fire toads followed suit and screamed, then opened their mouths once again and sprayed their venom at Xiao Yi. This time, with the fire toad king in command, the fire toads' attacks were organized and layered. Not only did the left and right seal off Xiao Yi, even the retreat in the air above was sealed off. Xiao Yi could not retreat, only able to dodge as much as possible. Amidst the countless venoms, Xiao Yi dodged left and right as if she was dancing. But there were still some that could not be dodged and could only be blocked with the long sword. The long sword in Xiao Yi's hand was a second-grade magic treasure, and was able to withstand the corrosion of ordinary venom for the time being. Seeing that the venom of the fire toads was decreasing, their own pressure was greatly reduced. Xiao Yi's heart was relieved, then hurriedly launched a return attack. There were too many fire toads around, and after they ran out of venom under the command of the fire toad king, they began to jump up and down, using their bodies to attack Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi didn't dare to fight hard. These fire toads secreted some liquid inside their bodies that glistened on their epidermis. You don't have to ask to know its venom. Bumping into it won't be good. Xiao Yi was stronger than the fire toads, and could be said to be a little friend with a sword. But there were helplessly too many fire toads, humongous, pouncing one after another. Xiao Yi felt the spiritual energy in his body like a flood that broke the dike, rushing out. The blue light on the long sword began to dim, a sign of poor spiritual power. If she continued like this, the spiritual energy in her body would sooner or later be depleted, and by then she would not have any power to defend herself at all. What should we do? Second brother? Xiao Yi shouted at Lu Xiaoqing, who was watching the show from afar. Help! LV Xiaoqing was unmoved, and even snickered. Where did your arrogant look just now go? Go on! Xiao Yi cried and decisively admitted her mistake. Second senior brother, I was wrong. Save me. LV Xiaoqing seemed to want Xiao Yi to grow a bit of a memory, and still didn't move, saying, you shouted at people for being hot chickens, so hurry up and get rid of these hot chickens. Second senior brother. I'm about to lose the fight. There's too many. Can't beat it, then it's over. By the way, do you have any last words? Seeing as we're fellow disciples, I'll take your last words back to your family for free. No charge. Oh. Xiao Yi was about to break down and wanted to cry to Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. Don't play with me. There are too many of these fire toads for me to clean up alone. Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head and said to Xiao Hong, why is my senior sister so stupid? Do you usually spend time with her and notice that she has no brain? Red cocked his head, then tossed the bird's head and covered his eyes with his wings, indicating that he had no eyes to see. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and sighed. Alas, people who don't read are just stupid. I've never even heard of the saying, catch the thief before the king. Now Xiao Yi heard it. Her gaze fell on the fire toad king who had been staring at her not far away. Second brother is good at everything, but this is bad. Doesn't like to be direct about anything? Has to get people horny before he does. I'm pissed off. The anger in Xiao Yi's heart rubbed upwards as she rushed towards the fire toad king. Spicy chicken. Die for me. Quack. Chapter 62. If you let the demonic beast escape, it's the same as owing me money. Quack. A desperate scream rang out. The fire toad king was split in two by Xiao Yi, spilling blood and venom all over the place. As the fire toad king was killed, the surrounding fire toads scattered in all directions. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Xiao Yi sat down on her butt on the ground, panting heavily. The spiritual energy in her body was almost exhausted. Fighting with the fire toad king was very dangerous. The fire toad king was on the verge of stepping into the foundation establishment stage in terms of strength, and was a bit stronger than Xiao Yi. The fire toad king's defense was not weak and his venom was sufficient, plus the minions besieging him on the side, making Xiao Yi in danger. In the end, he had to fight for his life to split the fire toad king in half. But, Xiao Yi glanced at the long sword in her hand, which had become pitted. Facing the intense poison of the fire toad king, even a second-grade longsword couldn't withstand it. What to do? Xiao Yi twisted his head and looked at Xiao Hong who flew to his front. It's the only longsword I have left, and it was given to me by my master. As a result, Little Red ignored it and flew to the corpse of the fire toad king, taking a bead that revealed a bead in its mouth. With its head held high and its mouth open, the fiery red beads then fell into its stomach. Xiao Yi froze. This was the inner elixir that had fallen from the body of the fire toad king, and Lu Xiaoqing killed at the speed of light, strangled Little Red's neck and ferociously cursed. Silly bird, spit it out for me. Do you know how many spirit stones the food you eat is worth? Only cultivated demonic beasts have inner pills, and demonic beast inner pills are rarely seen on the market. The demonic beasts that cultivated were in a world of their own, separated from the world that Lu Xiaoqing and the others were in, and it wasn't easy to come and go. It wasn't easy for cultivators to get demonic beast inner pills. There were very few demonic beast inner pills on the market, and the price was very high. Although the fire toad king was a chi refining stage demonic beast, its inner pills were worth thousands of lower grade spirit stones to say the least. Little Red rolled her eyes, but still swallowed the inner elixir into her stomach. He then gave Lu Xiaoqing a blank stare and flew to Xiao Yi's head. Damn it, loser, do you know that the inner elixir you swallowed will allow you to eat spirit beans for the rest of your life? Xiao Hong simply lay on Xiao Yi's head and slept, not bothering. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, defended Xiao Hong and spoke for her. Second senior brother, if Xiao Hong eats it, she can just eat it. Isn't it just a little spirit stone? Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the good sense to say, don't talk to the first poor man's family. Xiao Yi is angry. How did my Xiao family become the number one poor family? The Xiao family was not said to be the richest big family in Qizhou, but it was at least considered a famous family. So how could it be the number one poor family? Xiao Yi knew that she could not help Lu Xiaoqing when it came to the issue of spirit stones. She followed her master's example and hastily changed the subject. She carried her broken longsword and said to Lu Xiaoqing, second senior brother, my longsword is broken. What should I do? Wait, I don't have a weapon to strike. With a wave of Lu Xiaoqing's big hand, 5 or 6 second-grade longswords appeared. Lu Xiaoqing generously threw it all to Xiao Yi and said, take it and use it, but when you get the inner elixir, you have to keep a close eye on it, so you can't let the silly bird eat it. Xiao Yi froze when she saw so many second-grade longswords. Second senior brother, where did you get these? Lu Xiaoqing casually said, someone else gave it to me. Xiao Yi casually picked up a handful of them and realized that there was a name engraved on top of the sword hilt. Xiao Yi instantly understood. Second senior brother. You got this from a robbery, didn't you? Lu Xiaoqing knocked her nonchalantly. What robbery? What an ugly thing to say. It's a gift from them. I'm too embarrassed to sell it and I can't use it. So it's cheaper for you. Xiao Yi's heart was as clear as a mirror. What's embarrassing to sell? It's a bad sale of stolen goods. After all, they are all engraved with names. This kind of bad handling of the sale of stolen goods, easy to be found by the enemies. Xiao Yi saw another long sword with a familiar name engraved on it. This was the person who had bullied her at the tavern before. Xiao Yi realized. Second senior brother. This is from those who bullied me, isn't it? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it. Yeah, I went to them and told them that bullying you was wrong. They were told by me to repent, to cry, to realize their mistake, and to give them to me as a sign of their determination to correct themselves. Although he knew it was LV Xiaoqing that this was definitely nonsense, but Xiao Yi was happy in her heart. Without a brother, she felt the love of a brother in Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi happily hugged Lu Xiaoqing's hand and tugged on his clothes. Second senior brother, you are really good to me. Lu Xiaoqing shook her off, his face full of disgust. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I'm considered to be the unluckiest one after Master accepted you as his disciple. That asshole eldest brother actually asked me to come and take you like a babysitter. You hurry up and make a breakthrough here. And when you go back, you'll go follow eldest senior brother and leave me alone. The seemingly disgusting words made Xiao Yi's heart even happier. It's really comforting to be around this kind of thing. Sure enough, the heavenly royal peak was the best. Xiao Yi cheekily put a few long swords into his storage ring and said to Lu Xiaoqing, don't worry, second senior brother. I will definitely not let you lose face. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at her. You're very capable, aren't you? Hurry up and recover. We have to continue our journey. Yes. Xiao Yi swallowed a few pills and sat down to recover his body's spiritual energy. After recovering, the two continued their journey. They were now only said to be on the periphery of the fire attribute region, and there was still a long way to go from the core. And as they continued to go deeper and deeper, they encountered more and more dangers along the way. Most of them were dominated by ferocious beasts, and demonic beasts were occasionally encountered. However, the demonic beasts were smart and quickly fled after realizing that they were undefeated. With Xiao Yi's strength, he could only watch it escape. Lu Xiaoqing didn't make a move and allowed the demonic beast to escape. Xiao Yi was surprised at Lu Xiaoqing's actions. Second senior brother, don't these demonic beasts have inner pills? Why don't you make a move? Lu Xiaoqing's face was filled with the color of flesh pain, and he unceremoniously cursed. Who made you so ineffective that you let them escape? That's your opponent, not my prey. Xiao Yi understood. Second senior brother, are you thinking of letting me deal with them and letting them hone me? Lu Xiaoqing said angrily. Who would have thought you'd be so ineffective? I did the math, and you already owe me tens of thousands of spirit stones. Xiao Yi froze, sadness coming from her heart. Why? When do I owe you? How come I don't know? You let those demonic beasts run away, which is the same as letting the inner elixir that belongs to me run away. If you don't owe me this, who does? What kind of nonsense is that? Can they escape if you strike? Xiao Yi was about to have a good debate with Lu Xiaoqing when suddenly two people came out of the woods in front of him. Both sides looked at each other and froze. Chapter 63, Don't Learn from Eldest Brother's Behavior. Appearing in front of Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi were two young men. The two men also froze when they saw Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi. Who are you? The two young men drank with vigilance on their faces. Lu Xiaoqing frowned. Sure enough, there was someone. He asked back. Who are you? We are disciples of the star-pointing sect. Who are you? Why are you here? LV Xiaoqing didn't move on the surface and said, the star-pointing sect. People from Yanzhou? Yanzhou was neighboring Qizhou, and the star-pointing sect was similar to the Lingxiao sect, a famous big sect in Yanzhou. Who are you people? Report your identities and why are you here? The hands of the two disciples of the star-pointing sect were already cupped with spirit talismans. Looking at the two of them, Lu Xiaoqing, with hostility. Xiao Yi is not happy. Outsiders also dare to come to Qizhou to be arrogant? Xiao Yi hummed. We are. Xiao Yi was about to report her identity when Lu Xiaoqing interrupted her first. We are disciples of the Guan Pavilion. You people from the star-pointing sect have crossed the line by coming here, haven't you? Xiao Yi's face showed a surprised color. What is the second senior brother going to do? Guan Pavilion? Jang Tong? The two-pointed star sect disciples were shocked. I didn't expect to run into the Guan Pavilion, one of the three major sects in Qizhou. Here, Qizhou and Yanzhou were neighboring each other, and everyone more or less knew some news about the other. Jang Tong, as the eldest senior brother of the Guan Pavilion, was strong and had a lot of fame in Yenzhou. LV Xiaoqing turned his back on his hands and said proudly, "That's right, my own brother is none other than Jang Tong. Scared yet? The name of a man is the shadow of a tree." Learning that the person in front of them was Zhang Tong's own brother, the two pointed star sect disciples revealed their scorn. The two star-pointing sect disciples glanced at each other, and one of them arched his hand at Lu Xiaoqing and said, "So it's Mr. Zhang. I dare to ask for Mr. Zhang's name." Lu Xiaoqing still put on a haughty look. The line does not change. Zhang. So it's Mr. Zhang. Disrespect. Disrespect. The two star-pointing sect disciples once again arched their hands and saluted. Under Beiho. My name is Gongding. It is our destiny to meet this time. It's not good for the two of us to disturb Mr. Zhang. Farewell. Afterward, the two of them retreated vigilantly and quickly disappeared within Lu Xiaoqing's line of sight. A depressed expression appeared on Lu Xiaoqing's face as he watched the two retreat. After Xiao Yi noticed, she asked, "Second senior brother, is there a problem?" Lu Xiaoqing frowned, a little irritated. "Trouble? We'll be in trouble soon. You can't avoid trouble when you come here. What a pain in the ass." Xiao Yi was puzzled by this and asked curiously, "Why?" Lu Xiaoqing gave Xiao Yi an idiotic look. "Didn't you notice the killing intent of the two of them? Just now, the two pointed star sect disciples had already taken out their spirit talismans. Their killing intent was deeply hidden, but Lu Xiaoqing was able to feel it. Lu Xiaoqing had also wanted to take the first step and solve the problem first. He was afraid of trouble, but the two men of the star spotting school were very cautious. Even when he retreated, he was always on guard, so that Lu Xiaoqing didn't find a suitable opportunity to strike. Lu Xiaoqing could have forced his way out, but he didn't know how many people had come from the other side, so he didn't act rashly. The appearance of the star-pointing sex people here confirmed Lu Xiaoqing's previous speculation. With the secret realm's aura leaking so quickly, there must be another person coming in from another entrance. We were not in the same group, and the benefits in the secret realm were naturally not given to others. This means that when the time comes there will be bloodshed here. To Lu Xiaoqing, this kind of thing is the trouble thing. Not only is it a hassle, but it's also dangerous. Xiao Yi was very surprised to hear that the two pointing star sect disciples had murderous intentions towards the two of them. Why? It's not like we've offended them. Lu Xiaoqing was speechless. It's a miracle that your girl survived until now. Missy is really Missy. You can't even figure this out. Can you? Go back and read more for me. Brain is stupid enough. Xiao Yi was scolded so much that she couldn't raise her head, but it wasn't her fault. She was her old man's only daughter and had been spoiled since she was a child. With almost zero social experience, where could she have thought of something so complicated? Lu Xiaoqing lectured Xiao Yi and droned. Remember, outside, you have to guard your hand even if it's your own family. Xiao Yi caught the loophole in Lu Xiaoqing's words. Second senior brother, are you saying that you're being defensive towards you as well? Lu Xiaoqing nodded his head rightfully. Defense? Why not? When the time comes and there's danger, I'll be the first one to push you out. Believe it or not? Xiao Yi made a face at Lu Xiaoqing after hearing this. I don't believe it. Although Xiao Yi hadn't joined the Heavenly Royal Peak for a long time, she had only spent 2 or 3 months with Lu Xiaoqing. But to her, Lu Xiaoqing was as trustworthy as her father. She'll be on guard against her cousin Xiao Kun, and the rest of the family. The only thing that she would not defend herself against was LV Xiaoqing, and she did not believe that LV Xiaoqing would be unfavorable to her. At the same time, Xiao Yi also understood why Lu Xiaoqing was pretending to be Zhang Songlong's younger brother. Second senior brother. You said that we are disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion to scare them? Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Yes, it's also to avoid trouble. Avoiding trouble? This was something Xiao Yi couldn't figure out. Yeah, kill them and don't be afraid of getting revenge. Trouble can be minimized. Xiao Yi understood and was speechless. Emotionally, avoiding trouble is what you want. Lu Xiaoqing despised Kei Yan in passing. Don't learn behaviors like big senior brother. Damn. Every time he goes out to fight, he has to shout out Lingxiao Pai Kei Yan, afraid that others won't know his identity as if he doesn't know. He's actually doing us a disservice by screwing up like this. Why? Xiao Yi didn't understand. There was no problem at all in doing so. How handsome for eldest brother to be so upright. Seeing that Xiao Yi did not understand, Lu Xiaoqing cursed. Handsome my ass. Can handsome be used as food? Can handsome be spent as spirit stones? What do you think the enemy will do when he has suffered a loss at his hands and wants to take revenge, but can't beat him? To those around him, of course. In the end, it's the people around him who suffer when it gets messed up. Xiao Yi understood and blinked. So, second senior brother, You've been keeping such a low profile because of this? Lu Shaoqing painfully said. Nonsense. Think about it, the old him went to cut down the Yuaning. You know how powerful a Yuaning is. Thanks to that time I hacked that Yuaning to death. If it escaped and came back to take revenge, do you think this small body of mine can stand it? Would I have lived to see this day if I hadn't kept a low profile? Xiao Yi didn't even know what to say for a moment. It seems that a new attribute of the second brother has been discovered. Greedy for life. But, Xiao Yi remembered what happened at the Gathering of Immortals building earlier. She was puzzled. But that time at the restaurant, why were you so rampant? You even moved eldest brother out to scare Zhang Jiang and the others. Lu Shaoqing despised Xiao Yi's IQ and said, where is your brain? Where is your IQ? Lingxiao City is our territory, and Xie Chong knows me, so what use can I deny it? Okay, got it. Since her second senior brother was going to impersonate someone else, she was not able to lag behind. Xiao Yi happily said, from now on, I am also Jang Tong's sister. It's exciting to impersonate someone else, too. Lu Shaoqing was satisfied. The children were teachable. That's right. My name is Zhang Jiang, and you'll be called. Eyes fell on red. Zhang Xiaolu Bar. Chapter 64. I won't allow rampant people to exist. Put. Xiao Yi was going to spurt blood. She exclaimed, waving her little hands in protest. What kind of name is that? Second brother? Do you have a name like that? You're terrible at naming things. 2. Little Red, who was lying on his head, immediately pointed at Xiao Yi and screamed. You have the nerve to talk about other people, and you don't even look at what kind of name you've given me. LV Shaoqing was puzzled and asked suspiciously, is it bad? Xiao Yi rolled her big white eyes, wanting to rush up and scratch Lu Shaoqing. Second senior brother. See for yourself. Is this a good name? At least it didn't match her at all. Lu Shaoqing, however, nodded and said seriously, it's very nice to hear. Zhang Xiaolu, it just so happens that you and Red make a pair of interspecies sisters. Right. Silly bird, do you think that's a good name? Kirch. Red nodded his head vigorously, indicating that it was very nice, and that he approved of the name 100 times over. Xiao Yi was very unhappy. I don't want it. I want another one. Lu Shaoqing laughed straight and was very happy. Protests are invalid. Your name is now Zhang Xiaolu. I don't want it. Xiao Yi huffed and puffed and hated her teeth. It doesn't seem fun to impersonate someone else at all now. Lu Shaoqing was unmoved. It's up to you not to want it. Let's go. Senior sister Zhang Xiaolu, give me a good fight along the way. After Ba Hao and Gong Ding, disciples of the star-pointing sect, left, the two of them glanced at each other. It's true what senior sister Xian said. Other people have really appeared here in the secret realm. What should we do? Senior brother Xin, she said, to kill anyone else found. This person is Zhang Tong's own brother. I wonder if Zhang Tong also entered the secret realm. Do not do it easily. Once you provoke Zhang Tong, no one can afford the consequences. Let's go back and report to senior sister Xian first. But senior sister Xian and senior brother Xin she aren't in this area. Go to senior brother Sinan. Soon, Beihou and Gongding rushed back. Xin, a core disciple of the star-pointing sect. It was the blood brother of Xin, the third disciple of the pointing star sect. Xin was leading a few people to surround and kill a fire python. The ferocious beast fire python was huge and fiercely flaming, but in front of the disciples of the star-pointing sect, it could only struggle in vain. Xin threw out a spirit talisman, and thunder fell from the sky, striking the head of the fire python, blasting the head of this fire python with the strength of a middle-stage foundation establishment to pieces. The huge body smashed heavily on the ground. Sinan brushed his clothes and glanced at the dead fire python, scornfully, not self-serving. Then he ordered the disciples around him, peel its skin. It's a good material for forging spirit armor. Don't forget the snake's bile, and check to see if there's an inner elixir in the body. Xin had a condescending attitude and a superior tone, treating fellow disciples as if they were slaves at home. Condescending, toe-curling orders. The fellow disciples who followed him were unhappy in their hearts though, but everyone dutifully followed Sinan's words. It can't be helped. Who let Sinan have an awesome brother and an awesome grandfather? Ba Hao and Gong Ding returned and saluted Xin. Senior brother Xin. What? Anything? Have you found the Lord yet? Beihou and Gong Ding bowed their heads. No. No? Unsatisfied. Sinan said nonchalantly, didn't come back for what? You're told to do something, and you can't even do it right? Wasteful enough. Xin's chiding made Ba Hao and Gong Ding angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal. Gong Ding hurriedly said, Senior brother Xin, We found another group of people. Another group? That's right. Senior Sister Xian guessed correctly. There is indeed a second group of people entering this secret realm. We've discovered their whereabouts. Sinan frowned and asked coldly, who was it? Killed? The tone was cold, without the slightest emotion. Beihou and Gong Ding shook their heads in unison, Gong Ding being more resourceful. In order to prevent being continued to be rebuked by Xianan, he hurriedly said, Senior brother Xianan, we have found two people who are not only disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion, but they are also Guiyuan Pavilion's Zhang Tsonglong's own brother and sister. Guiyuan Pavilion? Zhang Tsonglong? Xianan's expression was austere, and his eyes took on a bit of scorn. The Guiyuan Pavilion was one of the top 3 great sects in Xizhou, with countless powerful disciples under its doors. Zhang Tsonglong was even the best of the younger generation and was known as the second person in Xizhou. The prestige is far-reaching, and it is also prestigious and famous over there in Yanzhou. Knowing that it was Zhang Tsonglong's brother, Xianan also had to be cautious. He thought for a moment and asked again, have you seen Zhang Tsonglong? No. If you were to meet Zhang Tsonglong, the two of you wouldn't necessarily be able to come back alive. Zhang Tsonglong had an egotistical personality and was not a good talker. In this kind of secret realm, having encountered people who were not his own, not friends or enemies, with Zhang Tsonglong's character, he would not let the two of them go easily. Baheo nodded his head, indicating that Xianji was right as he said, I didn't see any. I just met two people who claimed to be Zhang Tsonglong's brother and sister. Upon hearing that he had not encountered Zhang Tsonglong, Xianan's face immediately resumed its disdain. In his opinion, only Zhang Tsonglong could make him pay a little attention. As for Zhang Tsonglong's younger siblings and whatnot, it wasn't worth his attention yet. Xianan thought for a moment, then muttered to himself, ask big brother and senior sister Xian what they mean. Afterwards, 2 spirit talismans were taken out. After injecting spiritual energy, the spiritual talisman flickered and disappeared instantly. Half an hour later, 2 spirit talismans flashed and appeared in front of Xianan. Sinan took it and received the message on it. He sneered, so it is. Senior brother Xianan, how is it? Xianan glanced at the several senior brothers and said indifferently. Senior sister Xian said that Zhang Tsonglong is still in seclusion at the Return to Origin Pavilion. It's impossible for him to appear here. Senior sister Xian told us to kick them out. Drive out? Beihou and Gong Ding are in a bit of a bind. Senior brother Xianan, that fellow isn't any good either. His attitude is very rampant. The two mentally spat. He's as cocky as you are. Xianan sneered, his tone taking on a thick killing intent. My big brother said to kill them. Kill them? Baheo and Gong Ding were surprised. Aren't you afraid of offending Zhang Tsonglong? What is Zhang Tsonglong? My big brother is much better than him. Lead the way. I'm going to kill them now. Xianan intended to take matters into his own hands. I won't allow anyone to come and ruin my big brother's good deed and miss senior sister Xian's big event. Rampant people are not allowed here. However, at this time, someone shouted, Senior brother Xianan, a trace of the Fire Lord has been discovered. Xianan was overjoyed, and then gave the task to Bahao and Gong Ding. Go, you guys go and kill Zhang Tsonglong's brother. You can't let him come to disturb me. Chapter 65, My Sister Zhang Xiaolu. Xianan noticed a difficult look on the faces of the 2 senior brothers. His face was grim and unhappy. What? Don't want to go? Bahao voiced his worries and said, Senior brother Xianan, Zhang Tsonglong's brother gives us a dangerous feeling and isn't easy to deal with. Beihou and Gong Ding both had a feeling. The guy who called himself Zhang Jiang gave them a very dangerous feeling, as if a ferocious beast, or even a demonic beast, was lurking within his body. Cowards! Sinan grunted as she grew more and more displeased with the two. Feelings? When did you guys become such cowards? Senior sister Xian said that Zhang Tsonglong's brother's strength is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the two of you are also at the early stage of foundation establishment. So what are you afraid of? If you guys join forces, are you still worried that you can't beat him? Or are you afraid of Zhang Tsonglong and don't dare to lay your hands on his brother? You guys are afraid of Zhang Tsonglong, but not my big brother? Xianan said at the end. His face was very unpleasant, and his tone became more and more disgruntled. Seeing his brother Xianji lift up and threaten the two, Bahao and Gong Ding glanced at each other. Their minds changed, and Bahao asked, Senior brother Xianan, is his strength really at the early stage of foundation establishment? Xianan snorted coldly and threw a transmission spirit talisman into his hand. Look for yourself. This is what senior sister Xian said. You don't believe me or senior sister Xian? Beiho's face looked much better after reading the message on it. Don't misunderstand senior brother Xian. We just want to make sure. Senior sister Xian had a high status in their hearts, being extremely intelligent and skillful. She has not been wrong in her judgment. Seeing what senior sister Xian said on top of the spirit talisman, Ba Hao and Gong Ding put their hearts down, agreed to accept the assignment. Okay, let's go finish him off. Satisfied with this, Xian waved his hand and ordered. Very well, don't worry about Jang Tong. Didn't senior sister Xian say so? We'll leave after exploring the secret realm. Jang Tong won't know what happened here and can't do anything about it. Go on. A mere early-stage foundation establishment dares to be arrogant here. Looking for death. On LV Xiaoqing's side, Xiao Yi followed LV Xiaoqing and continued to advance. Along the way, it was kind of calm, without encountering any danger. Xiao Yi was in a rare moment of relaxation and collected quite a few medicinal herbs. Second senior brother. Look, this fire sun grass. It's almost 100 years old. There's also this, the red fire fruit, the main medicine for refining the third-grade red fire pill. Lu Xiaoqing didn't do anything. This kind of thing is of course left to his senior sister. He urged, be careful with the collection. Don't bump it. If you break it, it won't be worth anything. While Xiao Yi was collecting herbs, Ba Hao and Gong Ding went and returned. The purpose of the two men's visit here this time was clear. Are you really Jang Tong's brother? When Lu Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately revealed a proud expression and said, that's right, as fake as it gets. I'm his brother, Zhang, and this is his sister, Zhang Xiaolu. Xiao Yi lowered her head beside her. Her face reddened. This name is really embarrassed to face people. Xiao Yi hated to shove her head inside the dirt. It was a name she'd protested countless times, all of which had ended in futility. Beiho and Gong Ding also froze, then stared at Xiao Yi skeptically. This name? It doesn't sound like a name that Jang Tong's sister would pick. Would Jang Tong's sister take a name like that? You'd have to say it's pretty much the same name for a normal person. LV Xiaoqing was not happy and yelled in deliberate anger. What? What's with the stares from the two of you? Is it a joke about my sister's old-fashioned name? You two dog-eyed guys, look again and I'll gouge out both of your dog eyes. Now, hurry up and apologize to my sister. Compensate another 100,000 spirit stones each and I'll spare you. Sure is cocky and arrogant. The killing intent in Ba Hao and Gong Ding's hearts rubbed up. The two had been somewhat resistant to Xian's order for them to kill Lu Xiaoqing. There is no resistance at all in my heart now. The two were determined to kill. Sinan is yelling at us, and that's because he's got backing. How dare you, Jang Tong's brother, treat us with such an attitude? Seek death. The quick-tempered Gong Ding bellowed. Today I'll teach you, a mouthy fellow, a lesson on behalf of your brother. After saying that, two spirit talismans appeared in his hands and infused them with spiritual energy. The spirit talismans suddenly lit up. Go! Two spirit talismans flew out like lightning, one on the left and one on the right, aiming straight for Lu Xiaoqing. What the star-pointing sect specialized in was attacking with the help of spirit symbols. Spirit talismans were their attack weapons. The spirit talisman on the left was reddish in color, carrying a blazing heat, and the air seemed to burn as a result. The spirit talisman on the right was just the opposite, cold and white in color with a biting cold aura, laying a layer of white frost wherever it passed. The biting cold seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Xiao Yi, who was standing beside Lu Xiaoqing, felt a deadly threat. The opponent's realm was the early foundation establishment stage, and the attacks launched were not something that a chi refining stage cultivator like her could withstand. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi for a moment felt that her body was going to be hot and melting, and for a moment it was like a cold wind piercing her bones, making it difficult to speak. The pointed star sect disciple who had initiated the attack couldn't help but have a cold smile on his face when he saw the two of them. Lu Xiaoqing, standing still. This is my best trick, ice and fire. Let's see how you can resist. Next to him, fellow disciple Ba Hao laughed joyfully and said, it seems that I don't need to make a move. Senior brother is enough to kill him in seconds. The two of them looked relaxed, thinking that this mission could be easily accomplished. Gong Ding said with some regret, but it's a pity that the female beside him is quite pretty. Xiao Yi looks well behaved and lovely. Beauty billet, is his Gong Ding's dish? Beiho agreed, but also said with a touch of disgust, but the name would be too much of anything. That's right, too, or hurry up and kill it. After saying that, he flipped his wrists, and the spiritual energy in his body was running, ready to step up his efforts to quickly finish off the two Lu Xiaoqing. However, right at this moment, Lu Xiaoqing struck out. At an unknown time, a long sword appeared in Lu Xiaoqing's hand. LV Xiaoqing's expression was cold and indifferent, a far cry from his usual hangdog, cynical self. The longsword swung out with a flash of cold light that pierced the eyes of Ba Hao and Gongding. Alarm bells went off in the hearts of the two men, and they both exclaimed in unison, "No good!" Before the two could do anything, the two spirit talismans that had already killed Lu Xiaoqing exploded. A huge amount of aura was vented out and fell around the area. Rumble! Countless explosions occurred around the area, and smoke and dust rolled out, instantly enveloping the place. The spirit talisman exploded and a backlash occurred. Gongding felt a pain in his body, and with a wow sound, a large mouthful of blood gushed out. Then, a flash of cold light killed out of the thick smoke and landed on his senior brother Ba Hao beside him. Basho was struck by lightning. His eyes were round and he did not move. Chapter 66, Go! Zhang Xiaolu. Thick smoke from the explosion spread out. Gongding spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood before realizing that something was wrong with his senior brother Bahao. Basho was no longer silent. A bad feeling arose in his heart and he couldn't help but yell out, "Senior brother! Are you alright?" There was no response. Gongding couldn't help but reach out and just touch Bahao. But Chao, who had no difference on the surface, fell straight down. Blood flowed from all parts of his body. The mouth, the nostrils, even the eyes were the same. Blood was pouring out. It was very scary looking. It looked as if he had been killed in an instant, with his internal organs destroyed, and even his soul extinguished in an instant. Gongding's pupils shrunk violently as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, what are you screaming about? Your senior brother is dead and you don't even know this?" Amidst the thick smoke, Lu Xiaoqing's voice came out with a strong sense of self-satisfaction. "No one can survive my Zhang Zhang's attack." The smoke gradually dispersed, and Lu Xiaoqing appeared in front of Gongding with Xiao Yi. Gongding's eyes turned red as he shouted angrily, What have you done to my senior brother?" Lu Xiaoqing flung the long sword in his hand and said in dismay, "Dead, didn't you see it? Do you really think I, Zhang, am easy to bully? My brother is Zhang Songlong. Do you think being his brother doesn't have some skills?" Gongding was shocked and angry, but more than that, it was fear. He looked at his senior brother who had collapsed next to him. He hadn't found out how his senior brother Bacheo had died until now. That's what scares him. The strength of the opponent in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Definitely not early-stage foundation establishment. If it was an early-stage foundation establishment, it was impossible to easily crack his attack and kill his senior brother. Lu Xiaoqing did not make a move on Gongding, but instructed Xiao Yi, "Go, kill him." Xiao Yi, who was watching the show from the side, froze, and then her scalp tingled. "Elder brother. You're not kidding, right?" Although the other party was seriously injured, his strength was at least at the early stage of foundation establishment, far more powerful than her, who was at the chi refining stage. Letting her deal with Gongding, isn't that letting her go to her death? Lu Xiaoqing said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? He's seriously injured, and the strength he exerts is 10 times less than 1. If you can't handle him like this, what kind of Zhang Songlong's sister are you?" As Zhang Songlong's sister, one should be fearless of danger, ignore difficulties, and go forward. Definitely not able to retreat from the battlefield and disgrace his elder brother. "Go on, Zhang Xiaolu." Lu Xiaoqing said something so righteous that Xiao Yi wanted to cry. "I'm not that guy's sister." Gongding was even more terrified when he heard Lu Xiaoqing's words. "What do you want?" Lu Xiaoqing said to Gongding, "It's very simple. Fight my sister. Win her and I'll let you go. If you can't win the fight, I'll kill you." Xiao Yi was even more flustered. This was for real. Gongding had already despaired. But when he heard Lu Xiaoqing's words, hope lit up in his eyes. "Dang, really?" His eyes looked over at Xiao Yi. It was instantly filled with murderous intent. Xiao Yi started out as a pretty-looking young girl with an earthy name in his eyes. Even in the offense just now, he kind of lamented it. Now, Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was his saving grace? He looked at Lu Xiaoqing. "What if we accidentally kill her?" Lu Xiaoqing shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Killing her is just right. I also dislike this drag queen. Killing her can only be blamed on the fact that she is not as skilled as she is. And the waste is unworthy of being Zhang Songlong's sister." Xiao Yi was really going to cry. Is this a case of not dying fast enough and digging a hole for yourself? Xiao Yi looked at his second senior brother, hoping that he was joking with himself. After all, not many out of the usual 10 sentences where true second brother was capable of such things. But what she saw was a second brother with a serious and earnest expression. Lu Xiaoqing told her in an undeniable tone, "Go ahead, bring out your life's work and finish him off." Second senior brother. Are you serious? Xiao Yi asked timidly. Lu Xiaoqing had a stern face. Do I look like I'm joking to you? After saying that, Lu Xiaoqing drifted back, leaving the place to the two. LV Xiaoqing jumped on top of a dead tree, towering over the begin. Gong Ding's expression was grim. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Though he had suffered a backlash from the spirit talisman and was seriously injured, the operation of spiritual energy in his body was intermittent and unsmooth, and his strength dropped to less than half of his usual level. However, in his opinion, it was already enough to deal with a cultivator of the chi refining realm like Xiao Yi. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Gong Ding's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart, and he wanted to tell the enemy in front of him with his actions, even if he was injured. It was not something that someone in the chi refining realm like Xiao Yi could deal with. Kill! Gong Ding bellowed. A spirit talisman appeared in his hand. After barely injecting spiritual energy, the spirit talisman shone brightly. Xiao Yi was alert and on guard. However, he found that the spirit talisman in Gong Ding's hand did not attack her, but formed a barrier in front of him. LV Xiaoqing's voice came through. Are you stupid? Why don't you attack while you can? Put it here for the show? Xiao Yi's face flushed and she hurriedly went forward to attack. The long sword in his hand gathered spiritual energy and stabbed straight to Gong Ding. The invincible, incomparably sharp longsword stabbed at the barrier in front of Gong Ding, but made a crisp sound. It was like stabbing on iron armor. Unable to advance by half a point, Gong Ding coldly smiled, his heart more calm. It seems that this girl is not good. Naive. You think you can hurt me like that? Another spirit talisman was then flung out. A huge fireball smashed towards Xiao Yi. The fireball rolled and a raging wave of heat greeted him. The emerald green that had hardly sprung up around them instantly withered under this heat wave. Xiao Yi hastily drew back. At the same time, the longsword was raised and slashed fiercely towards the fireball. The tremendous strength of the collision caused Xiao Yi's face to turn white as blood surged up his throat. Although he was injured, Gong Ding's was always one realm higher than Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi didn't have such an easy time dealing with Gong Ding's attacks. The fireball was deflected to the side and hit the ground hard with a violent explosion, blasting a large crater in the ground. The terrifying heat caused the surrounding rocks and dirt to melt and become magma. Xiao Yi kept gasping for air. Just now, in order to fend off Gong Ding's attack, she had consumed most of the spiritual energy in her body. One more time, she might not be able to resist. But just then, Xiao Yi smelled a burning odor. After reaching up and touching his hair, Xiao Yi screamed, "Ah, my hair! Asterisk 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 you." Xiao Yi's eyes glowed red and stormed out as his long sword lit up. The Qingping sword technique was made, accompanied by a gust of palpitating fluctuations. It was soft, but it gave a feeling of suffocation. The smile on Gong Ding's face froze. He screamed back, "Sword! Sword intent?" Under the terrifying sword intent, Gong Ding's proud barrier was as fragile as tofu. Put! Gong Ding, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, without saying anything, turned and fled. Chapter 67, Fire Attribute Lord. Gong Ding fled in fear. Xiao Yi's performance scared him. A girl at the Qi refining realm had actually comprehended sword intent. What kind of talent is that? What horror! It wasn't true that he was at the foundation establishment stage. If Xiao Yi didn't possess the sword intent, he wouldn't even be able to break through the barrier he had laid down. He will be invincible. However, Xiao Yi, who possessed sword intent, could threaten him now. Seeing that Xiao Yi possessed sword intent, he easily broke through the barrier protecting him. Gong Ding lost his fighting spirit. He was no longer confident that he could beat Xiao Yi. Not to mention the fact that there was also a LV Xiaoqing beside him that he couldn't see through. If he doesn't run now, he'll follow in his master's footsteps. Lu Xiaoqing didn't stop him. He stood on the tree, watched Gong Ding fleeing in a mess with the spirit talisman and glanced at Xiao Hong. Follow him. Red nodded, flapped her wings, and followed. Lu Xiaoqing came to Xiao Yi's side. Xiao Yi was stroking her hair, her heart aching. She was looking left and right with the mirror, tears going round and round. Damn! Damn! Xiao Yi cursed through clenched teeth. What an abomination! Burning my hair like this. In reality, it was only a strand of hair that was touched by the heat wave, and there wasn't a lot of hair that was injured that wouldn't be visible with a little tidying up. On the contrary, her hands were red, having been hurt earlier. Plus the body was more or less stagnant and stuffy and suffered some internal injuries. Xiao Yi couldn't even care less about this injury of his. Hair is also one of the most important things for a woman. Lu Xiaoqing came to her side, ignoring Xiao Yi's heartache. Teaching up. Now just burn a little bit of your hair. Next time you're not careful and careless like that, burn your head off. Xiao Yi deflated her mouth. very dissatisfied. Second senior brother. You could have obviously killed him. Why did you need me to take action? You think I'm full of? It's not for you, girl. I don't bother to get into all this. Lu Xiaoqing scolded. This is also honing. Do you think I'm idle? How many mistakes did you make in the fight just now? If you can't handle one wounded enemy, what if you meet one that isn't wounded? Xiao Yi was scolded and felt aggrieved in her heart. He is at the foundation establishment stage and I am only at the chi refining stage. How can I fight? The fight wasn't supposed to be fair. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. You're stronger than you. So you won't fight? When you meet your enemy, you go to him and say, hey, you're stronger than me. I'm not going to fight, okay? You go back and tell that to your big brother. Xiao Yi deflated her mouth and muttered. Isn't this something I'm not ready for? Lu Xiaoqing sneered twice. Not convinced, right? You wait. After you go back, you follow eldest senior brother and see how eldest senior brother will clean you up. Xiao Yi's face went white. She hurriedly tugged at Lu Xiaoqing's clothes and laughed with him. Second senior brother. Don't be like this. Don't be angry. Wasn't I just kidding you? I'd better follow second senior brother. Hello? Second senior brother, you're the best at hurting people. Eldest brother wouldn't spoil her. He would only be stern and serious with her. If you follow big brother, you may not even have time to hang yourself. It was better to follow the second brother, who was sometimes but at least had some time to breathe. Lu Xiaoqing saw Xiao Yi's little scheme clearly. You think kissing ass will do? I'm not kidding you. With you being a drag, I can't remember the last time I slept in. Xiao Yi was aggravated and had tears in her eyes. Second senior brother, don't you want me anymore? Yeah, I'd like to kick you back to the heavenly royal peak right now and follow whoever I like. Xiao Yi continued to be cute, tugging at Lu Xiaoqing's clothes, blinking her big eyes with a twinkle. Second senior brother, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Isn't that the guy? I promise you I'll kill him. Xiao Yi was murderous. She dared to burn her hair. And even now, the second elder brother still disliked her. He must be killed. Lu Xiaoqing's face only looked a little better, his tone easing a little. That's what you said. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. Of course, I must kill him with my own hands. Lu Xiaoqing asked, do you know where he went? Xiao Yi was speechless as she glanced in the direction Gongding had disappeared. And for a moment, she was also guilty of worrying. Within this short period of time, Gongding had long ago fled to nowhere. How easy is it to find him? Just as Xiao Yi was in a difficult situation, Lu Xiaoqing took the lead and walked forward. Let's go. Xiao Yi hurriedly followed and asked, second senior brother, do you know where he went? LV Xiaoqing's foot speed didn't seem fast, and Xiao Yi had to do her best to keep up. Lu Xiaoqing didn't even look back. Nonsense. If you can't even do that, how can you be your second senior brother? Xiao Yi is not a fool. On the contrary, she is also very smart. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing chasing straight down all the way without stopping, and then associating it with the fact that Xiao Hong was missing, Xiao Yi understood and said, second senior brother, so you let Little Red chase after you? Lu Xiaoqing was disgusted. You just realized it now? You're such a scummy observer. Xiao Yi followed and hurried along while asking worriedly, second senior brother, the star-pointing sect should have more than just the two of them coming in. Follow him? Maybe we'll run into their hordes? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and affirmed. It's not that he might, but he will. Xiao Yi got worried, a tense look on her face. Will it be dangerous for the two of us to follow? Yes. You're afraid? Xiao Yi shook her head. With you, second senior brother, I'm not afraid. It was the truth. She was nervous but not scared. It's safe to have Lu Xiaoqing by your side. Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The two weren't too fast. And neither was the injured Gongding. The two quickly followed Gongding. Xiao Yi wanted to rush out and slaughter Gongding, but he was stopped by Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi was puzzled. Second senior brother, letting him find his people will be detrimental to us. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand without saying much and whispered, follow, and take a look first. Xiao Yi was even more puzzled. According to her understanding of Lu Xiaoqing should have rushed up and slaughtered Gongding, which according to him would have cut down on the trouble. Allowing Gongding to find the large troop would only cause more trouble. However, Lu Xiaoqing did not do so. Xiao Yi was very puzzled and could not figure out what kind of drugs Lu Xiaoqing's gourd was selling. She was also only able to follow Lu Xiaoqing far behind. Gongding escaped all the way, the spirit talisman of acceleration being used all the time. Fearing that Lu Xiaoqing behind him would catch up, after running for almost 2 days, Gongding finally found Xinn's group. Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi also followed them here. The two of them hid in the distance. watching a group of people from the star-pointing sect several miles away as they surrounded a demonic beast. The demonic beast was a leopard. The body was reddish-red, and the surface was covered with scales, like wearing an iron armor, invulnerable to swords and spears, the size of a calf, tall and imposing, with a mouthful of sharp teeth shining coldly. The limbs are athletic and powerful, as fast as the wind, and the sharp claws crack stone and pierce gold. Second brother. What is that? Lu Shaoqing had an odd expression and said, if the guess is right, it should be the Lord of the Fire Attribute region. Chapter 68 Red Flame Scaled Leopard. Xiao Yi looked at the demonic beast with a monstrous demonic aura, and even from a long distance away, he was able to feel its powerful sense of oppression. Xiao Yi asked Lu Shaoqing fearfully, second senior brother, what kind of demonic beast is this? Lu Shaoqing squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while before answering Xiao Yi's question. This is a red flame scaled leopard. See that layer of scale armor on its body? The defense is amazing, and the sword is invulnerable. It's also a good material for making spirit armor, worth a lot of money. Xiao Yi nodded. She saw it too. The disciples of the star-pointing sect continuously launched attacks around the red flame-scaled leopard. The spirit talismans in his hand flung out one after another, and countless fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes fell on the red flame-scaled leopard in an overwhelming manner. Not only could it not help the red flame-scaled leopard, but it instead provoked the ferocity of the red flame-scaled leopard. It hissed angrily, weaving back and forth through the crowd. The pointing star sect disciples couldn't resist and retreated in a sorry state. 3 bodies were already lying on the ground. The red flame-scaled leopard's defense was too strong, and the pointed star sect's crowd couldn't help it with their siege. The overuse of spirit talismans made the pointed star sect's disciples' attacks weaker and weaker, while the red flame-scaled leopard's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Not long after Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi arrived here, another pointing star sect disciple was caught in the claws of the red flame-scaled leopard. He screamed miserably, blood splattered, and was killed on the spot. Good. Great. Seeing that the disciples of the star-pointing sect actually couldn't even take a single hit from the red flame-scaled leopard, Xiao Yi smacked his lips and his face was very shocked. Lu Shaoqing bristled, despising the point star sect disciples. A bunch of silly birds. The strength of the red flame-scaled leopard is already in the middle stage of Jiedan. If it breaks through another small realm, it will be in the late stage of Jiedan. The combat power exerted by demonic beasts is comparable to the strength of a human cultivator at the late Jiedan stage. These silly birds are only at the foundation establishment stage in strength, and they dare to provoke it. It's almost as if the old man is eating arsenic. Xiao Yi asked curiously, second senior brother, what does it mean? Live and let live. You illiterate. Do you even know that? Xiao Yi raised her hand in protest. I'm not illiterate. I just don't like to read. This is what illiteracy looks like. While LV Shaoqing and Xiao Yi were fighting, another one of the pointing star sect disciples in the distance fell under the mouth of the red flame-scaled leopard. The red flame-scaled leopard bit down on the waist of a pointed star sect disciple, and the pointed star sect disciple screamed miserably. Senior brother Xin, save me. The red flame-scaled leopard didn't give the others a chance to rescue him, and his mouth lashed out. Click! With a crisp ringing sound, a large chunk was bitten off the waist of this pointed star sect disciple. Bones, flesh and blood mixed together. The red flame-scaled leopard swallowed it with a grunt. Ah! Help! Help! The star-spotting sect disciple died with 2 screams. The sight terrified the rest of the group. One after another, they stopped their attacks and retreated, distancing themselves from the red flame-scaled leopard. Gong Ding ran here, and after seeing this scene, he quietly stepped back. He was now seriously injured and his strength was tenfold, so if he was targeted, he couldn't even escape. There were already 5 corpses lying on the ground, and there were only 7 disciples of the star-pointing sect left. Xian looked at the ferocious red flame-scaled leopard and clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it! He discovered the Lord of the Fire Attribute region and confidently brought people to surround him. Unexpectedly, this red flame-scaled leopard was so strong, more powerful than he had imagined. Although it was in the middle stage of Jiedan, its strength was comparable to the late stage of Jiedan of human cultivators. More than a dozen of them surrounded, and not only could they not help the red flame-scaled leopard, but instead, they let the red flame-scaled leopard continuously injure their people. Lost more than half. The red flame-scaled leopard was a demonic beast that already had a spirit. After realizing that the strength of the enemy in front of him was so disabile, the red flame-scaled leopard was in no hurry to launch an attack. It stuck out its tongue and licked the blood on the corner of its mouth, recalling the flavor of what it had just tasted. Human flesh and blood. Its first taste. It's so delicious. Looking at the few pointed star sect disciples in front of him, the red flame-scaled leopard looked at them with scarlet eyes. Damn it! This treats us like prey. Kill it! Xian was furious and ordered again. All take out your strongest spirit talismans and fight it. If we can't kill it, we're dead. Hearing Xian's words, the other pointed star sect disciples were only able to launch another attack. A spirit talisman lit up, once again launching an attack towards the red flame-scaled leopard. I'll trap it! A disciple of the star-pointing sect shouted. A yellow spirit talisman flung out from his hand, and the ground tumbled, forming two large hands that grabbed the red flame-scaled leopard. Attack its eyes. That's its weakness. Someone shouted, and spirit talismans flew out from their hands, forming wind blades that went straight for the eyes of the red flame-scaled leopard. The others each made their own attacks that they were good at. Seeing that the red flame-scaled leopard was once again caught in the crowd's siege, this time, the red flame-scaled leopard seemed to be a bit unable to resist, and kept retreating under the many attacks. Sinan's expression was much better, coldly smiling, complacent. Asterisk 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 you can't defeat us even if you are powerful. Sinan then notices Gonding. What are you doing back here? And wounded. Where's Beiho? Gonding had a forlorn expression on his face, remembering what had happened to the two of them, and wailed. Senior brother Xianan, Zhang Songlong's younger brother is not at the early stage of foundation establishment. It's possible that he's at the Jiedan stage. He and Ba Hao were about the same strength, and Ba Hao was killed by LV Xiaoqing in a single move, injuring him so badly that he had to be given as a chaperone. This shows that LV Xiaoqing's strength is feared, and that LV Xiaoqing has been hiding his strength. When he struck out, the fluctuation of spiritual energy was very subtle, and Gongding was unable to determine how much stronger Lu Xiaoqing was, and what his true strength was. Therefore, he is exaggerating as much as he can, a move that made the two of them dead and injured. It couldn't be done if it wasn't the strength of the Jiedan stage. Nodal stage? Sinan was dumbfounded for a moment, then screamed in disbelief. No way, how can that be? Senior sister Xian also said that if it's really Zhang Songlong's younger brother, his strength would be at most at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could it be at the Jiedan stage? If Zhang Songlong's younger brother was also at the Jiedan stage, the Guiyuan Pavilion would have already made a big deal out of it. Zhang Songlong was known as the second person among the young generation of Qizhou, and his reputation spread far and wide, and the people around him had long been probed clearly. It was no secret that information about his family, fellow disciples, and friends had all been poked and prodded. Gongding smiled ruefully, revealing a look of fear as he said, Senior brother Xianan, how dare I lie to you? He really is at the Jiedan stage. As soon as I made my move, I was seriously injured, and senior brother Baheo was killed before he could make his move. If I hadn't gotten away with it, I wouldn't have made it back. And, when he thought that Xiao Yi, that little girl, had comprehended sword intent, he became even more fearful. Obviously a girl in the qi refining stage, yet she had comprehended the sword intent that many people could not comprehend in their entire lives. What a horrible talent this is. And what? Xianan was disgusted. Look at you. Do you still look like a star faction disciple? When have the disciples of the star-pointing sect ever been afraid of anything? Gongding swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, Senior brother Xianan, there is also a little girl following Zhang Songlong's younger brother, qi refining stage. Xianan was even more disdainful. You're afraid of the qi refining stage? You've been out and you're this scared? Where's the usual bragging rights? No, she comprehended sword intent. What? Xianan froze, a look of shock on his face. Soon, he stared at Gongding suspiciously. Are you serious? A little girl in the qi refining stage has comprehended sword intent? It's not possible that you're on the verge of running away and saying that on purpose, is it? Gongding raised his hand with a resolute expression. Senior brother Xianan, I swear by my Tao heart that I am absolutely not lying. This is true. The second great protective shield I laid down was broken by her sword. Xianan's face clouded over as his gaze grew fierce. Where are they? Gongding shook his head. He was only concerned with escaping, saying, it should be behind, not catching up. Senior brother Xianan, are you going to make a move? Xianan nodded his head, his killing intent blazing. Those who have offended our star-pointing sect must die. A wave of jealousy actually arose in Xianan's heart, and his killing intent became firmer and firmer. Refining qi to comprehend sword intent. Such a terrifying talent. Such a seedling must be strangled in the cradle. However, Zhang Songlong's brother's strength is at the Jiedan stage. Thinking about Lu Xiaoqing's terrifying strength, Gong Ding's heart had been in fear. Xian smiled coldly. So what if it's the Jedan stage? I can kill just as well. Gong Din was greatly impressed that he knew who was behind Xian. Great. Senior brother Xian made a move. They're dead. Xian didn't deny it as he turned his gaze to the field where the battle was still going on. Now, clean up this head first. Knowing that Xian was going to make a move, Gong Ding's heart was greatly settled and gradually calmed down. His mood gradually recovered as he laughed, with so many people surrounding it. It's dead. However, just as Gong Ding's words fell, there was a sudden change in the scene. The besieged red flame-scaled leopard hissed. With a jolt of his body, he easily got rid of the bonds that grabbed it, and for the wind blades, ice spikes, and so on that attacked, it didn't even need to dodge. It only needed to close its eyes, and these attacks fell on its body, just scratching it as if they were tickling it, causing it no damage whatsoever. Damn it, just now it's draining our strength. Quickly retreat. Roar. The red flame-scaled leopard attacked again, his body weaving like lightning, killing a pointed star sect disciple in the midst of the heavy attacks. The crimson eyes revealed a cruel color, raised his sharp claws, and viciously grabbed down, like a mighty divine palm. In the terrified gaze of this pointed star sect disciple, the defense he had laid down shattered into countless lobes like glass with a bang. Ah! Another pointing star sect disciple fell. Boom! Sinner! Xian bellowed and flung out several spirit talismans. Several thunderbolts landed on the red flame-scaled leopard's head, unable to hurt it in the slightest, but causing it to eat pain. Then, the red flame-scaled leopard's gaze landed on Xian. The thunderbolt just now allowed it to sense that Xian was the strongest one among the crowd, and the one that posed the greatest threat to it. Possessing spiritual intelligence, it naturally took Xian as its primary target. Seeing the red flame-scaled leopard staring at him, Xian was scared out of his wits. At this point in time, he wouldn't dare hide it. With a flash of white light, a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. It was a purple spirit talisman. It is filled with purple smoke, and when you look closely, you can see the purple lightning flickering on it. As soon as this spirit talisman appeared, a powerful pressure filled the air. Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi, who were miles away in the distance, also felt a heavy pressure. This pressure seems like the sky is trying to press down. Xiao Yi felt her heart smothered as she said, Second senior brother. What is this? Lu Shaoqing gritted his teeth and said, Spirit talisman. At least a 4th grade spirit talisman. A spirit talisman made by the hands of a Yuaning powerhouse. The power is equal to a blow from the Yuaning stage. Chapter 69. How dare you use my spirit talisman? Lu Shaoqing's mouth watered as he watched. 4th grade spirit talisman, take it and sell it. At least a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. Holy, you're not going to use it if you take it out, are you? Don't. You guys, don't mess around. You're only a little chicken at the foundation establishment stage, so you won't be able to fully utilize its full power even if you use it. Don't waste it. If you're dead, you're dead, but don't you dare use my stuff. Xiao Yi was speechless beside him. She knew what second brother was going to do. This is to hijack the Point Star sect. Xian obviously didn't hear Lu Shaoqing's words. The red flame-scaled leopard had set its sights on him, roaring angrily as it pounced towards him. Little lives are threatened. Xian couldn't care less about his spirit talisman. Xian roared, unable to care about his heartache. Seek death. Go to hell. He injected spiritual energy towards the spirit talisman in his hand. The purple light above the spirit talisman flashed, and then flew up into the air like it was alive. The sky and the earth changed. Purple clouds rapidly converged in the air, and muffled thunder rolled. A terrifying might filled the air. The red flame-scaled leopard felt a strong threat as it stopped attacking and looked up at the spirit talisman in the sky. The spirit symbol has disappeared into the clouds of then. In the clouds, the white light that vaguely flashed by made the red flame-scaled leopard feel even more seriously threatened. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and pointed it at the purple cloud in the sky. A fireball erupted out of its mouth with an astonishing momentum. The fireball went straight to the purple clouds in the sky. The red flame-scaled leopard that had finished spraying fireballs was mentally drained, and it seemed to have consumed a great deal of its energy. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the purple cloud, releasing a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire sky. Lightning was like a roaring divine dragon, carrying the power of endless thunder as it fell towards the red flame-scaled leopard. Red flame-scaled leopard consumed a great deal of spiritual energy to spew out fireballs in front of the thunder dragon did not have the slightest effect. Noiselessly dispersed in the thunder and lightning, a huge bolt of lightning fell, And as it did, an even more powerful pressure spread out. All active creatures in this side of the area shuddered. It's like the gods have descended. The world kneels. Xian and a few other disciples of the star-pointing sect directly fell to their knees on the ground, their faces showing fervor. Elder Zidian. This is the elder of the star-spotting sect. Sinan got excited, acting like a madman. Ha ha. He revealed an excited expression, his body trembling with excitement, his entire body excited to the extreme. Looking at the red flame-scaled leopard, which had already been pressed to the ground and could not move, Xian's eyes flashed with a vicious color. Asterisk 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 you're dead. Seeing that he was about to be struck by lightning, the red flame-scaled leopard desperately struggled. It opened its own mouth and a fist-sized, round, crimson bead appeared. The crimson beads arced through the air, swooping straight up and clashing with the falling lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwave from the violent explosion lifted Xianen and the other disciples of the star-pointing sect off their feet, spraying blood from their mouths. Then, the red flame-scaled leopard wailed and screamed, and soon there was no sound. It was then that calm was restored to the sky and the clouds of purple smoke dispersed. Xiao Yi felt the pressure on her body lighten and relifted her head, looking at the broken trees and tumbled rocks around her, as if a Category 10 hurricane had scraped through. In response, Xiao Yi was even more fearful in her heart. Is this the power of the firstborn? She was miles away from where she was, and the area was still being affected. However, Xiao Yi glanced at Lu Shaoqing next to him, only to find that Lu Shaoqing had already disappeared. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi panicked. The second senior brother should not be blown away, right? In the distance, Xianen climbed up and looked at the dying red flame-scaled leopard as he smiled triumphantly. Ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? I didn't think my grandfather would give me a spiritual talisman like this. Asterisk 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 is, want to kill me too? Bah, dreaming. Come on. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me. The red flame-scaled leopard was already in a state of having air in and out. At the last moment, it sacrificed its inner Dan, the inner elixir of a demonic beast, just like a human cultivator's Jidan. Yuaning was a second life. Once you're wasted, your little life is pretty much over. Xianen was only slightly injured by the shockwave. Seeing that the red flame-scaled leopard had lost its fighting strength, Xianen became more and more pleased. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suffer death. Xianen once again offered a spirit talisman, and a lightning bolt landed on the red flame-scaled leopard. Roar! The red flame-scaled leopard finally screamed miserably and perished in Xianen's hands. Ha ha! Xianen smiled smugly and came to the red flame-scaled leopard, a long sword appearing in his hand. The head of the red flame-scaled leopard was brutally chopped off, and then finally disemboweled. The inner elixir of the red flame-scaled leopard was found from its stomach. The inner elixir that had been the size of a fist now shrunk to the size of a fingertip. Dim and lightless, Xianen was very heartbroken that he couldn't return his capital on this trip, and cursed at the red flame-scaled leopard. If you die, you have to waste your inner elixir. This is my inner elixir. How dare you use it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fist-sized inner elixir was worth its weight in gold, but now that it was only the size of a fingertip, it was much less useful. Just as his words fell, a voice rang in his ears as well. You did the same thing, using my spirit talisman. This voice gritted its teeth and its tone carried deep anger. Alarm bells went off in Sinan's mind before he had a chance to react. He felt a chill in his neck. Ha, why does it seem like you're flying? It was one of the last thoughts Sinan had. A berserk sword intent surged in, churning his soul to pieces, and Xianen was plunged into complete darkness. Xiao Yi covered her mouth and watched as her second senior brother appeared behind Xianen like a ghost and sliced Xianen's head off with a sword. Then, Lu Shaoqing quickly swung his longsword while the others were too late to react. A sword on, with a terrifying sword intent, killed the other pointed star sect disciples. Before they had time to react, Lu Shaoqing's sword aura had already failed to enter their bodies, and a terrifying sword intent erupted within their bodies, stirring up their internal organs and destroying their souls. In an instant, several pointing star sect disciples didn't even have time to let out their miserable screams before their souls flew apart. The only one left was Gongding, who was hiding far away. Just now, in order to avoid the power of the spirit talisman, Gongding ran far away. He had just come to his senses when he saw this scene, which scared him so much that he turned around and fled once again. The direction of escape was exactly the direction where Xiao Yi was. Lu Shaoqing shouted at Xiao Yi, "Kill him, if you can't kill him, go back and I'll shave your head." Xiao Yi jumped up violently and killed at Gongding. Fighting for your hair. Chapter 70, is this all the foundation stage can do? Die for me, Xiao Yi bellowed. Seeing Gong Ding and thinking about what happened to his own hair, the killing intent rubbed off. Dare to burn my hair. You're dead. Gong Ding didn't expect there to be a block here. Sharp and angry. Get the hell out of my way. Dragging the remnants of his body, he flung out a spirit talisman. The air temperature plummeted, and the water vapor in the air condensed into countless ice crystals. The cold air came, the ground froze, and the plummeting temperature froze Xiao Yi's feet, causing Xiao Yi's speed to drop. It was like being stuck in a quagmire and moving forward slowly. After Gong Ding used a cold ice spirit talisman to stall Xiao Yi, he quickly went around her and continued to escape. The strength that Lu Shaoqing had shown was too strong, and Xiaonan, who was stronger than him, was killed by Lu Shaoqing with a single sword strike. The other brothers and sisters didn't even grunt before their souls were scattered. He was now wounded and in a greatly crippled state, a bloodied state. If you don't escape, you can only die. He was only able to flee in the direction where Xiao Yi was, and Lu Shaoqing had already blocked his other retreats. For Xiao Yi, he had no intention of tangling with him. He had fought with Xiao Yi, although Xiao Yi had comprehended the sword intent, but the realm of strength was inferior to him. Without Lu Shaoqing beside him, even if he was now bloodied, he was confident that he could beat Xiao Yi. After all, there was a huge difference between the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. However, with LV Shaoqing beside him, he wouldn't dare to stay even if he lent him 100 guts. Therefore, he had no determination to fight Xiao Yi from the beginning. After a cold ice talisman gave Xiao Yi a temporary trap, he quickly circled around to escape. Xiao Yi saw that he was like a snail, but Gong Ding had to go around his side. Exasperated, she gritted her teeth. Gimme a stop. The longsword was flung out, and an aura of supreme softness permeated the longsword as it exploded with a flash of aura. The cold ice on the ground burst in droves. Xiao Yi's longsword swung a sword blade towards Gong Ding in a smooth manner. The sword's aura was as powerful as a rainbow, toward Gong Ding's body to greet. Gong Ding was terrified of this in his heart. Sword techniques with sword intent and without sword intent were two different things. Sword intent was equal to a layer of buffs, and its power skyrocketed tenfold. Gong Ding didn't dare to ignore it. If he didn't resist the incoming sword, he would be accounted for here today. The helpless Gong Ding once again waved out a spirit talisman. Ahem! As the spirit talisman was flung out, he could no longer control the injuries in his body. A large mouthful of blood coughed out, staining his clothes red. The spirit talisman and the sword unclashed in the air and a violent explosion occurred. Berserk auras were scattered and declared in all directions, and bursts of explosions resounded around them. Xiao Yi saw that his sword awnings were so powerful. The last trace of panic in his heart disappeared and was replaced by total confidence. Is that all the foundation stage can do? Go to hell! Xiao Yi bellowed. Gong Ding was so angry that his 3 corpses were jumping. When did a tiny Qi refining stage cultivator dare to say such words to a foundation establishment stage cultivator? The furious Gong Ding knew that he would not be able to escape from this place without resolving Xiao Yi. He shouted, "A tiger falls in the sun and is bullied by a dog. Do you really think you are very powerful?" Gong Ding then flipped his wrist and a disc appeared in his hand. "Today, I'll let you see the power of the foundation establishment stage." He then bit his tongue and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. "Go!" The disc dripped and turned, flying towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was shocked in her heart, and the Qingping sword technique was used. Several sword awns attacked towards the disc. Clang! Yet the invincible, razor-sharp sword blade didn't work. It was bounced off by the disc and couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Yi was surprised. It shouldn't be. Gong Ding saw the look of surprise on Xiao Yi's face. He smiled smugly. This is a third-grade magic weapon. The Qiankuan rune disc. You, a tiny Qi refining stage minion, want to break through its defense? Dream on. I didn't want to use it, but you forced me to. So suffer. He then manipulated the Qiankuan rune disc, which rotated even faster. At the same time a dangerous feeling surged into Xiao Yi's heart. Xiao Yi tensed up and desperately attacked, but couldn't do anything about it. Even Gong Ding himself, also by the Qiankuan rune plate, fell a light membrane firmly protected. Xiao Yi's attack cannot break open. Ha ha! The feeling of danger grew stronger and stronger, but Xiao Yi couldn't help it, making her more and more anxious. Seeing that Xiao Yi could not help himself, Gong Ding became even more complacent. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! As his words fell, a ray of light shot out from the Qiankuan rune plate, like a life-suppressing ghost swooping down. It enveloped towards Xiao Yi. The feeling of danger in Xiao Yi's heart reached its peak. There was no way to dodge. Xiao Yi could not. and could only desperately raise his long sword, run his mind techniques, and desperately urge his spiritual energy to harden against this move. Boo! An enormous strength struck, and a tyrannical spiritual energy surged into Xiao Yi's body, like a savage beast, storming through her body, destroying everything in its path. Xiao Yi desperately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to fight against it. Xiao Yi couldn't help it, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. But this time she was badly injured. It was with great difficulty that the aura in his body that did not belong to him was suppressed and dissolved. But the next moment, another raging light fell. Gongding saw the hope of victory and laughed arrogantly. His face was hideous. Ha ha, this time, let us see how you can resist. However, just as his words fell, a sword-on appeared, and the Qiankuan rune plate, which was dripping in the air, split apart with a bang. Ah! Gongding, who had once again suffered a backlash, sprayed out another large mouthful of blood. His weak body could no longer support him, and Gongding half-kneeled on the ground, looking at the blood he had spewed out on the ground and the pieces of the Qiankuan rune disc that had spilled all over the place. Gongding's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a third-grade magic weapon Qiankuan rune disc. How could it pop apart easily? Xiao Yi was also stunned as she looked toward where her second senior brother was. Lu Shaoqing carried his hands behind his back and cursed at Gongding. Fighting is fighting, but you actually used my third-grade magic weapon, looking for death. Then he said viciously to Xiao Yi, get him for me, or I'll get you. Put! Gongding once again spat out a mouthful of blood, which was infuriated by Lu Shaoqing. That's all it is, and you won't allow anyone else to use it? Is there such a thing as bullying? Gongding couldn't wait to eat LV Shaoqing alive. However, he was once again revolted and his injuries became even more severe, and now he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Xiao Yi attacked with a sword, and Gongding could no longer support himself, spraying large swathes of blood in the air and collapsing to the ground. Can you, let me go? In front of the death threat, Gongding was afraid and began to beg for mercy. Xiao Yi hesitated as she looked at Lu Shaoqing. Chapter 71, Sadness as Smoke. Second senior brother. Gongding was in a sorry state and looked miserable. Xiao Yi's heart grew impatient. Lu Shaoqing said expressionlessly, do it. The attitude was firm and the tone was not to be questioned. Gongding's face showed a bitter color, and he had incomparable regret in his heart. I should have known better than to mess with the bogeyman in front of me. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this man who called himself Zhang Jiang was so terrifying. Xianan, whose strength was in the late stage of foundation establishment, and his other brothers and sisters were slaughtered by Lu Shaoqing like killing chickens. Despite taking advantage of the sneak attack convenience, it still proved to be terrifying. Meanwhile Gongding hated Xianan in his heart. If it wasn't for Xianan, he would never have messed with LV Shaoqing. In the face of Lu Shaoqing's tough, unquestionable attitude, Xiao Yi was only able to raise her long sword. However, it was still possible to see the intolerance in her heart, and the long sword in her hand trembled. At first she was itching to slaughter Gongding. Now Gongding was incapacitated and looked wretched and pitiful. Instead, she couldn't bear to do it. Lu Shaoqing didn't push. Instead, he asked Gongding, if the two of us fell into your hands, what would you do to us? Gongding was silent, but there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. It could be imagined that if Lu Shaoqing and the others fell into Gongding's hands, they would definitely not have a good ending. Lu Shaoqing also noticed the hatred in Gongding's eyes as he faintly said, I might as well take a guess. This girl is good looking and has a decent talent, so maybe she'll be used as a cauldron by you, being sucked up by your cultivation of yin yuan to enhance your strength, and finally being sucked into dryness and dying. Xiao Yi couldn't help but shiver when she heard this and thought of that possibility. The gaze that stared at Gongding was more murderous and less compassionate. Gongding was still silent, with his hands behind his back. Lu Shaoqing continued, as for me, you hate me with a passion in your heart. You'll skin me. You'll abuse me alive. Won't you? Gongding's expression grimaced when he heard this. With fierce eyes, he stared at Lu Shaoqing, his voice carrying monstrous hatred. Sinister. I will draw out your soul and make it into an oil lamp that will burn for 10,000 years, making you wail for 10,000 years. Gongding knew that Lu Shaoqing would not let him go, and at this point, he did not beg for mercy. He roared angrily, ruthlessly venting the hatred in his heart. If you fall into my hands, I will make you immortal and in agony for all eternity. Go to hell. Xiao Yi's bellowing interrupted Gongding's words. To have such an evil mind, to want to treat second senior brother like this, looking for death. Xiao Yi's killing intent skyrocketed in her heart. The long sword in his hand swung out, splitting Gongding in half. Gong Ding's expression froze, and he finally collapsed slowly. Lu Xiaoqing struck out and grabbed towards Gong Ding's corpse, and a white soul was grabbed. The white spirit was vaguely visible as Gong Ding, his face showing panic, his mouth open, begging for mercy from Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing's expression was ice cold, and he didn't show any expression in the face of begging for mercy. With the force of his hand, Gong Ding's soul seemed to let out a mournful scream and then dissipated into the air. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing, and she wore an indescribable expression on her face. It was the first time she had seen such a second brother. Cold, ruthless, not even dead souls. This was completely different from the second brother she had known before. This was the first time she had seen such a second brother. This made Xiao Yi feel a deep awe for Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother, Xiao Yi called out timidly. Lu Xiaoqing sniffed and the coldness on his face receded, then lazily said, "What?" Hearing this familiar tone, Xiao Yi let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Still such a cute second brother. Second senior brother. You scared me to death just now. Lu Xiaoqing despised. Chicken dish. You're really a chicken dish. First kill? Xiao Yi nodded. She used to be the Miss Xiao family. Not to mention killing people, she had never killed a chicken. Lu Xiaoqing pointed at Gong Ding's body. Look, you killed this. Disgusting? Gong Ding was split in half. Bloody. Xiao Yi was nudged awake, and all of a sudden, she felt her stomach turn over and gusts of nausea came up. Vomit. Xiao Yi threw up. Lu Xiaoqing did not speak again, but stood by the side, quietly looking at Xiao Yi. Just as he had forced Xiao Yi to go to work before, forcing her to kill Gong Ding was the same thing. Don't try to be a simple white rabbit when you're out in the world. The world of cultivators is about the weak and the strong. You can't live in this world without being ruthless. Just because LV Xiaoqing was a geek at home didn't mean he was a harmless white rabbit. Xiao Yi, who had been vomiting for most of the day, finally felt a little better. It was the first time she had ever killed anyone, and after she threw up, she finally felt much better. Finished puking? Lu Xiaoqing asked calmly. Xiao Yi wiped her mouth and nodded. Lu Xiaoqing didn't explain, and Xiao Yi didn't ask. She knew that Lu Xiaoqing was good to her. Take a break and treat the injuries, Lu Xiaoqing said and began to treat the scene. He followed Gong Ding here with the idea of killing and exterminating him. He didn't want to leave his hands tied and get himself in trouble. The bodies of the dead Pointed Star sect disciples and the red flame-scaled leopard were disposed of by Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing then found the inner elixir of the red flame-scaled leopard. Seeing that it was only the size of a finger, Lu Xiaoqing was so distressed that he wanted to cry. Damned guy. And used the spirit talisman that belongs to me. And messed up the inner Dan that belongs to me like this. Bloody hell. My heart hurts so much. Lu Xiaoqing held the inner elixir and looked at the sky with his head at a 90-degree angle. My sadness is like smoke that covers the whole sky. But, fortunately, such a small amount of inner Dan, which was the last essence of the red flame-scaled leopard, was still able to be worth some money. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing felt a lightness in his hand. When he looked down, the inner elixir of the red flame-scaled leopard held in his hand disappeared. Turning his head again, Little Red held it in his mouth and saw Lu Xiaoqing's gaze turn. With that gradually burning gaze, Red felt her feathers contract all over her body. But to make it hand over its inner elixir, it would not do it even if it was beaten to death. It panicked and angled its head, hastily swallowing that inner elixir. Then fluttering and flapping his wings, he flew to Xiao Yi's head and shoved his head into Xiao Yi's hair. Silly bird, Lu Xiaoqing growled. Give me back the inner elixir. My anger is like fire that burns the whole sky. Chapter 72, where the core of the secret world is located. Xiao Hong wilted and was held in Xiao Yi's hands. There were few tail feathers left, and they were bare. The dorky hair on his head almost didn't hold. Snatching the inner elixir from LV Xiaoqing had serious consequences. Xiao Yi held Xiao Hong and maintained a suitable distance from Lu Xiaoqing. The Lord Red Flame Lin Leopard, which belonged to the fire attribute region, was killed, and the white mist around it dissipated. They can see farther and don't have to worry about getting lost here. As Lu Xiaoqing hurried along, he took stock of the storage rings that he had obtained from Xianan and the other disciples of the star-pointing sect. The ordinary disciples didn't have anything valuable left in their storage rings, and during the battle, their spirit talismans were almost depleted. After counting, he had only gotten about 21st and 2nd grade spirit talismans. These spirit talismans are worth more or less money when they are taken to be sold. However, Lu Xiaoqing muttered, trouble, these belong to the stolen goods. They have to go to the black market to be disposed of. The black market won't give too high a price. Alas, Lu Xiaoqing was not good at using spirit talismans, so these spirit talismans could only be taken out and sold. Opening Xin storage ring afterward was also a disappointment to Lu Xiaoqing. There were still 20 to 30 spirit talismans inside, but they were either second or first grade and of little value. As for the purple-like one, the spirit talisman did not. As for magic weapons, there were a few, but they were all mostly of the first grade, with only one of the second grade. Rubbish. Why are they all so poor? Could it be that the star-pointing sect is the first poor of all the sects in Yinzhou? LV Xiaoqing was very disgusted. These pointed star sect disciples added up to 40 to 50 spirit talismans and 4 to 5 magic weapons, but they were all first and second class, not even third class. Lu Xiaoqing put them away with great disgust. To be on the safe side, these spirit talismans and magic weapons, he could only sell them and not use them himself. Use it yourself. It's easy to arouse suspicion and get yourself in trouble. Alas, the storage ring can't be used either, or else it would be able to be more or less exchanged for some spirit stones. When the seal of a storage ring is forcibly destroyed by someone, it is possible that it will be damaged and cannot be used. Even if you can continue to use it, the effect is discounted by 1. It's like a door where the lock is violently removed and later put back on, and it can't be the same as it was before. Moreover, these are the storage rings of the sects of the Pointing Star sect. There is not much space. Lu Xiaoqing is useless to keep them, and they are not worth much to sell. No one dares to use them blatantly. Lu Xiaoqing sighed as his spiritual energy surged out, crushing several empty storage rings in his hands into powder. After silently taking stock in his heart, the harvest this time was probably only about 10,000 spirit stones. The expression is more or less better. Then consoled himself. Forget it, these are all foundation establishment stage guys. There aren't too many good things. It's already good to have this number. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing's expression seemed to have changed from cloudy to clear, Xiao Yi patted Xiao Hong's head and bravely asked, "Second senior brother, where are we going now?" Lu Xiaoqing pointed at the light pillar that lit up in the distance and said, "Go there." In the distance, the sky lit up with 5 pillars of light: gold, cyan, blue, red and yellow. The 5 pillars of light were like eye-catching signposts in the darkness, giving them direction. Xiao Yi asked curiously, "Then, does it mean that all 5 regions have been breached?" Lu Xiaoqing nodded. "That's right. Where the pillar of light is the core of the secret realm." Xiao Yi marveled. Senior sister Xiao Yi is really powerful. We've only breached 1 area and they've breached 3? After saying that, he realized that LV Xiaoqing was looking at himself again with the gaze of an idiot. Xiao Yi spat out her tongue and said in embarrassment, Did I say it wrong?" Lu Xiaoqing asked rhetorically. "Think for yourself. You've just met someone you've forgotten?" Xiao Yi reacted. The star spotters came in, and they came in greater numbers. So, maybe the rest of the area is all they've breached and pacified. I also don't know if senior sister Xiao Yu and the others will be in danger. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. Xiao Yu is so strong. So what's the point of worrying? He said. What are you worrying about her for? You might as well worry more about yourself. Xiao Yu was at least at the Jiedan stage, and was still at the 8th level of Jiedan. Another big disciple of the Valley of the Two Moons. Rich woman. In the secret realm that Yuaning could not enter. An almost invincible existence with her kind of strength. Who could help her? With so many people sent in by Point Star, Lu Xiaoqing must have had others. So he said to Xiao Yi, "What happened before? Remember to keep it a secret." Xiao Yi nodded seriously. "I know. I won't tell anyone." LV Xiaoqing made a decisive move to kill, with the aim of eliminating the aftermath and avoiding trouble. As a senior sister, Xiao Yi naturally wouldn't split the stage. After a while, Xiao Yi asked, "Do we still have to pretend to be disciples of the returning pavilion?" "Nonsense. What is it if it's not a disciple of the Guiyuan pavilion?" Xiao Yi's face collapsed again. "Do we still have to use the name Zhang Xiaolu?" Although 5 pillars of light appeared in the center of the secret realm, the target was conspicuous and clear. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, don't look at the 5 pillars of light. Look very conspicuous. Seemingly very close. The actual distance is farther than one would think. Lu Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi traveled for 7 or 8 days before arriving. However, after arriving here, some distance away from the pillar of light, they were stopped. 2 disciples wearing the clothes of the Pointed Star sect stopped the 2 of them. The eyes stared at the 2 men in an unkind manner. "Stop. Who are you?" Lu Xiaoqing frowned. "And who are you people? The star-spotting sect is on business, and no idle hands should approach." One of them even said arrogantly, "Although I don't know how you guys came into the secret realm, but I think that now, the secret realm has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly if you know what's good for you, and don't ask for trouble here." Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who arched his hand at the two. Dare I ask the two brothers of the star-pointing sect, which one of you is here? The two star-pointing sect disciples glanced at each other and proudly said, our second senior sister. Senior sister Xian is here. Our third senior brother. Senior brother Xian is here. Lu Xiaoqing sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The famous Xian Yunxin and Xing are both here? Seeing Lu Xiaoqing look like he had been shocked for 10 years, the two star-pointing sect disciples were that proud in their hearts. The tone of his voice also became more and more toe-curling and arrogant. That's right. Senior sister Xian, senior brother Xing are all here. It's no good for any of you to come. There's no more business for you here. Get the hell out of here. If it weren't for senior sister Xian's order, do you think you'd still be able to talk to us here properly? What should we do? Second brother? Xiao Yi, on the other hand, couldn't help but tug on Lu Xiaoqing's clothes. The two star-pointing sect disciples spotted Xiao Yi and their eyes immediately lit up. Yo, you're a guy with a pretty girl following you around? What a waste. Beautiful girl, come follow us. Our star-pointing sect is the #1 sect in Yanzhou. You can eat and drink well by following us. Yes, follow us and get whatever you want. Anything you want? Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as he said. In that case, you have quite a few good things in your hands? Then, Lu Xiaoqing stormed up. Then bring it to me. Chapter 73 Xiao Yi is my sister-in-law. The two-pointed star sect disciples who were guarding the place were only at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Lu Xiaoqing, a late-stage Jiedan, didn't need to personally make a move. His powerful spiritual sense pressed over. The two star-pointing sect disciples couldn't even utter a word. Their heads were as if they had been viciously smashed on their heads by a 10-point sledgehammer, and fainted to death. Little minion, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? I don't know what to do. Lu Xiaoqing cursed and very skillfully pulled off the storage rings from their hands, and finally one of them kicked them into the distant woods. Lu Xiaoqing erased the seal of the storage ring and swept inside. Immediately despise it. Poor man, how dare you be arrogant in front of me, and eat and drink. Marred. The pointed star sect is truly the #1 poor man's sect in Yanzhou. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes and seemed to understand how the Xiao family got the title of being the #1 poor family in Qizhou from what Lu Xiaoqing said. Second senior brother. Should we kill them? Xiao Yi was murderous. There was not the slightest sympathy because the star-pointing sect and the Xiao family were suffering from the same disease and were crowned as the #1 pauper by Lu Xiaoqing. Along the way, she'd seen blood and killed people. The battles along the way had shed her tenderness and rid her of her innocence. The current Xiao Yi had taken on a faint fury on her body. The simple gaze became sharp and sharp. The spiritual energy in the body operated more smoothly and thickly. It's safe to say that she's grown quite a bit while she's been here. She and LV Xiaoqing had killed the people of the pointed star sect and had a life and death grudge against them. Coupled with the fact that the two pointed star sect disciples had just molested her, she didn't even bother to keep a small notebook. This kind of revenge, on the spot. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. No need. Lest you dirty your hands. They're idiots even if they're still alive. Are you kidding? Are you tired of molesting his senior sister in front of him? LV Xiaoqing's spiritual sense destroyed their sea of consciousness. And in this life, even if they lived, they would only be able to be a normal person. If you want to practice, do it in your next life. Besides, Lu Xiaoqing didn't intend to make it easy for them to be ordinary people. They were doomed from the start. Come on, go check it out. The 5 pillars of light were in the depths of a forest. Lu Xiaoqing led Xiao Yi into the forest. The forest is full of huge trees that tower over the forest here. The closer he got, the more he could feel the pressure inside. By the time LV Xiaoqing arrived in the middle of the forest, he found that Xiao Yu and the girls were already here. The 3 of them, Xiao Yu, Fang Xiao, and Bian Ro Ro, and across from them, a group of people, dressed in uniform. The clothes carried starry dots on top, which was the sect uniform of the disciples of the star-pointing sect. There were about 10 people, led by a man and a woman, standing in front. Male, Lu Xiaoqing directly ignored. His eyes fell on the female, tall and dressed in a red dress. She looked hot and sultry. Her eyes were seductive, revealing 1,000 flavors, and her pair of eyes were enough to charm countless men. Red lips like flames, so that countless men want to kiss it. This was a woman who could drive countless men crazy. The second disciple of the star-pointing sect, Xian Yunxin. Lu Xiaoqing had heard of her, and the cultivators had polarized opinions of her. Some thought she was a demoness, lecherous and unruly, with countless faces, but some people think that she is an ice-clear heavenly beauty who comes out of the mud. Of course, most of the people who hated her were women, and those who liked her, naturally, were mostly men. But there is no denying one thing, whether one hates or loves her. That's how smart and wise Xian Yunxin is. It was rumored that Xian Yunxin was never wrong in judging things and was a woman of great intelligence. As for the one standing with her, naturally it was Xian's older brother. The two groups of Xiao Yi and Xian Yunxin were confronting each other when LV Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi barged in, immediately becoming the center of attention. All eyes fell on the two. Xiao Yi immediately felt an invisible pressure and her heart tensed up, but when she saw Lu Xiaoqing beside her, her nervous heart relaxed. With the second brother by his side, his heart was incredibly solid. Lu Xiaoqing came out and waved his hand lazily. Sorry, passing through. You guys continue. With a single word, the tension around him dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Yi couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Sure enough, it's still the second brother. Xing's expression was gloomy and his gaze was icy cold, and beneath his icy gaze was hidden a morose killing intent. Who are you? To him, anyone who appeared in the secret realm who wasn't one of his own deserved to die. Lu Xiaoqing continued to wave his hand and said, I've already said, passing by. Ah, you guys continue. Just pretend I don't exist. Xing's killing intent grew even more in his heart, his gaze icy cold. Are you teasing me? Seek death. After saying that, a spirit talisman appeared in his hand and was about to strike out at Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi faintly said, Mr. Xin, it's not too overbearing, is it? Is it true that you have to kill at the drop of a hat? Xian Yunxin also curiously sized up Lu Xiaoqing, then smiled delicately, her seductive big eyes radiating endless charm, causing the surrounding pointed star sect disciples to look dumbfounded. She threw a wink at Xiao Yu and said, Sister Xiao Yu, you are so nervous. Could it be that he is your little love interest? Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly called out. Stop, don't say such things. I don't have any relationship with senior sister Xiao Yu. You woman don't talk nonsense. Damn yeah, I'm not getting involved with senior sister Xiao Yu. How troublesome would that be? This woman is a pain in the ass. Don't let me find a chance to clean you up. Xian Yunxin smiled even more happily, as beautiful as a brightly blooming flower. It's so intense. Your relationship must be very close and special, right? I didn't expect the number one beauty of Qizhou has already moved on long ago. Xiao Yu's expression didn't change in any way, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation inside. Those words, they don't do anything for her. Xiao Yu faintly said, Miss Xian, you're overthinking it. I'm with. Lu Xiaoqing interrupted Xiao Yu's words, very dissatisfied, and shouted at Xian Yunxin. What do you woman want? How dare you disrespect my sister-in-law? 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 Everyone froze. Everyone looked at Natsuki in disbelief. This Qizhou's number one beauty. Married? Even the Xiao language was somewhat broken by Lu Xiaoqing's sentence of sister-in-law. The mind fluctuates and blushes slightly. Xian Yunxin froze for a moment and smiled even more happily. Ha ha, so that's it? So sister Xiao Yu has already married? Wouldn't it break a lot of people's hearts if word got out? A hint of killing intent flashed in Xing's eyes once again as he stared at Lu Xiaoqing. Who are you? Me? Lu Xiaoqing toed the line and said arrogantly. My name is Zhang, and you've definitely heard of my brother's name. Zhang Tsonglong. My brother likes my sister-in-law, the whole world knows it. Sooner or later she'll be my sister-in-law. I'm warning you people of the poor ghost sect. Be polite to my sister-in-law or I'll be impolite to you. Chapter 74, Is Ji Yin great? You're Zhang? She stared at Lu Xiaoqing, his tone unkind. That's right. Lu Xiaoqing proudly held his head high with an arrogant and domineering look, saying, It's exactly me, and this is my sister, Zhang Xiaolu. Pust. Next to them, Dian Ro and Fang Xiao were about to spray. Who named it? Does Zhang Tsonglong have a sister with a name like that? Xiao Yi once again blushed and lowered her head. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Who came up with that name? Xing didn't care about that. He asked coldly, Where's my brother? Who? Lu Xiaoqing's heart jumped a bit, but his surface did not move. Where your brother is? Go home and ask your mother. I'm not your father. I don't know. Seek death. Xing was furious, and a huge pressure came towards Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing was very nimble and skillfully stood beside Xiao Yu. Sister-in-law. Save me. With a gentle wave of Xiao Yu's sleeve, Xing's intimidating pressure suddenly faded into nothingness. A helpless look appeared on Xiao Yu's face as she said to Lu Xiaoqing, Mr. Zhang, I still hope that you will respect yourself. Lu Xiaoqing had already quietly transmitted his voice and told the three Xiaoyi people about his and Xiaoyi's current fake identities, asking them to cooperate with him. Lu Xiaoqing laughed and said, Aside from that guy Ji Yin, Who else in Qizhou is worthy of you besides my big brother? Dian Roro was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Taking advantage of her senior sister here, she really wanted to get him killed. Xian Yunxin asked Lu Shaoqing with interest. Are you really Zhang Jiang, brother Zhang Tsonglong? Lu Shaoqing puffed out his chest, full of pride, and said, that's right. Seeing as how you're barely good looking, why don't you, as soon as you go back with me, become my sister-in-law? Xian Yunxin ignored it and asked, where is Zhang Tsonglong? It shouldn't have come to the secret realm as well, right? LV Shaoqing still had that annoying look of arrogance as he nodded his head and said, of course, if you're sensible, hurry up and retreat, or else you'll be dead once my big brother arrives. Ha ha. Xian Yunxin laughed, smiling in a delicate manner. The gazes of the disciples of the star-pointing sect were caught in a dead heat. Even Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but look at it more. This woman. She's a hoot. After laughing for a while, Xian Yunxin collected her smile and said faintly, Zhang Tsonglong is in seclusion. You don't think I don't know, do you? From what you just said, I can be sure that you are definitely not Zhang Tsonglong's brother, and she is not Zhang Tsonglong's sister. Right, little sister. Xian Yunxin looked over at Xiao Yi. Xian Yunxin's tone was sure, as if I had already seen through it. In this moment, her gaze was filled with wisdom, as if she had seen through everything. Alarm bells were ringing in Lu Shaoqing's heart. This woman. She was even more terrifying than the rumors. Xiao Yi was nervous in her heart. She felt Xian Yunxin's gaze like a sharp sword, penetrating straight into her heart, breaking through her inner veneer and seeing clearly what was going on in her heart. Xiao Yi's gaze couldn't help but look at Lu Shaoqing. Although Lu Shaoqing was surprised by Xian Yunxin's heart as fine as dust, he did not panic. Lu Shaoqing said with a big grin, been seen through? Alas, there's no more pretending. Let me tell you my true identity. My name is Wu Tianzhong. I'm Ji Yan's senior brother. Fang Xiao covered her mouth. She's afraid she's going to squirt. She felt that she had discovered another attribute of Lu Shaoqing, holding a grudge. Zhang Jiang and Wu Tianzhong had offended Lu Shaoqing in her restaurant before. That time, I had thought that Lu Shaoqing would leave Zhang Jiang alone after robbing him. I didn't expect that LV Shaoqing would actually hold a grudge until now. We'll have to pit them against each other sometime. Xiao Yi's psyche was pretty much the same, and she sighed inwardly. She's still not even close to her second senior brother. Whoever bullied her. She kept a small notebook and waited for revenge. As for Lu Shaoqing, he doesn't have a small notebook, but he keeps it all in his mind and doesn't miss any opportunity to pit back. Do not have a small book in your hand, but your heart is full of small books. Gotta learn more myself. Elder brother Kei Yan? Xian Yunxin and the other pointed star sect disciples' expressions instantly became grave as they stared at Lu Shaoqing vigilantly. Kei Yan, the first person in Qizhou. The strength is so profound that it can kill a Yuaning at the Jiedan stage. Terrifying. This is a feat that no one has been able to do for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Kei Yan's great name was also prestigious and deafening in Yanzhou, which was close to Qizhou. Many people even thought in their hearts that the one from their star-pointing faction was not as good as Ji Yan. Really? Xian Yunxin looked at Lu Shaoqing skeptically. LV Shaoqing was too low profile, and there were quite a few people among the disciples of the Lingxiao sect who didn't know about LV Shaoqing's existence. Other outsiders even less so. Xing didn't believe it and laughed coldly. Your master Kei Yan? Are you kidding me? You deserve to be Master Kei Yan even with this appearance? Xing's words caused many people to nod their heads and agree in their hearts. Even a few of the Xia language people agreed with Xing's words. Lui Shaoqing is a pair of antonyms compared to Kei Yan. How could such a person be Master Kei Yan? However, that's just the way it is. Lu Shaoqing's face showed disdain as he said, what? Is Kei Yan terrific? In my opinion, he's just a guy with a sick brain. I've had the worst luck in my life being his senior. Sure enough, Xing sneered even harder. Still trying to trick us? Say, who the hell are you? Xian Yunxin was also speechless. There's no way you're Master Kei Yan. If he really is senior brother Kei Yan, he should treat his senior brother with respect. How can you say that your senior brother is sick in the head and be full of dislike? With this alone, everyone on the pointed star sect side didn't think that LV Shaoqing was Ji Yan's senior brother. Xiao Yi and the others cried out in their hearts that he really was Master Kei Yan. Xiao Yi didn't understand at first why his second senior brother had taken the initiative to reveal his identity. But now, she understood. Lu Shaoqing deliberately reveals his true identity, but Xian Yunxin can't believe it. Deliberately misleading Xian Yunxin. Xian Yunxin could never have imagined that what Lu Shaoqing said was true. But according to normal thinking, with Lu Shaoqing in this state, it was hard to believe that he was Kei Yan's senior brother. Xian Yunxin looked at LV Xiaoqing and felt a little more contempt for him. At first, he posed as Zhang Tong's younger brother, then as Kei Yan's mentor. The guy who goes around bumping into people can only be described as a villain. This was coupled with the fact that LV Xiaoqing's breath was flat. Thus in Xian Yunxin's opinion, a villain like LV Xiaoqing was not worth worrying about. Her gaze fell back on Summer Whisper. Compared to Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi was her main opponent this time. Both of them were at the 8th level of Jiedan. When the two fought, whoever won, the heart of the secret realm would be theirs. Xian Yunxin said to Xiao Yi, "Sister Xiao Yi, are you really not going to retreat? When the fight comes, you'll be fine, but your companions around you will be in danger." The star-pointing sect side had an advantage in numbers, and they were all at the foundation establishment stage. So when they joined forces, Fang Xiaobian Ro and the girls were by no means opponents. Xiao Yu smiled blandly, her gaze skimming over Lu Xiaoqing without a sound. LV Xiaoqing would have already run off into the distance by now, and was skulking around in the distance, with nothing to do, like he was idle. That's the right thing for me to say to you. Chapter 75, Flying Dragon Riding Face. Yes? Xian Yunxin glanced at the people around Xiao Yu, except for Lu Xiaoqing, who was a man. The other three were all girls, and they're all girls who aren't too old. Although there was no way to know the strength of the others for the time being, Xian Yunxin didn't think that Bian Ro, Fang Xiao, and Xiao Yi's strength would be at the Jiedan stage. As for Lu Xiaoqing, she didn't think this villain-like fellow could be strong enough. The main thing was that Lu Xiaoqing's aura was too ordinary. So ordinary that it matched his shameless behavior perfectly. Such a person's strength is not high enough. As for Xian Yunxin, on her side, in addition to her strength and Xiao Yu's strength being similar, there was also Xing whose strength was at the 4th level of the middle Jiedan stage. Together with more than a dozen fellow disciples, Xian Yunxin really couldn't think of how her side could lose. All flying dragons riding faces. Xing said to Xian Yunxin, "Senior sister, why don't we make the first move?" Xing made a downward cutting gesture in a murderous manner, suggesting to make the first move. Xian Yunxin, however, shook her head. "There's no rush. This is Qi Zhou, not our Yan Zhou." Xiao Yu is a great disciple of the Twin Moon Valley, and the person beside her should also be a Twin Moon Valley disciple. Killing them won't do us any good, and we'll suffer heavy casualties if we push it. Wait until the heart of the secret realm appears before making a move. Just stall them, and after we get the heart of the secret realm, we'll retreat. Xian Yunxin was reluctant to start a killing spree. This is someone's place. Killing a disciple of Twin Moon Valley, one of the 3 gates. When Twin Moon Valley retaliated, the disciples of the star-pointing sect, couldn't afford it. Xing was a bit unwilling in his heart as he stared at LV Xiaoqing who was skulking in the distance, his gaze carrying a strong killing intent. For some reason, he was disgusted with Lu Xiaoqing and had an urge to get rid of him. Plus, his brother hadn't heard anything back now. Combined with before, Xing said to Xian Yunxin, "Senior sister, I suspect that my brother and the others have had an accident." Xian Yunxin's expression remained unchanged and her tone was certain. "There's no need to doubt. They must have had an accident." The moment Lu Xiaoqing appeared, Xian Yunxin had already pronounced Xing and the others dead in the theater. Xing's face changed violently. How is this possible? But Xing knew how powerful this senior sister of his was, and what she said was 8 or 9 times more likely to happen. With his own brother at stake, Xing had a hard time accepting the outcome. He said, "Xing and he brought 12 senior brothers. Although all of them are at the foundation establishment stage, their strength cannot be ignored. How could there be an accident? Could it be? It has something to do with him? Is he the trickster?" Xing's gaze was dead on LV Xiaoqing. He just looked at Louis Xiaoqing with displeasure. It's amazing how much of the limelight is taken up when you come out. To be able to follow a beautiful woman like Xiao Yu, and for Xiao Yu to make a move to defend him. How to look at it. More importantly, just now, he had disrespected his goddess Xian Yunxin. With all the crimes added up, Xing couldn't wait to get LV Xiaoqing killed right now. Xian Yunxin's chest was clear as she affirmed. If I guessed correctly, he should have sneak attacked. While senior brother Xing is fighting the Fire Lord, he strikes out to sneak in and interfere. The strength of the Gold Lords and Earth Lords we encountered was at the Jiedan stage. I think the Fire Lord is not far off, and the fire attribute is even more violent, so perhaps it will be a bit stronger. Senior brother Xing and their strength is only as strong as the late Foundation establishment stage, and it's normal for them to be slightly disturbed and lose at the hands of the Fire Lords. Xian Yunxin's tone was calm, and she did not have any ups and downs in her heart regarding the disciples of the Pointed Star sect who had been in an accident. After Xing heard this, his eyes turned crimson and a strong killing intent surged to his heart. He stared at Lu Shaoqing and swore, "I will kill him." Xian Yunxin looked at Lu Shaoqing, who was skulking in the distance, living like a city dweller, strolling there with nothing to do, and her gaze grew more and more contemptuous. Those who take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack a small person cannot get on the stage. It couldn't be helped that LV Shaoqing didn't look like he had an ounce of mastery. She advised Xing, "Hold back for now. It's not too late to take action against him after we leave this place and he and Xiaoyu go their separate ways. It's not appropriate for us to mess with summer language. But for him, there's nothing to worry about. Just send one of the guys to keep an eye on him when the fight breaks out later." Although he felt that Lu Shaoqing was not an expert, but by sending someone to keep an eye on him, Xian Yunxin did not think there would be any surprises. Xing gritted his teeth and nodded. Listen to senior sister's arrangements and everything. Humph. Xing stared at Lu Shaoqing, fuming in his heart. "I'll let you live some more time first," Xian Yunxin said to Xing. "After the heart of the mysterious realm appears, I'll deal with Xiaoyu and you deal with the others. There's no need to kill a few of them. Just create a danger for them to distract Xiaolu." Xing nodded his head, then said with some disbelief, "Even without the distraction of the Xiao language, senior sister would still be able to finish off her." This was flattering and pleasing Xian Yunxin. To pick up a girl, it's only right to please her at all times. Xian Yunxin attached great importance to Xiaoyu, whose strength was comparable to hers, and she didn't dare to be careless as she said, "There is any chance that can't be missed." Xing once again patted his horse's ass without a sound. Being counted by senior sister like this, Xiaoyu she doesn't stand a chance at all. Xian Yunxin's side didn't want to start a conflict with Xiaoyu so much. Xiaoyu's side was afraid of the other side's large number of people, and it was naturally best if they could not fight. The two sides faced each other from miles apart. After leveling the 5 elemental regions, the center of the secret realm would be revealed. The heart of the secret realm will then come out, but it will take a little time. So, during this time, there was no fight between the two sides, and everyone waited. Dian Zhou looked nervous about the situation at hand. The other side was outnumbered, and in a fight, it would definitely be their side that would suffer. The only one on their side that they called an expert was Summer Whisper. As for Lu Shaoqing, Dian Ro never counted him out. In her opinion, Lu Shaoqing was not as reliable as Xiao Yi. Even if Fang Xiao guaranteed it, Xiaoyu believed that Lu Shaoqing had the strength. She, Dian Zhuozhua, didn't believe it either. Dian Ro looked at the dozen or so people on the other side. The sheer number of them gave her a massive pressure. Dian Ro was nervous and worried as she asked Xiaoyu, "Senior sister, are we just going to wait it out now?" Regarding the situation at hand, Xiaoyu still had a calm expression, not half worried, serene and beautiful, saying, "There is no hurry. The heart of the secret realm has not yet come out. There is no use in hurrying." Dian Ro frowned and said, "Elder sister, there are so many of them. It would be unfavorable for us to fight." Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Shaoqing, who had been pacing and skulking around the large open space since a while ago. "It seems very laid back." Xiaoyu softly said to Lu Shaoqing, "Senior brother Lu, I'll rely on you when the time comes." Lu Shaoqing waved his hand without lifting his head and said, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, don't be like this. I'm under a lot of pressure. That woman on the other side, 8th level of Jiadan. Who else here is her opponent besides you?" Xiaoyu had no intention of letting Lu Shaoqing deal with Xian Yunxin. Xian Yunxin could only be dealt with if she put up a fight. She said, "I'll deal with her. For the others, I'll rely on you, senior brother Lu." Xiaoyu pinned her hopes on Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing raised his head and pointed at Dian Roru. "Senior sister Xiaoyu, you might as well pin your hopes on her." Dian Zhuozhua turned her head away in displeasure. "Humph, I knew you were unreliable. Senior sister, don't worry, I'll do my best. I don't need to rely on him." Dian Zhuozhua was very upset with Lu Shaoqing. "What time is it now? You're so tense, and you still have the heart to take a walk. Who do you think you are?" Time gradually passed, and suddenly, the 5 pillars of light shook, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. Like a gale, it bends the trees. Then the 5 pillars of light began to turn. Chapter 76, The Beginning. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 pillars of light. The 5 pillars of light rotated and gradually shrunk, the center acting like a vortex, wailing away huge amounts of aura. The aura turned into a storm and roared. The ground began to shake. First it was slight, then it gradually became distance. Like an earthquake, The 5 pillars of light narrowed to the end and disappeared into thin air. Then 5 rays of light once again appeared on the vibrating ground. Gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow mixed together to form a 5-colored light intertwined together that shot up into the sky. Immediately after that, a 5-colored object rushed out of the dirt. A fist-sized bead with 5 rays of light emanating from it. The 5 elements of aura, swirling tightly around it, arched around it. The heart of the secret world. The gazes of the crowd fell on it, and many eyes flashed with greed. Even Xing had the urge to seize it. The heart of the secret realm formed by the 5 elements of the secret realm. It was worth a lot of money and didn't have much effect on the Yuaning stage, but it had huge benefits for cultivators below the Jiedan stage. Even Xiao Yi, who was in a light state of mind, saw the secret heart appear, and a trace of longing flashed in her eyes. She wanted to obtain this secret realm heart, and with the help of it, she was confident that she could catch up with the two of them. Kei Yan and Jang Tong continues to maintain her top 3 status in the zips. Cultivating her mind, though, she said in front of her senior sister that she didn't care and went with the flow. But her responsibilities as the eldest disciple of the Twin Moon Valley prevented her from going with the flow. She can't let herself fall too far behind others when she can't help it. Xian Yunxin stared at the heart of the mysterious realm with the same longing gaze. She was going to need the secret heart as well. She had to not be able to fall behind that one. Once that person enters the Genesis, her fate will no longer be in her own hands. The only way, she had to step into Yuaning as well, so that she could have a chance of survival. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Yi, Xian Yunxin both struck out at the same time. Both of them appeared in front of the heart of the secret realm at the same time and grabbed towards it at the same time. Seeing each other appear, each of them struck out a palm at the other. 2 huge strands of spiritual energy clashed. Boom! Both of them were at the late Jiedan stage, 8th level. 1 palm was enough to shatter a mountain peak. The 2 catkins touched each other. A collision of 2 strands of spiritual energy. Like a big explosion. The shockwave shook the surrounding crowd to the point that their faces turned white and their blood churned. Xiao Yi, as the existence of the weakest chicken in the entire room, with only the chi refining stage. She even felt a mouthful of blood gushing up as her throat became sweet. Xiao Yi hurriedly clenched her teeth and swallowed back this mouthful of blood. This journey, vomited too much blood, and then vomit. Go back to kill a few more spiritual chicken to make soup cannot make up for it. With this palm, Xiao Yi and Xian Yunxin each retreated, temporarily abandoning the heart of the mysterious realm. The 2 of them stared tightly at each other, understanding in their hearts that they would not be able to obtain the heart of the secret realm without defeating each other. Xian Yunxin licked her red lips, seductively, and smiled. Sister Xiao Yi, be generous and let Sister Me have the heart of the secret realm, okay? Sister will keep this in mind, remember your kindness, and repay you in the future, such as, for example, finding you a man of your choice? Xiao Yi's expression was bland and unperturbed as she calmly said, Miss Xian, why don't you be generous and let me have the heart of the secret realm, and feel free to ask for whatever you need, I'll try to meet you. Xian Yunxin shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, what I want is the heart of the secret realm. Why are you fighting me? Summer spoke the same words. And why are you fighting me? Alas, it seems that it is impossible not to fight. Xian Yunxin shook her head in great regret. But, just as this side, that side immediately struck. A spirit talisman appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Xiao Yi. Boom! The battle between the 2 begins. Seeing Xiao Yi and Xian Yunxin fight, Dian Zuozua got anxious. Let's go help too. Where is second senior brother? Xiao Yi was surprised. That's when she realized that Lu Shaoqing was nowhere to be seen. Don't mind him. Dian Roro didn't care if Lu Shaoqing was there or not. She just wanted to go and help. Fang Xiao said, let's go. However, the 3 were just about to make their move when Xing appeared with his men. Xing looked at Xiao Yi, Dian Roro, and Fang Xiao, and his gaze flashed with a hint of a different color. These 3 were not as good as Xiao Yi and Xian Yunxin, but they were only slightly inferior. It's a first-class beauty wherever you put it. A smile of what he thought was a gentleman ensued. Where are you in a hurry? 3? Dian Zuozua droned nonchalantly. Get out of the way. Stinky man, I hate it when I see it. Xing said. I'm sorry, you are not able to intervene in senior sister Xian's battle with them. Why don't we just have a drink and talk here? How about that? Smooth talk your ass. Dian Zua simply hated these smelly men. What are you? Xiao Yi nodded. That's right, it's far worse than my 2 senior brothers. Xing's face was grim. It seems that you guys are toast and eat the punishment. Well, as you wish. Get me on. the spirit talisman exploded, and the huge explosion blew out a 10 or so meter deep crater where Xiao Yi stood. Xian Yunqin flung out a spirit talisman before immediately disappearing in place. An ice spike appeared where she had just stood. The ice spike's cold aura filled the air, and the ground was instantly frozen in a thick layer. Seeing that his spells could not pose a threat to Xian Yunqin, a longsword appeared in Xiao Yu's hand, and with his spiritual energy running, his body floated like the wind towards Xian Yunqin. The longsword in his hand was waved, and the arcane sword technique was made. The longsword shook, and swirl after swirl suddenly appeared in the air. The vortex loomed in the air, carrying with it an eerie killing intent that enveloped Xian Yunqin. Xian Yunqin's face was grave. These vortexes appeared to be irregular, but they were actually located in a very subtle position, and they were connected like a cage, sealing off all of Xian Yunqin's retreats. Moreover, the vortex was constantly approaching towards Xian Yunqin. The swirling spiral, like a rotating gear, was like the teeth of a ferocious beast that chose to devour people, containing endless killing opportunities. Xian Yunqin didn't dare to be careless, and 2 spirit talismans appeared in his hands. Go! Xian Yunqin bellowed. 2 red spirit talismans were flung out and fell into the surroundings of the vortex. A buzzing sound seemed to be heard as the vortex was about to devour the 2 spirit talismans. Boom! The 2 spirit talismans exploded, and powerful and furious auras were vented out. Rumble! The whirlpools also exploded one after another under the impact of the powerful aura. In the end, there was a sweep and a wave of aura venting towards Xiao Yu. However, this was already strong for Xiao Yu, who picked out a sword and easily dissolved this raging aura. Xian Yunqin laughed out loud, his gaze tinged with gravity, but his smile was full of smiles. Sister Xiao Yu, good swordsmanship. It's a pity that you didn't comprehend sword intent. Xiao Yu faintly said, if I have comprehended the sword intent, you are by no means my enemy. Xian Yunqin was silent for a moment. It was indeed true. Having comprehended sword intent, one could be said to be invincible in the same realm. If Xiao Yu had comprehended the sword intent, she, Xian Yunqin, would have turned around and fled without saying a word. But, Xian Yunqin smiled. Unfortunately, you are not Kei Yan and do not have Kei Yan's talent. In your Qi prefecture, the only one in the younger generation who has comprehended the sword intent is Ji Yan. You're still a long way from him. Xian Yunqin's words were originally intended to strike a blow at Xiao Yu. As she said, in order to win, one must not miss any opportunity to potentially strike an opponent. But that remark obviously had no effect on the summer language. When Xiao Yu heard Xian Yunqin say that only Ji Yan had comprehended the sword intent, she couldn't help but look in Lu Shaoqing's direction. Here, there was another person who had comprehended sword intent. However, when she looked over to where Lu Shaoqing was, she froze. Chapter 77, Fighting. Xiao Yu suspected that she had misread the situation, but when she took a closer look, she indeed did not see Lu Shaoqing's figure. Lu Shaoqing disappeared somewhere. Only Fang Xiao, Bian Ro Ro, and Xiao Yi were left behind struggling to fend off the attack of the Point Star Sect's disciples. Xing, a Jiedan stage expert, on the other hand, was watching from the side, ready to strike at any time. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Where was LV Shaoqing? Where did you go? He was promised a favor, but at this time, no one was to be seen. You're not going to run away, are you? Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a little flustered in her heart. If LV Shaoqing's character was like that, it might be possible. Xian Yunqin smiled even more happily when she saw Xiao Yu's eyes fall on her companion. It's even better to hit her. Sister's summer language. It seems that your companion is a bit overwhelmed. Do you want to go help? Summer words had this worry in her heart though. The two of them, Fang Xiao and Bian Ro Ro, were only at the foundation establishment stage realm. Even if they were at the late foundation establishment stage, Xiao Yi was even weaker, only at the Qi refining stage. The three of them couldn't resist the siege of more than a dozen people from the star-pointing sect even if they joined forces. However, the people of the star-spotting sect were only planning to hold them back, and hadn't killed them yet. Just that, too, was enough to make them look overwhelmed. Natsuki watched for a while, seeing the situation and knowing that they could hold off for a while yet. She coldly looked at Xian Yunqin with a determined gaze. Only after defeating this Xian Yunqin in front of her would she have a chance. So, take that, Xiao Yu faintly said. The long sword swung out, and abruptly, the long sword seemed to disappear. In Xian Yun's mind's eye, the air seemed to ripple. It gave her the illusion that she was in the middle of a lake. All around her was the suffocating lake, which, like a collapsing high wall, kept coming down on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Terrible. Xian Yunxin looked at Xiaoyu with deep scorn in her gaze. Although it was said that Xiaoyu did not yet have sword intent, but looking at her now, it was almost the same. There was only a layer of paper needed, and once it was pierced, comprehending the sword intent would fall into place. Scary woman. No wonder she was called the third person among the young generation of Qizhou. Xian Yunxin did not hesitate as she flung out a golden spirit talisman. Clank! The sound of breaking air rang out, making the sound of gold and iron clashing in the air. An invisible wave spread out. The opposite side of the summer language skin felt a chill and goosebumps popped up in fine dots. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. I didn't expect Xian Yunxin's spirit talisman to be so sharp. This spirit talisman that Xian Yunxin made also made her feel like she was facing a divine weapon that cut iron like mud. The spiritual energy in Xiaoyu's body worked, and the surface of the long sword in his hand flashed with light. The ripples in the air suddenly became frequent, like a wind blowing across the surface of a lake. The ripples continued. Go! Xian Yunxin's face flashed with a hint of flushing, and with a loud shout, the spirit talisman disappeared, and with a sound of breaking air, it rushed straight towards Xiaoyu. Break! Break! The two men bellowed in unison. The two of them sent out attacks that clashed together viciously. Boom boom! The air resounded with dense explosions. Because of the sound of these explosions, the surrounding aura followed and became furious. Like a gust of hurricane wind, flying sand and stones. Both sides are not good. Each retreated back and forth before neutralizing the other's attack. The two men's expressions became more grave. Just now, they had only exchanged 2 rounds, but both knew how difficult the other party was. Trying to defeat the opponent in a short time is impossible. The two didn't say anything and continued to launch their attacks. Xiaoyu's sword changed, and Xian Yunxin's spirit talisman flung out. A white dress. Fascinating people. A red dress. A lot of flavor. The two of them went back and forth, chasing after each other, fighting around the heart of the secret realm. The spirit talismans used by Xian Yunxin were extremely powerful, and with each explosion, the ground shook and countless deep craters were blown out of the ground. It made summer words have to face it cautiously. Xiaoyu was holding a long sword. His sword technique was subtle and supplemented with spells, making Xian Yunxin suffer a lot. The two men came back and forth to attack, back and forth, and soon exchanged dozens of rounds. Both sides were roughly equal in strength, and no one could do anything about it. Xian Yunxin looked at Xiaoyu, whose expression was still bland even now, decided to continue to fight against the summer language to gain favorable conditions for himself. She smiled. Aren't you worried about your companions, sister's summer language? Afterwards, Xian Yunxin's lips quirked to send a message to Xing below. Her flaming red lips were very enticing, but Summer Whisper had no intention of appreciating the temptation. This was because the Pointed Star sect disciples below had intensified their attack on Xiao Yi, Bian Ro Ro, and Fang Xiao, and the three of them under Xing's orders. Xiao Yi's trio had already looked a bit strained, only able to passively defend and do little. Now the disciples of the star-pointing sect increased their efforts to attack. Spirit talisman after spirit talisman, fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades continuously attacked towards them. The three struggled to hold on, but had to retreat. At this rate, sooner or later the trio will have a big problem. When Xiaoyu saw it, her face was no longer bland, but took on an angry color. Mean. Xian Yunxin didn't get angry. Instead she smiled proudly. This is just a means to victory. If you want to blame it on the fact that you brought too few people with you. Xian Yunxin then attacked again, and this time, Xiaoyu was starting to be at a disadvantage because she was distracted by the 3 people below her. And down below, the 3 Bian Ro Ro people were under tremendous pressure. The constant attacks of the Pointed Star faction had injured all 3. The blood chi in his body rolled over, and his spiritual energy was sluggish. Outside the body, there were more or less wounds on the body, dripping with blood. Dianzuozua gritted her teeth and hated. Damn you guys, this damned guy included not only the enemy in front of him, but also LV Xiaoqing, who had disappeared long ago. She had a great deal of resentment towards Louis Xiaoqing. Elder's sister is blind, actually pinning her hopes on him. He's just a coward for running away from the battle. Confusion also appeared on Fang Zhao's face. Lu Xiaoqing was so strong. If he made a move, the person in front of him would not be his opponent. Even Xing couldn't possibly be a match for Lu Xiaoqing. But why did he disappear? Had he been wrong about him? Xiao Yi, on the other hand, chose to believe her second senior brother. She persuaded, Sister Ro Ro, don't worry, second senior brother won't leave us behind. Dianzuozua was angry. At this point in time, still believe that bastard? She said, Sister Little Ripple, it's come to this. Do you still believe him? He must have escaped. As the words were spoken, a wind blade attacked and went straight for Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was unable to dodge and was about to be hit by the wind blade. Fang Xiao shouted, "Sister Xiao Yi, be careful." Taking a step forward, he pushed Xiao Yi away while she was unable to dodge, and the wind blade left a bone-deep wound on her shoulder. Sister Xiao. The two hurriedly protected Fang Xiao and retreated back once again. The pointed star sect disciples once again pressed forward. The three were in even more danger. Suddenly, a voice entered Xiao Yi's ears. After Xiao Yi heard this, her face showed joy and she pointed to the left and said, "Let's go there." "Want to go?" Xing was skimming the side, and when he saw the three of them trying to retreat, he immediately made a move to intercept them. Xing was a Jiedan stage expert, and his strikes were much faster than those of his fellow disciples. A spirit talisman was flung out, and with a thunderclap in the clear sky, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and headed straight for the three of them. "Look out!" Dian Ro bellowed, and a disc spell appeared in her hand and threw it into the air. A film of light enveloped the three. The lightning came with ferocity and landed on the film of light with an appalling sound. Boo! The light film flickered twice before finally shattering with a loud bang. Dian Ro's disc spell followed suit and crumbled and fell. The thunder and lightning went on unabated and continued to fall towards the three. Dian Ro spat out a mouthful of blood and bellowed once again. "Go!" Another defensive artifact was offered, and once again, it clashed with the lightning. Boo! Dian Ro's magic weapon shattered once again. The attacks of the Jiedan stage were not something that could be easily blocked by the Foundation Establishment stage, but with two blocks, the sound of the falling lightning weakened and was already strong. But the danger remains. Fang Xiao braced his injuries and gathered the last of the spiritual energy in his body. A final blow was sent into the air. Crossbow wind strike. Under Fang Xiao's control, the spells gathered by spiritual energy met the falling lightning. Boo! Finally, Xing's attack was neutralized. However, Fang Xiao's injuries further aggravated and he completely lost his fighting ability. This was the strength of the Jiedan stage. A simple attack that easily wasted two Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Seeing this, Xing coldly smiled with a cat-and-mouse smile. He told his fellow disciples to stop attacking, and to deal with the three people in front of him. It would be too degrading if he still needed his disciples to make a move. He looked proudly at Xiao Yi, Dian Ro, and Fang Xiao. "Actually, it's fine if you guys surrender. Yell out and admit defeat and I'll let you go." Dian Ro sneered, looking at the idiotic man in front of her. "Dream on, stinky man like you. In the same realm, I'll fight 10 of them alone." Dian Zozo is so hardcore that no man can convince her. Xing laughed out loud at his words, his tone very smug as he said, "Ha ha, even if I lower my realm, you won't be my opponent. You try?" Dian Zozo was also soft all over, but her mouth was the hardest. Xing shook his head and was about to speak. Xiao Yi stepped forward. She held her long sword in her hand and said to Xing with a sad expression, "Do you dare to lower your realm and fight me?" "You?" Xing froze for a moment, then laughed out loud, his gaze turning morose. "You dare to say such things even as a tiny chi refining stage? Live and let live? You dare to challenge him even at a small stage of chi refining? Who gave you the courage?" Xing was at the Jiedan stage realm, and even though he had suppressed his realm strength, his understanding of the laws of the Great Tao far exceeded that of Xiao Yi at the chi refining stage. In a real fight, Xing felt that he would be able to beat Xiao Yi to death with a single swing of his hand. Dian Ro and Fang Xiao were stunned by Xiao Yi's actions and reacted by rushing to stop them. "Sister Ripple, don't! You're no match for him. Don't be impulsive." Xiao Yi twisted her head to look at the two, and Dian Ro and Fang Xiao realized that Xiao Yi was on the verge of tears. "Two sisters, it's okay." Xiao Yi's eyes were tearful. Dian Ro and Fang Xiao were confused. "What is this? Scared? But if you're afraid, you shouldn't stand up to Xingji and challenge him." Xiao Yi turned her head, gritted her teeth, and hummed, "Are you afraid? Don't dare, right? Afraid?" Xing's tone was morose and murderous. Xing, have never known how to write the word fear in my life. In that case, cut the crap and fight me. Don't nag if you're a man. Come on, don't make me despise you." Dian Ro and Fang Xiao looked at each other again, and Fang Xiao hesitantly said, "That tone, it's a bit familiar." Dian Zuo nodded and gritted her teeth. "Brought down by that asshole." Xing coldly stared at Xiao Yi, although Xiao Yi looked pure and lovely. But he would not take pity. "Since you're looking for death, as you wish." Xiao Yi waved his longsword with a much more arrogant tone as he said to Xing, "I'm in the late stage of chi refining. If you dare to press down your realm, I can blow you up at any time. Ha ha, Xing laughed again, then sneered. Good, good. This is the first time I've seen someone more arrogant than me. Take that. Chapter 78, Star Pointing Sect's third expert? Facing Xiao Yi's challenge, Xing smiled coldly and struck out. He didn't use the spirit talismans that the Point Star School specialized in. Instead, he stretched out his palm and formed a Dharma seal, then pushed it towards Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a powerful energy attack. The air in front of her condensed into a wall that crushed towards her. The powerful pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. Xing's voice came over, full of pride. Against you, a random strike would be enough to give you a pot to drink. Even though he was suppressing his realm to strike, Xing's attack was also extremely powerful to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi felt unprecedented pressure as she gritted her teeth and her long sword rose. The long sword swung out. The surrounding aura seemed to be stirred by a large invisible hand. The surface of the water is calm, with countless undercurrents hidden beneath. Dark currents surged, and Xing's crushing attacks encountered the dark currents and were parted and devoured one by one. Kind of. Xing sensed that his attack had been neutralized by Xiao Yi and smiled contemptuously. Unimpressed, but this is just the beginning. Will you be able to sustain yourself until the end? With determination on her face, Xiao Yi snapped. Cut the crap and watch the move. Then with a twist of the wrist, the sword changed. A little cold star appeared and gradually grew larger in Xing's eyes, like a seed falling into the water. The surrounding aura was the nutrients it drew from, quickly taking root and sprouting, eventually becoming a floating weed. Cover the underwater, and cover Xingji as well. Dian Rou and Fang Xiao, who were watching the battle next to each other, noticed Xiao Yi's sword technique. Dian Rou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Swordsmanship is good. As a disciple of a large sect, Dian Rou's gaze was a bit higher than Fang Xiao's. Judging by its power, it should be an earth-level sword technique. The strength exerted in the hands of Little Ripple's sister is stronger than that of a normal earth-level sword technique. Fang Xiao didn't feel surprised and brought envy in her tone. Little Ripple's sister is surrounded by swordsmanship experts, and is naturally inculcated in a better way than the average person. Master Xiao Chang is not to be mentioned. A Yuan-ing-level powerhouse. Fang Xiao knew that Xiao Yi's eldest senior brother, Ji Yan, and his second senior brother, LV Xiaoqing, both were supreme geniuses. Having comprehended the sword intent early on, his understanding of sword techniques was more powerful than the average person. Following two senior brothers like this, it would be abnormal for sword skills not to be powerful. At the same time, there was one thing that Fang Xiao hadn't said, and that was that Xiao Yi had also comprehended sword intent. Looking at Xiao Yi, a hint of envy appeared in Fang Xiao's eyes. The same people had different lives. Xiao Yi was able to worship the heavenly royal peak and meet a powerful senior brother with a burst of luck. As for her, Fang Xiao, thinking about her fate, Fang Xiao's gaze darkened a bit. But no matter how good the swordsmanship is, you still can't win. Dian Rou sighed and said, even if the swordsmanship is good, it's simply impossible to win. Fang Xiao looked up. Indeed, although Xiao Yi had put up a good fight, her attack was still neutralized by Xing. However, seeing Xing's grave expression, he was also able to know that the pressure Xiao Yi had put on him was not small. Seeing that his attack didn't work though, Xing's expression didn't look good. Xiao Yi had more energy in her heart, her voice was louder, and her fighting spirit was higher. See the move again. Another sword thrust. This time, the speed was extremely fast, instantly killing in front of Xing. Xiao Yi was not stupid and knew that there was a huge gap between herself and Xing. You can't compare spiritual power to a realm. It would be better to be practical and give him a physical override. The second-grade longsword, sharp and cold, went straight for Xing's vitals. Xing didn't expect Xiao Yi to give him such a show. For a while, he was actually forced to retreat back and forth. He was a Jiedan realm cultivator, but it didn't mean that he could use his flesh to harden himself against a second-grade longsword. He's human, not iron. Ha ha. Seeing Xing being forced backward by himself, he was in a sorry state. Xiao Yi was so pleased in her heart that she couldn't help but laugh. Is this your strength? It's not much better? I can't even beat a chi refining stage cultivator? And bragging about being the third master of the star-pointing faction, and not being shy? The words were like a spark falling into a woodpile dripping with kerosene. Xingji, blow up! Xing raged like thunder, his hair standing on end and his handsome face twisting up. You're looking for death. Xing, he was the third disciple of the star-pointing sect. Although he was ranked third, His position was not much worse than the first and second, because he had a grandfather. In the star-pointing sect, even those elders had to be polite when they saw him. Who of the disciples below, when they saw him, would dare not respectfully call out to senior brother Xin? I don't know how many sisters want to climb into his bed in the middle of the night. No one had dared to be so sarcastic and underestimate him since he was born. You dare to underestimate me? Seek death. A spirit talisman appeared in the furious Xing's hand. Seeing this, Feng Xiao, who was next to him, hurriedly drank. We agreed to fight at the same realm, so don't hit yourself in the face. The furious Xing glanced at Feng Xiao, then gritted his teeth and replaced his spirit talisman. The light flickered like a transparent shroud enveloping Xing. Subsequently facing Xiao Yi's long sword, Xing no longer dodged. Dang! Xiao Yi's long sword made the sound of gold and iron clashing and was blocked by the protective shield on Xing's body. Xiao Yi didn't die. His wrist exerted force and swished and stabbed a few swords in succession. The results were all the same. Unable to break through the shield laid down by Xing. Seeing Xiao Yi's undying look, the anger in Xing's heart dissipated a lot. The hideous expression returned to normal, and he laughed coldly with a strong disdain. Don't dream. With this ability of yours, you want to break through my defense? Dream on. Then, another spirit talisman appeared in his hand, prepared to give Xiao Yi a hard time. However, just at that moment, a dangerous aura haunted him, like a poisonous snake in the dark night. It came behind him silently, already opening its mouth and revealing its fangs. He fixed his eyes on the longsword in Xiao Yi's hand as it lit up with a light blue glow. Soft, sharp, two opposite feelings entwined together. It gave him a chilling feeling. Xing didn't have time to react. Xiao Yi's longsword pierced his shield once again. Pop! The shield shattered in response, and the longsword killed Xing without the slightest delay, stabbing him straight in the head. The breath on the longsword made Xing's soul tremble. Sword! Sword intent? Xing's expression screamed like he had seen a ghost. In the face of danger, Xing didn't dare to hold back or suppress his realm anymore. He let out a violent shout, and the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily. A powerful aura erupted from his body like a bomb exploding, and spiritual energy was declared in all directions. Ah! Xiao Yi was shocked by the sudden outburst, causing blood to spurt out, and the long sword in his hand broke off in sections. She ended up flying backwards holding the hilt of her sword. Chapter 79, Formation. Little Ripple Sisters. Dian Rou and Feng Xiao couldn't care less about their own injuries and rushed over to help Xiao Yi up. Ahem! Xiao Yi's face was pale, and a look of pain appeared on her face, but there was immense excitement in his eyes. Eyes burning. There is a lot to comprehend when fighting such an opponent. Xiao Yi couldn't care less about what she said, pointing in a direction and hurriedly saying, Go there. Byakuren wondered, what's the point of going there? Feng Xiao smiled bitterly, it makes no difference where we go. The three were already incapacitated, and it was impossible to run anywhere. Move, before he reacts. Xiao Yi was very anxious. Trust me, although they felt it was useless, Dian Rou and Feng Xiao had no choice. They are not willing to sit around and die either. The two of them supported Xiao Yi, and the three of them ran with difficulty to the place where Xiao Yi's mouth was. Dian Rou offered a magic weapon that enveloped the three of them, and their speed accelerated steeply. Don't run! Behind them, the disciples of the star-pointing sect caught up. Xiao Yi's trio was not fast, and fortunately, Xing did not catch up immediately, giving the trio a chance to catch their breath. Soon, the three of them arrived at the place Xiao Yi had spoken of. This was the place where LV Xiaoqing was skulking around with nothing to do not long ago. Xiao Yi sat on his butt on the ground. The distance wasn't too far, and it also drained him her to what was left of her stamina. Dian Zuozhuo and Feng Xiao were similar. Dian Zuozhuo looked around and didn't find anything special. Sister Little Ripple, what can we do if we come here? Dian Rou looked at Xiao Yu and Xian Yun Xin who were fighting fiercely in the distance. A hint of self-reproach appeared in his eyes, not being able to help senior sister. Looking at Xing and the pointed star sect disciples who were catching up, Xiao Yi's voice was weak as she said, I tried my best. It's okay, you're doing fine. Dian Zuo patted her hand and comforted her. It's much more reliable than your second elder brother. Thinking back on the battle just now, the shock in Dian Rou's eyes had yet to recede. She never expected Xiao Yi to actually comprehend sword intent. Even though Feng Xiao had given her a precautionary shot, it was still incomparably shocking when witnessing it with her own eyes. Sword intent. It was just too strong. With Xiao Yi's strength, he was actually able to break through Xing's protective barrier. Despite suppressing the realm and strength, it was still incomparably shocking. Xiao Yi shook her head, wanting to say something for Lu Xiaoqing, but right now, her body's spiritual energy was in disarray, like a frightened herd of cows, scurrying around inside her, making it difficult for her. It's so hard. Forget it. I'm not going to put in a good word for second brother. Instead, the second brother didn't care. Fang Xiao then asked Xiao Yi, Sister Xiao Yi, where is your second senior brother? It's already that time, isn't Mr. Lu going to make a move? How long does he have to wait? Dian Ro instantly gritted her teeth. Don't mention that coward. He must have escaped from the battlefield. Xiao Yi was a bit confused. I don't know. Second senior brother just told us to come here and stay. Stay? Who does he think he is? Are we safe just because we came here? Dian Ro had a belly full of resentment. She only hated that LV Xiaoqing wasn't in front of her. Otherwise she would have to spray LV Xiaoqing to death with her saliva. Cowardly. Clinical asshole. Not a man. Yeah, you fled here and thought you were safe? Xing brought the pointed star sect disciples around, and Xing's gaze carried a morose killing intent as he stared at Xiao Yi with a deadly stare. On the left side of his face, a bloodstain appeared and blood flowed out. Although Xing shook Xiao Yi away in time, Xiao Yi did not return without success. The sword blade containing sword intent left a scar on his face. Noticing the pain coming from his face, Xing's heart was filled with hatred. Killing intent. To be able to hurt me? You're kind of the first. In return, I will repay you well. The tone was calm, but chilling. Xing's heart was filled with killing intent. Xiao Yi had injured him, and it was tantamount to ruthlessly humiliating him. The Jedan stage was actually injured by the trash of the Qi refining stage. Spreading the word. Does he still need to mix? Only by killing Xiao Yi could he vent his heart's hatred and try to save a little face. The previous words of Xian Yunxin saying not to kill people had long since been put behind him. He'll go crazy if he doesn't kill someone. Since you're not running away, suffer death. A spirit talisman appeared in Xing's hand, and the spirit talisman flashed with a terrifying light. Just as Xing was about to launch his attack, a strange change occurred. A gust of wind arose out of nowhere, whistling and blowing, as if it had swept in countless auras. Then there was a large invisible hand stirring, turning the surrounding aura in one direction. The huge aura was like a school of swimming fish that swam around the surroundings. The huge aura gave the crowd a sinking feeling that made them panic in their hearts. The crowd felt as if something was growing out of the ground around them, and as if a shroud had fallen from the sky and enveloped them. At some point, a white mist appeared around the crowd. The white mist filled in quickly, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped all of them in it. Crap! My spiritual sense can't detect anything. Senior, where are you? Senior brother, I'm right in front of you. Spiritual sense. Spiritual sense doesn't work anymore. Senior brother Xing, where are you? The disciples of the surrounding pointing star sect screamed. Xing's expression changed drastically. At first, he was able to hear the shouts of his senior brothers, but when the white mist filled the air, not only could he not hear their voices, even their figures were gone. He was the only one left in place around him. Damn it, the maze? The maze? After Xing reacted, his face was very ugly. I thought of LV Xiaoqing slipping in here just now. He felt incredulous, his face incomparably shocked. Is it that fellow? A formation was laid down without a sound? But, Xing then laughed coldly. Misty Tracer formation. It's only a second-grade formation. Do you really think you can trap me? Typically, there are two ways to break a formation. One is to familiarize yourself with the formation and find the eye of the formation to destroy it. Then you can break it. The second is violent formation breaking, which is so powerful that it ignores formation backlash and can break the formation. The Misty Trace formation was a second-grade formation, not of a high grade. Breaking is easy in Xing's opinion. He felt that LV Xiaoqing was not strong enough to lay down a formation that was not enough to worry about. A spirit talisman appeared in his hand. Go! Xing bellowed. However, after the invincible spirit talisman had disappeared into the white fog, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any movement. Damn it, I don't believe it anymore. Xing bellowed once again, and two spirit talismans were flung out. This time there was a little movement. The white mist that had been floating, slowly diffusing, suddenly paused. It was a very slight pause, but Xing felt it. He smiled coldly, but that's just it. I'll break this broken formation of yours today. Xing stepped out, and the scenery around him changed drastically. Xing did not panic. Several spirit talismans appeared in his hands and launched an attack on the big formation. Chapter 80. Xian Yan's heart is a little panicked. This. White mist rose up around them and the surroundings were shrouded in it. Xing and the people of the star-pointing sect disappeared into thin air. The sudden change caused all three of Xiao Yi to freeze. It was still Bien Ro Ro, a disciple of the great sect, who reacted first and was shocked. Formation? It's the maze. Formation? Xiao Yi and Fang Xiao froze. Then Xiao Yi also reacted and became excited. It's second senior brother. At this moment, Xiao Yi once again admired his own second senior brother to the extreme. Simply don't be awesome. Slipping in here earlier, she wondered what her second senior brother was doing. I did not expect actually in silence, laid a large array. Xiao Yi had seen the power of his second senior brother's formations. None of the first brothers are as good as the second brothers in this regard. Xiao Yi relaxed in her heart and happily said, It's okay. This is the information laid down by second senior brother. We are safe. Fang Zhao's face was filled with shock, when it really shocked her. This, Mr. Lu, is really powerful. I didn't expect it. Nobody did. Lui Xiaoqing's methods are so powerful. Although Bien Ro Ro's heart was shaken, she continued to keep a stiff upper lip on the surface. Sister Little Ripple, does this big formation have to be laid by him? Maybe it's someone else? Could that asshole be that good? Xiao Yi asked a rhetorical question. Sister Ro Ro, who else do you think can do this? Second senior brother's attainments in formations. Even eldest brother admits to being inferior. When Fang Xiao heard this, he was even more awestruck. Could it be that Mr. Lu is a formation master? Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to quietly lay down a formation. LV Xiaoqing was skulking around, though it was said that no one noticed him. However, no one had noticed the abnormality. This kind of tactic, the formation masters were not necessarily able to do it. Only the formation masters were able to do it. It was even harder for Bien Ro Ro to believe that abominable fellow was a formation master. She was unconvinced and said, How old is he? Still a formation grandmaster. Being a grandmaster counts as him being marvelous. Besides, if he was a formation patriarch, with his character, his tail would have already been up in the air. Bien Ro Ro still had trouble believing that this formation was set up by Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi's side was in an overwhelmingly good mood and continued to ask Bien Ro Ro, Sister Ro Ro, why do you think I had to say I came here? It was second senior brother who secretly told us to retreat here. Besides him, who else do you think? Xiao Yi's tone carried a strong sense of pride and trust in Lu Xiaoqing. My second senior brother is indeed a very powerful and low-key person. Dian Zuozwa fell silent, incredulous, yet compelled to believe. The feeling was killing her inside. Fang Xiao then played peace and reminded the two. Alright, let's hurry up and grab some rest. There's no chance there's a bad fight coming up. Xiao Yi smiled and narrowed her eyes without any worry. Sister Xiao, don't worry. Since second senior brother has made a move, there won't be any surprises in this battle. Xiao Yi had full confidence in Lu Xiaoqing. Once LV Xiaoqing strikes, he will definitely not give his opponent any chance. Bien Ro Ro was unhappy in her heart, but she still agreed with Fang Zhao's words. It's better to hurry up and recover. Although the formation was laid, but how long do you think a hastily laid grand formation will be able to support? That Xing is a Jidan stage expert, and there are numerous disciples of the star-pointing sect, and their spirit talismans are powerful. The big formation, it won't be able to support it for long. Xiao Yi continued to feel relieved and waved her hand. Second senior brother won't have any problems. Fang Xiao, however, frowned and felt for a while before saying to Xiao Yi, Sister Xiao Yi, feel the situation of the grand formation? Xiao Yi sniffed and felt it carefully. When she got to the point where the surrounding aura stagnated for a moment and seemed to be running poorly, she then got worried. This can't really be a problem, can it? Bien Ro Ro sneered, taking the opportunity to despise Lu Xiaoqing. I've said that your second senior brother isn't reliable. We still have to rely on ourselves. I don't know how senior sister is doing. The scene of Xiao Yi holding the hilt of his sword, spraying blood from his mouth and flying out backwards was watched by Xia Yu. Seeing Bien Zuo Ro shriveled up again, Fang Xiao was hurt and powerless. Xing slowly approached towards them, forcing the three of them to flee in distress. The calm state of mind was finally anxious. There's her cousin down there, her mentor. They are here to help her. If something happened to them, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Shen Yunxin saw a tense look on Xia Yu's face. She smiled, a sure-footed certainty in her tone. Sister Summer words, are you going to continue? Stop it. Let me have the heart of the secret realm, and nothing will happen to you. Xia Yu coldly said, defeating you is the same. The offense was then launched again. But this time, Xian Yunxin sensed that Xiao Yi's sword was different from the previous one. Xian Yunxin, who was keenly aware of this, chose to avoid it. The summer language was now starting to mess with his mind. It would be better to continue to avoid it, so that her mind would continue to be in turmoil, and it would be easier to win then. This is Xian Yunxin, realistic and cunning. Take advantage of every opportunity you can to get a win. What? Don't dare fight me anymore? Xian Yunxin saw this and became even happier as she continued to strike Xiao Yi. Sister Xiao Yi, you admit defeat. All you have to do is admit defeat and your companions will not be in danger. Your companions will surely be in danger if you go on like this. Xiao Yi coldly counterattacked, still maintaining her confidence between words. Don't be complacent too early. If you want to win, it's still early. They won't let me down either. Yes? Xian Yunxin pointed downwards, revealing a smug smile, and said, it's such a situation. Could it be that you still have any backhanders? Your companion has been wounded. Could it be that you are pinning your hopes on that man? It's a pity that he's missing. However, before the words were finished, shouts came from the disciples of the star-pointing sect. What happened? I can't see. Where is this? Help! Help! Xian Yunxin's face changed as she hurriedly looked at the sound. What she saw was a white mist enveloping both sides of the battle that had just been fought. Even Xing did the same, disappearing into the white mist, out of sight. It's... The smart Xian Yunxin quickly reacted. Formation? But this... A look of shock appeared on Xian Yunxin's face. Yes, is he? She remembered. The place where the formation was located was exactly where Lu Shaoqing was skulking around earlier. Was he, at that point, in a formation? At that time, I had thought that LV Shaoqing was just skulking around there, like a city dweller. Not worth mentioning. But now it seems that she was the one who was wrong. She had completely misjudged Lu Shaoqing. A formation was laid down without a sound, instantly erasing the numerical advantage on her side. Her calculations against the summer language fell through. The idea was to use Xiao Yi and the three of them to create pressure on Xiao Yi and hold her back so that she could defeat Xiao Yi and win. Now, her calculations had come to naught. Who the hell is he? Xian Yunxin looked straight at Xiao Yi. She couldn't help but panic inside. She carelessly underestimated Lu Shaoqing. A smile appeared on Summer Whisper's face as she regained her inner peace. She smiled wryly and deliberately said, he declared himself. You forgot? Brother Zhang Tsonglong? Or is it Master Kei Yan? Xian Yunxin was a smart person, yet the smarter a person was, the more complicated their thoughts became. Lu Shaoqing declared himself to be Zhang Tsonglong's younger brother, and later said that he was Kei Yan's senior brother. However, Xian Yunxin believed through observation that Lu Shaoqing was neither Zhang Tsonglong's younger brother nor Ji Yan's senior brother. She thought that LV Shaoqing was pulling a tiger's skin and bluffing, thinking that LV Shaoqing is an uneducated, unappreciative little man who doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. But the appearance of this misty tracer formation let Xian Yunxin know that she had misjudged the person and underestimated Lu Shaoqing. In other words, all her previous opinions about Lu Shaoqing were wrong. This suggests that it is possible that Lu Shaoqing's self-reported identity is true. Is he Zhang Tsonglong's younger brother or Ji Yan's senior? Xian Yunxin's brows furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of cold light killed him. Xiao Yi regained her composure. Her tone was bland, and her killing move was stern. You don't seem to have me in your sights. Ha! Xian Yunxin hurriedly dodged and looked at Xiao Yi's slightly murderous face. She gritted her teeth. It looked like it was going to be a vicious battle. It looks like the only way to do that today is to defeat you completely. Xian Yunxin took out a spirit talisman. A stream of air barely visible to the naked eye lingered above the green-colored spirit talisman. Xiao Yi instantly felt a great pressure. Xian Yunxin said to Xiao Yi, this is a 4th-grade spirit talisman, and once it is used, it is tremendously powerful, comparable to a Yuaning strike. Even a late-stage Jiedan may not be able to carry it. When that happens, all 10 miles around will be devastated. Are you sure you want to keep fighting me? Your companion relies on a formation for protection, but I don't believe that formation can withstand my 4th-grade spirit talisman. Xian Yunxin's expression was grave. She wasn't lying. She chose to tell Xiao Yi truthfully, but in reality, she couldn't let go of this spirit talisman. There was only one spirit talisman of this level, even in her hand. She wanted to use it to force back the summer language. Of course, the sudden change that had arisen was too much for her heart to calm down. The variable of LV Shaoqing was ignored by her, and now that LV Shaoqing was nowhere to be seen, she was disturbed. So, not daring to make a move, he hoped that he could persuade Xiao Yi to back down. Xiao Yi had the same stony expression, but she wasn't a soft touch either. Although it was a 4th grade spirit talisman with terrifying killing power, doesn't mean she can't block it. She has cards too. Xiao Yi would not be bluffed by a few words from Xian Yunxin. She said blandly, "You can try and see if you can defeat me." Seeing that Xiao Yi did not retreat, Xian Yunxin coldly said, "It seems, could it be that you are truly not afraid of the loss of your companion's life? Even if you win. So what? Our people still have the advantage. So what if that person has laid down a formation? My senior brother's strength is at the Jedan stage. When he gets involved, you'll end up with the same result." The summer language was still the same. "You could have tried." Yes. Xian Yunxin saw that she couldn't convince Xiao Yi with words. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she was only able to make a move. Just as she was injecting spiritual energy into the spirit talisman, a powerful spiritual sense suddenly attacked her. Chapter 81, You're Naked. Xian Yunxin's face changed wildly. It was the first time she had encountered the powerful and aggressive nature of this spiritual sense. Is this spiritual awareness or divine awareness? The incoming spiritual sense was like a sledgehammer, carrying a thick and ancient aura, ruthlessly smashing down towards her. The incoming force was ferocious, causing Xian Yunxin to feel a wave of suffocation. The power of the incoming spiritual sense was so strong that Xian Yunxin's spiritual sense suffered a heavy blow the moment it made contact. Her aura was like a playful little child who had just gone out and wanted to go play when she was slapped by a passing pedestrian and ran home crying. She stifled a grunt and hastily withdrew her spiritual sense to protect her sea of consciousness. The incoming aura was too strong for her to carry. However, the incoming spirit sense did not stop there. Instead, it came straight to her sea of consciousness. It's like a pedestrian who doesn't get enough of slapping a small child and has to break in and continue to clean up after that playful little kid. Xian Yunxin's face changed again. The incoming aura changed in her senses. From a sledgehammer to a long sword, the sharpness of the blade came to her, stabbing straight into her sea of consciousness. Xian Yunxin desperately tried to resist, but couldn't, like a child trying to close the door to his house, but can't help the sheer force of the other person. Her spiritual sense couldn't resist it at all, and in the end, it was easily broken by the incoming spiritual sense. How? Xian Yunxin lost her voice and screamed. The incoming spiritual awareness was like a large army with its head held high, driving straight in and destroying ash wherever it went. Then, Xian Yunxin felt as if tens of thousands of fireballs had been thrown into his sea of consciousness. These fireballs ended up exploding in her sea of consciousness. Boom! The shockwaves of the explosion raged, kicking up endless winds and waves, ravaging her sea of consciousness back and forth, blowing it to pieces. But this time, Xian Yunxin suffered a heavy blow, and with her sea of consciousness injured, she was equal to losing half of her fighting strength. Xian Yunxin's head was spinning, her entire body was shaking, and the spirit talisman cupped in her hand drifted down. If it wasn't for her strong willpower, Xian Yunxin would have fainted. Noticing that she was out of sorts, Xian Yunxin bit her tongue, and the intense pain and blood caused her to barely regain her senses. Just as she came to her senses, she saw a figure killing her, like a ghost, out of nowhere. Xian Yunxin was startled and instinctively waved out several spirit talismans. Rumble! Xian Yunxin's surroundings were enveloped by a burst of explosions, and in an instant, smoke rose in all directions and the ground shook. Countless amounts of spiritual energy were being vented, turning the surrounding area into a Jedi mud. There's something wrong. A sad voice rang out through the smoke with a strong sense of resignation. As for that, it's not like I was planning on doing anything to you. Senior sister Xiao Yi, you're still not making a move? I'm dying. Xian Yunxin froze. This was that guy's voice? In the moment she froze, summer words appeared out of the rolling smoke, like a fairy descending to the earth. Dressed in white, her immortal aura drifted and killed. Xian Yunxin's face changed again when she saw Xiao Yi, and she hurriedly tried to make a counterattack, but it was already too late. As Summer Whisper's attack came blasting in, Xian Yunxin, who did not have the time to resist, once again sprayed blood furiously, and flew backwards several miles away from his injuries, smashing heavily into the woods. Xian Yunxin, who was flying backwards, saw in his afterglow that Lu Shaoqing's figure had also appeared in the thick smoke, and he was holding her in his hand as a 4th grade divine talisman. Is he aiming for a 4th grade divine talisman? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Xian Yunxian's mind. Watching Xian Yunxin fall heavily into the forest in the distance, Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a complicated expression, he looked at Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was holding Xian Yunxin's 4th grade divine talisman, smiling with his eyebrows, as if he was a small landlord who had gotten rich. When Xiao Yi saw such a Lu Shaoqing, it was really hard to believe that the overwhelming, so huge that it was scary. And extremely offensive spiritual sense just now was Lu Xiaoqing's, but that's just the way it is. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaoqing's sudden strike, it was still uncertain who would win or lose the battle between her and Xian Yunxin. Their strengths are equal, and so are their methods. Lu Xiaoqing's sudden strike caused Xian Yunxin to lose most of her fighting strength, allowing her to easily achieve victory. Senior brother Lu, it's really powerful. That's all Summer Words was able to say in the end. She was fighting Xian Yunxin, and Lu Xiaoqing was somewhat victorious when he stepped in to help. However, if Lu Xiaoqing didn't make a move, she wasn't confident of winning Xian Yunxin. So, she has a complicated heart. Lu Xiaoqing would be so happy that he wouldn't even look at Xiao Yi, casually waving his hand and saying, "A show of hands, a show of hands. If I let you guys fight, I'll lose my spirit talisman." Your spiritual talisman. Xiao Yi was first stunned, then saw the spirit talisman in Lu Xiaoqing's hand. Once again she was speechless. Don't tell me that's why you struck out. The way you're acting, you're going to look like you're falling off the wagon. Xiao Yi's expression was a bit unnatural as she said, "Actually, I have the confidence to defeat her as well." She and Xian Yunxin were bullying Xian Yunxin when they were one-on-one and Lu Xiaoqing intervened. 2-on-1. LV Xiaoqing was stunned, feeling surprised, and said, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, you wouldn't? When did you guys say one-on-one? Was there an agreement to go one-on-one? What were the people from the star spotting sect doing while you were fighting her? It's only 2 against 1 for the star spotters. The guy from the star pointing sect can interfere with you, senior sister Xiao Yi, in such a way, so why shouldn't I be able to help clean her up?" The succession of words made Xiao Yi's expression look much better after listening to them. That's right, Xian Yunxin had the disciples of the pointed star sect surround the trio of Xiao Yi, Dian Ro, and Fang Xiao to create pressure on her and distract her. It was already unfair to begin with. Don't mention the one-on-one or whatever, but Lu Xiaoqing, with indignation on his face, added, "Besides, she actually tried to use the spirit talisman of mine. If I don't clean her up, who will I clean up? How dare you mess with my stuff? Fighting is fighting. What kind of a good man is it to mess with other people's stuff?" The justified attitude made Summer Words speechless once again. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at the direction where Xiao Yi and the girls were. Xing and the others were still trapped in the big formation and wouldn't come out. Then he said to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, you stay here with your secret realm heart. I'll go see how Miss Xian is doing. This is a disciple of the star-pointing sect. As a disciple of the same great sect, she can't just sit back and do nothing when she's in danger. She has to extend a hand of friendship and mutual assistance. I'll go save her." Lu Xiaoqing said this with a serious expression, causing Xiao Yi's body to resist shaking a little. Xiao Yi's small mouth was slightly open. Her stunning face was filled with consternation, and she was impulsive to ask LV Xiaoqing, "How is it that you can say such shameless things so fluently and naturally?" "No shame at all. What's the main reason for Xuan Yongxin to become like this? Don't you have any idea in your own heart?" Watching Lu Xiaoqing leave, it took a while for Xiao Yi to gather herself. He began to head towards the heart of the secret realm, preparing to collect the heart of the secret realm. Lu Xiaoqing carefully arrived at the place where Xian Yunxin had fallen. Seeing Xian Yunxin lying on the ground, motionless, she seemed to have fainted to death. Xian Yunxin's clothes were torn during the battle, and after falling into the forest, they were even scraped by the branches, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Together with the posture of collapsing on the ground, it was full of fatal seduction and gave people a primitive impulse. If it was an ordinary person, irony would have rushed up in a hurry. Lu Xiaoqing, however, did not, and his expression grew cold as he looked at Xian Yunxin, who was lying on the ground. The long sword appeared in his hand, and spiritual energy gradually gathered on it. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing's heart fluttered as his cold expression faded and his long sword disappeared. Lu Xiaoqing became sneaky again, staring at Xian Yunxin in the distance. His spiritual energy revolved and several fireballs appeared and fell towards Xian Yunxin. Boom boom! The fireball landed beside Xian Yunxin, and even when it landed in front of her, Xian Yunxin did not move. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and several sword-ons went straight for Xian Yunxin. This time, it was shot directly at Xian Yunxin, and if he didn't dodge, he would definitely be injured. Put! As the sword fell, several wounds appeared on Xian Yunxin's body, and blood flowed out. Even so, Xian Yunxin remained motionless. I think he passed out. No, there's still a bit of insurance, Lu Xiaoqing muttered to himself, and then his mind worked. The secret of the shocked god. Spiritual awareness surged out like a tidal wave, and finally slowly converged into a sharp longsword that stabbed towards Xian Yunxin. Lu Xiaoqing intended to come at Xian Yunxin's sea of consciousness again. Xian Yunxin is strong and dangerous. LV Xiaoqing didn't dare to be careless. Xian Yunxin finally couldn't help herself, opening her eyes and cursing, "You, asshole." Xian Yunxin was furious. When she fell here, she was injured, but she was able to stay conscious. There's still some power to fight back. She came up with the idea of pretending to be unconscious and finally catching her opponent off guard. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoqing appeared and didn't take the bait, testing her from a distance. It hadn't worked twice in 2 tries, and the third time I was going to give her another hard one. Xian Yunxin was trembling with anger. It was the first time she'd met such a hateful, smelly man. For the first time, she also realized that there were men who could actually look like this. Ignorant of temptation, without pity, careful, cautious, and mean. Lu Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed, looking as if I hadn't expected it. Indeed there is a trick. Then with a vicious force, Xian Yunxin's sea of consciousness was once again attacked. Ah! Xian Yunxin couldn't resist and screamed in pain as he covered his head. Her sea of consciousness had already been viciously attacked, and now it had been hit hard again, adding insult to injury. Xian Yunxin felt as if her head was about to explode. The spiritual energy in his body was uncontrollable and fluttered around in his body. Put! Xian Yunxin sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and this time, she really couldn't move. The sea of consciousness had been heavily damaged, and without a panacea, it would take at least several years to slowly recover. There may even be after effects. LV Xiaoqing came over at ease this time, floating down from the tree. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing, Xian Yunxin's eyes spewed fire and hatred. I'm going to fight you. Once again. He bit his tongue and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Lu Xiaoqing saw that Xian Yunxin's face had turned pale without a trace of blood. The breath weakened, and then a sense of danger surged through his heart as he felt the spiritual energy within Xian Yunxin's body become furious. Damn! Don't be following the demonic beast's example of sacrificing the inner elixir to die with him, right? Isn't it good to be a human being? Why do you want to learn from a demonic beast? There will also be an inner Dan in the body of the Jiedan cultivator. Once the inner Dan is destroyed, the light is the fall of the realm, and the heavy is the Dan destruction and death. The power of the inner Dan was immense, and once it exploded out, it would only be stronger than the full force of a Jiedan stage cultivator's strike. Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly said, "It's naked. Your profane pants are showing." When Lu Xiaoqing said this, Xian Yunxin's heart was shocked, her breath stuttered, and she hurriedly lowered her head, only to see that she was fine and hadn't gotten naked at all. LV Xiaoqing took the opportunity to lay down several prohibitions. The inner Dan that was wailing away spiritual energy and starting to go berserk was like being doused with a dish of cold water and immediately calmed down. Xian Yunxin felt that her inner Dan was disconnected from her. She couldn't sense her inner Dan. At the same time, the spiritual energy in her body couldn't operate, as if it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, she was no different from an ordinary person. Chapter 82 Robbing Money, Not Sex? It took Xian Yunxin a moment to react that she had been fooled. She was so angry that her face turned red, and her heart was so furious that she couldn't wait to die with Lu Xiaoqing. But right now she wasn't even qualified to die with him. Normally, a ban like this wouldn't be able to control her at all. Now that she had lost a great deal of her strength and was 1 out of 10, she was easily trapped and became Lu Xiaoqing's captive. Xian Yunxin was unwilling as she struggled. Lu Xiaoqing, like an enthusiast, kindly advised, "Don't move. Don't move. You're hurt. It's not good for your health to move around like that." Xian Yunxin was surprised for a moment in her heart. This guy still knew how to have compassion for his flesh? However, the next moment, Xian Yunxin knew that she was overthinking it. Lu Xiaoqing pulled out a rope and tied her up solidly, and it's still tied in a dead knot. It also separated her 2 hands from each other, not giving her any chance. Exasperated, Xian Yunxin couldn't help but curse. "Are you a man?" She was like this. Badly injured, she was no better than a mortal. How afraid of death does one have to be to do this? LV Xiaoqing grinned and said roguishly, "I'm a man, but I don't want you to try." Then told her with a sincere face, "Don't say such things casually in the future. Some men just can't stand such provocation. It's dangerous for you." Xian Yunxin was indignant. "You also have the face to say this? Asshole, let go, let go." Then he saw Lu Xiaoqing sizing himself up. A shock went through her. Xian Yunxin had confidence in her charm. She believed that not many men under the sky could resist her temptation. It was the same even for the Heaven's Pride son of the Star-Pointing sect. Now that she was under a ban and tied up, she was like a fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. Xian Yunxin took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart and calm herself down. She then broke into a smile. Like a bright red flower in full bloom. It is full of temptation. Xian Yunxin gently twisted her body a bit, and with the tattered clothes and the snow-white, tantalizing skin, a powerful impact went straight to LV Xiaoqing's line of sight, straight to Lu Xiaoqing's heart. An inexplicable impulse stirred within Lu Xiaoqing, but soon enough, Lu Xiaoqing pressed down the restlessness in his body. He had to admit that, just as in the rumors, Xian Yunxin could make many men go crazy for him. Just the smile and posture just now, no need to speak, already full of full temptation. If other men would have been unable to control, pounced on. But Lu Xiaoqing also knew that Xian Yunxin was not a simple woman. Behind the seeming temptation lies a deadly danger. Xian Yunxin licked her lips, blazingly enticing and incomparably seductive, and said, This gentleman, what exactly do you want to do? I'm afraid that's a bit of a monkey wrench if you want to get me. The voice was soft, flowing and shallow. In the blink of an eye, Xian Yunxin had become a woman with a chaste and seductive sense. The seductive power of Xian Yunxin in this state was simply terrifying. It exudes temptation all the time. Xian Yunxin was also confident in herself. She was sure that not many men, as long as they were men, could resist her in such a state. The one from the star-spotting sect couldn't carry it off at first. She didn't believe that the Lu Xiaoqing in front of her would be even more terrifying than that person. As long as you can't carry it, I have a chance. Xian Yunxin was smiling and seductive on the surface, but her heart was filled with killing intent. How about we, change places? The tone of her voice was silky, and her gaze was ambiguous as she looked at Lu Xiaoqing, thoroughly displaying her most attractive and seductive side in front of Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Xian Yunxin, his entire body motionless. It was as if he had fallen completely under this temptation. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing was motionless, his gaze as dull, Xian Yunxin heart more and more pleased. Not afraid that you are a man. Afraid that you are a man who is not good at female color. As long as you're good with women, everything's fine. Xian Yunxin's body gently moved once again, like a young girl's tender white catkin lightly brushing the surface of a lake, causing endless ripples to ripple in one's heart. Lu Xiaoqing's dumbfounded expression suddenly recovered and slapped Xian Yunxin's ass. There was a crisp, clear snap. Well, it's very flexible. Lu Xiaoqing's tone was smooth and calm, without any haste or dissimilarity. Stop it. Xian Yunxin's entire body froze as if she had been electrocuted. A strange feeling came over me. First time in over 20 years I've had my ass slapped like that. That tingling sensation caused Xian Yunxin's heart to be in turmoil. She didn't know whether she was angry or shy, and stared at Lu Xiaoqing dead in the face. Seeing LV Xiaoqing's eyes, his gaze was calm and subdued, and his dark beads hid depth. Xian Yunxin froze. She looked at Lu Xiaoqing in disbelief. This guy actually didn't have anything at all. Xian Yunxin knew that her little plan was wrong. Her plan to try to count on Lu Xiaoqing failed. At the same time, she understood that the man in front of her was very scary. What a city boy. What a shameless man. It's all a lie. Everything is faked. A pair of eyes that were enough to tell her a lot. This is a man of great depth. Lu Xiaoqing rubbed his fingers together and smiled. If you cooperate with me obediently, I guarantee that nothing will happen to you at all. Make any more noise and I'll spank your ass. Believe it or not? After a moment of silence, Xian Yunxin gritted her teeth and asked, what are you doing? Facing the man who had it. Xian Yunxin resigned herself to the fact that she knew she couldn't count the man in front of her even if she counted well. At the same time she couldn't help but worry inside. This guy, he's not really going to rob me, is he? Lu Xiaoqing seemed to have read her mind and said, Don't worry, I don't rob people. You may be good looking, but you're not my type. Lu Xiaoqing said as he skillfully peeled the storage ring from her hand. Seeing his storage ring being taken away by Lu Xiaoqing, Xian Yunxin was startled. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xian Yunxin, shook the storage ring in his hand, and asked, Are you able to open it for me? Xian Yunxin understood. You want the things inside my storage ring? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it. That was his real purpose. Yeah, shiny spirit stones. Much cuter than you. Don't you dare. Xian Yunxin refused in exasperation. I can't believe you're not going to rob me of sex but of money? Asshole. Besides, her entire fortune was in there, so how could she hand it over so easily? Lu Xiaoqing continued to persuade. You have to think clearly. If you open it violently, your storage ring is considered to be ruined, and the things inside will be damaged. Are you sure? Xian Yunxin was stronger than Lu Xiaoqing. Even though Lu Xiaoqing could erase Xian Yunxin's mark, but in doing so, it would be easy to destroy the storage ring, and the loss of its contents would be great. The storage ring of the low-level disciples. They are not as strong as Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing hard to come hard. Even if there is a loss, it is not big. But a core disciple of the star-pointing sect like Xian Yunxin, she had a lot of goodies. Losing as much as he did, Lu Shaoqing was going to be heartbroken. Xian Yunxin was still saying the same thing. Don't even think about it. Lu Shaoqing shook his head helplessly and sighed. Fine. Then, the violent dismantling of. Chapter 83, Who the hell are you? Xian Yunxin froze. After noticing that her storage ring had lost contact with her, she shrieked. You! Xian Yunxin did not expect Lu Shaoqing to be so decisive and resolute. There was not the slightest hesitation to say do it. She stared at Lu Shaoqing with indignation. Can't you persuade for a little longer? I've only refused twice, and you're being hard. What kind of person are you? Xian Yunxin broke down a bit. This man in front of me is so hateful. She was completely at a loss with him. In the end, 1,000 words came together in this sentence. You asshole. Lu Shaoqing ignored her and violently erased Xian Yunxin's mark. The surface of the storage ring dimmed, which meant that the space inside had also been devoured and destroyed quite a bit. With a look of flesh on his face, Lu Shaoqing began to explore the contents. Oh, spirit stones? Holy, no, that's it? Only 3,000 or so lower-grade spirit stones? How come you're so poor? Lu Shaoqing immediately despised it. Like a miser. Sure enough, it's the #1 pauper sect in Yinzhou, and you're talking about the second disciple. And that's all the spirit stones you've got. Lu Shaoqing despised it while showing a disgusted expression as he put away Xian Yunxin's spirit stones. And finally a shake of the head in continued disdain. A poor man's sect is destined to be unproductive. That look looked at Xian Yun heart teeth itchy. Got the cheap but still selling good. Never had such a man in my life. Do you know that I've used all my spirit stones to prepare for this quest? LV Shaoqing continued to take things out from inside the storage room. Spirit talisman. It's not bad. Take it and sell it. Hey. Lu Shaoqing looked at Xian Yunxin and asked in a meaty voice. Do you only have 1 4th grade divine talisman? Or was it just destroyed? Xian Yunxin expressionlessly twisted her head to the side. She didn't want to talk. It's so petty not to say. Then the rummaging continued. Ha! A 3rd grade longsword. You can give it to senior sister. Forget it. This unsettling senior sister is too much of a dish. A 3rd ranked longsword isn't worthy of use. Yo, there's also a spirit armor. It's actually 3rd grade as well. But, red. Never mind. Take it back and look at it. If senior sister Niobe wants it, barely charge her some spirit stones. Seeing all their long swords and armor fall into the hands of Lu Shaoqing, Xian Yun heart angry give it back. Lu Shaoqing ignored it and frankly put it into his storage ring, incidentally despising Xian Yunxin. Clever huh? What a big tale to play. Obviously you have spirit armor but you don't use it. Putting it in a storage ring and storing it away. You deserve to lose to senior sister Xiao Yi. Xian Yunxin spat out blood. Hating it, she gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for your despicable sneak attack, how could she possibly beat me? Xian Yunxin's heart was filled with hatred. Fighting with Xiao Yi normally, without anyone else interfering, her 4th grade divine talisman made it out. And Xiao Yi would have to be crippled even if he didn't die. However, Lu Shaoqing suddenly killed out and took advantage of her defenses to give her a hard hit. It led her to where she is now. If she had known from the start that this would happen, she would have put her best foot forward to kill Lu Shaoqing at the first opportunity. This guy is an abomination. Xian Yunxin once again cursed hatefully. Despicable and shameless villain. Lu Shaoqing didn't get angry. Instead he liked this kind of address and accepted it with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing that Lu Shaoqing looked indifferent, Xian Yunxin gritted her teeth and asked, Who the hell are you? She wondered what kind of division could teach such an asshole. Lu Shaoqing told him truthfully, I said Master Kei Yan, the famous Lingxiao sect. Ever heard of it? I'm very familiar with the sect master. If you want to join the Lingxiao sect, I can introduce you. The sect leader of the Lingxiao sect also has to give me some face. Xian Yunxin didn't dare to determine Lu Shaoqing's true identity. At first sure that LV Shaoqing's identity was fake. How could he be Zhang Songlong's younger brother or Kei Yan's senior brother? But the people on her own side silently fell into the formation laid by Lu Shaoqing and took the opportunity to sneak up on her again. It shook her heart to think that there was a possibility that LV Shaoqing's identity was real. Otherwise it wouldn't be so strong. But now, she was starting to falter again. Xian Yunxin, however, couldn't tell what the man in front of her actually came from anymore. It's Kei Yan's senior brother. What about the disciples of the Lingxiao sect? or Zhang Tsonglong's younger brother, a disciple of the returning Pavilion. The Lingxiao sect and the Guan Pavilion were at least the three major sects in Shizhou, and were just as powerful as the Pointed Star sect. How can there be such a disciple? It's vile and nasty and shameless. The sect masters of the two sects would not dare to accept such a disciple unless they were blind. If you take in such a disciple, does the sect's reputation still matter? Xian Yunxin was very smart, and was the one with the title of Wise Star in the star-pointing sect. The things she judged were rarely wrong, and for her judgment, both the sect leader of the Pointing Star sect, the elders, and the disciples below her were all very convinced of her. However, now, Xian Yunxin's heart was in turmoil, and the pain from the sea of consciousness prevented her from thinking calmly. She didn't dare to be sure of LV Xiaoqing's identity. Louis Xiaoqing didn't care about that. He continued to count his loot. With a wave of his hand, a large number of bottles and jars appeared. Lu Xiaoqing frowned at once. There are jade bottles here and there, as well as regular bottles and boxes. The jade bottle opened and inside were some pills. But the ordinary bottles and boxes were opened and the scent was so overwhelming that Lu Xiaoqing was immediately filled with disgust. Perfume. Rouge. Why do you women like these things? Are these edible? Really? As a cultivator, one should aim for cultivation and work hard to move forward, and not indulge too much in other things. Can't you understand such a simple truth? Lu Xiaoqing put the perfume rouge and these things aside in disgust and said to Xian Yunxin, I won't take advantage of you either. I'll return these things to you later. This was said with a straight face, and to Xian Yunxin's ears, it sounded as if he, Lu Xiaoqing, was generous. He was so angry that Xian Yunxin's qi and blood rolled over. His chest was stuffy, and he wanted to vomit blood. This damned guy. Xian Yunxin clenched his teeth straight away. She couldn't move now, but she wanted to rush up and bite this shameless guy with her mouth. These are clearly her things, and saying that they are returned to her makes it sound like a great favor to her. Shameless, Xian Yunxin cursed. If you have the guts, release me and fight me. Lu Xiaoqing dug around in his arms for a while and found a candy, thoughtfully peeling it off and stuffing it into Xian Yunxin's mouth. He soothed, be good. Don't make a fuss. It'll be fine soon. Bah! Xian Yunxin spat it out directly, her eyes spitting fire. What do you think she is? Before she could curse a few words, she saw Lu Xiaoqing's hand wiping on his storage ring and a pink silk package appeared in his hand. Seeing this package, Xian Yun was anxious. Chapter 84, is this the year of your birth? No, it can't be opened. Xian Yunxin anxiously called out, like a nervous oriole calling, her voice strained but moving. There was no look of temptation on his face, only nervousness, as if this was something unimaginable. Hurry up, put it back and don't move it. What kind of man is Louis Xiaoqing? You say you won't move? Xian Yunxin's reaction like this, on the contrary, made Lu Xiaoqing overjoyed. Could it be that this is some kind of treasure? Aya, you're being unkind. You still want to hide something good? What's so petty about it? After saying that, LV Xiaoqing started to get on with it. It was a wrapped package, wrapped in pink silk on the outside, no different from the packages wrapped by ordinary people. The package is small, flat, and light when you weigh it in your hand. LV Xiaoqing began to undo the ties on it. Xian Yunxin became even more anxious, squirming to come over and stop Lu Xiaoqing, while continuing to yell, you can't open it. You're not allowed to. Stop it. There's no more candy. Lu Xiaoqing justified, standing a little farther away in disgust. I have to take it today even if the God of Heaven comes. It's already mine. What's wrong with me unraveling it? Soon the knots tying up the two corners of the silk were opened, revealing the contents of the package. It's... Louis Xiaoqing froze. This is not some kind of treasure. Xian Yunxin's face was as delicate as a big bright red flower. Xian Yunxin lowered her head, itching to bury her head on the ground, gritting her teeth, petulance, anger and other emotions mixing together in her heart. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the fiery red and brightly colored belly bibs and blasphemous pants in front of him, and couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face. The air was incredibly quiet and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. After a while, Xian Yunxin raised her head, seeing that a trace of embarrassment actually appeared on LV Xiaoqing's face. He immediately broke into tears. Bastard, pervert, denizen, shameless, nasty. Being a girl, intimate clothing is definitely something to keep on hand. Even as a cultivator, the dust is not stained. Not stained by mortal dust. Clothes that fit snugly and are not changed often are more or less uncomfortable. Xian Yunxin's personal clothes were usually packed in a parcel, making it easy to take them out and change them. I didn't expect it to be taken out here by Lu Xiaoqing as a treasure. I'm going to kill you. Xian Yunxin shouted angrily. just spanked her ass and took advantage of her. Now that even her intimate clothes were turned out, it was no less than looking over her body. LV Xiaoqing waited until Xian Yunqin had finished scolding her, and instead of getting angry, he asked curiously, "How old are you? Is this year your natal year?" Looking at Lu Xiaoqing with a curious and inquisitive expression on his face. As for the awkward expression that appeared just now, it seemed to be Xian Yunqin's illusion. But Xian Yunqin finally couldn't help herself and was infuriated by Lu Xiaoqing and vomited blood from internal injuries. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly. "You, asshole, big asshole." Lu Xiaoqing was indignant and angry. "If you don't say it, you don't say it, and you're cursing?" This incident was nothing more than a minor hiccup, and Lu Xiaoqing didn't care. Xian Yunxin cared, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Xiaoqing then placed Xian Yunqin's intimate apparel together with her rouge and powder. In the process, Xian Yunqin realized that when Lu Xiaoqing picked up her intimate apparel, he was only holding the pink silk cloth on the outside, not touching half of her intimate apparel. This asshole. Next, Lu Xiaoqing looked as normal and continued to search through the contents of her storage ring. Pills, techniques, herbs, ores, books, and more. As long as he found it useful, Lu Xiaoqing took it all and didn't leave her with half of it. As for the worthless ones, Lu Xiaoqing doesn't take them and gives them all back to her. In the end, Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied and smiled happily. He put the storage ring into Xian Yunqin's hand and said to her seriously, "Hold it well, don't let anyone else take it in the future. Come out, gotta be careful, thanks to you running into me. Hey, I'm the only one with a good heart. If it were anyone else, you'd lose your pants." Watching LV Xiaoqing get the better of him, Xian Yunqin was once again exasperated to the point that her heart and liver hurt. "I'm all out of my pants for you." Huge loss. She had lost money to her grandma's house this time, and had returned to her pre-cultivation days. "Kill me if you dare." Xian Yunqin gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Xiaoqing with hatred. "Otherwise, I will definitely seek revenge on you in the future." Xian Yunqin, she was treated like this for the first time in her life, and it was just as hard as having her virginity taken by a man she didn't like. Don't think she's usually loose and seems to be an indiscreet, self-respecting woman. But she's outwardly licentious, but inwardly she's ice cold, and has never given so-called men the time of day. There was never a curtain call, a head of face or anything. She hasn't even touched a man's hand. Today, however, she was spanked by Lu Xiaoqing and looked at her intimate apparel. In Xian Yunqin's opinion, there was no difference that she had already been that by Lu Xiaoqing. She hated to die with Lu Xiaoqing. "I was thinking of blowing up my inner Dan," but now she had no choice. Only able to provoke Lu Xiaoqing, she had another way. "Let's all die together." Lu Xiaoqing suddenly stared at Xian Yunqin. The smile on his face disappeared and he became calm, his gaze indifferent. In an instant, Lu Xiaoqing changed into a different person in Xian Yunqin's eyes. If anything, the LV Xiaoqing just now was a money-grubbing villain, a shameless man. Then at this moment, Lu Xiaoqing turned into a cultivator who regarded the world's living as grass and was indifferent to everything. The indifferent gaze caused a wave of fear to grow in Xian Yunqin's heart. This indifference is not feigned. This kind of gaze that was indifferent to everything, Xian Yunqin had only ever felt it on those old demons that had lived for hundreds and hundreds of years. Xian Yunqin did not understand how the Lu Xiaoqing in front of him, who was even younger than him, could possibly possess such a gaze. That's a terrible man. He's really going to do it. Xian Yunqin's heart gave birth to such a thought. Facing such a Lu Xiaoqing, Xian Yunqin had a lot of words blocked in her throat, unable to speak. She didn't want to admit it, but the fear in her heart couldn't fool herself. In this moment, she was afraid. Lu Xiaoqing just stared at Xian Yunqin, and the atmosphere in the air gradually became tense. The surrounding woods, which should have been chirping with birds and insects, now it's all gone. Dead silence. Scary as hell. Half a click later, Xian Yunqin gritted her teeth, her gaze determined. "Come on, do it. You're not a man if you don't do it." LV Xiaoqing suddenly smiled, then resumed his usual appearance. The tension that filled the air dissipated as Lu Xiaoqing revealed a smile. Xian Yunqin actually followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt that this kind of Lu Xiaoqing was much cuter than the Lu Xiaoqing just now. "You." Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, "What's the point of fighting? I'm a lover of peace." It wasn't that Lu Xiaoqing didn't want to kill Xian Yunqin. According to his character, this is to cut off the roots to eliminate future problems. However, Xian Yunqin was not alone. There's a little bit of the rest of the Star faction out there. Lu Xiaoqing was not confident that he could kill them all without news leaking out. Furthermore, Xiao Yi, Bien Ro Ro, and Feng Xiao could only be considered companions, not their own people. Even if he killed all the people of the star-pointing sect, it would be difficult to ensure that the news would not leak out. Especially that girl Bian Ro Ro. She might go out the first time to snitch and sell her. Xian Yunxin was a core disciple of the Pointed Star sect. Killing her would incur strong retaliation from the Pointed Star sect. Such an outcome was not Lui Shaoqing's intention. Killing Xian Yunxin would not only not solve the trouble, but would invite even more trouble. In that case, why kill? And, Lu Shaoqing said faintly, you still have a backstroke, don't you? As early as when he first arrived here, he had murderous intentions towards Xian Yunxin, but just as he had risen to kill, he felt a faint threat. Lui Shaoqing trusted his senses. He dares to kill, he'll be in danger. That's why he changed his mind. Xian Yunxin's face changed wildly. Her heart set off shocking waves. How could she not expect Lu Shaoqing's senses to be so sharp? Lu Shaoqing smiled gently. It seems Xing should be the same. Then, turn around and leave. Xian Yunxin shouted from behind. Bastard! You let me go. Lu Shaoqing's voice came over. There's no rush. The ban will soon expire. And you'll be able to resume your actions by then. Bye. Chapter 85. He wouldn't have done anything to Sister Xian. Would he? Xiao Yi had already put away the heart of the secret realm and stood outside the grand formation. Her spiritual sense extended out. Unable to probe inside clearly, the aura came back blank. Knowing that his senior sister and the girls were inside, Xiao Yi did not dare to enter easily. She wasn't good at formations. Although this grand formation was hastily laid down, yet no one knew when and how it was laid down by Lu Shaoqing. If you go in there, you'll only get yourself trapped. Xiao Yi looked at the large formation and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The heavenly royal peak is full of talented people. Ji Yan, the number one person in Qizhou, stepped into the Yuaning stage with a heavenly talent before he reached 30. Xiao Yi, Kei Yan's junior sister, Qi refining stage actually comprehended the sword intent. This talent is not much worse than Kei Yan. Standing out today, using the strength of the Qi refining stage to fend off opponents of the Jiedan stage. The guts alone are a block away from his peers. And Lui Shaoqing, a low-key to scary guy. The real strength was not displayed. The aura on his body was too subtle. Even Xiao Yi did not dare to judge how strong it was. But as soon as he struck, he caused Xian Yunxin to suffer a great loss. He was also able to lay down a formation to protect Xiao Yi and the three of them in a silent manner. Dissolve the worries of the summer language. The backstabbing was prepared before the war even started. And it seems to have been expected to happen. Thoughtful and thoughtful. Putting aside the strength, just the mind alone. Xiao Yi felt that Lu Shaoqing was terrifying. A large formation laid down by such a person. Xiao Yi did not dare to enter it easily. But, Xiao Yi sensed that the operation of the grand formation had become sluggish, and it looked like Xing and the other disciples of the star-pointing sect were using violent means to deal with the grand formation inside. This big formation shouldn't be able to support it for much longer. Lui Shaoqing is not back yet. Xiao Yi jumped to a tree and sat down, recovering while waiting for the great formation to break or Lu Shaoqing's return. As for going to find LV Shaoqing, Xiao Yi didn't have that intention. It's not good if you run into something embarrassing. Xing and the disciples of the star-pointing sect in the big formation kept attacking. The large formation laid down by LV Shaoqing finally couldn't support it anymore. With a huge aura spreading out in all directions, the white mist drifted away, and the big formation was finally broken. Ha ha! Xing's smug laughter rang out, resonating all around. A mere broken formation. You want to stop me? You three stinky girls. Suffer death. Xing reappeared in his original spot and stared at the Xiao Yi trio. The disciples of the star-pointing sect also slowly surrounded them, their eyes showing a fierce light. The backlash of the formation was not so easy to dissolve. So they had suffered a lot in the big formation and were holding a lot of anger in their hearts. The pent-up anger in my heart needed to be vented. Many pointing star sect disciples held spirit talismans in their hands and were ready to strike at Xiao Yi's trio. The three Xiao Yi people were like enemies. Xing sneered. Stinky girl, really able to hide. Let's see how you're going to hide this time. Xiao Yi didn't flinch. Instead, she broke into a shout. A defeated general, and you dare to squeak? With this provocation from Xiao Yi, Xing once again stormed out. Damn it, you stinking girl, you're dead. I'm telling you, no one coming today can save you. I'm going to break you into pieces today. Yes? Natsuki's voice came from behind Xing. Mr. Xin. What a big mouth. Xing's body stiffened, and with great difficulty, he turned back to see Xiao Yi floating down from a tree. White clothes fluttered like a fairy in the forest. facing the drifting summer language. Xing was like a mouse that had encountered a natural enemy. The hairs on his sweaty body stood up nervously. There was a difference of several realms between him and Xiaolu. In a fight, Xiao Yi could suppress him with one hand. His gaze crossed over Xiao Yu's stunningly beautiful face and landed on the place where Xiao Yu and Xian Yunxin had fought earlier. His senior sister, Xian Yunxin, was nowhere to be found, not knowing if she was dead or alive. Xing became even more nervous. Even Xian Yunxin, who was at the 8th Dan layer, was not a match for Xiao Yu, and he was even less of a match. And Bianzuozhuo and the girls got excited when they saw Xiao Yu. Senior sister, you won? Natsuki smiled and nodded. Great. The three of them, Bianzuozhuo, hugged each other happily. Next moment. Where's second brother? Where is senior sister Xian? Xiao Yi and Xing's voices sounded at the same time. In the arena, only Lu Xiaoqing and Xian Yunxin were missing. Natsuki didn't say anything, her gaze falling in one direction. The crowd's eyes followed her. Then the crowd saw Lu Xiaoqing leisurely walking out from the forest. Lu Xiaoqing had a contented face, swinging his 8 steps. The look was alive like a foppish male, full of food and drink, cozy and leaving from the greenhouse. It's even more so if you have a toothpick in your mouth. Yo, everyone's here. When Lu Xiaoqing came out, he smiled and raised his hand to the crowd. Second brother. Xiao Yi saw Lu Xiaoqing and put her lifted heart back into her stomach, tried to run up to him and was only able to stop because of his injuries. LV Xiaoqing frowned a bit when he noticed, and his gaze fell on Xing. Xing's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiaoqing. Their gazes met in the air, seeming to rub out countless sparks. Where is senior sister Xian? Lu Xiaoqing lazily said. You ask her parents. I'm not her father. This answer was exactly the same as the answer to Sinan's whereabouts. Xing's face was covered with a morose killing intent. You're looking for death. Lu Xiaoqing came to Xiao Yi's side with a you bite me expression. You want to kill me? Have you asked senior sister Xiao Yu yet? Pulling the summer language as a banner with no expression of embarrassment at all. Stinky. The people on their own side just couldn't help themselves first, and Bianzuozhuo couldn't help but make a contemptuous remark. Xing was furious. His body's aura skyrocketed and he was murderous. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Battle of life and death. Ha! Aren't you worried about your senior sister Xian? Xing's breath stuttered, like a balloon being punctured, and quickly deflated. Senior sister Xian, where the hell is it? Tell me. Over there. Lu Xiaoqing pointed in the direction where Xian Yunxin was. But you don't have to worry. She's fine. Fine. I've taken some of the burden off of her. No thanks. Farts. Both Xing and the disciples of the star-pointing sect couldn't help but shout in their hearts. The way you look. You don't look like you're helping senior sister Xian. When Xing saw LV Xiaoqing's face, he became more and more worried. Mud. This asshole. He wouldn't have done anything to sister. Would he? Without saying a word, Xing quickly scurried in the direction where Xian Yunxin was. Chapter 86 Really been that? Second senior brother. Are you alright? Xiao Yi's face turned pale as she came to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at her, looking as normal. Injured? Xiao Yi nodded. A few more smiles on her face. Looking happy, but it's fine. Just recuperate for some days. Having her second senior brother by her side kept her mind grounded. LV Xiaoqing nodded and didn't say anything. Bianzuozhuo couldn't look away and immediately condemned it. Little Ripple's sister was seriously injured and you didn't show any sign at all? Lu Xiaoqing asked back. What do you want me to show? Is it crying? Or laughing? Isn't this not dead? Then she took the opportunity to despise Bian Ro. Still talking about cultivators? You can't even take this injury? When did your twin Moon Valley become so weak? Go back and ask your sect leader to recruit a few male disciples to strengthen their masculinity. You, asshole. Bianzuozhuo was so angry that she stomped her feet. This asshole is really no good. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, expressed his gratitude to LV Xiaoqing. Senior brother LV, thanks to you today, or else the heart of the secret realm would have been difficult for me to obtain. This is the truth. I thought it was a simple secret realm, but I didn't expect to run into an opponent of the same realm, and almost missed with it. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, it's fine, just a show of hands. No need to be polite. Xiao Yu still said seriously, this time is considered that I owe you a favor, and in the future, if there are any needs, just open your mouth. This secret realm was nothing to someone of Xiao Yu's strength, and if it wasn't for the heart of the secret realm, she wouldn't even bother coming. Having obtained the heart of the secret realm, she was more certain to catch up and not let herself fall behind. It was indeed thanks to Lu Xiaoqing's help this time. or else she wouldn't have been able to obtain the heart of the secret realm at all. Of course, if there were no people from the Pointed Star sect, she could have explored the secret realm all by herself, without the need to use the hands of others. Dian Zuozhuo was unconvinced. He ran off to hide somewhere. What's the point of contributing? Xiao Yi frowned and said in dissatisfaction. Senior sister. The tone was rare and stern, causing Dian Rou's heart to jump, and she didn't dare to speak out of turn. Xiao Yi sighed in her heart. Dian Rou was prejudiced against Lu Shaoqing, blinded by prejudice. There is no way to realize how much of a role Lu Shaoqing played in this instance. Lu Shaoqing was too lazy to pay attention to Dian Rou as he said to Xiao Yi, no need for favors or anything. Give me 100, 000 or 800, 000 spirit stones. This sentence was automatically ignored by Xiao Yi. Although she was a small rich woman, she didn't have 100,000 or 80,000. It's better to think of it as owing him a favor. Xiao Yi glanced around. The other Pointed Star sect disciples were treating them like enemies. No one dared to speak. Xiao Yi was also too lazy to bother with these Point Star sect disciples and said, let's go. Xing rushed into the woods in a hurry to look for Xian Yunshin. Senior sister Xian, where are you? Senior sister Xian. Soon, Xing discovered Xian Yunshin's scent. Senior sister Xian, don't come over, Xian Yunshin shouted, her breath weak. Xing was worried in his heart and ignored it, rushing straight over. Then he saw a scene that made his blood boil. Xian Yunshin just happened to break free from the rope, and her tattered clothes, snow-white skin, and wretched appearance were so attractive in Xing's eyes. Xian, senior sister Xian. Xing's eyes glazed over and he swallowed hard. Stay back, Xian Yunshin bellowed, his face flushed with anger and shame. However, Xing was uncontrollable, and his feet walked towards Xian Yunshin step by step. Senior sister Xian, you're injured. I'll help you. Xian Yunshin saw Xing's gaze and knew that this guy was mesmerized by her appearance. Enchanting Xing. Xian Yunshin didn't feel a sense of accomplishment at all. If only I could confuse that asshole. Charming that asshole is how she'll get there. Without your help. Xing refuses. However, Xing doesn't give her a chance. Grabbing her arm, he pushed her into a tree as he helped her up. Xing looked at the face close at hand, and his sanity continued to be consumed. His eyes were mesmerized. Senior sister, you are so good looking. Feeling Xing's hand actually start to wander, exploring up and down. Xian Yunshin immediately felt a gust of nausea. She realized at this time that compared to Lu Shaoqing, her senior brother, Xing, was even more disgusting and revolting. LV Shaoqing was the one who made her hate her, but didn't do anything untoward to her. Except, of course, for the slap on the ass. Xian Yunshin kept screaming, but not only did her voice not make Xing wake up, instead, it made the evil fire in Xing's heart grow even stronger. Senior sister Xian, Xing muttered, his eyes lost in thought, seeing that Xing's sanity was about to be completely lost. Xian Yunshin hurriedly said, Senior brother Xing, have you forgotten about eldest brother? The three words big brother were like a magic force. Xing instantly sobered up. The confusion in Xing's eyes disappeared and was replaced by clarity. Looking at Xian Yunshin, looking at herself, looking at Xian Yunshin who was close by, smelling the refreshing and maddening body fragrance. Xing was reluctant, but in the end, he slowly let go of his hand. A trace of fear flashed across his face. Xian, senior sister Xian, Xian Yunshin had no waves in her heart, but on the surface, she looked like she wanted to cry and said, Senior brother Xing, can we not tell others about today's events? That asshole, he did that to me. Xing was shocked. Senior sister Xian, what did he do to you? Anyway, I have no face. If it gets out, my life will be ruined. Xian Yunshin's words made it hard for Xing not to think in that direction, then associating it with Xian Yunshin's appearance just now. Xing's heart was filled with killing intent. I'm going to kill him. Xing didn't know whether to be envious or jealous. The goddess of his heart had her fruit plucked just like that? He'd been a lickspittle for more than a decade, saddled up and at his beck and call couldn't even touch his little hand. If I don't take this revenge, why should I practice immortality? Xing's eyes were crimson, and he was about to go fight with Lu Shaoqing. Xian Yunshin hurriedly stopped, concerned to dissuade. Senior brother Xing, don't. You're not his opponent. This statement is equivalent to, you can't. You're not as good as him. Xing's figure instantly shot up into the sky. Hating him more than the sky, senior sister Xian. Wait. I'll go kill him. Xing did not notice in the slightest that Xian Yunxin, who was at the back, had a flash of triumph and viciousness in her eyes. Xing caught up with the departing Lu Xiaoqing and shouted, "Dog! Take your life!" A palm down in the air. Lu Xiaoqing seemed to be caught off guard, and in his haste, he sparred with Xing. Ouch! Put! LV Xiaoqing sprayed blood from his mouth and flew out backwards. Chapter 87, You can't cross the river and tear down the bridge. Dog! I'm going to kill you. Slaughter you. Xing was in a state of madness. Spirit talisman after spirit talisman in his hands flew towards the direction where Lu Xiaoqing had fallen. Thunder, wind, flames, and various other elements intertwined together in a series of explosions. A huge shockwave spread in all directions. For a while, the ground shook and the sky was dark. The crowd on Xiao Yi's side hadn't had time to react, and by the time they did, Xing had already attacked consecutively, blowing out a huge deep crater where Lu Xiaoqing was. Second brother, Xiao Yi screamed. The smoke cleared and there was only a deep crater. As for the rest, there is nothing left. Ha ha. Xing laughed maniacally. Damn it, there's nothing left of him. How dare you lay hands on my goddess? You don't know how to die. Xiao Yi. Several people were also dumbfounded. Just in a blink of an eye, Lu Xiaoqing was blasted to the dregs. Xiao Yi's eyes were red. She drew her long sword and was about to rush up to take revenge. Fang Xiao pulled her back and pointed in the distance. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Yi looked along and saw Lu Xiaoqing running out from another part of the jungle. In a puff of smoke, he ran over to Summer Whisper. Then he patted his clothes and shouted angrily at Xing. You're sick. Then he complained. Senior sister Xiao Yi, why don't you look at me a bit? He just killed me. Look, I'm hurt. Wiping a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, the crowd also noticed that his breath was weak. Afterward, he stared skeptically at Xiao Yi. Senior sister Xiao Yi, you're not thinking of crossing the river and breaking the bridge, are you? You're just going to throw it away when you're done with me? You have to have a conscience to be a man. Summer Words cried and laughed. She realized that when she faced Lu Xiaoqing, even the calmest, most unperturbed heart would easily be made unstable by him. Dian Zuoro bellowed. What are you babbling about? You yourself are 100,000 miles away from us at the back, and you still have the nerve to blame senior sister? You've got yourself in a bad spot back there and you're getting what's coming to you. Ha! LV Xiaoqing didn't even bring his face red for a moment, saying, I'm breaking the back. Look, this asshole kills over. If you have that small body, the dregs are gone, right? Strong words, Dian Ro exasperatedly said. Senior sister, don't bother with him, this guy is just an asshole. Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiao Yi again. Senior sister Xiao Yi, even if we're going to separate when we go out and go back to our respective homes, you can't be able to be about to leave me behind here. Can you? Xiao Yi didn't retort and admitted his mistake, saying, Senior brother Lu is right. I was careless. Xing came up from behind in a murderous rage, and Xiao Yi sensed it early on. She was also secretly prepared. Her main focus was on Xiao Yi, Dian Ro and Fang Xiao, and once Xing made a move on them, she would be the first to stop it. However, she didn't expect Xing's target to be Lu Xiaoqing. Plus, she believed in Lu Xiaoqing's strength and did not focus on him. I didn't expect Xing to be so fast, and I also didn't expect Lu Xiaoqing to actually be unable to block Xing and be sent flying out. Lu Xiaoqing's face was now pale, with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, and it looked like he was badly injured. Xiao Yi's gaze fell on Xing and said, Mr. Xin, you passed. Xing was on guard in his heart, his eyes still staring angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. Him, damn it. Since you insist on making a move, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Xia spoke in a bland, threatening tone. If you dare to make another move, I will kill you. Xia Yi didn't like killing, but that didn't mean she wouldn't kill. Xing hesitated, and for a moment his hand squeezing the spirit talisman didn't know whether to continue or not. At this time, Lu Xiaoqing but said, Senior sister Xiao Yi, forget it, don't bother with him. He had a momentary lapse of imagination, so we'll be generous and leave him alone. When Lu Xiaoqing said this, the crowd was shocked and looked sideways. This guy's been taken over? Or did you hurt your brain in the explosion? How could he say such a thing? Xiao Yi, in particular, was dumbfounded. Was this still the second brother he knew? Where was his own canny, small-minded, second brother with a small book in his heart? In Xiao Yi's opinion, His second senior brother had suffered such a big loss. Xing was dead. Even if his ancestors came, he would still be dead. Xiao Yi even simulated 100 ways for Xing to die in his mind. The only thing he didn't expect was for Lu Shaoqing to actually say that he would release Xing. Xiao Yi couldn't help it. Second senior brother. Are you alright? Lu Shaoqing said. What do you mean it's fine? Can't you see I'm hurt? Hurry over here and hold me up. Dian Ro poo-pooed. Little Ripple's sister is much more injured than you. Are you still not a man? Xiao Yi was puzzled and said. Second senior brother. You said release him? Why? Lu Shaoqing immediately lectured Xiao Yi, saying, returning kindness for kindness. Returning kindness for kindness. How many times have I told you? LV Shaoqing was in pain and seemed to be very disappointed in Xiao Yi. Although he sneaked up on me, I think he must have been stimulated by something. Senior sister Xiao Yueling has also obtained the heart of the mysterious realm. So a meaningless struggle is unnecessary. Why are you so careful as a human being? How bad is it to fight and kill? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to take a step back and have peace in the world? Go back and copy the 4 words returning grudges with virtue for me 100 times. And if one punctuation is missing, for you is the question. At this moment, Lu Shaoqing was as if he was possessed by a holy Buddha, and moral golden light shone on him. Xiao Yu and the others blinked their eyes, suspecting more and more that this guy had been taken over. Xing also froze. This guy wimped out? But the goon shall not die. Xian Yunxin arrived at this time. She changed her clothes, still in red. Injured, she is still seductive. Senior brother Xing. Don't be impulsive. Xian Yunxin's face was pale, with a look of nervousness and worry on her face. There's no point in having another incident. Xiao Yu agreed with this. Xian Gunyang. There's no need to fight anymore now. It's pointless. Lu Shaoqing noticed Xian Yunxin looking at himself and waved his hand with a smile, saying, the new clothes are nice. Xian Yunxin immediately had the urge to explode his jidan. And when Xing heard this, his face became even more gloomy and his killing intent increased. Xiao Yu said to Xian Yunxin, Miss Xian, farewell. I'll see you later. Now that the atmosphere was not right, Xiao Yu did not dare to stay much longer. It was pointless to fight and it was not certain that he could win. The other side had too many people. Before Lu Shaoqing left, he said to Xing, be obedient. Go back and don't come looking for death. Qizhou is my territory. I'll just call out and have a large group of people come to get you killed. Then, he said to Xian Yunxin, Miss Xian, I'll keep in mind what happened in the forest. You're a good person. We're not suitable. Asterisk. Ing asshole. Xian Yunxin was so angry in her heart that she was about to explode. She only hated the fact that she was now severely injured, or else she would definitely strike. Xing, needless to say, was on the verge of going berserk with his hand squeezing the spirit talisman and the veins on his forehead rippling. Xian Yunxin sighed, her tone sad and pathetic. The current me cannot take revenge. This shame is going to follow me for the rest of my life. Senior brother Xing, let's go back. Go back and report to eldest senior brother so that he can come and avenge me. Oh yes. Senior brother Xing should also have died at his hands. Let senior brother come and avenge us. Xing coldly interrupted Xian Yunxin. Senior sister Xian, you don't need to persuade me. Brother's revenge. Your revenge. I'll take it. I will break him into pieces and draw out his soul for all eternity. Xian Yunxin, however, worriedly said, no, I don't want you to risk your life. You're not as strong as him. Xing disagreed with this and retorted. Senior sister Xian, don't worry. I fought with him just now, and his strength is just like that. He's just a bit faster. He's no match for me. And besides, he's already injured. So it's even more unlikely that he's a match for me. But Xiao Yu is also there. Xian Yunxin hesitated, then seemed to remember something. Oh, right, they are not from the same sect. After going out, they will definitely be separated. Xing said, yes, I heard him mention it too. So he's dead. Xing's expression was confident and his gaze was sinister. Besides, I'm not afraid even if Xiao Yu is there. With the spirit talisman given to me by my grandfather, I'm not afraid even if it's the 9th level of Jiedan. Even if I can't defeat it, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Xian Yunxin's expression turned serious, still advising. Senior brother Xing, listen to me, please, don't go. Xing's mind was made up, especially when he saw Xian Yunxin like this. He was even more determined to kill Lu Shaoqing. Senior sister Xian, you and the other senior brothers wait for me at the exit. I'll go and remove his head. Chapter 88, Beyond the Borders of the Secret World. After exiting the secret realm, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, exploring a secret realm would be very easy with a Jidan stage expert pressing on. Many of the threats inside were nothing to a Jidan stage expert. However, this time, they encountered the star-spotting sect. It was still humans that were more dangerous than the dangers inside the secret realm. Xiao Yi's gaze once again couldn't help but look at Lu Shaoqing, only to find that Lu Shaoqing swung towards the air. A flying sword disappeared into the air. The air rippled like the slightest ripple from a fish in the water. It's light, it's soft, and it's done in silence. Silky smooth and undetectable. With Xiao Yi's strength, she wouldn't have noticed what Lu Shaoqing was doing if she hadn't happened to see him move. After Lu Shaoqing threw out a flying sword, he was ready to carry his hands behind his back and act as if nothing had happened. Noticing Xiao Yi's gaze, Lu Shaoqing met it and grinned, blinking at Natsuki, who actually averted her gaze in panic. Although he didn't know what LV Shaoqing was up to, Xiao Yi was not the type of person to meddle in other people's business. Xiao Yi said to the crowd, "Let's go. Go back. When we return to Lingxiao City, we'll have a good." Lu Shaoqing, however, spoke out to interrupt Xiao Yi. "Senior sister Xiao Yi, the three of you go back. Senior sister and I still have some things to take care of." Xiao Yi blinked her eyes, her small face blank. "Second senior brother, is there anything else? How come I don't know? I'm injured now, so it's only fair that I go back early to slaughter a few spirit chickens to make up for it." Lu Shaoqing didn't answer this question. And what about Xiao Yi? Associating it with Lu Shaoqing's actions just now, she seemed to have guessed something. Smiling faintly, he said, "Do you need help?" Lu Shaoqing shook his head and said, "A small matter, so I won't trouble senior sister Xiao Yi." Lu Shaoqing secretly said in his heart, if he could, he would have struck out in the secret realm long ago. Why bother with all this trouble? Xiao Yi looked deeply at Lu Shaoqing and said, "In that case, I won't hinder your time. Senior brother Lu, see you at Lingxiao City." "Don't," Lu Shaoqing butted in. "Senior sister Xiao Yi, don't come looking for me if you have something to do. My little heart can't take it. The first beauty is trouble." While others couldn't wait to have more contact with Xiao Yi, Lu Shaoqing was as afraid as a tiger and couldn't wait to distance himself from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's suitors, admirers in Qizhou are just too many. Lu Shaoqing wouldn't dare to get too close to her and be misunderstood. Those suitors, admirers didn't care if he was a disciple of the Lingxiao school or not. Xiao Yi froze for a moment, smiled gently, and said the same thing, "See you in Lingxiao City." "No, no." Xiao Yan smiled without saying anything, and the three of them, Dian Rou and Fang Xiao, boarded the flying boat and returned to Lingxiao City. On the flying boat, Fang Xiao suddenly said, "What Lord Lu is about to do is not a small matter." Dian Rou bristled. She couldn't help but spit out a few words at the mention of Lu Shaoqing. That guy's got a bad stomach and he's definitely not doing anything good. This time it's considered good luck for senior sister. Otherwise the heart of the secret realm would have been taken away long ago. Xiao Yi said, Ro. This time I was able to obtain the heart of the mysterious realm, and the biggest contributor was senior brother Lu. If it wasn't for his grand formation protecting you all, I would have been distracted and defeated long ago. To be lucky, she was able to find Lu Shaoqing to help. This fact could not be refuted. And Dian Rou gritted her teeth, unconvinced in her heart, like a barbarian, spitting on Lu Shaoqing from another aspect. He's unkind. He obviously laid down the formation. Why didn't he tell us earlier? It had to get us injured before we were allowed to retreat into the formation. Little Ripple's sister was even injured because of this. Is there such a thing as him being a senior brother? Fang Xiao said, I think there's something in it for him too. What are his intentions? What's the purpose of letting Little Ripple's sister get hurt and all of us get hurt too? Revenge on me? Xiao Yi shook her head. Her own senior sister's prejudice towards Lu Shaoqing was really too severe. Xiao Yi said, no matter what, senior brother Lu helped me defeat Xian Yunxin, and this trip to the secret realm is considered to be without danger. Dian Rou continued to bar. Senior sister, don't be self-effacing. It's clearly your credit. You don't need to push it on him. He's just laying down a formation. Defeating Xian Yunxin is mainly up to senior sister. When Lu Shaoqing sneak attacked Xian Yunxin, Dian Rou and the girls were already inside the big formation and couldn't see what was going on outside, not realizing how Xian Yunxin was defeated. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh as she suddenly said to the boatman maneuvering the flying boat, Boatman, please stop. The flying boat slowly came to a stop. Dian Rou and Fang Xiao looked at Xiao Yu in shock. Elder sister, what's wrong? With a serious expression, Xiao Yi said to Bian Ro Ro. Ro Ro, you've always thought that Master Lu was uneducated and not strong. This time, I'll take you to see the strength of senior brother Lu. Dianzhua froze. Fang Xiao seemed to have some understanding. She said, sister language, are you saying that Lord Lu is not following us back, and that he is going to fight someone? Fang Xiao couldn't help but think of that night. Xiao Yi nodded her head, her gaze falling on Bian Ro Ro as she said, if I guessed correctly, he should be waiting for someone from the star-pointing sect. The Star Spotters? Dianzhua was surprised. Fang Xiao, however, didn't have many surprises. In her impression, LV Xiaoqing was not such a good talker. From the fact that he called Zhang at one time and Wu Tianzhong at another in the secret realm, he knew that he would not easily let go of those who offended him. Bian Ro Ro, on the other hand, said, the people from the star-pointing sect still dare to follow them? They're not afraid of senior sister? Summer Words shook her head, not answering the question. Let's go, Xiao Yi asked curiously. Second senior brother, are the people from the star-pointing sect really following? They know that we're separated from senior sister Xiao Yule? Lu Xiaoqing was lying on a tree trunk, and Xiao Yi was sitting on the opposite side, her little feet wiggling and shaking as she stared curiously at Lu Xiaoqing. She was surprised when she realized that LV Xiaoqing was here to wait for the people from the Point Star sect. Lu Xiaoqing said, follow, how can I not? I'm injured, and I heard that I said that I've parted ways with senior sister Xiao Yu, so why didn't I follow? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Second senior brother, you're injured because you faked it on purpose? There's nothing wrong with you at all? Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head to look at her. You think I'm injured too? Xiao Yi nodded. Yes, that Xing's attack was so powerful that even the mountain almost collapsed. It's normal for you, second senior brother, to be injured by his sneak attack. Bah, he's worthy too? The person who wants to successfully sneak up on me hasn't been born yet. Xiao Yi understood and couldn't help but spit out. Second senior brother, you're so despicable. Chapter 89, someone is trying to bully your senior. Xiao Yi sort of understood. Lu Xiaoqing deliberately said out loud that he would part ways with Xiao Yu out of the secret realm, and deliberately pretended that he was injured. The purpose was to draw the people of the star-pointing sect, especially Xing, over. Second senior brother, are you going to kill the people of the star-pointing sect? Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Yeah, especially that Xing. Make sure to get him killed. Yes, is it for me? Xiao Yi was a bit agitated. You asked me to fight him. I did my best. He is not moral. Is this second brother's way of avenging me? Xiao Yi's heart was beautiful. Lu Xiaoqing, however, gave her a pot of cold water. His brother has a fourth-rank identity in his hands, so he, as a brother, has it anyway. Xiao Yi's face collapsed and deflated. Happy for nothing. Turns out it was looking at someone else's stuff. An unhappy Xiao Yi grunted. Maybe he's too scared to come. Lu Xiaoqing, however, was confident. Don't worry, it will definitely come. Why? Xiao Yi was puzzled. Just heard you say that we would part ways with senior sister Xiao Yu? Isn't he stupid enough to suspect that you're being paranoid? Lu Xiaoqing laughed. Yo, aren't you illiterate? You actually know the stratagem of doubting soldiers? Xiao Yi protested. I'm not illiterate. I just don't like to read. So, you're highly cultured? Xiao Yi held her head proudly, her little feet wiggling triumphantly. Lu Xiaoqing said, just in time. Go back. Remember to write me an 800. No, 8,000-word insight. Xiao Yi was stunned. Her little feet did not shake. Her face was full of astonishment, disbelief, and her expression gradually became horrified. Second senior brother. You, what did you say? Lu Xiaoqing said, insights. Ah, you write out what you've seen and heard along the way. Your combat deficiencies, what mistakes you've made, and how you can improve in the future. At least 8,000 words. One word less and I'll shave your hair and make you a nun to practice Buddhism. Xiao Yi's eyes went black, her body shook, and she fell headfirst. She hurriedly grabbed the branch and called out, hanging onto it like a frightened monkey. Second senior brother. You're not joking with me, are you? Second senior brother. This kind of joke is not at all enjoyable. Lu Xiaoqing said, who's kidding you? It's a mission. Xiao Yi climbed back up the tree and jumped over the branch where Lu Xiaoqing was, smiling fawningly. Second senior brother. Just spare me. You asked me to write 8,000 words. You might as well have killed me. Kidding aside, Xiao Yi felt that the words she had written since she was a child didn't add up to 8,000 words. Now asking her to write 8,000 words about some insight would really kill her. Xiao Yi winks. Cute. A set of mwahahaha. Nay. LV Xiaoqing did not eat this, so angry that Xiao Yi wanted to push LV Xiaoqing down. Seeing that she was unable to make Lu Xiaoqing change her mind, Xiao Yi huffed and jumped back to the opposite branch. She exasperatedly said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Wait, I'll go find master and eldest brother and ask them to help me." Lu Xiaoqing was indifferent. "Go ahead. If they agree, you don't have to write." Xiao Yi was then a bit discouraged. Thinking of her master and elder brother, she also felt that there was not much hope. At once, Xiao Yi felt lifeless. 8,000 words. Isn't that harder than practicing for advancement? However, Xiao Yi didn't give up and secretly swore in her heart, "I must find a chance to make second brother release me." Xiao Yi continued to ask, "Second senior brother, even if Xing is coming, but what about the others? Aren't you afraid when the others follow?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "I'm just waiting for all of them to come, just so I can wipe them out." Well, there's still the idea of killing people, but Xiao Yi was puzzled. "Second senior brother, why don't you do it in the secret realm? With the help of senior sister Xiao Yi, we can easily kill them all." Lu Xiaoqing said, "You think I don't want to?" Senior sister Xiao Yi is not the type to kill indiscriminately, and when she gets what she wants, she won't take action against the people of the star-pointing sect. This was something that Lu Xiaoqing had seen clearly a long time ago. The gongfu practiced by Xiao Yi was about peace of mind, not easily making enemies with people, much less actively creating killings. Summer Whisper is a person of character, and it's unrealistic to expect her to help with a murder. When Xiao Yi defeated Xian Yunxin, Lu Xiaoqing had already sensed it. It was clear that he could have killed him with one blow, but Summer Whisper stayed his hand. Besides, Twin Moon Valley was full of rich women, and there must be quite a lot of treasures in the hands of Xiao Yi. If he wanted to kill Xian Yunxin and smash the treasure out, he didn't believe that Xian Yunxin would be able to resist. Yet Summer Language did not. Together with that girl Bian Ro Ro, Lu Xiaoqing had no intention of troubling Xiao Yi and the girls. There are so many of them. Are you confident, second senior brother? Lu Xiaoqing said. You'll find out later. Xiao Yi still wanted to ask, but Lu Xiaoqing got impatient. If you have time to talk nonsense here, why don't you meditate for a while and recover your body? Xiao Yi deflated her mouth, but obediently obeyed Lu Xiaoqing's words, swallowed a few pills, and silently cultivated. Lu Xiaoqing was lying on the branch of a tree, his eyes closed and his breathing calm, as if he was asleep. Xiao Hong was lying on Xiao Yi's head, her eyes closed, again as if she was asleep. It seemed so quiet with the breeze. After most of the day had passed, Lu Xiaoqing opened his eyes and sat up, his gaze falling in the distance, in the direction of where they had entered the entrance to the secret realm. Xiao Yi sensed Lu Xiaoqing's movement. Opening his eyes, he asked, Second brother, people are coming? Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Here it comes. Then sensing it, he became angry. Actually only one person came? So arrogant? To actually not put me in your eyes. Outrageous. Damn it guys, do you have to make such a mess? Xiao Yi was puzzled. Second senior brother. What are you talking about? Lu Xiaoqing grunted. It's just that Xing guy who came. The others are nowhere to be seen. Xiao Yi said. Second senior brother. What should we do? Lu Xiaoqing had a bit of a headache and said. I don't know anymore. I thought they'd all come. Miscalculated. That woman, she's not easy. Lu Xiaoqing even deliberately provoked Xian Yunxin before leaving. By all rights Xian Yunxin should have followed along, even if she didn't do it. Watching herself being manhandled should be able to let her vent her anger. Right? You're not coming? Soon, Xing's figure appeared in the distance, and he also detected Lu Xiaoqing. He slowed down and eased over. He took one step at a time. His pace was firm, and separated by a long distance. Xiao Yi was able to feel Xing's killing intent. Intense killing intent was like substance, impacting over from afar, declaring his determination. Must kill LV Xiaoqing and the two of them. Seeing Xing's imposing aura and killing intent filled the field, Xiao Yi couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother, you don't still want me to go on, do you? Lu Xiaoqing's face was full of concern. Do you want to get on? Yes, it's okay, it gives you practice. Xiao Yi hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum, expressing her heart. Don't, he's like this. I'll go up there and die at once. If they were in the same realm, Xiao Yi would have charged up with his sword without saying a word. Previously, she had taken advantage of Xing's carelessness, and only with her sword intent was she able to make Xing suffer a small loss. Now, there was no way Xing was going to give her another chance like that. While shaking her head, Xiao Yi did not forget to take a step back and stand behind Lu Xiaoqing, indicating that she was definitely not going on. second senior brother. Go ahead and beat him to death. Lu Xiaoqing waited for Xing with his hands behind his back. Xing came to Lu Xiaoqing step by step. When enemies met, Xing's eyes were crimson, and every cell in his body was filled with murderous intent towards Lu Xiaoqing. Good. Good. You actually didn't escape. Great. Xing's every word carried a punch of hatred. Along the way, he followed, his hatred rising higher with each passing day. Now, it has reached its zenith. Xiao Yi scrunched her neck behind Lu Xiaoqing. This guy looks so scary right now. The aura was amazing, and the thick killing intent made her heart flutter. His own second senior brother. Could he beat him? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing still had that lazy look, but his tone was offended as he asked, "Where's your senior sister Xian? How come she's so afraid of death and doesn't dare to come? You still have the face to mention senior sister Xian?" Spiritual talismans appeared in Xing's hands, and his spiritual power sword. "Today, I will kill you." Lu Xiaoqing smiled contemptuously, then shouted in a direction behind him, "Don't come out yet. People are going to bully your senior brother." Xiao Yi and Xing both froze. Then, a cold, white-clothed young man carrying a long sword with a sword-like gaze appeared. As he appeared, a sharp sword intent was felt for miles around. Appalling. Eldest brother. Chapter 90. Eldest brother. Xiao Yi cried out in surprise. Counting words. Xing also shrieked out in shock. His was not a surprise, but a shock. As the first among the young generation of Qizhou, Ji Yan's name was as thunderous and prestigious as it was in the neighboring state of Yan. Kei Yan is not as low-key as Xiaoqing Lu. Besides, with his natural strength, he couldn't lay low even if he wanted to. Counting words is a regular in the Tennessean and often makes the headlines, so his look is already known to the public. Xing couldn't help but feel fear in his heart when he saw Kei Yan appear. He looked at Lu Xiaoqing. This asshole. Is he really Master Kei Yan? Kei Yan's appearance made Xing's scalp tingle. Xing secretly screamed in his heart and regretted beyond measure. Had he known that he would have obeyed better and not run to take revenge. The counting words you see in the Skype are nothing more than a cold image. Even if it's a projection, it's also just a form without a god. Even a cultivator in and out of the refining stage dared to speak out against the projection, saying that a handful of suppression schemes were spoken. Xing is no exception to this rule, and he has also had a go at the projection of Kei Yan. But when really confronted with Kei Yan, Xing's former grandiose words of disdain for Kei Yan, he could not say a single one. Kei Yan just looked at him and made him unable to move as all of his acupoints were sealed by a long sword. Kei Yan looked at his senior brother and sister. The expression on his face unchanged, but the sharpness in his eyes became much softer. Lu Xiaoqing had a look of contempt. How far is the distance from Heavenly Royal Peak? It's only now that you've arrived. And you're talking about the Yuaning stage. Your speed is slower than a snail. Kei Yan said, "It's long overdue. I just want to see what kind of person it is that needs to make me take a shot." Lu Xiaoqing continued to despise. Ha! Pretending. Hiding aside. Similarly, Kei Yan's tone was also very contemptuous, despising Lu Xiaoqing for actually flying a sword to send a message for him to rush over. Can't you handle this kind of cargo yourself? Xiao Yi was beside him, with a small red head, like a curious baby, with a pair of big eyes, looking left at eldest brother and right at second eldest brother. She couldn't help but ask, "Second senior brother, when did you call eldest brother?" Lu Xiaoqing grunted. "Think for yourself. I told you to be careful. Why didn't you pay attention?" Ji Yan took the opportunity to teach Xiao Yi, "No matter what, you must remain vigilant. Yeah, gotta watch out for your big brother, in case he gets a brain fart and disappears with a whoosh, leaving you where you are, surrounded by roaming enemies. Let's see how you're going to cry." Xiao Yi could feel Lu Xiaoqing's full of resentment. Xiao Yi stared wide-eyed. Is there any other love affair between the two senior brothers that I don't know about? Xiao Yi exploded with curiosity in her heart and asked, "Eldest brother, second eldest brother, what are you guys talking about?" Kei Yan faintly said, "Previously, when I explored a secret realm, he asked me to open the way and fell into a trap." The tone was flat, without any emotional ups and downs. It's as if he's talking about a third person, not about himself. Xiao Yi was surprised. Eldest senior brother also had times when he was at a disadvantage? Lu Xiaoqing said angrily, "Don't mention it. You're the eldest senior brother. If you don't open the way, who will? Careful, you ran away while I was surrounded by ferocious beasts. Why didn't you mention this?" Kei said, "I am going to find the leader of the ferocious beasts." In the end, it wasn't because I was able to get that ferocious beast killed. Xiao Yi was so happy to hear her heart blossom. There was actually a time when the two senior brothers joined forces to explore the secret realm. It's exciting to think about. Two senior brothers. When did this happen? Lu Xiaoqing said without any good humor. When I first joined the division. I can't remember the exact time. What's the point of asking so much? Don't mention this matter. Ji Yan affirmed. Just in the first year of joining the division. I was at the 5th level of qi refining and you were at the 4th level of qi refining. The first and only small secret realm that Master took us to explore before he stepped into the Yuaning stage. After Xiao Yi heard this, she simply wanted to kneel down and worship. She did remember her master saying that both senior brothers were mortal when they were initiated. In a year's time, it's the middle of the qi refining stage. They were only 11 or 12 years old at that time. And when they thought about the fact that they were 16 years old and only at the 9th level of qi refining, they were ashamed in their hearts. Xiao Yi was curious. Why hasn't Master said anything about this? Lu Xiaoqing glared at her, his face unkind, and said fiercely, you can't mention this matter in front of Master, or I'll whip you. Why? Xiao Yi became even more curious. It's the first time, Master, and your first time. It should be very memorable. It's only right that Master should be impressed and have fond memories. In Xiao Yi's opinion, the first and only time that Master and apprentice opened the land, it was something worth remembering. It's also very romantic and beautiful. Why can't you mention it? Xiao Yi looked at Kei Yan. Kei said, at that time, he also pitied the master. After a moment's pause, he put up 2 fingers and intensified his tone. Twice, when he came out, he was spanked by his master. And then I hit him once every time I thought about it. Master is indeed impressed. Put. Xiao Yi sprayed. Xiao Yi never expected it to be for this reason. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Kei Yan. Do you want to die? How dare you bring this up? The corner of Kei Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Wasn't this something you brought up first? Why can't you tell me if your senior sister wants to know? Xiao Yi nodded her head adorably. Yes, I shouldn't hide it from my cute little senior sister. LV Xiaoqing's gaze scraped over, and Xiao Yi hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Xiaoqing warned Xiao Yi again. The bully threatening? This matter is not allowed to be mentioned in front of Master, or I will clean you up. Xiao Yi's heart moved and she took the opportunity to make conditions. Second senior brother. I can guarantee that I won't mention it in front of Master. But it's an 8,000 word insight that I don't want to write. Ha! Lu Xiaoqing laughed, and the sound sent chills down Xiao Yi's spine. Knows how to blackmail me now. There's something to be said for that. Xiao Yi said. Second senior brother. I do not want to write 8,000 words of insights. It's too much. I promise to keep my mouth shut. Lu Xiaoqing ignored Xiao Yi and said to Kei Yan. Have her write 10,000 words. No. 20,000 words on the secret realm insights. Kei Yan nodded expressionlessly. Good. You supervise. And it's in your hands to teach when you get back anyway. After I finish writing I guess I'll almost be able to break through. Okay. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes. And all of a sudden a wave of sadness in her heart came up uncontrollably. Wanting to cry out. Is this lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Why am I such a... What the hell am I doing? Xiao Yi wanted to cry. Little Red lay on Xiao Yi's head, his wings covering his eyes. You're floating. Don't you know that this demon can't be threatened? Enough. Suddenly a loud cry interrupted the 3 senior siblings. Chapter 91, I don't bully my juniors. The 3 men followed the sound, seeing Xing's body trembling as he was left out to dry. At first, Xing was horrified, not realizing that Lu Xiaoqing was really Master Kei Yan's brother. He came full of killing intent, and after Kei Yan appeared, he had already wimped out, trying to figure out how to get out of here with dignity. But after Kei Yan appeared, he was left out to dry, and the 3 senior siblings were talking about it recklessly, treating him as if he were air. He couldn't take it anymore. Xing's teeth were clenched. I've seen people humiliated, but I've never seen them so humiliated. Being treated like this, Xing was shaking with anger. From birth until now, he had never been so humiliated. Enraged, he forgot about the horror of Kei Yan and yelled, Are you trying to seek death by humiliating me like this? Lu Xiaoqing pointed at Xing to Ji Yan and ordered, Go, chop him up. He must be destroyed. Kei refused. I don't bully. He was at the Yuanying stage, and Xing was only at the middle of the Jedun stage. Kei Yan didn't understand. With your strength, you can easily clean him up. Why don't you do it? Calling me from 1,000 miles away. Do you think I'm idle? Lu Xiaoqing said. He should have a 4th grade divine talisman in his hands. Kei Yan scorned. Isn't it just a 4th grade divine talisman? You were able to block it. Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the good sense to say. No, don't give me a hard time pretending not to understand here. Hurry up, get him killed, and then go after the others. Xiao Yi heard and understood. Second senior brother. You called eldest senior brother to come, to cut off the roots? Lu Xiaoqing didn't deny it. He said to Kei Yan, I met a matronly woman. Very pretty. For you to be your wife. Do you want it? Kei Yan looked at him expressionlessly. What have you done to people? Scared like this? Lu Xiaoqing looked at him with the same expressionless face. You don't want it? You'll just have to live with this broken sword of yours for the rest of your life. If you don't want it, help me get her. Ji Yan could not help but roll his eyes at his own senior brother's shamelessness. As for that, you took advantage of someone, but you still want to kill them. Lu Xiaoqing said, you think I'm you? If you don't deal with the end of your hand when you do something, you'll be in a lot of trouble when the time comes. Kei Yan coolly said, what trouble? Dare to come. One sword to chop. Xiao Yi reacted violently, and it was only after the big formation had broken that she saw her second senior brother come out from inside the forest. It was said that Xian Yunqin of the star-pointing sect had fallen into that direction as well. Xiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up with the fire of gossip. Second brother. You. Kid, step aside. Lu Xiaoqing drank in the curious baby, then said to Kei Yan, stop playing cool for me here and hurry up and do it. Kei refused. No, I don't bully my juniors. A junior? People are older than you. How old are you? Hair hasn't even grown. Lu Xiaoqing then asked Xing. Right. Old thing? Put. A mouthful of blood rushed up and Xing roared angrily. Damn. Damn. Damn you bastard. Xing didn't expect Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing to ignore him again, and now they were purposely flirting with him. I am only in my 20s. Not even 30. Where is old? Completely unable to hold back, a purple spirit talisman appeared in Xing's hand. A terrifying aura appeared. The same aura as the one from Xing. Who will suffer death? Xing's gaze was crimson as he stared deathly at Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing. Or are you all in this together? Xiao Yi's hair felt numb when she saw such a divine talisman for the second time. The power exerted in Xing's hands wasn't quite full, but it still made her heart tremble. She couldn't help but look at her two senior brothers. Kei Yan frowned. Just this one? Xiao Yi could hear the overflowing dislike in Kei Yan's tone. Looking at Lu Xiaoqing, it's a bit of a thing though, not so hard to get a hold of you. Xiao Yi envied in her heart. It's full of trust. Lu Xiaoqing said, don't pretend for me here. I want that spirit talisman. That's my thing. Moreover, it's not guaranteed that there's something else inside him. Got it. Xiao Yi drifted off, still looking at people's stuff. Lu Xiaoqing and Xing were both at the Jiedan stage, and although they were a few minor realms higher, Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the confidence to slaughter Xing without using his spirit talisman. Lu Xiaoqing said to Kei Yan, kill him, I want that spirit talisman. Kei Yan still refused. No, Lu Xiaoqing said, he bullied your senior sister. Kei Yan glanced at Xiao Yi, then pointed at Xing. Xing sprayed blood from his mouth. His amazing aura was punctured and he flew backwards several miles away. Kei Yan's faint voice rang out, reaching Xing's ears. I'll spare you if you're able to beat my senior brother. Lu Xiaoqing sniffed and cursed. What do you want? I told you to kill him, not me to beat him. Don't give me a hard time. Kei Yan said to Lu Xiaoqing, you can go kill him now. And in the distance, Xing went completely berserk. Kei Yan's words gave him a chance. He didn't hesitate and used his most powerful spirit talisman right from the start. The purple spirit talisman in his hand was infused with spiritual energy, and immediately the sky was filled with purple clouds. Thunder flashed, and a huge spiritual pressure descended. Lu Xiaoqing was furious. Bastard! You compensate me for the spirit talisman. Kei Yan drifted back and a smile appeared on his face. That's your business now. Asshole, asshole. Lu Xiaoqing was furious, but he also had to face Xing. The thunder in the sky had locked him firmly in place, and he had to strike without it. Lu Xiaoqing carried his sword and roared angrily. Damn you! Dare to use my spirit talisman. Watch me kill you. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaoqing shouted. Meteorite great summoning technique. Xiao Yi followed Ji Yan and retreated as she looked at Lu Xiaoqing worriedly. Is it okay for the first and second elder brothers? Xing is different from Xing. Xing was not able to utilize the full power of the spirit talisman even after using the 4th grade spirit talisman because of his strength. Xing was different. The Jiedan stage allowed him to utilize the full power of the spirit talisman. For a moment, thousands of thunderbolts descended, as if they were going to destroy the earth. In Xiao Yi's senses, even the foundation establishment stage would go up in smoke. Xiao Yi's heart was trembling. A little karami of the chi refining stage like her going up there would be split into crumbs at the edge. Watching Lu Xiaoqing fight against the thunder head-on, Xiao Yi was very worried. Kei Yan faintly said, "Don't worry, he's not as weak as you think." Did he still think too lowly of his second senior brother's strength? Xiao Yi watched as Lu Xiaoqing was actually able to physically resist the thunder without anything happening. The thunder that was capable of killing a foundation establishment stage cultivator landed on Lu Xiaoqing, and it only hindered him for a bit, not causing any damage to him. Xiao Yi was shocked. So second senior brother's physical body is this powerful? Kei Yan also wondered. When did he secretly cultivate his flesh body? This guy. Xiao Yi was even more shocked. Eldest senior brother. You don't know either? Kei shook his head. First time I've seen it. Haven't seen it before. Then the fight blazed in his eyes. As cunning as ever. Trying to catch up with me. I'm not going to give you a chance. Xiao Yi watched for a while and realized that the purple cloud was giving Lu Xiaoqing a lot of pressure. Xiao Yi then wondered. Eldest senior brother. You could have completely destroyed him with a single strike just now. Why do you still want second brother to go? Kei Yan looked at Lu Xiaoqing in the distance. His gaze deep and silent for a moment. Xiao Yi thought that there was some kind of inside story, and she kept guessing in her mind. Unexpectedly, Kei Yan suddenly said, I was pitted by him in the secret realm before, and when I think about it now, I still feel a bit uncomfortable in my heart. Just now, the tone was vaguely smug. Xiao Ri's mouth stared in disbelief as she looked at her eldest senior brother. Is that the real reason? But, Xiao Yi added, eldest senior brother. Second senior brother said that if someone at the Jedan stage makes a 4th grade spirit talisman, they will be able to utilize the maximum power of the spirit talisman. The power is equal to a blow from a Yuaning stage cultivator. Can second senior brother withstand it? Kei said. Why do you think I gave him that one? Otherwise, with your second senior brother's temperament would he go on? Xiao Yi froze. Were the two senior brothers so in sync? Xiao Yi's heart is stuffed. I thought that you were just helping me out, eldest brother. And while Xiao Yi was heartbroken, that huge fireball in the sky also fell toward that purple cloud. Chapter 92, You're so strong. And you're still shaking people? The huge fireball, like a meteorite from the sky, heavily smashed onto the purple cloud. Boom! At that moment, a huge wave of air lifted up from the entire sky, and the shockwave spread in all directions. The white clouds on tens of thousands of miles of sky were swept away. On the ground, a powerful shockwave raged, like a Class 10 hurricane blowing wildly, wreaking havoc on everything. Fire, lightning intertwined, like a sea of fire tossing and raging, and like a sea of thunder tossing and roaring. The shockwave impacted towards Kei Yan Xiao Yi here. Before the shockwave even arrived, Xiao Yi felt difficulty breathing and had an urge to flee the place. She hurriedly leaned towards Kei Yan. Breathing immediately became easier. Rumble. The ground was dusty. Trees snapped, and shockwaves hit, but came to the front of Ji Yan 3 feet where, like a long sword split from the center, the surrounding overturned, but only where Ji Yan, safe and sound. Xiao Yi spat out her tongue, not seeing any movement from Kei Yan from beginning to end. Eldest brother is still too good. However, the second brother wasn't too bad. Xiao Yi looked at LV Xiaoqing who was in a big battle. LV Xiaoqing summoned a large fireball smashed onto the purple cloud. After the explosion, although the purple cloud still exists, but watch carefully, the color has faded a lot, and the terrifying atmosphere has also weakened a lot. The falling thunder was likewise no longer dense, but rather sparse, posing no threat to Lu Xiaoqing. Xing had blood on the corner of his mouth, and he had shock in his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Xiaoqing's strength to be displayed. He didn't think that Lu Xiaoqing's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. Better than him, too. One blow nearly broke him. Xing realized now how wrong he was. The asshole in front of me has been playing pig in a poke. The strength was stronger than he thought. And Xing was incomparably furious. You're so strong, and you're actually calling people. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. It's not enough that you're strong, but you even called Kei Yan here. Is there such a thing as bullying? You shameless bastard really deserved to die. Lu Xiaoqing returned with a straight face. That's my senior brother. Why can't I be called that? Brother in the upper battlefield. Ever heard of it? Xing's teeth were clenched. This ing asshole. He knew it was time to fight for his life. And if he didn't, he would die here today. He bellowed. It's not over. A few pills appeared in his hand, and in the twinkling of an eye, he stuffed them into his mouth. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and huge spiritual energy swam throughout his body, and the purple cloud's aura was once again restored, and it was even more vigorous. Die for me. As Xing shouted, a huge lightning bolt was birthed from the spinning purple cloud, as Xiao Yi had seen it. Thunder and lightning descended like a thunder dragon carrying the aura of destroying all things as it fell towards Lu Xiaoqing. Xing's eyes revealed a smug look as he laughed. This is Thunderbolt, destroying all thunderbolts. This is a strike comparable to that of the Yuaning stage. So what if you are even at the Zhedan stage? Yuaning stage? Lu Xiaoqing sneered. Not really. Do you think you took that hit from my eldest brother for nothing? Xing was startled, and before he had time to react, Lu Xiaoqing bellowed, "Die for me!" The long sword stabbed out, and a berserk sword intent filled the air, like the sun coming down, burning the sky and destroying the earth. The countless auras in the air were like kerosene meeting fire, igniting countless starbursts. Each starburst is capable of burning this world to the ground. Countless starfires converged into a huge firebird. The firebird rushed up to the sky and ruthlessly slammed into the thunder dragon that fell from the sky. Sword intent transformation. Xing screamed in terror like a duck caught by the neck. You, no way. Shinji is about to go crazy. Does your family sell sword intent? Ji Yan had comprehended the sword intent, and the little girl Xiao Yi had also comprehended the sword intent. Now, this abominable fellow had also comprehended sword intent, and it was still sword intent incarnate. Xing's worldview is collapsing. He's falling apart. Shady, you guys definitely have some kind of PY deal with Tendo. Otherwise, how could all three of you siblings have comprehended the sword intent? And heck, it was still comprehended below the Yuaning stage. Is that so sick? At that moment, a roar came from the sky. Xing looked up. Confidence gradually returned to his eyes. I'm not defeated yet. My grandfather gave me a spirit talisman. With my grandfather's spirit talisman, I will never lose. However, in the next moment, Xing's expression froze, his gaze once again terrified. Amidst his horrified gaze, the supposedly undefeated thunder dragon was devoured by the firebird transformed by Lu Xiaoqing's sword intent. That's right, it's devouring. The flames skyrocketed and wrapped the thunder dragon, devouring it bit by bit. Finally, with a bird's cry, the thunder dragon was completely engulfed, and the firebird spread its wings and rose up against the wind, completely crushing the purple cloud. The firebird circled in the air and then immediately descended from the sky, coming straight at Xing. Without saying a word, Xing turned and fled. The spirit talismans in his hands kept flinging them out like they didn't need money, but it didn't play the slightest role in front of the firebird, which descended and burned everything, devouring Xing. Elder sister, you said that he would be hunted down by the star-pointing sect. Is that possible? Xiao Yi, Dian Ro, and Feng Shao went and returned. Dian Ro remained skeptical that Xiao Yi was going to bring her here to see the strength of Lu Xiaoqing. In Dian Ro's eyes, Lu Xiaoqing was an asshole, sneaky and not a good guy, even if Feng Shao swore an assurance. Even if LV Xiaoqing had laid down a large formation in silence, it would not change Dian Ro's opinion of LV Xiaoqing. There was no way around it. The first impression LV Xiaoqing gave her was really bad. Xiao Yi faintly said, if I'm not wrong, senior brother Lu is deliberately staying behind and waiting for the people from the Pointed Star sect to catch up. Thinking back to Lu Xiaoqing's operations in the secret realm, especially his provocation of Xing, the summer language was also an afterthought. LV Xiaoqing did it on purpose, although he didn't know why LV Xiaoqing provoked Xing. However, Xiao Yi could be certain that Xing and the other Point Star sect disciples would definitely catch up. Dian Zuo said, I'm afraid that he won't be able to beat them and be destroyed by then. Feng Shao said, don't worry, Duke Lu is very strong. Zoe, you trust me. Dian Zuo said, Sister Shao, perhaps you were mistaken. Xiao Yi said, the Heavenly Royal Peak has a technique that can hide its own aura very well. Senior brother Kei Yan is like this, and so is senior brother Lu. It's hard to know his true strength unless you force his full strength out. Dian Zuo still didn't believe it. Where does he look like an expert? Just as her words fell, a massive pressure descended. The three of them changed their faces, while Xiao Yi looked ahead, and in the distance, dozens of miles away, a purple cloud dazzled. What's that? Xiao Yi's face was gloomy. Come on, let's go over and take a look. The three of them quickly swept away, and when they were halfway there, a fireball appeared tremendously in the sky and fell. The powerful shockwave made the three men's faces stare. Who the hell is fighting? Xian called out. However, an overpowering and berserk sword intent soon came. Like the sun descending from the sky, it burns up everything in the world. This sword intent made the three Xiao Yi feel a great sense of suffocation. A feeling like facing a sun. Fang Xiao lost his voice and called out, Sir Lu. It's Sir Lu's sword intent. What? Dian Zuozhuo was shocked, her jaw about to drop to the floor. It's him? How is that possible? This sword intent made Dian Roro feel her scalp tingle, her heart and soul tremble. That asshole? Is he that strong? No way. This doesn't make sense. What part of that asshole looks like a master? Xiao Yi looked into the distance. At this distance, with her realm, she was able to vaguely see the battle in the distance. Xiao Yi couldn't help but marvel. Senior brother Lu. It really isn't inferior to senior brother Ji Yan. Xiao Yi lamented in her heart. If Lu Shaoqing had not kept a low profile, but was like Ji Yan, it was not certain if she could be the third person in Qizhou. Byakuren bristled. At that moment, a terrifying aura that destroyed the heavens and caused countless living beings to tremble came. Even the Xia language couldn't help but lose her voice. Yuaning? Chapter 93, The Divine Thoughts of the Elemental Infant. The firebird engulfed Xing, and Lu Shaoqing put away his sword and turned around in style. A real man never looks back at an explosion. However, a terrifying aura descended steeply behind Lu Shaoqing. The terrifying aura seemed to make heaven and earth distort. Lu Shaoqing felt the aura at the first moment. A current of electricity rushed from his tailbone straight to the sky, and Lu Shaoqing's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body. His scalp went numb. He knew what the aura represented. Such an aura was not unfamiliar to him. Meta infant. Only a Yuaning could have such a terrifying aura. Lu Shaoqing turned around and saw that Xing, who should have been strangled to pieces by his sword intent, was still alive and well. But his breath changed. His gaze was vicissitudes, like an old demon that had lived for centuries crossing time and space and traveling. Behind him, a huge shadow of hundreds of feet swayed, like gods and demons in the darkness. Who is it? The voice echoed between heaven and earth with endless indifference. Who dares to lay a hand on my juniors? The voice started out cold and increased in anger word by word, becoming angrier with each word. In the end, it was like a storm of aura that exploded. The surrounding earth fell, mountains collapsed, and an aura of destruction swept out. Xing's gaze fell on Lu Shaoqing, and the silhouette behind him seemed to have opened its eyes, deadly staring at Lu Shaoqing. His void-hole gaze seemed to be able to freeze Lu Shaoqing's soul. It's you? In the distance, Kei Yan's expression was grave as sword intent surfaced on his body and the air rippled layer after layer. The whole person seemed to have turned into a long sword, ready to strike. The long sword behind his back showed half of its sharpness. Strike in the air at any time. Around him seemed to hover a white dragon, looming. Xiao Yi's legs trembled as he looked at the huge shadow, his throat drying up. Is this the power of the firstborn? It wasn't that Xiao Yi had never seen a Yuaning before. The grand elder of the Xiao family, her uncle Xiao Bang, her master Xiao Chang, and even her eldest senior brother Kei Yan were all Yuaning. Normally, when they were in contact with these Yuaning, they converged their own breath, so that Xiao Yi could not feel half of the Yuaning's might. Now that the other party was an enemy, the terrifying metaphysical aura was on display. Is this the aura of a Yuaning powerhouse? Xiao Yi's face turned white as she looked at the huge shadow, and she could even feel the spiritual energy within her body stagnating as a result. Really scary. Xiao Yi's gaze landed on Lu Shaoqing, and she couldn't help but reveal a strong worry. Eldest brother, are you going to make a move? Hurry up and make a move. Second senior brother, he can't hold it. Xiao Yi was looking forward to her eldest senior brother making a move and being able to slaughter the Yuaning at the Jiedan stage. Now that Kei Yan was also a Yuaning, dealing with the enemy in front of him should be a breeze. However, his expression loosened and he returned to his normal, clouded expression, and the long sword behind his back was sheathed with a clang. It's okay, watch. Kei Yan smiled faintly. Xiao Yi doesn't understand. It's all this time and you're still laughing? Could it be that you don't love the second brother anymore? Or are you still hung up on that secret realm thing? It shouldn't be. The one who is small-minded should be the second elder brother, not you. At that moment, LV Shaoqing's voice came over. Who are you scaring, old thing? There was no panic in the voice, just a strong sense of grief. Sure enough, there really is. You intervene in a fight between young men. You're so shameless. Does your mom know? Old undead. You're bored, go do something else. Not doing something good. Favoring this kind of shameless thing. Lu Shaoqing pointed at Xing and cursed. Shaking people when you can't beat them. Is that good? Can't you go die properly? Not only is your pointed star sect the #1 pauper sect, it's also the #1 shameless sect. Shameless? Using my spirit talisman and still shaking people? Want some face? You stand still. I'm coming to cut your ass up right now. Speaking, Lu Shaoqing became angrier and angrier, and finally stormed out, simply lifting his sword and going on again. Terrifying sword intent once again filled the air, enveloping towards Xing. Xiao Yi lowered her head, deeply ashamed in her heart. She was reviewing the gap between herself and her second senior brother in terms of cheek thickness. The second brother shook the man first, but here he was, without blushing, accusing the other of shaking the man shamelessly in mid-sentence. But, Xiao Yi wondered, wouldn't the second senior brother at this time run back to the eldest senior brother and ask him to make a move? Why so heroic all of a sudden? Second brother, isn't he afraid? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask. Kei said, afraid? He's scared to death right now. A smile appeared on Kei Yan's face, a bit gloating anyhow. Xiao Yi did not understand. Big eyes, blinking and blinking, very puzzled. Xiao Hong, who was lying on Xiao Yi's head, was also, that Demon King would be afraid at times? Since Kei Yan could laugh about it, it meant that it wasn't serious. Xiao Yi thought it was better to satisfy her curiosity first. What's going on, eldest brother? Ji Yan asked Xiao Yi rhetorically. How does your second senior brother usually do things? Xiao Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment, saying, Master said that second senior brother never does meaningless things. This was something she agreed with. She, Lu Shaoqing, had been in contact for so long, but she had never seen Lu Shaoqing do anything meaningless. Surely, those 20,000 words of insight must be a meaningless thing. Kei Yan shook his head and said, I'm not talking about that. I'm asking, how does he treat his enemies? This is a good answer. Xiao Yi said, decisive, dry, sharp, never soft, and there is to cut off the roots. Kei Yan nodded. That's right, he doesn't like trouble. In order to avoid it, when he encounters an enemy, he will definitely cut off the roots. Xiao Yi seemed to understand a little, as she looked at Lu Shaoqing who was fighting with Xing again and said, is this also a way for second senior brother to cut off the roots? Kei Yan said, that person called Xing was left with a divine thought inside his body by a Yuaning stage cultivator. If its life is in danger, the divine mind will be stimulated to protect its safety. The divine thoughts left in the body are not connected to the main body, but if time passes, they will be sensed by the main body and know what is happening here. Xiao Yi understood and looked at the sharply roaring Lu Shaoqing. Is second senior brother thinking of destroying this divine thought? Kei said, that's right, otherwise he could be targeted by a Yuaning. Do you think he's afraid? Xiao Yi was silent. But, with second senior brother's character, he should have come back to make eldest brother you. Kei Yan laughed. He knows that I won't make a move, so he won't come looking for me. A smug look appeared on his cold face. Seeing this, Xiao Yi could only sigh in her heart. The two senior brothers were in love with each other, and both seemed to have the same knowledge of each other as if they were roundworms in each other's stomachs. However, Xiao Yi was curious again. Eldest senior brother, why don't you make a move? Why should I make a move against an opponent he can handle? Xiao Yi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This was a divine thought left behind by a Yuaning powerhouse. The divine thoughts left behind were not as good as the original, though, and were not able to utilize the full strength of the original. But it wasn't something that the tiny Jiedan stage could deal with. Is second brother so fierce? He had really underestimated his second senior brother after all. Chapter 94, The Spiritual Sense is False. Lu Shaoqing's heart was overwhelmed with grief. Hit the little one and actually came out the old one. Is there such a thing as bullying? The one who shook himself was indifferent. The one who shook the other so vigorously. How come you're so miserable yourself? Old undead, die for me. Lu Shaoqing gritted his teeth in grief. The long sword slashed out. Sword intent stirred, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with berserk sword intent. Sword intent raged, destroying everything around them. The earth was ruthlessly plowed away a layer, tyrannically enveloping towards Xing. Xing, who had activated his divine thoughts, seemed to have lost his original will, his body being manipulated by the divine thoughts of the Yuaning powerhouse. Only Xing saw a green-colored spirit talisman flung out. There was a great whistling wind in the air, like the Yin wind blowing out of the void, whistling and scraping. Each wisp of light in wind scraping and scraping became an incomparably sharp wind blade. The air was cut to pieces in front of the countless wind blades. Lu Shaoqing's berserk sword intent met the wind blade like two well-trained elite soldiers meeting, fighting fiercely. Boom boom. In the area between Lu Shaoqing and Xing, countless explosions occurred. Although it was a first-grade spirit talisman, in the hands of the current Xing, the power exerted was no less than a third-grade spirit talisman. hardly by virtue of a wind attribute spirit talisman. Lu Shaoqing's sword intent was resisted by virtue of the wind blades that filled the sky. This is the power of the firstborn. Lu Shaoqing's expression did not change in any way, and his eyes became cold. Lu Shaoqing took a step forward. His aura skyrocketed, and the long sword in his hand lit up with a crimson glow. Off-fire sword technique. The starry flames in the sky reappeared, forming a huge net of fire that enveloped down towards Xing. The starfire swayed, emitting infinite heat. The surrounding trees burned under this heat. Not only that, each star flame contained a sword intent. Surrounded by flames, it buzzed and quivered with a stern killing intent. The vapors behind Xing swayed. A palm slapped down, a hundreds of feet tall shadow, and the palm was like a mountain pressing down. Puff! The sky full of starfire wrapped the large hand of the shadow, the flame burning like a hawk. The sword intent was rampant, like a school of swimming fish, surrounding its prey and constantly tearing and devouring it. At the same time, the vapor's aura skyrocketed and continuously counterattacked. However, in the end, it was the divine thoughts of a Yuaning powerhouse. Lu Shaoqing noticed that his attacks were gradually weakening and could not help the other party. Watching the other party fling out 2 more spirit talismans, Lu Shaoqing gritted his teeth and swung his sword once again. Another net of fire enveloped the area. At the same time, a shocking wave was set off within the sea of consciousness. A huge spiritual sense spread out, and it transformed into countless flying swords, stabbing fiercely towards Xing's sea of consciousness. Sculpture. The vicissitudes of his voice rang out, and Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, even a sneer. Entering the Yuaning stage, the spiritual consciousness was transformed into divine thoughts, which were more powerful and more aggressive. Now Lu Shaoqing actually dared to use his spiritual sense attack in front of him. Wasn't this looking for death? The divine thoughts hidden within even the body even took the initiative to control Xing to open up the sea of consciousness, allowing Lu Shaoqing's spiritual sense to enter. He was going to do a shutdown. Lu Shaoqing felt something was wrong. His target was Xing's sea of consciousness. However, the cultivator's sea of consciousness is usually well protected and heavily guarded. He turned his spiritual sense into a sword, and he was thinking of violently breaking the door. Now, the other man had taken it upon himself to open the door and welcome him in. Lu Shaoqing was instantly delighted. He was worried about not having a door to get in. Immediately, the spiritual sense regrouped, like a brute bull charging straight in. The divine thoughts within Xing's body were overjoyed and immediately rushed in as well. The sea of consciousness. Xing's consciousness was hiding here, and he could feel the battle outside. He was too horrified to speak. He didn't expect that the divine thoughts his grandfather had left inside him wouldn't even be able to gain the upper hand in a fight with Lu Shaoqing. I damn well should have listened to senior sister Xian a long time ago. Why am I so stupid? Xing's heart was overwhelmed with regret. I had thought that LV Shaoqing was a soft persimmon to be pinched at will, but I didn't expect to kick an iron plate and limp my foot. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and a gloomy expression appeared in his sea of consciousness. Xing was startled, then exclaimed, "Grandpa!" Xing was once again terrified in his heart. Could it be that his grandfather couldn't beat LV Shaoqing either? "How's it going, Grandpa?" Xing asked hastily. The old man was none other than Xing's grandfather, the elder of the star-pointing sect, the Taoist name of Zdian Shangren. Xinunkui. "No harm done," Xinunkui said. "When he comes in, I'll show you how he goes up in smoke." Being in the same sea of consciousness, the two sides communicated only for a moment, and Xing knew exactly what was going on. His heart was greatly settled and he laughed coldly. He really doesn't know how to die. How dare he use his spiritual sense against Grandpa? The firstborn possessed divine thoughts, which were more powerful than spiritual awareness. Fiddling with spiritual sense in front of a Yuaning powerhouse. Isn't this properly looking for abuse? Xinunkui sneered. "Teach him a good lesson this time," Xing said. "Make sure you kill him." Xing hated LV Shaoqing in his heart, and his hate value for LV Shaoqing was pulled full. Xinunkui was just about to say something when suddenly, Lu Shaoqing rushed in from outside. "Yo, why are you two grandparents hiding here like rats? Bastard! Bastard!" Xing laughed angrily. Good. You took the initiative to send me to the door. Then you'll wait for death." With his grandfather by his side, Xing was confident. Xinunkui also sneered more than once. "Looking for death," Lu Shaoqing hummed. "Right? Come on." The amazing god technique was in operation. At once, Xing and Xinunkui's faces changed wildly. The two of them felt that the Lu Xiaoqing who rushed in had turned into a prehistoric demonic beast with an incomparable aura. Xin Yuan Kuei exclaimed. You, it's impossible. How can the Jidan stage have such spiritual awareness? It's fake. Xing is going to pee his pants. Is this guy still so fierce? Looking at Lu Xiaoqing, who was emitting a terrifying aura, the two men said something bad and just wanted to do something about it. It was already too late. When Lu Xiaoqing's spiritual sense erupted, Xing bore the brunt of it, like a crushed bug, without even uttering a word. He was obliterated by Lu Xiaoqing's spiritual sense. Old undead, it's your turn, Xin Yuan Kuei roared. I'm desperate. At a distance, Kei Yan detected Lu Xiaoqing's massive spiritual sense. Once again, surprise showed on his face. This senior brother of his own had surprised him again. When did his aura become so aggressive? It was no worse than the divine sense of a Yuaning. Nice one, Kei Yan whispered. Is it a surprise you plan to give me when the time comes? I've entered the Yuaning stage, and you're not lagging behind. This spiritual sense, even as a Yuaning stage, he felt a palpitation. Looking at such a LV Xiaoqing, Kei Yan once again felt the pressure. All this time, this senior brother of his had been giving him this pressure from behind. 10 years he's been coming through. Every time he grows a little, his senior brother grows with him, never lagging behind. Others see him counting words of courage and never stopping. But I don't know what the reason is for his calculated courage to go forward and never stop. Look at LV Xiaoqing. Kei Yan has a high fighting spirit and also has pride. This is my Kei Yan's senior brother. Then, Kei Yan's gaze fell on Xiao Yi. Well, this one, as a senior sister, has to be spurred on as well, so that she can grow up in a hurry. Xiao Yi's side was watching the battle between Lu Xiaoqing and Xing with a blank stare. The divine thoughts of the Yuaning stage actually can't help LV Xiaoqing, and looking at LV Xiaoqing's appearance, it seems that he still has a slight advantage. Xiao Yi felt that whatever she said was superfluous. Such a senior brother was too fierce. Suddenly, she felt a chill. She turned her head and realized that eldest brother was staring at her. Eldest brother's gaze caused Xiao Yi's small heart to slow down by half a beat. Big brother. What's wrong? Kei Yan faintly said. What do you think of your second senior brother? Xiao Yi said. It's very powerful. Even the divine thoughts of a Yuaning powerhouse can't help him. Kei Yan said. You're a bit weak as a senior sister, and it's easy to be laughed at when you spread the word. Xiao Yi was once again silent. Mental sadness spewed. You think I want to? You're both perverts. Can I compare? I'm 16 years old and at the 9th level of Qi refining. I'm already considered a genius. A lot of people are 20 years old and haven't built a foundation yet. You two are more perverted than one another. I don't want to compete with you guys. In the end, Xiao Yi assured Ji Yan, eldest senior brother, I will earnestly cultivate. Kei Yan nodded. Indeed you must work hard. I will urge you when the time comes. Xiao Yi's face caved in. She sort of understood what eldest brother's gaze meant just now. What to do? Xiao Yi panicked inside. It's not as much fun to follow eldest brother, Ken, as it is to follow second brother, even though the second brother usually pissed her off to the point of spitting blood. However, Xiao Yi still felt more comfortable following Lu Xiaoqing than following Ji Yan. Xiao Yi looked at Kei Yan wanting to say something more. Suddenly, Kei Yan twisted his head to look in the direction of Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi was shocked in her heart and hurriedly turned her head to look. Ah! A miserable scream came, resounding through the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth trembled. In Xiao Yi's gaze, Lu Xiaoqing sprayed blood from his mouth. Xing, on the other hand, was even worse off than him, holding his head, kneeling on the ground and screaming miserably as the huge shadow behind him continued to sway. It became dull compared to a moment ago, like a candle in the wind. It will dissipate at any moment. Although LV Xiaoqing sprayed blood from his mouth, he laughed. Ha ha, old thing, go to hell. The sword will rise again. Hundreds of feet of the virtual shadow under the sword light of Lu Xiaoqing split in half. The Yuaning divine idea screamed and wailed, and the violent sword intent completely strangled Xing. Chapter 95, The Heavenly Sword. Xiao Yi looked dumbfounded, her small mouth turning into an O shape. It's too fierce. Although it was a divine thought of a Yuaning, it was not as strong as the original, but that's still a genesis. Lu Xiaoqing was now able to crown himself as a Yuaning killer even after he had extinguished this divine thought. The achievement that Kei Yan had obtained, Lu Xiaoqing had now obtained. Lu Xiaoqing held the long sword and watched as the sword intent turned Xing and the Yuaning god's thoughts to extinction. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and felt that her second senior brother was really handsome. A faint smile appeared on Kei Yan's face. His own senior brother never let himself down. Second brother. Xiao Yi excitedly ran up, so excited that she ignored the injuries inside her. Second senior brother. You are truly amazing. Xiao Yi's big eyes twinkled as she looked at Lu Xiaoqing with little stars. The happy Xiao Yi, however, realized that Lu Xiaoqing had a complicated expression on his face. Second senior brother. Are you hurt? After spraying so much blood just now, and with the opponent being a divine idea of a Yuaning powerhouse, it was normal to be injured. Lu Xiaoqing faced sadness and pain color, looking up to the sky and sighing, my things ah. Xiao Yi, who already knew Lu Xiaoqing better, immediately reacted. This was not an injury. Second senior brother. Is this being heartbroken over Xing's storage ring? Lu Xiaoqing gritted his teeth. Bastard old thing. Shameless, causing me to have to come down hard. Laying down a hard hand and touching away everything Xing picks up on him. Lu Xiaoqing was heartbroken. With a Yuaning stage grandfather and a disciple of a large sect, there must be a lot of good things on his body. Definitely much better than that poor bastard Xiao Kun. Kei Yan floated to Lu Xiaoqing's side. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Kei Yan with an unkind gaze. On purpose, right? Can you die if you strike? Kei Yan faintly said. I don't want to bully. All of them have Yuaning divine thoughts. So what kind of bullying is that? Weren't you able to handle it on your own? Lu Xiaoqing wanted to hit someone. If I handled it like this, why did I call you here? You pay for my damages. Kei Yan crossed his arms over his chest and said, there are no spirit stones, but there is a long sword. Do you want it? Seemingly matching his words, Kei Yan's long sword behind his back clanked out half-sheet. You've been improving quite a bit lately. When are you going to cut a deal? Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the good sense to say. You crawl. Climb as far as you can. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoqing's expression was serious. Help me go kill that woman. I guessed correctly. There must be divine thoughts left behind by the Yuaning in her body as well. Maybe it will be even stronger. Lu Xiaoqing had a murderous intent towards Xing, but he did not feel the faint threat. Whereas, when it came to killing Xian Yunxin, he was able to feel threatened. It was enough to show that the person who had left his divine thoughts inside Xian Yunxin to protect his well-being was stronger. The current Lu Xiaoqing had no confidence that he could fight. Counting words asked, is there a benefit? Lu Xiaoqing was about to explode and jumped straight to his feet. As the eldest senior brother, you actually dare to ask for favors? Kei Yan laughed. Aren't you blackmailing me as well? Xiao Yi sighed from the side. It's true that brothers and friends love each other. Xiao Yi looked at the two people as if they were a pair of sulking enemies and was greatly amused. What will the second brother do? However, right at this moment, a shocking aura appeared from where Xing had just been. This aura was even more terrifying and powerful than the aura emanating from the Yuaning god's thoughts just now. When this aura just appeared, heaven and earth changed color, and the entire space, as if frozen. Who is it? Two words, like a loud bell. The sky collapsed, and the ground around them violently collapsed. Xiao Yi, who was only in the qi refining stage, was struck by lightning and sprayed a mouthful of blood. Who killed my juniors and extinguished my divine thoughts? As if across time and space, the voice came from far away. It seemed that someone had torn through the void and descended from a distant place. The terrifying aura destroyed the sky and the earth. Xiao Yi couldn't control her instincts and winced. Just as she felt that she was going to be destroyed under this aura, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. It's the counting words. Kei Yan stood in front of her, isolating the terrifying aura. Lu Xiaoqing's face was grave as he cursed. Bastard! I've obviously exterminated all of them. Why could I let that old thing find out? Kei Yan's expression didn't change as he guessed. It should be a relationship between bloodlines. The genesis behind Xing was his grandfather, a direct lineage. Maybe the reaction is more accelerated. Lu Xiaoqing cursed at his words. Shameless, meddling in the affairs of juniors. What a dog. Then he complained about Kei Yan. I told you to make a move a long time ago, causing a lot of trouble now. You now. Hurry up. Right now. Right now. Get rid of him. Now come though it was also a divine thought. But Lu Xiaoqing was already unable to fight. Kei Yan, however, said, there's no rush. Lu Xiaoqing became enraged and urged, don't play with fire for me, hurry up and put him out. Kei Yan asked rhetorically, now that you've destroyed him, do you think you won't know of your existence? Since he is still able to bring his divine thoughts to be able to descend, he has already established a connection with this place, and more or less knows what's going on here. Do you think you'll still be able to hide? Lu Xiaoqing was silent, and finally his expression was sad. What kind of sins did I create? Meeting a senior brother with a pit in his brain like you? Can't I be a geek even if I want to be quiet? Kei Yan laughed 2 cold laughs. At this time, where Xing was, an illusory figure gradually became real. The powerful aura caused the surrounding space to become distorted. Lu Xiaoqing urged Kei Yan, hurry up and strike. Maybe he doesn't know yet. Hurry up. Kei Yan didn't speak, and his entire aura changed violently. The astonishing sword chi shot straight up into the sky, reversing the clouds and clearing the sky for miles. The ancient and simple long sword behind his back fell into his hands. At this moment, heaven and earth were filled with endless sword intent. It's flowing freely, covering the whole world. With his long sword in his hand, Kei Yan suddenly turned his head and spoke to Lu Xiaoqing. There's something you're overlooking. What? LV Xiaoqing was stunned. Ji Yan slashed out with his sword, and in the heavens and earth, only a dazzling sword light remained. A sword that pours into the sky, like God kills God, and when the devil kills the devil. Whoever it is that dares to kill my juniors and destroy my divine thoughts, I'll make sure your God's soul is destroyed and you'll never be born again. The imaginary shadow that had just coalesced with cold and cruel words slowly opened its eyes. Then the sword light that was like the opening of the sky was seen. Ah! A scream. Kei Yan. You're Kei Yan. I remember you all. The cohesive shadow was then shattered by Kei Yan's sword intent. Kei Yan casually threw his longsword behind him. The longsword returned to its sheath, and calm was restored to heaven and earth. Kei Yan twisted his head and looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing's face was ugly to the extreme. He had really overlooked a problem. His eldest brother shone brighter than the sun in the sky. To seek him out. Isn't it obvious that he's telling the other side who he is? Do you still want me to go after people for you? Lu Xiaoqing sighed. Kill a hare. The tone seemed so sad. Yen Zhou. Somewhere. An old man slowly opened his eyes with shock on his face and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Kei Yan. You wait for me. I will kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly changed his face furiously. His figure flashed sharply, and a stern sword intent appeared out of thin air. Endless sword intent erupted, twisting the place where he was to pieces. Put! Blood splatters. Damn it! Xin Yuan Kui roared. Kei Yan. You and I are irreconcilable. Chapter 96, He'll be better soon. Watching that tall silhouette vanish in the clouds under the sword's awnings, the intimidating aura faded. Xiao Yi, Bian Ro Ro, and Feng Xiao were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Feng Xiao was filled with shock. He took out the Yuaning? The three of them were separated by a long distance and were only able to see roughly from afar. But that aura that only belonged to a Yuaning powerhouse was extinguished. It was destroyed by Lu Xiaoqing. This result shocked the three of the Xiao language. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. Sister Xiao, are you sure that was Master Lu's sword intent? Feng Xiao nodded her head affirmatively. This one was so impressive that she couldn't possibly be mistaken. Xiao Yu and Bian Ro Ro didn't know what to say for a moment. Is Lu Xiaoqing so scary? That's a firstborn. There was a long silence, and the three of them barely digested the shock in their hearts. Xiao Yu sighed. It seems that senior brother Lu was even more powerful than we imagined. It was hard on Bian's heart. That asshole, is he that strong? Bian Zuo was tempted to spit, but the facts were right in front of her, and she had to be convinced otherwise. Just as Bian Ro Ro was having a hard time, an even more terrifying aura suddenly swept over. Although the breath just now and this breath were the same, the former was like a firefly and a white moon when compared to it. Summer Whisper's face shook up once again. Could it be that the one just now was just an avatar? Xianzhua can catch a break. The tone took on a slight gloating quality. What's he going to do now? I don't believe he can still fight. Xiao Yu and Feng Xiao were both silent. The two had to admit that Bian's words were correct. No matter how powerful LV Xiaoqing was, he was still a Jiedan stage cultivator. This aura that appeared now was a solid Yuaning stage, even more terrifying than the aura from earlier. Even if LV Xiaoqing was as heaven-defying as he was, it was impossible for him to fight. Senior brother Lu is in danger. Xiao Yu's face was grave, and his gaze was suddenly firm. A big decision seems to have been made. She said to Bian Ro Ro and Feng Xiao, the two of you wait here for me. I'll be right back. Bian Zuozhuo was shocked, knowing what Xiao Yu was up to. Elder sister, don't. You won't help even if you go. Although Xiao Yu was in the late stage of Jiedan, it was impossible to be a match for Yuaning. Feng Xiao also advised. Sister language, don't be impulsive. You're not Mr. Kei Yan. Bian Ro Ro said. That's right, he messed with Yuaning. He deserved it. No one else can blame him. Xiao Yu shook her head and said. Senior apprentice brother Lu got caught up in this because of me. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Bian Roro's heart felt even deeper pain and evil towards Lu Xiaoqing.
Don't you have any idea how much you weigh? Inviting such a strong enemy and dragging us down.
Just as Bian Roro's words had just fallen, a stern sword intent rushed up to the sky and swept across the miles. The three Xiaoyuans were greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked up. In their eyes there was only a sword light that seemed to open up the sky. By the time the sword light disappeared, the sky was blue, not a single white cloud existed, and calmness was restored to the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura of the Yuaning disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Dian Zhou's legs trembled. This is... Xiao Yi looked in the direction where the battle was taking place with a shocked look on her face. Senior brother Kei Yan's sword intent.
Fang Zhao's face turned white.
The sword light just now had almost caused her Dao heart to lose control.
Xiao Yi whispered. Senior brother Kei Yan who stepped into Yuaning is even more terrifying.
The tone of her voice couldn't hide her shock, and this sword caused her mind to ripple again.
She didn't expect Kei Yan, who had stepped into Yuaning, to be as powerful as this. It's really scary. Looks like I'm going to have to step it up.
Xiao Yi, who was originally in a frank state of mind, had also developed a competitive spirit because of this stunning sword.
I can't afford to fall too far behind.
Bian Roro was puzzled. But, how did elder brother Kei Yan appear here?
At this time, Kei Yan should be in the Lingxiao sect. With Kei Yan around, even if there were two more Yuaning, they wouldn't be able to help LV Xiaoqing.
Dian's words made Xiao Yu's heart flutter.
React. Out of the blue. This was all within LV Xiaoqing's calculations. No wonder he had to fly a sword to send a message. So he had recruited Kei Yan.
Xiao Yu couldn't help but admire it in her heart. She had a deeper understanding of what her cousin Fang Xiao had said about Lu Xiaoqing's meticulous mind. The summer language ended with
a double pride of one clan. Sooner or later, the Lingxiao sect will be number one in Shizhou.
The three great sects were known together in Shizhou,
seemingly indistinguishable from each other.
The chief great disciples of the three great sects were also driving in unison. But Kei Yan had already left the great disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion and Twin Moon Valley behind.
Now, there is another Louis Xiaoqing. From LV Xiaoqing's performance,
Xiao Yu had a feeling in her heart that LV Xiaoqing was even more difficult to deal with than Kei Yan.
In that case, why should the sect worry about not prospering? When Bian Roro heard this from Xiao Yu, she skimmed her mouth, wanting to retort, but in the end, she held back hard. She had seen the strength of Lu Xiaoqing. She could only hold it in even if she was upset.
Fang Xiao suddenly said to Bian Roro,
Sister Roro, are you able to tell me about the first time you met up with Mr.
Lu before? What was the thing that Mr.
Lu bought?
Xiao Yi looked somewhat worriedly at her second senior brother who was sitting in the cabin with a dull face.
Since just now,
her second senior brother had not spoken, and the whole person seemed to be dumbfounded.
She padded over and was shooed away.
Eldest brother.
Is second brother alright?
Kei Yan sat cross-legged on the bow of the boat,
looking directly ahead.
The howling wind couldn't blow a hair on his head.
Kei Yan didn't even turn his head back.
His tone was calm without the slightest fluctuation as he said,
what could he be up to? But, Xiao Yi was still worried and apprehensive. This is the first time I've seen second senior brother like this.
She had followed Lu Xiaoqing for the longest period of time after she worshipped the heavenly royal peak. This was the first time she had seen this kind of Lu Xiaoqing.
Very counterintuitive. Kei said, don't worry, it will be fine soon.
Soon?
Xiao Yi was puzzled. How fast? Xiao Yi said, eldest senior brother. Why a second senior brother like this? Kei Yan said, didn't you see it too?
He felt like he was being targeted by a Yuaning.
Scared. I'm scared less. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing's voice came from behind the two.
Xiao Yi turned around and saw that Lu Xiaoqing had already returned to normal.
Speechless.
It turned out that the soon and eldest brother's mouth was so soon.
That was really fast. Xiao Yi was happy. Second senior brother. You're fine? Lu Xiaoqing didn't bother to pay attention to this curious baby as he asked Kei Yan, is sect leader free these days? Ji Yan turned back and looked Lu Xiaoqing up and down. Why are you asking this? Wouldn't you know if you asked the sect leader?
Lu Xiaoqing said with a straight face,
I think that the Lingxiao sect's stagnant development has reached a bottleneck, and it needs to make some changes in order to do so. Not only did Ji Yan hear that something was wrong, even Xiao Yi also heard that something was wrong. When did LV Xiaoqing care about the sect's major events? The development of the sect, does it have anything to do with Louis Shuqing? Xiao Yi interjected. Second senior brother, what do you want? Kei Yan stared expressionlessly at Lu Xiaoqing. What bad idea do you have again?
Lu Xiaoqing screamed.
Damn it, is there a way for you to look at your senior brother like this? I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. So tell me, what are you thinking about for the sect? Lu Xiaoqing said, I think the sect must expand if it wants to develop further. I think it's good to target the star-pointing sect. Destroy them. Chapter 97 Eldest Brother Looks Cool. Lu Xiaoqing viciously and murderously said, capture their disciples as mining slaves, exterminate their Dao lineage, seize their wealth, and then dig up the ground and break their roots. Puff, puff. With two thuds, Xiao Yi and Xiao Hong, who was lying on her head, fell to the deck one after another. Xiao Yi hurriedly climbed up and pressed Xiao Hong back onto her head. Noticing the gazes of the two senior brothers, Xiao Yi's small face reddened and she hurriedly explained, I'm too nervous. LV Xiaoqing was disgusted. How old are you? Still nervous? Kei nodded. It shouldn't be. It's not like the sky is falling. What's there to be nervous about? Xiao Yi kind of wanted to cry. It's not a matter of the sky falling or not. It's a matter of me being scared by the second brother. Xiao Yi never expected her second senior brother to actually make such a crazy suggestion. As for that, that's not the way to do it. To actually want to destroy someone else's sect. Is it that easy? You think the star-spotting sect is a small sect that can be destroyed just by saying so. They are a large sect in Yenzhou, with a Yuaning in attendance. How can they be so easily said to be extinguished? The strength is even a little stronger than our Lingxiao sect yet. Xiao Yi spat in her heart and couldn't help but ask, second senior brother, are you serious? Lu Xiaoqing ignored Xiao Yi and asked Kei Yan, how is it? Is it operational? Kei Yan said, if you go to the sect leader and say this, let's see if the sect leader will slap you to death. No? Lu Xiaoqing was disappointed. Deeply despised up. There is no ambition to be a gross headmaster. A headmaster who doesn't want to destroy people's sects is not a good headmaster. Then with renewed vigor, let's do it ourselves. Don't you like strong enemies? Just right. They should have quite a few genjutsu for you to chop up. Kei Yan's face was expressionless and his tone was without fluctuation. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a Yuaning? Dare to come and behead it. Xiao Yi wanted to worship at the top of his lungs after hearing this. Sure is bossy. Even a fellow Yuaning cultivator wouldn't dare to say that easily, right? Only eldest brother had this kind of confidence and dominance. Lu Xiaoqing angrily looked at Kei Yan. Don't talk sarcasm here. You Yuaning, you're marvelous. You're noble. I asked you to come here to clean up my mess. And you're good. You've caused me so much trouble. Is there a way for you to be a big brother? Kei Yan looked ahead as the ship cut through the air with a whirring sound. It fell on Kei Yan's ears and was very melodious. In the future, don't call me for such minor roles. I'm busy. Lu Xiaoqing was even angrier. You climb for me. Then Lu Xiaoqing took the opportunity to educate Xiao Yi. See, this is our eldest senior brother. Cold, heartless, and brain dead. You must not emulate him. Xiao Yi laughed cheekily. But, second senior brother, eldest brother looks cool like this. Cool. Lu Xiaoqing poked Xiao Yi's head with his finger. Are your eyes sick? No. Is your brain sick? Little red wings and claws were used to clasp Xiao Yi's head in death. Even breathing is careful. It knew that at this time, if it was noticed by that demon, its beautiful feathers must not be preserved. Xiao Yi held his head pathetically, primly, but it's really cool, isn't it? If you don't make a move, it's a one-strike kill. How cool. Lu Xiaoqing became even angrier and jabbed his finger more forcefully. Cool ha. Cool ha. I'm going to have to clean you up today. Kei spoke up. Ripple, come to me. Xiao Yi was like an amnesty and ran to stay by Ji Yan's side. Xiao Yi knew that his second senior brother was very upset in his heart right now and must not be able to offend him. Kei Yan was still sitting on the bow of the boat, not looking back. Lu Xiaoqing came to Kei Yan and sat down on his butt, facing Kei Yan directly. Kei Yan didn't speak, and neither did Lu Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi hid beside Ji Yan, carefully and pitifully looking at the two. The atmosphere between the two senior brothers was a bit subtle now. Xiao Yi toppled Xiao Hong and took 2 steps back. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze was fixed straight on Ji Yan. It was as if Kei Yan was a stunningly beautiful woman. What about Kei Yan? Countless LV Xiaoqing's gaze, closed his eyes, breathing long, already meditating. Xiao Yi saw this scene and suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. She thought a little in her head and her memory cleared up. Wasn't this scene very similar to the scene with Bian Rou trying to kill LV Xiaoqing with her gaze after Xiao Yu's group had departed from Lingxiao City in a flying boat earlier? At that time, LV Xiaoqing ignored Bian Rou's gaze. Making Bian Rou's eyes stare until they became sore and swollen and painful did not help. And in the end, he lost the battle. Xiao Yi became curious in her heart. Could it be that second senior brother is going to do this to eldest senior brother as well? But, Xiao Yi couldn't help but spit in her heart. second senior brother. Your determination and mental quality make Sister Zoe unable to help you. Big brother can't be worse than you, right? Is this working for you? Xiao Yi wanted to speak, but thinking of the consequences that would be triggered by her speaking at this time, Xiao Yi forcefully swallowed her words back into her stomach. Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing just sat opposite each other. Neither of them spoke. Kei Yan closed his eyes while Lu Xiaoqing opened his eyes wide and stared at Kei Yan, a stance that kills you with its gaze. Minute after minute passed. Soon more than 3 hours passed, and the sky darkened. The two of them, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, remained motionless, like two statues. Xiao Yi felt tired for both of them as she watched from the side. Xiao Yi admired her eldest senior brother in her heart. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze was not without killing power. On the contrary, kills a lot. Xiao Yi felt that if she or anyone else was allowed to sit in Kei Yan's position and be stared at by Lu Xiaoqing like this, not to mention 3 hours, being able to support 3/4 of an hour would be considered impressive. Her eldest brother, on the other hand, was more than 3 hours old and not under any pressure at all, so he was really powerful. Suddenly, Xiao Yi sensed that eldest brother's breathing had paused for a moment, like a calm lake. A falling leaf suddenly fell and broke the peace. Xiao Yi froze, feeling it carefully again. And yet there was nothing, as if it had just been an illusion on her part. At this time, Xiao Yi noticed that the corner of his second senior brother's mouth curled slightly. No way, Xiao Yi muttered in her heart. It's not possible that the eldest brother can't hold out, right? But is it possible? Just as Xiao Yi raised his attention once again, he was preparing to take a good look at the two senior brothers. Suddenly, he realized that the two senior brothers' expressions had moved. Kei Yan opened his eyes, and then the gazes of the two senior brothers simultaneously looked towards the distant sky. Xiao Yi, whose attention had been focused on the two senior brothers early on, noticed an indignant expression on the second senior brother's face. The eldest brother, on the other hand, actually seemed to have a sigh of relief. Eldest brother, second eldest brother, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoqing stared at Kei Yan. You're lucky that Master helped you this time. Master? What's it got to do with Master? Xiao Yi is even more puzzled. Chapter 98 Jang Tong's airship. Curious baby questions. Master? Where? Xiao Yi also looked in the direction that the two senior brothers had just looked, but could not see anything. The sky had gradually darkened, and the night was dim as far as the eye could see. No one answered Xiao Yi's question. Kei Yan said to Lu Xiaoqing, "What do you want? Say it. Help me destroy the Point Star faction." Xiao Yi rolled her eyes. This mind's eye of the second brother, in Xiao Yi's opinion. So what if he was held in hatred by a Yuaning? The Lingxiao sect had 6 Yuaning. No. With the addition of eldest senior brother it was already 7. With 7 Yuaning sitting at the helm, who would dare to come to Lingxiao sect to trouble Lu Xiaoqing? Kei Yan didn't say anything, but talked about today. I'm here today. Where's the pay? Lu Xiaoqing despised. You still have the nerve to ask? No. No? Kei Yan continued to close his eyes and said, forget it then. LV Xiaoqing said without any good humor. Really? Is it good? What's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Xiaoqing said, with a piece of spirit armor. I'm not afraid that you won't dare to wear it. Kei Yan opened his eyes, his tone arrogant. There is still nothing that I, Kei Yan, dare not do. Kei Yan's Taoist heart was solid, and he dared to draw his sword in the face of even the most powerful opponents. For him, there really wasn't anything he was afraid to do. Yes? Lu Xiaoqing revealed a wry smile. Well then, you wear it. Then, the red spirit armor obtained from Xian Yunqin appeared in Lu Xiaoqing's hand. Lu Xiaoqing tossed it to Kei Yan. Wear it for me. Next to him, Xiao Yi had already held her forehead and was speechless. Second brother is so bad. The red spirit armor. Aside from female cultivators, which male cultivator would wear it? Kei Yan looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who had a smug look on his face. Wear it? You said it yourself. There's nothing you wouldn't dare do. Senior sister is here. Don't let senior sister underestimate you. Xiao Yi wanted to say something to relieve her eldest brother. However, the next moment, instead, Kei Yan put the red spirit armor on his body, and his aura changed as the red spirit armor was put on his body. When Kei Yan was dressed in white, he had the air of an exiled immortal out of the world and floating. When he put on this red spirit armor, it didn't give off an unusual feeling, but instead had an evil aura. The temperament is just as fascinating, at least in Xiao Yi's eyes. Eldest senior brother, who was wearing red spirit armor, actually had a very special attraction. Lu Xiaoqing also froze. Then he rubbed his chin and smiled. Not bad, not bad. You're fit to wear red. Ah, you're dressed in red. Through and through. for one, declare that from this day forward, you must wear red. Even the profanity pants have to be red. Lu Xiaoqing took out a shadow-retaining stone and topologized this appearance of Kei Yan in it. Here, keep this as a souvenir. Childish, Kei Yan despised. Then took off the red spirit armor and threw it to Xiao Yi. Little Ripple, you're underpowered. Take it. Lu Xiaoqing scorned. Taking what I gave you as a favor and being a good guy? Kei Yan asked. Little Ripple has been worshipping the master for so long. As the second senior brother, what have you given her? LV Xiaoqing asked rhetorically. Brotherly care isn't enough? What else do you want? Then Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Xiao Yi. You shouldn't be dissatisfied with me, right? Xiao Yi's head shook like a rattle. It would be miserable to get involved when the eldest and second eldest brothers were in love with each other. Looking at Lu Xiaoqing's expression, Xiao Yi hurriedly followed her master's example and changed the topic. Second senior brother. Are you taking the retaining shadow stone to topologize the appearance of eldest senior brother? Kei Yan sniffed and glanced at Lu Xiaoqing without moving. Lu Xiaoqing heatedly said, do you want it? I'll sell it to you for 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Xiao Yi hastily shook her head. Are you kidding? What is she doing here? If you want to watch Big Brother, you can do it anytime. Besides, selling her wouldn't be enough for such spirit stones. Just as the airship was about an hour away from arriving at Lingxiao City, Lu Xiaoqing and Ji Yan's faces flushed again. Lu Xiaoqing slipped into the cabin without saying a word. Instead, Kei Yan resumed sitting on the bow of the boat, looking into the distance. Xiao Yi was confused. Eldest brother, how? Before she could finish, she felt her head suddenly darken. Turning his head, he was stunned. A huge airship appeared next to it. This airship was immense. Xiao Yi visually estimated that this airship under the feet of his own siblings was not even a tenth as big as it, covering the sky and the moon. It was overpowering and came over the sky. This was the first time Xiao Yi had seen such a huge airship. Then, someone on top of the opposite airship shouted and cursed. Where did that ungrateful thing come out from? Dare to block the way here? Looking for death? Xiao Yi was angry. Where did this come from? So arrogant? Don't you know this is the territory of the Lingxiao sect? As the second elder brother said. In his own territory, he was afraid of hair. Xiao Yi nonchalantly scolded back. Where did the jumping clown come from? Don't you know whose territory this is? Did you go out without your doggy eyes? If you continue to be so wild, do you believe that you will be beaten out of your dog's brain? Kei Yan looked at his junior sister with some surprise. The little sister who looks quiet and sweet, curses fiercely. Did you learn from your brother? Noticing eldest brother's gaze, Xiao Yi shrunk her neck. Eldest brother, did I do something wrong? Kei Yan smiled gently and said approvingly. No, the scolding was good. Getting praised by her big senior brother, Xiao Yi was instantly complacent. Her little head angled up. Hey, it's not nice to see him. Is a big ship a big deal? Kei Yan asked. Do you know whose ship this is? Who? Jang Tong. What? Xiao Yi froze. This was Jang Tong's ship? In other words, she was just scolding and provoking Jang Tong? Jang Tong. This was known as the second person in Shizhou, the one who was ranked behind eldest brother. The strength was also at the 9th level of Jiadan, and would break through to step into the Yuaning stage at any time. Thinking of the world's evaluation of Jang Tong, the only one who is domineering, Xiao Yi wanted to cry. He had actually provoked him himself. Was he tired of living? Eldest brother, am I in trouble? Kei Yan was unimpressed and didn't care, saying, what's the trouble? Didn't I say the scolding was good? Kei Yan's calm tone made Xiao Yi's heart settle. Right, one's eldest brother is here, and the second eldest brother is also here. So what are you afraid of? Jang Tong is just that. No matter how powerful he is, he's still the defeated leader of Big Brother. Even, Xiao Yi twisted her head to look at the cabin. The second elder brother is too low profile. If the second elder brother is not so low profile, is it Jang Tong's turn to be the second person in Shizhou? Asshole, who are you? The man on the opposite airship was enraged by Xiao Yi's words, and he was able to see him storming out even from a long distance away. Do you know whose ship this is? Xiao Yi, who had a big determination in her heart, was fearless. Who cares who you are? This is the place of the Lingxiao sect, not a place for your Guan Pavilion to pretend to be something else. I learned a lot of new words by following Xiaoqing Lu. Good man. State your name. The person on the opposite side roared angrily. Don't think that I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson just because this is the Lingxiao sect. Come over here, shouted Xiao Yi, topping Little Red, crossing her arms, and standing at the side of the boat to the other. And don't bark there if you don't come over. Damn! The man across the street's aura skyrocketed and seemed to be about to charge over. Suddenly, the little red flutter on Xiao Yi's head flew into the cabin. When Xiao Yi was puzzled, a powerful aura came from the opposite side. Chapter 99, Jang Tong. A man appeared on the deck, condescending and coldly looking at Xiao Yi. As he appeared, a powerful aura filled the air like the night. It shrouded toward Xiao Yi. As he appeared, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth centered on him. Although it was dark, Xiao Yi could feel his icy gaze, like a sharp sword giving Xiao Yi great pressure. How dare you? A faint voice in the night, but it was like the sound of thunder. With you dare to stop me, Jang Tong? The tone of his voice was full of dominance. Jang Tong turned his back on his hands, and as he spoke, an even more powerful aura struck toward Xiao Yi. He was waiting for the moment when Xiao Yi was in a sorry state. But, after his breath touched the other ship, it was like a stone sinking into the sea without the slightest movement. Xiao Yi was still standing at the bow of the boat, waiting for him. Ha! Jang Tong couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. He was now in the late stage of Jiadan, at the 9th level. With his current strength, he didn't need to do anything. Just a breath was enough to shatter that ship below. However, nothing was happening to the ship at all now, and nothing was happening to the girl standing on the ship. What's going on? Jang Tong's gaze blazed up and he shouted, "Who's behind this? Come out!" The voice was loud and clear, and the sound waves were like waves rippling through the sky, spreading in all directions. The sky rang with rolling thunder. Jang Tong knew that someone was secretly helping Xiao Yi and protecting the other ship. Afterward, he once again exerted his strength, and an even more powerful aura pressed towards Xiao Yi. The powerful aura even made a whistling sound in the air. There was no unnecessary nonsense, and it didn't matter that this was the territory of the Lingxiao sect, directly making a move. It was evident that Jang Tong's hegemony was evident. If she was by herself, Xiao Yi would have apologized and admitted her mistake very decisively without saying a word. Well, now, Xiao Yi was subdued, with a pleasant smile on her face. My two brothers are here. How dare you, Jang Tong, be so arrogant in front of me? Jang Tong felt his aura approaching the airship, but it was still unloaded by a force. Jang Tong was aghast in his heart. This power was stronger than him, but he was undaunted and shouted, "Rat, come out, sneaking around behind your back. What kind of hero is that?" Xiao Yi just wanted to open her mouth to dislike Jang Tong a bit. There were many opportunities like this. However, a sword intent suddenly arose behind her. Big brother counting words. Kei Yan revealed his breath. His figure slowly unfolded in Jang Tong's eyes. Feeling the familiar sword intent, Jang Tong's face was grave. Kei Yan, the tone is complex. There's jealousy, resentment, anger, and all sorts of other emotions mixed in, on the side of the returning pavilion. On the other hand, many people exclaimed in shock, Kei Yan, it's Kei Yan, it's actually Kei Yan. The tone varies. There was amazement, there was shock, there was annoyance, but there was also adoration. Even though Kei Yan was the rival of his own eldest brother, his own eldest brother had never gotten the better of Kei Yan's hands. But it doesn't stop some people from worshipping. It is human nature to worship the strong. Even if Kei Yan suppressed their eldest senior brother, there were still people who worshipped him. From his debut until now, Kei Yan has been invincible, encountering countless strong enemies without a single defeat. The pressure caused countless celestial pride in Qizhou to lose their voices in silence. Beheading a Yuaning cultivator at the Jiadan stage had even made him as heavenly as the sun, completely becoming the zenith of heaven amongst the young generation of Qizhou. Now that he had broken through the Jiadan and become a Yuaning powerhouse, it was even more so that countless young people wailed and gave up on catching up. Jang Tong saw his fellow disciple behave so poorly in the face of Kei Yan. Anger shot straight to his head and he bellowed, "Shut up, all of you. What a bunch of losers you are. Haven't you seen Kei Yan? Is Kei Yan a big deal? Kei Yan's biggest rival is here. Why don't I see you guys this surprised?" After Jang Tong angrily drank down the group of fellow disciples who hadn't seen the world, his gaze fell back on Ji Yan. As for Xiao Yi, this little girl, she had been ignored by him. His eyes were only on Kei Yan. Looking at Kei Yan, who always had a calm and indifferent face, Jang Tong was incomparably jealous in his heart. Kei Yan had stepped into Yuaning, and he thought that he would soon do the same. However, he had been in seclusion for 2 months, always on the verge of a doorstep, never able to step in. Just now, he had returned twice without any success, and it was needless to say that Kei Yan was behind it. Thinking about this made him even more scornful. The counting words are more powerful. Jang Tong stared at Kei Yan. Kei Yan, What are you doing here? Could it be that you were waiting for me? Xiao Yi couldn't help but poo-poo. Where did you get that confidence? What are you, Jang Tong, worth waiting for? Shame on you. The latter words she didn't say. She thought it was better to give some face to Jang Tong. After all, he's the often defeated general under Big Brother. So have mercy on him. Of course, Xiao Yi would not admit that she was afraid that Jang Tong would be so angry that he would storm out. However, this sentence of hers also angered Jang Tong once again. You're looking for death. Jang Tong bellowed. And he didn't do anything about it. Xiao Yi stood beside Kei Yan. And he didn't dare to mess around. Anyone with eyes could see that these two people had an unusual relationship. Although Jang Tong was overbearing, his brain was not stupid. If he dared to take a shot at Xiao Yi, there was no chance that Kei Yan would take a shot at him. He didn't have the confidence to beat Kei Yan during the Jidan period, and now that he had stepped into Yuaning, he had even less confidence. Kei said, "My senior sister is right." The tone of his voice was light, but it was full of dominance defending his senior sister. Angry Jang Tong's teeth itched, and it was nice to rush up and deliver a blow or two to Kei Yan's face. Suddenly, a sword intent came straight at him. Jang Tong's face changed as a long sword appeared in his hand and stabbed out in the air. The sound of gold and iron clanking resounded, and Jang Tong's face changed drastically once again. At the same time his whole body couldn't control it and rubbed back. Click, clack, clear footprints have appeared on the deck of the ship. Jang Tong's aura skyrocketed, centering on him and spreading in all directions. The other Guan Pavilion disciples on the deck were shocked and dodged in distress. After retreating 10 steps in a row, Jang Tong was stopping his body. The sight of the wreckage on the deck and the panic of his fellow disciples. A wave of anger completely erupted in his heart. Kei Yan, don't you bully me. Kei Yan's faint voice came out. Courtesy. Jang Tong was even more furious. This was in return for his earlier outburst against Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's heart is very stable. The district Jang Tong. But so well. That's how it is in front of my big brother. Immediately, Xiao Yi laughed coldly. Not much strength, but quite arrogant. What did you say? You're looking for death. Jang Tong hated to kill Xiao Yi and roared. Don't you force my hand. It was true that it was the same division, and it was all so annoying. Strike. The words that came from Kei Yan were like a pot of cold water pouring down. Jang Tong's aura immediately froze. You can't go in or out. Fight. He can't. It's a bad face if you don't fight. Just as Jang Tong was in a difficult situation, a voice rang out from the airship. Master Kei Yan's nephew. What a mighty wind. A terrifying aura then filled the air, and space seemed to distort as a result. Xiao Yi couldn't help but lose her voice. Yuaning? Chapter 100, Middle Stage of Yuaning. Such an aura Xiao Yi had already felt. Definitely a genesis. Xiao Yi did not expect Jang Tong to be followed by a Yuaning. A terrifying aura pressed in, and Xiao Yi instantly felt as if the sky was collapsing, pressing down on her and making it difficult for her to breathe. The ship on which his feet stood rocked as if it were a flatboat swaying in a gale. Clank! The long sword behind Kei Yan was sheathed, and the pressure on Xiao Yi subsided. Xiao Yi raised her head and looked at the flying sword hovering beside her eldest senior brother. Her heart became more calm. My big brother is also a Yuaning. Xiao Yi immediately wanted to open her mouth to greet this Yuaning who didn't know how to die. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of my senior brother? Don't you know that my eldest brother cuts down a baby like a vegetable? At this moment, the many disciples of the sects on top of the Guan Pavilion airship saluted in unison. Meet Elder Tsang. Xiao Yi hurriedly swallowed back what she was about to say. Elder of the returning pavilion, Song Zhengchu. As a native of Qizhou, Song Zhengchu she had heard of. Mid-Yuaning, 5 levels of realm strength. In his youth, he was also a famous person in Qizhou. The 5th level of the Yuaning realm was 4 small realms higher than the first entry into the Yuaning Kei Yan. 1 realm and 1 sky. Even if Kei Yan was amazing, he was not its opponent. Xiao Yi glanced at Kei Yan. No wonder Kei Yan drew his sword early. It turned out that the opponent came from such a strong background. It was no wonder that the second brother had slipped into the cabin early. Did he already know? Suddenly, Lu Shaoqing's words entered Xiao Yi's ears. Why don't you come in and stay out here? Going to fight a genin? Without saying a word, Xiao Yi took a small step and ran into the cabin. After running into the cabin, Xiao Hong, who was standing on Lu Shaoqing's shoulder, flew to Xiao Yi's head. Xiao Yi took Xiao Hong into her hands and sternly condemned this unrighteous behavior. Red, you're so hateful. Why didn't you tell me so I could hide in here too? Almost spraying a mid-Yuaning was too scary. Xiao Yi felt scared just thinking about it. Red rolled her bird eyes. You're not smart yourself. Who do you blame? After Xiao Yi severely criticized Xiao Hong, she pressed Xiao Hong on her head and looked at the lying Lu Xiaoqing. Worried? He asked. Second senior brother. There won't be any problems, right? Lu Xiaoqing asked back. What problem do you want to have? That. Mid-yuaning stage can eldest brother stand up to it? Lu Xiaoqing didn't have the slightest worry. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a district's middle yuaning stage? Xiao Yi didn't want to spit it out, but after holding it in for a long time, she finally couldn't help but spit it out. Second senior brother. Easy for you to say. The district is in the middle yuaning stage. This is an even stronger existence than our master. Xiao Chang was also only at the early yuaning stage, at the third level of the realm. It was 2 realms behind Song Zhengqiu. Xiao Chang may not even be able to beat Song Zhengqiu when he comes. Will counting words work? Lu Xiaoqing said. They say not to worry. Xiao Yi was shocked in her heart. Could it be that her eldest senior brother was even more powerful than she had imagined? Xiao Yi asked with full anticipation. Can eldest brother beat him? Lu Xiaoqing gave her a blank stare and said. You think that all the other yuaning are watered down, but only your eldest senior brother is real? With a difference of so many realms, do you really think he's so bullish that he's lawless? Is it a yuaning that can be cut? It's not like it's a life and death struggle. How can it be so easy to defeat this old bastard Song Zhengqiu? That's right. Xiao Yi was a little disappointed. She thought that her eldest senior brother could beat a mid-yuaning stage powerhouse. Lu Xiaoqing added. If this old bastard Song Zhengqiu was just 1 or 2 realms higher, your elder brother's longsword would have already slashed up by now. He likes it strong. Is there no other way now? Xiao Yi had anxiety and came to Lu Xiaoqing's side, tugging at Lu Xiaoqing's clothes. The people of the returning pavilion aren't that easy to talk to. Second senior brother. Hurry up and think of something. Because of Zhang Tsonglong, Guoyuan Pavilion's attitude towards Ji Yan would definitely not be any better. Now that they had come across it, there was the elder Song Zhengqiu who was able to forcefully suppress Ji Yan. It didn't take any guessing to know that the people of the returning pavilion wouldn't miss this opportunity. Not to kill you Kei Yan, but it is still possible to thwart your Kei Yan's face. Xiao Yi didn't want her eldest brother to be bullied. Lu Xiaoqing was helpless, knocked Xiao Yi on the head, sat up and said, I've told you not to worry. Did you not hear me? Xiao Yi blinked her eyes, not understanding Lu Xiaoqing's words. Lu Xiaoqing asked Xiao Yi, what is this place? Xiao Yi still didn't understand and said doubtfully, Kashan soon to the sect. Kuei Mountain was nearly tens of thousands of miles away from Lingxiao City. For the speed of the airship, it wouldn't take too long, isn't it? This is our territory now, and we're still afraid that people from the returning pavilion will make trouble? Xiao Yi understood. This was the territory of the Lingxiao sect, and the slightest movement would alert the sect. The sect had many experts, especially the sect master, who was already a late-stage yuaning existence. Once Song Zhengqiu dared to be unfavorable to Ji Yan, the sect leader would be the first to kill him and directly blast him to death. Hearing this, Xiao Yi sighed in relief. She was afraid that something would go wrong with her eldest brother. That's good. Xiao Yi patted her chest and looked outside. The airship under her feet and the returning pavilion's airship went hand in hand, side by side. The speed didn't slow down because of the standoff between the two sides. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for them to be able to return to the sect. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face as she said, we'll soon be able to return to the sect. But just then, Xiao Yi sensed that the speed of the airship seemed to have slowed down. Lu Xiaoqing, who was even more perceptive than her, jumped, like a frightened kitten. Lu Xiaoqing cursed at the outside. You're sick, aren't you? You're still going to make a move after all this. You're really sick. Slow down. You let me jump off the boat first. Xiao Yi hadn't understood. Outside, the sword intent suddenly skyrocketed, and Kei Yan struck out. In an instant, the sword intent surged like a tide, spreading over the entire sky. Elder Song Zhengqiu of the Guoyuan Pavilion laughed out loud. Ha ha, courageous. I won't bully you either. I'll use my sword intent to meet you as well. Then, Xiao Yi felt an even more massive sword intent. Although this sword intent was not as powerful as Kei Yan's, it gave off a heavy, even suffocating feeling. Xiao Yi had the illusion that she was like trapped in water, and she couldn't breathe even if she struggled desperately. She turned her gong method far and wide, and the spiritual energy in her body slowly worked to barely ease this uncomfortable feeling. She looked at Lu Xiaoqing next to her, only to find that he had already returned to normal and lay back down again. Second senior brother. What now? Lu Xiaoqing said with a bitter face. It's going to rain in the sky and the mother is going to marry. What else can we do? What nonsense. Have you forgotten that there's a handsome senior brother and troublesome senior sister here? Xiao Yi protested. I'm not the trouble. Then asked, is it really okay for eldest brother to fight like this? There's no problem. Old bastard Song Jiangchu can still bully your eldest senior brother with other means, but with sword intent. Ha! Chapter 101, in the same realm. In terms of sword intent, no one is his match. Xiao Yi sniffed and her heart itched. Looking at Kei Yan standing at the bow of the boat, Xiao Yi's heart was filled with anticipation. She wanted to see her eldest senior brother give Song Jiangchu of the Guan Pavilion a hard time. Without praying to defeat Song Jiangchu, Xiao Yi knew that it was unrealistic. As long as she could punch Song Jiangchu in the face, Xiao Yi was already satisfied. There was no way to meet up with the people of the returning pavilion, who gave Xiao Yi a bad impression. Zhang Zhang and Wu Tianzhong were thinking of embarrassing Lu Shaoqing the first time they met. When the two airships met today, the people from the Guan Pavilion were overbearing and cursed as soon as they opened their mouths. Now that Kei Yan had stepped in, Xiao Yi of course hoped that his eldest senior brother would teach these grandsons of the Guan Pavilion a hard lesson. Xiao Yi quietly probed out and saw standing at the bow of the ship Kei Yan stood on the deck and did not move. His saber was up in the air, held against a long, blue-colored sword. Xiao Yi wondered, muttering, what is eldest brother doing? There was no imagined intense clash. No earth-shattering aura declaration. No sharp sword intent rampage. It's as if the two sides aren't fighting. Could it be that Murphy hasn't made a move yet? Xiao Yi continued to mutter. Stupid? Can't you see the two swords up there fighting? Yes? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. But he also only saw two long swords in the air facing each other across the air. Without the movement of a fight. Lu Shaoqing said, you will feel it yourself. Don't rely on your eyes for everything. Xiao Yi then released his spiritual sense to feel it. As a result, she couldn't help but let out an ah as her spiritual sense hurriedly retracted just as she approached. Xiao Yi's face showed a pained look. Just now, her spiritual sense was close to where the two long swords were. It was only at the periphery. Xiao Yi then felt his spiritual sense like it was being viciously stabbed by countless long swords. It wasn't enough to stab her, but she was also thinking of coming in along with her aura to give her a hard time. Luckily she was fast enough to retrieve it in a hurry, or she would have been not only in pain, but also injured. The feeling was like a person suddenly breaking into a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses, followed by being shot into a hedgehog by a rain of arrows. Xiao Yi clutched his head and lay on the deck in pain, and it took a long time before he recovered. The pain Xiao Yi had tears in her eyes and saw Lu Shaoqing's gloating expression. Get it? Complaining. Second senior brother. You did it on purpose. Lu Shaoqing nodded. Yes, talking about it is far better than experiencing it for yourself. Well, impressed? Xiao Yi nodded with tears in her eyes. Impressed indeed. Xiao Yi now knew what both sides were doing. Ji Yan and Song Jiangchu didn't have that kind of violent exchange, but instead used their sword intent to compete. As Song Jiangchu said, he used his sword intent to meet the words. It looks calm, but it's actually dangerous. The dark sword intent was sparring, and the slightest mistake would result in serious injuries. Xiao Yi covered her head and looked at the motionless Kei Yan. She asked Lu Shaoqing, will eldest brother win? Lu Shaoqing relied on the cabin and blandly said, in the same realm, in terms of sword intent, no one is his match. Somehow, Xiao Yi could hear the pride in it, confidence and pride in the counting of words. But come to think of it, this was his big brother. So powerful. Of course the heart would be proud. What about you, second brother? You and eldest senior brother are competing in the same realm of sword intent. Who's better? Lu Shaoqing despised. Don't ask such idiotic questions in the future. Who else but me? I'll press your big brother to fight. Xiao Yi certainly didn't believe in this statement. As both the eldest brother and the master have said, the second brother's words of faith in the third succession will do the trick. Lu Shaoqing's words caused Xiao Yi's heart to be greatly settled and filled with anticipation as she stared wide-eyed, wanting to see how her eldest senior brother would whip the face of the returning pavilion elder. The two long swords faced each other in the air, secretly and fiercely engaging. Those with better eyesight would be able to see a hint of distortion in the air around the two long swords. Lu Shaoqing looked at Kei Yan and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy, really, the stronger you are, and the fight never stops. What a headache. From the time he worshipped the master, he had been advancing with his head held high, never stopping, causing him and his master to only be able to follow in their constant endeavors. Now that he had entered Yuaning, he still had no intention of stopping. Facing a powerful opponent, without the slightest flinch, the frontier struck out with his sword. I had the time ring and was able to barely follow in this guy's footsteps. Just don't know this girl. Lu Shaoqing stroked his chin as his gaze fell on Xiao Yi. Trouble. How could he have lost his head and found himself a senior sister for that little bit of spirit stone? If you can't keep up and your mind doesn't work, I'm afraid you'll fall apart later. It's still necessary to consolidate the heart of the way. A difficult look appeared on LV Shaoqing's face. Among the heavenly royal peaks, he was the only one who was more adept when it came to cultivating the heart. Master Xiao Chang, needless to say, the older generation, has been used to being struck. The Taoist heart is solid, not easy to collapse. As for Kei Yan, that courageous heart was so sturdy that even an immortal king could hardly leave half a crack on it. He was the only one who could only exercise his mind in order not to fall off the wagon. Now, it seems he has an extra companion. If Xiao Yi was to consolidate his Tao heart, it would only be better to follow him, but then he'd have to have less time. Well, forget it. See the steps and go with the flow. Usually letting Big Brother toss her around. Take the plunge yourself if you need to. Alas, sinning. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a chill in her heart and her body went cold. She twisted her head to look over and saw Lu Shaoqing stroking his chin and staring at himself. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi tensed up. What's wrong? LV Shaoqing hemmed and hawed and said, it's fine. The hell with you. Xiao Yi gathered her courage and said, second senior brother. What do you have? You can just say it. I can hold up. Xiao Yi's heart was filled with pessimism, and she already had no hope for the future. Lu Shaoqing waved his hand and said, I've been told it's fine. Keep a good eye on it. As soon as Lu Shaoqing's words fell, his expression suddenly became grave, and in the air, the sound of dingo clashing came from the air. Boom! An explosion. Two stern sword intent appeared, like cold frost under the moon, spreading over the entire earth. A white dragon was chasing a blue bird of prey. The white dragon and the flying bird collided back and forth in the air, each collision erupting with endless sword intent. The crowd watching the battle had the illusion of a million swords piercing through their hearts. After the white dragon and flying bird exchanged a few rounds, before the crowd could react, the white dragon roared in the sky, speeding up and swallowing the flying bird in one bite. Ah! A pained cry came from the side of the returning pavilion. Then, Song Jingchu's aura rose steeply. The flying bird that was swallowed by the swallowing white dragon flew out of the white dragon's stomach hard, like Song Jingchu. Fei Bird's breath followed suit and proceeded to attack the white dragon. Put! Kei Yan opened his eyes and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the deck. Chapter 102, Old Man. Are you ashamed? Eldest brother. Xiao Yi exclaimed. For the first time, he saw Kei Yan vomit blood and suffer a serious injury. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a strong killing intent. Lu Shaoqing's face was overflowing with murderous aura as he carried his long sword in his right hand and cupped the 4th grade divine talisman he obtained from Xian Yunxin in his left hand. Xiao Yi was startled. What did second senior brother want? However, after Kei Yan's gaze swept over, Xiao Yi felt her body lighten. The killing intent of the second senior brother next to him faded, and the longsword spirit talisman disappeared, changing back to its lazy appearance. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi asked hurriedly, is eldest senior brother alright? It's okay, he had it coming if he didn't. Lu Shaoqing did not have the good sense to say, don't we need to do something now? Xiao Yi asked nervously. Lu Shaoqing asked back, do what? The opponent is a Yuaning. Do you want to go on? If you want to get on yourself and leave me out of it. You almost rushed out just now. You must be worried about eldest brother. Ass. Lu Shaoqing scolded. Which one of your eyes saw that? I'm worried that old bastard Song Zhengshu will go after our ship. I wouldn't care if he was beaten to death. Then he poked her in the head and said viciously, if you dare to say such words again, I'll poke you to death. Heart and mouth. Xiao Yi held her head and mentally spat. Xiao Yi trusted her feelings. But whenever her eldest brother's gaze was a little bit late, her second eldest brother would be the first to rush there. Outside, Sang Jingchu's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his sword intent was getting more and more powerful. The blue bird of prey pressed against the white dragon, making it more and more difficult for the white dragon to bruise his body. A lot more blood seeped out from the corner of Kei Yan's mouth, and his face grew paler and paler. Xiao Yi looked distressed and asked Lu Shaoqing worriedly, second senior brother, are we really not going to do anything? At this rate, he won't die. Lu Shaoqing interrupted Xiao Yi. He said it himself. He wants to deal with old bastard Song Zhengshu by himself. After saying that, he couldn't help but curse. Dead set on face. Xiao Yi was curious. When did you say that? Just now. Didn't you see the look in his eyes? Xiao Yi mentally spat. I can't see it. Like this. Can eldest brother win? Lu Shaoqing shook his head and said with certainty, can't win. seeing Xiao Yi about to open her mouth. Lu Xiaoqing took the first step to block this curious baby's mouth. Don't ask me why he still wants to fight. I don't know, but it's also in line with his character. He likes to be abused. Guilty as hell. Well, Xiao Yi could only continue to watch nervously. Seeing that Kei Yan didn't take half a step back despite being suppressed, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his face didn't half change. The gaze was unbelievably firm, even more radiant. Pity. Xiao Yi couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately what? Lu Xiaoqing scolded again. Are you sorry that old bastard Song Zhengchu didn't blast our ship to pieces and didn't blast you? A slag. To death? Xiao Yi hummed. What I say is a pity is not being able to see eldest senior brother and second senior brother you team up to meet the enemy. What a shame for my heart. That must have been very exciting. Lu Xiaoqing laughed, his laughter filled with contempt for Xiao Yi. I'm teaming up with him? Dream on. What he can't beat, I can beat by teaming up? When you meet such an enemy, the most important thing you should do is to scatter your legs and run. Told you. Don't follow your eldest senior brother's brain-dead behavior like this. If you can't beat them, then admit defeat. And there's no shame in running away. Keeping the green hills is not worrying. Those who know what's right are wise. And a gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late or quotes that must be memorized. Go back and read me more of these books. Xiao Yi was silent. This was the real second senior brother. Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother. What if the strength is equal? Lu Xiaoqing immediately became murderous. By all means. Get him completely killed. Don't let him get himself into trouble. Suddenly, the sound of Song Jingchu's laughter rang outside. Ha ha. Senior nephew Kei Yan. You're still a bit short. My sword intent. It seems to be even better. In the sky, the white dragon had shriveled to the size of a long sword and withered, while the blue flying bird had already covered the sky with an overwhelming aura. Kei Yan's longsword was trembling, ready to fall at any moment. The situation is very bad. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Just now, Lu Xiaoqing had said that no one would be a match for Kei Yan in a pure competition of sword intent. But now Kei Yan is getting crushed. Lu Xiaoqing noticed Xiao Yi's gaze. Said, can't you see? Old bastard Song Zhengchu is using his realm to suppress people. Purely compared to sword intent. Didn't he lose just now? Old bastard. Can't afford to lose. Lu Xiaoqing's face was indignant, and he had a deep understanding of this sense of suffocation. Song Jingchu's words continued to ring out. Alas, Master Nephew Kei Yan, sometimes one cannot be too rampant. Young man, it's still good to keep some modesty. Couldn't help the smugness in his tone. This can't be tolerated. Xiao Yi was furious in her heart when she heard this. She rushed out and sprayed at the returning pavilion side. Old man, you're using your realm to suppress my family's eldest senior brother. And you still think you have a face? Everyone was silent. LV Xiaoqing rubbed his chin and got a headache. Damn. This girl, this character, trouble. What are you spraying for? If you could, wouldn't you just find a chance to clean him up behind his back? Despite his words, Lu Xiaoqing brought a satisfied look in his eyes. Something is really on. This senior sister does not hurt for nothing. Can deal. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqing once again quietly cupped the divine talisman in his hand and held the long sword. The disciples on the returning pavilion's side looked at each other in dismay. They had lived for so long, but it was the first time they had seen someone who dared to spray their own Yuaning elder like this. Song Zhengchu was also silent for a moment. What did you say, little girl? The tone of his voice carried an anger that was hard to hide. Xiao Yi said loudly, I said you old man. Shameless. Relying on your realm to bully my senior brother. What kind of hero are you? Do you dare to depress your realm and come to compete with my eldest senior brother in sword intent openly? If you can't beat them, you use your realm to suppress them. Is it a shame? At the same realm, it's simpler for my big senior brother of all of us to get you killed than it is to get a spirit chicken. One curse is a curse. Two curses are also curses. Xiao Yi simply cursed a series of curses, cursing his heart with a sense of relief. Asshole, asshole. Song Zhengchu was cursed and trembled. It's been a long time since his debut, and no one has dared to call him out like that. As far as he could remember, he couldn't recall a time when he had been scolded like this. One thing he was sure of, though, was that anyone who dared to call him that was dead. You're looking for death. Song Jingchu's tone was filled with endless killing intent. The blue flying bird screamed as a sword light descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying sword intent straight at Xiao Yi. It doesn't matter if you're a disciple of the Lingxiao sect or not. If you dare to curse me, you'll be killed. Mud. Trouble. Lu Xiaoqing cursed and just wanted to strike. I'm afraid it's hard for him not to make a move in this situation. But just as he was about to strike, Ji Yan suddenly let out a long whistle, and his already weakened breath suddenly soared. Chapter 103, Sword Heart. Kei Yan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and the crowd was shocked. The white dragon transformed by the sword intent hissed in the sky and rose into the air. Song Jingchu's bird of prey screamed and lifted its wings. Like an eagle in the sky descending from the heavens, his claws went straight for his prey. The battle between the two sides had caused Kei Yan's sword intent to become weak, and the white dragon was in danger. In the latter part of the fight, White Dragon was constantly dodging and retreating, and this time, once the White Dragon transformed by the sword intent was caught, Kei Yan was defeated. Seeing that his sword intent had already blocked all retreat paths of Kei Yan's sword intent, Song Zhengchu, who hadn't shown his head, couldn't help but chuckle. Master Kei Yan nephew, you've lost. The tone was tinged with smugness. There was no shame at all because he was fighting with a high realm to press Kei Yan. However, just as the flying bird transformed by Sang Jingchu's sword intent was about to grab onto the white dragon, the white dragon, however, suddenly disappeared. Layer after layer of ripples rippled through the space. Like a dragon entering the sea, it disappeared into the sea and hid its trail. Ha! Song Zhengchu couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. He chuckled. You still won't give up? The next moment, the white dragon appeared in another direction. A dragon roar, circling up, high and loud voice. A mysterious breath rises up to the sky. The strand of sword light that attacked Xiao Yi solidified. Then as little by little, it annihilated in the air and completely disappeared. A mysterious aura emanated from the white dragon. No, it can't be. Song Zhengchu lost his voice and exclaimed. Although he was in the cabin, everyone was able to visualize in their minds the shocked look on Song Jingchu's face. Kei Yan's eyes reclosed, and at some point, he sat cross-legged on the bow of the ship. The long sword above his head buzzed and shook, and each tremor had a great Tao rhythm. In the eyes of Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi, Kei Yan's long sword was dancing. As the long sword shook, the white dragon's breath in the air rose higher and higher. It's 10 or 100 times higher than it was earlier. The higher its aura rose, the more the sword intent weakened, and in the end, it even almost disappeared. And the blue bird of prey in the air seemed to feel threatened, screaming up and spreading his wings to attack again. The bird's beak opened and countless sword lights shot out. The sword intent spread out across the entire sky, completely enveloping the white dragon. Song Jingchu's heart felt a wave of danger. He's not hiding it either. Countless sword lights, each capable of blasting away a mountain. The sword intent carried was capable of completely exterminating everything. The faces of the people watching the battle turned white, feeling that their souls were going to be destroyed by the sword intent. The long sword on Kei Yan's head trembled more and more, and finally seemed to stop and regain its calmness in the sight of Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's face was puzzled. Only Lu Shaoqing could see clearly. The longsword's shaking had already exceeded the frequency that could be seen by the naked eye, so fast that it looked like it had stopped. In the spiritual sense, the space around Kei Yan's long sword had collapsed and an endless void appeared. The space kept recovering, and the longsword kept shaking and collapsing. LV Shaoqing frowned, not understanding. He was a bit unable to see the point. What does this guy want? Holding back a big move? That's a bit of a long CD. Even LV Shaoqing couldn't understand Kei Yan at this time. Just as Lu Shaoqing was wondering, suddenly in his sight and spiritual sense, Kei Yan's longsword disappeared. It was very sudden, and Lu Shaoqing didn't catch any trace of it. Sky above, the blue bird of prey screamed. The crowd looked up, and the white dragon transformed by Kei Yan's sword intent had already disappeared into the endless sword light. When the sword light disappeared, the white dragon disappeared, and only the flying bird hovered in the sky, like a divine bird descending from the 9 heavens. Win! Someone from the returning pavilion asked in a low voice. Xiao Yi was filled with nervousness. Second senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Could it be that eldest brother really lost? Although Song Zhengchu was stronger than Ji Yan, it was reasonable for Ji Yan to lose. However, Xiao Yi's heart became very hard to bear. Since she had worshipped at the heavenly royal peak, she had heard the most about her eldest senior brother's deeds. Her eldest senior brother, unrivaled among the younger generation. A sword goes forward, killing gods and Buddhas without a single defeat. In Xiao Yi's mind, her eldest senior brother was invincible. It doesn't matter if it's a little puppy, an old guy, or a demon. No matter how powerful the opponent is, when she meets her eldest brother, she will always only be chopped by her eldest brother's sword. In front of eldest brother's longsword, there were no exceptions, only a fair sword. Now, her invincible eldest brother was defeated. Xiao Yi suddenly wanted to cry a little. Xiao Yi twisted her head to look at her second senior brother beside her. it was found that the second elder brother's expression was hard to look at. Xiao Yi's heart became even more gripped. Compared to himself, second brother was the one who was the most saddened, right? The two of them had such a good relationship. He wouldn't want to see eldest brother lose, right? Xiao Yi felt that she should comfort her second senior brother. This is a good time to bring out a little bit of the role of the sisterhood. Be a warm baby. Second senior brother. You, don't be sad. Sad? Before Xiao Yi could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Shaoqing angrily. I'm very angry right now. Oh, that's right, too. The eldest brother had lost, and the second brother must have hated that old man in his heart. Xiao Yi advised. Second senior brother, don't be impulsive. Let's. The words are still not finished. Xiao Yi then heard Lu Shaoqing gritting his teeth. What an abomination. Is there any way to live? Ha? Seems a little off. Xiao Yi finally realized that something was wrong. The target of her second senior brother's anger wasn't that old man Song Zhengchu, but her own senior brother? Why? Warm babies off the line. Curious babies on the line. Second senior brother. Has eldest brother not yet lost? LV Shaoqing said without a trace of anger. Won't you look at it yourself? Xiao Yi was only able to watch by himself first. Outside, Kei Yan's aura hadn't weakened in any way. Although the flying birds transformed by Song Jingchu's sword intent in the sky were constantly circling, countless sword lights fell, constantly creating pressure on Kei Yan. The ship rocked under this pressure, like a ship in a storm. Kei Yan, however, did not move a muscle. Xiao Yi couldn't see anything wrong. What she saw was that Kei Yan was suppressed, completely suppressed. At this rate, it's just losing. Second senior brother. This. Xiao Yi just opened his mouth. Kei Yan, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, opened his eyes. There was also a roar from the sky. The long sword that had disappeared appeared. As the long sword appeared, the crowd felt as if the long sword at their waist and in their rings trembled. The bad feeling in Song Jingchu's heart grew even more. Making gods and ghosts. He bellowed, and the bird flew straight at Kei Yan's long sword. Buzz! The long sword made a crisp clang in the air, like the voice of the immortal realm, the voice of the divine realm. It resounded through all realms. A breath descended and the winged bird of prey stalled in the air, like encountering 9 days of cold ice. He was instantly frozen. Again, it's like time stops and you can't move. Then inches broke off and annihilated. Not crushed, but annihilated. Completely gone. Sword heart through and through? Guan Pavilion elder Song Zhengchu voice as if he had seen a ghost. Screaming. Chapter 104, The Killing Chance. Song Jingchu's words were like a thunderclap that stunned everyone. The third realm of sword intent. The heart of the sword is through the heart. There are 3 realms of sword intent. Sword intent heart turning. Sword intent transforming and sword intent passing. Sword intent. Even if it couldn't be comprehended before the Yuaning stage, after stepping into the Yuaning realm, with his understanding of the Great Tao, he was still able to comprehend sword intent and was able to successfully comprehend the second realm. Sword intent takes shape. However, the sword heart was not something that could be attained by virtue of a Yuaning's understanding of the Great Tao. In this realm, it was completely necessary to rely on talent and chance. Talent is most important. It has touched the level of the Tao. The Great Tao comprehended by the first infant had not yet reached this realm. Therefore, even Song Zhengchu, who was in the middle stage of Yuaning, looked like he had seen a ghost. He was stunned. Knowing that Kei Yan's talent for sword Tao was peerless, he did not expect it to be peerless to this extent. In this realm one is able to touch the Tao. If the Tao comprehended by the first infant was just 1 + 1 equals how much, then the Tao touched by Kei Yan was how much 1 × 1 is. That would at least have to be something that could only be comprehended at the transformation god, or even higher levels. Counting words have now been touched. How can you not be scared to death? Xiao Yi's mouth once again turned into an O shape. Is my big brother that good? Eyes were bubbling with little stars, and his heart was overwhelmed with admiration. Worthy of being the eldest brother, when the world is truly unrivaled. But then again, she noticed that her second senior brother, Lu Shaoqing, had taken out his longsword and cupped spirit talismans in his hand, looking like he was ready to fight. Second senior brother. As Xiao Yi was in disbelief, Song Jingchu's voice rang out. Alright, Master Kei Yan nephew, since you want to fight me thoroughly, I can only lay down my life to accompany you. Don't blame me for bullying you. Though the words were modest, the move was not polite. Song Jingchu's figure appeared in the night sky, towering over the airship where Kei Yan was enslapping it. Spiritual chi gathered in the center of his palm. A palm was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Everything around him was under his control.
Counting words and spaceships are like prey in a cage,
with nowhere to run. Shasta. Xiao Yi's pupils dilated as she felt the aura of death.
This palm of Song Jingchu's brought with it a strong killing intent and pressed down fiercely.
Xiao Yi knew why second senior brother was preparing for battle. Song Zhengchu already had murderous intentions towards Ji Yan. The intention was to snuff out the genius that was Kei Yan here. Above the sky, Kei Yan's long sword whistled. It appeared plain and unassuming,
without the sharp sword intent of yesteryear.
But the threat it posed made Song Zhengchu incomparably fearful. Kei Yan,
who had initially stepped into the realm of sword mind Tongshan,
already had the capital to injure him.
That was why he had killed Kei Yan.
With the existence of such a Kei Yan, the Lingxiao sect is deservedly number one within the next few hundred years.
His presence would crush his peers for centuries.
If we can keep going, the suppression will only last longer.
It was conceivable that between the next few hundred years, the Lingxiao sect would lead the way. Counting words can be a nightmare for your peers.
Jang Tong of the Guan Pavilion was the most outstanding disciple of the Guan Pavilion. Yet this outstanding disciple did not perform well at all when facing Ji Yan. There were countless fights, none of which were won, not even a tie, all of which were defeats. All day long, they were called the second best in the state of Qi. And that second isn't necessarily a sure thing.
The summer language of the Valley of the Two Moons also threatened him.
Ji Yan had stepped into Yuaning and had already left Zhang Tsonglong behind by a few blocks. Because Zhang Tsonglong hadn't comprehended the sword intent until now,
he could only send into the Yuaning and then comprehend the sword intent.
In the view of the upper echelons of the Guan Pavilion,
entering Yuaning and comprehending sword intent,
Zhang Tsonglong would not be much worse than Kei Yan. But, now, he had actually touched the realm of sword heart, touching the Tao. Once again,
Zhang Tsonglong was thrown off by more than 10,000 streets.
Song Zhengchu, he, a veteran mid-Yuaning relying on his sword intent, couldn't even suppress Kei Yan's sword intent.
Even if his sword intent had a realm bonus,
he couldn't suppress it anymore.
Such a terrifying genius.
Letting him grow up. Would there be any Guan Pavilion in Qizhou in the future?
To be able to become a Yuaning and live for such a long time.
None of them were deep-minded and cunning. In a short moment, Song Zhengchu figured out many things, decidedly laying a death hand on Kei Yan. As long as we kill Kei Yan, everything will work out fine later. You Lingxiao sect can't start a sect extermination war against my Guan Pavilion, right?
Song Zhengchu faced the longsword that sped towards him. Although he had initially stepped into the sword mind passage realm, his sword intent was invincible.
However,
Song Zhengchu would use not only sword intent, but also the laws of the heavens and earth that could only be comprehended at the Yuaning stage. The space around him seemed to be compressed as he landed this palm, and it was so powerful that it fiercely bombarded Ji Yan's long sword. With the powerful realm suppression, the long sword wailed and flew backwards to disappear into the night.
But,
the saber was damaged,
and once again, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Kei Yan.
When Song Zhengchu saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent increased.
It was actually able to resist his palm. The more Kei Yan's performance made Song Zhengchu's killing intent feel firmer and firmer. Once again, he slapped his palm down, and this time, he didn't hold back, pouring out all his strength. He wanted to kill Kei Yan with a single blow. The aura steeply erupted away, and the air around him whistled and exploded,
emitting an ear-piercing and shrill whimpering sound.
It was like the wind sweeping down an endless amount of aura.
Space seemed to collapse at that moment.
The terrifying aura made Xiao Yi's scalp numb, and the whistling gale blew her hair around in a disheveled manner.
Kei Yan fought back with all his might, and now he was practically at the end of his rope.
Damn old man! Lu Shaoqing roared lowly, and the spirit talisman in his hand lit up.
Xiao Yi had a death grip on the edge of the cabin as she was filled with anticipation. Expect miracles from your own second brother.
Song Zhengchu saw that Kei Yan was no longer able to resist his attack.
There was a smug look in his eyes. As long as Kei Yan was blasted to death,
the future would be the Guan Pavilions.
With Zhang Tsonglong around,
Qizhou will be Guan Pavilions sooner or later. Just as Lu Shaoqing was about to fling out the spirit talisman, a voice rang out. Over. The sound is like a flood of thunder, rolling, vibrating and roaring. It was like a hurricane surging wildly away, sweeping away demons and evils, sweeping away Song Zhengchu's attacks. The airship, which had been swaying constantly as if in a howling gale, suddenly regained its composure.
Xiao Yi topped her head of disheveled hair with a face full of great confusion. She noticed that the second senior brother next to her had already put away the spirit talisman longsword, his face regaining its calmness. As for Ji Yan, he directly sat on the bow of the boat, ignoring Song Zhengchu to cultivate with his eyes closed. Having touched the sword heart Tongshan,
He had to hurry to cultivate and comprehend it. Xiao Yi blinked, and Little Red, who was flopped on her head, poked her head out. One man, one bird, and a little confused. Second brother. Xiao Yi was just about to ask something when someone suddenly landed on the airship. Xiao Yi was surprised to see the visitor. Master. The person who came was none other than Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang's face was tense as his divine sense swept through all three disciples a few times before he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the three soul seedlings of the heavenly royal peak were fine. If the three of them were blown away by Song Jingchu's palm, his heavenly royal peak would be extinct. After knowing that his disciple was fine, Xiao Chang was relieved and then instantly became furious. Always good-tempered and good-natured with people, he was completely enraged. Heavenly royal peak only has 3 soul seedlings, and you actually want to exterminate them. If I really let you destroy it, what face will I have to meet the ancestors of heavenly royal peak in the future? I'm a good guy. You think I'm a sick cat, don't you? Song Zhangchu, die for me. The furious Xiao Chang rushed up to the sky, his powerful breath erupted, and a sword slashed down toward the airship of the returning pavilion. Chapter 105 Angry Master. The furious Xiao Chang also rained down on the returning pavilion's airship. Spiritual energy surged into it, and the light of the long sword soared, and when the sword slashed out, heaven and earth lost their colors, and the sun and moon lost their light. The light of the sword was dazzling, and in the eyes of the people of the Guiyuan Pavilion, it was the light of death. This sword was strong and unrivaled, destroying everything. The people of the returning pavilion were horrified. Zhang Tsonglong even yelled, "Defense!" The tops of the airships lit up with light, and densely packed formations and prohibitions surfaced. They are the ship's defense. However, under Xiao Chang's sword light, there have been collapses. They were able to withstand attacks below the Jiedan stage, but it couldn't resist the attack of the firstborn. In front of Xiao Chang's sword light, it was as broken as an egg. One after another, formation after formation exploded, and one after another, prohibition after prohibition was destroyed. The aura backlash caused by the explosion of the formation prohibition shook the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples on the airship to the core. Quite a few people were caught in the wave, blood spurting out, and were seriously injured. Zhang Songlong was also pale and shocked. This is the power of the firstborn. The airship of the returning pavilion was a 5th-grade magic weapon, and it couldn't withstand the attack of a Yuan Ing. Song Zhengchu was shocked and angry. I didn't expect the Lingxiao sect's people to come so quickly. That loud shout just now made his aura flip and his blood chi quake. This side managed to recover. And then they saw Xiao Chang's destructive sword. Song Zhengchu roared, "How dare you!" On the airship, there were all the elite disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion. Zhang Tsonglong, in particular, was the future pillar of the Guiyuan Pavilion, the hope of the future. Once he was killed here, the returning pavilion would have no future. Song Jingchu's aura skyrocketed as he hurriedly shot out to fend it off. Boom! The two forces dueled, and a huge explosion of spiritual energy was declared. The returning pavilion's airship shook violently under the waves of this explosion. Staggering, the remnants of the ship's great formation struggled to withstand the shockwaves. Click, click, there was a constant piercing sound from the airship. In the end, it couldn't hold up, and the phalanx that provided the power was overloaded and blew up, catching fire in multiple places and emitting billows of smoke. The ship lurched, wailed, and plunged toward the ground. Boom! The ground shook hard as the massive ship slammed into the ground, further exacerbating its damage. The fragments fragmented. There weren't many 5th-grade airships, even in the returning pavilion. The damage this time was enough to make the returning pavilion's heart ache to the point of tears. Song Jingchu's divine sense swept through and found that the disciples were more injured, and not many of them were in danger of dying. Zhang Tsonglong, in particular, was relieved that nothing had happened. If something happened to these disciples, even if he was an elder, he wouldn't be able to explain to the sect. Relieved, he was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a cold flash of light in front of him. Here comes Xiao Chang's attack. Song Zhangchu, you old undead, bullying my disciple. I'm not done with you today. Xiao Chang roared, his face fierce and full of killing intent. Song Zhangchu hurriedly dodged and retreated. After all, he was the one who did the wrong thing first. Song Zhangchu had a weak heart and said, "Senior brother Xiao, listen to my explanation. Explain my ass, eat my sword." Xiao Chang didn't give Song Zhangchu a chance to explain and caught him and cut him. He was genuinely angry. Xiao Yi stood on the airship, fixing her hair while looking up at her master fighting. Seeing his master chasing after Song Zhangchu and chopping, couldn't help but say in awe, "Master is so powerful." Xiao Chang was only in the early Yuaning stage, the 3rd level of the realm. Song Zhengchu, on the other hand, was in the middle yuaning stage, 5th level realm. He was 2 small realms higher than Xiao Chang, yet he was being chased and cut by Xiao Chang. Lu Xiaoqing said, "If only I could hack this old bastard Song Zhengchu to death." Xiao Yi wondered, "Can't you hack it to death?" Lu Xiaoqing rolled his eyes. If it could be hacked to death so easily, would it still be a yuaning? A yuaning powerhouse is not something you can just kill. Otherwise, what's the point of being a Genesis? Master is still 2 realms lower than him. It's not good to kill. Of course. Lu Xiaoqing paused for a moment, his eyes looking up to the sky. If the sect leader is willing to make a move, he can get him killed. Palm? Xiao Yi was surprised. She hadn't met the sect leader yet since she had worshipped the Lingxiao sect. What about the sect leader coming too? Where is it? Lu Xiaoqing pointed to the sky and said, "It's up there in the cat." Xiao Yi stared wide-eyed but couldn't see anything in the sky. But since the sect leader had come, this meant that they were safe. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great. Sect leader and the others appeared in time. We're saved." Lu Xiaoqing cursed, "Timely my ass. If it was timely, it should have appeared when old bastard Song Zhengchu appeared, instead of waiting until now. Let the situation get like this." Xiao Yi smiled and was happy in her heart. She knew why Lu Xiaoqing scolded like this. Second senior brother. Are you blaming the sect leader and the others for arriving late and leaving eldest brothers seriously injured? Lu Xiaoqing cursed. Fart. If they come a little later, I'll be exposed. Xiao Yi's smile converged and she bristled. I don't believe this. Not a word of truth. Lu Xiaoqing had told her countless times before that she would run away at the first sign of danger. Danger came today. But Lu Xiaoqing didn't run. Instead he took out his weapon and prepared to fight to the death. This also allowed Xiao Yi to discover another attribute of his second senior brother. The mouth is not the heart. Xiao Yi looked up in the direction of Master's battle. In the distance, the aura exploded and the ground shook. Xiao Yi worriedly asked, "If this goes on, is Master really alright?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "It's fine. Master isn't a weakling either." Then lying down in a smooth position, a day. Xiao Yi didn't have a big heart like Lu Xiaoqing. She worriedly said, "Master is fighting. Can we do something?" Lu Xiaoqing scorned. "What realm are you in yourself? Don't you have any idea in your heart? You still want to intervene in a battle of this realm? Oh no, it's actually possible to intervene." Xiao Yi immediately came into the spirit. "Well, second senior brother, tell me, what can I do to help Master?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "It's fine for you to scold that old bastard Song Zhengchu. It's kind of like fighting together with your master." As soon as Xiao Yi heard this, her spirit became even more energized. Come on the energy. Without saying a word, she stood at the bow of the boat, worked her spiritual energy, and opened her small mouth. "Song Zhengchu, you shameless old thing. Bullying our juniors is so powerful. You're wimpy when it comes to my master, aren't you? Guys like you can't beat my family's eldest senior brother even with the realm. If you suppress your realm to the same level as me, I'll be able to break you just the same. Beat you old man into a pig's head." Sky above. A man with a stout and tall figure and a square face with gleaming eyes stood on top of a flying sword. This is Yu Chang, the head of the Lingxiao school. Next to him, stood the Red Moon Peak Master, Xiao Yi's own uncle, Xiao Bang. The 2 men's breath was astringent, and if they weren't standing in the air, there was no difference between them and ordinary mortals. Both of them had a happy look on their faces. Kei Yan touched the sword mine passage realm, and his strength went even further. For the Lingxiao sect, this was definitely a big deal. Worthy of Kei Yan, my Lingxiao sect status will be untouchable for the next 100 years. Sect Master Yu Chang's tone was tinged with excitement. As a sect leader, what could be more pleasing than seeing one's disciples progress? Xiao Gang nodded, his tone carrying envy as he looked at the fighting Xiao Chang. Senior Xiao, what luck! The 3 core disciples of Red Moon Peak were at their highest at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, and they had not even entered the Jiedan stage. The Lingxiao sect also had only 2 disciples from Tianyu Peak who had entered the Jiedan stage, and it still leaves its peers far behind. How can such a disciple not be envied? Yu Chang laughed. This is a blessing for our Lingxiao sect. However, Xiao Gang couldn't help but mention, if only that Lu Xiaoqing fellow could be like Kei Yan. Yu Chang's smile froze. Chapter 106, My niece is a good girl. She won't be bad. Speaking of Lu Xiaoqing, the smile on sect master Yu Chang's face immediately disappeared, even showing a headache. The mood was considerably worse. That asshole boy. Yu Chang's tone was tinged with indignation. The talent is no worse than Kei Yan, but it's 10,000 times lazier than Kei Yan. thinking of LV Xiaoqing's usual behavior. Yu Chang couldn't hide the anger in his tone. 10 years, 10 years. It's been 10 years since I worshipped the Lingxiao sect, and I haven't done a single sect quest, and my contribution value has always been negative. Luckily not many people in the outside world know about him, or else this sect leader of mine wouldn't have the face to go out and meet people. The sect leader gritted his teeth, and Xiao Gang felt the need to comfort him for a few moments. Forget it, coming out with a scheme is already a heavenly blessing for the sect. Don't push too hard for anything else. After a moment of silence, Yu Chang sighed. Yes, can't force it. I just hope this guy doesn't bring down the others in the sect. Xiao Gang laughed and said, don't worry, sect leader. With Xiaoqing's character, he would still find it too much trouble for others to find him. Yu Chang felt his head hurt a few more times. He couldn't help but say, your niece will be able to worship the heavenly royal peak and follow Ji Yan around, so that she can cultivate properly and not be brought down by him. The two know exactly who they were brought down by. Yu Chang felt that if the Lingxiao sect produced one more disciple like Lu Xiaoqing, he'll go crazy. Xiao Gang said, don't worry, I've already instructed Master Xiao again and again to keep an eye on him. But I think that with Xiaoqing's character, he would only dislike Little Ripple for that girl's troubles. Little Ripple is well behaved and understanding, and won't follow him and learn from him. Xiao Bao was full of confidence. LV Xiaoqing was notoriously lazy and too much trouble among the top brass of the Lingxiao sect. He also believed that with his niece's character, people in general would find it annoying, let alone a character like Lu Xiaoqing. I'm afraid I'll avoid it. But Xiao Gang's words had just fallen. On the airship below, Xiao Yi's voice spread out. Song Zhangchu, you shameless old thing. Xiao Yi was full of vigor and greeted Song Zhangchu cordially. In the distance, Song Zhangchu's aura skyrocketed and had the momentum to fight back. Xiao Bao's face froze, stunned by his niece's words. Yu Chang's face was even harder to see. That tone, it's familiar. After Xiao Gang reacted, as a Yuaning powerhouse, he exploded. Damn it, LV Xiaoqing, this asshole guy. I'm going to kill him. Xiao Gang stormed out, itching to rush down and chop up LV Xiaoqing below. In the distance, Song Jingchu's aura skyrocketed as a result, and his battle with Xiao Chang became even more intense. Yu Chang said, remember that first, now go and tell them to stop fighting before they do. Song Zhangchu was, after all, an elder of the Guiyuan Pavilion, doing things in an unorthodox manner though, but it's not good to do anything to him now. Song Jingchu's group of pedestrians had come to attend the grand ceremony held by the Lingxiao sect. It's a guest. It's kind of okay to fight to this point. If the fight continued, once something happened to Song Zhangchu, the Lingxiao sect would lose face. Moreover, Song Zhangchu seemed to have gotten furious because of Xiao Yi's words and fought back. Xiao Chang is starting to get the underdog. Xiao Bang glared hatefully at the airship below, then flew in unison with Yu Chang to stop the fight between Xiao Chang and Song Zhangchu. Soon the fighting stopped in the distance. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. It's over? Who won and who lost? Lu Xiaoqing said, a tie. With the sect leader around, it's impossible to let them keep fighting. Why? Xiao Yi was dissatisfied. That old man is no good and tried to kill us. It's not too much for the sect master to chop him into 10 or 8 pieces. Speaking while making chopping motions, this action was seen by Xiao Bao, who had just arrived over the airship. Xiao Bao breathed a painful sigh. How many months has it been? Why has the formerly well-behaved niece become so rude? Because they're guests. Xiao Chang's voice rang out, and then he and Xiao Bao landed on the airship. Master, uncle. Xiao Yi was incomparably surprised. It's okay. Though it had been scoped out long ago, the 3 people on the ship were fine. Still, Xiao Bang couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yi shook her head. She was not injured this time, except for her hair being a bit messy. After Xiao Chang carefully examined Ji Yan, he placed a few prohibitions around him and came here to the cabin. Lu Xiaoqing was alert and asked, Master, where is the sect leader? Seeing his second disciple in this state, Xiaoqing knew that Lu Xiaoqing was also fine. While relaxing in his heart, he said in a good-natured manner, keep an eye on Song Zhangchu. Lu Xiaoqing sighed in relief and patted his chest. That's good. Then he complained about Xiao Changdao. Master, if you come one step later, you'll be the one with white hair. Why did he suddenly run away when he was obviously following us? Xiao Chang couldn't help but blush as he said, isn't this thinking there's no more danger? Thinking of coming back earlier. I didn't expect you guys to actually encounter Song Zhangchu and his party. Xiao Yi became curious. Master, when did you follow us? Lu Xiaoqing said, eldest senior brother came out. Master, he was uneasy about his precious disciple and secretly followed. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Heart-chilling ah. The eldest apprentice brother is a treasure. The second and youngest apprentice brothers are just roots of grass. Xiao Chang said angrily. Less nonsense here. What danger can there be for you to follow Master Nephew Xiao Yi to explore a secret realm? Xiao Yi understood and said, Master, did you see that eldest brother suddenly left the sect and worried that he would encounter some strong enemy? So you secretly followed? Xiao Chang was pleased in his heart. It was still the young apprentice who was sweet, knew how to think differently and sympathized with the master's difficulty, which is like this asshole, the second disciple, who doesn't move to tear down the stage and doesn't give face at all. Xiao Chang glanced at Ji Yan and said, I didn't expect Song Zhengqiu to be so shameless as to strike out at you guys who are juniors. That's a grudge I'll keep. Lu Xiaoqing said, forget it, master. In the future, eldest brother will naturally retrieve it, so there's no need to trouble your old man. Xiao Cheng's face reddened once again. With his current strength, there was really no way to recover from Song Zhengqiu's hands. Xiao Gang stared at Lu Xiaoqing with an unkind gaze from the side. Lu Xiaoqing noticed Xiao Barge's gaze and asked, Master Xiao, the name was wrong at the beginning and has now been corrected. I'm really sorry. What happened to your eyes? Got a pinprick? I'll grow a you-know-what. Xiao Bao angrily questioned. Who taught little Ripple those words she just said? What's the word? Less pretending for me here. Xiao Bao was even angrier. Those words of cursing just now. Lu Xiaoqing said, oh, those I don't know. Ask her. But I have to say, in that regard, she's very talented. You must be the one who taught him badly. Xiao Bao where he would believe it. In his impression, his niece was well-behaved, understanding and lovely, and he had never seen her curse like this since she was a child. How can one become so vulgar without being taught? Xiao Bao said in a murderous voice. I'm going to clean you up. Xiao Yi timidly said, Uncle, I came up with this on my own. Second senior brother didn't teach me. What? Chapter 107, her niece has learned to be bad. Xiao Bang looked at his niece incredulously with an expression of you're teasing me. Ripple, are you serious? Xiao Yi nodded and said, yes, Song Zhengqiu is old and disrespectful, bullying us three siblings. It's not too much to scold him. Lu Xiaoqing's heart was full of relief, and he praised. That's right, the scolding was very good. Keep up the good work later. Xiao Yi's small face smiled sweetly. Eldest brother has complimented me, and second brother has also complimented me. I really do have a future. Xiao Bao was flustered. How can I explain to big brother when my own niece is like this? Beating and scolding was definitely not an option, and he couldn't afford to give it up. So then, Xiao Chong said to Xiao Yi in a serious tone, Xiao Yi, you can't be like this. You are the Miss Xiao family, representing as the face of the Xiao family. You cannot do that kind of shameful thing. Xiao Yi asked rhetorically, what is a disgrace? Cursing? No, I think it's good. Cursing is comfortable. I can't fight, but can't I curse a few times? Otherwise it doesn't feel good in my heart. In the past, at home, I couldn't beat Xiao Kun. I didn't even dare to quarrel loudly. It's so suffocating to think about those days. If you can't beat it, you have to be obsequious. If you can't beat it, you have to curse it. Lu Xiaoqing continued to praise. That's right, that's how it should be. You can lose anything, but you can't lose your momentum. Oh heavens, oh earth. Xiao Bao raised his head. The moon in the sky was bright, but he was tearless. What happened to the nice girl? Cursing, not ashamed, but honored. What is she going through these days? How am I going to explain this to big brother? Xiao Bao was sad, and after a while, he said to Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, you can't do this again in the future. You don't think about the consequences of your actions. The other party is a Yuaning powerhouse. You dare to scold them. What do you want? Don't you know that a single finger of a Yuaning powerhouse can destroy you? Xiao Yi nodded her head obediently and said, I know. Xiao Bao's heart felt a little better, and there were a few more points of relief. The niece seems to be salvageable, not incorrigible. Yet the next moment, Xiao Yi added, isn't this with uncle and sect master here? What am I afraid of with you all here? Scold him if you should. You can't give him a face. Xiao Gang suddenly felt that his blood qi was not good and his aura was sluggish. A Yuaning stage cultivator almost suffocated his internal injuries. Xiao Bang felt even more sad. I've learned how to pull a big banner and make a tiger's skin. Sure enough, he still couldn't explain himself to big brother. In the future, it's better for the Xiao family to go back less often. Xiao Chang was also speechless as he glared at LV Xiaoqing who was next to him who was not concerned about anything. In a low voice, he asked, you brat, you've taught your senior sister wrong, haven't you? Bah, master, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Lu Xiaoqing screamed, Master, this is something she learned on her own. I didn't teach her anything. She's very talented in this area, even more so than eldest brother. Xiao Bao's attention fell back to Lu Xiaoqing and he gritted his teeth. I think you're the one who taught her how to be a bastard. I'm going to clean you up. My daughter was previously well-behaved and sweet, luscious and understanding. Only after coming to Tianyu Peak did it become like this. Talking and doing things is no different than you asshole kid anymore. No one can teach her wrong except you asshole kid. Lu Xiaoqing grunted. How dare you? Don't regret it if you dare make a move on me. If it was usual, Lu Xiaoqing's sentence was so threatening that Xiao Chong would have to weigh it up even if he was a Yuaning powerhouse. Although Lu Xiaoqing was lazy and not famous in the Lingxiao school, but in the top echelons of the Lingxiao sect, it was notoriously difficult to deal with. There's no mistaking what you're doing behind your back. Now Xiao Bao is having trouble accepting that his well-behaved, cute and understanding niece has changed. Xiao Bao did not have a Taoist partner, and he regarded his own brother's daughter, Xiao Yi, as his own daughter as well. Xiao Yi's current appearance gave him a feeling equivalent to that of an old father painstakingly bringing up his daughter hard, like a delicate flower, beautiful and lovely. And then some asshole kid comes along and takes this flower that has been carefully cultivated with years of hard work and effort and carries it away with the pot. Not only that, but after taking it back and raising it, it turned what was supposed to be a rose into a small wildflower on the side of the road. Who can stand this feeling? If I don't give LV Xiaoqing a good beating today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Seeing that his threats were fruitless, Lu Xiaoqing immediately tried to flee the place. However, Xiao Bao had long been guarding against this hand of his. A spiritual energy surged out, binding Lu Xiaoqing solidly. Unable to move, Lu Xiaoqing's eyes widened. Master Xiao, are you for real? Xiao Bao laughed coldly. You think I would joke with you? Lu Xiaoqing yelled. Master, help! Xiao Chang waved his hand and stood in front of Lu Xiaoqing, saying, Senior brother Xiao, don't be general with him. Xiao Chang could see that Xiao Bao had a gas in his heart. In the process of trying to kill Kei Yan, Song Zhengqiu also enveloped LV Xiaoqing and Xiao Yi on the airship, destroying them in one fell swoop. Xiao Yi was not only a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, but also Xiao Bao's own niece, treated by Xiao Bao as his own daughter. It was almost destroyed by Song Zhengqiu. Xiao Chang was angry, and so was Xiao Bao. Just now, Xiao Chang's big battle with Song Zhengqiu could vent the anger in his heart. Xiao Gang, however, had no way to settle the score with Song Zhengqiu again, and there was no place to vent the anger in his heart. Now Lu Xiaoqing is right in the middle of the gun. It's all more or less personal, though Xiao Chang would usually be so angry at Lu Xiaoqing that he would spit blood. Will also make a move to clean up LV Xiaoqing, but that's his business. His disciples, whatever he wishes. It's a kiss, a scolding, a beating, whatever comes his way. Outsiders, not so much, Xiao Gang said with displeasure. Xiao senior brother, this asshole kid, it won't do to not give him a good cleaning up. You can't spoil him. I gave you my niece. You didn't watch out for me, and now she's a mental chick. Xiao Chang, however, insisted, injustice has a head, and debt has a head. I know you're angry in your heart about what happened this time, but that was also the people from the returning pavilion causing trouble in the first place. Lu Xiaoqing understood. No way. Master Xiao, you don't dare to find trouble with the returning Yuan pavilion, so you can only take out your anger on me? When did you become such a coward? If you're a man, go hack that old bastard Song Zhengqiu. Don't come and bully me. Xiao Chang said angrily. Say less. You asshole kid. Aren't you adding fuel to the fire? Xiao Bao was even angrier. No, I have to clean you up today. That's not good. Xiao Chang didn't agree and said, Senior brother Xiao, I can promise you whatever you want to do, only you can't bully my disciple. Xiao Chang was resolute. This is his bottom line. No one can bully my disciple, even if they are from the same sect. Xiao Yi also stopped in front of Lu Xiaoqing. Uncle, don't be angry. Second brother is good to me. Good. You're learning the hard way by following him. Xiao Bao was in pain and heartbroken. This girl is all for outsiders. It's true. Second brother is very good to me. Chapter 108, The Genius of the Xiao Family. Xiao Bao grunted. What did he do to you? I know what kind of character this kid has. You won't learn anything else by following him except to be bad. Xiao Yi shook her head. Uncle, it's normal that you don't know. Anyway, second elder brother is very good to me. She knew exactly how good Lu Xiaoqing was to her. Without LV Xiaoqing, she definitely wouldn't have progressed so quickly. In Xiao Yi's mind, Lu Xiaoqing was not only her second senior brother, but also her elder brother. Like Kei Yan, he was her older brother and cared for her. Tianyu Peak was her second home, and the three Xiaochengs were her new family. Xiao Gang was even more upset in his heart. You're talking for an outsider. It hurts my heart to be an uncle. Xiao Bao grunted. I don't even know what kind of mesmerizing soup this bastard boy has given you to make you defend him so much. I just don't believe he can teach you anything. After saying that, Xiao Gang's gaze fell on Ji Yan. His purpose of allowing Xiao Yi to worship the heavenly royal peak was in fact to allow Xiao Yi to follow Ji Yan and learn from him. But I didn't expect things to go sideways. And it seems that Xiao Yi and Lu Xiaoqing are spending more time together. Lu Xiaoqing was not happy. Master Xiao, what do you mean by this? To be able to follow me? This is a blessing for senior sister. Blessed? Xiao Bao wanted to hit someone. What kind of character you have yourself? You know yourself. Following you will only make little Ripple learn bad things. Ahem. Xiao Chang interjected. Senior brother Xiao, you've misunderstood. Little Ripple did learn a lot by following Xiaoqing. Haven't you noticed how much she's improved? Xiao Yi was only at the 7th level of Qi refining when she joined the master's school. The current Xiao Yi was already at the 9th level of Qi refining, and his breath was round and full, showing signs of breaking through at any time. In about 3 months' time, Xiao Yi had risen 2 levels in a row, which was enough to scare a large number of people when spoken about. The upgrade speed of this was horrifying. Xiao Bang calmed down and noticed this as well. He grunted. Thanks to Kei Yan, Xiao Gang thought it was the credit of Kei Yan. With Kei Yan urging her on, Xiao Yi must have worked hard on her cultivation to get to where she was today. Xiao Cheng said. Senior brother Xiao, you're wrong. Ji Yan has the credit, but more credit goes to Xiao Cheng. Others didn't know, but Xiao Cheng, who was the master, was well aware of Lu Xiaoqing's role in it. Xiao Yi, who came here in the beginning, was a big young lady who was not deeply involved in the world. Following Kei Yan's cultivation for a month almost caused him to break down. Finally following LV Xiaoqing, alive and well, the progress is visible to the naked eye. Not to mention having comprehended sword intent. Xiao Bao didn't believe it. He said, Senior Xiao, I know you're good to this kid, but it's not necessary to defend him in everything, right? Xiao Chang said to Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, let your uncle see your sword intent. Sword intent? Xiao Gang was stunned at his words. In the time before, he had heard Xiao Chang mention this matter. At the time he also said he'd be back in a month to see if it was true, but he was remaining skeptical. How could one easily comprehend sword intent? The 3 disciples under his command had not comprehended the sword intent, really thinking that comprehending the sword intent was like drinking water. Xiao Yi did not hesitate, and with a flip of his wrist, a long sword whose hilt was red appeared. This was the 3rd grade longsword obtained from Xian Yunxin, which Lu Xiaoqing had given to her just now, and it matched that spirit armor. A soft, water attribute sword intent like a clear water stream appeared. Xiao Gang's eyes were wide with shock. Next to him, LV Xiaoqing could not help but mutter in his heart when he saw the wide-eyed Xiao barge. It should be a real uncle. The staring gestures are so similar. This, Xiao Gang's side was staring at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Looking at the faint blue glow on the long sword, this was the color presented by the water attribute's sword blade. Soft, but with a hidden rage and sharpness. Only after a long time did Xiao Gang take a long breath of relief. He said happily, Ripple, well done, wonderful. Our Xiao family has finally produced a genius. His elder brother was only at the Jiedan stage, and the eldest elder was at the middle Yuaning stage, the 4th level of strength. He himself was at the early Yuaning stage, the 2nd level of the realm. But none of them are geniuses. Now that Xiao Yi had comprehended sword intent at the Qi refining stage, in Xiao Barge's opinion, his niece was also a pride of heaven. Well, Kei Yan comprehended sword intent at the Qi refining stage, and you also comprehended sword intent at the Qi refining stage. It's not explicitly stated. The meaning is understood by everyone. Xiao Gang felt that Xiao Yi's talent wasn't inferior to Kei Yan's. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but skim his lips, striking Xiao Bao without mercy. Master Xiao, you're not too high on this girl, are you? How can she compare to eldest brother? What do you know? Xiao Gang did not have the heart to say. Even if it's not as good as Ji Yan, it's not much worse. Seeing that Xiao Yi was so out of breath, Xiao Bang felt that he should be more generous and not bother with Lu Xiaoqing. Humph, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't get into it. Come on, I'm not afraid. Lu Xiaoqing hummed. If you lecture me, I'll lecture my senior sister then. Xiao Yi scowled at the words and said to Xiao Bao, Uncle, don't, asshole boy. Xiao Bao was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Yi, see, your second senior brother is despicable and shameless.
You're grateful for trying to cultivate to surpass him and then clean him up hard.
Xiao Yi, however, shook her head. Uncle, I can't surpass my second senior brother. The longer he followed LV Xiaoqing, the more he was able to clearly know how powerful LV Xiaoqing was. Xiao Yi felt that she was doing well to be able to keep up with Lu Xiaoqing's footsteps, and as for surpassing or whatever, it was better not to think about it. Both brothers are perverts. She's not a pervert. To compare perverts with perverts, isn't that just asking for trouble? Seeing that Xiao Yi had comprehended the sword intent, Xiao Bang had a lot of confidence in Xiao Yi and said, "Don't be presumptuous, you have to have confidence. You're definitely better than your second senior brother." Xiao Yi's heart was flustered. "Uncle, I can't take this from you. If I were better than second brother, I would have walked sideways a long time ago." Lu Xiaoqing said, "Senior sister, she is certainly a genius." Xiao Bao grunted. "You admit it too?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "Of course, in the aspect of cursing, she is definitely a genius, and her eldest senior brother is not even as good as her." Xiao Bao's eyes widened and he wanted to hit someone. Xiao Cheng said, "Senior brother Xiao, do you know how little Ripple comprehended the sword intent?" "How to comprehend?" Xiao Cheng glanced at Lu Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing made Xiao Yi comprehend the origin of his sword intent. Otherwise, why do you think little Ripple has comprehended the water attribute sword intent, instead of other attributes? What? Xiao Gang was shocked and looked at Lu Xiaoqing incredulously. Exposing one's sword intent origin to others for enlightenment. Even dogs can't do that. Louis Xiaoqing, this kid can do this? Are you kidding me? Senior Xiao, you don't have to defend him like this. How is it possible? Xiao Yi said. "Uncle, it's true." Now, Xiao Bang didn't know what to say. As for saying that Xiao Yi's talent was no worse than Kei Yan's, he was too embarrassed to mention that. Kei Yan had comprehended the sword intent on his own, and had done so when he had just begun his cultivation. Xiao Yi is like being told in detail about the origin of the sword intent, paving the way for her, as long as she follows the road to reach the end. There is no comparison between the two. Xiao Gang finally realized how good Lu Xiaoqing was to Xiao Yi. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Xiaoqing, yes, it was me who misjudged you." Being able to give Xiao Yi the essence of sword intent to comprehend was something he could not even do. Lu Xiaoqing generously waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Give me 100,000 or 80,000 spirit stones as a thank you fee. Otherwise, it's fine to give me half of your Xiao family's fortune." "Who are you blackmailing, kid?" Suddenly a bellowing cry came in from outside. Then a tall figure appeared on the ship. Chapter 109, We Should Praise Xiaoqing. Xiao Yi realized that his second senior brother had visibly tensed up after hearing this voice. Looking around, he seemed to be looking for a place to slip away. But this was on a spaceship, and there was no way for Lu Xiaoqing to slip away. It was impossible to slip away in front of a Yuaning powerhouse. Finally, Xiao Yi noticed Lu Xiaoqing pulling out something unknown and stuffing it into his ear. The figure outside enters. "Master." Xiao Chang and Xiao Barge's words let Xiao Yi know that the tall man in front of her was the head of the Lingxiao sect. It was a shame to say that after worshipping the Lingxiao sect for a few months, Xiao Yi had yet to see what the sect leader looked like. Xiao Yi respectfully saluted. "Disciple of the heavenly royal peak, Xiao Yi has met the sect leader." Yu Chang laughed a hearty laugh and said, "There's no need to be polite." There was no pretense or pomposity, no posturing. Being such a sect leader made Xiao Yi's heart feel much better. She had also heard about the palm. His personality is frank and sincere, and he is bold and unpretentious in his work. This was the first time she had come into contact with Yu Chang, and Xiao Yi still couldn't help but feel nervous in her heart. Yu Chang said, "Just now I felt a sword intent. Whose was it?" It looked like he was asking everyone, but in reality, his gaze fell on Xiao Yi. He clearly knew the sword intent of everyone present. That sword intent just now was clearly a new sword intent, and the only newcomer here was Xiao Yi. Xiao Bao said sullenly, "It's little ripples." Xiao Bao is not too excited anymore. "I had thought that the Xiao family would have a supreme genius like Kei Yan. In the end, it turns out that genius is genius, but the water isn't high enough to be considered average. It's so far from what the heart expects." Yu Chang's eyes brightened even more. Could it be that my Lingxiao sect is going to produce another sword Dao genius? Yu Chang could clearly feel Xiao Yi's current realm strength. To be able to comprehend sword intent at this realm, one must be a genius as well. However, when he learned how Xiao Yi had comprehended the sword intent, his heart was more or less lost. After all, if there could be one more genius like Ji Yan, the future of the Lingxiao sect would be boundless in the future, and it wouldn't even be limited to one state. Pity. Yu Chang sighed a little inwardly. To comprehend sword intent like Xiao Yi, one could not say that the talent was poor. But one could not say that it could be compared to Kei Yan either. There is a difference between being proactive and being reactive. And it's not a model that can be replicated. Yu Chang's gaze fell on Lu Xiaoqing. This is a genius just like Kei Yan, but unfortunately too lazy. But well, it's not bad to be able to help your senior sister like this. Yu Chang felt like praising Lu Xiaoqing and not always criticizing him as usual. Thus, he revealed a smile and kindly said to Lu Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing ah, well done." The tone of voice is gentle and kind. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bao were shocked. What's wrong with your own master? Usually when I see LV Xiaoqing either blowing his beard or glaring at him, splitting his head and cursing, showing his head and spraying, it caused Lu Xiaoqing to go around him sometimes, hiding when he could. Lu Xiaoqing would never appear in front of Yu Chang if it was not necessary. But, today's palmist, has taken the wrong medicine? Usually caught in the act of splitting hairs. But today it's actually perverse praise. Xiao Chang and Xiao Barge glanced at each other, both of their eyes revealing doubts. What's wrong with the master? As for Lu Xiaoqing, he similarly wore a smile and nodded at Yu Chang. The meeting between the two was peaceful and friendly. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing smile and nod at himself, Yu Chang was satisfied in his heart. This is the first time that such a situation of fatherly kindness and filial piety has occurred. Well, keep praising him today. Yu Chang continued. Although he's usually a bit lazy, but caring for his senior sister does this very well. That's the kind of camaraderie and goodwill the sect needs. Well done. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bao were even more surprised. Is this, really, that master of theirs? So amiable. Old fathers aren't so kind, are they? Xiao Chang couldn't help himself. Sect master, are you alright? Yu Chang asked rhetorically. What can I do? What? Usually you think I'm too harsh on Xiaoqing, scolding him when we meet, but now you're not used to it instead? Xiao Chang didn't deny it. Yeah. Xiao Chang couldn't help but be a little worried. It's so perverse. Had to worry a bit about my own protege. Yu Chang said. Usually, I scold him because I can't stand to see this lazy character of his. If he had 10% of Kei Yan's diligence, he would have accomplished much more. Xiao Chang reminded. Sect master, he's no worse than anyone else right now. Among the younger generation, other than Kei Yan, how many others are his opponents? Speaking of his disciple, Xiao Chang's tone was filled with pride. Though LV Xiaoqing often pissed him off to the point of spitting blood, it was his pride all the same. Yu Chang was silent, and so was Xiao Gang. That's something they can't argue with. As a senior member of the Lingxiao sect, others don't know, but they know very well. Lu Xiaoqing is a genius like Kei Yan. When others were still struggling to break through into the foundation establishment stage in their teens, the two of them had already successively broken through into the Jiedan stage, setting a new record for the Lingxiao sect ever. While the other personal disciples of the sect were working for a breakthrough into the Jiedan stage, Kei Yan had already become a Yuaning. According to the previous pattern, Lu Xiaoqing was about the same. There really aren't many geniuses like this in the world. Yu Chang cursed Lu Xiaoqing once he saw him. In fact, it was also hated, clearly having a talent that was not inferior to Kei Yan, but 10,000 times lazier than Kei Yan. Yu Chang said, I just can't see that. Talented but so lazy. Every time I see him I don't scold him. I can't let out that breath in my heart. Xiao Chang didn't say anything. He was heartily in agreement with this. LV Xiaoqing that way. He as a master. Every time I see a surge of fire, hate to ruthlessly clean up this bastard boy. However, Yu Chang had a pleased smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yi and said, this time, he has received a new junior sister who seems to have become quite diligent. Nice. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing showing signs of change, Yu Chang felt a sense of relief in his heart that my son had grown up. Yu Chang added to Lu Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, in the future, keep up this momentum more often. Don't just sleep there all day. Lu Xiaoqing still didn't say anything, still smiling and nodding. Xiao Yi couldn't help but eep. There seems to be something wrong with second senior brother's state. Not only did Xiao Yi discover it, but the three Yuaning present did as well. Xiao Bao muttered, this kid, what's he up to? Xiao Chang said, Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoqing looked at him, still smiling and nodding. Yu Chang's smile faded as he said again, Xiaoqing, do you hear me? Smile, nod. Are you deaf? Smile, nod. Asshole boy. Grumpy Pal is online at Chapter 110, Sect Master. Interested in destroying a sect? LV Xiaoqing took out two small wooden plugs that plugged his ears from his ears. Asked, are you done cursing so soon? The crowd was speechless. This guy, he's really not afraid to die. Yu Chang wants to hit someone. As for that, asshole boy, What are you doing? You're sincere, aren't you? Is there such a thing as you being a disciple? Yu Chang spits at Lu Xiaoqing. I thought the kid was making progress, but now it seems like progress is a moot point. It's the same as before. LV Xiaoqing grimaced bitterly, picked at his ears, and muttered, haven't you finished cursing yet? Xiao Yi was speechless. No wonder the sect master scolded the second senior brother when he caught him. It's hard not to scold such a second brother. As for Xiao Chang and Xiao Bao, they had already seen it all before. On the contrary, it's the current Yu Chang that they find normal. Spraying LV Xiaoqing. The current painting style is the normal painting style. They had just praised LV Xiaoqing's painting style, and they hadn't gotten used to it yet. Watching Yu Chang spraying Lu Xiaoqing and splashing his saliva, Xiao Yi was greatly amused. Such a headmaster is not like a headmaster at all. The sect leader's pressure, authority, and whatnot didn't work at all in front of Lu Xiaoqing. Yu Chang sprayed, and Lu Xiaoqing looked bashful. There was just a flash of helplessness in his eyes. After a little more than half an hour, Yu Chang finally stopped. Even a Yuaning powerhouse was a bit tired after spraying for so long. Lu Xiaoqing asked with concern, Sect Master, are you done cursing? Would you like a drink of water before we continue? The roguish look made Yu Chang hate to hit him. However, seeing Xiao Chang next to him, he knew that the idea of trying to beat up Lu Xiaoqing was something he could only think about. Asshole boy. Yu Chang cursed indignantly at last, but that's all it takes to curse the fall. The thickness of LV Xiaoqing's face skin was inferior to even the face skin of everyone in the Lingxiao sect combined. Continuing to curse won't help. Let's curse a little bit. Let's get out of breath first, and then curse later when we catch it. Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly stood up, supported Yu Chang, and said, Sect leader, why get angry with someone like me? How worthless to be angry. Here, sit, sit. Yu Chang was wary. What do you want? Nothing is for nothing. Nothing is for nothing. Lu Xiaoqing screamed. Sect master, what do you mean by that? Am I like that? A disciple who cares for the sect leader and still does wrong? All right. Yu Chang waved his hand, all disgusted. What kind of person is your kid? I still don't know. If you weren't on a spaceship, you'd be running faster than a rabbit. Lu Xiaoqing said, you're wronging me. I think about seeing you, sect leader, every day. It's a pity that you, sect leader, are a day-to-day, worldly man, a godly dragon. I can't even find you if I want to. Yu Chang laughed coldly. Make it up. Keep making it up. Guess if I believe it or not. Even Xiao Chang felt that Lu Xiaoqing's words were too false. LV Xiaoqing's words might be okay to fool Xiao Yi, who was just starting out. It's so fake to try to fool the palm. Xiao Chang said. Xiao Chang, are you in some kind of trouble? Speak up. The sect leader will definitely help you out if he can. When Yu Chang heard this, his expression was quite grave, and after staring at Lu Xiaoqing for a while, you kid, you're not going to get into any serious trouble, are you? That's rare. Say, what is it? Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it for you. Bully, don't look at Yu Chang who hates to spray LV Xiaoqing to death, but the main reason is that he wants LV Xiaoqing to work a little harder and be a little more progressive. Doesn't mean he doesn't like the disciple. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and said, how could I be in any trouble? I just wanted to ask sect leader if the sect has made any big moves recently? Interested in expanding your territory and exterminating a sect? Xiao Yi understood. The second brother still can't get over that idea of his. Destroyed the Point Star faction. Yu Chang once again revealed his vigilance. What exactly are you kid trying to say? Say what you have to say. And don't hide it here. Like a pussy. Lu Xiaoqing showed a disappointed expression. No? Xiao Chang looked away and scolded. Asshole, what do you want? Destroy the sect. How dare you say that? Do you really think that our Lingxiao sect is invincible? Yu Chang nodded his head in agreement. The 13 states of the world, although there are numerous sects, each with varying strengths, rarely is there a war with extinguished factions. We, the Lingxiao sect, along with the Guan Pavilion and the Twin Moon Valley, are 3 factions in Qizhou, and we have struggled and joined forces with each other. No one has the ability to exterminate one of the factions. So don't say things like that in front of outsiders. Otherwise, others will think that our Lingxiao sect has inflated ambitions and wants to dominate Qizhou alone, which will have a very unfavorable impact on us. And there's also, forget it, it's better for you guys not to know about these things. Wait until Yuaning. Lu Xiaoqing bristled. Isn't it just going out on a publicly funded trip? What's so rare about it? Though the words were said, Lu Xiaoqing's face showed disappointment. It seemed that this path of the sect was not going to work. It seems that it's only up to you. Seeing the disappointment on Lu Xiaoqing's face, Xiao Chang asked. What's going on? You boys must be in some kind of trouble. Speak up. LV Xiaoqing gathered his emotions and hemmed and hawed. No. I just think that eldest senior brother's strength is further advanced now that he has comprehended the sword mind. Both Twin Moon Valley and the returning Pavilion have been left far behind. The two great sects. They definitely aren't willing to fall behind like this. They might even join forces to target our Lingxiao sect. LV Xiaoqing's words made Xiao Yi's eyes light up. Second brother still has this skill? Have your own views on the development of the sect as well? Yu Chang also couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoqing one more time. It's rare you have that opinion. You boy. This was followed by a sigh. Pity. Then, with an angry glare. Why are you being so lazy? LV Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed. Unimpressed. I don't even have time to cultivate. How can I have time to care about these things? Everyone in the room was speechless. You're taking all your time to sleep, to read the sky card, to eat and drink. Got time to practice? Do you really think we're blind? Xiao Chang said to Lu Xiaoqing. You don't need to worry about the sex matters. The sect leader has his own way. Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly and stopped talking, then leaned back against the cabin and thought. When he reached the sky above Lingxiao City, Lu Xiaoqing suddenly said, Master, sect leader, senior uncle, I won't go back to the sect for now. I'm going to go around the city and relax. Xiao Yi stood up and shouted excitedly. Second senior brother, I'll follow you. Xiao Bao's gaze became sharp. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand at this. Follow what? Go back. Write your insights. At the mention of insights, Xiao Yi's eyes went black. Suddenly life was hopeless, and she sat back with a deflated mouth. Lu Xiaoqing, who appeared in the city, looked at the lively and prosperous streets, and with a hefty smile, blended into the crowd. Chapter 111. Ji Yan's senior brother and sister are not enough to worry about. Zhang Songlong's heart ached as he looked at the airship that had fallen to the ground. A fifth-grade airship. This was the sect's for him to use as a means of travel. Now that it was damaged here and wanted to be repaired, it couldn't be repaired without tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, more than being heartbroken, watching the ship that Kei Yan was in go away, Zhang Songlong's heart was filled with more shock, unwillingness, and jealousy. He never thought that Kei Yan would be powerful to this extent. When he first entered Yuaning, he dared to fight against veteran Yuaning powerhouses. Gutsy, Song Zhangchu, the elder of the Guiyuan Pavilion, with the strength of the middle stage of Yuaning, actually couldn't suppress Ji Yan with his sword intent, and in the end, he had to juggle and use his realm before he was able to suppress it. Sword intent is unrivaled. In the end, it was even under Song Zhangchu's coercion that he touched the Tao and comprehended the third realm of sword intent. The heart of the sword is through the heart. The talent is unbeatable. Zhang Songlong's expression was ugly. He had always been unconvinced by Kei Yan, believing that Kei Yan was only a little bit more talented and a little bit luckier than him. He had always viewed Ji Yan as his greatest rival, and had always hoped to defeat him and become the number one among the younger generation in Shizhou. Today's events, however, caused a sense of powerlessness to arise in Zhang Songlong's heart. Kei Yan had left him far behind. If he wanted to catch up with Kei Yan, he would just have to put in more than 10 or 100 times the effort. Facing such an opponent, even Zhang Songlong couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration in his heart. It's too strong. Do you have a chance? Zhang Songlong asked himself in his mind. But, Zhang Songlong was Zhang Songlong after all, and his gaze gradually became firm. Counting words, I won't lose to you. You can be as smug as you like now. I'll catch up and defeat you once and for all, so that you can never turn over. The fighting spirit in Zhang Songlong's heart became high. You, my opponent. Suddenly, Zhang Songlong felt a flash of black shadow next to him. He craned his head and saluted. Elder. The person who came was none other than Song Zhangchu. Song Zhangchu turned his back to Zhang Songlong and asked, How are the disciples? Zhang Songlong said, Back to the elder. Other than some disciples being injured, the others are not seriously hurt. Xiao Chang's sword was filled with killing intent, and he hated that he didn't cut down the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples with a single sword. However, Song Zhangchu rescued him in time, and apart from some disciples being injured, no lives were lost. Song Zhangchu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If something happened to these disciples, it would be hard for him to explain to the sect, but when he thought about today's events, he was suffocating in his heart. In the face of Kei Yan, he had struck out to already bully the small with the big. It was already humiliating to be unable to compete in sword intent and use the realm to compensate for the suppression. In the end, it actually allowed Ji Yan to enter the realm of sword heart and touch the Tao. The fact that Kei Yan was able to make a breakthrough was half of his credit. It makes my chest hurt just thinking about it. Trying to kill Kei Yan. Not only did he fail to accomplish it, but he was chased by Kei Yan's master, Xiao Chang. The slashing was accompanied by an affectionate greeting from a little girl. It's not good for your body if you don't find an outlet for all this qi. Song Zhangchu thought about it. Seemingly, the current Ji Yan cannot be moved. Whoever moves is an enemy of the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Chang is also not good at finding trouble. And with the rage bonus, the fight can easily turn into a life and death struggle. Thinking about it, the only thing. Thus, Song Zhangchu faintly asked, who was that girl who mouthed off just now? Is it really senior sister Kei Yan? Zhang Solong said. She did say so, and Ji Yan also admitted it, so it should be correct. I heard my brother mention it, though. Song Zhangchu gulped. Zhang, tell us. Zhang, who was at the side, hurriedly came over and told the story of what had happened in the Immortal Gathering building earlier. Humph, a newly admitted disciple. How dare you speak out of turn and insult my Guiyuan Pavilion? Song Zhengchu's eyes flashed with hatred. He was an elder of the Guiyuan Pavilion, and insulting him was humiliating the Guiyuan Pavilion. There's nothing wrong with that logic, since they are Kei Yan's senior brother and sister. How strong are they? Zhang Zhao disdainfully said. I've asked. Kei Yan's senior brother Lu Xiaoqing, uneducated, relying on Xiao Chang's favor, delicious and lazy. His strength is at most at the foundation establishment stage, maybe not even at the foundation establishment stage. As for that girl, it's just the chi refining stage, not enough to worry about. Hearing that Kei Yan's senior brother and sister were so low in strength, both Song Zhangchu and Zhang Songlong had similar expressions on their faces. Disdain. Counting on his heavenly talent, no one in the younger generation could surpass him. A long sword that presses the young man of Qizhou to lift his head up. But there are such senior brothers and sisters. No wonder they are seldom mentioned. They must be afraid of losing face. He coldly commanded. The sect is not to be insulted. By the time you arrive at the Lingxiao sect, you know what to do, right? Since they couldn't find anyone else to take it out on, they could only let the juniors go to the juniors to take it out on themselves. Zhang's strength wasn't great, and there was a huge gap between his talent and his own older brother. But he was quick to comprehend about such things. He said, Elder, I know what to do. Song Zhangchu nodded. Do a good job. Don't disgrace the Guiyuan Pavilion. Zhang patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Elder. I won't let Elder down. Song Zhangchu glanced at the airship that had planted itself on the ground, so badly broken that it could no longer fly. With a wave of his sleeve, he put the ship away. Commanding, he said, drive all night and rest at Lingxiao City. After saying that, he disappeared. Zhang Solong looked at Song Zhangchu, who had disappeared, and wondered in his heart, why did the elder not speak to him head-on, but behind his back? Zhang's side received permission and his expression was excited. It's a holy decree to do what you're told. Zhang Solong had no objections to this matter. He was also someone who had been scolded by Xiao Yi. It would be best if his own brother stepped in to help clean up Xiao Yi without him. Zhang Solong just said faintly, Don't be careless. Zhang was confident and confidently said, Big brother, don't worry. The two of them are nothing more than clowns. I'll be able to easily clean them up. Zhang Solong didn't pay too much attention to it. In his opinion, the other people of the Lingxiao sect were nothing more than that, and only Kei Yan was the only one worthy of his attention. Kei Yan, you wait for me. Chapter 112, The Heavenly Mechanic. Lu Xiaoqing strolled through Lingxiao City, feeling the fireworks of the earth. A city where cultivators and people mix is always a city that never sleeps. There are monks who come here to relax after a busy day. There are those who come out early and stay late, running around trapped in their lives. And there are also mortals who are looking for a glimpse of immortality. Lu Xiaoqing arrived in front of a 5-story building built with second-grade green lucite. This is the Tianji Pavilion's Tianji station in Lingxiao City. As one of the 3 major sects in Qizhou, the Lingxiao sect's news was important. The Tianji Pavilion's Tianji practitioners were stationed here, mainly responsible for news events around the Lingxiao sect. A skywriter is a journalist. Lu Xiaoqing stroked his chin. Could it be that Tianji Pavilion's ancestor was from the Blue Star? The Tianji Pavilion's Tianji stations were spread across the world's 13 states, and all the intelligence of the 13 states, large and small, could not be hidden from the nose-sensitive Tianji practitioners. With disciples spread all over this world, Tianji Pavilion was naturally the biggest intelligence peddler in the 13 states. They have the most information in their hands and are the most specialized. It is very easy to gather information under the banner of interviews and reports. Without much hesitation, Lu Xiaoqing entered inside. Upon entering inside, I found it to be richly and gloriously decorated. First and second grade materials can be found everywhere here. It's really a big dog. LV Xiaoqing became deeply envious. Although the Lingxiao sect was said to be a great sect, in reality, the Lingxiao sect was the poorest of the three great sects compared to the Twin Moon Valley and the returning Pavilion. Sects consume too many resources. Not a lot of resources left for disciples. Thus, there was no comparison between the disciples of the Lingxiao sect and those of the other two sects. At least there was no comparison in terms of financial resources. Many disciples of the Lingxiao school had to go out and work on their own to earn some spirit stones. In addition to the usual contribution points earned by doing sect tasks, it wasn't like Twin Moon Valley, lying on a spirit vein for the rest of its life. It was also not like the returning Pavilion, where the territory expanded and occupied a large area. Thus, with the spirit vein found in Dukhang, the Lingxiao sect side decisively discharged Kei Yan to compete for the first place. The fight is about spirit stones. Now seeing that one of the Tianji Pavilion sites was so rich, it deeply irritated Lu Xiaoqing. Can't wait to get my hands on a loot here. Working for a living or something is not suitable for Lu Xiaoqing. However, Lu Xiaoqing ended up suppressing this thought. Forget it, let's get down to business. Lu Xiaoqing came to the front desk. With a big grin, he asked the little girl at the front desk, "Is Shan Yu here?" The little girl at the front desk suspiciously sized up Lu Xiaoqing and said, "Do you have something for senior sister Shan?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "Offer her a big story." The little girl at the front desk was a Qi refining stage cultivator without an overbearing attitude, and when she heard that there was big news, she went to inform Shan Yu. Soon. Who's looking for me? LV Xiaoqing looked at the sound. A young girl of 25 or 26 came down the stairs. She wasn't the dumpy-looking type, but the durable type. The black hair is smooth and tied directly back, then paired with a set of light blue long dress. Competent. And her fair skin adds a lot of points. She's not that kind of beautiful, but she's the type that's durable to look at. Black hair smoothed directly back tie up, and then with a set of light blue dress. Competent full. White skin is to give her a lot of points. Lu Xiaoqing didn't recognize Shan Yu, having never seen him before. Knowing Shan Yu, but only from seeing the news that she often sends out on top of the Tianji sign. Knowing that she was an ace skywriter. The more important point is that Lu Xiaoqing came to her. Shan Yu was a fan of his big brother. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shan Yu and muttered in his heart, "Siblings, it seems, are okay." Shan Yu is a few years older than Kei Yan. Lu Xiaoqing stared at Shan Yu and said in his heart, "Alas, I've done my duty as a senior brother. It's also a lot of dead brain cells to get big brother off the hook early. She's got the body and the looks, but I don't know about the temper." Shan Yu heard that someone was looking for her. She came down from upstairs and was stared at by a pair of eyes. Eyes fell on her, surveying her recklessly. LV Xiaoqing's first impression left a bad impression on Shan Yu. Shan Yu's heart was not happy, and she asked with a stern face, "Are you looking for me?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "That's right." "Yeah, what's your big news?" Because of Lu Xiaoqing's gaze just now, Shan Yu's tone was not considered good. Lu Xiaoqing immediately scored in his mind. Well, a little short-tempered, poorly reviewed. Lu Xiaoqing said, "Do you want news about Kei Yan?" "What? Mr. Kei Yan?" Shan Yu was surprised. Surprise on her face, but then, thick skepticism rose. "Are you serious?" In Shan Yu's gaze, Lu Xiaoqing's breath was ordinary, and without feeling it carefully, there wasn't much difference from a mortal. A little good-looking though, but it's not her cup of tea. Her dish is a counting word. She liked the feeling of being sharp and handsome. "Do you really have news about Mr. Kei Yan?" Lu Xiaoqing shook his head, put on a show, sighed, and said, "Alas, when I came here, I didn't even have a place to sit, not even a mouth to water." "Sir, this way please." Shan Yu could only bring Lu Xiaoqing to the meeting room, then said, "Your Excellency, tell me, where's the water? Got a place to sit, not even a mouth to feed?" Lu Xiaoqing was full of contempt. "Your Tianji Pavilion is so luxuriously decorated outside, but your feelings are gouged out from the inside? At least you're a guest, you don't even get to drink. If it gets out, aren't you afraid of losing the face of Tianji Pavilion? This can't be done. When you come out to hang out, it's all about face. How can you be so stingy? Will your family's headmaster cut you if he knows you're doing this?" Shan Yu broke down. Come, this is top quality spirit tea. You drink it slowly. Here's the tea. You don't have enough to drink. Add it yourself." Shan Yu didn't expect this guy's mouth to be more broken than a woman's. She couldn't take it anymore. She'd never seen anyone like that. So righteous. Whose place is this anyway? Who owns this place? That's right. Lu Xiaoqing took a sip of tea dutifully and his eyes lit up. Good tea. Then a few more drinks in a row. Shan Yu's gaze grew more and more unkind. The more he suspected that this guy in front of him was here to cheat tea. She coldly said, "For this tea, 500 lower-grade spirit stones or 2. She was trying to remind Lu Xiaoqing to be sensible. Don't just drink tea and do nothing here. I didn't expect Lu Xiaoqing's eyes to shine brighter and he drank faster. Ouch. Not bad. Make me another pot. Asshole. This guy's a shameless piece of work." Shan Yu labeled Lu Xiaoqing. Shan Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Where's the big news you were talking about?" Lu Xiaoqing said, "Make a pot of tea first. Chapter 113. Do you want the words? Pop. The teapot made of fine jade was placed heavily on the table by Shan Yu, making a crisp ringing sound. "Can we talk now?" Lu Xiaoqing didn't say anything and slowly took the teapot and poured another cup of tea. TSK. Good tea. Seeing that Shan Yu's gaze was about to kill, Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly, putting down his teacup. He said, "Well, it's time to get down to business. After all, everyone's time is valuable." Shan Yu is tempted to hammer away. Valuable time? Time is precious. What were you doing? You drank 2 pots of my spirit tea. So, what's this news you're talking about regarding Lord Kei Yan? LV Xiaoqing asked. "I heard you're a fan of Kei Yan? He's your idol?" Shan Yu didn't deny it and admitted it greatly. "That's right. Prince Kei Yan is someone I admire. Who wouldn't want to be as good as him?" Lu Xiaoqing nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke of the match between Ji Yan and Song Zhengqiu. After listening, Shan Yu's face carried a deep shock. "You're saying that eunuch Kei Yan sparred with elder Song Zhengqiu of the Guan Pavilion and didn't lose? Being able to press Sang Zhengqiu when competing for sword intent? Is this true?" Lu Xiaoqing said. "What am I lying to you for? That's the kind of thing you know when you look into it a little." Shan Yu thought, yes. So many people are watching. It is impossible to be airtight. Shan Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Song Zhengqiu, this old undead, is so shameless that he actually used his realm to bully Lord Kei Yan? What an abomination." Lu Xiaoqing nodded secretly in his heart when he saw Shan Yu's angry appearance. "Sure is a little fangirl," LV Xiaoqing said. "Miss Shan, so, you know what to write in tomorrow's news, right?" Shan Yu even thought of a headline at this point. "The Guan Pavilion elders are disrespectful for their old age and oppress the young talents of the Lingxiao sect. He dared to bully Prince Kei Yan. I will definitely condemn him for this shameless behavior." Shan Yu was incomparably angry. Shan Yu, she was in Lingxiao City, mainly responsible for the news of the Lingxiao sect. Another fan who adores Kei Yan and is a fan of Kei Yan. It is a friendly attitude towards the Lingxiao school and writes in favor of the Lingxiao school. This time, she was the one who penned the news. So naturally, she had to ruthlessly criticize the shameless behavior of the Guan Pavilion. Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied with Shan Yu's attitude. He said to Shan Yu, "Miss Shan, how is this news?" The resentment towards Lu Xiaoqing disappeared in Shan Yu's heart, and being able to provide this piece of news in a timely manner was very current for her. "This guy looks pretty good," she said. "Your Excellency's news is timely, and I am grateful." Lu Xiaoqing wondered, is there only one sentence of gratitude? Shouldn't there be a spirit stone reward for providing news? How much of a reward is there for news like this? LV Xiaoqing was so blunt that Shan Yu was a bit unable to accept it for a while. LV Xiaoqing was surprised. "No way. There's no reward? Still so petty? Without a reward, who will want to give you news tips in the future? What about the pattern?" Shan Yu was once again dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoqing in her heart. This guy sure is a real pain in the ass. Okay. Bonus. 300 lower grade spirit stones. Lu Xiaoqing was not satisfied. "What? Only 300? Ugh. Forget it. Just barely. The rest is just to support your outside renovations." Shan Yu wants to bring up a knife and cut someone. This guy is an abomination. Who the hell would embezzle this amount of spirit stones? Just 300. Nothing more. That's our standard. That's a bit of a low bar you've got to raise. Otherwise, who's going to want to give you guys news? Shan Yu secretly said in her heart, "A large number of people to provide us. You know, what I tell you?" She huffed. "If you don't have anything else, you can leave. I'm busy." "What's the hurry?" Lu Xiaoqing said. "Stingy is all. Even politeness? There's something I haven't said yet." Shan Yu had a stern face and said, "What else do you have going on?" LV Xiaoqing's performance made Shan Yu very upset with him. "First time I've seen such a nasty guy in all the time I've been out. Wouldn't want to deal with a guy like that if I could." Lu Xiaoqing said, "I want to get some information from you." "Intelligence?" Shan Yu immediately used a businesslike tone and said, It depends on what kind of intelligence it is. The price varies, but for the sake of the news you just gave me, I can give a 70% discount. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. I don't intend to give spirit stones. Just kidding. I've never been the only one to take spiritual stones from other people's pockets. Don't try to take spiritual stones from my pockets. Shan Yu shook her head and said, You're joking. Gongzi, are you kidding? Why is Tianjigu so rich? Rely on selling intelligence. The unimportant information is used as news, and the important ones are put away and sold as merchandise. Lu Xiaoqing said seriously, I'm not joking. Shan Yu continued to shake his head and just wanted to send off the guests. What kind of spirit stones could this stingy guy have to buy information? Lu Xiaoqing added, If you promise, I'll have as much news from Kei Yan as you want. For the sake of his plan, Big Brother had no choice but to sell. Really? Shan Yu was excited, but then skeptical. Who do you think you are? That's a big mouth. You can have as much as you want. Are you his father or his mother? Shan Yu stared at Lu Xiaoqing with a strong skepticism and a not-so-good expression. My lord, I don't have the heart to accompany such jokes here. Lu Xiaoqing asked back. What? You don't believe it? Shan Yu was silent, her eyes staring straight at Lu Xiaoqing. In Shan Yu's opinion, someone like Lu Xiaoqing was nothing more than an underclass cultivator. To be able to occasionally encounter the battle between Kei Yan and the returning Pavilion, and to come here first to receive a news reward was already a stroke of luck. As for more news about Kei Yan, how could he still have it? Lu Xiaoqing also smiled and locked eyes with Shan Yu. Facing Lu Xiaoqing's gaze, Shan Yu actually couldn't hold on and finally averted her gaze. Her expression was a bit unnatural as she said, Don't joke, Gongzi. I'm busy. Kidding? Lu Xiaoqing was stunned. Do I look like I'm joking to you? I look so sincere. And you're calling me a joke? Just kidding. I'll even get you Kei Yan's racy pictures if you need them. Shan Yu was even more disbelieving, and anger gradually grew in his heart. Gongzi, my patience is limited. Counting the racy photos? What are you? After talking about my idol like that? Unbelievable? Lu Xiaoqing took out the retention stone. What is this? See the counting of words on the shadow stone. The red spirit armor set off by Kei Yan had an attractive and evil aura. Looking at Shan Yu's eyes went straight, so close and so clear. It was never a sneaky topiary at a distance. This. Lu Xiaoqing put it away. Shan Yu's eyes flashed with regret. This is not enough to see. Who are you? Really? Why is this there? Lu Xiaoqing said truthfully, I'm his senior brother. Ah, I can have as many of these as I want. Or even, do you want his dirty pants? Unwashed. Shan Yu was furious. Gongzi, don't joke around. Damn it, I'm actually impressed? Lu Xiaoqing said, I mean it. Shan Yu didn't believe it anymore. You're his senior? Then I'm still his senior sister. It couldn't be helped. The way Lu Xiaoqing was acting, it was hard to believe that he was Ji Yan's senior brother. Such a character Lu Xiaoqing killed. Shan Yu also cannot believe that it is Ji Yan's senior brother. If Kei Yan has such a senior brother, he will personally destroy it and get rid of the evil for the division. Right? Don't believe it even if you don't. Lu Xiaoqing said with a bad smile on his face. Have you decided to trade with me? If you decide, you can have this retainer stone. Oh, you're posting an article tomorrow. Don't you need a picture to go with it or something? That's just right. Yo. LV Xiaoqing's voice was as seductive as a chimera. Shan Yu was silent for a moment and spoke. What information do you want to know? LV Xiaoqing smiled. Asking this meant that Shan Yu agreed. He stated his purpose saying, intelligence on the pointed star faction. All of it, the more detailed the better. I'll take even the intel on their guard dog. Chapter 114, Meeting the Guoyuan Pavilion Disciples. LV Xiaoqing was satisfied and left from Shan Yu. Tianjigu is the biggest intelligence peddler. Intelligence sells for dead expensive. If you want to sell information about the star spotting sect from Tianji Pavilion, not without paying a huge price. Lu Xiaoqing didn't even have enough spirit stones of his own. Where would he have spirit stones to buy information? Alas, let's just say that senior brother makes the best use of what he has. Lu Xiaoqing sighed on his lips, but his face was smiling. It's not just talk about destroying the Point Star faction. He really had the idea. Let's prepare for it first, just in case it comes in handy. LV Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed before moving on to his next target. In the secret realm this time, he had scavenged quite a few things from the disciples of the star-pointing sect. He couldn't use these things. He could only realize the spirit stones. The most in the hands of the disciples of the star-pointing sect were first and second grade divine talismans. The talisman was not used by many people in Qizhou, and the price was not high enough. After dealing with the things scavenged, including Xian Yunxin's things, it was only a small 20,000 spirit stones into the bag. After taking an inventory, Lu Xiaoqing smiled with a wide-eyed smile. This trip back, there were already more than 20,000 spirit stones in the storage ring. It's also a small profit. Alas, the third-grade longsword and spirit armor were given away, or else it would have been another few thousand spirit stones. There's also the good things that senior sister Mouth found in the secret realm are in her hands. When will she let her sell them and share the spirit stones before she does so? In a good mood, the rich Lu Xiaoqing felt that he should go and treat himself. It's been almost a month since I've had anything good to eat. Lu Xiaoqing came to Fang Zhao's gathering of immortals. Senior brother Lu. Steward Wang Yao was surprised to see Lu Xiaoqing and greeted him. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Lu Xiaoqing said, out on some errands. Is your boss back yet? Wang Yao said, not yet, but I received her flying crane and said that she would return in a couple days. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. He was traveling in an airship that Ji Yan had seized back from somewhere, and his speed was several times faster than the flying boat that Fang Xiao and the girls were traveling in. If he spent one day on his side, Fang Xiao and the girls would still have to spend 3 days. Lu Xiaoqing said, find me a private room. Wang Yao said, the best private rooms are no longer available, only the ordinary ones. Regular is regular. I'm not picky. LV Xiaoqing ordered a few dishes, and Wang Yao couldn't help but ask, senior brother LV, is that all? This was different from the 2 times LV Xiaoqing had been here before. Before LV Xiaoqing came here to eat, was ordering a large table full of food. Lu Xiaoqing sighed and said, alas, no one has invited me to dinner, and now that I'm using my own spirit stones, of course I have to save them. Senior brother Wang, are you going to treat me to dinner? Wang Yao fell away. He had seen how much LV Xiaoqing could eat. Eating a meal of several thousand spirit stones was no big deal. His small salary isn't enough to feed Louis Xiaoqing for one meal. Remember to give the full amount or I'll get your boss to complain about you. Soon, the things that Lu Xiaoqing had ordered were sent up one by one. Lu Xiaoqing ate slowly and leisurely. He hadn't really eaten a meal yet in the secret realm. Lu Xiaoqing muttered as he ate. I should have known to bring my senior sister along. She still owes me a meal. If the spirit stones aren't enough, let her continue to work to pay off her debts. Alas, a miscalculation. Lu Xiaoqing's side felt as if he had lost 1,000,000 spirit stones. The pain was immense. One still doesn't think things through enough. This must be reviewed before I can do so. Just as Lu Xiaoqing was eating, he was reviewing his ill-considered behavior that cost him spirit stones. There was a sudden clamor from outside. Where's the steward? Steward of the Gathering of Immortals building, come out for me. Keeping that in mind, Wang Yao's voice rang out. What can I do for you, gentlemen? The voice from outside said. We are disciples of the returning Yuan Pavilion. Hurry up and serve us all the best wines and dishes you have here. If you slow us down, don't blame us for being rude to you. The tone is so arrogant that you don't have to look at the person. Just by listening to the sound one could imagine how arrogant and domineering the people outside were. But this was also in line with the character of the disciples of the returning pavilion. Arrogant and domineering. If it weren't for the powerful strength of the returning pavilion, the behavior of these disciples alone would have been beaten to death. Returning to the pavilion? Lu Xiaoqing frowned for a moment, then gently stretched it out. I was worried that I didn't have a chance to settle the score with you guys, but now it's come to my door. Lu Xiaoqing slowly ate while listening to the conversations of the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples outside. Humph. At that time, if I had made a move, who cares what he was? I would have destroyed him with one sword. That's not true. I've been holding back in order to give face to the Lingxiao school. Count him lucky this time. Next time he runs into me, I won't be polite to him. What first man? When the time comes he will be shown what it means to sit on the fence. Forget it. Let's have a good meal first and recuperate. Then we'll go after them then. Let them Li, Guiyuan Pavilion, are not that easy to bully. LV Xiaoqing listened inside and sneered. These guys, they're just mouthy. Lu Xiaoqing slowly, and in his heart, had a way to deal with them. Lu Xiaoqing called Wang Yao to settle the bill, and Wang Yao asked in passing, Senior brother Lu, who are they talking about outside? The disciples of the returning pavilion were eating and drinking in the hall, yelling so loudly that they could be heard from 10 miles away. Lu Xiaoqing said, Ah, eldest brother, elder brother Kei Yan? Wang Yao's eyes widened. Yeah, they said they could knock out big brother with one punch. Wang Yao instantly became even more disdainful. These trash from the Guiyuan Pavilion. How dare they say such things? When they encountered senior brother Kei Yan, they ran as far away as they could. Are you going to teach them a lesson, senior brother Lu? Wang Yao asked with anticipation. Louis Xiaoqing and Kei Yan are senior brothers, the kind that are close. Someone had spoken ill of Kei Yan in front of Lu Xiaoqing, and it was only natural for him as a senior brother to step in and teach him a lesson. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, "What's the lesson? Let them say what they say. It's your boss who's going to lose out in a fight here." Glancing at Wang Yao, "You wouldn't be a spy sent from next door, trying to find ways to ruin your boss's business, would you?" Wang Yao spat out blood. Where is this going? However, seeing that there were 7 or 8 people in the Guiyuan Pavilion, Wang Yao also felt that it was normal for Lu Xiaoqing to not dare to make a move. But, Wang Yao sighed in his heart. It's a bit cowardly of brother Lu to act like this. He felt that if someone humiliated his own senior brother in front of him, he would be embarrassed to go back without making a move. By the way, you can give this to them for me later. LV Xiaoqing handed Wang Yao a folded piece of paper. What is it? You give it to them for me, and they will naturally leave here when the time comes. Chapter 115, Song Jingchu's grandson. After Lu Xiaoqing left, the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion were still eating and blowing off steam at the Gathering of Immortals building. As the spirit wine went down, their voices became louder and they spoke more and more recklessly. The talking is also getting worse, but they at least had a little bit of sense left. They knew that this was Lingxiao city, the territory of the Lingxiao sect. There were many disciples of the Lingxiao sect coming in and out of this place. They despised, disdained, and demeaned Kei Yan all the time by using him instead. Ji Yan had a grand reputation among the disciples of the Lingxiao sect's younger generation and was their idol. If a disciple of the Guiyuan Pavilion dared to directly speak ill of Kei Yan here, he would definitely be attacked by the group. Therefore, they kept their sanity and didn't dare to say Kei Yan's real name. But already after knowing from Lu Xiaoqing's mouth who these Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were talking about, hearing the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples becoming more and more rampant, the words they said became harder and harder to hear. Wang Yao couldn't help himself. He came to these Guiyuan Pavilion disciples and handed them the paper handed over by Lu Xiaoqing. Wang Yao didn't know if what Lu Xiaoqing said was true, but he can only hope that Lu Xiaoqing was telling the truth. He's sick of these guys. If it wasn't for his own lack of strength, he would have already struck out to clean up these guys. I hope these guys get the hell out of here, Wang Yao said with an unhappy heart. And the disciples of the returning pavilion rose up in anger after reading the contents of the paper. Damn, is this provoking us? Asshole, where is he? Tell him to get out and die. Wang Yao was surprised. He was curious to know what exactly was written on it that actually made these Guiyuan Pavilion disciples so angry. He stood next to it, craning his neck to probably see what was on it. Asterisk 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 returning to the court. Returning to the court is a bunch of cowards who are soft on everything but their hard mouths. Especially the younger brother is too soft to get up. A bunch of guys with no balls. How dare you all laugh at Kei Yan? Any disciple of the Lingxiao sect can beat you to death. Dare to come. Wang Yao was speechless. No one can stand being scolded like that. Not to mention the usually arrogant and overbearing disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion. Where is he? A Guiyuan Pavilion disciple stared at Wang Yao with a murderous face and asked. There was a great urge to beat Wang Yao up. Wang Yao said, "This was entrusted to me by a guest to give to you, and he has already left. Who is he? Are you in on it?" Wang Yao denied. "I don't know him. Hands are not allowed in the city." But Wang Yao was afraid that these guys will drink too much, get hot-headed, and fight over nothing. The Gathering of the Immortals building is vulnerable to demolition. Damn it, damn it. It says for us to go outside the city. Are we going or not? Go, why not? Almost without any need for discussion, several returning pavilion disciples instantly yelled, "Find him and teach him a hard lesson. Who does he really think he is? Dare to scold us like that? He's looking for death." The people of the returning pavilion had suffered a loss tonight and were holding their anger in their hearts. It hasn't been vented yet, and now someone else dares to insult them like that. It's hard to get rid of the hate if you don't take this asshole out and clean him up. If you can't deal with Kei Yan, you can't deal with your asshole who only hides behind cursing? 7 or 8 Guiyuan Pavilion disciples yelled out of the restaurant to go and settle the score with Lu Xiaoqing. Just outside the doorway, he ran into a couple of his fellow students. Senior brother Song Ling, senior brother Zhang Zhang, senior brother Wu Tianzhong, Song Ling, grandson of Song Zhengchu. As a cultivator, it was quite normal to have grandchildren usually at the age of 200 or 300. Song Ling's age was already over 40 years old, and his strength was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. At the 8th level, average talent, but has a Yuaning grandfather. With a Yuaning grandfather, everyone naturally looks up to him. What's going on? Song Ling saw the crowd go out angrily. Didn't you say you'd come here for a good meal? What came up? The crowd was talking about San Ling and the three of them knew that this was the case. Zhang was furious. How dare a jumper mess with us? He must be taught a lesson. Wu Tianzhong was worried. Will there be any traps? San Ling laughed contemptuously. Unimpressed. Don't worry about it. If he was really that good, he wouldn't have left a note to piss us off. Even if there's a trap, with the three of us around, are we still worried? San Ling, Zhang, and Wu Tianzhong's strength were all at the foundation establishment stage. As long as they didn't encounter the Jiedan stage, the three of them teaming up would be enough to be able to handle it, even if the opponent is a little stronger than them. Zhang nodded. We still have these senior brothers. If we all join forces, who can beat us? A disciple exclaimed. He must be cleaned up, or else where will we put our face? They couldn't help facing Kei Yan, but this rat who didn't know his face, they still didn't believe that they couldn't clean it up. Yeah, even if we don't kill him, we have to make him remember who he messed with. Seeing the incomparable anger of his senior brothers, San Ling also nodded. Those who dare to provoke us must be severely punished, or else they truly think that our Guan Pavilion is weak and easy to bully. San Ling's eyes flashed with thick killing intent. To hate. He hated and was angrier than anyone else. His grandfather had stepped in, and instead of being able to clean up Kei Yan, he had allowed Kei Yan to make a big splash. He also comprehended the sword heart. His grandfather would have amounted to a chaperone. In the future, once the current incident was brought up, his grandfather would be a background to be laughed at. If he were in the returning pavilion, he would have to kill someone to vent his anger. But this is the Lingxiao school. His grandfather was all being pressed and hammered by the Lingxiao sect's Yuaning. As much anger as he had in his heart, he could only endure it. I came out tonight with the idea of taking a break, but I never thought anyone would dare to do so. Then let your anger out on that person. Let's go and see who's living beyond their means. A group of Guan Pavilion disciples, 10 or so of them, headed towards the outside of the city in great numbers. Louis Shaoqing's side is busy. These disciples of the Guan Pavilion can't be killed. They can only fetch some interest first. 7 or 8 people. Louis Shaoqing muttered as he busied himself. The people of the returning pavilion have bullied people too much today. How could Lu Shaoqing swallow this? A sight obscuring mesmerizing array, a spirit sense suppressing mesmerizing array, and an illusionary array. That should be enough. Well, let's add 2 more traps just to be on the safe side and make them suffer a little more. But, Lu Shaoqing looked puzzled. Coming so fast? The trap is not ready yet, and the number is actually a few more? But it's good. The more that come the better. Hey, San Ling, Zhang, and Wu Tianzhong arrived with a group of Guan Pavilion disciples, only to find the place empty and devoid of anything. Only, Senior Brother Tsang. Look, there's a sign there. What does it say? Go over there. Everyone be careful. When I came to the front of the sign, I saw a few large words written on the sign. The returning pavilion. The people of the returning pavilion were furious. Bastard. Damn you guys. We've been tricked into a wasted trip. Some angry Guan Pavilion disciples angrily split the wooden sign in half. However, as he went down with this sword, a fog suddenly rose up around him. Chapter 116 Master of Formation? Before the disciples of the returning pavilion could understand, they were already enveloped in white mist. Deep in it. Crap. Bingo. We've been ambushed. I can't see. Elder brother. Where are you? Senior brother Tsang. Help. Move. Get out of here. The voices of the returning pavilion disciples rose and fell, panicking and scattering in all directions. San Ling, as the oldest person in the crowd, was more experienced. He reacted quickly. Asterisk. It's a formation. Maze formation. San Ling bellowed. Don't even panic or move around. It's the Misty Trail formation. But there's no need to worry. As long as we combine our efforts to break the formation, it won't be able to trap us. He didn't finish his words as the fog enveloped him completely. Even Zhang and Wu Tianzhong, who were beside him, disappeared. San Ling frowned, then sneered. A mere second-grade formation and you dare to show off in front of me? Second-grade formation, not a high grade. Even if they couldn't find the eye of the formation, they were still able to violently break the formation. Then the spiritual sense stretched out. However, the sensations coming back from his aura made him feel as if he was deep in the mire, making it difficult to move. The range that could have been explored shrunk to only a few feet square. It's a tough feeling. San Ling's face became more and more ugly. Bastard. Jew, there's actually a vertigo formation? The vertigo formation had no killing power, but was able to suppress spiritual awareness. Both spiritual sense and divine sense are the second pair of eyes of a cultivator. Having one's spiritual sense suppressed was not unlike being like having one's eyes covered, making it difficult to move an inch. Song Ling is older, has seen a lot of things, and has a lot of experience. He would have a bad feeling in his heart now. The vertigo formation and the maze formation are both second-grade formations, so as long as one tries to learn them one can still learn them. But, being able to combine two formations and mix them in, it's not just a matter of trying to learn. It takes talent, and you can't just do it. Could it be a formation master? Song Ling was in awe in his heart. But, Song Ling gritted his teeth. Humph, whatever master you are, you and be done with it. After saying that, a long sword appeared in his hand and a sword aura disappeared into the formation. However, there was no effect. I don't believe it. He traveled to take a step, and the longsword's spiritual energy gathered in his hand. The moment before he struck, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A lean old man appeared before him, with a goatee and a pair of brown eyes sunk deep into their sockets. He gave off an eerie vibe. Master, Grandpa. Song Ling was shocked and hastily put away his long sword. The person who appeared in front of him was clearly his grandfather. Song Zhengchu. Grandpa, why are you here? Song Ling's heart rejoiced. Could it be that Grandpa had appeared in time to break the other side's formation? As long as his grandfather was here, there was no need to worry about any demons or monsters. Song Zhengchu didn't say anything and suddenly slapped his palm towards him. Song Ling was shocked as he hastily raised his sword to parry. No, this is an illusion formation. Song Zhengchu didn't do any damage to him and made him react. Chills ran through him. To actually have three large formations mixed together, this kind of tactic is definitely a skill that only formation masters have. Which senior has come to visit? The strength of a formation master was not something that he, a tiny foundation stage cultivator, could resist, especially inside a formation. The strength of a formation master was overpowered and increased geometrically. Fighting in a formation laid down by a formation master would only kill you faster. My grandfather is Song Zhengchu, an elder of the Guan Pavilion. I still hope that senior will come out to meet me. We may have some kind of misunderstanding. Song Ling loudly reported his identity. He was afraid of inviting the old demon. One can only bring up one's backer. Song Zhengchu was a famous expert in Shizhou, mid-yuaning stage. Ordinary people don't dare to mess with it casually. After Song Ling finished his words, there was no movement around him for a long time. Song Ling couldn't help but drum in his heart. Are you scared or something? When he thought of his grandfather's power, Song Ling's heart became even more calm. Senior, even if there are any misunderstandings, we can take our time to discuss them. My grandfather. But, before he could finish his words, a voice rang in his ears. The grandson of that old bastard Song Zhengchu? There's a lot of good stuff, right? Bring it to me. Before Song Ling had a chance to react, he felt a huge wave of spiritual sense coming at him. Boo! The incoming spiritual sense was overbearing and unparalleled. As brutal as a bandit. One way to rampage without fear. Song Ling only felt his head buzzing. Then his sea of consciousness felt like it was being hammered hard. He rolled both eyes, lost consciousness, and directly fainted to death. Lu Shaoqing's figure slowly emerged. See the fainting Song Ling and give him another shot. The shocking god technique gives him another shot. The fainted Song Ling's body convulsed a few times, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Song Ling, who hadn't even seen anyone, would already be severely injured, and his sea of consciousness had been severely damaged. Poof! Song Zhengchu, you old man bullied us. Lu Shaoqing cursed. I'll collect some interest from your grandson first. Then came the skillful ransacking process. Picking off Song Zhengchu's storage ring. Open it. Lu Shaoqing was pleasantly surprised. Yo, worthy of being that old bastard's grandson. There's a lot of good stuff. But why are the spirit stones always so small? Magic treasures, pills, materials, these things still have to be realized. Troublesome. While ransacking, he despised. Can't you prepare more spirit stones? You have to make it so physical. Soon, Song Zhengchu clothes were stripped naked. All the small defensive items worn on the body were taken away. Not a single one left. Looking at Song Ling, who was left with only a pair of profane pants, Lu Shaoqing fell silent, weighing it in his mind. Finally, he said, forget it. Let's spare his life. That old bastard Song Zhengchu is here, and killing his descendants will make me afraid that I'll be targeted. That Xing thing told him that killing a Yuaning descendant was still quite a handful. He now had one more problem to solve. There's no need to provoke Song Zhengchu. Song Zhengchu, old bastard, let the big brother come. Lu Shaoqing turned to leave, his figure slowly disappearing into the large formation. I hope the rest of the returning pavilion won't let me down. After a few hours had passed, the large formation dispersed and Lu Xiaoqing's figure was revealed. There was a field of Guan Pavilion disciples lying on the ground. All of them fainted to death. And they all suffered the same thing. All of them were left with only a pair of profane pants and everything they had on them was ransacked. All of the disciples had blood on the corners of their mouths and were more or less injured. Looking at them, Lu Xiaoqing hummed, "You guys just leave it to senior sister." Then he cursed as he erased the traces of the formation. Doesn't every one of them like spirit stones? Everyone combined has less than 10,000 spirit stones. Pauper. A whole lot of materials. Magic treasures. How troublesome it must be to realize. Chapter 117. You sold Big Brother? After a busy day, Lu Xiaoqing returned to the sect. After ransacking a dozen or so disciples of the returning pavilion, it took him quite a bit of time to pin the things he got. Good thing too. In that case, there will be 40,000, almost 50,000 spirit stones on hand. Good. The ring CD is still a few days away, so get some rest before you say anything. The satisfied LV Xiaoqing came back and thought he should catch up on his sleep. Although cultivators didn't need to rest and were able to recover their spirits after meditating for a while. But Lu Xiaoqing wouldn't be like that. Cultivating and whatnot was already done in the time ring. Normally, he didn't cultivate when he could. Make yourself like a mortal. Back under the tree, the hammock lay down and slept beautifully. Xiao Yi was lying on her desk in her room, her face full of sorrow, hair disheveled and mindlessly combed. Red rested on her head. On the desk, there were only two big words written on the paper Xiao Yi had placed. Insights. Then it was a blank. Xiao Yi wailed. What to do? Red. I can't write at all. 20,000 words. What kind of concept is that? I've been thinking about it all night, and my head is about to explode not realizing how I'm going to write the third word. What to do? Red. I'm dying. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. How could he have been so cheap to provoke the second senior brother in the first place? Mindfulness. What do you mean? Mindfulness? I know a thing or two about insights. I only know how to be sad. I'm just sad right now. After Xiao Yi followed the sect leader, master and the others back at night, the others escorted Kei Yan to a more secluded place to retreat. While still having to protect the Dharma, she came back alone, and when she did, she thought about the 20,000 words of insight. Sleepless and panicked. Start trying to write about it. Yet a night had passed and she had only written 2 words. Take away. Xiao Yi was lying on the table. How she looked at these 2 words she felt like 2 other words. Miserable. I'm so miserable. Xiao Yi continued to wail. She couldn't remember how many times she had wailed. She had wailed all night, and was only able to wail those 2 words. Suddenly, Red flapped her wings and fluttered away from her head. Red, where are you going? Xiao Yi hurriedly followed him out. Noticing little Red flying towards the outside, she was delighted in her heart. Could it be that second senior brother has returned? The master is not here, and neither is the eldest brother. Last night she was left alone with a bird in the huge Tianyu Peak. It's lonely. Xiao Yi followed Xiaohong outside and saw Lu Xiaoqing lying on the hammock. The heart doesn't know why. The originally depressed mood was as clear and happy as the current weather. Second brother. Xiao Yi ran over with her little legs. She shook the hammock. Second brother. When did you get back? Step aside. Lu Xiaoqing said without turning his head. Don't come and disturb me. Are the tips finished? As soon as he talked about insights, Xiao Yi's mood immediately changed. Just a moment ago it was a clear sky, but now it was already cloudy. That's sad. Xiao Yi said to Lu Xiaoqing with tears in her eyes. Second senior brother. Can you not write? I can't write. Lu Xiaoqing was still on his side, saying, there's no way out. This matter is already under the control of eldest senior brother. What I say doesn't count. It's only right to hurry up and write it out while eldest brother is in closed-door cultivation. Xiao Yi continued to rock the hammock. As long as you promise, you definitely won't have to on eldest brother's side either. Lu Xiaoqing said, I won't agree. Who made you dare to blackmail me? How can we not let you learn a lesson? Xiao Yi was cute and pampered, yet the set came down. It had no effect on Lu Xiaoqing, who hadn't even opened his eyes. Xiao Yi gasped. Second senior brother. You're too bad. Yeah, well, men aren't bad. Okay, go ahead and get angry if you're angry. Don't come and bother me. This time, Xiao Yi couldn't even get angry. Such a second senior brother really made people itch their teeth. But there was nothing they could do about it. Her eyes rolled. Second brother. What did you do last night? Can you tell me? The voice was crispy and sweetly glutinous, but Lu Xiaoqing winced. Lu Xiaoqing sat up and glared at Xiao Yi. Looking at the hair on Xiao Yi's head, he said, "You ate your bobby pin? Don't you dare talk to me in that voice again, and you'll see if I collect you." Xiao Yi deflated her mouth. "This can't be dealt with. Second senior brother. You're so annoying." Xiao Yi stomped her feet, not wanting to pay attention to Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing didn't care about her and continued to lie down. Instead of going back to sleep, he pulled out his sky card and watched the news. When you open it, the first thing that hits you is a big headline. "What's the point of targeting Kei Yan by the elders of the Pavilion of returning Yuan?" This is exactly the kind of article that Shan Yu wrote. The above speaks of what Lu Xiaoqing told her last night. In just one night, Shan Yu was able to poke around and write an article to send out. I have to say it was fast. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but praise. It's very efficient. The content inside though was in the form of a narrative about the match between Kei Yan and Song Zhengqiu. However, either explicitly or implicitly, they were saying that Song Zhengqiu had disregarded his status and had laid hands on Kei Yan, a junior, and it couldn't take advantage of it. It ends with an insightful comment from Shan Yu himself. It was pointed out point blank that Song Zhengqiu was jealous of Kei Yan's talent and wanted to take advantage of the situation to bully Kei Yan. The gist of the article is to disparage Song Zhengqiu and praise Kei Yan. Lu Xiaoqing looked satisfied. He was even more satisfied when he saw Kei Yan's image appear behind the article. Well done. Worthy of being a fan of Big Brother. He was close to explicitly cursing Song Zhengqiu throughout. Xiao Yi's side was sulking. Hearing Lu Xiaoqing's two words, she perked up her ears and her eyes sneaked over here. She was curious about what Lu Xiaoqing had done last night to go. She kept aiming at Lu Xiaoqing, who didn't even give a damn about her, still looking at the heavenly chi cards. In the end, she couldn't help the curiosity in her heart, and Xiao Yi couldn't care less about being angry. She came over. "What are you talking about? Second brother?" Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand. "Step aside. Aren't you angry?" Xiao Yi smiled and said, "How dare I be angry with second senior brother? Being angry is not as important as satisfying your curiosity." She flicked her gaze towards Lu Xiaoqing's Tianji sign. She then saw the image of Kei Yan on top of the sky card. A red spirit armor, handsome and evil. Xiao Yi froze, then reacted. "Second senior brother. You went and sold eldest brother last night?" Chapter 118, The Beware Second Senior Brother. Xiao Yi was shocked for 10,000 years. Looking at Kei Yan on it, wasn't this the red spirit armor that Lu Xiaoqing had intentionally made Kei Yan wear earlier, and used the shadow retaining stone to top it off? At that time, she thought Lu Xiaoqing was top down was used to play, later take out to laugh at Ji Yan. I didn't realize that Kei Yan had actually sold it to Tianji Pavilion. It's also in the paper. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing who was smiling happily. "Second senior brother. Are you getting back at eldest senior brother?" Lu Xiaoqing firmly denied. "Nonsense. I'm the most generous person. Ever heard that a prime minister's stomach can hold a boat? Talking about people like me. How could I possibly get back at Big Brother? Don't slander me here." Xiao Yi didn't believe it 10,000 times in her heart. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing's happy expression, he knew that she had guessed correctly. Definitely retaliation. What a careful second brother. Xiao Yi spat. At the same time the heart panicked. "I don't think I've offended the second senior brother, right? Even the eldest brother got offended by the second brother and had his racy photos blown up. She would only die a worse death if she offended her second senior brother." Xiao Yi hurriedly reviewed, reflected, and recalled in his mind. After a while, he was sure that he hadn't offended his second senior brother, and his heart was relieved. Seeing that Xiao Yi didn't say anything, Lu Xiaoqing even purposely placed the Tianji sign in front of Xiao Yi. "Look, how handsome this is, Big Brother. Send it out. And the price of toilet paper in QI is going up." Xiao Yi had to admit that although red spirit armor was appropriate for female cultivators to wear, but it also looks great on Kei Yan. It was even more glamorous than the usual dress, with an inexplicable attraction. But Xiao Yi didn't understand. What's toilet paper? What's toilet paper got to do with it? Lu Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed. "You don't need to understand," Xiao Yi said. "Second senior brother. If you do this, will what?" Lu Xiaoqing was unimpressed. "Are you trying to say that eldest brother will be angry?" Xiao Yi nodded. Lu Xiaoqing hummed. "So what if you're angry? So what if you're not angry? If he dares to have an opinion, I'll suppress him with one hand." Xiao Yi bristled. "No one will believe you." Eldest senior brother had comprehended the third realm of sword intent. Once you are out of the gate, your strength will only skyrocket, and you will only be able to brag about it. Second brother. Besides, if he sends out this handsome picture, it'll add a lot more fangirls to him, and he'll have to thank me for it. Xiao Yi was even more unconvinced. Eldest senior brother wouldn't like these. When eldest brother comes out, he'll definitely settle the score with you. LV Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed and said, count on it. The festivities will have almost begun by then. He's got a load of work left to do to get to me. In a few days he'll forget. LV Xiaoqing smiled very proudly. Knowledge of Kei Yan emboldened him. Xiao Yi was speechless. His own second senior brother was that cunning. When you do step 1, you've already counted on step 2, or even step 3. I'm going to tell big brother. Xiao Yi finally puffed out a threat. Ha! LV Xiaoqing stared at her and laughed. Such laughter made Xiao Yi instantly goad. She just remembered the last time she threatened her second senior brother, and straight away she had her tips increased to 20,000 words. The second brother would rather die than be threatened. Hurriedly compensating for the smile. Second senior brother. I'm joking. Don't take it seriously. It's fine. Go tell eldest brother. Lu Xiaoqing said, didn't you hear me just now? I'm the most generous of people, and I don't get into it with others at all. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Xiao Yi hemmed and hawed. Just kidding. Second senior brother, don't take it seriously. Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing was still staring at her with an unkind gaze, Xiao Yi hurriedly took out the skills she had learned from her master. Changing the subject, Xiao Yi pointed at the Tianji plaque and said, second senior brother, is it alright to say what's on it? LV Xiaoqing asked rhetorically. What could it be? By the time eldest senior brother has comprehended the third level of sword intent, won't the world know about it? Lu Xiaoqing despised Xiao Yi for this retarded question. Are you stupid? There were so many people that night. Do you think you can hide it? Besides, with your eldest brother's character, do you think you'll be able to hide it from others? You think he's as low-key as I am? Well, asked myself a question. With the people from the Guan Pavilion, even if they wanted to hide it, they wouldn't have been able to do so. Maybe they would even make a big deal out of it, hoping that someone would come and cause havoc and disrupt Kei Yan's seclusion. Second senior brother. That. Suddenly, a stream of light streaked across the sky, and Xiao Chang returned. Xiao Chang landed in front of the two. Master, where's big brother? Xiao Chang said. He's still in enlightenment, with the sect master watching. This is the treasure of the Lingxiao sect and cannot be lost. Xiao Chang glanced at Lu Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, come with me. Lu Xiaoqing didn't move, but said, ask whatever you want to ask here. Senior sister is a bit stupid, but there's no need to hide it from her. Xiao Yi protested. I'm not stupid. Xiao Chang didn't insist, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, what did you encounter this time when you went to the secret realm? His eyes looked straight at LV Xiaoqing with a concerned expression. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be able to fix it. Settle? Knowing the son is like knowing the father. Although Xiao Chang was not Lu Xiaoqing's father, after being a master for so many years, he was also one of the two closest people to Lu Xiaoqing. He knew that Louis Xiaoqing was going to poop and pee when he puckered his ass. He said, you were on the airship, and you asked the sect leader those things you were just asking? Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Yeah, just asking. Caring about the development of the sect. What? No? As a personal disciple of the Lingxiao sect, isn't it normal to care about the development of the sect? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Chang scolded. You think I don't know what you kids are? Have they all exterminated the faction? Or are you just asking? After cursing, his tone slowed down and said, speak, what have you encountered? Tell me about it. You can't solve it. I don't believe I can't. Lu Xiaoqing was surprised. Master, who gave you the courage to say such words? Don't you know what kind of strength you have? You can't even beat that old bastard Song Zhengshu. Xiao Chang scolded again. Asshole, have you ever talked about master like that? Xiao Chang heart and liver pain. This kid, Gascom and heart really cannot say a few words. I can't feel good without cursing a few times. Xiao Yi, being a traitor, held up his hand and said, Master, I know. Second senior brother has incurred a yuaning and is afraid of being approached. Lu Xiaoqing poked Xiao Yi's head. If you don't speak, no one will take you as mute. The firstborn? Who? A guy called the Purple Thunderer. Purple Electricity Lord Xin Yuan Kue? Xiao Chang was a bit surprised. How did you provoke him? You know him, master? Xiao Chang said. I've seen him before, but he entered yuaning much earlier than I did. Master, do you have the confidence to destroy him? Lu Xiaochang asked with great anticipation. 119. Travel at public expense. Xiao Chang cursed. It's not that easy. Do you really think that yuaning is so easy to kill? Xiao Yi also nodded repeatedly. Second senior brother. You yourself said that Yuaning is not good to kill.
Lu Shaoqing despised.
Yuaning is not easy to kill.
That's because of the strength.
Ugh.
Then he shook his head,
full of disappointment. Xiao Chang wanted to hit someone. Are you kid laughing at my lack of strength? Do you believe I'll beat you up right now in front of your senior sister? It couldn't be helped.
In front of the two disciples, Xiao Chang was indeed a bit unsure of himself. Both disciples were very strong,
not to mention opponents in the same realm.
Even if they were more powerful, they were not afraid.
Hearing Xiao Chang want to beat up Lu Shaoqing, Xiao Yi's breath caught, inexplicably a little expectant.
Second senior brother was too arrogant.
Not many people could cure him.
It would be fun to see Master beat him up. When Lu Shaoqing noticed Xiao Yi's breathing, he instantly grimaced and stared at Xiao Yi with an unkind gaze.
Are you eager to see it?
Although he thought in his heart, but on the surface where he dared to say.
Xiao Yi hurriedly shook her head. No, second senior brother. Don't misunderstand.
Lu Shaoqing hummed before asking Xiao Chang.
Master, how much do you know about this purple lightning supreme?
Xiao Chang shook his head.
Not much is known. I only know that he is an old Yuaning. He was already at the third level of the Yuaning realm a long time ago, and after all this time, I don't know if he has entered the next realm.
Lu Shaoqing sniffed and sighed longingly.
Alas, trouble. The veteran Yuaning,
who used to be in the early Yuaning stage,
the third level of the realm.
Now that so much time has passed, it might have already entered the middle stage of Yuaning.
It's hard to get in the beginning, let alone the middle.
If he had entered the middle stage of Yuaning, he would have been in even more trouble.
Thinking of this,
Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh.
The first beauty, indeed, is trouble.
How could I have been so stupid to make that offer in the first place?
Then he couldn't help but complain about Xiao Chang. Master, weren't your meals hard enough to eat in the first place?
So much so that senior sister Xiao Yu didn't have anything at all. Lu Shaoqing had counted on everything. He hadn't counted on Xiao Yu actually being able to eat his master's cooking.
Off the spectrum of the heavens. Asshole. Xiao Chang cursed. Don't denigrate my cooking. Ask your little protege if you need to discredit your cooking skills. Xiao Yi didn't dare to speak,
but her expression was 10,000 times more agreeable.
Xiao Chang was heartbroken and sad.
It's amazing that his own cooking skills couldn't conquer 3 disciples.
Sad. Still sad. It's still good to have someone like Master Xiao Yu's nephew.
Only the Xia language master nephew is a confidant.
Right. There's also Sisterin.
Xiao Cheng changed the subject and didn't dwell on his cooking.
When it comes to cooking, you will only be despised by your own disciples. Xiao Chang asked. What else do you have planned? Lu Shaoqing's face was filled with murderous aura as he said. What other plans can there be? When eldest senior brother is out of the gate,
you and eldest senior brother will join forces and lure the Violet Lightning Elder out and finish him off.
Then we'll find a chance to exterminate the Point Star faction.
Xiao Chang shook his head and said.
No. In a few days,
I'll go do something with your elder brother.
Forget it then. It's fine. I'll figure it out myself. He then asked. That little thing you said. It wouldn't be that, would it? Xiao Chang nodded. He's already a Yuaning. It's fine. Xiao Yi became curious. Master, what are you going to do?
Lu Shaoqing was very upset and cursed.
Publicly funded travel. Really? I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I actually need 3 Yuaning to go out.
The sect will also have to spend a lot of spirit stone supplies as a result,
making the sect poor.
Xiao Yi was even more puzzled.
Just starting out. She was still a little rookie and didn't know a lot of things. As an old man, Lu Shaoqing, however,
knew that there was one thing that the sect had always done,
never stopping. The sect originally had 6 Yuaning,
and 3 would be sent there each time, and would rotate once every 6 months or a year.
Aside from the 6 Yuaning, no one knew where they had gone or what they were doing. Just know that you carry a lot of supplies with you every time you go. Spirit stones, ores, pills, and tons of other supplies were used in this matter. So much so that the Lingxiao sect doesn't have many sect benefits.
Even a personal disciple like Lu Shaoqing was only able to receive 100 lower-grade spirit stones per month. Thanks to the fact that the Lingxiao sect was located in a place where the aura was one of the few most abundant places in Shizhou. It was only then that the disciples of the sect didn't lag behind too much.
Otherwise, the Lingxiao sect simply didn't have the backbone to be called one of the 3 major sects alongside the Twin Moons Valley and the Guiyuan Pavilion.
Of course, the sects also have sect quests that will reward you with spirit stones.
But Lu Shaoqing wouldn't be doing any sect quests. For what exactly is going to do?
Lu Shaoqing has also asked Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang is very good to his disciple.
Everything will say, only this matter keep his mouth shut.
Not a word was revealed to the 2 apprentices.
In response,
It was called by Louis Xiaoqing as a publicly funded trip and corrupt behavior. Lu Xiaoqing was deeply disgusted by this corruption. Eldest brother has followed your corruption. Are you guys any good? Why don't you let me get a little corrupt and corrupted too? Xiaochang grunted. Only a Yuaning can qualify. Do you? Bah! Lu Xiaoqing cursed. Yuaning is great? So what if eldest senior brother is a Yuaning? I can clean him up just the same. Xiao Yi hemmed and hawed. Second senior brother. Your mouth is really hard. Hard? You've got a hard head too. Louis Xiaoqing grunted. Do you have to add more words to your heart? Don't. Second brother. Don't. Xiao Yi jumped up in shock and almost cried to Lu Xiaoqing. 20,000 words of insight. And she'd only written 2 in one night. Add a few more words and she's off to hang her neck. Xiaochang glanced at Xiao Yi. Another glance at Lu Xiaoqing, who was already lying back. Xiaochang asked. Are you sure you're okay? Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said. It's fine. You and eldest brother go corrupt and go on a publicly funded trip. You guys go ahead. Leaving me, the poor second disciple, here alone. Little bastard. Xiaochang cursed and didn't say anything more as he said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, come with me. Xiao Yi saw Little Red fly to the tree and called out. Little Red. Red stood on a branch and called out to her, but didn't fly down. Lu Xiaoqing's voice came through. Let it stay here for a while. Xiao Yi didn't understand, but in the end, she obediently followed Xiaochang away. Master, what do you want with me? Xiao Sung asked. Are you going to write your tips too? Xiao Yi nodded, then reacted. Master, you said also? Murphy Yu. Chapter 120. Master has also written tips. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Xiaochang's face. Cough it up. Ahem. Written. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. The word curiosity written all over her face. Master, what's going on? You're the master. Why are you writing too? Xiaochang is the master. Usually even if the eldest brother second brother is not good to the master had no place in front of the two of them. But you shouldn't have to write tips either. Who asked you to write this? Master? Eldest brother? Or second brother? Xiaochang still didn't feel too good and blushed slightly. Your second brother's proposal. Overseen by the eldest brother. I'll go. Xiao Yi was even more shocked. The two senior brothers actually joined forces. Instead of teaming up against the enemy, you teamed up against Master? That's too bad. Xiao Yi was puzzled by this. Master, why do you have to write insights too? Isn't this nonsense? Xiaochang didn't answer the question. Instead, he said to himself, I recruited 2 of your senior brothers to enter in the first place. Your eldest senior brother was 11 years old at the time. Yet he was still a mortal and hadn't been exposed to cultivation. It can be said that he was older. The average person would not have recruited him as an apprentice. Your second brother was 9 years old then, and just as mortal. The two of them showed off their amazing talent after coming into contact with cultivation. Your eldest senior brother is progressing at a rapid pace, and your second senior brother started out a bit slower, but then gradually caught up. The two of them have amazing talent. Looking at the entire Lingxiao sect, there is not a single disciple of the same generation that can compare to the two of them. At first, I was happy too. After all, with 2 disciples like that, who couldn't be happy, right? Xiao Yi was listening to the side and nodded her head, her heart proud of herself for a while. Hearing him mention the 2 elder brothers from her master's mouth, there was a faint pride in his tone, and she had that pride in her heart as well. Xiao Yi felt that if she were to become a master and had 2 disciples with outstanding talent, her heart would also be incomparably proud. It's like having your own child. Great kids always make their parents proud. When you leave the house, your head has to go up a few degrees. And then? Xiao Yi pursued. Later Xiao Chang sighed. Xiao Yi could hear that there was no longer that kind of pride in Xiao Chang's tone in it, but rather a faint sadness. Your 2 senior brothers are too talented. The 2 of them seem to be competing, chasing after each other. Your eldest senior brother broke through a realm, and your second senior brother immediately caught up. The 2 have progressed quickly. It took less than 2 years for the Qi refining stage to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and less than 3 years for the foundation establishment stage to break through to the Jiedan stage. Now that your eldest senior brother has even entered the Yuanying stage, I reckon that your second senior brother is almost there as well. Xiao Yi's mouth was wide open, knowing that the 2 senior brothers were very powerful, but not expecting them to be so powerful. Some people were not able to break through from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage for 10, 20 years. Xiao Yi is like this. She has been cultivating since she was a child, and at 16 years old, she is still only at the 9th level of Qi refining. This was only after arriving at the heavenly royal peak and breaking through 2 consecutive minor realms. And her 2 senior brothers were actually fierce to this extent. Xiao Yi was shocked for a long time before she came back to her senses. Too powerful. There was a deep shock in his eyes. The more she learned about her 2 senior brothers, the more she adored them. Each time she learned, she felt shocked. Xiao Chang sighed again. Yeah, too soon. However, seeing her master like this, Xiao Yi thoughtfully said, Master, you are also very powerful. I've heard from my uncle that you broke through into Yuaning within a year after you took in your eldest and second eldest brothers. You're no better than the 2 senior brothers. However, instead of making Xiao Chang feel better, his face became even more depressed. Do you know how long I've been stuck in the late Jiedan stage? 10 years. Xiao Yi said. I've heard uncle say that. Xiao Chang nodded. Yeah, 10 years. Then do you know how long it took me to go from the 1st to the 9th level of Jiedan? How long? Xiao Yi was curious. Cultivators have long lifespans. Anyone who entered the foundation establishment stage had a lifespan of 200 years. The Jiedan stage was over 300 years. And as for Yuaning, it was properly over 1,000 years. Also monks marry very late and have a hard time conceiving children. Xiao Yi was now 16. But her father was over 150 years old. Xiao Yi didn't know his master's age yet. Xiao Cheng sighed and said, I am now 121 years old. I stepped into the Jiedan stage more than 60 years ago. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes and wiggled her fingers, doing some math in her head. Xiao Cheng saw after a while that the young apprentice had not yet calculated. He said, There's no need to count. I spent more than 50 years at the Jiedan stage. Actually, Xiao Cheng's speed is the normal one. Compared to the demonic Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, it was as if they were abnormal. Xiao Yi thought for a moment. Master, you are also very powerful. You weren't able to ascend 3 minor realms in a row in 10 years afterward. That's already impressive. Yuaning stage a realm a day. 10 years to be able to break through 3 realms in a row. Sayout can also be able to scare a whole lot of people to death. This was the Yuaning realm, not the Qi refining, foundation building realm. Xiaocheng sighed and asked, Don't you want to think about why I entered Yuaning so quickly after practicing Qi and building the foundation to form the Dan for so long? Xiao Yi also reacted. Guess what? Yeah, why so fast? Master, could it be that it's thick and thin? Being so slow up front is laying the groundwork to get to the back and then take off. Xiao Cheng shook his head. Which is not true. And why is that? Xiao Cheng again avoided the question. He said, I cultivated for more than 100 years to get to today's realm. When seeing your 2 senior brothers break through as easily as drinking water, what kind of mood do you think I would have felt then? Xiao Yi laughed. It must be very proud. Xiao Cheng shook his head. Pride there, but more pressure. When I first saw your 2 senior brothers with such speed, I was doubly devastated, and later even lost my self-confidence for a time. At that time, I had just entered Yuaning, and at that time, my Dao heart was unstable, and I almost collapsed because of it. Ha! Xiao Yi was surprised, not realizing that there was such a thing. So, what happened then? Xiao Chun laughed bitterly. Later on, he fortunately stabilized himself, but he was also taught a lesson by your 2 senior brothers. But then, your second senior brother proposed a solution in response to my unstable Dao heart. What way? Xiao Yi seemed to understand somewhat. Master, you don't mean to say that the way to do it is to write an insight? Chapter 121, Learning to Accept Your Mediocrity. Xiao Chang nodded. That's right. Xiao Yi was puzzled. Why? What does writing these things have to do with the heart of the way? Xiao Yi felt like breaking down just thinking about it. Xiao Yi thought that writing insights could not possibly stabilize the Dao heart, but would instead collapse it. Xiao Cheng said, Actually, writing tips is just a process. Your second brother said it was mostly here. Xiao Cheng pointed to his head and circled around. Xiao Yi was even more difficult to understand. What was this about the head? Your second elder brother has said, in the process of writing insights, know how to think, summarize, and learn. Figure it out, learn it, and that heart of yours will be steady. He said just learn to accept your mediocrity. Xiao Yi stared wide-eyed, feeling incredulous. There's such a thing? Xiao Yi said skeptically, Master, are you sure that second senior brother didn't lie to you? Don't guess what is in the mind of the second elder brother. It is not likely that he will sell you and you still have to help him count the money. Xiao Chang got serious and said, Remember what I told you? Your second senior brother may seem out of touch, but what he does is never pointless. That's all you need to remember. Xiao Yi saw Xiao Chang get serious and nodded seriously, indicating that she had memorized it. Master, I know. Seeing Xiao Yi's seriousness, Xiao Chang was pleased.
You have just started. It's understandable that you don't know your two senior brothers, but you just need to remember that by being able to receive their recognition, you have surpassed all geniuses. Xiao Yi's mood surged, feeling a great honor. Yes, it was a great honor to be recognized by these two talented senior brothers. Xiao Yi's small face was red with excitement as she asked Xiao Chang, saying, Master, I'm considered to be recognized by the two senior brothers this way, right? Xiao Chang asked rhetorically. If you don't recognize it, do you think that with your second elder brother's character, he would care about you? Xiao Yi thought about it. Yes, with the character of the second elder brother, moving more would be like missing 100,000 spirit stones. From the time she worshipped the door, he took her out and in, helping her cultivate and grow. Xiao Yi nodded her head, understanding. So, second senior brother asking me to write about this time's experience is also for my own good, isn't it, Master? Xiao Chang was pleased in his heart and said, Remember, your second elder brother never does meaningless things. Go on. Whatever your second senior brother tells you to do, just be good and do it right. Alas, for the sake of the unity of the disciples, I, as a master, am also worried. In the end, it's still that little bastard Xiao Qing. So what if he does things openly? It has to be so mysterious that people have to comprehend it for themselves. There's no excuse for being lazy to this extent. Xiao Chang mentally spat at his second apprentice. Over here, Xiao Yi understands from Xiao Chang's mouth that Lu Xiaoqing's intentions are good. However, thinking about the 20,000 word count, Xiao Yi felt dizzy and stuffed up. But, Master, how is this supposed to be written in 20,000 words of insight? 20,000 words? Xiao Chang was shocked. Why so many? Xiao Yi had tears in her eyes. Right, Master, you feel a lot too, don't you? Master, how many words did you use to write your insights in? A couple hundred words, usually no more than 1,000. Xiao Chang responded with a response. Have you offended your second senior brother? As soon as he asked this, Xiao Yi's tears increased. She was stuffed up every time she thought about it. When Xiao Chang saw Xiao Yi like this, he smiled and patted Xiao Yi's head. There's no way out. Just right. Xiao Yi choked breathlessly. Master, 20,000 words, how can I write it? It took me all night and my head exploding to write 2 words. 20,000 words. I'm done. Is the world coming to an end? Master, will you help me to beg for mercy? Xiao Yi begged Xiao Chang pitifully. She felt that if Master stepped in, second senior brother would give some face anyway. However, Xiao Chang was once again serious. Didn't I tell you? Your second brother never does anything pointless. On the surface, he said this, but in his heart, he secretly spat. I'll go. How hard did you offend him? 20,000 words. How dare I get involved? It can't be helped. Good disciple, you've been wronged. Xiao Cheng thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll teach you how to write on the side. After all, I've been writing for a few years now, so I'm pretty experienced. Xiao Yi's usual cultivation didn't need him to worry about it, and when he was a master, he couldn't do nothing. There's no way out. Xiao Yi could only nod her head with tears in her eyes and accept the truth. 20,000 words of insight is considered the biggest challenge she's ever encountered in her life. Xiao Chang and Xiao Yi came to a courtyard. Xiao Chang said to Xiao Yi, you start writing. If there is anything you don't understand you can ask me. Xiao Yi went back to her room to fetch a pen and paper and looked at the 2 big words of insights on top of the white paper. Xiao Yi had no way to write and finally looked at Xiao Chang pitifully. Xiao Chang smiled and said, the insights that your second senior brother asked you to write are actually the things that happened along the way when you went to the secret realm. You write down what you encounter and then add a little of your own. What's the view? For example, after you fought the enemy in the secret realm, what do you think you still did not do enough and what should you do next time you encounter it? Xiao Chang, who is experienced in writing tips, passes on his experience to Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi heard this, her eyes lit up. Her mind cleared up. Finally, I'm not confused. I don't know anything. I can't write. She said, Master, you're still good. I know what to write now. At this moment, Xiao Yi was finally not teary-eyed. Xiao Cheng smiled slightly, then whispered up, I'll pass on a little more experience to you. Sometimes you can water down the word count. Xiao Yi wondered, what's a water word count? Could it be that this is what second senior brother said? Xiao Yi followed Lu Xiaoqing and would sometimes hear words from Lu Xiaoqing that he had never even heard before. Xiao Chang nodded. That's right, it's what your second elder brother said, meaning to write some nonsense like. When Xiao Yi heard this, she nodded repeatedly, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. After listening to Xiao Cheng's words, Xiao Yi was confident. Master, I'm confident that I can finish writing this 20,000 word insight. Seeing his disciple's confidence, Xiao Chang also nodded with satisfaction, while he asked curiously, saying, what exactly did you do to make your second senior brother treat you like this? At the mention of sadness, Xiao Yi couldn't help but be sad. The sins were committed in the first place, and now comes the retribution. Master, it's like this. The angry Xiao Yi simply spilled the beans, mentioning the only time he had brought his disciple down to the secret realm. Xiao Cheng's expression turned ugly. Chapter 122 Preparing for a Breakthrough. Seemingly recalling not so good things, Xiao Cheng's expression was hard to read. He asked faintly, what did second brother say? Xiao Yi said, second senior brother told me not to mention it. Ha! Xiao Cheng coldly laughed once. His voice was as cold as winter. Staring Xiao Yi's goosebumps out, Xiao Yi tentatively asked, Master, is it true that eldest brother said that second brother had punked you twice? Xiao Cheng shook his head. Which is not true. What kind of person is your second senior brother? Doesn't Master know? Humph. His little mind can't even be hidden in front of Master. When he puckers his ass, Master will know whether he is ting or peeing. Just with him you want to trap Master? Xiao Yi sniffed and said adoringly, Master, you're so powerful. If only I could be as powerful as you. Master. Xiao Cheng's face showed triumph. Your second senior brother is incredibly cunning and has many devious ideas. Ordinary people really can't help it, said the man, standing up at the same time and heading out the door. Master, where are you going? Xiao Cheng waved his hand and said, you stay here and write your stuff properly. I'll go out and look around. Xiao Yi was only able to lie down on the table and begin her task. Without writing a few words, Xiao Yi suddenly felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from not far away, but it quickly disappeared. It's Master's scent. What is Master doing? Xiao Yi muttered, shook her head, and continued to do her thing. Ugh, 20,000 words. I don't know when I'll write them. It was a grunt, but dutifully moved the pen. After some enlightenment from Xiao Chang, Xiao Yi could only choose to believe in her master's words for the time being. Hopefully, second senior brother Lu Xiaoqing wasn't intentionally making her do pointless things. Xiao Yi, who had moved his pen, wrote rustily at first, but gradually, with each additional word she wrote, her mind began to dwell on the memories of the secret world. Following LV Xiaoqing into the secret realm, from the beginning, he was so careless that he almost suffered a loss, to the point where they gradually got serious about fighting the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts of the secret realm. And then following LV Xiaoqing, he encountered the people of the star-pointing sect, fighting with Gong Ding of the pointed star sect, witnessed the ruthless decisiveness with which second senior brother first struck out against his enemies. Another battle with Xing's pointed star sect disciples forced her to go out and fight the Jiedan stage Xing. Every ferocious beast, demonic beast, every enemy, and every battle was once again clear in Xiao Yi's mind. As she wrote, Xiao Yi gradually forgot about reality. Without realizing it, Xiao Yi was already immersed in it. It was as if she wasn't at the heavenly royal peak, but was back again, exploring the secret realm with her second senior brother and fighting enemies. The panic of encountering ferocious beasts and demonic beasts, the joy of defeating the enemy, and so on. The cultivation technique runs, and the spiritual energy travels all over the body. The stars turned, and soon a day and a night passed. Xiao Yi's side was still lying on the table and writing furiously. The speed of her strokes grew faster and faster, and the aura of her body grew stronger and stronger. Xiao Chang and Lu Xiaoqing appeared on the roof and looked at Xiao Yi in the courtyard. A rumbling sound was already faintly coming from within Xiao Yi's body. Xiao Chang sighed. It's almost a breakthrough. Xiao Chang's tone was a bit fallen. It's true that the latter wave pushes the former wave, and the former wave dies on the beach. How long has it been since your little apprentice was initiated? In less than 5 months, he had already broken through 2 realms and reached the peak of qi refining. It was now on the verge of breaking through, and would be able to enter the foundation establishment stage at any time. Glancing at the second apprentice next to him, a rare word of praise, Xiaoqing, well done. LV Xiaoqing rubbed his buttocks, his face full of indignation. So you whip my butt? What sense does that make? Where did I mess with you? Xiao Chang sniffed and laughed coldly. You know what you've done yourself. Lu Xiaoqing yelled. I've done a lot of things. You have to let people die even if you kill them, right? Lu Xiaoqing's heart that suffocated. Yesterday Xiao Chang just left not long ago, and then killed over in a murderous manner. Before he knew exactly what was happening, he was controlled by Xiao Chang and smacked hard. He still hasn't figured out what happened. Wrongful death. Master, I don't think I've done anything wrong to you lately. You hit people for no reason. Indiscriminately. Is there such a thing as you being a master? Xiao Chang sneered. Humph. How about it? See how you seem to be unconvinced? Seeing Xiao Chang's gaze lingering on his butt, Lu Xiaoqing covered his butt. Master. Wait for me. Xiao Chang's heart suddenly chilled. Ahem. Xiao Chang coughed, saying, isn't this a reminder of your first time we went down to the secret realm? You bastard boy. What kind of master am I if I don't teach you a good lesson? There was no choice but to sell the young apprentice in order to avoid getting into trouble. Oh apprentice, don't blame me. Looking at Xiao Yi, Xiao Chang silently said in his heart, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. LV Xiaoqing was instantly enlightened. So it is. Yeah, that's good. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell on Xiao Yi, who was still writing furiously in the courtyard. With a smile full of approval, he said, very good. Indeed. You are my good senior sister. Xiao Yi, who was writing carefully, suddenly felt a chill in her body. The thoughts that had been pouring out of her, traveling in a cloud, could not help but stop. Stopping like this, Xiao Yi realized that something was wrong with her body. Huge spiritual energy gathered within the Dantian, the fullness that the Dantian had already reached, and the spiritual energy continued to converge, like a well-fed person who was still getting food shoved into his mouth over and over again, giving Xiao Yi the feeling that if she went on like this, sooner or later, her spiritual power would explode, and once it did, her Dantian would be destroyed. The whole thing just blew up. She was in a bit of a panic. What was going on? But Xiao Yi quickly calmed down. Panicking now is not an option. When she saw Xiao Chang and Lu Xiaoqing fall, Xiao Yi saw her savior. Hurriedly, he cried out, Master, second brother, what's going on with me? With me? I want to blow up so bad. I was just writing about my insights. How did it change so much inside me? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Chang helplessly. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given Uncle Xiao a tip in the first place to let you accept this stupid senior sister. Xiao Chang scolded. What nonsense. Then he comforted Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, don't worry. You're about to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a breakthrough? Xiao Yi froze, knowing that she would break through soon, but I didn't think it would be this fast. Xiao Yi's gaze couldn't help but fall on Lu Xiaoqing. All of this had nothing to do with the second brother. Lu Xiaoqing smiled, amiably, and said, no need to be nervous. Run your gong methods. This is the foundation building pill. Eat it. Master and I are here to protect you. Don't worry. It's just foundation building. It's simple. Chapter 123, Successful Foundation Establishment. Xiao Yi was touched in her heart. The second brother also looks so sweet when it counts. Second senior brother. You. Xiao Yi was incomparably moved in her heart. Counting the time. Lu Xiaoqing promised Ji Yan 2 months for Xiao Yi to comprehend the sword intent and step into the foundation establishment stage again. It's about the same time now, though a little over. But no harm done. It was all the work of the second brother. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and became even more moved. When he came here, the second brother had given the most to himself. Heartwarming. Lu Xiaoqing continued with a smile. Start breaking through. Xiao Yi nodded her head and took the foundation building pill to start building her foundation. When the aura bombarded the barrier and the Dantian became a sea of qi, it was considered successful in building the foundation. Foundation building is not 100% successful. There is a chance of failure. When you fail, you can continue to build your foundation by recultivating though. That would be less powerful. There is always a difference between one success and several successes. Once you succeed in building the foundation and lay a good foundation, the road of cultivation will be much better in the future. When you fail, your self-confidence will be shattered and the road ahead will be more difficult. As a master, Xiao Chang tensed up, his eyes locked on his apprentice. Lu Xiaoqing noticed Xiao Chang's nervousness and wondered, saying, isn't it just a small tsukiji? There's nothing to worry about. Xiao Chang, however, worried. She's not you guys. If Xiao Yi was like Ji Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, he was not worried at all. But Xiao Yi was just an ordinary person, not a demonic genius like Ji Yan or Lu Xiaoqing. In case the foundation building failed, the impact on Xiao Yi would be huge. Lu Xiaoqing said, and don't look at who brought her out? You didn't bring it out. Don't worry. Xiao Chang was furious. Can you die if you don't tell the truth? Xiao Chang knew his own business, teaching disciples and all that. He wasn't very good at it. The two of them, Kei Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, he was only bringing in the initiation. The rest was all up to the two of them. As for Xiao Yi, he simply left it alone. He was only responsible for the unity and friendship bit. and let the two apprentices toss the rest around. It looks and works great now, but that kind of truth is sad. It's what you taught me that worries me. She's not you too. Don't hold her to your standards. Lu Xiaoqing spoke in a calm tone as he looked at Xiao Yi and asked, is it useful for you to worry? Can you help her? Cultivators break through all on their own and cannot rely on others. Even though Xiao Chang was worried, he couldn't help. You're so anxious and worried that you'll easily hurt your body. So it's better to be calm. Go with the flow. And you're talking about a master. Worse than me as a disciple. Xiao Chang was furious. Isn't she your senior sister? Do you have any humanity left when you say these things? Don't bother me with this crap here. You don't want to see it. Get out of my way. Squeak around here again. Or do you believe I'll whip you again? Xiao Chang was annoyed to death. The heavenly royal peak was thinly populated, and there were only 4 people at full strength. It looked like it would be difficult to continue recruiting disciples in the future. All 3 apprentices are their own precious children. He'd be heartbroken if anything went wrong with any of them. Now that the youngest disciple had built his foundation, it was a good foundation for the future. So how could he not be nervous? And this second disciple of his own squeaking around. It was all true. But he was annoyed to hear it and wanted to smack him when he heard it. Xiao Chang was now an eyesore any way he looked at him. Lu Xiaoqing said, I'm being honest. Why are you still in a hurry? Xiao Chang raised his hand. Get the hell out of my way. Lu Xiaoqing rubbed his buttocks and thought about it. Master's authority cannot be challenged, so he still obeyed and left, leaving Xiao Chang here to watch. Although Xiao Chang was worried that Xiao Yi's foundation building would fail, but he was also worrying about nothing. Xiao Yi followed Lu Xiaoqing, who did not teach her to cultivate anything else. The main thing that Lu Xiaoqing exercised was Xiao Yi's state of mind. As long as a Taoist heart is stabilized, many things become easier. Xiao Yi's current Tao heart was naturally not able to be compared to the old demons, and it was not possible to do so without changing his color. However, among his peers, Xiao Yi's Tao heart had already left everyone far behind. This was one of the reasons why LV Xiaoqing didn't care. With a strong Taoist heart, you can handle whatever comes your way with ease. Cultivation is more about cultivating the mind. After Lu Xiaoqing left, he muttered, if this doesn't work, he's the world's greatest waste. The day passed. Lying on the hammock, Lu Xiaoqing detected a fluctuation of aura in the distance. Then a familiar aura spread out with a bang. LV Xiaoqing smiled slightly. This breath was none other than Xiao Yi. Compared to the breath of the qi refining stage, the breath was several times more powerful. This is the foundation stage. After stepping into the foundation establishment stage, the Dantian became a sea of qi, storing more and stronger spiritual energy. Strength will also multiply. It didn't take long to see Xiao Yi excitedly rushing from the distance. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. I've succeeded in building my foundation. I've succeeded. Xiao Yi's face was pale, but she couldn't hide her excitement. She was so excited that she had succeeded in building her foundation. Lu Xiaoqing swept her up and down, his face full of contempt. I can't believe I'm injured. Shame on you. Xiao Yi spat out her tongue and said, this isn't the first time. I don't have that experience. There was an accident. The first time? How many more times do you want? Xiao Yi said, I just thought that if I failed, I would only be able to continue practicing and come back a second time. The second time? Lu Xiaoqing said, if you fail to build the foundation this time, I'll have my master expel you from the division so as not to disgrace yourself. Ah, second senior brother. You're joking. Xiao Yi didn't believe it. Lu Xiaoqing seriously said, who's joking with you? Eldest brother and I are so powerful. If eldest sister is too scummy, it would be embarrassing to take her out. Foundation building can't be successful at once. I don't want her to be my senior sister. I can't afford to lose that person. Xiao Yi looked cute as she spat out her tongue once again. She had learned to filter the words of LV Xiaoqing. Failure and expulsion from the division certainly won't, but being disliked is definitely there. Luckily I passed it once, Xiao Yi secretly said in her heart. Well, if it's okay, go play by yourself and leave me alone. Xiao Yi had come to find Lu Xiaoqing. In addition to sharing her joy at her success in building her foundation, there was also a thank you to Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. You are truly amazing. Xiao Yi's tone was filled with admiration. After following Lu Xiaoqing, without even practicing much, she succeeded in building her foundation. This she admired, saying that 2 months would allow her to comprehend sword intent and succeed in building her foundation. The time really wasn't that far off. There's no need to say thank you. You might as well buy me a meal if you have that in mind. I'm going to eat at the gathering of the immortals. LV Xiaoqing said faintly. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and said, good. It's rare for you to ask. I'll invite you to dinner. Normally, LV Xiaoqing was so lazy that he ordered takeout when he wanted to eat. Xiao Yi followed to the secret realm, and the medicinal herbs, ores, and other resources in the secret realm were in her hands. Xiao Yi was now considered to be a person with a bit of spirit stones. Talk about treats in the middle of the air. Call on the master. Lu Xiaoqing said, "Where is master?" "I don't know. I woke up with no idea where master had gone." Lu Xiaoqing said, "I guess I'm hiding in that corner and crying." Xiao Yi was puzzled. "Why are you crying? The dumbest disciple has succeeded in building his foundation. Can one not cry for joy? Don't worry about going out and getting laughed at." Xiao Yi was furious, waving her small fists and puffing. "I'm not stupid." Lu Xiaoqing shouted into the distance. "Master, are you done crying? Sifu said to invite us to dinner. Who are you calling a cry?" Xiaochang rushed over in a murderous rage. Chapter 124, I'll cook. Lu Xiaoqing looked Xiaochang up and down. "Did you really not cry? Cry all you want. It's not something to be ashamed of." Xiaochang glared at him and said, "Why should I cry? Cut the bull ***** here." Lu Xiaoqing hemmed and hawed and said, "Master, we're all so familiar with each other. Why are we still pretending? Who was so nervous at the beginning that they blushed? Senior sister had an accident during her breakthrough. It must have scared you to death. You didn't cry tears of joy when you waited until senior sister made a smooth breakthrough?" Xiaochang was furious. "I want to whip you to celebrate. Okay? Ahem." Lu Xiaoqing changed the topic. "Forget it. Let's give you some face. Let's go. Senior sister said she wants to treat us to dinner to celebrate." Xiao Yi listened on the side and was happy to know that Xiaocheng cared about himself. Xiaocheng usually spent very little time with her, but cared for her not at all. Especially, sometimes when she was unhappy and doubtful, Xiaocheng would personally enlighten her. It's a lot of work for a third sibling relationship, keeping the Sky Royal Peak united and friendly. Xiao Yi's small face overflowed with a smile as she happily said, "Master, let's go to the Gathering of Immortals building for dinner. The food there is delicious. It's a pity that eldest brother isn't available, or else the four of us together would be perfect." Lu Xiaoqing bristled. "Eldest senior brother will only treat you to bamboo shoots fried with pork." Xiao Chang, however, said, "Going out to eat would be a waste of spirit stones. Why don't I personally cook and make a few dishes to celebrate?" Xiao Yi's face went white. Bad memories hit. Lu Xiaoqing was nonchalant and did not give face, saying, "Master, it's been said that you don't have any idea in your heart what kind of cooking skills you have yourself?" Xiao Chang scolded. "How is it hard to eat? Didn't Master Nephew Xiao Yi eat well?" "Sure enough. It's better to have someone like Master Nephew Xiao Yi as a disciple and not have to get angry about it." Lu Xiaoqing said, "She's a freak. You said it's fine for her to eat it. Why don't you say it's okay for your disciple to eat it? You can make it if you want. Let your senior sister eat it. It's a celebration for her anyway." Xiao Yi's face turned even whiter and her scalp tingled. It was comparable to avenue poison, and she felt horrible just thinking about it. Xiao Yi covered her chest and begged, "Master, let's go down the mountain to eat." Xiao Chang was a bit reluctant. "Is it true that we don't need master to cook?" Xiao Yi hurriedly shook her head. "No, I don't want to tire master." Lu Xiaoqing mercilessly exposed it. "True or false? If you don't dare to eat it, you don't dare to eat it. What kind of filial piety are you pretending?" Xiao Chang suddenly felt tired. How is it that one's own craftsmanship can't be appreciated by one's own disciples? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go down and eat. Lingxiao City. The three of them, Xia Yu, Dian Rou and Feng Xiao, returned to Lingxiao City. Finally back. Dian's was stretched. The journey was uneventful, but before returning they saw something that shook them to their core. They had seen how powerful LV Xiaoqing was. LV Xiaoqing's performance had left the three of them incomparably shocked in their hearts, and they were still a bit unable to regain their senses until now. Hard to digest. Xia Yi looked at the lively and prosperous Lingxiao city and said, "Let's rest here for a few days and wait for the Lingxiao sect celebration to begin." When Kei Yan entered Yuaning, the Lingxiao sect held a celebration to congratulate him, and it would be a lively event with guests from all 8 directions. Feng Xiao said, "I also need to hurry up and get well before I can heal my injuries." In the secret realm, besides Xia Yu and Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi, Dian Rou, and Feng Xiao were more or less injured. Fortunately, there were healing elixirs and it only took a few days to recover. However, Feng Zhao's shoulder was injured, and it would take more time for it to truly heal and be unhindered. An apologetic expression appeared on Xia Yu's face. "Sister Xiao, it's all because of me that you were injured." Feng Xiao shook her head. "Sister language, do you and I still need to be so polite to each other?" This is a small injury that will heal quickly. Dian Ro hummed. If that fellow revealed his strength, where would he need to cause so much trouble? Sister Xiao wouldn't have had to get hurt. Dian Ro was indignant in her heart. Lu Xiaoqing clearly had strength but deliberately hid it. Summer Whisper droned. Zoe, how many times have I told you? Senior brother Lu naturally has his reasons for doing this. You can't expose him in front of outsiders. Otherwise you won't have any good fruit to eat once you anger senior brother Lu. Fang Xiao also advised. Sister Ro, you'd better listen to your sister's words. Duke Lu has his own intentions in not wanting to expose his strength in front of outsiders. Although Bian Ro was not happy with Lu Xiaoqing, she couldn't not listen to Xia Yu's words. Byakuren nodded. I know. Come on. Let's go back to Sister Zhao's first. They didn't get very far, though, before they were stopped in a sparsely populated area. Summer language. Zhang Songlong appeared in front of Xia Yu. Although Xia Yu was in disguise, Zhang Songlong was still able to recognize her. It's been a long time. Seeing that she had been exposed, Natsuki didn't deny it. Senior brother Zhang. Natsuki was puzzled. Why were you able to find me? Zhang Songlong's gaze fell on Bian Ro. Summer words understood. She was the first beauty and had to disguise herself. Otherwise it would be known that she would be followed by a large group of people. Her senior sister, Dian Zua, on the other hand, didn't need to. Zhang Songlong pointed at Bian Ro and said, some of my senior brothers have seen her, so it's not hard to guess that you have also arrived at Lingxiao City. I wonder what senior brother Zhang is looking for me for. Summer Whisper asked faintly. Although she, Summer language, was the #1 beauty, Zhang Songlong was not that kind of womanizer. It also never expressed anything to Xia Yu, but treated Xia Yu as an ordinary cultivator. Regarding this attitude of Zhang Songlong, Xia Yu was a little bit favorable, and therefore thought highly of him. Zhang Songlong stated the purpose of his visit to Xia Yu. I want to know if it was you who struck out at my senior brothers? Song Ling, who was at the 8th level of foundation establishment, couldn't even resist, and was hit so hard that his sea of consciousness was damaged, and it would be difficult to recover without recuperating for half a year. This had to be supplemented with a variety of precious elixirs to make it work, and in Lingxiao City, there weren't many capable ones. Your mentors? Summer Words was stunned, knowing from the word guys that it wasn't one or two things. Is there anyone so bold? Xia Yu shook her head. Senior brother Zhang, the three of us have just returned here in Lingxiao City, and as for what you said, I am not aware of it. Really? Xia Yu smiled. I never lie. You know that. Senior brother Zhang. Zhang Songlong nodded. Okay, I trust you. Chapter 125. Have I come to the doghouse? Senior sister. This. Seeing Zhang Songlong come and ask a question. Then leave. Dian Zuozua was very confused. What does he want here? This bully comes here and just asks that? Summer spoke in a bland tone. He only wanted an answer. Xia Yu had crossed paths with Zhang Songlong, who acted in a domineering manner. If something is identified as something, it is something. I came here to ask this time for her sake. Since she said no, Zhang Songlong could only choose to believe it. If it was someone with weaker strength, Zhang Songlong would have already made his move. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, said, go back first, and then poke around to find out what's going on. On her side, Dian Zuozua pulled out the Tianji card and flipped it up to see if there was any news on it. This is a great look. What Master Kei Yan fought with Song Zhengchu, an elder of the returning pavilion? In the end, senior brother Kei Yan comprehended the sword heart? This news surprised the three summer language people. Is it that hard? The three stood still for a long time. Is this true? Dian Zozo screamed in disbelief as she came back to her senses. Sword mind? This is the third realm of sword intent. He actually comprehended it? She looked at her senior sister as she spoke. Xia Yu hadn't comprehended the sword intent up to now, and at the doorstep, it was always a bit short of meaning. And Kei Yan had already comprehended the third realm. That's a talent that's enviable. Xia Yu couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on her face. Senior brother Ji Yan, when it comes to talent, it's truly unmatched. This news caused Xia Yu's state of mind to once again stifle a ripple. A calm heart, no longer calm. She and Kei Yan were of similar age, and the difference in their talents was simply too great. On her side, she was still at the 8th level of Jiedan and was still trying to figure out how to break through into the 9th level. As for Kei Yan, not only did he enter Yuaning, he also comprehended the third realm of sword intent. There were not many people in this realm throughout history. At least no one in Shizhou's records had been able to reach this realm. Dian Ro finished reading the top Although senior brother Kei Yan has comprehended the sword Hartongshan, he still can't beat elder Song Jung-chu. She then guessed, could it be that senior brother Kei Yan just went to seek revenge on the others in the returning pavilion? Natsuki shook her head. I don't think so. Senior brother Kei Yan isn't this kind of person. Besides, if he wants to retaliate, he'll only look for elder Song. Summer spoke in an affirmative tone. She was acquainted with Kei Yan and knew his character. Kei Yan was not the type of person who liked to bully the weak. He would only go after opponents who were stronger than him, not people who were weaker than him. This character of Kei Yan was immensely admired by both his own people and his opponents. Feng Xiao agreed. I've also heard of it. Prince Kei Yan is not this kind of person. If Lord Kei Yan had done it, Lord Zhang Tsolong wouldn't have come to find Sister Yu Yue. Bian Zhuo said. No chance that guy did it. Xiao Yu and Feng Xiao knew who the guy Bian Ro was talking about was. Xiao Yu shook her head. It couldn't have been done by Master Lu either. Senior brother Lu's strength is so strong. If he wants to retaliate, he can totally find senior brother Zhang to do it. Instead of bullying the other disciples of the returning pavilion, Xiao Yu still had a good feeling about LV Xiaoqing. It's full of talk, but it's reassuring in action. Without LV Xiaoqing's help, she, Xiao Yu, would not necessarily be able to obtain the heart of the secret realm. The strength was so strong again, and hiding his strength up was certainly not to bully the weak. Besides, Xiao Yu thought that with Lu Xiaoqing's strength, it wasn't certain who would lose or win in a fight with Zhang Songlong. Ahem. Feng Xiao was holding it in. Feng Xiao wanted to tell Xiao Yu that she was looking at the wrong person, but it wasn't Feng Xiao's character to badmouth people behind their backs. At the same time, she wasn't sure if it was really LV Xiaoqing who did it, hence the silence. She also pulled out her Sky Chance card and looked at it, when she saw another article on the Skype sign. This article is about the Guiyuan Pavilion disciple who was robbed and plundered, with only a pair of blasphemous pants left on her body. By the next day, after being discovered, he quickly became the laughingstock in Lingxiao city. Feng Zhao's face twitched. I didn't realize it was really Louis Xiaoqing who did it. Anyone else would never be sure who did it. But everything on the Guiyuan Pavilion disciple was ransacked, leaving only a pair of profane pants. Feng Xiao then dared to be 100% sure who did it. No one other than LV Xiaoqing could have done such a deed. Xiao Yu noticed Feng Zhao's expression and asked, Sister Xiao, are you trying to say something? Feng Xiao held it back with great difficulty and said, No, forget it, let's go back first. The three of them returned to the gathering of immortals. Boss, you're finally back. Steward Wang Yao greeted him with a crying face. What's wrong? Feng Xiao sensed that the table on Wang Yao's face was not right. Wang Yao looked so excited that he had the urge to cry out. Seeing her was like seeing my own mother. Wang Yao then complained. Boss, if you don't come back, I'm afraid the restaurant will be demolished. Speaking of which, Wang Yao had a huge headache. 2 days ago, he handed a piece of paper to the disciple of the returning pavilion as instructed by Lu Xiaoqing. As a result, the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were cleaned up outside the city. Being stripped down to just a pair of blasphemous pants had become the latest hot joke in Lingxiao city. When had the overbearing Guiyuan Pavilion disciples ever suffered such a loss? When he couldn't find the person behind the curtain, he came here to find Wang Yao. In their opinion, Wang Yao and the people who ransacked them were in cahoots. They still came for 2 days in a row, coming here to the gathering of immortals to make a mess. They head over here and sit with their eyes wide open, and the customers run away. The business of the gathering of immortals house was in tatters, if it wasn't for the fact that the Lingxiao sect had a ban on fighting in the city. With the character of the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion, they would have long ago moved to tear down the gathering of immortals building. Facing the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion, Wang Yao could hardly hold on any longer. It's tempting to sell Louis Xiaoqing out. Luckily, at that moment, Feng Xiao came back. Seeing his boss return, Wang Yao just wanted to cry. Louis Xiaoqing could have gotten him into trouble. Feng Xiao glanced inside the immortal gathering building, and it was indeed as Wang Yao had said. It was empty, not a single guest inside. Feng Xiao's face was unhappy. The people of the Guiyuan Pavilion were bullying people too much, and asked, Where are the people of the Guiyuan Pavilion? Wang Yao said, They haven't come yet, but it's getting close. They show up every day on time and come here to cause trouble. Dian Zuozhuo was very angry after hearing this. Damn it, what a rampage. The people of the returning pavilion are so overbearing in their actions. Feng Xiao grimaced and said angrily, When they come later, tell me. I'd like to see why they want to cause trouble in my place. Wang Yao opened his mouth, wanting to tell Feng Xiao the reason. LV Xiaoqing was a personal disciple, and when he did things, Wang Yao, who was an outer disciple, didn't dare to casually divulge it. Returning to the back, Xiao Yi advised, Sister Xiao, no need to be angry. When they come, I'll just help you drive them away. Xiao Yi also knew that the Gathering of Immortals building was very important to Feng Xiao. As a cousin she would not sit idly by. Although the people of the returning pavilion were overbearing, the people of Twin Moon Valley would not be afraid of anything. Feng Xiao nodded and was just about to say something. There was a clamor from outside, so loud that it reached here. The returning pavilion is here. I'm telling you, surname Wang, if you don't hand over the people, I'll smash your Thai restaurant. Yeah, don't blame us. Feng Xiao was furious. These assholes. She was just about to go out when suddenly a voice came from outside. Holy, did I come to the doghouse? Why are so many dogs from the Guiyuan pavilion here? Chapter 126, Bastard. Come and cut me. Hearing this voice, Feng Xiao froze and stopped in her tracks. The voice was familiar to her. It was none other than LV Xiaoqing's voice. Upon hearing this voice, and even that arrogant tone, Xiao Yi, however, felt a sense of happiness and smiled. Senior brother Lu was here. Louis Xiaoqing gave her a good feeling. Dianzhua frowned. That abomination was here? Couldn't help but get skeptical and say, what's that guy doing here? It couldn't have been a deliberate attempt to cause trouble, could it? Feng Xiao explained. My restaurant has a spirit chef who makes things that are very much to Duke Lu's taste. The tone was more or less proud. When she was preparing the restaurant, she went around digging up people, not realizing that one of the chefs she dug up would be able to catch LV Xiaoqing's stomach. To be able to dig up a spirit chef recognized by Lu Xiaoqing showed that she, Feng Xiao, had good eyes and discerning eyes. Knowing that LV Xiaoqing was here, Feng Xiao was instead in no hurry to go out. She wanted to see what Louis Xiaoqing would do. With Mr. Lu around, the group outside can't get any better, right? Feng Xiao thought darkly in his heart. Outside, what Lu Xiaoqing said when he appeared in the doorway was undoubtedly throwing a match into the pile of gunpowder. It made the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples who came here instantly explode. Bastard! You're looking for death. I'm going to kill you. Bastard! Suffer! The Guiyuan Pavilion disciples who came here, 7 or 8 of them, roared angrily. Many people's spiritual energies surged in their bodies, ready to strike. Wang Yao next to him was going to be scared to death. With so many people making a move here, I'm afraid the restaurant will be demolished. Just as the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were about to make their move, Lu Xiaoqing's faint words made the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples not dare to act rashly. What? This is the Lingxiao sect's place. Do you want to make trouble here? Come on, do it. I'm standing right here. You guys hit me. If I duck, I'm your grandson. Any one of you who doesn't do it is my grandson. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes were shining, and he secretly said in his heart, quick, hurry up and come to strike at me. Take a shot at me, and you'll all be sorry. Dianzhua, who was listening to this from the back, breathlessly held her forehead. She couldn't help but ask Feng Xiao, has he always been this crazy? He must have survived until now because of his strength. It was the first time I had seen such a rampant man, and to be able to grow up like this, it counted as a great thing for him. Xiao Yi was silent. For her senior sister's words she actually couldn't help but agree in her heart. She was at the back, listening to Lu Xiaoqing, and her mind couldn't help but conjure up Lu Xiaoqing's arrogant, domineering and overbearing appearance. It's even wilder than the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion. Really, who's the disciple of the returning pavilion anyway? As Bian Ro Ro had said, if LV Xiaoqing was so wild, if it wasn't for his own strong strength, he would have been killed a long time ago. Feng Xiao once again explained for the two. The Lingxiao sect has a strict ban. Whoever dares to fight and brawl in Lingxiao city will be expelled by abolishing their cultivation in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, they will be killed on the spot. That's why no one dares to make trouble in the city, and if they do, the consequences are unimaginable. The Lingxiao sect was not like the numerous territories and cities under the banner of the Guiyuan Pavilion. The only city under the jurisdiction of the Lingxiao sect was Lingxiao City. This city was very prosperous and was able to provide the Lingxiao sect with a great deal of revenue every year. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in the city would be cutting off the Lingxiao sect's wealth. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. The disciples of the Pavilion of Returns were domineering, but not cuties. They didn't dare to risk their lives with the Lingxiao sect's ban. Therefore, even if LV Xiaoqing was rampant, they could only grit their teeth and did not dare to make a move. Incredibly angry, they stared at LV Xiaoqing dead in the face, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes, itching to break Lu Xiaoqing into pieces with their gaze. Who the hell are you, asshole? Lu Xiaoqing was good and calm. Don't dare to do it? Sure is a bunch of grandsons. with my master behind me. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. A few of the disciples of the returning pavilion had their hair standing on end and were smoking white. Their eyes were crimson, and they had already decided to die with Lu Xiaoqing. Luckily, though, the people around them had some sense and rushed to stop them. Lu Xiaoqing frowned and chided nonchalantly. What's going on? Tang Guiyuan Pavilion. One of the three major sects in Qizhou. Are Guiyuan Pavilion's disciples so gutless? As a disciple of a great sect, even if you die, you have to uphold the dignity of the sect. The way you guys are acting, the returning pavilion's face has been lost to the demon realm. Come on, come on. One more chance to be a grandfather. Cub seed, come cut me. Put. Lu Xiaoqing's shamelessness infuriated some of the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples to the point of vomiting blood. Really pissed off and spitting blood. Xiao Yi, who was behind him, was secretly staggered at the sight. She looked at her master beside her. Xiao Chang stood beside Xiao Yi, but the others couldn't see him. Master, second senior brother is so powerful. Did second senior brother keep us outside while he went in first just to scold them? Xiao Yi worshipped it 10,000 times. Compared to his second senior brother, he was still much inferior. The second senior brother was able to make the people of the returning pavilion vomit blood by relying on his mouth. She didn't think she was up to it. Got to learn it well and carefully. Xiao Yi's gaze was firm. Xiao Chang's gaze showed relief. A smile on his face. He said, your second senior brother is taking out his anger for your eldest senior brother. Louis Xiaoqing and Kei Yan both usually look like they want to clean each other up. But for outsiders, the two of them are on the same page. One's own senior brother, can only bully himself. And if outsiders dare to come and bully, then screw the outsiders. Xiao Yi guessed. Is it because eldest senior brother was bullied by Xang Zhengchu? Sure enough, the second brother loves the eldest brother. Xiao Chang nodded and said, your second senior brother wants to waste a few of them. Xiao Yi was startled. So ruthless? Going to do it yourself? Which is not. Xiao Chang knew his disciple very well. How is this kid willing to strike out on his own? Can't you see that your second senior brother has been provoking them? It's thinking of asking them to make a move, so that they will be cleaned up by the enforcement team. Look, the enforcement team is already there. Xiao Chang pointed in a direction and Xiao Yi looked along. In the distance there were a few disciples dressed in Lingxiao sect clothing. They had long swords on their backs, keeping a wary eye on the place. When did they get here? Xiao Yi wondered. Xiao Chang said, after your second senior brother found out that the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were here, he quietly notified them with his flying sword. Xiao Yi was shocked. Second senior brother thought of this step early? Looking at the second senior brother who stood there at the entrance and constantly provoked the returning pavilion, Xiao Yi suddenly felt that the second senior brother was so inscrutable. Your second senior brother's strength might be a bit worse than your eldest senior brother's. Xiao Chang smiled, pointing a finger to his head, his tone tinged with faint pride as he said, but here, no one can compare to him. Lu Xiaoqing stretched his neck and waited for half a day, but he didn't see any action from the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion. Lu Xiaoqing cursed in disappointment. What kind of Guiyuan Pavilion disciples are you? Are there any of you who are disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion like this? Disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. If I were the head of the Guiyuan Pavilion, I would have to slap you all to death one by one on the wall. Shame on you. Put. Two more Guiyuan Pavilion disciples vomited blood. Before even making a move, there were already 3 people who were so angry that they vomited blood. Okay, you wait. Do you dare to leave your life behind? At the moment, it's no good to continue, so we can only withdraw first. Lu Xiaoqing said, what is there to be afraid of? Put up your dog ears and listen. My surname is Bian. My sister's great name you must have heard like thunder. My sister is Bian Ro Ro of the Valley of the Two Moons. Chapter 127, Your Plastic Sisters. Remember, those who want revenge, go to my sister and see if she doesn't whip you to death. Put. Fong Xiao sprayed. Even Natsuki, who was drinking water, couldn't help but choke. How could they have never imagined that Lu Xiaoqing would actually use Bian Ro Ro as a banner? Old repeat offender. In the secret realm, one moment it was Zhang Zhang, one moment it was Wu Tianzhong, and one moment it was Master Kei Yan, making it impossible to know which sentence was true. Bian Ro Ro stormed out, her anger instantly coming up. Mixed. Asshole, I'm going to kill him. Bastard, how dare you do this in her honor? Who is your brother and sister? With an asshole brother like you, I might as well be dead. Dianzhua directly rushed out without saying a word. This kind of thing can't be tolerated. I happened to see the people from the returning pavilion about to leave. You can't leave like this, Bian Ro Ro bellowed. Stop right there. Bian Ro Ro was going to tell the people of the returning pavilion that she didn't have any connection with LV Xiaoqing. It wasn't that she was afraid of the people from the returning pavilion, but she couldn't afford to lose this person. With a brother like that, where can one put one's face? This matter had nothing to do with her. Bian Ro Ro. From start to finish, she didn't want to take the blame for Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing saw Bian Ro Ro come out. Ouch! Why is this girl here? Lu Xiaoqing deliberately showed a surprised expression on his face and said happily, He, sister, you're here too. What are you looking at? Why don't you get lost? My sister is short-tempered. A notorious tigress of Twin Moon Valley who kills without blinking an eye. And you guys still dare to stay? Looking for death? Mixed. Asshole. Dian Zuozua was shaking with anger. At this point, there's still a smear campaign against her. What a shameless, stinking man. What do I look like, a tigress? Have you ever seen such a beautiful tigress? Bian Ro Ro's teeth were almost clenched. Looking for death. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly waved his hand to Bian Ro Ro and made a show of persuading Bian Ro Ro. In front of the people of the Guiyuan Pavilion, he loudly persuaded, Sister, don't be angry. They don't deserve to die for their sins. Then he shouted at the people of the returning pavilion. Are you still not leaving? My sister is already going to kill someone. Hurry up and go. The character switching was quick, smooth and natural. He was clearly the one who was provoking the people of the returning pavilion just now, making the people of the returning pavilion angry. When Bian Ro Ro came out, a few words made it seem like Bian Ro Ro was the one provoking the Guiyuan Pavilion, while he, LV Xiaoqing, was a good person who was pleading for the Guiyuan Pavilion's people. The people from the Guiyuan Pavilion were incomparably indignant, staring at LV Xiaoqing and Bian Ro Ro with a hateful voice. You guys wait for me, and then gray out of here. Here they didn't dare to make a move, and they couldn't talk their way out of LV Xiaoqing. 3 people were so angry that they vomited blood, and if they continued to stay there was no chance that all of them would be so angry that they would vomit blood and die. The Lingxiao sect's law enforcement team had also come, and they could only choose to leave. Let's go back and shake the people first, and then we'll clean up these 2 abominations when the time comes. Asshole, asshole. Dian Zuozua was so exasperated that she couldn't speak, and she jumped to her feet in anger. She stared at Lu Xiaoqing angrily, itching to rush down and stomp Lu Xiaoqing to death. Lu Xiaoqing even shouted at this time to the faraway Guiyuan Pavilion disciples, quickly go back to your mother. My sister is not something you can mess with. Remember, Twin Moon Valley, Dian Zuozua, asshole. Now Bian Zuo completely couldn't help herself, bellowing, come to your death. You must be beaten to death here today. You abomination. If I don't beat you to death, how can I take this out? Angry, she was going to strike, but it was stopped by summer words. Even if they were disciples of Twin Moon Valley, they wouldn't dare to make a move in Lingxiao City. Can't you see the law enforcement team is staring right outside? When the disciples of the returning pavilion came here before, they didn't dare to make a move. They just scared the guests away. Senior sister, what are you stopping me for? I'm going to kill him. Bian Ro Ro was incomparably angry, her lungs about to explode. Lu Xiaoqing's side saw Xiao Yi and Feng Xiao come out. Lu Xiaoqing immediately grumbled on, Boss Feng, you're being unkind. You were clearly all there, and you let the dogs of the returning pavilion cause trouble here? But I helped you out and drove them away, and I was offended by it. Almost got beaten up. Feng Xiao was speechless. It would be strange if people didn't want to beat you up if you did this. Mr. Lu. For a moment, Feng Xiao didn't even know what to say. You'll have to give me a free pass for this meal. Dian Ro Ro roared. Not a bit of ladylike demeanor. You still have the face to say that? What kind of a man are you when you fight under my banner? LV Xiaoqing puffed out his chest, not half embarrassed, and said, I'm a man, but I'm not showing you. Then he asked Bian Ro Ro rhetorically, saying, what? You don't like your Twin Moon Valley's banner? What's wrong with me borrowing it? Am I not doing this for Boss Feng? You should be happy that I helped Boss Feng. Not so angry now. And you talk about sisterly love. I think you're just plastic sisters. Feng Xiao saw Bian Ro Ro, who was shaking with anger. A mental sigh. Sister Zoe, you're getting revenge from Mr. Lu. Who made you offend him? The first meeting between Dianzua and Lu Xiaoqing wasn't very pleasant. Later on, Dian Ro Ro kept on despising and laughing at LV Xiaoqing. With LV Xiaoqing's character, how could he let Bian Ro Ro go? For the sake of the Xia language, if you don't kill Bian Ro Ro, you have to disgust her. Xiao Yi and Xiao Chang came in from outside. Xiao Yi, who had a small red head, ran upstairs, hugged Bian Ro Ro, and said, "Sister Ro Ro, just don't be angry. How about you apologize to your second senior brother?" "What?" Furious, Dian's wood exploded and stomped her foot so hard that the wooden floor was stomped through. "And make me apologize to him? Dream on. It's more like he apologized to me." Dian's teeth were clenched. Unbeknownst to her, this was a suggestion made by Xiao Yi for her own good. Xiao Yi, who knew the character of his own second senior brother, knew that Lu Xiaoqing was upset with Bian Ro Ro in his heart. As for the reason for being upset with Byakuran, we all know that. It wasn't the constant cynicism towards Lu Xiaoqing before. Knowing that his second senior brother was vindictive, Xiao Yi then hoped that Bian Ro Ro would apologize, and then she would persuade her to let the matter go. But now, Dian's was in a rage. How could she possibly apologize? This girl has a big temper. Can't stand this? How dare she mess with me? Lu Xiaoqing pointed at Bian Ro Ro and said to Feng Xiao, "Boss Feng, look at her intentionally damaging your restaurant. Make her compensate tenfold." Natsuki, on the other hand, sighed inwardly. She couldn't pick any faults when LV Xiaoqing did this. Who let his senior sister be in the wrong in the first place? Xiao Yu said to LV Xiaoqing, "Senior brother LV, senior sister doesn't know what she's doing. Can you please for my sake not to bother with her?" Stunned, Lu Xiaoqing asked, "Senior sister Xiao Yi, what are you talking about? How did I get on her bad side? Aren't I pulling her name to scare the returning Pavilion gang? It's not like I'm trying to do anything. I'm the most generous person. What the little girl has said, I won't take it to heart at all. Ha ha." However, no one would believe Lu Xiaoqing's words. If she was really that generous, she wouldn't have deliberately pissed off Bian Ro Ro like this. Feng Xiao also knew that with Lu Xiaoqing and Bian Ro Ro's personalities, wanting the two to get along peacefully would be as difficult as heaven. She voiced out, "Lord Lu, whatever you want to eat today, just order it, and all expenses are on me." Xiao Chang, who had been silent on the sidelines just now, opened his mouth. "Miss Feng has a good heart. There's no need to be so polite." Xiao Chang was the elder and was too embarrassed to take advantage of the younger generation. Lu Xiaoqing complained, "Master, why are you pretending to be noble? Do you have spirit stones to give? I helped Boss Feng drive away those grandsons from the Guiyuan Pavilion. Isn't it good to treat us to a meal?" Feng Xiao said, "Elder Xiao, you don't have to be polite with me. This meal today is on me." Being able to strike a good relationship with the people of Tianyu Peak, it would be fine to invite a few more meals. Xiao Chang no longer insisted. If he were to be here for a meal or two, it would be too much of a fall from his status as a Yuaning. Xiao Yu suddenly smiled and said, "Just in time, let's join us for this meal." Chapter 128, If you like soup so much, I'll cook it for you. Summer Words offered to tag along for dinner. Lu Xiaoqing was immediately on guard. What did the first beauty want? "Senior sister Xiao Yu, if you want to eat something, you go eat it yourself. It's not very convenient for us three masters and disciples to meet privately. Lu Xiaoqing doesn't care if you are the number one beauty in Shizhou. Refusal is not negotiable." In Lu Xiaoqing's opinion, Xiao Yu, the number one beauty, was a walking troublemaker. It's not good to get involved. However, Xiao Yu ignored Lu Xiaoqing. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang has a soft spot for the summer language. After all, he was able to eat his cooking. Xiao Chang said to Xiao Yu, "Senior nephew Xiao Yu, don't worry about him, let's go together." The crowd was hilarious. Xiao Yi was also very welcoming to this. "Senior sister Xiao Yi, let's go. Let's go find a seat." LV Xiaoqing was deeply truly disgusted by this behavior toward outsiders, scathingly criticizing master and sister. "Can you two take a stand? The deal was for the three of us to come out to dinner, and people said yes? Can you have some backbone? Are you guys deliberately trying to cause trouble?" Xiao Chang scolded. "What does this have to do with backbone? Are you going to eat or not? If you don't eat, go back to the mountain." "Eat?" Lu Xiaoqing's attitude immediately changed. "This is free stuff, not eat for nothing. Why don't you eat? This meal is free thanks to me. If I don't move my chopsticks, which one of you dares to?" Bian Ro Ro was indignant and glared angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. "This asshole. He's shameless. Wish I could slap him to death." Seeing Bian Ro Ro staring at herself, Lu Xiaoqing stared back. "Is there something wrong with this girl's eyes? Never seen a handsome man before? You're not going to eat a lot of this meal to get back at me, are you? Bastard. Who's like you?" Bian Ro Ro couldn't hold back any longer. "Bastard. You bastard. I'm going to kill you." Alas, not knowing good people, Lu Xiaoqing shook his head, then leisurely entered the private room with his hands behind his back. Xiao Yi was outside comforting Dian Ro. Sister Ro, don't pay attention to second senior brother. The more you pay attention to him, the more you'll be infuriated. Xiao Yi, however, patted Dian Ro's hand, all but telling you not to go against him, and also persuaded. Ro, don't be angry. Listen to senior sister. Don't fight with senior brother Lu anymore. Dian Ro was very aggravated. Senior sister, you saw him too. So hateful. Summer Words asked her a rhetorical question. And you don't have any problems at all? Know why I'm tagging along to dinner? Dian's heart was aggravated. She couldn't figure it out either. Obviously she was so angry by LV Xiaoqing that she was about to vomit blood. She now hated LV Xiaoqing when she saw him. Instead, Xiao Yi offered to eat with Lu Xiaoqing and the others. If this wasn't her own senior sister, it was possible for Dian Ro to lash out on the spot. What's there to eat against that guy? I lost my appetite a long time ago. Xiao Yi sighed. I told you that you've always been prejudiced against Master Lu. The days you spent exploring the secret realm with senior brother Lu, you never saw clearly what senior brother Lu really is. You've been carrying around prejudice and disdain for him. I'm going to show you along and change your prejudices. Senior brother Lu, he's not our enemy. On the contrary, being able to gain his friendship will benefit both you and me. Dian Ro was upset in her heart. Her prejudice against Lu Xiaoqing started from the first time they met. Being satirized by Lu Xiaoqing made her hate him in her heart. There were no men in the Twin Moon Valley, and Dian Ro usually followed Xiao Yi, and the male cultivators she encountered were very polite and respectful to her because of Xiao Yi, usually accustomed to being complimented by others. The first time he encountered someone like Lu Xiaoqing, it made sense that he would hate it. Senior sister, I still don't understand what I mean? Summer Words said with some anger. You don't have to go in if you don't want to. Dian Zhou gritted her teeth, unwilling to go back. I'll go. Not following along for dinner. Dian Ro could think of how LV Xiaoqing would laugh at her then. Say nothing to make him look bad. Xiao Yi hugged Dian Ro's hand and said, Sister Ro, you don't have to be angry with second senior brother. Second brother is a good man. He has his intentions in everything he does. I follow my second senior brother, who treats me well. Just don't be angry with your second senior brother. Dian Ro followed her in. Lu Xiaoqing would have been too lazy to pay attention to her by now. Was slumped over his desk, bored, swiping his Skype card and watching the news from other states. Xiaocheng closed his eyes and rested his head as Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, and Dian Ro got together and started the three women in one play. Feng Xiao, on the other hand, commanded the store's fellows to serve the food. Sister Little Ripple, this is the spirit chicken soup you ordered. Xiao Yi smiled and drank it up. Xiaocheng opened his eyes and saw that Xiao Yi had already drunk 2 bowls. Asked, Ripple, do you like this? Go back. I can make you this. Xiao Yi instantly froze, and the spiritual chicken soup in her hands didn't smell good anymore. Master's cooking skills she had already learned. She cried out, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Xiao Yi turned her helpful gaze to Lu Xiaoqing. Give Lu Xiaoqing a wink. Save me. Second senior brother save me. Lu Xiaoqing would smile. Little like, as he said to Xiaocheng, Master, she said that when she was in the secret realm, she was injured and vomited blood. Have some spirit chicken soup to refresh yourself. You go back and give her more stew, so she can make up for it so it doesn't leave any after effects. Second brother, you asshole. Xiao Yi cried out in her heart that what she was entrusted with was not right. I asked you to save me, not to harm me. She hurriedly said, Master, no need. Are you kidding? What's the point of replenishing the blood when you've drunk Master's soup and your little life is at stake? Lu Xiaoqing got serious and said, Senior sister, what do you mean by that? You actually rejected Master's good intentions. You flunked as a disciple. Xiao Yi frowned. Second senior brother is really too bad. Second senior brother. In that case, you let Master make something delicious for you to eat. If you don't eat it, you're flunking second brother. You've even learned to talk back. And you flunked as a senior sister. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiaocheng, revealing a pained expression. Master, your disciple is like this. You're not going to clean her up a bit? Clean her up. If you don't, it will be harder to discipline her later. Xiaocheng glared at Lu Xiaoqing. You have the nerve to say such things? And you have the nerve to talk about others? Look at yourself. If I were to clean up, I'd have to clean you up first. Changed. Senior sister is here. Lu Xiaoqing's sadness flowed all over his face. You've got a big senior brother on top and a little junior sister on the bottom. And I'm the only one who has no one to love and care for as a second disciple. Don't talk nonsense here. Shame on you. believe it or not, I'll beat you up right now. Xiao Sung threatens, all that nonsense in front of outsiders. What an itchy ass. Ahem. Lu Shaoqing immediately changed his face and skillfully changed the topic. Come on, eat the food. I'm moving my chopsticks, so don't be polite. Eat them all. If you don't, you're not doing me any favors. Xiao Yi had been observing Lu Shaoqing from the side. She revealed an interested look at the way Lu Shaoqing's masters and disciples got along. Such a special way to spend time together. The apprentice doesn't look like an apprentice, and the master doesn't look like a master. Instead, it's like a very close kind of friend. It was a fight, but anyone could see the depth of feeling between them. Could it be that this was the real reason why senior brother Kei Yan, senior brother Lu and the others had become stronger? Rate it. There seemed to be some clarity in Xiao Yu's heart. Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Who bullied my Guan Pavilion disciple? Chapter 129. Jang Tong is here. Xiao Yi was stunned. It's senior brother Jang Tong's voice. Lu Shaoqing became angry and cursed. What does he want? Is it even possible to have a good meal? Xiao Yi and the others were speechless. Don't you have any idea why Mr. Jang is here? Outside Jang Tong he hadn't intended to come. The only opponent in his eyes was Kei Yan. Others would not be in his sights. He wouldn't care if the Guan Pavilion disciples messed up with the others. How about the deaths and injuries? Much less deliberately try to avenge them. But this time is different. Song Jingchu's grandson, Song Ling, was ambushed and seriously injured. This was a hard slap in the face of the returning pavilion. As the chief great disciple of the returning pavilion, he could not be indifferent. Otherwise, how else would the disciples below serve him? This is the chief great disciple's responsibility and duty. The Guan Pavilion couldn't get any better at the hands of Kei Yan and was considered to have lost face. That night, Song Ling, including his brother Zhang Jiang and more than a dozen other Guan Pavilion disciples, were stripped down to just a pair of blasphemous pants. And even more so, he lost the biggest face ever. I'm getting so pissed off here today that I'm spitting blood. This scene has to be recovered. So here he is. Get the hell out of there. Jang Tong roared again. The sound echoed through the gathering of immortals building. Deafening. Feng Xiao came out. You guy, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you came to the door first. Feng Xiao's face was unhappy and he forced down his anger. Mr. Zhang, I am Feng Xiao of the Feng family. Could it be that you were trying to cause trouble in my place? The Fangs? Zhang Tong's expression didn't even change a bit. The Feng family was considered powerful, and Zhang Tong didn't put it in his eyes. Maybe other people would be jealous, but he was Zhang Tong. He didn't care about that. He didn't give Feng Xiao the slightest bit of face as he coldly said, hand over the person who insulted my Guan Pavilion. Otherwise, or else what? Feng Xiao was not one to be afraid of anything. Stepping forward and looking straight at Zhang Tong. Are you going to demolish my restaurant? Do you dare to make a move in Lingxiao city? The district is just the Feng family. Zhang Tong didn't care about Feng Xiao. So what if you do it? To insult my Guan Pavilion is to be an enemy of my Guan Pavilion. Can you, the Feng family, afford this result? Feng Xiao's face changed slightly. Zhang Tong has this kind of dominance, and he also has the backbone. Behind him stood not only Song Zhangchu, a Yuaning, but also the entire Guan Pavilion, one of the three major sects in Shizhou. As the chief great disciple, the disciple of the head of the Guan Pavilion, what he said was the meaning of the Guan Pavilion. The strength of the Feng clan behind Feng Xiao could not be compared to the Guan Pavilion. The Feng family can't afford to offend the Guan Pavilion. Lu Shaoqing was a guest of his store, and Feng Xiao couldn't just hand it over. Otherwise the friendship that has been so hard to build will be lost as a result. Feng Xiao gritted her teeth. Mr. Zhang, it was you people from the Guan Pavilion who caused trouble in the first place. Zhang Tong coldly interrupted Feng Xiao and nonchalantly said, hand over the person. Summer words came out at this moment as well, with Bian Zuozhuo following. Zhang Tong recognized Bian Rou, and his gaze crossed over Xiao Yi and landed on Bian Rou. Who are you who insulted my Guan Pavilion? Bian Rou was so angry that she gritted her teeth, itching to turn around and break LV Shaoqing inside the private room into pieces. Don't you have a brain? Bian Rou huffed. I don't have any relationship with him. Dare to do it but not dare to admit it? Zhang Tong laughed coldly. But it doesn't matter. Hand him over. I won't get on your bad side for the sake of Xiao language. Bian Zuozhuo was furious. This pig brain. It's all been said. I don't have any relationship with him. Lu Shaoqing came out, and Xiao Yi followed to see the fun. Lu Shaoqing said, how come it doesn't matter? Sister Zoe, you're breaking my heart too much. Isn't it just Jang Tong? As for being afraid like this, our relationship is right here on the table, and there's no use trying to set it aside. Dian Ro wanted to hammer Lu Xiaoqing to death. What have I got to do with you? Don't you dare talk nonsense here. No relationship? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Xiao Yi. Senior sister Xiao Yi, do you think I have a relationship with her? Faced with this question, Xiao Yi did not know how to answer. Xiao Yi couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Master Lu was still holding a grudge. Zhang Songlong stared at Lu Xiaoqing, his gaze filled with icy killing intent. You're the one who insulted my Guan Pavilion? Zhang, who was next to him, shouted loudly. Brother, he's Kei Yan's senior brother. Lu Xiaoqing, elder brother Kei Yan? Zhang Songlong's gaze became even sharper, but it was quickly followed by a sneer. It turns out that Master Kei Yan is actually afraid of my Guan Pavilion as well, not daring to show his true name. It's a far cry from the counting words. The only person Zhang Songlong valued was Kei Yan, and he didn't care about anyone else. Realizing that Lu Xiaoqing's aura was not strong, he became even more disdainful of him. How does such a person deserve to be Kei Yan's senior brother? LV Xiaoqing denied. Don't say anything nonsense. Where have I humiliated your Guan Pavilion? You grandchildren just can't accept the truth of what I'm saying. Who are you talking about? Asshole? Bastard. I'm going to kill you. The other Guan Pavilion disciples roared in anger. Their breath skyrocketed, and their killing intent charged to the heavens. Their bursts of spiritual energy created a storm here in the restaurant. Xiao Yi snorted coldly, like a cold wind blowing through, suppressing the aura of the Guan Pavilion disciples. Xiao Yi coldly said, "This is my cousin's restaurant. If you guys want to make trouble here, you have to ask my opinion." Zhang Songlong took a step forward, his aura even more powerful, blocking the Xiao language pressure for the other Guan Pavilion disciples. Zhang Songlong said to Xiao Yi, you stay out of my Guan Pavilion's affairs. If you dare to interfere, you'll be treated just as badly. Xiao Yi glanced at Lu Xiaoqing and said, I won't interfere in the matter between you and Duke Lu, but I will never agree to your trying to bully my cousin. For Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi did not have the slightest worry. Compared to Kei Yan, Xiao Yi felt that Lu Xiaoqing was the most difficult one. Even if Zhang Songlong was no matter how powerful he was, she didn't think that she would be able to get Zhang Songlong to do well in front of Lu Xiaoqing. Zhang Songlong didn't pay any more attention to Xiao Yi as he stared at Lu Xiaoqing, unable to hide his killing intent. Those who insult my Guan Pavilion will die. Lu Xiaoqing exclaimed. What? Doesn't even give a damn about telling the truth? Is your Guan Pavilion this overbearing? Zhang said angrily. Bull asterisk 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 truth. Lu Xiaoqing said. Ha! I'm telling the truth. You Guan Pavilion are a bunch of cowards, usually screaming the loudest, but in reality, you are turtles looking at the blue sky, shrinking your heads and being scared to death. Zhang Songlong was also enraged. When I don't exist, still dare to be arrogant in front of me. His killing intent grew even more. Who are you saying is timid? Lu Xiaoqing said. Isn't it? I said. I'll stand right here and let you guys cut me. Do you dare? When Zhang Songlong heard this, his killing intent was no longer concealed and he charged straight at Lu Xiaoqing. What did you say? Say that again? Lu Xiaoqing said. I said. I'm standing right here. Do you dare to kill me? You asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Come on. If you don't dare to do it, you're my grandson. Looking for death. Chapter 130, You Are My Grandson. Zhang Songlong's gaze was stern, and the spiritual energy in his body was running. Even if there was a ban within Lingxiao City, making a move here would have serious consequences. He's not afraid. He has his own backbone. His own strength is strong, and he has the Guan Pavilion behind him to back him up. What's more, when has he ever been afraid to do anything? The LV Xiaoqing in front of him had humiliated the Guan Pavilion. If he didn't do something, where would he put his face? Anyone who dares to provoke him must die. Facing Lu Xiaoqing, he struck out brazenly, regardless of what words you waste. Facing Zhang Songlong's attack, Lu Xiaoqing did not show any fear and did not even make preparations to resist. He just bellowed. Master, you're still eating? Your lovely disciple is going to be killed. Zhang Songlong's face changed, and Zhang and the other Guan Pavilion disciples all froze. Isn't Lu Xiaoqing's master, Kei Yan's master? Xiao Chang, the master of the Sky Royal Peak of the Lingxiao sect, the elder of the Lingxiao sect, the early stage of Yuaning, the third level of the realm? Xiao Chang didn't come out, and from inside the private room only a cold grunt came out. A few disciples of the Guan Pavilion were struck by lightning. Their faces turned white. and they staggered backwards. Senior nephew Songlong, what a big mouth. Xiao Chang's voice came out. Zhang Songlong's attack was like spring snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly melting. Zhang Songlong's face changed again as he felt a pressure coming towards him. The air swirled with layers of fluctuations, like ripples in the water, as if there were ferocious beasts lurking beneath the surface. Towards Zhang Songlong, he attacked ferociously. Zhang Songlong hurriedly operated his spiritual energy and raised his arms to cross his chest. His hands lit up with a dazzling light. Circle after circle of aura appeared in front of his body, like a flowing shield fully resisting the incoming pressure. Boo! A soft thud. Zhang Songlong's face turned white as the aura shield he had laid down dissipated with a bang. The mighty pressure was like a sledgehammer hitting him, knocking him back and forth, stamping out deep footprints on the ground. Same as before, facing the Yuaning stage's Kei Yan, he was forced to retreat back and forth like this. When Zhang Songlong saw the footprints on the ground and thought of that night, the anger in his chest was instantly ignited. Damn it! Anger shot straight to his head, and his eyes instantly turned red. LV Xiaoqing's lazy voice reached his ears. What? Still want to make a move? Are you challenging my master? A mere Jiedan stage. How dare you offend a Yuaning powerhouse? Lu Xiaoqing's words were like a dish of cold water that poured down from Zhang Songlong's head. It doused some of Zhang Songlong's anger and allowed him to slightly regain some sanity. Xiao Chang was a Yuaning, and he, Zhang Songlong, was at the Jiedan stage. Even if he was at the 9th level of the late Jiedan stage, and even if he could break through into the Yuaning stage at any time, even if he had more cards in his hands, more magic treasures, he still wasn't a match for the Yuaning stage. He wasn't Kei Yan, and Xiao Chang wasn't a first-time Yuaning existence. Xiao Yi excitedly pulled Bian Ro-Ro's hand beside her and whispered, Sister Ro-Ro, look, this is how powerful second senior brother is. It was all in his reckoning. Even Zhang Songlong wouldn't be able to do well in front of second senior brother. Xiao Yi once again wanted to bow down to Lu Xiaoqing. Even Zhang Songlong would have to be defeated in front of his second senior brother. So what if he's great? So what if he's the second best in Qizhou? He's nothing in front of the second brother. Dian Zuoro skimmed her lips. This is not pulling a big flag to pretend? See if he'll suffer without your master? Zhang Songlong raised his head, his crimson eyes, and looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Endless killing intent filled the inside of the restaurant, yet the remnants of his sanity prevented him from striking. Zhang Songlong is bossy, but not stupid. The matter of Song Zhangchu laying a deadly hand on Ji Yan had already angered Xiaochang. If Song Zhangchu hadn't stepped in to intercept that night, a boatload of Guiyuan Pavilion disciples would have been destroyed by Xiaochang. If he made another move now, he would undoubtedly be giving Xiaochang a chance to destroy him. Zhang Songlong looked at Lu Xiaoqing and said in a hateful voice, Shameless fellow, dare to fight me? Lu Xiaoqing bristled. I'm stupid. Why should I fight you? You can't even defeat my eldest senior brother, and you still want to come and fight me? Don't you know that I am able to suppress my eldest senior brother with one hand? Even Summer Whisperer wanted to spit one out now. Only you can say something so shameless. Counting words, who dares to say that one hand will be able to suppress it? Even a late-stage Yuaning existence would not dare to say such words when they came. Zhang Songlong sneered. Looks like you don't dare. As long as Xiaochang didn't intervene and Lu Xiaoqing fought him alone, he had the confidence to clean up Lu Xiaoqing. Even if he didn't kill LV Xiaoqing, he was confident that he would make LV Xiaoqing suffer, the guy who only relies on his master. Zhang Songlong continued to agitate. Aggression? Is it useful to use it in front of me? To play this kind of trick? Lu Xiaoqing laughed. You can also call your master to come. My master can't beat your master. And when he comes, my master will definitely flee. Zhang Songlong's master is the head of the Guiyuan Pavilion, and his strength is also in the late Yuaning stage. No worse than Yu Chang, the head of the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Chang, who was in the private room, felt a tightness in his chest. Asshole guy, did he talk about his master like this? To be so disrespectful in front of outsiders. What an abomination. Xiao Chang had the urge to go out and slap this asshole disciple to death. I don't use my master to bully people. You had to bring your face up for me to hit. I'd be sorry if I didn't. Lu Xiaoqing yelled. Come, what do you dare not do? I will fight you and let you have 3 moves first. Here's my neck. I'll let you cut it first. Don't you dare. After saying that, he stretched his neck and also tapped it twice, signaling Zhang Songlong to come at this place. Zhang Songlong's face turned red with anger. Never seen such a shameless person. This guy is even more annoying than Kei Yan. If he had been able to make a move, he would have done so long ago. Where else would you try to use agitation here? It was only now that he realized he had overlooked Lu Xiaoqing's shamelessness. LV Xiaoqing didn't eat his provocative tactics and instead turned the tables on him. With Xiao Cheng around, he indeed didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Xiaoqing continued to him. What did you just say? If you don't dare to do it, you're my grandson. Here, call out to grandpa. It's a great day to get a great-grandson for nothing. Zhang Songlong was so angry that he was trembling, and his anger once again eroded his sanity. But a cold snort from Xiao Cheng at just the right time made Zhang Songlong regain his senses once again. He stared indignantly at Lu Xiaoqing, and then glanced inside the private room. He gritted his teeth and said, "A hallowed Yuaning is going to bully the juniors here? If you spread the word, aren't you afraid of the world laughing at you?" Lu Xiaoqing shouted, "Master, he's offending you. Get him dead. I don't want this unworthy grandson." Chapter 131, Did I tell you to leave? Dian Ro Ro whispered to Xiao Yi, "Senior sister, Zhang Songlong is going to be furious, isn't he?" Xiao Yi cast a sympathetic look at Zhang Songlong. "If you go to provoke Kei Yan, even if you are not Kei Yan's opponent, the big deal is that you will be beaten by Kei Yan, and your flesh will be injured, so you will be fine after some days. You came to provoke Louis Xiaoqing. Your flesh may not be hurt, but the mental blow can be huge. It's worse than a physical injury." Xiao Yi shook his head with some regret and said, "There are very few people in the world who know about Master Lu. He doesn't even know how powerful Master Lu is." Summer's words were words. Don't look at LV Xiaoqing's mouth, which was so powerful that it was able to make people vomit blood. What was even more terrifying was the strength of Lu Xiaoqing. Even if Zhang Songlong and Lu Xiaoqing fought, Xiao Yi did not favor Zhang Songlong. Possessing sword intent, terrifying spiritual awareness, superior array formation attainments, and that terrifying mind. Such a Lu Xiaoqing would only be more difficult to deal with than Kei Yan. And, thinking back to 3 days ago, Lu Xiaoqing was able to extinguish a Yuaning divine thought. This was enough to throw Zhang Songlong off the scent. Xiao Yu's comment about Lu Xiaoqing, Dian Ro Ro bristled and said, "He's too annoying." Xiao Yu glanced at her senior sister, dissatisfied with her head iron, and faintly said, "Those who offend him will be targeted by him like this. Do you also want to be the one targeted by senior brother Lu? Just like senior brother Zhang in front of you. Do you want to?" Dian Zhuozhua blanched. Seeing Zhang Songlong like this, Dian Ro Ro substituted herself into Zhang Songlong's position. After a few comparisons, she thought she should be spitting blood, because Louis Xiaoqing is so capable of exasperating people. Seeing Zhang Songlong's helplessness in the face of Lu Xiaoqing, she finally began to feel a bit intimidated in her heart. Xiao Yi was beside her and also took the opportunity to persuade Dian Ro Ro. "Sister Zoe, forget it, don't bother with second senior brother. Second senior brother has the smallest heart, even I don't dare offend him." Dian Zhuozhua grunted and didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. This asshole does have a small mind. Lu Xiaoqing's side yelled for Xiao Cheng to make a move and get Zhang Songlong killed. Zhang Songlong was so infuriated this time that blood gushed up his throat. He once again gritted his teeth and said, Good. So this is the Lingxiao school. Bullying the small with the big. Bullying the small with the many. I've seen it all." Xiao Cheng would be a bit embarrassed to be silent, but Lu Xiaoqing wouldn't be. Lu Xiaoqing grunted, not ashamed at all, but rather honored, saying, "What? You're only allowed to allow that old bastard Song Zhengchu of the Guiyuan Pavilion to bully the young with the old, and we're not allowed to do that? What's even more infuriating is that he can't bully my eldest senior brother. Do you think it's infuriating? My master, however, can bully you. How's that? This guy, he's really annoying." The Guiyuan Pavilion disciples behind Zhang Songlong shouted in their hearts. Their eldest senior brother, Zhang Songlong, couldn't even take advantage in front of Lu Xiaoqing, fighting, with Xiao Cheng around, not daring to make a move. He was a mouthpiece, but he couldn't beat Louis Xiaoqing. The feeling of being suppressed by Lu Xiaoqing on all fronts made the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples incomparably stifled. The Guiyuan Pavilion acted in an overbearing manner. When had it ever encountered such a suffocating matter? Xiao Cheng's voice came from inside the booth. "I won't bother with you guys today. Let's go." Somehow, even for Zhang Songlong, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this. "It's too stifling to be here. I've got energy but I can't stretch it." LV Xiaoqing was dissatisfied with his master's approach and blurted out, "Did I tell you to leave?" Xiao Yu and the others were not surprised, but Zhang Songlong and the other Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were shocked. "Damn you, didn't you hear your master speak? You still want to go against your master?" Then Zhang Songlong saw Lu Xiaoqing shouting disgruntledly at the private room. "Master, stop talking and stay inside. Why don't you just kill them? You want them to leave to save face? Did you ask me? Zhang sneered. Who are you? If you say you won't let us go, we won't go? Lu Xiaoqing drank without mercy. Naked man. Shut the hell up. There's no room for you to talk here. Zhang spat out blood as he stretched out his neck like an angry turtle, growling angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Lingxiao City had already given Zhang two bad memories. The first time, trying to go to LV Xiaoqing trouble, was ambushed halfway, his body things ransacked, only a pair of profane pants left. The second time, not too long ago, it was the same, being ransacked, and it was also on the hot seat with fellow disciples on the Sky News. Not many people knew about it the first time, but the second time it became famous. So much so that he now goes out with his head down when he goes out. Now being called by LV Xiaoqing's sentence, naked man broke the defense. ING. There is a pair of profane pants wearing. Okay. Who's the naked guy? You're naked. Your whole family's naked. Says you. Lu Xiaoqing cruelly uncovered the scars of Zhang and the other Guan Pavilion disciples, ruthlessly rubbing salt on their scars, being stripped of their clothes and running naked en masse. Is it because you dislike the hot weather of our Lingxiao city? The returning pavilion. How majestic. Damn it. You fellow, how dare you insult my Guan Pavilion? You seek death. I'm going to kill you. The other Guan Pavilion disciples were also enraged. Their scars from that night were once again revealed. It's embarrassing to think about. They had never suffered so much in their lives. What's worse, they don't even know who did it. Not even a target to vent to. All shut up. Lu Xiaoqing bellowed. I'm standing right here. Do you guys dare to make a move? Did you guys have to come and be my grandchildren? Why are you so? I've never seen anyone so in all my life. Put. Finally, the Guan Pavilion disciples who had a somewhat fragile ability to bear it had another person who was so angry that they spat out blood. Zhang so long saw his senior brother being so angry that he spat out blood. His face was ugly, but in his heart, he was a bit glad. It sort of helped him draw some of Lu Xiaoqing's firepower. If LV Xiaoqing continued to target him, he guessed he would be about the same. Zhang so long knew that he couldn't take advantage of anything if he continued here. He was disheartened and coldly said, Good. I, Zhang Long, will take note of today's matter. Let's go. Go, Lu Xiaoqing still said. Who told you to leave? Asked me. Zhang Long sneered. What? You still want to make a move to intercept us? But Elder Xiaochang said for us to leave. Could it be that Elder Xiaochang is going to go back on his word? Lu Xiaoqing hummed. My master promised. But I didn't. Zhang Long sneered even more and simply ignored Lu Xiaoqing, telling the others, let's go. What can you do to me if we just leave? Zhang looked angrily at Lu Xiaochang and gave a harsh word. If you are able to let us stay, I will call you Grandpa. Lu Xiaoqing slowly said to Xiao Yi, Senior sister, go find the heavenly mechanics and tell them what happened here today. Let's just say that the grandson of the returning pavilion came in a huff and ended up slinking away gray as a mouse. Zhang Long and all other Guan Pavilion disciples stopped in their tracks. Chapter 132, Boss, watch out for them to eat the king's dinner. Zhang Long was now in a dilemma. Leave, as Lu Xiaoqing said, when the word gets out. What face is left in the Guan Pavilion? Especially he, Zhang Long, who came with people in a rage, could not do anything, but instead was severely humiliated by the other party. And he'll be a laughingstock because of it. Now that he had left with his people, he could even imagine how the heavenly mechanics here in Lingxiao City would laugh at them. The heavenly mechanics of Lingxiao City even dared to criticize Elder Tsong. He, Zhang Long, will only be criticized even more. Don't leave it. Here. In the face of having a Yuaneng behind them, Lu Xiaoqing was able to spray them to death. It's not like they can do anything about it. For the first time in his life, Zhang Long felt so stifled. There was nothing he could do with the Lu Xiaoqing in front of him. He had lived for so long and had faced powerful opponents, and had never felt as stifled as he did now. However, when his gaze fell on Feng Xiao, Zhang Long had an idea in mind. He said to Feng Xiao, What do you have here to eat? Bring it all up. We masters and brothers will eat here today. You have to stay for dinner, right? A move to back off and avoid their embarrassment. Zhang looked at his big brother in dismay. Staying, the most humiliated would be him. Zhang Long didn't heed his brother's gaze. It was a multiple choice question, and by staying for the time being, the one who would lose the most face would be Zhang alone. But if he didn't stay, he, the disciple of the Guan Pavilion, and the face of the Guan Pavilion would have to be lost. Seeing Feng Zhao's hesitation, Zhang Long was angry in his heart. Even you dare not put me in your eyes? He coldly said. What? Could it be that you're not willing to host our returning Yuan Pavilion? The Feng family? When did they get so much character? The returning pavilion was a behemoth to the other family. The Feng family couldn't afford to offend the Guiyuan Pavilion. Fang Xiao was also in a difficult position. She didn't want to be a sinner in the Feng family. She glanced at LV Xiaoqing. Although this was her gathering of immortals, it was not her turn to speak and make decisions now. If LV Xiaoqing didn't agree, it seemed like there was nothing she could do. Noticing Fang Xiao's gaze, Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly and did not make things difficult for Fang Xiao. He reminded Fang Xiao, Boss Feng, you have to be careful. The people of the Guiyuan Pavilion are the most shameless. Watch out for them eating the bully. Zhang was furious. Bastard. What are you talking about? Lu Xiaoqing cursed. Grandson. You haven't called grandpa yet. Speaking of ungrateful grandchildren like you, your returning pavilion has been stripped of its clothes and everything, and you still have spirit stones to eat? Zhang Tsonglong hummed. It's just spirit stones. I have them. He, Zhang Tsonglong, hadn't been ransacked, and as a great disciple, he wouldn't lack spirit stones or anything. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. You have? Then his eyes searched Zhang Tsonglong. That's right. The chief senior disciple of the returning pavilion is so rich that he really wants to rob it. Being stared at by Lu Xiaoqing like this, even Zhang Tsonglong was a bit overwhelmed. What is the meaning of such a stare? You want to rob me of my spirit stones? What? Zhang Tsonglong simply turned his spearhead towards Fang Xiao once again. Is it that you don't have our Guiyuan pavilion in your sights? Lu Xiaoqing put away the urge to rob Zhang Tsonglong, smiled, and said to Fang Xiao, Boss Feng, remember to ruthlessly slaughter them. The losses of the last few days are because of them. When he finished, he turned around and returned to the booth. Xiao Yi was curious. This was not like second senior brother's style. She caught up. Second senior brother. Just let them go? Lu Xiaoqing glared at her and said, or what? Are you trying to get my grandchildren killed? Is your heart so bad? Xiao Yi followed in, looking at Lu Xiaoqing with a sigh. She said, Senior brother Lu was able to think of sister Xiao. I thank senior brother Lu for her first. The gathering of immortals building was Fang Xiao's, and just now, if Lu Xiaoqing continued to make trouble, it would not benefit Fang Xiao in any way. From Zhang Tsonglong's words, he was able to hear that if LV Xiaoqing continued to make trouble, Zhang Tsonglong would end up taking his anger out on Fang Xiao and the Fang family. Lu Xiaoqing already had the upper hand and could continue to make a scene and continue to embarrass the returning pavilion people, but he was able to stop and spare the people of the returning pavilion. Helped Fang Xiao. This shows the character of Lu Xiaoqing. This girl is smart. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head to indicate that Xiao Yi had misread him. He said, Senior sister Xiao Yi, don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid that master will finish all this delicious food here. Xiao Chang, who was also shot while lying down, angrily cursed, asshole, you dare to try talking nonsense again? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing with even more admiration. Lu Xiaoqing seems to be out of tune, but his work is much more reliable than many people. No matter what, senior brother Lu's move has undoubtedly helped sister Xiao. At the same time, Xiao Yu glanced at her senior sister, hoping that she would be able to comprehend the purpose of her saying these words. Lu Xiaoqing wasn't even afraid of Zhang Songlong and was able to make Zhang Songlong want to leave in disgrace. If Bian Ro were to be grudged by Lu Xiaoqing, she would only suffer more losses in time. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, Senior sister Xiao Yi, it's useless for you to say these compliments about me. I'll scold you just as much if you eat too much. Summer Words was stunned, then cried and laughed. Xiao Yi was speechless and held her forehead. Xiao Chang was also so angry that he had a heart attack. Asshole, is there a way for you to talk about your senior sister? Any more nonsense and I'll really have to clean you up. Lu Xiaoqing muttered. Just now. Such a good opportunity to help eldest brother out. And now he's scolding me. Master, could it be that you don't want eldest brother and I after having little sister? Hoping that the two of us aren't your disciples. Xiao Chang glared at Lu Xiaoqing. I also want to make a move. But my face is not as thick as yours. Others can pull off bullying their juniors. I can't pull off that face. Xiao Yi was listening to the side and sort of understood. The purpose of spraying Zhang Songlong like that just now was with the thought of helping the eldest brother out. As if they really love each other. Xiao Yi smiled and said, Second senior brother is really good to eldest senior brother. Lu Xiaoqing firmly denied. Nonsense. I have the worst relationship with him. He's usually so arrogant. Doesn't he deserve to be bullied? Xiao Yi was still smiling, and Lu Xiaoqing's words sounded fake right away. Ji Yan was bullied by Xang Zhengchu of the returning pavilion, and Lu Xiaoqing's current strength was unable to help Song Jiangchu, only able to come and bully the disciples of the returning pavilion to take it out on Kei Yan. Xiao Yi heard it from the side and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The main reason for targeting the Guiyuan pavilion in such a manner was to help Kei Yan lose his temper. Xiao Yi asked again. Second senior brother, you're just going to let them eat outside in peace? Could it be that second senior brother still has something up his sleeve? What? People come here for a meal and don't give a damn? Lu Xiaoqing looked at his senior sister in shock and deliberately exaggerated. You're so vicious. You won't even allow a meal? Can you bully people like that? Xiao Yi wanted to spray everything in her mouth on that face of her second senior brother. It's obvious you're the bully. But Xiao Yi wasn't quite convinced that Lu Xiaoqing had just stopped. She asked. Second brother, just let it go? Lu Xiaoqing said. Or else, Master doesn't even want to bully them anymore. If I continue to bully them, it will make people laugh if word gets out. So what? Xiao Yi asked curiously. LV Xiaoqing stared at Xiao Yi and hemmed and hawed. Hey! Chapter 133, so you're digging a hole for me. Xiao Yi's heart fluttered again. The last time LV Xiaoqing stared at her like this and smiled, the 800 words of insight turned into 20,000 words. It made her almost cry. Xiao Yi was panicking in her heart. Facing the food in front of her, she immediately lost her appetite. The food in front of her wasn't appealing at all anymore. She hurriedly asked LV Xiaoqing, second senior brother, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoqing put away his smile and shook his head. No, don't think too much. Eat something, eat a lot of it. Xiao Yi's heart panicked even more. Is this the last meal? Second senior brother, just tell me straight. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Lu Xiaoqing simply ignored Xiao Yi and instead ate by himself. Of all the people present, only Lu Xiaoqing had the appetite to eat with gusto. The three of them, Xiao Chang, Xia Yu, and Bian Ro Ro, didn't eat much. As for Xiao Yi, there was not the slightest appetite. Lu Xiaoqing's laughter made her panic, and she was constantly guessing what Lu Xiaoqing was going to do. It was hard to wait until LV Xiaoqing finished eating. Xiao Yi continued to ask, second senior brother, what exactly are you doing? You tell me. You don't scare me. Lu Xiaoqing secretly laughed. Shadowing me that much? On the surface, he pretended to be strange. What do you mean by that? Who's scaring you? Don't think that just because senior sister Xia Yu is here, I don't dare to beat you up. Xia Yu secretly smiled. She was also curious as to how Lu Xiaoqing would treat Jang Tong and the others next. Xia Yu did not think that Lu Xiaoqing would let them off easily. Senior brother Lu, are you able to tell me what you plan to do next? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. His tone was helpless. Even senior sister misunderstood me like this. Senior sister Xia Yi, I thought that since we have experienced exploring the secret realm together, you would have some understanding of who I am. I didn't realize it, but you've misunderstood me so much. I'm so sad that you and I should never see each other again. Lu Xiaoqing spoke in a despondent tone, shaking his head. Slowly leave the booth. Natsuki was speechless. LV Xiaoqing's voice sounded outside. Have you had enough? Grandchildren? Mixed. Asshole. You seek death. The Guiyuan Pavilion disciples outside roared in anger. In front of the food, the Guiyuan Pavilion disciples who had barely recovered a little bit of their mood were once again furious and clenched their teeth. The mood became incredibly bad. Zhang Solong stood up and looked at Lu Xiaoqing coldly. This guy really deserves to die. Lu Xiaoqing ignored Zhang Solong and instead turned to Zhang Jiang. Come, call out to your grandfather. Don't you be a bully. Zhang Solong looked at Lu Xiaoqing angrily, his tone carrying an overwhelming killing intent. Deception? Are you going to do it? Hurry up. Don't let me underestimate you. Xia Yu walked out and looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who deliberately provoked Zhang Solong. She was a little confused as to why she was even provoking them, but not doing anything to them. With Xiao Chang here, Zhang Solong was afraid to make a move, and it was impossible for LV Xiaoqing to take the initiative. Provoking Zhang Solong and the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion like this was just a show of spite? Getting a kick out of it? Bian Ro Ro was also puzzled. She couldn't help but ask Xiao Yi, Sister Little Ripple, didn't you say that he never does anything meaningless? What's the point of him doing that? Enraging Zhang Solong in this way would only cause Zhang Solong to lay his hands on Lu Xiaoqing once he encountered him in the future, which would not be half beneficial to him. Xiao Yi is also puzzled by this. The second elder brother is very abnormal today. I am panicked in my heart, she said. I can't figure out what second brother is up to, but I'm sure he has his reasons for doing so. Xiao Yi's heart was still panicked. LV Xiaoqing's earlier words made her unable to help but worry. If second senior brother did this, He wouldn't be digging a hole for himself, would he? LV Xiaoqing was fearless and looked straight at Jang Tong. Tell you what, I'll give you guys a chance before you say I'm bullying you. In 3 days, you will send someone to fight my senior sister. Win and I'll leave you guys alone and stop you from calling me grandpa. But if you lose, you'll have to be good and call me grandpa. Well, dare you say yes? Xiao Yi, who heard this, had a black eye. Sure enough, second brother was really digging a hole for himself. Jang Tong coldly asked, really? When it comes to competing and sparring and fighting, the people of the Guan Pavilion have never been afraid of anyone. You can go and ask around. What kind of person am I? LV Xiaoqing? The top of the world. A word to the wise speaks for me. Jang couldn't help but taunt. Too hateful not to spit. All I know is that you're the shame of the sect. Lu Xiaoqing droned. Grandson, you haven't called me grandpa yet. Outspoken fellow. How dare you speak? Zhang's teeth were almost clenched. ING guy. Jang Tong's expression remained unchanged as he asked, any of us? Lu Xiaoqing said, I hope it's you who makes the move. After all, my senior sister only succeeded in building her foundation today. She's very strong. If the rest of you come, I'm afraid you'll be killed by my senior sister. It's better for you to make a move. LV Xiaoqing was full of sincerity, with an expression of I'm doing it for your own good, leaving everyone speechless. Who is Jang Tong? He was called the second person in Qizhou, and among the younger generation, only Kei Yan was able to overpower him. Even Xiao Yi was not necessarily a match for Jang Tong. Letting Jang Tong make a move against Xiao Yi, who had just stepped into foundation establishment. Wasn't this killing a chicken with a bull's knife? And Xiao Yi wanted to pass out. Was second senior brother disliking her for being too stupid and trying to use Jang Tong's hand to get her killed? She had only just succeeded in building her foundation. And Jang Tong was at the 9th level of Jiedan. How's this for a fight? 100 of her couldn't beat Jang Tong. Xiao Yi's feet were weakening at the thought of fighting Jang Tong. Bian Ro noticed Xiao Yi's expression and asked, Sister Xiao Yi, is this your second senior brother's intention? Deliberately provoking the Guan Pavilion disciples and finally allowing Xiao Yi to deal with them. By then, Xiao Yi would be facing a heavenly pressure. Xiao Yi wanted to cry. Jang Tong sneered, you think I'm an idiot? A good calculation. I'm going to make a move. Win or lose. You guys can take the opportunity to humiliate my Guan Pavilion. Jang Tong was not stupid. His strength is known to the whole world. Late Jiedan stage against the foundation establishment stage. If you win, you win. And if you accidentally take a loss, you add to the joke. What's more, Jang Tong said coldly, only Kei Yan would be worth my hand. You guys, you don't deserve it yet. Only Kei Yan was worthy of his hand. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head, very disdainful, and said, if you don't dare, you don't dare. What are you pretending? Xiao Yi wanted to cry even more. She wanted to say a plea to be spared. As for having to act as if she was forcing Jang Tong to have to fight her, can she beat Jang Tong? Jang couldn't help himself again and shouted angrily, do you need my big brother to make a move? I'll do it, and in 3 days, have that stinking girl wash her neck and wait for me? Fooled. Lu Xiaoqing secretly laughed and deliberately looked him up and down. Second level of foundation establishment? Then curiously asked Jang Tong, is he really your own brother? He's not too far behind you, is he? Jang Tong didn't reject his brother's desire to go to war as he faintly said, wash your neck and wait. Let's go. I'm not going to eat my meal, and I'm going to take my people away in a smooth manner. Lu Xiaoqing kindly reminded, remember to mark the check. Don't skip the bill. Chapter 134, the second elder brother of the mindless minds. Jang Tong and the others left, and Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing with tears in her eyes. Second senior brother. You must be joking with me, right? Are you kidding? She's only just succeeded in building her foundation. How do you fight each other? Even Jang was at the second level of foundation establishment, 2 realms higher than her. Lu Xiaoqing got strange and looked straight at Xiao Yi. Look at me. Where do I look like I'm joking? Seeing Lu Xiaoqing's sincere gaze, Xiao Yi felt the sky spinning. It was true. Second senior brother really wanted her to fight Jang of the returning pavilion 3 days later. Xiao Yi cried out, not having that confidence. Second senior brother. I'm afraid that I won't be able to fight. What are you afraid of? What is he? Lu Xiaoqing secretly shook his head in his heart. This girl still lacks a little confidence. Continue practicing in the future before. You fought people at the Jiedan stage. You're still afraid of him? Although Xiang was suppressing his realm and retaining his strength to fight Xiao Yi, But the fact that Xiao Yi was able to inflict damage on Xing was enough to prove Xiao Yi's strength. The strength of Xiao Yi, who possessed sword intent, actually exceeded her own imagination. But, he's 2 realms higher than me. If he was in the same realm as me, I'd beat him 10-1. Lu Xiaoqing laughed twice. You're so thoughtful. Reminding Xiao Yi, why do you think I deliberately provoked them? Prepare yourself, they will show no mercy. Xiao Yi's face went white. When Xia Yu and Dian Rou heard this, they also understood why Lu Xiaoqing was trying to provoke the people of the Guan Pavilion. Xia Yu looked at Lu Xiaoqing and couldn't help but sigh again in her heart. So that's what this is all about? Dian Rou's heart ached for Xiao Yi and she glared angrily at Lu Xiaoqing. This guy was as bad as ever. Aren't you making it more difficult for little Ripple's sister? Lu Xiaoqing's look was godly and serious. Cultivation should be courageous and face difficulties head-on. You're afraid of this bit of difficulty? When eldest senior brother first entered Foundation establishment, he took the initiative to challenge others in order to progress faster. Such a serious LV Xiaoqing made the people around him a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Yi's face became even more bitter as she weakly prompted. Second senior brother. I'm not eldest brother, and I'm not as powerful as eldest brother. Lu Xiaoqing also reminded, but you are his senior sister. As a Kei Yan sister, one must have that confidence. At this time, Xiao Cheng came out. Xiao Yi seemed to have seen a savior and quickly pounced in front of Xiao Cheng. Master, persuade your second senior brother. Second brother, he's crazy. Xiao Cheng looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who couldn't figure out his disciple's sudden move. Although he knew that this disciple never did anything senseless, he still had to ask one more question. What are you doing with this kid? Don't make fun of your sister's safety. The people of the Guan Pavilion acted in an overbearing manner, and never let go easily when they suffered a loss. Lu Xiaoqing offered to let the following people have a competition, which just gave them the chance to retaliate. Lu Xiaoqing had a relaxed expression and gave Xiao Cheng a reassuring look. Don't worry, tossing and turning won't kill your disciple. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng didn't intend to care much more and just said, well then, don't cause me any trouble or I'll whip you. Then he patted his apprentice's head like a puppy. Do as your second brother tells you. Xiao Yi's mouth stared blankly. Master, I'm your disciple too. Why don't you help me? Xia Yu and Dian Rou were also speechless. Is this the way to be a master? It's a total dump. Even the last backer fell. Xiao Yi despaired. There's no escaping second brother's clutches. Xiao Cheng said. Well, go back first. Lu Xiaoqing stretched his back and said. Just in time. Saving a lot of effort and not having to go looking for those grandsons from the returning pavilion. Xiao Yi seemed to understand something. She asked the speculation in her mind. Second senior brother. You're willing to come down the mountain for dinner. Are you thinking of stopping by to look for the people from the returning pavilion so that they can come and compete with me? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. No, isn't it? Was his guess wrong? Was second brother a spur-of-the-moment idea? Wasn't it a long time coming? Just as Xiao Yi was speculating, Lu Xiaoqing continued. The meal was secondary to the main idea of finding something for you to do. Xiao Yi's eyes once again went black. So it turned out that his guess was right. The second elder brother was really coming for himself. How else could he have offered to take him to dinner himself? Xiao Yi's heart was cold after she figured it out. Second senior brother. Where did I offend you here? Xiao Yi had tears in her eyes and held Xiao Hong in her hands. She knew that the only way she would be taken care of by her second senior brother in such a special way was if she had offended him. Where else would second brother care if he died? Lu Xiaoqing twisted his head to look at him, his face full of doubt, his tone very strange. What do you mean by that? Make it sound like I'm being petty. I'm warning you, in front of outsiders, if you keep bad-mouthing me like this, I won't be able to find a Taoist couple in the future, and I'll hold you accountable. Xiao Yi didn't believe it 100 times in her heart. This second senior brother of his own was good at everything, except for his small heart. Can't you see big brother has been sold? But Xiao Yi didn't understand. He hadn't offended his second senior brother recently. The most recent offense was still thinking of blackmailing the second brother. Suddenly, shocker, panic, Xiao Yi looked at her master as she guessed. Xiao Cheng turned his own head away, ignoring his apprentice's line of sight. Xiao Yi understood. She knew why she had offended the second brother. Xiao Yi really wanted to cry. At the same time, she didn't expect her master to hold a grudge until now. As soon as that incident was mentioned, master went to clean up second brother. It's okay now. The cycle of cause and effect. Retribution is coming. Xiao Yi obediently admitted her mistake to Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. I was wrong. Lu Xiaoqing deliberately looked puzzled, pretended to be very puzzled, and said, You girl, What's wrong with you? I don't even know what you're talking about. Don't talk nonsense. Senior sister Xiao Yi is here, making it seem like I'm bullying you. The more LV Xiaoqing was like this, the more panic Xiao Yi felt. Second senior brother. You, why don't you clean me up a bit? Xiao Yi went out on a limb. Instead of waiting for the second senior brother to slowly settle the score, it would be better to be more forthcoming and let the second senior brother clean up after himself to take out his anger. This way the day can also be lived in peace of mind. Lu Xiaoqing firmly denied it and said, I don't know what you girls are talking about. Let's go. Go back and get ready. Everything is fine if you win. If you lose, okay. Xiao Yi heard the strings and understood Lu Xiaoqing's words. He can only win and not lose the competition 3 days later, or she would be in deep. Xiao Yi suddenly smiled and said, Senior brother Lu, can we go and cheer for sister Xiao Yi in 3 days? Lu Xiaoqing was decisive and resolute. No need. Senior sister Xiao Yi, you hurry up with the heart of the mysterious realm that you're comprehending. In case this girl loses, she won't have the face to see you in the future. Lu Xiaoqing was itching to distance himself 10,000 meters from Xiao Yu. Where would the Xia language be allowed to go to Tianyu Peak again? Get too close to her and you'll be in trouble sooner or later. Xiao Yu simply went to ask Xiao Chang, Uncle Xiao, can we go? Come on. Welcome to the top. Chapter 135 Immortal Fireball Technique. On the way back, Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but complain about Xiao Chang. Master, what are you doing? Outsiders and dogs are not allowed to enter the heavenly imperial peak. Why did you let senior sister Xiao Yu come? Isn't this adding to my problems? Is this the way to be a master? As soon as Xiao Chang heard this, he couldn't help but panic in his heart. He hurriedly looked around for a few moments, then angrily cursed, Asshole, what are you talking about? Also outsiders and dogs. If this was heard by outsiders, Heavenly Royal Peak would not be scolded to death by the sect leader? When did Tian Yufeng dare to be like this? How dare you play big with a guy like you around? Even Yuan Domain Peak, which ranked first, and Danding Peak, which specialized in alchemy, wouldn't dare to be so trollish, right? Who's the outsider and who's the dog? Lu Xiaoqing pointed at Xiao Yi, who was following him around, and said, Look, this guy, he's almost autistic. In case you lose and are seen by senior sister Xiao Yi and the others, you won't have the face to face senior sister Xiao Yi and the others in the future. You're a master. Why don't you think about your disciple? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing with a grudge. Second senior brother, can you stop acting like you're thinking about me? I'm panicking. Xiao Yi asked again. Second senior brother, what if I lose? Lu Xiaoqing, with a disinterested and considerate face, said, Losing is losing. There's nothing to it. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. Xiao Chang also consoled. The image of a loving father was revealed. Little Ripple doesn't need to be overly nervous. Besides, the other party is only a foundation establishment's second layer, not much more powerful than you. Xiao Chang had confidence in his disciple. To be precise, he had confidence in Louis Xiaoqing. Louis Xiaoqing wouldn't joke about such things. Xiao Yi's heart panicked even more. It's only a foundation too. Master, you're a Yuaning. There's nothing wrong with you saying such things. What's my strength? The second level of foundation establishment. A very powerful opponent for me now. A small difference between Qi refining, foundation establishment, and no Dan was nothing. Unlike the Yuaning a realm a day. But it's still 2 realms above me. Xiao Yi heart still cannot calm down. Said, but the other party has long been angry. I am afraid to fight. That was using all of his strength. And he was even able to go over the top because of his second senior brother. For this, Xiao Cheng didn't have any worries and said, Don't worry, even if you lose, you'll be fine. When the time came, it was a fight at the Heavenly Royal Peak. Even if the people of the returning Yuan Pavilion hated Lu Xiaoqing to the bone, they would not dare to lay a deadly hand on Xiao Yi. Even if he wins the fight, he will only make Xiao Yi suffer a little bit, and he will not dare to act excessively against Xiao Yi. This was the territory of the Lingxiao sect, and unless they didn't want to live, they would dare to lay a deadly hand on Xiao Yi. Hearing Xiao Chang say this, Xiao Yi's face looked much better. Okay, master, I'll just do my best. Lu Xiaoqing followed and added in an inscrutable tone. Yeah, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you lose. You can't die even if there's a chastisement. Like master just came after me yesterday and I'm fine. Right. Xiao Yi's heart began to panic again. From the tone of LV Xiaoqing's words, she could hear LV Xiaoqing's threatening intent. If she didn't defeat her opponent this time, she would still have to suffer. Xiao Yi regretted. Why did he try to be quick at the mouth at that time? His mouth was cheap to evoke the unfavorable memories of his master? She hurriedly assured Lu Xiaoqing, second senior brother. Don't worry. I will definitely defeat Zhang Jiang. Evening. Xiao Yi was working hard to cultivate in the courtyard. Time was running out. She had to hurry up and familiarize herself with this realm now. In the competition 3 days later, it was predictable that her opponent would show no mercy to her. Suddenly I felt someone coming. Xiao Yi opened her eyes, surprised to see the visitor. Second senior brother. The person who came was none other than Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing smiled slightly and said, "How? Confident?" Xiao Yi hurriedly shook her head, never admitting to having confidence. "No, second senior brother, do you really want me to go on? At this point in time, you still don't have confidence?" Lu Xiaoqing's tone changed and became stern. "The words have been put out. You can't tell me you haven't made up your mind now?" Lu Xiaoqing tightened his smile and his gaze gradually became stern. "If you don't have that confidence, you say so now and I can promise you that I won't let you on." I don't know why. Xiao Yi's heart suddenly tensed. She could hear that LV Xiaoqing wasn't joking about this. If she had nodded her head, Lu Xiaoqing definitely wouldn't have let her on. Despite this, a voice in Xiao Yi's heart told her to never nod her head. Xiao Yi had a premonition that if she nodded her head, it would make Lu Xiaoqing disappointed in her. Xiao Yi subconsciously shook her head. She didn't want to let Lu Xiaoqing be disappointed in her and said, "Second senior brother. I know. I will seriously defeat Zhang Jiang." This time, Xiao Yi was completely determined. Only then did Lu Xiaoqing reveal a smile. "That's what you said. I didn't force you." Xiao Yi heart wanna cry. "You yourself forced or not? You do not know?" Seeing Xiao Yi's expression, Lu Xiaoqing went straight to the point, ready to give her a little support. "Well, didn't you say before that you wanted to learn my meteorite grand summoning technique?" When Xiao Yi heard this, the depression in her heart subsided and she revealed an excited gaze. "Second senior brother. Are you going to teach me?" Lu Xiaoqing's move was a fireball technique, even though Xiao Cheng had said it was. But in Lu Xiaoqing's hands, it was too much stronger than an ordinary fireball spell. And, really, it's as handsome as a meteorite from heaven. Lu Xiaoqing said, "If I don't teach you, what am I doing here?" A comment that made Xiao Yi even more excited. "You're really good to me, second senior brother. Come on, I'm only going to teach you once, and if you can't learn, don't ask me. If you lose in 3 days, you'll see how I'll clean you up." The real name of the meteorite grand summoning technique is fairy fireball technique. It's from the ring. There's a word for immortal, and it's powerful. The name was changed to avoid inviting trouble. After passing on the mantra of this move to Xiao Yi and letting her try the mantra and run it a few times to find that there was nothing wrong with it, Lu Xiaoqing left the place, leaving Xiao Yi to cultivate on her own. Xiao Yi got a new stance and immediately practiced it with excitement. Xiao Yi had comprehended the sword intent, cultivated the Qingping sword technique, and received this meteorite grand summoning technique taught by Lu Xiaoqing. It didn't seem like there weren't many jutsu, but it was actually enough in Lu Xiaoqing's opinion. As for the other spell feats, she would go earn contribution points herself if she needed them, and go to the sect's book depository to learn them. Time passes quickly. 3 days passed in a flash. As promised, Zhang Tong brought Zhang Jiang and several other Guiyuan Pavilion disciples here to Tianyu Peak early in the morning. Xiao Yi had also arrived early to wait. The three of them, Xia Yu, Dian Rou and Fang Xiao, who were spectators, also came here. Zhang Tong scanned the area and did not see Lu Xiaoqing's figure. Coldly, she said to Xiao Yi, "Where is he? You're the only one who came?" Xiao Yi was depressed. By the looks of it, could it be that second senior brother hadn't gotten up yet? Facing such a tone from Zhang Tong, Xiao Yi hummed, "What? Can't I do it alone? Let your man out and watch me clean him up." Zhang Jiang laughed coldly and mocked, "What a big mouth. The strength of the heavenly imperial peak is not good, but their mouths are very powerful." This kind of taunting was too easy for Xiao Yi, following the second elder brother all day long. I dare not say anything else, but at least the kung fu of the mouth has gotten a long way. Xiao Yi skimmed her mouth and easily countered, "My eldest senior brother's strength is not good enough to be able to press your elder brother to lift his head." Zhang Tong gasped, "How to pull on me again?" Secretly gritted his teeth hate voice. "Sharp teeth. Looking for death. Go on. Go clean her up and let her know the power of the returning pavilion." Zhang Jiang stood out while Lu Xiaoqing's voice came. "What's the hurry?" Chapter 136, Do you have spirit stones? The crowd looked over and Lu Xiaoqing came out slowly, and yawning. "It's kinda like just waking up." Lu Xiaoqing patted his mouth and said slowly, "Sorry, I almost overslept. I blame my alarm clock for not working." The tone of his voice was not the least bit embarrassed. Then scolded Red, the alarm clock on his shoulder. Silly bird, I told you to wake me up. What did you do? Xiaohong rolled her eyes to Lu Shaoqing and didn't even bother to pay attention to him as she went to sort out her feathers on her own. He recently molted and lost almost all of his previous feathers, and the new growth is greasier and shinier than before. The people on Jang Tong's side were furious. Monks still need a gross sleep. Jang Tong and the rest of them thought that LV Shaoqing was deliberately trying to humiliate them. Even Xiao Yi thought that Lu Shaoqing was doing it on purpose. Only Xiao Yi knew that what Lu Shaoqing said was true. His own second senior brother had literally almost overslept. Normally when the second eldest brother overslept, the eldest brother's longsword would go and wake him up. After Lu Shaoqing arrived, he looked Jang Tong up and down before saying, I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Jang Tong's gaze was icy cold. Not wanting to answer such nonsense from Lu Shaoqing, he's afraid of Jang Tong? Here, even if it's a mountain of swords, he won't back down. Cut the crap and let your people come and die. Jang Tong didn't want to wait a moment longer. He wanted his brother to ruthlessly clean up Xiao Yi and take a good bite out of the bad anger in his heart. If he could, he'd want to do it himself. Lu Shaoqing, however, was not in a hurry. Stood up his chest, put on an elder's stance, and used a lecturing tone. Young in age, can you be a little more calm in nature? Still the second person in Shizhou. I think you're the first rush in Shizhou. After being so angry that Jang Tong wanted to hit someone, his voice turned and asked Jang Tong a question full of anticipation. Do you have spirit stones? Jang Tong frowned. It's none of your business if I have spirit stones or not. Is that something you care about? He refused to answer such idiotic questions. Facing the silent Jang Tong, Lu Shaoqing smiled and comforted. Don't be shy. Poor is poor. No one laughs at you. Oh, I'm sorry. Your returning pavilion people were robbed. I shouldn't have brought it up. Alas. I was still thinking of giving you guys a chance to gamble with me, so that you could beat me and get out of the way. It doesn't look like it's going to work now. Zhang Jiang and the other Guan Pavilion disciples were furious. They were ransacked, penniless and poor. The longsword in Zhang Jiang's hand was still given to him by his elder brother, Zhang Tong. Other than that, Zhang Jiang didn't have a single thing of value left on him. As far as mana and stuff, 2 words, no. Zhang Tong looked at Lu Shaoqing and suddenly laughed with contempt, smiling happily. You want to bet with me? Zhang Tong seems to have found an opportunity to laugh at LV Shaoqing. How many spirit stones can your Lingxiao sect have? Even if you are a pro-disciple, how many spirit stones can you receive each month? Is there enough spirit stones to receive? Who are you to bet with me? It was no secret among the other 2 factions that the Lingxiao sect was poor. A personal disciple was only able to receive 100 lower-grade spirit stones a month. Not to mention that it was no match for the Twin Moons Valley, where rich women were piled up, or even the Guiyuan Pavilion. Thus, in Zhang Tong's view, Lu Shaoqing was a poor man. The spirit stones he received to cultivate and spend were tight. What spirit stones could he have to bet with? Lu Shaoqing, however, cheered up in his heart. If I didn't have some spirit stones, would I dare to say something like that? You have spirit stones? Zhang Tong sneered even more. How many? A few hundred? Or 1,000? Don't come and bet with me for less than 10,000 spirit stones. Zhang Tong's tone was arrogant, and his words were filled with disdain for Lu Shaoqing, both in and out of his words. He seemed to have decided that Lu Shaoqing didn't have a few spirit stones on him and was a poor man. The other Guiyuan Pavilion disciples were also in solidarity with their eldest senior brother. Although we don't have any more spirit stones, our eldest brother does. How many spirit stones do you Lingxiao sect guys have? Yeah, you Lingxiao sect is poor. How dare you gamble with eldest brother for spirit stones? The number is too small to take out for a joke. What a laugh. All of you at Sky Royal Peak combined don't have as many spirit stones as our eldest senior brother. Lu Shaoqing didn't get angry. Instead he was happy. It sounded like there were a lot of spirit stones. Favorite kind of person. Cute any way you look at it. Lu Shaoqing, his body revealing pleasure, asked Zhang Tong. In that case, you do have quite a few spirit stones on you? Zhang Tong held his head high, his tone filled with arrogance as he said, to be sure it is, more than you. That's good. Lu Shaoqing was even happier. My favorite dirtbag. With a wave of his big hand, a pile of shiny spirit stones appeared, brightening the eyes of the crowd. 47,000 lower grade spirit stones. Why don't you come up with that amount as well? Let's bet on it. If my senior sister wins, your spirit stone goes to me. If she loses, my spirit stone goes to you. How about it?
47,000 lower-grade spirit stones appeared in front of the crowd just like that, reflecting the sunlight. It was a crystalline and dazzling. The highest realm strength present was Jang Tong, at the 9th level of Jiadan, and most of the others were at the foundation establishment realm. Spirit stones were used for cultivation, purchasing resources, and so on, and had a wide range of uses, making them the currency of cultivators. Cultivating until now, he had definitely used more than 40,000 spirit stones. However, I'm afraid that there aren't many people who are able to store tens of thousands of spirit stones in their current realm. The people of Twin Moon Valley might have, but seeing Bian Zuo's with shocked expression, it seemed like she didn't have that much. The financial strength is inferior to the Double Moon Valley Chu Yuan Pavilion is even more unlikely. Among so many people present, Xiao Yi was also the only one whose expression remained unchanged. The light-hearted woman has no regard for these external things. However, the fact that Lu Xiaocheng, a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, actually possessed so many spirit stones still secretly surprised her heart. So many spirit stones, how long must this be saved? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and couldn't help but admire him in her heart. Hardworking and frugal Master Lu. Zhang Solong looked at the brightly shining spirit stones in front of him, and his expression was ugly, like he was constipated. Even if he was a great disciple of the returning pavilion, it was impossible for him to carry so many spirit stones on him. For people of his realm, spirit stones were also resources, so it was better to make sure that they were usually enough, and it was more cost-effective to take the excess and exchange it for other resources to enhance his strength. Xiao Yi stared wide-eyed. I didn't expect the usually stingy and incomparable second senior brother was actually so rich. Obviously, there were so many spirit stones, but they still wanted to pull her wool. What an abomination. Looking at the spirit stones in front of him, Lu Xiaoqing's heart gave birth to a slight sense of accomplishment. These are the fruits of his labor, he said to Zhang Xonglong. Come on, light up. Let me see how many spirit stones you, the second person in Shizhou, the first Russian Shizhou, can have. Zhang Songlong's face became even more ugly. This asshole, how can he have so many spirit stones? Did he rob it? Why do I always get the short end of the stick when I meet this asshole? Zhang Songlong had a hard time in his heart. Darn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have laughed at him with this. Zhang Songlong never expected Lu Xiaoqing to have so many spirit stones, but the words had been put out, and now he had to be tough. Zhang Songlong waved his hand and took out all the spirit stones in his storage ring. It was also a pile of spirit stones, but compared to Lu Xiaoqing's, it was more than half as small. Everyone present had a sweep of their spiritual sense, and how many spirit stones were instantly known. Lu Xiaoqing was upset. He thought he could run into a fat sheep, but he didn't expect it to be a poor man. Cursing and very contemptuous. Only 26,000 plus spirit stones? How dare you laugh at me with this little spirit stone? Who gave you the courage? That old bastard Song Zhengqiu? Zhang Solong felt his face hurt and took out a few more jade bottles from his storage ring. Third grade elixir Yunling Dan. 10 pills, is that enough? Chapter 137 A way to defeat Xiao Yi. Third grade elixir Yunling Dan? Calculating the price, around 20,000 spirit stones. The price is about right. But, Lu Xiaoqing was filled with disgust. That deadbeat, he doesn't eat spirit elixirs. He only eats spirit stones. No more spirit stones? So poor. Zhang Solong cursed in his heart. All my belongings add up to more than 1 million. You know what the hell? Gambling or not? Don't dare even. Zhang Solong's tone was a bit lacking. After all, it's a very painful punch in the face. He never expected Lu Xiaoqing to have so many spirit stones. Where the hell did this go and grab it? Damn. This asshole is really annoying. Zhang Solong stared at Lu Xiaoqing, gritting his teeth in his heart. He was usually overbearing and exclusive in the eyes of others. Saying nothing, in front of LV Xiaoqing, he was repeatedly defeated. I don't believe I can't beat you this time. I don't have as many spirit stones as you, but my brother is better than your senior sister. So you wait to lose. Begin. Zhang Solong wrapped his arms around himself, full of confidence in his brother. The longsword in Zhang Zhang's hand is a third-rank saber I captured. I don't believe that stinky girl can have a third-rank longsword. Zhang Zhang was robbed of all his weapons and magic treasures. Zhang Solong gave his brother a third-grade longsword he had previously captured. A third-grade level weapon that was incomparably sharp and powerful. Spirit armor below the second grade couldn't resist it. Plus, Zhang Zhang was at the second level of foundation establishment, 2 small realms higher than Xiao Yi. Such a realm, holding a sharp weapon. Zhang Solong didn't think his brother could lose.
The Guan Pavilion disciples around them also said, "Yes, senior brother Zhang made a move. That stinky girl is bound to lose. Wait and see how that Lu Xiaoqing cries." Speaking of the three words LV Xiaoqing, the disciples of the Guan Pavilion gnashed their teeth. Hate to break it into pieces. For the first time, someone dared to provoke the Guan Pavilion disciples like this, and managed to make them not dare to make a move easily. Such encounters drive them crazy with hate in their hearts. Zhang Solong looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who had a smiling face and glowing eyes staring at the spirit stones in front of him. The heart also hates it. "I'll let you have your fun for a while, then I'll let you know you'll regret it later." Zhang Solong bellowed at his brother. Zhang, take out your full strength and teach her a hard lesson." Gu. Full of confidence, LV Xiaoqing secretly smiled in his heart. "Do you think what I do these days is for nothing? Your brother was undermined by me, and even if he recovers within the last few days, he's still a freshly healed body, definitely not able to exert 10% of his strength. And," Lu Xiaoqing reminded, "don't forget the gift that elder brother and I gave you." Xiao Yi froze, then reacted. With a flip of his wrist, a long sword with a red hilt appeared, followed by a red spirit armor worn on his body. In an instant, Xiao Yi transformed from a budding neighbor girl into a valiant female cultivator with a heroic aura. Xiao Yi, who was wearing third-grade spirit armor and holding a third-grade longsword, was bursting with confidence. Third-grade weapon armor. This was already the normal equipment for a Jidan stage cultivator. Generally speaking, Foundation establishment stage cultivators were usually second-rate weaponry. The Zhang in front of him was merely holding a third-grade longsword. As for the rest, spirit armor, no. Spells, no. As a disciple of a large sect, Zhang could tell at a glance that the spirit armor on Xiao Yi was a third-grade spirit armor. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was better to attack or defend. With the third-grade spirit armor, Xiao Yi was already on an invincible footing. Looking at the spirit armor on Xiao Yi's body, there was also a third-grade longsword that was not inferior to the one he was holding. Zhang was so sad and angry in his heart that he wanted to cry. He had been wool-gathered twice in Lingxiao city and was jerked bald. The third-grade longsword in his hand was still given to him by his own brother. Now the other party not only had a third-grade longsword as well, but also third-grade spirit armor. What's the point of playing? Even if he was 2 realms higher than Xiao Yi, he was still a bit less confident. Zhang Solong saw that his brother was actually intimidated by the other party like this. It made his hair stand on end in anger. "Do you think you deserve to be my brother? Zhang, what are you doing? Get on." Zhang couldn't do anything about it, so he was only able to tough it out. He was not considered strong. His talent was average, and he was far from his elder brother Zhang Solong. He could only be considered an ordinary sect disciple. He swung out his long sword and a sword aura killed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's combat experience wasn't rich, and she took the incoming sword main seriously. The third-grade longsword in his hand met Zhang's sword blade in a moderate manner. Boo! Easily resisting it, Xiao Yi's confidence skyrocketed. "This is your strength? The second level of foundation establishment. The strength is just average." Xiao Yi was puzzled in her heart and at the same time overjoyed. It looked like it shouldn't be difficult to deal with. She followed up by making the green lotus sword technique. Countless dark currents appeared, like ferocious beasts lurking underwater, surging in the dark and choosing to devour people. The surrounding dark currents of aura engulfed and formed a large net that tightly surrounded Zhang. Zhang's face was grave. This hand of Xiao Yi's sword technique had increased his pressure. However, he was not willing to show weakness, and took a step back, also using his sword technique, diffused Xiao Yi's attacks one by one. He then cupped his hands and pointed towards Xiao Yi. The air around them became hot and furious, and the fire element in the air converged. A fireball appeared out of thin air, forming quickly, almost instantly taking shape and whistling towards Xiao Yi. This was an ordinary fireball spell, but its power was not to be underestimated. Once hit, one would be seriously injured without dying. The fireball was extremely fast, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Xiao Yi. The high temperature caused Xiao Yi's face to change slightly as she hurriedly retreated and pulled away. The moment the fireball hit her face, the long sword narrowly cleaved it in half. Hoo! Xiao Yi blanched. Seeing that he was able to force Xiao Yi back with just an ordinary fireball spell, Zhang's confidence grew. Found a way to beat this girl. Zhang gave a smug sneer and mocked. "I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you are just like your senior brother, with a powerful mouth. Watch the move." Gaining momentum, Zhang once again ran his spell. Several fireballs appeared and attacked towards Xiao Yi in an encircling manner. Zhang Tsonglong, who was watching the battle, had a satisfied smile on his face. satisfied with my brother's performance. The Guan Pavilion disciples next to him whispered. The other party has a third-grade longsword and third-grade spirit armor, and melee combat doesn't hold any advantages. In that case, might as well pull back and use spells on her. That's right, the little girl has just built her foundation, and the way she utilizes her spiritual energy is naturally inferior to senior brother Zhang. Even if she uses the magic spell, she can't possibly be a match for senior brother Zhang. We're winning. Zhang Tong secretly nodded in his heart. That's right, as long as this continues, Xiao Yi is no match for Zhang. Zhang Tong's gaze fell on Lu Xiaoqing. Humph, let's see what you can do now. However, he saw that there was no panic on Lu Xiaoqing's face. Instead, he still kept staring at his spirit stone. Wealthy slaves. Zhang Tong despised it in his heart. Just then, Xiao Yi shouted, "Don't bully people too much. Watch me." Meteorite Grand Summoning. Chapter 138 Easy Victory. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, carrying rolling smoke as it descended from the sky and smashed down towards Zhang. Looking at the sound of it, it seems to be really a meteorite falling from the sky. When Xiao Yi, who was next to him, saw this, her expression didn't change as she lightly glanced at Lu Xiaoqing. Her gaze was meaningful. Seeing this meteorite-like fireball from the sky, she remembered the even more massive fireball she had seen that day. In one strike, he nearly crushed the fourth-grade spirit talisman that was comparable to a blow from the Yuaning stage. Powerful. Now it's passed on to Ripple's sister? Xiao Yi looked at Lu Xiaoqing and secretly said in her heart, no wonder there's such confidence. Not worried about little Ripple's sister losing. Everything is ready. Then Xiao Yi's gaze fell on Zhang Tong. Compared to Lu Xiaoqing, it seemed that during the 3 days, the people of the Guan Pavilion didn't do much preparation. Zhang had nothing to add and only had a third-grade longsword. So could he go into battle rashly and not lose? Zhang Tong was also stunned as he looked at the large fireball rolling down from the sky. What kind of spell is this tower meow? Unheard of. Zhang, on the other hand, almost peed himself. Is this a fireball spell too? Why is it so big? Why does it give me such an oppressive feeling? Xiao Yi's move was aimed at him, and the fireball that fell from the sky had firmly locked him in place. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Knowing that it was useless for him to escape, Zhang roared angrily and used all his strength. The spiritual energy in his body operated, and several fireballs appeared again in an instant, and the appearance of these fireballs nearly drained the aura from his body. Give it to me! With a loud shout, Zhang placed all these hopes on his fireball art. Several fireballs scrambled and rushed straight to the sky to get the big fireball as if they were defying the odds. Boom boom boom! The two clashed and exploded over and over again. Smoke and flames. The smoke that emanated from it blocked the sky above the crowd from view for a time. Ouch! Xiao Yi couldn't help but let out a shriek as the large fireball with the momentum of a rainbow disappeared into the explosion. After Lu Xiaoqing saw this scene, he secretly shook his head in his heart. There's still a lot of practicing to be done, but it's not bad for this girl to be able to practice to this point in a short period of time. Back then, I had to practice repeatedly for almost half a year in the time house before I could use it skillfully. Don't look at Lu Xiaoqing, who usually cursed and always sprayed Xiao Yi with stupidity. In fact, Xiao Yi's talent was no worse than anyone else's. She could be called a genius. Of course, it was just ordinary geniuses. There was a gap compared to demonic geniuses. The immortal fireball technique made by Xiao Yi is loud and powerful, but in reality, the power is average, right? It could even be said that Zhang wouldn't have much of a problem blocking bullets with his flesh. Xiao Yi had only been practicing for 3 days. And it was not bad to be able to have such a sound capable of scaring Zhang. It means she has talent. As for power, this needs to be slowly honed later. On Zhang's side, he saw that his fireball had crushed Xiao Yi's large fireball without much effort. Ran couldn't help but be stunned. So weak? Great anger ensued that he was actually intimidated. Shame on you. Asterisk. You. Zhang waved his long sword. His figure was like lightning, and he went straight for Xiao Yi. Why did Senior Zhang change his offense again? The onlookers of the returning Pavilion disciples were puzzled. Having broken Xiao Yi's attack, he should ride the wave of victory and continue to attack in the same way he had just done, and he could win more easily. Zhang Tong coldly hummed without explanation, but the look at his brother was full of appreciation. Zhang did not have much spiritual energy left in his body, and it was no longer realistic to use a fireball technique to deal with Xiao Yi like he did just now. The only way to give Xiao Yi a taste of his own medicine was to utilize the third-grade longsword in his hand. Humph! My brother's sword skill is no worse than that girl's. That girl's move just now had nearly exhausted her spiritual energy. She's definitely no match for my brother. Jang Tong was full of confidence in his heart. Damn it! Xiao Yi's side was angry. The first time she had used the great meteorite summoning technique that her second senior brother had taught her. She had thought to give Zhang a surprise, and also thought to show the crowd how powerful she was. But I didn't expect Zhang to break it easily. Let her math fall apart. In that case, I'll surprise you again. Go to hell. Xiao Yi bellowed. The third-grade longsword in his hand swung out, and the longsword glowed brightly. A soft but sharp aura was revealed. Zhang's pupils shrunk violently, and the expression on his face gradually grew alarmed. Boo! Ah! Zhang screamed miserably as blood splattered and flew out backwards like a kite off its string. Jang Tong, on the other hand, lost his voice and shouted, "Sword! Sword intent?" Jang Tong couldn't believe it as he looked at the glow of Xiao Yi's long sword and felt the sharp aura. He wanted to curse. Damn it! What the hell is Tian Peak? Why did Kei Yan comprehend sword intent and this stinky girl also comprehend sword intent? Ah! The sword's intent. This was something that Jang Tong had dreamed of comprehending. Preferably, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comprehend it. He finally pinned his hopes on breaking through to Yuaning and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth before comprehending sword intent. Looking at Xiao Yi, who comprehended the sword intent. Although it was only the first level of sword intent heart-turning, it was a true and real sword intent. Jang Tong's eyes were red, envious, jealous to death. That night, he witnessed Kei Yan reach the third sword intent realm. Sword heart. He was even more eager to comprehend sword intent. Now he saw that Xiao Yi, this girl, had also comprehended sword intent. Jang Tong had the urge to grab Xiao Yi and torture him severely about how exactly he had comprehended the sword intent. The other Guan Pavilion disciples were also stunned. Never would I have thought that another person from the Heavenly Royal Peak would have comprehended sword intent. Could it be that the Heavenly Royal Peak has some unique tricks? The three people watching the battle, Xiao Yi, looked as normal, without any expression of surprise. The three of them had already known that Xiao Yi had comprehended sword intent. Feng Xiao looked at Zhang, who flew out backwards and did not get up for a long time, and said, Zhang has lost. She then looked at LV Xiaoqing. It's still as scary as ever. Xiao Yi looked at Jang Tong and secretly shook his head. By this time, Summer Words had figured out a lot of things as well. She said, Senior Brother Zhang had already fallen into Senior Brother Lu's calculations from the start. Dianzuozua, however, was less than convinced. How is this possible? He counted on today? Natsuki shook her head, for which she wasn't sure, but a voice inside her told her the truth. That's a win? Xiao Yi was a bit incredulous, a bit skeptical if it was true. She followed LV Xiaoqing to the secret realm for the first time after she worshipped the Heavenly Royal Peak. In the secret realm, whether it was her opponent's Gongding, Xing, or the ferocious demonic beasts, she fought with great difficulty. Now against Zhang, she was winning so easily, although the spiritual energy in her body was almost exhausted. But in her feeling view, it was just an easy win. Ha ha! Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied and smiled when he saw that his senior sister had won. Your brother doesn't give a damn. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell on the pile of spirit stones in front of Jang Tong, just about to make a move to collect what belongs to him. Jang Tong, however, suddenly said, slow down. Chapter 139, so he was digging a hole for Jang Tong. What? Lu Xiaoqing looked at Jang Tong with displeasure. Is this kid going to back out? If you dare to back out, I'll blow your dog's head off. LV Xiaoqing's gaze was not kind. Very suspicious that Jang Tong wanted to back out. You're not going to back out, are you? Jang Tong looked at Lu Xiaoqing, his eyes flickering, and he did have the impulse to backtrack, but remembering his status, he was only able to suppress the impulse and said, you have to answer me a question. It would only add to the joke if he backtracked here. Jang Tong pointed at Xiao Yi and asked with anticipation, how is she able to realize sword intent? I have been pursuing the sword intent for many years, seeking but not being able to enter. Seeing Xiao Yi, this little girl, had actually comprehended sword intent. He couldn't help but feel envious and jealous in his heart. Desperately wanting to comprehend the sword intent, he couldn't care less about his conflict with Lu Xiaoqing and the others, and asked directly, did this guy lose to the point of having brain problems? Lu Xiaoqing only wanted to give him a blank stare. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xiaoqing put away the spirit stones and pills that were in front of Jang Tong's heels, and asked with concern, you don't have any problems with your brain, do you? Need a doctor? I can refer you to one for a cheap fee. Jang Tong was first stunned, then reacted. Isn't this a self-defeating situation? This guy really deserves to die. Don't let me find an opportunity.
Zhang Songlong's heart was filled with hatred as he stared at Lu Xiaoqing.
You what you?
Lu Xiaoqing, not the slightest bit afraid of Zhang Songlong.
Small kind, and then dare to provoke my Tanny Peaks people.
At that time even your pants are raked.
Their own heart does not have a point?
Lu Xiaoqing treated Zhang Songlong with no politeness, and he had no intention of being friends with Zhang Songlong,
or the people of the Guiyuan Pavilion. Having dealt with the people of the returning Yuan Pavilion before,
the people of the returning Yuan Pavilion were overbearing to the extreme, and Lu Xiaoqing disliked these guys from the bottom of his heart.
This time,
Song Zhengqiu actually dared to raise his murderous heart against Ji Yan and lay his hands on him.
Even more so,
Lu Xiaoqing did not have a good feeling towards the returning pavilion. As for the point of comprehending sword intent,
even Xiao Yi didn't dare to ask. This involves the secrets of cultivation.
How can it be shown to others? Zhang Songlong actually dared to ask.
Lu Xiaoqing didn't mind stomping on Zhang Songlong again. Isn't comprehending this sword intent thing as simple as drinking water? You can't comprehend it. Don't say anything else. You can only say that your own people can't. I just wonder, how does a fellow like you dare to claim to be my eldest senior brother's opponent? Now it seems that it should be you who appointed yourself. Shameless. You are the number one shameless in Qizhou. After listening to the battle from the side, Xiao Yi, who was watching the battle from the side, also had a bit of a depressed expression on his face, no longer bland.
Although Lu Xiaoqing was despising Zhang Songlong,
but Summer Whisper felt despised as well.
It was because she was also someone who had not comprehended sword intent.
According to Lu Xiaoqing, she as a person can't either. Xiao Yi noticed that Zhang Songlong's hands were trembling and couldn't help but sigh.
Such Zhang Songlong looked quite pitiful as well, and Xiao Yi whispered,
Senior Zhang can't beat Senior Kei Yan,
and he won't be able to take any advantage when he meets Senior Lu. It could be said that Zhang Songlong could not help the pair of master brothers,
Ji Yan and Lu Xiaoqing, and
Xiao Yi's gaze was meaningful,
and in his heart, he said,
Senior brother Zhang, you still don't know how strong the person standing in front of you really is.
Not only was LV Xiaoqing's mouth powerful,
even his own strength was no worse than anyone else present. At least Xiao Yi didn't have the confidence to beat Lu Xiaoqing.
Zhang Songlong's body was trembling.
Lu Xiaoqing's words were like knives, poking hard in his heart,
and after poking,
he had to rub salt into the wound.
You, damn it.
Zhang Songlong's heart was filled with endless killing intent, and his killing intent towards Lu Xiaoqing reached its peak at this moment. He had never had such a strong urge to kill someone.
Lu Xiaoqing was the first.
Zhang Songlong did not hide his killing intent towards Lu Xiaoqing,
which permeated the surroundings. Little fellow, dare you make a move?
Lu Xiaoqing said faintly.
My master is here. Do you dare? That's a threatening statement. Zhang Songlong's expression froze. Even though he was overbearing,
he couldn't wait to immediately strike and slaughter Lu Xiaoqing.
But he didn't dare. If he dared,
he would have struck when he was at the gathering of immortals.
Because of what Song Zhengqiu had done to Ji Yan,
Zhang Songlong didn't dare to mess around. He dared not give Xiaoqing a chance lest he die young.
What a damned fellow. Humph. A waste that can only rely on his master.
Zhang Songlong stared at Lu Xiaoqing and suddenly smiled.
You can only rely on your master Yu Meng. Let's go. A good man is not a good man,
and he will only be laughed at if he continues here.
Don't leave.
You haven't called me grandpa yet. Lu Xiaoqing kindly reminded Zhang Songlong.
You'll be laughed at if you leave like this. I am the one who gets laughed at when I call you grandpa. Zhang Songlong is determined to backtrack, no matter what.
It is impossible to call Lu Xiaoqing grandfather.
He turned away as if he hadn't heard and led the way.
Lu Xiaoqing didn't necessarily force them to call him grandpa.
Alas,
for the sake of the spirit stones,
I won't bother with them much. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand happily. No more farewells. Ah, from the dragon grandson. Next time you have a spirit stone, come back to me again. I will make sure you are satisfied.
Numerous returning pavilion disciples covered their chests. They were afraid that they would explode from anger.
Zhang Songlong didn't have any different. Didn't make any conversation. His eyes looked straight ahead,
and his pace was firm to leave. But a little attention would reveal that Zhang Songlong's fists had never unclenched. It had been clenched tightly, full of murderous intent. How could Zhang Songlong not expect that the usually high and mighty would be defeated one after another after coming to the Lingxiao sect and meeting Lu Xiaoqing? What's even more annoying is that he has no way to fight back. Lu Xiaoqing's back was against the mountain of Xiaochang, eating him to death. LV Xiaoqing gave him the feeling of being very difficult to deal with.
Even when he was facing Kei Yan, he didn't feel so difficult. Kei Yan was straightforward. Even if he lost at Kei Yan's hands, Kei Yan wouldn't beat up on him like Lu Shaoqing did. Just ignore him. At the time, he still found Kei Yan's ignorance very hateful. It was only today that I realized that compared to Kei Yan's ignorance, it was still LV Shaoqing's approach like this that was more hateful. Wait. You wait for me. You will not be here in the Lingxiao school one day. Then I will let you know what is called regret. Watching the rampaging Guan Pavilion crowd leave in silence like this, not being able to take a single advantage in front of Lu Shaoqing and leaving in ashes, Dian Ro's heart was complicated. Even Jang Tong couldn't take advantage of her in front of Lu Shaoqing, and she was even more so. Her mind recalled the words of her senior sister. Summer words. It seems that we should not provoke him for the time being, and then teach him a good lesson later when we have the chance. Dian Ro said to herself in her heart. Wait for your chance. It's called holding back for a while. Ha! Mainly because the current LV Shaoqing was strong and shameless. Dian Ro felt that she couldn't help LV Shaoqing. Continuing to with Louis Shaoqing would do her no good. In reality, Dian Ro did not realize that she had actually developed a fear of Lu Shaoqing. As for when the fear arose, she didn't know. Xiao Yi saw Zhang Songlong and the others leave in ashes, their backs looking so forlorn. She twisted her head to look at her senior sister, who she didn't want to be like that when the time came. Noticing Xiao Yi's gaze, Dian Ro smiled bitterly. Senior sister, I know what to do. I won't trouble him. It would be nice to be able to think that way. Xiao Yi was pleased in her heart. Her own senior sister had still figured it out. In reality, there was no benefit at all in making an enemy of someone like Lu Shaoqing. Xiao Yi bounced and ran to Lu Shaoqing's side, reaching towards him for a spirit stone, but was slapped away by Lu Shaoqing's palm. I'm poor, don't think about my spirit stones. Second senior brother. Xiao Yi responded as she rubbed her small hand. Are you counting on Zhang Songlong? From the looks of it, it wasn't digging a hole for her. It was digging a hole for Zhang Songlong. Today's Zhang Songlong not only lost his spirit stones, but even his face was thrown on the ground and stomped hard. Lu Shaoqing didn't answer this question. It's not bad for the silly senior sister to be able to think of this. Lu Shaoqing instructed her. Send senior sister Xiao Yu and the girls back. Xiao Yu, however, didn't want to leave this place. She suddenly said to LV Shaoqing, Senior brother LV, I wonder if I can reside at the Heavenly Royal Peak for a while. Chapter 140, starting cultivation again. In the evening, Lu Shaoqing was ready to return to his room. The CD for the ring arrived today. 90,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones for 6 months. It should be 4.5 years. Today, the bet from Zhang Songlong came hard with more than 26,000 lower grade spirit stones, adding to the 46,000 or so lower grade spirit stones that were originally there. As for the extra 20,000, Lu Shaoqing looked toward the residence where Xiao Yi was. Couldn't help but sigh. What a pain in the ass, having to stay here. Xiao Yi thought that there were still 10 days to go before the celebration of the Lingxiao sect, offering to pay rent and spirit stones for a few days here in the Lingxiao sect. Of course LV Shaoqing didn't want to. Xiao Yi was a walking troublemaker in his opinion. Even if he was given more spirit stones, he didn't want them. However, his refusal was useless. He had no way to refuse with his master present. In the end, the lion simply opened his mouth. 10,000 spirit stones per person. Xiao Yi was also very dry, directly giving 20,000 lower grade spirit stones, allowing her and Dian Ro to live here at Tianyu Peak for a period of time. It's really troublesome. Lu Shaoqing shook his head. People, it's not good to be too handsome. Forget it. It's better to strengthen yourself in order to deal with the trouble. Back in the room, Lu Shaoqing examined the formations and prohibitions arranged in the room before his figure finally disappeared into the room. Appearing in the white room, Lu Shaoqing suddenly eeped. He came to the jade table, and there was something different about the spirit cards placed on it. The last time I came in, the spirit tablet was still smooth as a mirror with nothing on it. Now, there seems to be some writing on it. It was faint, but to the eyes of the cultivator, the change was obvious. Lu Shaoqing looked at it for a while and guessed, it couldn't be the change produced by swallowing my spirit stone last time, right? Knocking on the jade table, he said to the spirit tablet, Hey, deadbeat, this change in you is a good change, right? Nothing nice to thank me for? There was silence and no response. Lu Shaoqing bristled. He's been dead for so long, and he's still pretending to be dead. Although he didn't know who the spirit tablet belonged to, it was certain that the source was definitely bigger than expected. Maybe it's a top cultivator bigot. This kind of big brother has a lot of good things, and even a little something from his fingers would be enough for Lu Shaoqing to enjoy. Lu Shaoqing lifted out all of the 90,000
lower grade spirit stones he had gotten today. Put them all in the incense burner in front of the spirit tablet. The incense burner was not large, yet it was able to fit all 90,000 spirit stones in at once. With a flash of white light, all the spirit stones were reduced to pieces, and the aura contained within was instantly absorbed by the incense burner. The jade table flashed with white light, more dazzling than anything before. Lu Xiaoqing took a step back, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at the jade table and the spirit cards. Soon, a text message appeared on the jade desktop. LV Xiaoqing stepped forward. After reading the message on it, his brows furrowed and his face became unhappy and grew angry. 3.5 years? What about another year? Just feed me? Lu Xiaoqing slammed his palm on the desktop and looked angrily at the spirit cards. Dead beat. The middleman isn't even as ruthless as you. You've eaten me for a year in one go. This is 20,000 spirit stones. How easy is it to make this kind of money? I've worked so hard to earn these spirit stones, and you're going to eat 20,000 spirit stones in one bite. I don't care what kind of big shot you used to be. You're a dead man now, a dead ghost, and you dare to snatch food from my mouth? Do you believe I'll smash your spirit tablet? LV Xiaoqing growled angrily, murderously. Those who rob me of my spirit stones are unforgivable. Under Lu Xiaoqing's growl, a white light flashed across the jade table once again. Lu Xiaoqing looked down and quickly grew angry again. Son of a level 6 formation, or a defensive one. You're kidding me. A 4th level formation was capable of posing a certain threat to a Yuaning. A 5th level formation that could threaten a Yuaning, and when operated properly, killing a Yuaning wasn't impossible. As for the 6th level, even a god transformation stage cultivator would have to walk around it. However, not everyone can afford to play with formations. The more advanced the formation, the more materials are used to lay the formation, and the more advanced the quality. Lu Xiaoqing's entire fortune right now wasn't necessarily enough to set up a grade 4 formation. For a 5th level formation, Lu Xiaoqing didn't have enough materials to set it up right now. As for level 6, even if he had enough materials and set it up, he wouldn't necessarily be able to utilize his full strength. Moreover, a defensive formation would not have much effect on the current Lu Xiaoqing. Although Lu Xiaoqing expressed his dissatisfaction, his hand movements were not slow at all, and while growling, he had already taken out a jade slip in his hand to topographize it. After the TOI was finished, Lu Xiaoqing once again roared at the spirit tablet. Give me a formation that can trap and kill a Yuaning. One that can be used at the Jiedan stage, or I'm not done with you. The jade table's light dimmed, seemingly speechless for Lu Xiaoqing's shamelessness as well. After a few breaths, the glow of the jade table lit up. Lu Xiaoqing looked down and was instantly satisfied. A level 5 attack formation. As a formation master, Lu Xiaoqing knew that this formation could definitely threaten Yuaning's stage powers after the first time he looked at it. Lu Xiaoqing took out the jade slip and said to the spirit tablet while topographically printing it. That's right. Don't be so cheap that you have to take a scolding before you bring out the good stuff. We've been dependent on each other for so many years. I scold you in your body, pain in my heart. In the future you cannot be like this. LV Xiaoqing's tone was sincere, making it seem as if the spirit brand had done something wrong. He, Lu Xiaoqing, was forced to curse like this. In the face of such shamelessness from Lu Xiaoqing, the spirit card couldn't help but move slightly. The jade table flickered with light for a few moments, and a large character appeared. Get out! Ugh! You deadbeat! You're just too stinky to hear the truth. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head inside. Forget it. I'm the most generous person. I won't bother with you in general. Well, go eat your aura and leave me alone. The spirit card shook a little again. Lu Xiaoqing sat down, holding in his hands the jade slip that he had just topographed the formation with. 5th grade formation. Swimming Dragon Demon Destroyer diagram. Lu Xiaoqing's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. I now possess the Departing Flame Sword technique, the Immortal Fireball technique, the Surprising God technique, the Taiyan Body Refining technique, and the Breath Convergence technique taught by my master. The realm is the late Jiedan stage, 7th level realm. The Departing Flame Sword technique, the Immortal Fireball technique is already a great success, and there's also the Surprising God's Decision and the Taiyan Body Refining technique that are just starting out. But the just introduced effects are also extremely strong. Without them, I really wouldn't have been able to defeat one of Xin Yuankuei's divine thoughts. There are now 3.5 years. Well, let's cultivate and raise our realm first, and break through to the 8th layer. The rest of the time we'll see how much is left when the time comes. And then cultivate the Surprising God Decision and the Taiyan Body Refining technique, of which the main cultivation of the Surprising God Decision it Chapter 141, Flying Sword Transmission from the Master. By the time LV Xiaoqing appeared in the room, LV Xiaoqing's gaze still carried a hint of falling silence. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head, didn't say anything, and directly flung himself onto the bed, drifting into a deep sleep. The longest LV Xiaoqing had ever lasted before was a year inside the ring. Now it's been 3.5 years in there all at once. 3.5 years were spent cultivating and enlightening. The solitary cultivation made Lu Xiaoqing feel as if he was in a different world. This sleep lasted for 3 days, and it was only on the third day that Lu Xiaoqing woke up quietly. Opening her eyes, Red stood on the top beam of the room, eyes closed. In the past few days since it came back from the secret realm, all of the old fur on its body had faded away, and the new fur that had grown out was even more brightly colored and oily. Lu Xiaoqing smiled faintly. This little guy was an ordinary bird, but it had followed him for so long. Ordinary has become extraordinary. Others weren't sure, but Lu Xiaoqing knew very well about this little pet of his. It had also gained a lot of benefits from the secret realm this time. Xiao Hong also sensed that Lu Xiaoqing had woken up. Opening his eyes, he squealed and flew down, landing on Lu Xiaoqing's head. Lu Xiaoqing reached out and slapped Xiao Hong out. The senior sister favors this guy too much. Lu Xiaoqing scolded. Don't lie on my head. Don't you know that the head can be broken, but the hairstyle can't be messed up? Little Red squeaked, seemingly accusing LV Xiaoqing of such behavior. Can't you learn from your senior sister who values her hair so much that she lets me lie on her head? It's really getting arrogant from being spoiled. Lu Xiaoqing glared at it. I'm not a stupid senior sister. Don't compare me to her. Little Red screamed twice, seemingly protesting this behavior. But in the end, she obediently flew onto Lu Xiaoqing's shoulder. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the time. 3 days had passed, and there were still 7 more days before the celebration ceremony would begin. I don't know if Big Brother can make it, Lu Xiaoqing secretly muttered in his heart. Then a bad smile appeared on his face. The stage is all set, and when the main character is not there, let's see what the palmist will do. Lu Xiaoqing took Xiao Hong out and came outside. Lu Xiaoqing came here to the hammock that belonged to him and ordered takeout, just like before. Then he lay down in his hammock and pulled out his sky card to watch the news. For 3 days, the breaking news wasn't there. It's all general news. As the grand ceremony approached, there were people from large and small forces in Qi Prefecture, and even the next state over, who came to Lingxiao City. More people, more conflict. The ones who bore the brunt and received the most impact were naturally the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. It is these conflicts, large and small, that are mentioned most often in the Skype. After looking at it for a while, Lu Xiaoqing shook his head and commented, childish. Lu Xiaoqing knew that it was because of the breakthrough of his eldest senior brother, Kei Yan, who had become a Yuaning. It's causing a lot of eye-rolling. This incident has had a big impact on the state of Qi. There were 5 Yuaning in Twin Moon Valley, and 6 Yuaning in Guan Pavilion. Kei Yan's breakthrough broke the balance, and the Lingxiao sect jumped to become the sect with the most Yuaning in Qizhou. Among them, the impact on the Guan Pavilion was naturally the greatest. Song Jingchu's killing of Kei Yan also had a factor in it. Getting rid of Kei Yan could cut off the possibility of the Lingxiao sect becoming the #1 sect in Qizhou. The Lingxiao sect held the grand ceremony mainly to show off a bit to the other forces in Qizhou. We all know this by heart. Therefore, it would be good to bully the pink and weak Lingxiao sect disciples and break the Lingxiao sect's face. In other words, if I can't bully Kei Yan, I'll go bully the rest of the Lingxiao sect. For this kind of thing, as long as it didn't bully him, Lu Xiaoqing was too lazy to care. Half an hour later, Fang Xiao brought takeout to Lu Xiaoqing. For Fang Xiao personally delivering the takeout, Lu Xiaoqing wondered, Boss Fang, you're short-handed, won't you recruit a few more people? You're a restaurant owner, and you'll look like you're dropping the ball by delivering the takeout yourself. Don't save that small amount of money. Fang Xiao smiled faintly. Others want me to send them, but I'm not sending them yet. Isn't Sister Words at the Heavenly Royal Peak? I stopped by to see her. Of course, this was an excuse. The real reason was only clear to Fang Xiao himself. Woman ah. Lu Xiaoqing sniffed and shook his head. It's only been a few days? Speak as if you haven't seen each other for years. After saying that, he didn't care about Fang Xiao. After 3.5 years of not eating a single bite of meat, Lu Xiaoqing felt that he was starving. Just as Lu Xiaoqing was eating his takeout, a stream of light crossed the sky. A small flying sword fell. The flying sword had the logo of the Lingxiao sect printed on it, which was the flying sword used by the sect leader to transmit letters. Lu Xiaoqing grabbed it and, without even looking at it, directly flung it back into the sky, letting it return the way it came. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the sky with a very dissatisfied tone.
Really? Not even for a meal? Looking at the direction where the flying swords disappeared, Lu Shaoqing thought for a moment. For safety's sake, it's better to go and hide for a while. The sect leader is all flying swords and sending letters. It's definitely not good. Louis Shaoqing carried the takeout and prepared to run back to his residence. But on second thought, in case the palmist came to the door, he was properly blocked and had no place to run. Forget it, let's go to Big Brother's kennel. Kei Yan wasn't home, just enough to hide there. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, and Dian Ro were chatting in the courtyard. Suddenly Natsuki noticed a stream of light flying up into the sky and disappearing. This was the flying sword transmission that Lu Shaoqing had repatriated to the sect leader without covering his tracks, and she had discovered it. Xiao Yi watched the stream of light disappear and reacted. Senior apprentice brother Lu is out of the gate? LV Shaoqing slept for 3 days and was mistakenly thought to be in closed-door cultivation. Xiao Yi and Dian Ro also noticed the disappearing stream of light. Xiao Yi's face revealed surprise. Did second senior brother end his cultivation? Dian Ro frowned. Only 3 days and you call it a retreat? That's where second brother's hammock is. Lu Shaoqing didn't go out for 3 days in a row, and it was also a first for Xiao Yi. The first time she saw Lu Shaoqing staying at home for so long. Xiao Yi stayed at Tianyu Peak just to observe and watch LV Shaoqing. Now that LV Shaoqing was out of the gate, it was only natural to go and take a look. The three had just gone out when they ran into Fang Xiao. Knowing from Fang Xiao that Lu Shaoqing was indeed out of the gate, the four of them came to the usual hammock here together. But there was no sign of Lu Shaoqing. Strange, Fang Xiao said. Just now Mr. Lu was here. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? Xiao Yu thought of the stream of light, the flying sword transmission, and guessed, could it be going somewhere? The gazes of the crowd fell on Xiao Yi, who also had a big question mark on her face. Just as the four were wondering, a stream of light appeared in the sky once again. A tall figure came with a sword and appeared in a hurry, landing in front of the crowd. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Yi was surprised. Sect leader? Chapter 142. Bowing to the forces of evil. The person who came was none other than the head of the Lingxiao sect, Yu Chang. Xiao Yi was very strange. The sect ceremony was approaching. This time of the year should be the busiest time for the sect, and even the master didn't know where he had gone to work these past few days. How does the master still have time to come here? Moreover, the sect leader looked as if he was angry. When Yu Chang appeared, he was furious and split his head. Where is that asshole kid? Gnashing his teeth, full of anger. The four people, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu, could clearly feel Yu Chang's anger, full of anger that seemed ready to explode at any moment. Xiao Yi shook her head. She hadn't seen Lu Shaoqing either. Second senior brother should have been here just now. I don't know where he went at this moment. Then, somewhat worried, he asked, Sect Master, what did second senior brother do? Second brother wouldn't have gone and sacked the sect leader. Or else why would the sect leader be so angry? Yu Chang didn't reply. His divine sense filled the air. The huge divine sense of the late Yuaning stage sweeping across the huge Tianyu Peak. All of Tianyu Peak was visible under his powerful divine sense. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi and the others felt this huge divine sense and couldn't help but change color. In front of this divine sense, they felt like ants floating in a vast ocean. Struggling, after Yu Chang swept through, his brows furrowed. Unable to find anyone, he became even more angry. Bastard, where the hell did you run off to? After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Yi and the others and went straight to Lu Shaoqing's residence. It looks lightly traveled and should not have been visited much. Xiao Yi and the few others glanced at each other, curiosity driving them to follow Yu Chang. Yu Chang came here to Lu Shaoqing's residence and directly pushed the door in. Xiao Yi recalled the previous encounter and hurriedly spoke out to remind. Sect leader, you must not. Inside are formations and prohibitions that make it easy to get trapped. But Yu Chang had already stepped in, his figure disappearing behind the door, but with a cold grunt. The formations and prohibitions set up by Lu Shaoqing went up in smoke, easily dissolved by him, a late-stage Yuaning powerhouse. Yu Chang's figure reappeared in the line of sight of Xiao Yi's several people, but Yu Chang quickly folded back out. Anger grew on his face. Asshole, playing hide and seek with me? You better not let me find it. Afterwards, he once again utilized his divine sense and scanned the entire heavenly royal peak once more. This time he was more careful and meticulous, and his carefulness was rewarded. As soon as his divine sense was withdrawn, a cold smile appeared on his face and his tone was slightly smug. Little fellow, can you escape me? It then took off into the air, heading straight in one direction. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi looked at each other in disbelief, and then they also hurriedly followed. On the way, Xiao Yu couldn't help herself and asked Xiao Yi, Sister Xiao Yi,
What did Master Lu do that seems to have infuriated sect leader Yu so much? Dian Ro and Fong Xiao also perked up their ears, curious as to what the answer to this question would be. From the time Yu Chang appeared until now, they could clearly feel Yu Chang's suppressed anger. Xiao Yi was also dumbfounded at this question, and she didn't know what had happened. Could it be that the second senior brother wasn't at Tianyu Peak for 3 days and really went to rob the sect leader? Otherwise the sect leader couldn't have been so angry. Xiao Yi shook her head. She was also curious about this question and said, I don't know. First follow the sect leader. We'll know when we find second senior brother. Curious, Dian's was what asked. Where are we going? Xiao Yi looked at it and said, in this direction. It is the residence of eldest senior brother. Xiao Yi's 4 people soon arrived at where Ji Yan's cabin was. Upon arriving here, Summer Whisper's face flinched when she saw the bare ground in front of the cabin. What a strong sword intent. Xiao Yi nodded her head, pride on her face. This is where eldest brother usually cultivates. Her cousin Xiao Kun suffered here. Yu Chang was already standing in front of the wooden house, bellowing, come out for me. The tone of his voice carried an anger that was about to be suppressed, as if it would explode at any moment. But there was no response from inside the cabin. No movement at all. Xiao Yi also couldn't feel Lu Xiaoqing's aura inside the wooden house and wondered, is second senior brother inside? Xiao Yu's strength was the strongest among the 4. She felt it carefully and burst into tears. Inside, LV Xiaoqing's breath was so weak and frail that she wouldn't have been able to feel it at all if she hadn't felt it carefully. Such an aura could be concealed from others. But in front of a Yuaning powerhouse, it was as bright as a lamp in the darkness. When Yu Chang saw that Lu Xiaoqing actually didn't respond, his nose became crooked. This asshole kid, he's really cunning. Are you coming out or not? If you don't come out, don't force me to tear down this broken wooden house. After a while, Lu Xiaoqing's emboldened voice came out. You tear it down. This is eldest brother's place. Go ahead and tear it down. Yu Chang's face twitched. So damn this little bastard. You hurry up and come out. I have something to explain to you. I'm stupid, I'll go out. Lu Xiaoqing's attitude is resolute. No, out. You've used your exclusive palm flying sword. This kind of big event is not something I can participate in. Sect Master. Spare me. A small body like mine can't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. You can find whoever you like. Lu Xiaoqing's words were like a spark that instantly ignited Yu Chang. Yu Chang was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet and stormed out. The ground shook and the ground was stomped out a deep pit hard. Bastard. How dare you say that? You actually dared to refuse even my flying sword transmission. What else do you not dare to do? You think I won't look for you if you send the flying sword back? The few spectators next to him finally understood why Yu Chang was so angry. So it's because of this. Yu Chang was the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, the supreme leader of the Lingxiao sect's tens of thousands of disciples. His orders should be carried out truthfully by the disciples below him. Lu Xiaoqing, who was a disciple, dared to refuse to accept it and even repatriated the flying sword back. Is this a rebellion? You come out. Yu Chang shouted again. Not out. Lu Xiaoqing's attitude was resolute, and he would not come out even if he died. Fine. You're not coming out, are you? I'm going in. Yu Chang broke in angrily. Yu Chang pushed open the wooden door, and the surrounding sword intent, like enraged vipers, came out of their holes, ready to attack. In the eyes of Xiao Yi and the others, it seemed that this heaven and earth were filled with endless sword intent. A few people's faces turned white. These endless sword intent, even a Yuaning would have to suffer. However, as a late-stage Yuaning powerhouse, Yu Chang's breath was put away as if he was as non-existent as a transparent person, and the violent sword intent couldn't find a target, and they all regained their calmness. Lu Xiaoqing's fawning and pleasing voice came out from the wooden house. Sect Master, you're here. Sit, don't be angry. If you're angry, who's going to lead the Lingxiao sect forward? The Lingxiao sect can't live without you, just as I can't live without spirit stones. Where is my master? This had to be asked. It was the last thing he had to rely on. Ha! Yu Chang sneered, knowing what Lu Xiaoqing was thinking. He couldn't care less about you. He went to watch your eldest brother. I'm going to have to clean you up today. Lu Xiaoqing was shocked. Finished? There are still people out there. And where would one put one's face if one got cleaned up here? Lu Xiaoqing hurriedly said, Sect Master, if you dare to do this, I would rather die than submit. Then in a tone so full of grief and anger that it seemed as if he were about to go to the torture chamber, he said, Tell me, what do you want me to do? The sect master is even stronger than the master. Can't afford to mess with him. Bowing to the forces of evil. Chapter 143, The Master's Purpose. Yu Chang looked at Lu Xiaoqing. This little slicker agreed so quickly.
There is a conspiracy. Couldn't help but get suspicious. Gazing skeptically, did you really promise? He knew LV Xiaoqing's cunning very well, and it was not like his style to agree so easily. LV Xiaoqing's heart was filled with grief and anger. You've killed your way here. Can I refuse? My master isn't here. What can I do but say yes? Sect leader, you actually doubt my loyalty to the sect? I also want to contribute to the sect. Contributing to the sect. These words coming out of your mouth can't even be trusted with punctuation marks. Yu Chang sneered twice before saying the real purpose of this trip to find Lu Xiaoqing. The sect ceremony is about to begin. More and more people are coming from all sides. Lingxiao city is already overcrowded. These guys are jealous of our Lingxiao sect and are constantly looking for trouble from our Lingxiao sect disciples. Your senior brothers and sisters have suffered a lot of losses. If this continues, not only will it demoralize the disciples, but it will also give our Lingxiao sect no place to put its face. So, Lu Xiaoqing heard and understood. Knowing what Yu Chang was playing at, he directly interrupted Yu Chang. Sect master, you don't want me to step in and beat up all those guys, do you? If that's the case, sect leader, please hire someone else. I can't do it. Kidding aside, he wasn't a Yuaning powerhouse. Even if he had some strength, there was no way he could do it to single-handedly challenge the group. The people who had come to the Lingxiao sect this time to attend the grand ceremony were not only the two factions of the Guiyuan Pavilion and the Twin Moons Valley, but also other large and small forces in the Qi state, and there would even be people from the neighboring states. There were not 10,000 but a few thousand coming. Even if he, Lu Xiaoqing, was a godly man, he couldn't carry so many people. Sure enough, Yu Chang was not surprised by Lu Xiaoqing's refusal. Having guessed it before he came, Yu Chang had a serious expression, full of confidence in Lu Xiaoqing, and said, in this current situation, only you can solve it when I think about it. Expecting so much from me. Lu Xiaoqing was speechless. I'm lazy as hell and you still have expectations of me. What am I doing right? I changed. In the face of the sect leader's praise and expectations, Lu Xiaoqing sincerely stated, Sect leader, you think too highly of me. This bit of my strength is insignificant. If you really want to solve it, wouldn't you be able to deter the others if you, as a Yuaning, slapped a few of the ones that ventured out? The Lingxiao sect's ban can just be used as an excuse. Yu Chang shook his head again. If only it were that simple. With so many people coming, the ban is now a sham. And how can it be stopped when so many people, who are stronger than the law enforcement team, can forcefully resist the law enforcement team? This was also the reason why Yu Chang had personally come to Lu Xiaoqing. A person of his stature was not able to personally take action, and could only allow his junior disciples to step in to deal with the situation. Yu Chang shook his head bitterly. It's not good to be the headmaster. People come under the banner of door-to-door congratulations and attending the grand ceremony. They are guests. We are the hosts. What is it for a host to shoot a guest to death? Does the Lingxiao sect still want to lose face? Anyway, I don't care. I'll leave it to you this time. I don't care what you do. Help me out with this. As the head of the Lingxiao sect, aside from Xiaochang and Ji Yan, he was the third person who knew Lu Xiaoqing the most. A low-key, lazy genius. What's more, he's got a lot of ghost ideas. In the face of such a situation today, he could only pin his hopes on Lu Xiaoqing. If this continued, the morale of the disciples of the Lingxiao sect would be in tatters. And when the grand ceremony opened, it would be nothing more than a joke. LV Xiaoqing is helpless. Why do you have so much confidence in me? I don't even have that much confidence in myself. Regarding this mentality of the sect leader, Lu Xiaoqing resolutely despised it and advised, Sect leader, don't make things difficult for yourself just for the sake of a little bit of face. Strike when you need to. You're in the late Yuaning stage. Find a few excuses to make an example of you. Who can do anything about it? Cultivators, not able to be spontaneous and follow their hearts, but also cultivate a hair immortal. You have not broken through for so long because of this. Bastard guy. Yu Chang heart a little panic, at the same time in the heart of a firm idea. In the future, the position of the Lingxiao sect head absolutely cannot let this bastard sit. Yu Chang cursed, Bastard, you say you'll kill? Can I kill you first? Then held up his hand. Are you in or out? You're doing this, can I say no? LV Xiaoqing's tone was sad. Asterisk. I'll do it, okay? Seeing that Lu Xiaoqing agreed, Yu Chang immediately switched his attitude, showing a smile and praising, I believe in your ability, do a good job. Being looked up to so much, Lu Xiaoqing's heart was not only not happy, but very depressed. Muttering, Sect master, if you dare to let me come, I'll get them all killed then. If you're not afraid of losing face, I'll lose face for you. I didn't expect you Chang to express that it's okay, not angry at all. It's okay, you can get killed. Anyway, the people behind the others came to the door, forcing me to have no way out. I can only destroy you, to give people out of anger. You think you're the only one who can pull a fast one? Lu Xiaoqing stared with wide eyes. Is there such a shameless sect master like you? By the time I'm done with this, am I going to be cooked for a traitor? Yu Chang was pleased to see Lu Xiaoqing's wide-eyed look, and he was laughing. You're too young to fight with me. Yu Chang's expression then turned serious as he said to Lu Xiaoqing, Kid, this grand ceremony is for your eldest senior brother. You don't want your big brother's ceremony to look bad, and you don't want to lose your big brother's face, do you? LV Xiaoqing was depressed. Is this considered to becoming soft? Ugh, just had to get on for that guy. Lu Xiaoqing put forward his own conditions. Sect leader, you have to make sure that no one above Yuaning can make a move. Sure enough, lifting up the plan word made things much better. It's still Master Xiao's idea, that's awesome. Yu Chang in his heart admired his master brother Xiao Chang, worthy of being a master. Knowing everything about his disciple, Yu Chang signaled Lu Xiaoqing not to worry. Don't worry, they won't dare to make a move. They have me to keep an eye on them. You just need to deal with the juniors. I've also given your senior brother Xiang the word that I will cooperate with your actions when the time comes. Yu Chang explained and left, leaving behind a depressed LV Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing sat here in Kei Yan's wooden hut, feeling the sword intent around him and pondering. After half a day had passed, Lu Xiaoqing cursed, troubled to death. Finally Schmooze left. Outside, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi and 4 others were here. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing come out with a depressed face, Xiao Yi thoughtfully came up and asked, Second senior brother, does the sect leader want something from you? Lu Xiaoqing sighed, very helpless. I've been hiding here, and I can't believe I'm still coming to my door. A few people from the Xiao language were looking very speechless from the side. One who dares to reject the flying sword transmission of the headmaster, and dares to repatriate back, and to run and hide, and shun the headmaster. You are the only one. With a character like yours, it's a miracle you weren't expelled from the Lingxiao sect. Xiao Yi's side was still curious as to what exactly the sect leader had come to see Lu Xiaoqing about. Second senior brother, tell me, what good thing is the sect leader looking for you? Good thing? What can this be called a good thing? Lu Xiaoqing poked Xiao Yi's head. You're an idiot. What good thing can there be when you've come to the door? It's a good thing. Would I hide? Xiao Yi was poked and hugged and fled far away. Looking at Xiao Yi who wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so, Lu Xiaoqing said, Senior sister Xiao Yi, you said that you owe me a favor. Now I have something I want you to do. So consider this favor returned. The head-hugging Xiao Yi ran back, wide-eyed. What in the world is going on? Curious as hell. Xiao Yi was also curious as to what Yu Chang was looking for Lu Xiaoqing for, that he actually needed her to help him. That's fine. Senior brother Lu, you tell me, what do you want me to do? There's no rush. Let's go down the hill and have a meal first. Chapter 144, Lu Xiaoqing's thoughts. Xiao Yi deflated her mouth and blushed. Faced with a table of food, she had no appetite. Lu Xiaoqing never said what exactly the sect leader was looking for him for. This question was like a kitten constantly scratching in Xiao Yi's heart, making it very difficult for her. She didn't want to eat a single bite of the food in front of her. Being hung up on by LV Xiaoqing, he didn't have any appetite. Watching LV Xiaoqing stop eating and start picking his teeth, Xiao Yi once again raised the question in her heart and urged, Second senior brother, don't sell yourself short. Tell me, what exactly is the sect leader looking for you to do? Xiao Yi had a hard time in her heart, and this question was always stuck in her heart. If this was able to beat Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Yi felt that she might not be able to make a move and use force to force her second senior brother to tell her the answer. Lu Xiaoqing picked his teeth, slowly, with an unhurried look. What's the hurry? You'll know sooner or later when you should know. Xiao Yi was so infuriated that her heart and liver hurt. Her second senior brother was too hateful. Don't you know that whetting people's appetites can give them stomach problems? Xiao Yi had the intention of not wanting to pay attention to this detestable second senior brother, but the curiosity in her heart prevented her from doing so. Second senior brother, just tell me, please, don't whet people's appetites. Go ahead and check out, and when you do, I'll tell you. Xiao Yi looked at his second senior brother incredulously. You won so many spirit stones only a few days ago and you actually want me to treat you? Is that how you treat your brother? Seeing Xiao Yi's indifference, Lu Xiaoqing asked a rhetorical question. Do you want to know the reason why the sect leader is looking for me? If you want to know, go to the checkout. Don't just stare here. Iron Duke, Scrooge, not a dime a dozen. Obviously. There are so many spirit stones, but they still want to pull my wool. Xiao Yi huffed and got up. If it wasn't for my curiosity, I wouldn't have listened to you. You won a bet. You don't share any of it with me, and now you want me to treat you, when I obviously didn't get a single bite. Luckily, I had some harvests in the secret realm, or else I really wouldn't have any spirit stones to give. Suddenly, Xiao Yi reacted. The second elder brother couldn't have been keeping it quiet with the intention of thinking of forcing me to go and settle the bill for him, right? Feeling that he had guessed LV Xiaoqing's intentions, Xiao Yi looked up to the sky and sighed, wanting to cry. Second brother is so cunning. I'm being held to death by him. At that moment, Feng Xiao, who was the boss, came in. She knew that Xiao Yi was ready to pay the bill. Feng Xiao signaled that there was no need. Anyway, Lu Xiaoqing didn't eat a lot this time. So sell a favor by the way, she said. No need. Count it as my treat. After coming out from the secret realm and witnessing and seeing LV Xiaoqing's strength again, Feng Xiao was even more determined to befriend LV Xiaoqing. It's just a couple of dinners. She can afford it. But as Lu Xiaoqing had said before, he didn't want to take too much advantage so as not to get entangled when the time came, still insisting that Xiao Yi settle the bill. After checking out, Xiao Yi practically swooped down in front of Lu Xiaoqing. Second brother, can you tell me now? Seeing Xiao Yi's eager gaze, Lu Xiaoqing did not continue to dangle her appetite. If I don't say something, I'm afraid you girls will storm off. Lu Xiaoqing told him what the sect leader wanted him to do. Xiao Yi's eyes widened out of habit after hearing this. Does the sect leader trust second brother that much? Isn't he afraid of his second senior brother being lazy? Did the sect master not suffer from the severe beating of the second brother? Xiao Yi just couldn't figure this out. She believed that the sect leader should know something about her second senior brother. So why would he still give this task to her second senior brother? And, even more strangely, her second senior brother actually agreed. Xiao Yi fumbled over here, feeling confused. At the side, Xia Yu, Bian Ro Ro, and Feng Xiao were also a bit surprised after hearing this. It was not an easy and simple task in the eyes of the trio. Various forces, large and small, had come here to attend the Lingxiao sect ceremony. But to say that not many sincere congratulations, more in the heart of jealousy. They were desperately hoping that the Lingxiao sect's grand ceremony this time would have an accident and be humiliated. Just like now, targeting the disciples of the Lingxiao sect was also out of such a mindset. In short, he couldn't see the Lingxiao sect as good. In other words, the Lingxiao sect was now a target, and those forces would be happy to do anything that could make the Lingxiao sect lose face. And teaming up to bully Lingxiao sect disciples was undoubtedly a safe and effective method. Lu Xiaoqing took over this matter, which meant that he would have to bring the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to deal with the various forces, large and small, that came here. And this was not a good thing to do. Even if Lu Xiaoqing was as strong as he was, there was no way he could be a match for so many people. Xia Yu finally knew why Lu Xiaoqing wanted to use her favor. Xia Yu looked at Lu Xiaoqing and guessed in her heart. Senior brother Lu, is it because you want me to help? Surely a smart woman. Lu Xiaoqing nodded. That's right. Bian Ro Ro was not happy. It's impossible for my senior sister to help you block them all even if she strikes. That's right. Even if Xia Yu was the eldest disciple of the Twin Moon Valley and was called the third person among the young generation of Qizhou, she was at the 8th level of the Jiedan realm. And no matter how strong she was only at the Jiedan stage. Even if she was made of iron, she could deal with 10, 100, but definitely not 1,000 opponents. And there were definitely more than 1,000 people coming from the large and small forces of Lingxiao City. Even a Jiedan stage expert would have to be exhausted in the face of a wheel battle. You're doing my senior sister a disservice by making her fight. Although Bian Ro Ro said that she didn't dare to provoke Lu Xiaoqing for the time being, it didn't mean that she wouldn't speak up for her senior sister. She was even tempted to suggest that her senior sister not get involved in this matter. This was a matter for the Lingxiao sect and had nothing to do with their Twin Moon Valley. At that time, maybe Xia Yu would be hated by the others, and would even involve the sect. Xia Yu looked at Lu Xiaoqing. Senior brother Lu should have thought of this. She had no intention of refusing. Senior brother Lu, if you need me to step in, I'll just do my best, but I can't promise anything. The sky was huge, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. And she didn't dare to say that she was invincible here in Qizhou. At least the LV Xiaoqing in front of him belonged to the category of crouching tiger hidden dragon. Lu Xiaoqing already had a plan in his heart and said, Senior sister Xia Yu, don't worry, I won't let you deal with many people. Xia Yu froze, and Xiao Yi and the others froze as well. Curious baby Xiao Yi was again the first to ask out loud. Second senior brother. Why do you say that? Xiao Yi also looked at Lu Shaoqing curiously. What exactly was Lu Shaoqing playing at? This time, Lu Shaoqing continued to sell the idea and didn't say anything. Instead saying, "You'll know when the time comes." Oops. Again. Second brother is really torturing people. Xiao Yi was kind of tempted to scold people. How did they like to sell out so much? Xiao Yi tugged on Lu Shaoqing's clothes and said in a cute manner, "Second senior brother. Don't whet my appetite. Just tell me, please." Lu Shaoqing slapped his big hand and jerked away Xiao Yi's restless little hand. Step aside. At this time, Wang Yao from outside came in. Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Xiang Yuchen is looking for you. Chapter 145, Lu Shaoqing's intentions. Xiang Yuchen, the personal disciple of Yu Chang, the head of the Lingxiao school. Strength, middle Jiadan, 6th level of the realm. By all rights, he should be the eldest disciple of the Lingxiao sect, but the age of the is a bit old. More than 40 years old, and Kei Yan, LV Shaoqing and these disciples can be said to be a generation behind. It belongs to the young and middle-aged generation, not the younger generation. Plus, his strength could only be considered average, and compared to Kei Yan and Lu Shaoqing, there was a bit of a gap. Thus the Lingxiao sect introduced the eldest disciple to be Kei Yan, Xiao Yi of Twin Moon Valley, Zhang Tong of Guan Pavilion. The masters of these two chief great disciples were both sect masters. Only the Lingxiao sect is special. Normally, if this was the case, that disciple who had been replaced would surely be very dissatisfied. However, Xiang Yuchen was different. The sect leader did not care about this matter. He was of a stolid and honest character and was not offended by the incident. He was dedicated to the sect, not competing, and doing everything within his scope. Whether it was the sect leader, or elders like Xiao Chang, they all marveled at this character of Xiang Yuchen. Lu Shaoqing was also more impressed with Xiang Yuchen. If it were someone else, they would have already been thinking of all sorts of underhanded tricks to reclaim the position of chief great disciple. Xiang Yuchen never did, and he took care of Kei Yan like an elder brother, a famously honest man within the sect. Lu Shaoqing personally came out to greet him, giving full respect. Senior brother Xiang. Senior brother Lu. Xiang Yuchen wore a heartwarming smile on his face as he arched his hand. Master has asked me to come and follow your command. LV Shaoqing was labeled by some disciples in the sect as the shame of the sect. However, as the personal disciple of the sect leader, he knew much more about Lu Shaoqing than the other disciples. Although Master usually mentioned him and hated him, even criticizing him in public. However, he knew very well how much his master valued Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing waved his hand. Dealing with people, he always felt a bit uncomfortable. Senior brother Xiang, you're joking. The sect leader has said that I should learn more from you. Xiao Yi stared wide-eyed from behind. Was this the second senior brother he was familiar with? Is this brother Xiang very powerful? Or is it a big deal? I can't believe that second senior brother is so humble. Lu Shaoqing and Xiang Yuchen were not strangers, and after a few polite words, Xiang Yuchen went straight to the point. Senior brother Lu, go ahead. What do you want to do? How can I help? Lu Shaoqing pondered for a while, and finally decided to reveal his intentions. After hearing this, both Xiang Yuchen, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yu several, all revealed surprised expressions. Xiao Yi was even more anxious as he asked, second senior brother, you're setting up a ring? Are you doing this to single out all of them? Lu Shaoqing bristled. I'm stupid. Singling out everyone. Glaring at Xiao Yi, are you stupid or am I? Is this realistic? Even if Lu Shaoqing he cultivated inside the time ring and broke through a small realm, he was already at the 8th level of Jiadan. He couldn't do it alone either. What's more, he didn't want to expose his strength. If you can, you can. Second senior brother. Then what are you setting up the ring for? Xiao Yi was puzzled. Setting up a ring, wasn't it a fight? Do you want to invite someone for tea? Xiang Yuchen was also puzzled. These days, the Lingxiao sect disciples were being targeted, and he was also running back and forth among them. The conflict was growing more and more, and those people were just rushing to harden the Lingxiao sect. Now that the ring is set up, it's even more of an opportunity for those people to find, going up to the ring to challenge them, and even more so, being able to frustrate the Lingxiao sect disciples in public. They begged for it. Xiang Yuchen didn't think this was a good idea. He said, Senior brother Lu, setting up a ring won't defuse the current situation. Lu Shaoqing glanced at Xiao Yu, a confident smile on his face as he said, Senior brother Xiang, what I'm going to set up is not one ring, but 10. 10? Once again, the crowd was amazed at what was going on. Senior brother Xiang, Go ahead and set up the ring just like I said. As for the role of the ring, Lu Shaoqing didn't say anything about it. Although Xiang Yuchen couldn't guess what Lu Shaoqing was going to do. His master had said that he was at Lu Shaoqing's beck and call for this time. He came, only to assist Lu Shaoqing in his work. After Xiang Yuchen went down, Lu Shaoqing had a bad smile on his face, as if he had a million bad ideas in his heart. Looking at the crowd's hearts, especially Xiao Yi, was a reflex. Nervous. Second senior brother wouldn't let me get into the ring again. Would he? Fortunately, however, this was nothing more than Xiao Yi worrying over nothing and a false alarm. Lu Shaoqing ignored Xiao Yi and said to Xiao Yu, "Senior sister Xiao Yu, can I ask you for something?" Xiang Yuchen's speed was fast, and 10 rings were set up outside Lingxiao city. The news that the Lingxiao sect had set up a ring quickly spread throughout Lingxiao city. There was confusion, disbelief, disdain, and various other reactions. Gu, are the people of the Lingxiao sect so headstrong? Is this to challenge the world's heroes? Ha ha, they're no longer satisfied with being bullied in private, but in public. Humph. Set up the ring. I'll be the first one to go up and challenge the Lingxiao sect's people. That's right. I'm going to ruthlessly slash the Lingxiao sect's face in public. What's the point of building 10 rings? Murphy's going to set the stage. Regarding the Lingxiao sect building a ring, the crowd in Lingxiao city felt curious. They came to gather around the ring to watch. Xiang Yuchen looked around at no less than tens of thousands of people, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of tension. Just as Xiang Yuchen was getting nervous, Lu Shaoqing arrived. Seeing Lu Shaoqing arrive, Xiang Yuchen felt relieved in his heart. His savior had arrived. Senior brother Lu, what exactly are you doing? A lot of people were gathered here now, and the delay in explaining what these rings were used for on his side would sooner or later upset the crowd. Now everyone was unexpectedly united to target the Lingxiao sect. Xiang Yuchen was afraid that this would give some people with an agenda an excuse to cause trouble. Lu Shaoqing smiled faintly and whispered to Xiang Yuchen, "Senior brother Xiang, you're like this." After hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, Xiang Yuchen's eyes lit up, but he was a bit worried. "Senior brother Lu, will this work?" "Don't worry, it's spot on." Xiang Yuchen lowered his head to consider. There was no turning back now. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, just do as you say." Xiang Yuchen then leaped up onto the ring and took a deep breath in full view of everyone. Said, "Gentlemen, given the large number of visitors this time and the fact that there are still some days before the sect ceremony, in order to avoid everyone having nothing to do, I have been ordered by the sect leader to organize a small martial arts competition here." Chapter 146 Xiao Yu's folding fan? At the same time, in order to better ensure the conduct of the tournament, from today onwards, no private fights will be allowed within Lingxiao city. Violators will be fined for minor offenses and expelled from Lingxiao city for serious ones. One batch for the Qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage, and another batch for the Jiedan stage. For those who want to participate in the tournament, registration begins today and tomorrow, and the tournament begins the day after tomorrow. Most of those present were cultivators. The ages range from old to young, hundreds of years old, and most of them are old and cunning. After all these years of living, what haven't you seen before? Xiang Yuchen said that he was going to organize a tournament, and during that time, no fighting would be allowed in Lingxiao city. A number of people heard the real intention at once. The tournament was a front. The real thing was that no fighting was allowed within Lingxiao city. The real purpose was to protect the Lingxiao sect disciples who were being bullied these days. Too many people were targeting the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, and the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were being targeted by people from all the forces that came here these days. With all sorts of provocations and challenges, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect suffered great losses. There were still 7 days to go before the grand ceremony of the Lingxiao sect, and if it continued like this, by the time the grand ceremony started, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect would probably have been wheeled around several times. Knowing Xiang Yuchen's wishful thinking, someone below immediately messed up and wreaked havoc. Ha ha, speaking nicely of the martial arts competition, this is your Lingxiao sect's cover-up, isn't it? Afraid of a challenge from those of us, so they created such a tournament to make us kill each other, right? Laughing my ass off. When did the Lingxiao sect become so wimpy? That's right, it's ridiculous. Being afraid of us, ha ha. For such a Lingxiao sect, can it still be called one of the 3 sects in Qizhou? We of the returning pavilion are ashamed to be associated with it. The disciples of the Guiyuan pavilion were the ones who screamed the loudest down below. The Guiyuan pavilion disciples had suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Shaoqing some days ago, and had been severely humiliated by Lu Shaoqing.
and had long hated the Lingxiao sect to the bone. These days targeting the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, the people of the Guan Pavilion hadn't put in much effort. Most of the other forces who wanted to deal with the Lingxiao sect disciples were point blank. On the other hand, the disciples of the Guan Pavilion were heavy-handed, and after some competition, the disciples of the Lingxiao school were more or less injured. Your martial arts competition. Whoever likes to participate in it can do so. We, the Guan Pavilion, won't be participating in it. With the Guan Pavilion taking the lead, the people from the other forces are even more unafraid of your Lingxiao sect. That's right, we're not participating either. That's right, what's the big deal about a crappy tournament? Go away, go away. Let them sing solo here by themselves. The disciples of the returning pavilion were up in arms, trying to cause havoc. Seeing that the people below seemed to be showing signs of dispersing, Xiang Yuchen couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoqing. Louis Xiaoqing couldn't do it. He came forward himself, looking at the Guan Pavilion disciples below who were causing trouble. Unexpectedly found a familiar face. Wu Tianzhong. The corner of LV Xiaoqing's mouth curled up slightly as he said to Wu Tianzhong, "Senior brother Wu, do your words represent the Guan Pavilion?" Wu Tianzhong didn't follow Zhang Songlong some days ago and didn't witness the power of LV Xiaoqing's mouth cannon. His impression of Lu Xiaoqing was still stuck on the shame of the sect that Xiechong had spoken of. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing, the shame of the sect, come out, his heart became even more calm. Even the sect's shame, Lu Xiaoqing, has come out. It seems that the Lingxiao sect doesn't have many people available these days. Wu Tianzhong's face was smug as he proudly said, "That's right, what I said. Our Guan Pavilion will not participate in your so-called martial arts competition." Laughing to death. What's so great about the tournament organized by you disciples? Still a disgrace? Wu Tianzhong then yelled at the people around him once again. Let's go! Let's go! Don't waste time here. Let's do what we normally do. Don't be led by the Lingxiao sect shame. After saying that, Wu Tianzhong led his people to prepare to leave. Before he was ready to leave, he even looked back at Lu Xiaoqing with a smug look. Little bastard, can you do anything about it? However, what surprised Wu Tianzhong was that there was no panic on LV Xiaoqing's face. Instead, he was all smiles. Is he stupid? At this point in time, what else can he do? Facing the crowd below who were ready to disperse, Lu Xiaoqing said indifferently, "Don't you want to know what rewards there are in this tournament?" "What's the reward?" someone asked curiously. Still deadbeat and refusing to give up? Wu Tianzhong laughed coldly in his heart as he also shouted loudly, "Tell us about it. Let's see what kind of tantalizing rewards you have." Wu Tianzhong purposely bit out the word tantalizing. It drew laughter from the crowd. Everyone thought that a disciple of the Lingxiao sect like Lu Xiaoqing couldn't possibly have any valuable prizes that he could take out. There have been unbridled jokes. Lu Xiaoqing didn't get angry, but took out a folding fan without panicking, holding it up in front of the crowd. This is a first-grade magic weapon, the efficacy of which, in addition to being a little bit harder, there is no other efficacy. Ha ha. When these words came out, Wu Tianzhong was the first to burst out laughing. A first-grade magic weapon? You have the nerve to take it out? The following people shook their heads. A first-grade magic weapon, the lowest grade, and with no other function. It was not even wanted to be given away. I can't believe I had the nerve to take it out as a prize. It is true that the Lingxiao sect is the poorest of the three major sects in Qizhou. Are you done laughing? Lu Xiaoqing waited until the crowd had finished laughing before faintly saying, "I haven't even finished. So what are you guys laughing at?" This folding fan was used by Miss Xiao Yi, and it has senior sister Xiao Yu's autograph on it. After saying that, opened in public. In the above has the two words of summer language. The charm of the supernatural, as she herself, absolutely beautiful. Xia Yan, bien ro ro. And Feng Xiao looked at Xia Yan. Xiao Yu blushed slightly and couldn't help but feel shy in her heart as she explained. "It's not my folding fan. I just wrote a name on it." The others didn't know the origin of the folding fan, but that didn't stop the crowd below from being greatly alarmed. A folding fan for the first beauty of Qizhou to make a withdrawal? The eyes of the crowd of fluttering dudes suddenly reddened, like a vicious wolf seeing a delicate lamb. Someone had the urge to rush up and snatch the folding fan from Lu Xiaoqing's hands and take possession of it. Lu Xiaoqing let the crowd look at it for a while, then put it away. Faintly, he asked, "Is this a sufficient portion?" "Enough, enough, absolutely enough. I won't exchange the folding fan with the inscription in Miss Xiao Yu's own handwriting, even if I have to take a fifth-grade magic weapon." "Bah, you have the nerve to say that you're a suitor of Miss Xiao Yi? Her folding fan is worth a fifth-grade magic weapon in your mind?" "That's right,
It has to be at least an 8th grade magic weapon. Damn. To me it's a 10th grade magic weapon. No one can compete with me this time. It's mine. Dream on. Get lost. The folding fan of the summer language girl is mine. Chapter 147, Kei Yan's insightful jade slip. The crowd of pigs below showed signs of rioting. Lu Xiaoqing had to marvel at the charm of the summer language. Luckily, I don't know about my relationship with Summer Whisper yet. Bah, I don't have anything to do with her. Such thoughts are not to be had either. Back off. Back off. If it had been senior sister Xiao Yi's intimate apparel, it would probably have been even hotter. But, alas, I dare not speak. The man below roared. Where do I go to sign up? Hurry up and don't sell out. They can't wait to sign up and get started. Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied with this attitude as he said, there's no rush. I haven't finished my words yet. Wu Tianzhong didn't wait for LV Xiaoqing to finish his words. He interrupted LV Xiaoqing irritably. You said it's a folding fan used by Xia language. It is? I see you found it from nowhere to impersonate. Wu Tianzhong's face couldn't hide the smugness in his heart. His eyes were full of provocation as he looked at Lu Xiaoqing triumphantly. Anyway, he was here to cause trouble. If the Lingxiao sect wanted to do something, the Guan Pavilion was going to destroy it. After Wu Tianzhong said this, the pig buddies below also calmed down a little. Yeah, that can't be proven. Miss Xiaoya's folding fan shouldn't have fallen into his hands, right? Fake. Definitely fake. You bunch of Guan Pavilion grandchildren. I don't get angry. Really think I am good at bullying? Lu Xiaoqing was furious, ready to open his mouth and spray this guy Wu Tianzhong to death. Just then, he suddenly felt a flash of figures around him. Turning his head, he was shocked that Summer Whisper had actually jumped up. I'll go. LV Xiaoqing was in a hurry. Auntie, what are you doing? You're not scheduled to play today. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoqing didn't want Xiaoyu to show up here. Wasn't this a way of telling others that he was related to Xiaoyu? When Lu Xiaoqing was about to kick Xiaoyu down, Xiaoyu had already taken the initiative to remove her disguise and reveal her true colors. When the crowd below saw Xiaoyu, they were first stunned and then boiled over. Summer language. It's summer language. It's the first beauty summer language. Sure enough, it's the summer language girl. Great. I didn't expect to actually run into the summer language girl here. Miss Summer Language. I love you. Asterisk 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 there's a toad here. Everyone shoot him. Summer language girl, it's me. We spoke. Mud. There's one here too. Get him. Seeing the crowd boiling below, Lu Xiaoqing was speechless. The grimace looked at Natsuki. Xiaoyu ignored Lu Xiaoqing's sultry gaze. She smiled slightly in her heart, but her expression on her face remained unchanged, and she very blandly said to the crowd below, I can assure everyone that the folding fan is real. Wu Tianzhong's face darkened on the spot. The rightful owner has come out with the actual hammer, so it's useless for him to say anything. What an abomination. Wu Tianzhuan's face was hot and flaming, as if he was being whipped. It hurt like a thief. Lu Xiaoqing urged Xiao Yi in a low voice. Senior sister Xiao Yi. Alright, hurry down. Don't come back up here haha. Almost driven down by LV Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu cried and laughed. Lu Xiaoqing avoided her like a snake. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiaoqing saw the scene of the people below almost exploding after Xiaoyu appeared, and Lu Xiaoqing became even more determined to distance himself from Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoqing waited until the crowd below had calmed down. Lu Xiaoqing asked Wu Tianzhong with a smile on his face. How? Believe it? Wu Tianzhong's face became even more ugly, and now that things had come to a head, he could not lower his head even more. He gritted his teeth. Even if there are people signing up with senior sister Xiaoya's folding fan, we at the returning pavilion still won't sign up. Not everyone will sign up. The implication is that your attempt to organize this tournament is just as unsuccessful. At best, it will appeal to a subset of the population. Wu Tianzhong's words caused many people to secretly nod in their hearts. Not everyone will do it for the folding fan. It would be better to bully the Lingxiao sect disciples with this effort. For this situation, Lu Xiaoqing was as steady as an old dog, and he still had a killer weapon. With a flip of his wrist, a jade slip appeared in Lu Xiaoqing's hand. Lu Xiaoqing raised it up and introduced the origin of the jade slip to the crowd below. This is some of senior brother Kei Yan's past experience in practicing the way of the sword, and this is the grand finale prize this time. Is it classy enough? The moment LV Xiaoqing said this, the people below once again boiled, and they boiled even more than they did just now. What? It's Kei Yan's insights from practicing the way of the sword? This, I need to get. I'll kill whoever snatches it from me. Afraid of you. This is priceless. I have to. The crowd was alarmed. Ji Yan was now hot as the newest Yuaning in Qizhou. To be able to achieve such a feat at less than 25 years of age, what he has is naturally very valuable. In some people's eyes, it was far more valuable than the so-called summer language folding fan just now. Cultivating the sword Dao insights was enough to cause the cultivators to go crazy. They didn't dare to hope to be like Ji Yan, but as long as they comprehended a single star from the jade slip above, it would definitely be able to benefit them greatly and increase their strength. The cultivation tips of a strong person were absolutely priceless. Moreover, among them, there were quite a few female cultivators who became excited. For this jade slip, they were also determined to get it. They don't necessarily have to use it for enlightenment and cultivation. They are also intended to be used for collecting. Xiao Yi was the dream goddess of Qizhou's male cultivators. Then Ji Yan was the dream lover of Qizhou's female cultivators, the protagonist of their spring dreams. Kei Yan was their boy god, and boy god stuff was not to be missed. Wu Tianzhong's expression changed. Something like that would be enough to get him too. He suddenly regretted in his heart. Had he known that he shouldn't have said his words so full just now? Just as he was regretting in his heart, Lu Shaoqing's gaze landed on him, a teasing look in his eyes. How about it? Do you guys in the Guiyuan Pavilion want to sign up? Facing such an attitude from Lu Shaoqing, Wu Tianzhong was furious in his heart and wanted to say stiffly that he would not enroll, but he hesitated. After seeing his fellow disciples around him, their gazes burning at the jade slip in Lu Shaoqing's hand, revealing heartfelt expressions, this jade slip had great value to them. Humph, didn't you say everyone could sign up? Wu Tianzhong didn't dare to make a decision for the crowd, and was only able to coldly hum. We at the Guiyuan Pavilion can enroll if we want to, and we can't if we don't want to. So what can you do to me? LV Shaoqing was even more satisfied. Little boy, really think I can't do anything about you? Lu Shaoqing stood up and said to the people below, Gentlemen, I had thought that this time I was allowing everyone to sign up for the competition for free, but just now some people were deliberately messing up. I'm afraid that there will be problems in this tournament. Therefore, the entry fee this time is 100 lower grade spirit stones per person. Lu Shaoqing's words startled the crowd below. What? Are you robbing? And Wu Tianzhong's face became very ugly. Many eyes fell on. Chapter 148. Are you Wu Tianzhong? Wu Tianzhong felt that the gazes around him seemed to be like sharp swords, sticking hard into his body. An invisible gaze, yet it made him feel as if a million swords were piercing his heart. This ing guy. Wu Tianzhong had a great hatred in his heart. With just one sentence, LV Shaoqing made him a target and filled the crowd with hatred. 100 lower grade spirit stones might not seem like much, but they were also precious to some casual cultivators. Louis Shaoqing did not name names, but everyone knew who Louis Shaoqing was talking about. Many people knifed Wu Tianzhong's heart of these Guiyuan Pavilion disciples. 100 lower grade spirit stones are also spirit stones. Wu Tianzhong couldn't stand being stared at by the crowd. He looked angrily at Lu Shaoqing and said viciously, Are you deliberately targeting our Guiyuan Pavilion? Lu Shaoqing was disdainful in his heart. The disciples of the great sects were just this pissy. When they encountered things that were difficult to handle, they would bring up the clan behind them to scare others. Unfortunately, the name of the Guiyuan Pavilion was raised. It might scare others, but not LV Shaoqing. He dares to dislike even Jang Tong, not to mention you, a Wu Tianzhong, not to mention. Lu Shaoqing stared at Wu Tianzhong. The matter of the first meeting has not been settled with you yet. Thus, Lu Shaoqing nodded his head honestly and admitted, Yes, it's against your Guiyuan Pavilion. What can you do to me? Me? The punch in the face instantly pulls full force. Just now, Wu Tianzhong had also used these words to ask LV Shaoqing, and now it was returned by LV Shaoqing. Wu Tianzhong felt a hard feeling in his chest and had the urge to vomit blood. This guy deserves to die. Good. Wu Tianzhong gritted his teeth and deliberately said loudly, It hasn't even started yet and you're targeting our Guiyuan Pavilion. Is it because our Guiyuan Pavilion disciples have had a conflict with your Lingxiao sect disciples in the past few days? Everyone knows the real purpose of the tournament you're organizing. Will you be targeting others again? Wu Tianzhong once again tried to stir up everyone's emotions and guide them to his side. Wu Tianzhong's words had a few effects, and many people had worried looks on their faces. That's right. Everyone knew that Lu Shaoqing's side was actually organizing the competition to ease the pressure on their Lingxiao sect disciples. With a purpose of this nature in front of him, it was hard not to worry about what Wu Tianzhong had said. Lu Shaoqing didn't care in the slightest as he said, Let me tell you, if you people from the Guiyuan Pavilion want to take part in this competition, you must each pay 500 lower grade spirit stones to be able to take part. Otherwise don't even think about taking part. Wu Tianzhong stared wide-eyed. Are you nakedly robbing me? Seeing Wu Tianzhong trying to speak, Lu Shaoqing droned. If you dare to say one more word, I'll disallow your Guiyuan Pavilion's people to participate, while everyone else's entry fee rises to 500 lower grade spirit stones. Try it. You think you can beat me? Wu Tianzhong swallowed back the words that were about to spew out at the first opportunity. He didn't dare to take the risk, and if he incurred the wrath of the public, the Guiyuan Pavilion wouldn't be able to protect him. Meanwhile, someone around the room couldn't help themselves. You stop talking. Yeah, shut the up. Don't hurt us. The Guiyuan Pavilion does things in an overbearing manner, and the people of the Lingxiao sect just don't see eye to eye with you. So what? Shut up, returning pavilion guy. Seeing that the people around him were beginning to resent themselves, Wu Tianzhong's teeth were about to be clenched, but as angry as he was, there was nothing he could do in the face of this situation. Senior, what do we do? Someone asked Wu Tianzhong in a low voice. Wu Tianzhong glanced around him. Most of the gazes of the people around him carried dissatisfaction towards him, and even, he saw this kind of gaze amongst the disciples of the Guiyuan Pavilion. It was useless for him to continue staying here, so he could only signal to leave the place. He didn't even dare to speak, and could only whisper his voice. Looking at Wu Tianzhong and the others about to leave, Lu Shaoqing clapped his hands and continued. Gentlemen, there's no way. I'm sorry. Those grandchildren of the Guiyuan Pavilion have bullied people too much, so they can only charge a small entry fee. The furious Wu Tianzhong, who had left, wanted to rush back and blast this Lu Shaoqing fellow to death. I didn't name names just now, but I'm naming names now. Wu Tianzhong waited for the crowd to leave some distance away before Wu Tianzhong punched the wall next to him. Punching a hole in this wall, he said with hatred, "Damn guy, I'm not done with him. Senior brother Wu, what should we do now? What else can we do? Go back and report to eldest senior brother and see how eldest senior brother makes a decision." Even though he was saying this, Wu Tianzhong knew that they had to send someone from the Guiyuan Pavilion to participate. Not to mention that jade slip of cultivation tips from Kei Yan, but the face would have to attend. Otherwise they are said to be too scared to participate. What a ing guy. Wu Tianzhong hated Lu Shaoqing in his heart. Damn the shame of the sect. Just as Wu Tianzhong had a great hatred in his heart, a sudden wave of pressure struck him. The fellow disciples who followed Wu Tianzhong's side all fainted to death with muffled grunts. Then a red shadow appeared in Wu Tianzhong's line of sight, and a tantalizing aroma began to fill the air. Wu Tianzhong was startled. His heart was drawn full of vigilance, and he bellowed, "Who? No need to be nervous." The person who came was a wonderful young girl, dressed in red, with a marvelous figure that was seductive to the extreme. Just looking at the body is enough to make many people go crazy. However, when Wu Tianzhong's gaze landed on her face, he couldn't help but say a pity in his heart. The likeness was plain, unimpressive, and completely mismatched with her seductive figure. When you see this face, the craziness that would have been born from the size of the body will subside for the most part. Who are you? Wu Tianzhong unconsciously felt contempt in his heart because of this person's appearance. However, when the red-clothed girl's aura emanated out, the contempt in his heart disappeared and was replaced by awe. With this kind of strength, he could be destroyed with a single slap. Hastily and habitually, he lifted up his backer. Former, senior, late generation is a disciple of the Guiyuan Pavilion. The girl in red let out a light laugh. The laugh was full of temptation, and when it fell on Wu Tianzhong's ears, he couldn't help but develop an evil fire in his heart. "I know that you are a disciple of the returning pavilion, and I came to find you to ask a few words." Wu Tianzhong knew that the strength of the young girl in front of him was much more powerful than himself, at least a Jiedan stage expert, and he dared not be careless or take offense when he only had the strength of the foundation establishment stage. Even if there was an evil fire in her heart, she had to suppress it, and her attitude was respectful. "If senior has anything to ask, feel free to ask." The girl in red was satisfied with Wu Tianzhong's attitude. "What's your name?" "Late generation Wu Tianzhong." "You are Wu Tianzhong?" Chapter 149, Cultivation Tips? "I have plenty here." Wu Tianzhong wondered in his heart why the senior in front of him seemed to be gritting his teeth. Strange. Is my name ugly? Why the gnashing of teeth? As Wu Tianzhong was wondering, a powerful force suddenly struck him. Wu Tianzhong was caught off guard and screamed miserably as he flew out backwards. Former, senior. Wu Tianzhong was fearful in his heart. This moment made him know the gap between himself and the red-clothed girl in front of him. He forced himself to hold back the blood he was about to spit out, and his attitude was incredibly respectful. The juniors don't know what they did to offend the seniors. I hope that the seniors will forgive them. The girl in red snorted coldly, her tone icy. Who was that person in the ring just now? Wu Tianzhong was puzzled. Why did it involve LV Xiaoqing? He obediently replied. Back to senior. His name is Lu Xiaoqing, a disciple of the Lingxiao school. Elder brother Kei Yan? No, that's right. Then there was silence. Wu Tianzhong sneaked a glance at the red-clothed girl, separated by a distance. However, Wu Tianzhong was able to feel that the red-clothed girl was indeed gritting her teeth and seemed to contain a huge amount of anger within her body. The atmosphere of silence put a huge pressure on Wu Tianzhong's heart. The red-clothed girl in front of him was powerful and had come to him for an unknown purpose, making him fearful in his heart, lest he accidentally invoke this person and be destroyed by her at once. At this time, Wu Tianzhong missed the Lingxiao sect's law enforcement team in Lingxiao City. However, it was a pity because there were too many people pouring into Lingxiao City these days. Another person had deliberately targeted the disciples of the Lingxiao sect in Lingxiao City, causing the law enforcement team to be paralyzed. Nowadays, even if someone fought in the city, the Lingxiao sect's law enforcement team wouldn't necessarily show up. Sort of a rock and a hard place? Wu Tianzhong wanted to cry. These days, it was their Guan Pavilion disciples who were the most powerful in targeting the Lingxiao sect disciples. Seeing that the red-clothed girl was still silent, Wu Tianzhong couldn't carry it in his heart. He asked tentatively, "Seniors," the girl in red said faintly, "tell me about him." The tone of his voice was flat, and no mood swings could be heard. Wu Tianzhong didn't dare to hesitate. He was only able to say everything he knew about Lu Xiaoqing. However, Wu Tianzhong didn't know much about the news. The main reason is that Lui Shuhing is too low-key. What Wu Tianzhong knew could only be a disciple of the Lingxiao sect's heavenly royal peak, Master Kei Yan, with low strength and the sect's shame. Hearing the comments of the last two, the red-clothed girl couldn't help but sneer. Low strength, shame of the sect? Ha! A wave of strength struck again, and before Wu Tianzhong could react, he once again flew backwards. When he got up, the girl in red disappeared in place. After confirming that the girl in red had indeed disappeared, Wu Tianzhong wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly woke up his senior brothers and left the place. And on the other side, Lu Xiaoqing handed over the rest of the matter to Xiang Yuchen. He became a hands-off, and he had no intention of getting involved in the tournament. There are still a few days left, and when the tournament is over, it will be about time. After Lu Xiaoqing came down, Xiao Yi rushed over with a face of adoration. Second senior brother, you are truly amazing. The expressions of the few people in the Xiao language were the same. Offer to organize a tournament to divert the crowd's attention. Come up with extremely attractive rewards that appeal to everyone's attention. Everyone's attention was no longer focused on the Lingxiao sect disciples. Then, in the name of the tournament, the ban on Lingxiao City was restored and the law enforcement team resumed their duties. In this way the previous chaos will be remedied. The task that Sect Master Yu Chang had explained to Lu Xiaoqing was easy and simple for Lu Xiaoqing to accomplish. There's no fear that something will slip up next. After all, this was the territory of the Lingxiao sect. If this matter could not be handled well, it would not be right to call it one of the three major sects in Qizhou. Xiao Yu looked at Lu Xiaoqing, the gaze in her eyes unable to hide her admiration. If someone else had come along, this would have taken 3 days and 2 nights to think about, and I really couldn't think of any way to do it. As for Lu Xiaoqing, from the time Yu Chang handed over the task to now, a day had not even passed before it was done. Maybe he had thought of a way from the moment he left the house? Xiao Yu couldn't help but admire it in her heart. Kei Yan is powerful, and when he encounters something, he cleaves it with a sword. As for Lu Xiaoqing, not to mention his strength, his brain is even more powerful. It can be said to be wise and skillful, and not many people can get the better of him. Even Zhang Songlong was eaten to death by Lu Xiaoqing in front of him, with no chance of turning over. After some adoration from Xiao Yi's side, she began to raise the doubts in her heart. Second senior brother. Is that really eldest brother's insights on cultivating the way of the sword? The three of them, Xiao Yu, also came into the spirit. If it was Kei Yan's cultivation of the sword Dao insights, the value would be immeasurable. Kei Yan's sword Dao talent was unparalleled in the world, something that even enemy opponents had to admit. His sword Dao insights were inspiring even for a Yuaning. It could be said that that jade slip was of great value. Lu Xiaoqing nodded truthfully. Yes, of course it's his. How could I possibly come up with a fake to fool people? Xiao Yu suddenly laughed. If I had known that you had this item in your hands, senior brother Lu, I would have asked for it from you no matter what I said. The tone hid a faintly imperceptible loss. Xiao Yu was also late in comprehending the sword intent. If she was able to comprehend the sword intent before she stepped into Yuaning, it would definitely be able to further her strength. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at Xiao Yu, and with a flip of his wrist, a jade slip appeared in his hand.
tossing it casually to Summer Whisper. Take it. Xiao Yi remembered and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Senior brother Lu. This, Lu Xiaoqing said indifferently. Eldest brother's cultivation tips. Ah, I have plenty here. Then with a flip of his wrist, several jade slips appeared in his hand. Xiao Yi and the others stared wide-eyed. Xiao Yi asked directly. Second senior brother. Why are there so many? Topography. Lu Xiaoqing was very contemptuous of the crowd's fuss. How grown up. What's so strange about that? When I was poor, I asked my eldest senior brother to record a random bit of insight for me, and I thought of taking it and selling it. Speaking of the past, Lu Xiaoqing's face suddenly showed grief and indignation. Very sad. I had just set up a stall there at the sect's main gate, and before I had the chance to open, the sect master appeared. After knowing what I was selling, a direct sentence of destroying the sect's image confiscated my jade slips, smashed my stall, and gave me a death order not to do so anymore. The more Lu Xiaoqing spoke, the more grief and indignation he felt. His heart was aggrieved to the core, and he turned to Xiao Yi and the others. You guys judge the reasoning. Is there such a thing as being a sect leader? The spirit stones issued every month are few and far between, and I'm not allowed to engage in some side business. Is there any justice in this? A few of the summer language people were silent. This experience, a few of them didn't know how to evaluate it. Xiao Yi sighed. Finally knowing why there are so many jade slips in the hands of the second senior brother. It turns out to be the goods that cannot be sold. Chapter 150, Lingxiao City Law Enforcement Team. However, Xiao Yi felt that the sect leader was wise in doing so, with the character of the second elder brother. If he got a taste of the sweetness, it was expected that the eldest elder brother would be gripped by him. By then, not to mention any cultivation tips, even eldest brother's profane pants would have been taken and sold. Xiao Yi cried and laughed, not realizing that Lu Xiaoqing valued spirit stones so much. It seems like he wasn't joking when he said earlier that he wanted me to give him 100,000 or 800,000 spirit stones. Xiao Yi pinched the jade slip and asked LV Xiaoqing with a smile. Senior brother LV, do you need me to give you spirit stones for this jade slip? Lu Xiaoqing shook his head. He is not obsessed with this point anymore. The goods that can't be sold. How can he be ashamed to ask for money? Said, forget it, give it to you. It's a way of thanking you for helping me with this favor. After all, your favor can't be worth a folding fan. Xiao Yi did not refuse and put the jade slip away. The current her did need this jade slip. After storing the jade slip, Xiao Yi expressed his gratitude to LV Xiaoqing and said, I'm not polite either. If there's anything I need help with in the future, senior brother Lu can just ask. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, you're welcome, but I do have a request. Of course, Lu Xiaoqing emphasized once more, this cannot be counted as a favor to you. Xiao Yi was quite speechless in her heart. I was being polite. You really didn't go easy on me. Hitting the snake. You go ahead. Senior brother Lu. Senior sister Xiao Yi. Why don't you leave the heavenly royal peak and stay here in Lingxiao City? This request from LV Xiaoqing made Xiao Yi and the others freeze. It's kind of like trying to drive them off the mountain. Xiao Yi was not happy about it, and she had a comfortable day with Xiao Yi up there with her. She yelled up, fighting for Xiao Yi, second senior brother. You've collected senior sister Xiao Yi's rent. Why are you still kicking people out? Lu Xiaoqing really wanted to slap the senior sister of his twice, actually tearing down the stage at a critical moment. Xiao Yi also wondered why she was asked to leave Tianyu Peak for a good reason. She didn't even go to stay at her division's landing place in the Lingxiao sect, and purposely stayed on Tianyu Peak with the purpose of observing some of Lu Xiaoqing's daily life. See if you can learn something from it. And next to her, Dian Zuozuo was pissed off. His face was puffed up. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now scornful of Lu Xiaoqing, she had long ago turned on LV Xiaoqing. Bastard guy, you took our spirit stones and you want to turn your back on us? Instead of getting angry, Xiao Yi pondered for a while and finally asked, Senior apprentice brother Lu, are you able to say why? Lu Xiaoqing sighed. I'm not afraid of trouble, keeping you at Tianyu Peak. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time. He did not hide this, but honestly stated the reason. For a smart person like Xiao Yi, it's useless to play slick. Honestly tell her to move and reason. After saying the reason, before anything else, Lu Xiaoqing also added a quiet pat on the back. Senior sister Xiao Yi, you're such a good person. Surely no one would want me to be in trouble. After hearing the reason, Xiao Yi finally understood why Lu Xiaoqing had been trying to keep a distance from her. Turns out it was fear of trouble. For this reason, Xiao Yi was a bit teary-eyed. While she didn't care about her title as the first beauty of Qizhou, she knew she was indeed popular. For those male cultivators,
Being able to travel with her was something they couldn't wait to do, but in Lu Xiaoqing's case, it was avoided. Just afraid of trouble. It turns out that what I said earlier about being afraid of trouble was true. But Xiao Yi's side was still grabbing food from the little piggies and helping out with the summer language. Second senior brother. It's not as scary as you say. Didn't senior sister Xiao Yi also live well in Tianyu Peak before? There wasn't any trouble coming to the door either. Lu Xiaoqing was furious. This little traitor. Poking Xiao Yi's head. When trouble comes to the door, I'll throw you out. Looking at Lu Xiaoqing's gaze falling on his body, Xiao Yu gave an answer. Senior brother Lu, don't worry. I won't invite trouble to your door. If something like what you're talking about does happen, I'll step in and help you out. You don't have to worry. With words like that, the underlying meaning is reluctance. There was nothing that Lu Xiaoqing could do. He couldn't kick people out of Tianyu Peak. Never mind. Lu Xiaoqing sighed helplessly. You weren't seen when you redisguised yourself just now, were you? It's the only thing that can be done at this point. Let's just hope nothing happens in those 7 days. Lu Xiaoqing secretly said in his heart. Then he shook his head and prepared to leave. Second senior brother. Where are you going? Xiao Yi asked thoughtfully. Go get back to work. You think you don't have to. When did you get so lazy? Xiao Yi wanted to spit out blood. Second senior brother. Are you also qualified to call others lazy? Anyone is eligible but you, right? You have the nerve to call me lazy. Although Xiao Yi was spitting in her heart, she still had to keep up. Xiao Yu and Bianzuazua naturally followed along. It was mainly because Xiao Yu wanted to see what Lu Xiaoqing was going to do next. Lu Xiaoqing arrived at the Lingxiao city lord's mansion with a flourish. Second brother. What are we doing here? The city lord of Lingxiao City was the person designated by the Lingxiao sect to be the city lord, responsible for handling matters large and small in Lingxiao City. At the same time, Lingxiao City's law enforcement team was stationed here. While the officials of Lingxiao City could possibly be mortals, the law enforcement team were all cultivators, and they were also composed of the inner disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples of Lingxiao City. The number of persons is not fixed and personnel are not fixed and are added or removed as appropriate. Participating in the law enforcement team is a sect mission, and upon completion, there will be corresponding contributions and spirit stones, and because of its nature, the rewards are great. Almost all of the disciples of the Lingxiao sect had participated in the law enforcement team, and in the history of the Lingxiao sect, there were 2 people who didn't participate. One was Kei Yan, and the other was Lu Xiaoqing. Kei Yan was because he was concentrating on cultivation, and with his talent it was a waste to complete the sect's mission. As for Lu Xiaoqing, it's pure laziness. Rather intend to sell my body than to do this kind of work. Just because LV Xiaoqing hadn't participated in the law enforcement team didn't mean he wasn't aware of it. Personal disciple well, the sect, except for some specific secrets. Other things are not secrets to him. Lu Xiaoqing landed directly into a courtyard. Just down the harbor road. Someone called out. Master Lu? Chapter 151, Favors in the Summer Language. Lu Xiaoqing followed the sound and a cultivator aged around 30 years old looked at him with a surprised face. Elder brethren, and why? One of the 3 personal disciples of Red Moon Peak Master Xiao Barge. Strength Jiadan Layer 1. In his 30s, like Xiang Yuchen, he belonged to the middle and young generation. And in people's mouths, he did not belong to the younger generation. Then, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu and the others followed in. Elder brethren. Before Xiao Yi had worshipped the master, she had followed Xiao Bang to Red Moon Peak to play, and was no stranger to Manhwa and the other disciples. Senior sister Xiao Yi. Manhwa revealed a smile. This was his master's own niece, and now that she was a fellow disciple, she was even closer in terms of relationship. As for Xiao Yu and Bian Ro who followed them in, Manhwa just arched his hand and didn't ask about the 2, because he was now curious as to why LV Xiaoqing had appeared here. Lu Xiaoqing might not be that well known among the inner and outer disciples. However, as mutual pro-disciples, there was still an understanding between everyone, especially LV Xiaoqing, a unique existence of the Lingxiao school. There were more or less usual opportunities for pro-disciples to meet up with each other, or team up to do some tasks or something. Only Lu Xiaoqing, who doesn't attend their gatherings, hasn't done missions. They knew more about Lu Xiaoqing from his master's mouth. Good food, lazy work, dead skin. As for strength, but the masters have a tacit understanding, did not deliberately mention. The emotional relationship between the other pro-disciples of the Lingxiao sect was fine, but only the relationship with Lu Xiaoqing was average. How could and why not be surprised and curious when Lu Xiaoqing suddenly appeared here for the first time today? This big Buddha is willing to come here. so I guess he definitely won't come if it's not a big deal. Thus, and Huai was curious and inquired about the purpose of LV Xiaoqing's visit here. Senior brother LV, what is your business here today? Lu Xiaoqing glanced around. It was his first time coming here. After sweeping a glance, Lu Xiaoqing didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Is law enforcement open now? One sentence made Huai laugh bitterly. And Huai shook his head, his tone somewhat indignant and unwilling. The law enforcement team, now paralyzed. As the grand ceremony approached, more and more people came to Lingxiao City. Lingxiao City was overcrowded. And when there were more people, there were naturally more things to do, especially since a large portion of them are monks. Plus, under the instigation of people with an ulterior motive, people began to target the Lingxiao sect disciples, cutting and fighting in town. At first the law enforcement team was able to keep the situation under control, but more and more people were getting involved, and some cultivators were strong enough to resist the law enforcement team. There are even people who specifically target law enforcement teams. The authority of the law enforcement team is being challenged, and more people are not taking the team into account. Now that the law enforcement team was completely paralyzed, there was no way to maintain the stability of Lingxiao City. And Huai introduced, there were more than 30 fellow disciples in the previous enforcement team, which is already enough. It was later increased to more than 50 people, but someone secretly sabotaged it, and many of the senior brothers and sisters were injured. And now there are only about 20 people who are able to act. More than 30 of his fellow disciples were injured, and Lu Xiaoqing frowned. Looks like a lot of suffering. With the law enforcement team not working, the chaos in Lingxiao City naturally became even more intense. Lu Xiaoqing understood in his heart, and he said to Huai, Senior brethren, gather the others. Reopening today. And Huai was surprised. What's going on? To Huai's surprise, Lu Xiaoqing didn't do much to explain, and only said, the sect leader asked me to come and deal with the matters of Lingxiao City. An order from the master? And Huai was even more surprised, his eyes wide. Xiao Yi immediately testified for her senior brother. Senior brethren, I can testify that it was indeed the order of the sect leader. And Huai smiled bitterly and hurriedly explained, I'm not doubting Master Lu's words. It wasn't that Huai doubted the authenticity of the sect master's order. He was rather shocked that LV Xiaoqing had actually taken on this errand. What kind of person Lu Xiaoqing was, the Lingxiao sect's pro-disciples all knew. Their masters had also spoken of LV Xiaoqing's laziness more than once, and the sect master had even publicly criticized LV Xiaoqing's laziness on several occasions. Lu Xiaoqing also showed with his actions that the palmist was not wrong to criticize. But today, he was willing to come here to do something, too much out of Huai's expectation. For this kind of expression from Huai, Lu Xiaoqing is not surprised. Alas, the world misunderstands me too deeply. Senior brethren, gather everyone. And Huai pushed down the suspicion in his heart and gathered everyone together. But there weren't many of them, only 7 or 8. And Huai said to Lu Xiaoqing, since they all have nothing to do, according to the sect's order, most of the disciples have returned to the mountain to avoid any conflict with the others. The words were said, but in reality they meant that the disciples should hide in the mountains, so as to avoid giving other people the opportunity to provoke and have a struggle, and thus suffer. But it had to be stifling for a large sect to end up having to do this. So Yu Chang personally went to the door and pulled Lu Xiaoqing out to let him settle the matter. Lu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, it's fine. So many people are enough. Then, Lu Xiaoqing said to Xiaoyu, Senior sister Xiaoyu, I'm going to use that favor. Xiaoyu was watching from the sidelines, and this would have roughly understood what Lu Xiaoqing was going to do. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. Does senior brother Lu want me to join your Lingxiao sect's law enforcement team? Lu Xiaoqing sighed at Xiaoyu's cleverness. His own senior sister would still be scratching her head next to him this time, her face full of doubts, ready to ask her second senior brother why. And Natsuki had guessed what he was going to do. Lu Xiaoqing didn't hide it. In fact, there was no use in hiding it. That's right, senior sister Xiao Yi. I hope that you can temporarily follow inside the law enforcement team and help out. You don't need to make a move for small fishes and shrimps. When you meet an expert, please just make a move to block it. Xiaoyu was at the 8th level of the Jiedan stage realm, and with Yuaning out of the picture, not many people were able to do anything about Xiaoyu. With Xiaoyu as an expert in the town, the law enforcement team wouldn't have to worry about being targeted. With Summer Whisper here, he didn't plan to make a move. He'd live with it if he could. Not to mention he had no intention of staying at the law enforcement captain. And using the favor on Summer Whisper will make it easier to clear the air with Summer Whisper. By then his life could once again return to its previous peace. Perfect. Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied with his plan. But well, Lu Shaoqing intentionally said, of course, senior sister Xiao Yi, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Xiao Yi looked at Lu Shaoqing. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. If she refused, Lu Shaoqing would take the opportunity to completely distance himself from her. Don't think that Louis Shuhing won't do that. Therefore, Xiao Yu did not refuse, ignoring Bian Roro's eyes, and agreed, yes, I'll be happy to help. And on the side, and Huai and the other disciples froze. This unimpressive woman was actually the #1 beauty in Shizhou. Senior sister Xiao Yu? Just now, Lu Shaoqing's appearance had already surprised these disciples, and now that Xiao Yu actually appeared here as well, it shocked them even more. Chapter 152. This is not like him. Yes, is it senior sister Xiao Yu? Even though he was in his 30s, and Huai's tone was a little shaky when he asked this, it's thrill and excitement. A few other Lingxiao sect disciples were also like this. Even the cultivators who were also women were thrilled and excited. Xiao Yu, the chief senior disciple of Twin Moon Valley, the first beauty of Qizhou, the third person in the younger generation, and a strong contender for the second person. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't excited to be able to get up close and personal for the first time. With regard to the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yu was already very used to it, and there was no change on her face, just nodded and said to the crowd, I'm summer language. The tone was as bland as the rumors about her were, and Huai, however, could hear that the tone in which Xia spoke to them was not the same as the tone in which she spoke to Lu Shaoqing, and Huai couldn't help but admire LV Shaoqing in his heart. It was really powerful. I don't know what means he used, but he was actually able to make Xiao Yu treat him differently, and it's going to take a summer language to work for him. And Huai got excited, and with Xiao Yu coming to their aid, they wouldn't be afraid of the people inside Lingxiao City. Great! If senior sister Xiao Yueliang is willing to help out, no one else would dare to go against senior sister Xiao Yueliang no matter what. There were a lot of fans of Xiao Yu, and whoever dared to mess with Xiao Yu, just her fans alone would be enough for them to drink a pot of water. However, Lu Shaoqing shook his head and reminded, no, senior sister Xiao Yi can't reveal her identity. Just kidding, this is a matter for the Lingxiao sect. Let the people from the Twin Moon Valley come to help. When the time comes, those black people will have something to spray. Lu Shaoqing had only summoned Xiao Yu over as a helper. The kind of helper that actually did something. Didn't intend to take advantage of Natsuki's identity, just Natsuki's strength. LV Shaoqing knew the trouble the law enforcement team was in. That's no real mastery. There were pro-disciples and core disciples in the law enforcement team. Even for the disciples of the middle youth generation, their highest strength was Xiang Yuchen, at the 6th level of Jiedan. And the people who came here this time, there was no chance that there would be someone at the 7th or even 8th level of Jiedan. With the addition of the Xiao language, the law enforcement team was not afraid of these experts. Therefore, Lu Shaoqing exhorted Xiao Yi, senior sister Xiao Yi, you have to conceal your identity and help out for a few days. But as far as I can tell, maybe 2 days or so will do it. It's hard to start everything, and once you get through the beginning, it's much easier to get through the rest. Summer Words understood this as well, and there was admiration in his flat gaze. This Master Lu is indeed resourceful, so it's even more important that the relationship with him not be given the chance to be skimmed off the top. I know, everything is at your disposal, senior brother Lu. And Huai and the other Lingxiao sect disciples admired this even more. It's amazing that even the first beauty was able to repel it. The few Lingxiao sect disciples who were unclear about Lu Shaoqing also had to seriously scrutinize this pro-disciple who was called the sex shame by the outer and inner disciples. After seeing that the crowd had no objections, Lu Shaoqing said to Huai, let's begin. As usual, Lingxiao City was big, but for cultivators, this bigness was only for mortals. Plus, with the detection array, wherever there was a fight in Lingxiao City, the law enforcement team here would be the first to receive the news. Xiao Bang sat cross-legged on the mountain, where he could look down on the entire Lingxiao City below. Here, he could easily know all the movements inside Lingxiao City. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Xiao Bao did not turn around. He knew who the visitor was. Yu Cheng came to his side, looked at Lingxiao City below, and asked, that kid didn't cause any trouble, did he? Xiao Gang knew who Yu Cheng was talking about and slowly shook his head, saying, so far, everything is still normal. A brief introduction followed, and Yu Cheng's divine thoughts swept through Lingxiao City. Knowing what Lu Shaoqing had done, a satisfied expression appeared on his face, a slow nod of approval. This kid, he's kinda smart. Xiao Bang heartily agreed with this. It's rare to do a proper thing. Otherwise those juniors inside the sect will be bullied miserably. Xiao Gang was sitting in Lingxiao city, and he was holding a fire in his heart after seeing the disciples of Lingxiao sect being targeted in various ways over the past few days. However, he wasn't able to make a move. He sat here and prevented the older generation from making a move. The younger generation he couldn't control. He also didn't dare to step in to stop the control. If he did, those of the older generation would have a reason to do so. There were countless forces that had come to Lingxiao city this time, and there were already several Yuaning powerhouses that they knew of alone. As for hiding in the shadows, there will only be more. These people were all old foxes. Targeting the disciples of the Lingxiao sect might have come from the planning of these people. Everyone above the Yuaning stage has a tacit understanding not to make a move, letting the young people resolve the conflict on their own. Luckily, Louis Xiaoqing came. Seeing LV Xiaoqing's approach had to make Xiao Bao's eyes light up. Organize a tournament to draw the attention of the crowd away and reduce the pressure on the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. But Yu Chang also noticed the downside. But there's no way to stop the chaos in the city, and the problem still hasn't been solved. It was also impossible for everyone to participate in the competition. And when the time came, they would still be causing trouble within Lingxiao city with nothing to do. Xiao Gang said. He just went to the city lord's mansion and found Manhwa. Yu Chang was a bit confused. This kid is willing to join the law enforcement team for work? If LV Xiaoqing was willing to make a move, with his strength, no one in the younger generation would be his opponent. But, Yu Chang and Xiao Bao could not help but look at each other. This is not like Louis Xiaoqing's style. They moved. Let's take a look first, Xiao Gang suddenly said. Inside Lingxiao city, and Huai set off with his law enforcement team. Lu Xiaoqing's figure was clearly among them. Yu Chang noticed the Xiao language in the group and eeped. His face filled with confusion. Is it that girl from Twin Moon Valley? Why are you following along? But this doubt could not be known even if he was the headmaster. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Yu Chang and Xiao Barge, Lu Xiaoqing and the others arrived at the place where there was a brawl in Lingxiao city. Two disciples of different sects fought over a conflict. The two who were only at the foundation stage were quickly subdued. Even from a long distance away, Lu Xiaoqing's words could be clearly transmitted into the ears of the two Yuaning powerhouses. What's going on? Didn't we talk about this today? No more fighting is allowed in Lingxiao city. Are the two of you not taking my words in? Or are you saying that you don't place our Lingxiao sect in your eyes? Considering that the two of you are first-time offenders, the fine of 100 lower-grade spirit stones each is even. If you do it again, double the fine. Oh. Chapter 153, Xiao Yi strikes. A fine and a release? Assholes, this level of punishment doesn't hurt. Yu Chang was dissatisfied with this. That kind of guy who deliberately stirs up trouble should be cleaned up ruthlessly. And the spirit stones took it themselves. Damn it. Xiao Bang had the same attitude. The punishment is not strong enough to deter others. Naturally, LV Xiaoqing below couldn't hear the conversation between the two and continued to act with the law enforcement team. Lingxiao city was huge. Although today it was once again announced that no fighting was allowed in the city. Still a lot of people don't take it seriously. Louis Xiaoqing and the others caught a couple of them in a short period of time. As for them, Lu Xiaoqing all find some spirit stones and release them. In response to such behavior, the rest of the law enforcement team took note of the problem. Such punishment is painless and not very effective. And Huai couldn't help himself as he brought the issue up. Senior brother Lu, this doesn't seem to have much effect. The previous law enforcement team could greatly deter the curmudgeons by expelling those who had violated the ban and executing those who had violated the ban. Now it's just a penalty of a few spirit stones. It doesn't hurt, and it will only make people despise it more and more. If this goes on, the prestige of the law enforcement team will still not be established, but will instead wear them out. LV Xiaoqing, however, seemed to care about this as he said, "It's okay, just wait a little longer." Wait? And Huai was even more surprised, as were several other Lingxiao sect disciples. What's there to wait for? And Huai is a little better. After all, the same pro-disciple, more or less gives some face, but not so for the other disciples. They had seen very few faces of LV Xiaoqing and were not familiar with him. The impression of LV Xiaoqing was more of the rumored shame of the sect. They couldn't help but whisper, "What is senior brother Lu up to?" It's not possible to think that a penalty of a few spirit stones will be able to scare people away, is it? Using spirit stones as a punishment. Isn't this giving the others a peace of mind? Yeah, this will only give those people even more of an inch and not be afraid of us at all. Alas, the palmist is still wrongly paid. Just as the law enforcement team caught another brawl, a smile appeared on Lu Xiaoqing's face. Coming. Xiao Yi also sensed that the masters were coming. A wavering voice rang out. So the so-called law enforcement team is just you little guys? And Huai frowned. his face filled with vigilance. What villain? Sneaky, dare you come out? The spirits of the surrounding onlookers were shaken. Coming. They've seen a lot of situations like this. Hey, how will the Lingxiao sect's people respond? Without a master, it's still useless to drop, only able to suffer on their own. Ha ha, watch the show. The surrounding people were gloating, ready to watch the Lingxiao sect's people fall into bad luck. And Huai's face was unsightly as he looked around vigilantly, trying to find the person hiding in the shadows. Such a situation had come across in Huai. It's the masters of the unknown forces who are secretly targeting the law enforcement team, thereby injuring the law enforcement team and nullifying the prestige of the law enforcement team. Now with the support of LV Xiaoqing, the law enforcement team has just started to come out and do their work, and these people are at it again. And Huai couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaoqing and pin his hopes on him. On the summer language, to be precise, Lu Xiaoqing had already sensed that the strength of the visitor was above the Jiedan stage. As for how strong, it was unclear for now. Lu Xiaoqing transmitted his voice to Xiao Yi. It's up to you, senior sister Xiao Yi. Summer words nodded, not saying anything as she took a step out. A huge wave of spiritual energy spread out in all directions. The cultivator hiding in the shadows laughed. It seems that there are experts who dare to resist. Before he could finish his words, however, his tone became alarmed. No, it can't be. At this moment, the cultivators hiding in the shadows felt the power of the Xia language. He panicked. The scent of the summer language made him feel mountainous and heavy. The spiritual energy that squeezed towards him made it seem as if he had fallen into the deep sea. There was water all around him, pressing towards him, and he was like a drowning man, struggling to catch his breath. Put. Finally, the cultivator hiding in the shadows couldn't take it anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The surrounding spectators were so shocked that they scattered in all directions, revealing the cultivator's true colors. An old man with gray hair. When the crowd saw this person, they couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. It's the Dragon Pond realist, He Zhangran. It is rumored that the strength has already reached the middle stage of Jiedan, the 5th level of the realm. So it's him. No wonder he's laying his hands on the Lingxiao sect's people. That's right, the Du Chang spirit vein was on his cultivation territory. But in the end, it was discovered by the Lingxiao sect's people and divided among the 3 sects. He couldn't get a single spirit stone, so he must have a grudge in his heart. He's over 200 years old. He's a veteran Jiedan expert, who's so powerful that he defeated him in one move. The gazes of the crowd were horrified and landed on Xiao Yi. There was a lot of talk and speculation about the identity of Xiao Yi. Although he didn't know Xiao Yi's identity, Xiao Yi had defeated He Zhangran, a veteran Jiedan expert, in a single move. Strength enough to make one's heart scornful. Looking at the scornful gazes of the crowd, Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied in his heart. He came to He Zhangran. He Zhangran was injured by Xiao Yi, but he wasn't completely out of the fight. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing approaching, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he was about to make a move. Lu Xiaoqing was fearless and spoke calmly. If you dare to make a move against me right now, I can guarantee that Lingxiao Broken will exterminate your family, even shaking the yolks of your family apart. The calm words, however, caused He Zhangran to be unable to hold back the fear that grew in his heart, and the running spiritual energy lost its momentum and slowly calmed down. He was a casual cultivator, but that didn't mean he was alone. He has disciples below him and a family behind him. Lu Xiaoqing's words were like a knife in his soft underbelly, threatening enough to make him not dare to act recklessly. You, what do you want? One soft underbelly was controlled by someone. Long Qi real. He Zhengran's face was ugly, and his heart was jealous of Lu Xiaoqing. More than anything else, he was jealous of the man who was able to defeat him with a single move. Lu Xiaoqing reached out and said to He Zhangran, I know you didn't do it on purpose either. Someone must have instigated it. I'm not asking you to confess who it was either. Pay the fine. 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. Pay up and forget about it this time. But the next time, it won't be as simple as paying a fine. 1,000 lower grade spirit stones? He Zhangran's face was a bit ugly. He was a loose cultivator with a tight hand of spirit stones, and 1,000 lower grade spirit stones were enough to make his flesh hurt for a long time. Lu Xiaoqing continued to speak, his voice loud and clear, deliberately speaking to the others. You're here for my family's eldest senior brother's celebration, and as visitors or guests, our Lingxiao sect is not willing to take things too far. But someone is really going to bully us to the door, and we're not the ones who are afraid of it. Do you really think that our Lingxiao sect's concession these past few days is because we are afraid of you? A comment that made the crowd think. Lu Xiaoqing's words do make sense. And Lu Xiaoqing's words hadn't finished as he continued to speak.
and his voice had once again increased quite a bit. Our sect master is the least angry, and this time he might have already taken a small book to write it down in the sky, and will find you guys to settle the score afterward. May I ask, which of you can withstand the retaliation of a late-stage Yuaning powerhouse? Chapter 154, that's his style. My master is the most petty. Everyone around them was speechless. Xiao Yi held her forehead. Xiao Yi was speechless, and Manhwa and the other Lingxiao sect disciples stayed as if they were wooden chickens. Listen, is this what a disciple of the sect should say? Many people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the sky to see if the Lingxiao sect master would fly through the air and slap LV Xiaoqing to death. Up on the hill, Yu Chang clogs up the leg hard. Hundreds of meters high mountains were stomped out of a crack by him. I'm going to kill the little bastard. Yu Chang stormed out, furious, and was about to rush down and slap the nonsense LV Xiaoqing to death. Xiao Gang hurriedly pulled Yu Chang and tried to dissuade him. Sect leader, don't be angry, don't be impulsive. That asshole kid is talking nonsense. Don't get on his bad side. Yu Chang, who was stopped, was still angry and furious. Bastard boy, where am I being petty? How dare you discredit me in public? I can't spare him, Xiao Gang secretly said in his heart. You have said this sentence 100 times. Xiao Gang comforted Yu Chang. Sect leader, if he does this, the subsequent effect should be good. Hearing this, Yu Chang also calmed down a little. Both of them were Yuaning powerhouses, over 100 years old, and had lived for so long. Seeing that Louis Xiaoqing handled it this way, he naturally knew what the implications would be. Firstly, there was Xiao Yi, an expert in the town, who had defeated the veteran middle-stage Jiedan expert in a single move, making the other cultivators in Lingxiao city fearful. Secondly, Lu Xiaoqing didn't go overboard in pursuing He Zhangran. The big stick was raised high and fell gently, letting it be known that the Lingxiao sect wasn't bullying anyone. But the words that followed were threatening, reminding those who wanted to cause trouble, really pissing off the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect's retaliation was not something that people like them could stand. It can be said that it is a dual approach of martial arts first and then literature, rigidity and flexibility. So if someone wants to mess with it, they'll have to think twice about it. As long as there are people who continue to cause trouble in the next day or two, and the law enforcement team is able to control the scene, then the authority of the law enforcement team will truly be restored. Lingxiao City will be restored to the way it was before. The two of them could not help but marvel that LV Xiaoqing did indeed have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The foundation has been laid in just one day. Next, as long as nothing goes wrong, everything will be able to return to normal. Yu Chang looked down at Lu Xiaoqing, who had taken the spirit stone from He Zhengran's hands below with a wide-eyed smile, and put it into his storage ring in a smooth manner. A flash of appreciation flashed in his eyes, followed by a slight curl of his lips. Sect master, what did you say? When Yu Chang finished speaking, Xiao Gang asked curiously. Yu Chang had a smug smile on his face. Give him a little lesson. With a sweep of Xiao Gang's divine thoughts, his disciple Manhwa had already come to Lu Xiaoqing's side. With a somewhat unnatural face, he said to Lu Xiaoqing, Senior brother Lu, you have to hand over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones to me. Lu Xiaoqing froze. This was not senior brother An's character. How come you want to come and grab the spirit stones from me? Lu Xiaoqing was dissatisfied. Senior brother An, you're not being generous. Believe it or not, I'll go find senior uncle Xiao and sue you. My senior sister is his own niece, so when the time comes, let her blow the whistle. And it's possible that Master Xiao will expel you from the division. Is that expression your disbelief? If it doesn't work again, I'll use my senior sister as a hostage to threaten him. It'll definitely work. This time, it was Xiao Barge's turn to become furious. Asshole, what does he want? How can you say something like taking my little Ripple as a hostage? Yu Chang also hurriedly stopped him. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. He'll have to hand over 1,000 spirit stones later. Enough to give him a heartache. Xiao Gang smiled and calmed down a lot. At the same time, he also understood what Yu Chang said to him just now. Sect leader, just now, did you ask why to ask for those 1,000 spirit stones? Yu Chang had a slightly smug expression on his face. His eyes filled with laughter. That's right, doesn't he love spirit stones? Then let him hand over the spirit stones he got. It's enough to make his heart ache for a while. Xiao Gang sniffed and transmitted his voice to Manhwa at the first opportunity. Let him firmly carry out the orders of the sect master. After Manhwa received his master's voice transmission, he could only continue to be resolute in his attitude. Senior brother Lu, don't make this difficult for me. This is the sect's property. You can't take possession of it without authorization. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing became even more upset.
How can you be so rigid? Senior brethren? And Huai was also depressed. He felt that it was fine if he wanted this bit of spirit stone or not, but this was the order of the sect leader and master. He couldn't disobey. Lu Xiaoqing got angry and took the spirit stone out, handing it heavily to Huai. Here, take it. For the next thing, you guys do it yourselves. I'm done. After saying that, he was going to leave. Xiao Yi hurriedly asked, second senior brother, where are you going? Go back to the heavenly royal peak. My heart is already cold. Lu Xiaoqing shook his head like a loyal disciple who was wrongly accused and slandered. Very helpless. Xiao Yi got angry and was very dissatisfied with what Huai did. Senior brethren, how could you do this? What's wrong with second senior brother taking some spirit stones? As for that, my second senior brother has been contributing. This spirit stone isn't enough to compensate him. And Huai was also aggrieved. This was the order of the sect leader and master. There was nothing he could do. He tried to explain. Senior sister. This, Lu Xiaoqing, however, unexpectedly took the initiative to speak up for Huai as he said to Xiao Yi, you don't have to blame senior brethren. He's right. It's the sect's property. I shouldn't take possession of it without authorization. Xiao Yi didn't understand the reason for this and puffed. Second senior brother. I'll go with you. Lu Xiaoqing, however, disagreed, and he persuaded Xiao Yi in a serious tone, saying, senior sister, you can't do this. This is a matter for the sect. You must stay here to help. Elder brother, I'm going to go and be quiet. I'll be back soon. Elder brother, I'm not here. Work hard in my place and I'll be back in a few days. After saying that, Lu Xiaoqing quickly left the place. Xiao Yi saw Lu Xiaoqing's actions, and was a little surprised in her heart. Why was second senior brother so fast? As if there was something chasing him from behind? Running out a long way. Lu Xiaoqing's face showed triumph. Had. I was worried about not having an excuse to leave. And it just so happens that senior brethren is so knowledgeable to do so. Yu Chang and Xiao Bao, who had been staring at the place, looked at each other. Neither of them had a good look on their faces. Yu Chang gritted his teeth, so angry that his nostrils were about to smoke. Bastard brat, actually taking the opportunity to be lazy. I really want to slap him to death and forget about it. Yu Chang felt his heart and chest tighten with anger. I was thinking of making Lu Xiaoqing spit out 1,000 spirit stones, so that Lu Xiaoqing would be heartbroken for a while. However, he never thought that Lu Xiaoqing had already thought of a way to go lazy. It backfired on him. Instead of counting, they were counted. But that's what looks like Xiaoqing Lu's style. It was just this feeling of not being able to help Lu Xiaoqing that made Yu Chang very upset. Xiao Gang was in pretty much the same mood. He actually let his nephew Xiaoyu come to work for him. But he's good. He's just lazy. What's more, his own niece was thrown to work by him. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he huffed, I'll go grab him and clean him up. It doesn't hurt to not fight such assholes. Yu Chang's heart was moved, but in the end he shook his head. Never mind. I don't want to be blamed by senior brother Xiao when the time comes. Let him go. It can't go wrong if we go through the motions next anyway. Most importantly, Yu Chang secretly said in his heart, let him continue to screw up. My reputation as a master will be lost. Chapter 155, Trouble Comes. Lu Xiaoqing lay in his hammock, relaxed and comfortable as could be. It's better to be lazy. Lu Xiaoqing couldn't help but groan. Red stood in the tree, one bird's eye closed tightly, the fur on his body glowing faintly. If anyone was here, they would definitely be surprised to find a special aura present on Little Red. LV Xiaoqing flipped over the Tianji card and looked at the news on it. Every now and then, he peeled a spirit bean and threw it into his mouth. Seeing the above introduction of the competition held by the Lingxiao sect, now that 5 days have passed, the competition is very intense. Because of the martial arts competition, coupled with the reinstallation and opening of the law enforcement team, the law and order environment of Lingxiao City had once again returned to what it had been before. Shan Yu, who was in charge of the report, praised the Lingxiao sect for organizing this tournament as a brilliant idea on the article. There was even more praise for the person who came up with this solution, making Lu Xiaoqing look satisfied. But when Lu Xiaoqing turned to the next article, after looking at it for a few moments, Lu Xiaoqing sat up violently. LV Xiaoqing, a prodisciple of Tianyufeng of the Lingxiao sect, falls into a passionate love affair with Xiaoyu, an elder disciple of Shuangyue Valley. The Xiao language has now taken up residence at the heavenly royal peak, and it is rumored that the two of them are already living together. Xiao language, for the sake of Lu Xiaoqing, deliberately disguised stay in the law enforcement team to help, can see the depth of love. It is speculated that the two sides developed feelings during a previous exploration of the secret realm. My day. Something big is going on. Lu Xiaoqing looked at the top and his head got big. The above sums it up in one sentence that he and Summer Whisper are having an affair and getting it on. Lu Xiaoqing glanced at the author of the article, and Ta Miao even made an anonymous name. More importantly, couldn't you have photographed me more handsomely? And the depth of love. Damn Tenji dog, don't let me know who it is or I'll get you killed. Now that's trouble. Lu Xiaoqing knew that the trouble he was afraid of had come after all, and it would be even more troublesome than he had imagined. The trouble he was afraid of before was that people would misunderstand that he wanted to pursue Xiao Yi. Now well, once this article came out, everyone thought that he wasn't trying to woo Xiao Yi anymore, but that he was already having an affair with Xiao Yi. Those summer language suitors are bound to go crazy. Holding the Tianji card, Lu Xiaoqing began to consider how to deal with the trouble he would encounter next. After thinking about it for a while, the decision was finally made. Better get out of the way. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Lu Xiaoqing sighed in his heart. However, before this side could even consider where to take shelter, the flying sword transmission from the sect master came again. Lu Xiaoqing was in the habit of trying to repatriate him back. The flying sword didn't give him this chance, and just as it flew in front of him, the sect leader's furious voice rang out. Bastard boy, you've caused a mess and you're going to take care of it right now. After reading the message from the sect master, Lu Xiaoqing's face went white. The gate of the Lingxiao school is blocked. Xiao Yi's suitors blocked the gates of the Lingxiao sect and demanded an answer from the Lingxiao sect. The sect master ordered Lu Xiaoqing to take care of the matter. I'll skin you if you can't handle it. The sect leader left behind a harsh sentence and his divine thoughts disappeared. A good deed goes unnoticed, but a bad deed travels 1,000 miles. Lu Xiaoqing looked up to the sky and sighed. Very helpless. I'm more wrong than Doi. I've been hiding here. Why does trouble still come to me? At this time, Xiao Yi also came running in a hurry. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Second senior brother. Something big is wrong. Xiao Yi ran in such a hurry that her normally well-tended hair was now disheveled. Xiao Yi ran to Lu Xiaoqing and didn't have time to catch his breath before tugging at Lu Xiaoqing's clothes. Second senior brother. Something big has happened. Your adulterous relationship with senior sister Xiao Yi has been exposed. Without saying a word, Lu Xiaoqing rewarded her with a couple of sugared chestnuts on her head. Any more nonsense and I'll see if I can't knock you to death. Xiao Yi covered her head with tears in her eyes. Xiao Hong pointed at Xiao Yi from the tree and laughed. Haven't you learned your lesson after all this time? Don't you know the demon is angry right now? How dare you mess with him? Covering her head, Xiao Yi cautiously asked Lu Xiaoqing. Second senior brother. You know everything? There's a lot of fuss out there right now. Since things had already happened. Lu Xiaoqing wasn't nervous anyway. Isn't it just blocking the door? How dare they kill their way in? Xiao Yi couldn't help but admire the fact that Tarzan was unchanged, while tentatively asking, second senior brother, are you planning to stay out of the way? Xiao Yi felt that with her second senior brother's character, when it came to being a shrinking violet that would not be shy at all, it wasn't impossible to hide here at Sky Royal Peak and wait until it was over before showing his head. Lu Xiaoqing let out a long sigh. If there was no flying sword transmission from the sect leader, what would be the point of being a shrunken head turtle? It's a pity. The sect leader has already blocked his way back. Trouble, really heavenly trouble. Lu Xiaoqing once again looked up to the sky and sighed. Sins, what have I done wrong? Xiao Yi comforted Lu Xiaoqing, the sweet baby on the line. Senior brother, it's none of your business. It must be those hateful Tianji dogs who saw some and just wrote randomly. My dad did the same thing. Got me a little mom on the outside, and ended up getting hammered by my mom when the sky dog popped out too. Lu Xiaoqing's gaze fell on the attentive baby, an elusive gaze that made Xiao Yi unable to resist shrinking her neck. Second senior brother. What are you doing? I'm still young. Poo. Lu Xiaoqing was once again furious and raised his hand to reward her a few times, but after thinking about it, it was more comfortable to poke. Lu Xiaoqing poked Xiao Yi's head while angrily scolding. What are you thinking? You pig head? Bastard, did you inform on me? If so, I'll be righteous today and clean up the scum of the division. Xiao Yi was wronged in her heart. How could she do this kind of thing? Although she felt that this was very good. Second senior brother. Wronged? I don't know anything. After a few pokes, Lu Xiaoqing also felt tired. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing stop, Xiao Yi covered her head and asked again. Second senior brother. What are you going to do now? Noticing that she came back by herself, Lu Xiaoqing asked, where is senior sister Xiao Yi? Hearing Lu Xiaoqing ask about Xiao Yi, the smart one guessed what Lu Xiaoqing was thinking and said,
Senior sister Xiao Yi has already been called back by the people from Twin Moon Valley.
Second senior brother. You want senior sister Xiao Yi to come out and explain?
Lu Shaoqing didn't deny it.
It was best to let Xiao Yi, the person in question, come out and explain the situation. Not to mention,
elder sister Xiao Yi has said that she'll come and help me out if there's trouble.
Xiao Yi was like a neighboring sister,
continuing to sweetly give Lu Shaoqing bad news.
Second senior brother. You don't need to think about this.
Sister Ro said that senior sister Xiao Yi is estimated to not be able to come out for some time. She's going to be watched very closely after what happened.
When Lu Shaoqing heard this, there was no look of surprise on his face. He guessed that too. Xiao Yi, as the eldest disciple of Twin Moon Valley, actually fell in love and got together with someone else. Even if it was fake,
Twin Moon Valley didn't dare to be careless.
What if it's true?
This flower of the Valley of the Two Moons has been plucked.
What will Twin Moon Valley do then? Being used as a dowry? Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Shaking his head, Lu Shaoqing headed out. Second brother, where are you going? Chapter 156, you write an insight. Where else can I go? Lu Shaoqing's voice revealed helplessness and irritation. Of course, to go and meet those pigs for a while.
If it weren't for the orders of the sect master,
I would have gone into hiding long ago. Screw blocking doors, screw flooding.
Xiao Yi was surprised that his second senior brother actually wanted to face the trouble head-on.
It's groundbreaking. What's wrong with second brother today?
Xiao Yi ran behind Lu Shaoqing with her short legs and followed closely. Little Red also flew down from the tree and lay on Xiao Yi's head.
Xiao Yi followed Lu Shaoqing towards the gate of the sect, while being curious and a little worried. Second senior brother, are you alright?
According to the character of the second elder brother, this would be the time to run as far away as possible and find a place to hide.
Why, however, do you have to face the person blocking the door directly? It's not a small thing, a little bit of bad maneuvering, being remembered and hated.
When the time comes to become 1,000 fingers,
10,000 people spit on the name and reputation, and become a street rat is not impossible.
To Xiao Yi's such concern, Lu Shaoqing cursed and did not appreciate it at all.
What do you mean it's fine? What am I doing out here if nothing is wrong? Marred. It's troublesome.
I told you earlier that you can't have contact with senior sister Xiao Yi.
What a wrong step. Xiao Yi's eyes widened, revealing a surprised expression. Second senior brother, did you even guess this day? How smart is this? Is second brother's brain so powerful? Previously,
she had thought that Lu Shaoqing's dislike of the trouble was just an excuse,
mainly because he was lazy and didn't want to move. This does not seem to be the case now. It's still a real pain in the ass. Xiao Yi's shocked gaze gradually turned into adoration. My second brother is awesome. Second senior brother, you're awesome.
For his senior sister's adoration, Lu Shaoqing did not feel any sense of accomplishment in his heart.
Instead, they were angry, poking her in the head.
She scolded fiercely. So, please, use your pig brain more often.
Do you think I'm joking? All day long,
you turn your arms outward and speak for senior sister Xiao Yi.
But you won't help me?
Xiao Yi clutched his head and fled in a sorry state.
Second senior brother, I was wrong.
He said that he recognized his mistake, but in his heart,
he didn't really feel that he was at fault. Second senior brother,
it's also good for senior sister Xiao Yi to stay at the heavenly royal peak.
I can learn a lot of things. Oops, still doesn't know it's wrong.
Lu Shaoqing was furious.
You come to me dead.
By the time Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Yi arrived at the gate of the sect, the place was already packed with people.
Outside, thousands of cultivators blocked the front of the mountain gate with waves of sound.
Where's LV Shaoqing?
Get the hell out. Lu Shaoqing, how dare you desecrate my goddess? I'll kill you. Lu Shaoqing, come out. I want to duel with you.
You don't deserve Miss Xiao Yi.
Coward Lu Shaoqing, get out here. I'd like to see what you are. And you're worthy of being with Miss Xiao Yi?
Kill this villain Lu Shaoqing and return the reputation of the Xiao language girl.
Thousands of cultivators were gathered outside,
and there was a steady stream of people coming from afar. The fact that so many cultivators had gathered in a short period of time was enough to see how terrifying the charms of the number one beauty,
Xiao Yi,
were. The sounds made by these people formed waves visible to the naked eye in the air,
and wave after wave impacted the Lingxiao school.
The Lingxiao school's side was strictly on guard.
Hundreds of elders, disciples, and other people also came here,
guarding the area tightly to prevent the people below from storming the mountain gate. Many disciples encountered such a situation for the first time. Their faces turned white and their hearts were terrified. The hand holding the long sword was trembling slightly. The people outside were all cultivators, even if their individual strength was not good. But when these people joined forces and moved,
These disciples of Lingxiao sect alone would not necessarily be able to withstand them. Lu, where is senior brother Lu? Where is he? Why hasn't it come yet? He shouldn't have run away, right? This is, truly, a shame for the sect. He caused such a big trouble for the sect. Isn't he coming out yet? The disciples gradually became dissatisfied with Lu Xiaoqing. After all this trouble, people don't still see out. They even hoped that the sect would take the initiative to hand over Lu Xiaoqing so that they wouldn't be implicated. The crowd below was now raging, and once they rushed up, they were bound to cause a lot of casualties. What should we do? Second brother? Xiao Yi came here and realized that there were more people than he had expected. A more worried look came over her face. This is definitely not good news for the second brother. The second elder brother had previously said that he had always had to keep a low profile, and now he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. He had now become the public enemy of male cultivators in Qizhou. Just a short period of time had already gathered so many people. Some more time. Would the people of Qizhou come to most of them? When so many people really came, even the Lingxiao sect had to avoid them. Xiao Yi saw that Lu Xiaoqing's former relaxed expression was gone, but instead he had a grave expression and was frowning in deep thought. Xiao Yi's heart ached. She still liked to see her second senior brother's usual lazy look, and didn't like her second senior brother's current stony look at all. The second elder brother shouldn't be able to deal with the situation at hand either. Seeing Lu Xiaoqing in such a situation, Xiao Yi was saddened in her heart, and she couldn't help but say, "Second senior brother, if it's not possible, let's go and hide. Let's go hide somewhere else. Or you can follow me to my house and hide." Lu Xiaoqing wondered how it brought on the crying. "What are you crying about?" Xiao Yi's eyes were red and she didn't deny it. "Second senior brother, if there's no way, let's go and hide." Lu Xiaoqing became even more strange and bristled at her suggestion. "What do you mean there's no way? Isn't it just this many people? Is there a need to hide? Most of all, there's no way to hide. The sect leader is definitely staring at this place. If I dare to go and hide, I'll be blown to pieces by the sect leader's palm." "But, second senior brother, weren't you worried just now? Weren't you worried about these people in front of you?" However, Xiao Yi, she guessed wrong. "Who says I don't have a solution?" Lu Xiaoqing's tone was unimpressed. Still the same feeling Xiao Yi was familiar with. "I'm just thinking about something else, curious and not sad." Xiao Yi hurriedly asked, "Second senior brother, what are you thinking about? What else could be more important than the matter at hand?" And it also made second senior brother's expression grave. "It must be something of great importance." Lu Xiaoqing looked at her and let out a heated sneer. "How have you been doing in the law enforcement team these past few days?" Although it was strange, Xiao Yi answered truthfully, "It's all right. Senior brother has taught me quite a few things. Those bastards in the city don't dare to cause any trouble anymore." Senior sister Xiao Yu said that it's all due to second senior brother. "It's still you, second senior brother. Who's great?" After hearing this, Lu Xiaoqing looked even happier. "Right. Then write an insight, with no less than 10,000 words. Oh, and by the way, praise me in no less than 3,000 words." Xiao Yi's eyes blackened.